Chapter 1. Sun Wuyin. The Rinnegan. In the year 761 of the AG calendar. 7th universe, Earth, Baozi Mountain. Morning, across the vast expanse of land, a continuous mountain range sprawls like a mighty dragon from east to west. Verdant trees flourish, and lush grasses abound. The vibrant green resembles an exquisite ink painting. Shimmering under the sun's rays like scattered stars, a flock of birds flutters, their emerald plumage glistening. Puffs of smoke rise, enveloping Baozi Mountain in a celestial haze, akin to a heavenly palace. Branches rustle as two figures dart swiftly through the forest, one pursuing the other. The first figure is diminutive, sporting a black crab-shaped hairstyle and a sun-kissed bronze complexion that radiates vitality. His starry brows and dragon-like eyes are striking, while a thick diagonal fringe obscures his right eye entirely. A prominent nose adorned with golden proportions complements his features, and his tightly pressed pink lips convey a sense of determination, contrasting with his cherubic visage. TSK. With a slight glance over his shoulder at the relentless pursuer, he lets out a disdainful huff. I am Sun Wuyin, a boy of merely 4 years, born into a terrifying world that regards human life as expendable. As for my father, hey, Wuyin, don't run. This is our 51st duel. We tied at 25 wins and 25 losses. This time, I shall emerge victorious. Clap. Upon hearing this, Sun Wuyin smacked his forehead in exasperation. This was his father, Sun Wukong, a fool whose sole expertise lies in combat. In battle, he remains eerily calm, swiftly analyzing unfavorable situations and adeptly employing his techniques to turn the tide. Had it not been for Sun Wuyin's remarkable abilities, those 25 victories might never have materialized. A gentle breeze tousles his straight fringe, revealing his terrifying and grotesque right eye. A pale violet hue. Concentric circles swirl around the pupil, an abyssal glow roiling within. Any ordinary person who gazes upon it would be utterly shattered. The Rinnegan, Wuyin is aware that he is a traveler from another realm, yet he cannot fathom why the Rinnegan, a power of the Naruto universe, has manifested within him. At this moment, bang, with a sudden forceful push from his waist, he instantaneously stands upon a branch, his cherubic face now infused with resolve. Whoosh! A sharp, cold light erupts around him, causing dozens of branches to snap with a crackling sound, as if liberated from the shackles of gravity. Floating beside Wuyin. Go! Wuyin suddenly waved his hand, causing all the branches to shimmer with sharp glimmers of light, which swiftly surged forth, encircling the newly arrived Sun Wukong in the sky. Oh, you've lured the branches with your aura and sharpened them, have you? Impressive indeed. Wukong tightened his entire body, his eyes flashing like lightning. He let out a thunderous roar and swiftly swung his arms, leaving behind mere afterimages. Bang! Bang! A gentle force erupted in the air, and with just a few sharp sounds, it sent all the enveloping branches flying. Hee. Wukong rubbed his nose, proudly displaying his accomplishment like a child. The two father and son were entirely contrasting. Wuyin, merely 4 years old, bore a chubby face that radiated coldness, while Wukong, already married, remained forever akin to an eternal child. Wuyin was certain that the initial act of creation must have been instigated by Chi-Chi. Did you evade all the aura attacks with gentle force? Wuyin pondered. Ha ha! Wukong clenched his hands, gathering power in his palms, which instantly burst forth in a brilliant blue light. With a sudden swing of his arms, boundless energy spread like flowers scattered by celestial maidens, completely encircling Wuyin in every direction. Ha! Let's see how you evade this. Wukong declared loudly. Father, you know these tricks are ineffective against me, so why waste energy? As his right eye slowly revealed itself, the trajectories of all energy blasts were instantaneously captured by the powerful dynamic vision of his Rinnegan. Boom! Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted within the forest, instantly revealing numerous craters, with cracks resembling a spider's web forming all around. The cacophony of explosions startled all the creatures of the woods. In a flight, Wuyin's Rinnegan flickered from side to side, and like a delicate butterfly, he evaded all the energy entirely. Moreover, not a single fragment of the explosion touched his body. It's not over yet, Wukong shouted, and in an instant, boundless energy obscured the sky, once more engulfing Wuyin. Yet, thin strands of blue energy emerged from his hands, infusing some of the energy spheres. The speed of dozens of energy spheres suddenly surged, using independent manipulation of the aura to accelerate some of the energy spheres, thereby enhancing the complexity of their movement to attempt to deceive my Rinnegan. To conceive such a strategy, Wuyin felt a surge of astonishment. It was always the same whenever he revealed the powers of his Rinnegan and achieved victory. His father would invariably devise a solution for the next battle. This is the formidable combat prowess of son Wukong. However, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Wuyin's eyes. This is the first time I unveil the true power of my Rinnegan. Allow me to demonstrate. Shinra Tensei. The four emotionless words resonated like a resounding bell, and in an instant, a terrifying, repulsive force erupted around Wuyin. Boom! The ground immediately caved in, and all energy spheres were violently cast aside. Bang, bang! From the distant forest came the sounds of horrifying explosions, as endless flames surged into the sky like a tidal wave, roaring with ferocity. What? Wukong was momentarily taken aback, yet the overwhelming repulsion showed no signs of abating, pouring relentlessly into his body. An unfathomable force wreaked havoc within him. Crash, crash. Hundreds of trees were instantly snapped in half. Wukong's face turned pale, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth as he was sent hurtling backward. Whoosh! A straight trail of smoke instantly appeared, cutting through half the forest. Damn it! Wukong gritted his teeth, standing firm in the air, his tightly shut eyes suddenly bursting open. He had been thrust out of the forest by that repulsive force, landing atop a waterfall. The gentle stream cascaded down like a silver ribbon, the sound of crashing water echoing continuously. A crystalline curtain floated in midair like a jade belt, cascading into a lake that shimmered like crystal. Above the waterfall, a rainbow arched across the sky. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Wuyin's figure reappeared, extending one hand and gripping forcefully. A series of wondrous energies transformed into transparent, circular ripples, and in an instant, the crystal-clear lake surged into tumultuous waves as a jagged boulder rose. Ominously from the depths, it hurtled toward Wukong with great velocity. Universal pull! Huh! Wuyin shouted, the massive boulder ascending rapidly, blotting out the sun. This is bad. Cold sweat trickled down Wukong's face. I didn't expect you to conceal such a technique. Wuyin, how long have you been hiding this during our battles? In midair, I can't leverage my strength. I can only force my way through. Huh! He bellowed, the sharp, fierce energy coursing through his sinewy muscles, coalescing in his palm to form a pale blue disk. Whoosh, whoosh! He wielded his blade with great vigor, cleaving through the massive stone as though it were mere tofu, instantly reducing it to hundreds of small fragments. Qigong blast! With a single hand extended, Wukong unleashed a formidable aura that erupted from his palm, obliterating the stone shards in a fine powder. Oomph! A mere parlor trick? However, within the sky, Wuyin's eyes gleamed with an enigmatic light. He pondered. When my Rinnegan awakened, it not only inherited the powers of the six paths of pain, but also possessed the unique skill of the Manjiki Sharingan. I have never disclosed this. Father, today, you shall be the first to experience this bizarre power. Buzz! As the pale violet of the Rinnegan contracted, Wuyin vanished from the sky, reappearing instantaneously above Wukong. Come forth! Bang! He clasped his hands behind him and struck down with immense force. Wukong cried out in agony as a piercing energy wreaked havoc within his body, even obstructing the flow of his own aura. He could no longer endure. His body plummeted like a meteor into the lake below. Bang! A spray of water erupted into the air. Cough, cough! After considerable time, Wukong finally emerged from the water, coughing on the exposed rubble. Whoosh! Wuyin's figure swiftly materialized, his index and middle fingers coming together to gently tap Wukong's forehead. The outcome is determined. As a new tale begins, I present an old story with 250 completed words, boasting absolute credibility. Your support is greatly appreciated. Please follow and collect the cover. Will return tomorrow. Let's make do with today, Chapter 2, An Ordinary Family Life. The outcome is determined. Wuyin declared his final victory, utilizing the wondrous techniques of the Rinnegan to ultimately triumph over Wukong. Wukong chuckled ruefully, scratching the back of his head. At merely 4 years old, your strength has already surpassed mine. Truly a prodigy in martial arts. However, I shall not concede. I have grasped the gravitational repulsion of the Rinnegan and even the nuances of dynamic vision. Next time, I shall surely unravel it. But he cast a puzzled glance upward. That last movement left no trace. Has your power truly reached such staggering heights? Or is it yet another peculiar skill of the Rinnegan? Wukong's heart leaped with joy at the sight of Wuyin, his eager eyes sparkling with longing. Such a unique skill was undeniably alluring for someone so passionately devoted to martial arts. Humph. Who knows? Wuyin teased, his voice light and playful. Please tell me, Wukong, resembling a child who never grew up, scooped Wuyin into his embrace, rubbing against him incessantly. Hey dad, mom must have prepared dinner by now if we miss mealtime because of training. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Wuyin extended his hand, pulling Wukong out of the lake upon hearing the word mom. A flicker of trepidation crossed Wukong's eyes. Let's hurry back. Atop Baozi Mountain, the scenery was picturesque, with an everlasting spring in the air. The verdant trees cloaked the landscape, while a melodious stream danced joyfully. A wooden water wheel creaked as it turned, drawing the crystal-clear stream water into the nearby dwelling through the crisp bamboo. A quaint, rounded house appeared unexpectedly, a wisp of blue smoke rising from its chimney, carrying a hint of savory aroma. Compared to Bulma's opulent residence, this modest home, where Wuyin had lived for 4 years, had its own unique charm. Wuyin called out loudly. By the stream, a woman clad in a deep purple qipao, her hair styled in a traditional ponytail, stood up slowly, exclaiming, "You've returned just in time. Dinner is almost ready." Upon seeing the filthy Wukong, Kiki's expression changed instantly. Wukong, you've dirtied your clothes again during training. Do you have any idea how much a washing machine costs in the Eastern capital? You don't earn any money, and with your father's castle destroyed, the entire burden of our family rests on my shoulders. Do you know how heavy this pressure is? As she spoke, Kiki's tears began to flow. Wukong, clearly accustomed to this scenario, quickly dashed forward, showering her with comforting words. In no time, Chi-Chi returned to her usual self. Woman, brother. A timid voice chimed in from the side. Wuyin turned to see a small figure clad in a light yellow Qing dynasty outfit, his legs short and resembling Wuyin's own. A traditional cap shielded his dark hair atop his head. A Dragon Ball radiated a warm orange glow. This was Wuyin's twin brother, named Sun Wufan in honor of their grandfather, who had passed away years ago. 4 years ago, Chi-Chi discovered she was expecting, yet to her surprise, she bore twins and was born a mere half-hour before Wufan. The two appeared as reflections of one another, yet they were entirely opposite in nature. Wuyin possessed a strong and determined character, while Wufan perpetually exhibited a shy demeanor. Even in the presence of his elder brother, did you emerge victorious in the recent battle? Indeed, how impressive. Father is the champion of the previous World Martial Arts Tournament. No one in the world can rival him. Admiration sparkled in Wufan's eyes like tiny stars. Brother merely gained a slight advantage through his eyes. However, due to my body not being fully developed, I struggled to unleash my full potential during actual combat. As he spoke, Wuyin's gaze did not meet Wufan's at all. It was not out of rudeness, rather, for reasons unknown. Whenever his Rinnegan and the Dragon Ball met for more than 3 seconds, he experienced an unsettling sensation in his heart. Dinner is ready. Chi-Chi called out loudly at the dining table. 3 towering bowls of rice stood before Goku and the others. Chi-Chi began to murmur once more, "Alas, Wukong, you two ought to find time to earn some money. I cannot fathom why the 3 of you consume so much. In merely 2 days, you managed to devour the entire yield of an acre that should sustain us for a year. The weight of our family's financial burdens rests solely upon my frail shoulders, and I find myself quite exhausted." In this moment, Chi-Chi resembles a woman grappling with the 7-year itch of marriage, brimming with grievances. Yet, this is the commonplace reality of all families. Wufan devoured the rice mountain before him, seizing a moment of pause to say, "Brother, I wish to cultivate alongside you." "No way." Before Wuyin could utter a word, Chi-Chi resolutely dismissed the notion. "How could this be? Gohan, it is sufficient for only Wuyin to practice with father. His strong-willed nature makes him beyond my control. Furthermore, he is not suited for scholarly pursuits. Yet you are different. You are destined to become a scholar. Mother has scrimped and saved solely for this purpose. Only in this way can you secure a suitable job in the Eastern capital and shoulder the considerable burdens of our family." However, Gohan incessantly poked with his fingers, timidly continuing to argue. There was no room for hesitation. The mere thought of Gohan training alongside Wuyin had already caused me considerable heartache. "Gohan, I must keep a vigilant watch over you. Now, after finishing your meal, return immediately. I have commissioned Bulma to prepare a sleep-learning bed for you, complete with musical accompaniment that includes mathematical problems. Now, without delay at once." "Yes." Gohan, trembling, rose to his feet and shouted like a soldier in a training camp. Observing Gohan's forlorn figure, Goku gently remarked, "Chi-Chi, if Gohan desires, he may train with me as well. I can sense that although the child lacks Wuyuan's extraordinary ocular powers, he has inherited the entirety of my combat prowess within his bloodline. If he can cultivate this potential, his future achievements will undoubtedly surpass my own." "Absolutely not," Chi-Chi exclaimed. her gaze fixed on Goku, enunciating each word with fervor. A sudden silence enveloped the dining table for a moment, before Goku waved his hand slightly. Let us eat, Wukong, however, had grown accustomed to such occurrences. It was all too common after he voiced his thoughts. The combative Saiyans and the domestic Chi-Chi were bound to clash over financial matters. As long as Goku could not resolve this dilemma, Chi-Chi would undoubtedly remain steadfast in her position. With a gentle tap of his chopsticks, Wuyin remarked, as long as Gohan can secure victory in the World Martial Arts Tournament, the prize money would surpass that of his scholarly pursuits, wouldn't it? Mother, you ought to be a bit more open-minded. Humph. Chi-Chi, unimpressed, let out a dismissive snort. Goku, Wuyin, you two are undoubtedly capable of claiming the top 2 spots, which is precisely why I do not oppose your martial training. Adding Gohan to the mix would merely be the icing on the cake. I shall not interfere with your futures, nor shall you attempt to alter my own decisions. Whoosh. To their astonishment, Chi-Chi extended her hand, swift as a phantom, and whisked away the bowls of rice before Goku and Wuyin. Mealtime is over. Hee. The two exchanged bittersweet smiles. Gohan, it is not that Father does not wish to assist you. Rather, he finds himself utterly powerless. Father is merely a figurehead of the world's greatest. Yet, Wuyin let out a cold sneer, pondering within his heart. Mother, the events that are about to unfold may leave you utterly defenseless. Ah yes. Suddenly, Wukong remarked, a couple of days ago. Bulma informed me that we should gather at Master Roshi's place. It has been a full 4 years since we last met after the World Martial Arts Tournament. Master Roshi? Bulma? Chi-Chi murmured to herself a couple of times before impatiently exclaiming, I understand. Although she had married son Wukong, Bulma, his childhood companion, remained a thorn in her heart. After 4 years of marriage, she had been striving to avoid any contact with Bulma. Despite knowing that Wukong would never engage in any inappropriate behavior, it was merely the jealousy that lingered in a woman's heart. Wealthy, beautiful, and equally charming, she had accompanied Wukong on countless adventures since childhood. Had Wukong's youthful innocence not persisted, she often pondered what the outcome might have been. Wuyin was momentarily taken aback, a gathering at the Turtle House. Thus, the story should commence shortly. Chapter 3 primarily revolves around wealth. The Turtle House, perched upon the secluded expanse of the ocean beyond the southern metropolis, presents a breathtaking panorama. The endless waves stretch into the horizon, their frothy crests tumultuously swirling in the air. Under the radiant sun, rainbows arch gracefully across the sky, while seagulls soar majestically above. It is a scene reminiscent of a fairy tale, adorned with exquisite beauty, yet inhabited by a morally corrupt individual. A lewd voice suddenly pierced the tranquility, echoing amidst the refreshing sea breeze. Ah, Bulma, your arrival is most welcome. Why the formality, especially with a gift in tow? Just let me have a feel of your assets, and that shall suffice as the final offering. How cruel you all are, neglecting to visit me for such an extended period. Oh, the tone abruptly escalated, as if a remarkable discovery had been made. What? Is this the flat-chested, slender girl from years past? Has she, indeed, developed a more voluptuous figure? Wuyin utilized the power of the Rinnegan to soar through the skies, while Goku and Gohan rode upon the flying Nimbus. After departing from Bowsy Mountain, they swiftly advanced towards Kame House. However, as they approached, they were met with a sound that pierced the air, such a dismissive tch. Wuyin let out a cold snort. That lecherous old man remains unchanged. Huh. Wukong let out a bitter smile and said, please do not say that. Master Roshi is truly a kind-hearted individual. It was he who guided me into the realm of martial arts. With a gentle thud, the two descended to the ground. Wuyin donned a magnificent black cloak adorned with golden trim, featuring a striking emblem of a blazing red sun emblazoned upon his chest, exuding an air of opulence. Wu Fan gazed at his outdated Qing dynasty attire and couldn't help but exclaim, Father, I too wish to don garments like my brothers. Alas, we cannot afford it. Wukong coughed slightly and remarked, Brother, the clothes I wear are earned through my own hard work. Gohan must also strive diligently in the future. Just as he spoke, a resounding crash echoed through the air. A figure suddenly burst forth from the base of the wall, collapsing onto the ground. A trail of overturned earth, stretching several hundred meters, abruptly appeared. Humph! How dare you take advantage of me when I am unaware, you lecherous old fool! Bulma exclaimed furiously as she emerged from her small dwelling. Today, she donned a white lab coat typical of scientists, paired with cropped pants. Her long blue hair cascading over her shoulders. Her countenance was graceful, exuding an air of effortless elegance. In terms of beauty, she was certainly above average, primarily due to her wealth. At that moment, she was still clutching a frying pan. "Ah, Wukong?" Bulma exclaimed in delight. "What? Has Wukong arrived?" Behind her, Krillin, Pu'er, and Oolong rushed out upon hearing that familiar name. Wuyin could sense the joy that resided within their hearts. This was the essence of true friendship, the very reason that inspired Wukong to fight. A tinge of envy stirred within him. "Ah!" Wukong raised his hand and exclaimed, "You are indeed heartless." Secluded with Chi-Chi on Baozi Mountain, exuding an air of a reclusive sage. "Had I not called upon you, would you have intended to remain hidden there for eternity?" Bulma feigned indignation, casually nudging Wukong with her elbow. "Nay, I have been diligently training all along. With Piccolo still in existence, I cannot afford to let my guard down." Wukong sighed in resignation. "Very well, you have your point," he exclaimed. Bulma then directed her gaze toward the two young boys on the ground, twins indeed. One resembled a typical overconfident hero, completely dismissing his own significance, while the other appeared timid and submissive, evoking a sense of sympathy. "Who are you two?" she inquired. "We are the sons of Sun Wukong." With an expressionless face, Wuyin spoke, yet deep within, he felt a subtle joy at the thought of meeting the protagonist of Dragon Ball. "What?" the four individuals exclaimed in astonishment. "Goku's son?" they gasped. Wuyin continued, "They have been married for 4 years now. Is it not entirely commonplace for them to have children?" The four were left in a state of confusion. While his words were logical, the character of Goku was another matter altogether. Hey, the turtle hermit whispered as he nudged Goku playfully. "What is it like at night, when you sleep with Chi-Chi?" Feeling compelled to respond earnestly to such an inquiry, Goku pondered for a moment. It's always her who takes charge. I find it quite comfortable, but after a while, I just fall asleep." Wuyin was almost taken aback. Such intimate topics were brazenly discussed. Would Chi-Chi silence him? What? Could it be that Chi-Chi took the initiative? Master Roshi exclaimed as if he had discovered a new world. During the day, I require exercise, and at night my body aches. Chi-Chi provides me with massages, and afterward, I drift into a comfortable slumber. What do you all think?" Alas, the five were utterly bewildered. "So this is what you meant, Goku." Hee. This sudden revelation startled Wuyuan. Bulma's eyes sparkled with maternal affection as she gently poked Wuyuan's chubby cheek. What a delightful child. Yet, why is he so proud, so different from the young Goku? And why does he obscure his right eye with bangs? Bulma tenderly reached out, intending to brush them aside. "No." Wuyin restrained her, saying, "With your power, to catch a glimpse of any eye, you would likely need to be in a state of deep slumber for some time. Is that so? How stingy." Bulma had thought that Wuyin was merely reluctant to share his most treasured toy with others. However, Goku chuckled and interjected, "Bulma, don't misunderstand. Wuyin's Rinnegan is imbued with the power of the soul. As a mere woman, you simply cannot gaze upon it directly. Even I, if I were to maintain eye contact for too long, would experience a sense of vertigo. He truly was not deceiving you." Those enigmatic father and son. Master Roshi, however, fell into a contemplative silence at Goku's remark. Suddenly, a jolt surged through his heart as he realized that the aura emanating from Wuyin instilled a profound sense of fear within him. It was as vast as the ocean, capable of obliterating him into mere fragments in an instant. Goku? Is Wuyin also training in martial arts? The aura within him? Yukon nodded, acknowledging that Wuyin's power had far surpassed his own, merely hindered by the incomplete development of his physique. Once unleashed, it would unleash a terrifying force that could shake the very foundations of the earth. "What?" Master Roshi exclaimed in fear. "Is there truly someone in this world who can surpass you? And at merely 4 years of age? What manner of creature is he?" Meanwhile, Bulma, feeling bored, decided to amuse herself by teasing Gohan alongside Oolong. In stark contrast, Wuyin found himself lost in deep contemplation. His Rinnegan pulsated, drawing in the essence of all existence within his mind. By harnessing the power of the Rinnegan, he could enhance the abilities he currently possessed. Within his thoughts, a malevolent energy surged forth, rapidly ascending towards the atmosphere. It seems that everything is finally about to commence. Chapter 4. The famous quote of internet sensation Raditz. Boom. In the clear sky devoid of clouds, a sudden flash of lightning illuminated the horizon. An explosion of fiery crimson light blazed like a meteor, casting a scarlet hue across the azure sky. Nearby in a small village, a farmer wielding a pitchfork was splashing cold water on his face. Yet, he was transfixed as he beheld the fiery spectacle racing towards him. With a thunderous roar, a colossal explosion erupted. Flames raging uncontrollably as molten lava surged from the earth's fissures. The ground heaved, trembling violently beneath him. Alas, I forgot to make a wish. The farmer slapped his forehead, exclaiming loudly. He cautiously approached, having heard tales of meteorites concealing countless treasures, even rare elements essential for advanced weaponry. If he could obtain such riches, he might expand his farm and prosper. Creak, creak. The foul, blackened crust of the meteorite began to peel away, revealing a pure white sphere within in a matter of moments. What is that? The farmer murmured to himself. Zzz. The sound of electricity crackled as, to his astonishment, the meteorite slowly opened. A rush of heated air surged forth. Step by step, a figure emerged, floating gracefully before him, locking eyes with the farmer. A flying person? He stumbled backward in disbelief. The figure sported wild hair cascading down to their knees, a broad face, yet the malevolent gaze within those eyes nearly halted the farmer's heart. Clad in an unknown black and brown ensemble, an inexplicable fear gripped his heart, causing it to race and rendering him breathless. Who are you? The farmer dared not wager his entire fortune, for this being was certainly not a deity from a meteor. TCH. The figure before him was indeed Raditz. Upon hearing the inquiry, he let out a disdainful snort. Clearly, humanity still persisted in this world. What on earth was that cockroach doing? Humph. A persistent beeping echoed in his ears, prompting Raditz to scornfully exclaim, a wretch with a power level of merely 5. Even the sound of your voice seems to taint my noble being. Such a person is fit only to perform menial and filthy tasks for a Saiyan. To coexist on the same planet as him is an affront. You, who are you? The farmer stammered, clutching his gun in a futile attempt to muster courage. Raditz slowly extended his right hand, a crimson light beginning to coalesce within his palm. A sudden explosive sound erupted as hundreds of acres of farmland were obliterated in an instant, leaving a massive crater in its wake. The farmer had vanished amidst the smoke. Indeed, this inferior planet possessed a remarkably fragile structure. Kakarot had not even slain the inhabitants of this world, revealing his incompetence. Vegeta, you have misjudged. This endeavor is doomed to be futile. Beep. The green-hued power level scouter at the corner of his left eye began to emit rapid beeping. A formidable power level in the western region had nearly reached a height of 500. It must be Kakarot. Just wait. For the sins you have long delayed, I shall mete out harsh punishment upon you. Meanwhile, at the turtle hermit's abode, Gohan suddenly froze mid-stride, only to quickly regain his composure. The life force of all beings within his mind had vanished, and his Sharingan had captured their souls, drifting away, flowers, birds, fish, insects, and even a few humans. Raditz had already slain humans upon his arrival on Earth, decimating a swath of land. Humph. The years of wandering in the cosmos had fully exposed the Saiyan's inherent malevolence, revealing an alarming level of volatility. It seems that our coexistence is impossible. This Earth shall not be allowed to suffer your wanton destruction. Suddenly, Gohan sensed a drastic decline in a particular life force, clearly indicating a severe blow had been dealt in an instant. Was it Piccolo? It appeared that Raditz had clashed with him. Two equally arrogant beings were at an impasse, and the outcome was already evident. Raditz had defeated Piccolo with a single blow. Was that lingering energy a sign that he had deemed it unworthy to finish him off? As he continued to race forward, Gohan had already detected his father's energy and was swiftly heading in this direction. How intriguing! Wuyin gazed continuously at the heavens, starkly contrasting with Wuyin. The battle fervor coursing through the Saiyan blood ignited with fervent intensity, yet tempered by the composure of the Rinnegan. He ultimately emerged as a terrifying combat machine, akin to a monstrous entity. Unlike Wukong's naive benevolence, which compelled him to extend mercy to all, Wuyin harbored no such foolishness. Moreover, in pursuit of cosmic exploration and the enhancement of his own power, he required the memories of Raditz. Achieving this, however, would necessitate reducing him to a state of near death. Wuyin, come and eat. Bulma called out, having prepared a feast. The typically shy Gohan, upon encountering food, revealed his true nature, eagerly indulging in the meal laid before him. Wuyin, hurry, or all the food will soon be devoured. Bulma shouted again. Dad, don't you sense it? What? A formidable and malevolent aura is approaching us. A great battle may soon ensue. Upon hearing this, Wukong and Master Roshi momentarily closed their eyes, only to open them with a start. Two azure glimmers, akin to swords, swiftly traversed the void, resonating with a rhythmic clangor in their surroundings. An overwhelming presence was advancing toward them, causing beads of sweat to cascade down Master Roshi's face. A heart steeped in utter darkness, devoid of any trace of righteousness. The atmosphere was thick with the scent of blood, heralding the arrival of a merciless executioner. Wukong set aside the skewers in his hand, lost in thought. He gently waved his hand, saying, "Bulma, take Gohan and Oolong and hide in the Kame house. We will divert his attention. Sunjun, go quickly." Bulma had never seen Wukong display such fierce determination. The aura emanating from him was far beyond her comprehension, leaving her uncertain of their chances of victory. Unexpectedly, she parted her crimson lips and murmured before hastily retreating to the Kame house, peering through the glass to watch intently. Could there truly be a human that even Wukong could not defeat? Suddenly, a brilliant point of light flickered at the horizon where the ocean met the sky. The sea was abruptly cleaved in two, with waves rising in terror and surging skyward. The ground cracked open like a spider's web, fissures spreading rapidly as chaotic energy coursed through them. A thunderous explosion erupted from the ocean's surface, sending towering waves crashing and engulfing the Kame house in an instant. A colossal figure flashed into view, standing proudly against the sunlight, muscles bulging with an imposing presence akin to a mighty war god. He scrutinized Wukong closely. Kakarot, at last. I have found you. In the 5th chapter, Saiyan. Wukong's past. Raditz, with his long hair, wore a fierce expression, although standing before him was his own blood brother. The ruthless Saiyans, having slaughtered countless lives across the universe, revered only strength, devoid of any familial bonds. This reality became even more pronounced following the destruction of planet Vegeta. Kakarot, why do all the humans on this primitive planet still live? Have you betrayed your own race and forgotten your mission? What? Wukong felt somewhat bewildered. What do you truly mean? Have you known me in the past? What is my mission? Why can I recall nothing in my mind? Raditz remained silent for a moment. You bear an uncanny resemblance to your father. I recognized you almost immediately. Kakarot, I am your brother, Raditz. Brother? Wukong cast a furtive glance at Wuyin, his brow furrowed in confusion. Could it be? He pondered aloud. Raditz, suddenly struck by a notion, mused to himself. Could it be that you sustained a grave injury to your head previously? With a piercing gaze fixed upon Wukong, he exclaimed loudly, indeed. Wukong nodded slightly, recalling his grandfather's words. When I was discovered, I was an exceptionally irritable child. However, due to an accidental fall from a cliff, I suffered a severe head injury, nearly losing my life. After a few days of recuperation, I managed to recover thanks to my extraordinary vitality, but the previous volatility had completely vanished. How enlightening. Raditz felt a sense of relief wash over him. It was due to the head trauma that the information once instilled in your mind had become ineffective. We are the proud warrior race of Saiyans, roaming the cosmos without restraint, tasked with selecting suitable planets and exterminating the intelligent races that inhabit them. Ultimately, we sell these planets at a high price. Besides myself, there are two companions. Due to the difficulties encountered while conquering a green planet, I thought of you. Even as a lower-class warrior, you, who perfectly inherited your father's genes, would undoubtedly grow to an astonishing degree. Yet, you have disappointed me. I never imagined that the vigilant Saiyans would become engrossed in the splendor of Earth, sinking into depravity alongside its inhabitants. Do you not understand that your mission is to eliminate all humans on this planet, and then, as a victor, present yourself as a pledge to join Lord Frisia's army? Your memory may be impaired, and I can overlook past events. Now, Kakarot, you may commence your mission. Annihilate that foolish group of Earthlings behind you. Raditz's voice resonated like a resounding bell, striking deep into the hearts of all present. Master Roshi stood on guard, softly remarking, So Wukong is not of Earth. No wonder his power grows so swiftly. You fool. Wukong would never harm the people of Earth. After all, he cherishes this planet dearly. Beside him, Bulma, disregarding the risk of exposing her identity, shouted through the window, Oh, Earthling, who gave you the audacity to speak so boldly to me? You harpy. Whoosh. Raditz's palm manifested a swirling energy, which in an instant surged forth, hurtling towards Bulma with ferocity. Bulma's pupils dilated in terror as the pink energy threatened to envelop her completely. Ah! She screamed in panic. Bang! Suddenly, a pale hand emerged from the surrounding space. its palm not particularly wide, yet it managed to grasp that formidable energy in an instant. Hey, to rampage on Earth, you surely underestimate us. Snap. The newcomer was Wuyin, who effortlessly crushed the crimson energy, shattering it like a dud and scattering it into countless glimmers. TCH. Raditz disdainfully spat. You merely blocked my casual energy. What is there to be proud of? Is that your hairstyle? Are you perhaps Kakaro's son? Wuyin nodded slightly, a flicker of disdain illuminating his eyes. In his perspective, Raditz had long since become a mere specter of the past. What? Kakarot, how have you sunk to such depths? Are you not aware that the blood coursing through your veins belongs to the noble warrior race of the Saiyans? How could you possibly consider procreating with these inferior humans? I will dispose of this child. Mark my words, if you do not eliminate every single inhabitant of this planet within 3 days, I shall seize control and execute them one by one before your very eyes. You have 2 options, choose wisely. Wukong fell into silence, as an instinct within him revealed that a being more formidable than himself would never deign to utter a falsehood. Thus, it became evident that all of this was indeed true. Raditz, though I may have initially been the Saiyan you described, I have since transformed into nothing more than a human nurtured by the earth. I shall never bring harm to the world that has raised me. Abandon such dreams. Wukong declared resolutely, if you refuse to drink the toast, then you shall face the penalty drink. Raditz, in a frenzy, exclaimed, as a fellow Saiyan, should you not steadfastly stand by my side? Is the dormant battle spirit within your veins not sufficient to cast aside these trivial bonds? Raditz epitomized the essence of a true Saiyan. In his eyes, only wealth and utility mattered. Even the so-called Prince Vegeta was merely a temporary refuge for him. Should he acquire greater power, he would not hesitate to betray. Bonds and friendships were utterly futile, often becoming stumbling blocks on the path to their strength. In stark contrast, Wukong valued friendship above all else in his previous adventures. During the confrontation with Demon King Piccolo, he suffered the misfortune of having both legs broken due to Tien Shinhan's intervention, a feat unimaginable for a Saiyan. It is because of friendship that I have achieved what I have today. Do you wish for me to forsake what I have steadfastly upheld for the sake of some trivial bloodline? How laughable. With a slight glance towards Wuyin, Raditz remarked, if that is the case, I shall have to resort to some extraordinary measures. Suddenly, a powerful aura surged rapidly from the distance. Wukong, Raditz, and Wuyin turned simultaneously. Piccolo? Wukong whispered. In an instant, a beam of light sliced through the air, floating majestically above. Piccolo's green visage appeared somewhat pallid. Gasping for breath, Piccolo struggled, evidently weakened by Raditz's earlier assault and the prolonged flight that had drained much of his energy. Damn it, I am the mighty Piccolo. How could I possibly be defeated by a barbarian like you, who emerged from who knows where? Chapter 6, Wuyin versus Raditz. Cursed fate. I cannot be defeated by you. Piccolo gently descended, standing beside Wukong, his chest marked by a fierce bruise that throbbed with each heartbeat, veins bulging ominously. As soon as he touched down, he coughed out a mouthful of blood. Piccolo, Wukong exclaimed urgently, you are gravely injured. You cannot continue fighting. Get lost, Son Goku. I do not require your pity. I will utterly vanquish this wretched foe. Ah, it's you. You worthless creature are still alive, daring to bark here. How utterly ridiculous. I can scarcely find words to express my disdain for you. Despite the addition of Piccolo, Raditz remained unfazed. Kakarot, as your elder brother, I must offer you a concession. I'll tell you this, 3 days from now, bring me the heads of 10,000 Earthlings. Otherwise, with a sudden stomp, he unleashed a torrent of formidable energy that shattered the ground beneath him. In a flash, he transformed into a blur, launching himself toward Wuyin, his massive hand extended, intent on ensnaring Wuyin in his grasp. Otherwise, your son will meet a brutal demise right before your eyes. Haha. Raditz, sensing the impending bloodshed, licked his lips and delivered a crushing blow. In the small hands of Wuyin, a surge of energy pulsed forth, abruptly meeting the ground with a thunderous explosion. Cracks spread like veins across the earth, and the turtle house shook violently. What? Raditz was taken aback. How is this possible? How could you possibly withstand my full force attack? You are merely 4 years old. Even if you had been cultivating since birth, it would be inconceivable to achieve such prowess. With a swift motion, the two transformed their fists into palms, engaging in a fierce contest of strength upon the ground. Ha! Ha! Raditz and Wuyin shouted in unison. their crimson and azure auras intertwining slowly. Boom. The earth erupted with a deafening roar, flames soaring into the sky, and immense waves of fury surged from the sea. A tempest swept through, and in an instant, this remote island resembled a fragile vessel amidst a raging sea, teetering on the brink of capsizing. Wuyin, hold on. Your father is coming to assist you. Stop. Wuyin bellowed with fervor. This fellow does not even require my father's intervention. I can vanquish him myself. Vanquish? Huh. Raditz appeared to have heard the most ludicrous of jokes and erupted into raucous laughter. How could the lamentable humans, nurtured on Earth, possibly comprehend the formidable might of the Saiyans who revel in cosmic battles? The flickering light of a firefly pales in comparison to the brilliance of the full moon in the sky. Huh. With a thunderous roar, the muscles in his robust arms began to writhe, as torrents of liquid surged through his veins, akin to a steam locomotive in full eruption. Boom. The ground shattered instantly, leaving a gaping chasm several meters deep. The surging seawater cascaded down, nearly submerging the Kame house entirely. Haha. Do you see this? My immense power. The pride of a Saiyan. It is far beyond what you, a mere half-breed, could ever dare to challenge. What are you laughing at? Without a flicker of emotion, Wuyin calmly stated, his chest exhibiting not even the slightest rise and fall, effortlessly absorbing all of Raditz's furious energy. What? Raditz was left astounded. Beside him, Piccolo trembled uncontrollably, questioning, why? Son Goku, is your offspring a monster? With pride, Wukong declared, the energy within Wuyin has far surpassed my own and possesses an extraordinary quality. However, it remains unutilized due to the incomplete development of his limbs. Should Raditz have opted for a tactical confrontation, there might have been a glimmer of hope. Yet, he foolishly chose the most unwise path of grappling. Defeat is inevitable. Wuyin steadily advanced step by step. Creak, creak. Raditz's eyes bulged, veins bursting with terror. Within his quaking heart, his arm contorted irregularly, threatening to snap at any moment. Stop. A torrent of crimson energy erupted forth from his mouth, surging towards Wuyin's face with the ferocity of a tempest over such a short distance. Divine retribution. Wuyin, akin to the judgment of a haughty deity, spoke softly. In an instant, an overwhelming repulsive force emanated from around his body, causing Raditz's right hand to shatter, while the surging crimson energy was violently repelled. With a gasp, Raditz abruptly spat out a mouthful of blood, hurtling backward through the air. With a delicate tap of his foot, the ground behind Wuyin suddenly erupted, resembling a streak of black ethereal light that cleaved through the void, while torrents of azure energy whirled violently within his palm. Observing the gaping defenses of Raditz, a subtle smile graced his lips. He unleashed a ferocious assault. Bang! Bang! His hands, akin to dragons, struck from both sides, channeling all his might, which instantaneously released upon Raditz's chest. Gush! A crimson arrow of blood erupted from his mouth as his chest caved in grotesquely, with pulsating veins resembling worms incessantly writhing around. Perish! Suddenly, Wuyin flickered into existence above, and with a powerful sweep of his hand, he forcefully pressed down on Raditz's head, his entire being sinking with tremendous strength. Boom! The surface of the sea erupted in a series of waves, and a mushroom cloud slowly ascended into the sky. Gulp! The timid Kuririn swallowed hard, witnessing the ferocious onslaught akin to that of a wild beast, and tremulously inquired, Goku, this vicious child is undoubtedly your son, isn't he? The relentless Barrage showed no mercy, recklessly endangering lives. Such a state could only be exhibited by formidable foes. Goku, what has become of your son? The turtle hermit remarked in astonishment. I do not know, Goku replied. Although Wuyin is usually rather aloof, he has never displayed such ferocity in battle before. Wukong found himself engulfed in a moment of bewilderment. The relentless onslaught he faced was perilously lethal, marked by sheer brutality and ferocity. Although the energy coursing through him was that of the turtle school, the true essence of combat had undeniably strayed far from its original path. With a thunderous crash, the sea erupted, and the battered Raditz fell heavily to the ground. Panting heavily, to his astonishment, he suddenly erupted into a maniacal laughter. Ha ha, indeed. What? I can sense the Saiyan blood within you fervently igniting. It is this very fervor that fuels your passion in battle. I never anticipated that such a magnificent resurgence would manifest in a lowly warrior like Kakarot and the offspring of a mere earthling. The fierce potency of your bloodline empowers you to grow ever bolder in the heat of combat. This planet is becoming increasingly intriguing. Haha. Wuyin was momentarily taken aback. The return to ancestral bloodlines? Indeed, during the battle, the fervor coursing through his veins was incessantly boiling, while the murderous intent in his mind swelled uncontrollably. It bore a striking resemblance to the inadvertent eruption exhibited by son Gohan in the original narrative. The reason he could maintain a clear mind was that he touched his right eye. The Rinnegan, is it due to your influence? Chapter 7. Witness the power of the Rinnegan. Raditz clutched his painfully throbbing chest, his mind racing with contemplation. If it is indeed due to the Earthlings that the Saiyan bloodline has reverted, then this could be the ultimate opportunity for the Saiyans to reclaim their pinnacle. I must ascertain this. He cast a fleeting glance at Gohan nearby. That individual should be Kakarot's second child. If he too possesses an unusual sensation, then the Earthlings would be the finest breeding machines. However, observing the formidable Wuyin blocking his path, this fellow is powerful, and to lay a hand on that child, I must first defeat him. An intense battle is inevitable. He lightly tapped the battle power detector by his ear. No matter what, I must relay the information from this location to Vegeta and the others. In doing so, I would achieve great merit and be able to hold my head high before Vegeta in the future. Hey, what are you thinking? With a resounding shout, Wuyin's feet struck the ground heavily, fissures extending straight outwards as he surged forth like a beam of light. However, his speed seemed to have diminished considerably. Raditz, to his astonishment, realized he could actually see Wuyin's form. How fortunate! He secretly rejoiced, his pupils constricting as Wuyin suddenly materialized before him. Here, Raditz exclaimed excitedly, his fist brimming with frenzied power, swinging it with great force. Yet, his body staggered, all his strength crashing down onto the ground. Boom! An explosion of flames erupted fiercely. What? Was that merely an afterimage? Raditz shouted in terror. How foolish! Such a trivial ruse ensnared you. Wuyin suddenly appeared ahead, an inexhaustible energy emanating from his fist with a buzzing sound, striking fiercely towards Raditz's face. Bang! A powerful punch sent Raditz flying, an imprint of the fist appearing on his flushed visage, his nose slightly askew, blood gushing forth. Damn it, the super speed created an afterimage, deceiving my eyes. How despicable! Whoosh! As Raditz was sent reeling, Wuyin's figure materialized behind him, flying parallel to him. It was merely his own folly. He couldn't even perceive such a trick. It seems you are only capable of wielding brute strength, a typical muscle-bound brute. How infuriating! To look down upon me. Raditz's face flushed crimson with rage as he abruptly launched an elbow strike backward. Bang! Wuyin effortlessly caught Raditz, embracing him in utter astonishment. Huh! He exclaimed, exerting force from his waist, propelling himself skyward like a spiraling tempest, ascending to the zenith before plummeting downwards like a shooting star. Whoosh! The friction with the atmosphere ignited an inferno around Wuyin's form, rendering his body a brilliant crimson. Ah! Raditz cried out in anguish, a scarlet aura erupting violently from within him. Yet, his very bones were completely immobilized, rendering him incapable of unleashing even the slightest fraction of his strength. He found himself utterly ensnared by Wuyin's grip. Ah! Gazing downwards, Wuyin suddenly released his hold and thrust powerfully. Boom! Raditz crashed headfirst into the ground, his head and nearly half of his body sinking into the earth. Only his russet tail and two legs flailed helplessly above the surface. A radish? Gohan exclaimed loudly. Wukong was utterly astonished. Although he had speculated about Wuyin's prowess, he never anticipated that this formidable adversary could be so thoroughly outmatched and astonishingly. Without even employing the unique abilities of the Rinnegan, could it be that Wuyin had left him far behind merely based on his own aura? A sudden sense of defeat surged within Wukong's heart. Wukong, is this truly your child? He is astonishingly powerful, overwhelmingly so. Hirurin exclaimed, trembling with excitement, feeling Raditz's immense aura. As profound as the ocean, he was led to believe that the apocalypse was nigh. Yet, he could not have fathomed that Raditz would find himself in such dire straits at the hands of Wuyin. The child was merely 4 years old. Who could predict the heights he would eventually achieve? Boom! The ground began to tremble violently. A torrent of formidable energy erupted forth, and cracks crazily extended, resembling a spider's web in their density. Suddenly, molten lava surged from the earth, pouring into the sea, which roiled as if boiling. Bubbles erupted incessantly. With a thud, Raditz spiraled down and landed firmly on the ground, panting as he gazed at Wuyin. Good heavens! How could he possibly attain such a feat? His crimson eyes were bloodshot, beads of sweat forming on his brow, and within his hollow heart, a flicker of fear began to emerge. All of this sent chills down Raditz's spine. He stared at his hands, while before him, Wuyin stood proudly like a war god. Faced with this child, he found himself harboring the notion of retreat. This was utterly inconceivable. He roared in a frenzied outburst. I am a proud Saiyan, a powerful being that roams the cosmos with impunity. How could I possibly falter at the hands of a mere 4-year-old child? Wuyin smiled faintly, disdainfully mocking. You are no match for me. Merely a brutish oaf with a large head and thick neck. Haha. Raditz slowly bent down, his long, explosive hair shrouding his face, yet from the chilling laughter, one could envision the darkness that enveloped his visage at that moment. The outcome has yet to be determined. Do not utter such foolish grandiloquence. I do not believe your frail body can endure this high-frequency energy output for long. Humph. Wuyin gently lifted his thick bangs, and the purple eyes of reincarnation immediately emanated a seductive glow. Raditz suddenly felt as though his heart had been struck by a powerful blow. The blood within him seemed to freeze. He began to perceive faint illusions, as rippling waves gradually emerged before his eyes. That gaze was undeniably not of pure Saiyan lineage. Who are you truly? Raditz was teetering on the edge of hysteria. Did you not claim that my strength could not endure? Now, allow me to unveil the formidable power of the eyes of reincarnation and witness what true might truly is. Wuyin, akin to the majestic rock, gradually unfurled his arms. While vortices swirled beneath his feet, he ascended slowly into the sky, his form radiating a resplendent brilliance under the gentle embrace of sunlight. Divine Descent of the Heavenly Law. Chapter 8. Divine Descent of the Heavenly Law. Universal Attraction. With a voice that echoed with the authority of a deity, the incantation emerged from his lips. As a pure white luminescence swiftly enveloped the surroundings, obscuring even the golden rays of the sun, transparent ripples suddenly emerged, interwoven with streaks of deep black. Erupting in an instant, boom, a frenzied shockwave surged downward, creating a deep chasm with a diameter of several dozen meters in the vast ocean. Raditz cried out in anguish as the boundless force relentlessly oscillated, akin to a relentless meat grinder in motion. Cursed be this bizarre technique. His visage contorted in agony, his chest marked with numerous dark bruises resembling cruel lashings. This is intolerable. The transparent fluctuations were utterly indefensible, incessantly battering his body from every conceivable angle. His arms retreated helplessly, as the might of his sinewy muscles surged like a torrential torrent. Yet, alas, in an instant, all of Raditz's defenses crumbled, as the tempestuous force, akin to a Category 9 hurricane, violently wrenched him from the ground, propelling him through the air before he crashed heavily into the depths of the ocean. This is dire. Yukong, Piccolo shouted, as Gohan stood there, utterly stunned. Gohan, quickly, move away from there. The power within you is sufficient to liberate you from the clutches of the storm. With a resounding shout, Yukong called out. However, Gohan trembled incessantly, utterly dazed and forgetting to evade. How infuriating. At this moment, he had no time to escape. To everyone's astonishment, Piccolo unexpectedly reached out and enveloped Gohan in his embrace, forcefully retreating. How vexing. To think that I would be plunged into peril because of this brat. Son Goku, you shall owe me a substantial recompense. Alas, Piccolo was a moment too late. The overwhelming force of the Shinra Tensei shattered his right arm upon mere contact. His face turned ashen, and he let out a wretched cry. The howling energy finally subsided, leaving behind a colossal pit hundreds of meters deep where Kame House once stood. As boundless seawater surged in, swiftly filling the void, Wuyin floated gently in the air, arms crossed. His gaze as tranquil as an ancient well. The power harnessed through the activation of the Rinnegan was astonishingly formidable. However, much like pain, it seemed that my Shinra Tensei had also entered a period of cooldown. Cough, cough. On a nearby small island, Goku and Master Roshi emerged from the water in disarray, with Master Roshi exclaiming in terror, "What an overwhelming force this is! Goku, your son has far surpassed you." Wukong's expression was one of astonishment. Initially, I had believed that Wuyin's Rinnegan could only be used over short distances, yet I never anticipated it could unleash such a cataclysmic explosion. That child had been holding back during our battle. Nearby, on a floating fragment of rock, Raditz crawled up with a pallid visage, his chest appearing as if it had been savagely stabbed multiple times, blood and flesh grotesquely mingled. He was panting heavily, clearly having sustained immense damage from the recent Shinra Tensei. Crack! Piccolo, with blood dripping from his right hand, hurled Gohan forcefully to the ground. It is because of you, you scoundrel, that I have lost an arm. You possess formidable power within you. Why do you stand there like a fool? Upon hearing this reprimand, Gohan began to wail uncontrollably. Wukong, standing nearby, found himself at a loss for words, for Piccolo had indeed saved Gohan's life. TCH, insufferable brat. In Wuyin's eyes glimmered a teasing glint as he regarded Raditz. You are still alive indeed. To have evaded such a widespread divine obliteration is quite an accomplishment. However, this is where your journey concludes. Coughing slightly, Raditz attempted to retort, yet the excruciating pain coursing through his body compelled him to expel another mouthful of blood. His form swayed precariously upon the ground. Though he had narrowly escaped death, he was already at the brink of exhaustion. You. Universal attraction. The resounding voice of Wuyin fell abruptly like a bell, rippling transparent waves through the void. Thunderous roars echoed as the fragmentary island began to tremble. What is this? What peculiar technique is this? Raditz found his worldview irrevocably altered. On Earth, he seemed to encounter an entirely different energy system, with intricate moves rendering him exceedingly passive. He was unable even to harness his own power. In an instant, the earth beneath him transformed the mud and sand into sharp spikes, proliferating wildly, growing abruptly in Raditz's horrified gaze. With a series of puncturing sounds, his body was riddled with countless wounds, as if he had fallen into a thicket of thorns, instantly becoming a porcupine. Crimson blood gushed forth, and Raditz's breath plummeted. Within his dark eyes flickered a glimmer of helplessness. How could this be possible? Beside him, Goku was equally astonished. What? Can that gravitational force be wielded in such a manner? Master Roshi remarked curiously. What? Wuyuin's eyes, which he referred to as the Rinnegan, possessed the potential to control both gravity and repulsion. I never imagined one could manipulate gravity to solidify the ground into stone spikes for attack. It is crucial to note that such a sudden assault offers no means of evasion. The mastery of gravitational and repulsive forces. Could that child be the reincarnation of a celestial deity? Master Roshi murmured to himself. Piccolo, feeling vexed, thought, it seems I might be the one after all. Wuyin gently released his grip, and the crystallized stone spikes gradually disintegrated, leaving Raditz staggering, yet somehow managing to support himself with his hands against the ground. The gruesome openings revealed his intestines, both small and large, in stark clarity. What? Kirin, the salted fish, exclaimed loudly, this is impossible. How can he still move after sustaining such injuries? Heh. Blood trickled from the corners of Raditz's mouth as he retorted, you ignorant fool. I, as a Saiyan, belong to a true warrior race. No matter the circumstances, I shall never relinquish my fighting spirit. In fact, I only grow stronger with each battle. The countless streams of blood shall only empower me further. The intoxicating scent of blood ignites a ferocious thirst within my heart. He stood like a gentleman, his arms gently lowered, then suddenly spread wide. Sinister veins pulsated with surging energy as a swirling mixture of red and black power began to gather in his hands. An immense wave of force emerging instantly. Destructive sky strike. With a swift motion, he brought his hands together, and a thick, crimson energy surged upwards in an explosive display, as if warping space itself, encasing Wuyin in an instant. Futile. In a hushed whisper, Wuyin proclaimed, indeed, you are unaware. My Rinnegan possesses formidable mobility. By wagering everything and unleashing my full power, you will ultimately expose your back to me. Heavenly Hand Power. A new journey begins. Previous work, Dragon Ball, unmatched in the world, 250,000 words. Chapter 9, Rinnegan, extracting memories. Heavenly Hand Power. Whoosh. In an instant, Wuyin exchanged positions with the pebbles behind Raditz, extending his right hand to form a delicate seal, as azure energy materialized in his palm. Kamehameha. With a thunderous roar, Wuyin commanded the scene, as Raditz slowly turned around in a mechanical manner, only to be engulfed by a torrent of frenzied energy in an instant. The boundless energy swiftly enveloped him entirely, as nanoscale assaults wreaked havoc upon his very cells. Moments later, the cerulean energy dissipated completely, and silence reclaimed the world. while Raditz' battered form crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. His eyes, though open, reflected a dull gray devoid of any glimmer of life. Humph. Wuyin emitted a haughty snort, descending to the earth as well. A nearby group of onlookers, merely chanting in excitement, quickly surrounded him. Wuyin, who would have thought you possessed such formidable strength? From whence did those ocular orbs of reincarnation originate? They seem to have never graced the annals of Earth's history. Does their emergence signify calamity or auspiciousness? The turtle hermit appeared to be overly concerned. Ahem. Remarkably, Raditz's heart still pulsed faintly. Fragmented tissues spewed forth from his mouth, writhing incessantly upon the ground. Do you truly believe you have triumphed? Allow me to enlighten you. The combat power detector upon my eyes also functions as a high-frequency transmitter, capable of relaying all that transpires here to my two brethren. They are genuine elite warriors, terrifying entities with combat power exceeding 10,000. They shall undoubtedly avenge me, consigning all of you to the depths of hell. Haha, I shall await you, eagerly anticipating your arrival. Suddenly, Wukong trembled in astonishment. Comrade? Saiyan. Humph. He is the prince of the Saiyans, the one most likely to ascend to the status of a Super Saiyan. There was a hint of pride in Raditz's tone. But that is not you. What is there for you to be so pleased about? Moreover, do you truly believe those Saiyans would come all this way for a mere weakling defeated by a human? Wuyin disdainfully remarked. You seem to possess a profound understanding of us. Indeed, I am but a trifling existence among the three, and the likes of Vegeta, who views the weak as mere burdens, would never deign to appear. Yet, the fact that a hybrid child of Saiyans and Earthlings harbors such formidable combat prowess is sufficient to compel Vegeta to make an appearance. That fellow is, after all, the prince of the Saiyans. Moreover, your terrifying right eye, wielding that peculiar technique known as the eye power, possesses an irresistible allure. Huh. Just 1 year. Only 1 year, until your doom arrives. With that, Raditz succumbed, breathing his last before the gathered crowd. Upon hearing this, an oppressive silence enveloped everyone. Could there truly be even stronger foes on the horizon, set to arrive in a year's time? How infuriating. After merely 5 years since the defeat of King Piccolo, would Earth once again be plunged into chaos? Krillin shouted in despair. What is there to fear? When soldiers arrive, we shall meet them with force. When water comes, we shall bury it in earth. We have a whole year ahead of us, and I am resolute in my ability to elevate my strength to unprecedented levels. Those Saiyans are nothing more than mere chickens and dogs. Wuyin scoffed. Wuyin, do not be negligent. Given Raditz's overwhelming confidence, the two adversaries approaching us are undoubtedly formidable. We must deliberate carefully. Wukong felt a tinge of frustration. He possessed no information whatsoever, nor did he have a clear objective to strive towards. Father, do you only know how to surpass the foes ahead? Wuyin retorted. Moreover, it is not as though there is an utter lack of intelligence. Wuyin gazed blankly into the void, to which Wukong and the others inquired curiously, what are you staring at? The soul. Wuyin ascended with determination, his delicate right hand gently resting upon Raditz's crown. Fortunately, the demise was recent, and the soul had yet to embark on its journey to the underworld. You claim you will await me in hell. Such thoughts are overly ambitious. I shall utilize the Rinnegan to extract your very essence, ensuring your complete obliteration from the universe. The path of the human realm. Wuyin murmured softly, as the Rinnegan emanated a peculiar wave. To Wukong's astonishment, a thick, purple liquid began to flow incessantly from Raditz's crown. His hollow eyes and gaping mouth resembled the specters one might encounter in a film. In an instant, a torrent of profound information surged into Wuyin's mind. He smiled gently. At last, he had attained it. This was the crux of Wuyin's endeavor. To traverse the cosmos, one must possess knowledge of the star maps. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to courting death. The vast, boundless universe could easily engulf one whole. Acquiring the knowledge of the cosmos from Raditz's mind was indeed the pivotal point. As for the Saiyans, they were merely a secondary concern. Vegeta. Nappa. What? Wukong inquired, puzzled. Those two Saiyan names, they are likely to arrive in about a year. Vegeta's battle power is estimated at around 20,000, while Nappa's hovers around 5,000. Battle power? Indeed. Wuyin has somewhat desecrated the remains, removing the emerald-hued power level scanner from Raditz's body. A fully grown Earthling wielding a firearm possesses a combat power of 5. Oh, father. Indeed. Excitedly, Wukong inquired, feeling a surge of exhilaration akin to that of a hunter spotting its prey. Beep. A sudden flurry of data erupted. culminating in the revelation of the final figure, 502. Hey, little ghost, what about me? Piccolo feigned arrogance, yet his eyes betrayed an unmistakable eagerness. 495. Haha. Wukong exclaimed loudly. Did you hear that, Piccolo? The results derived from data indicate that I surpass you. What a nuisance. That information is undoubtedly inaccurate. Besides, the gap of merely one Earthling is utterly negligible. Hee, the truth stands before us, and you cannot refute it. Son Wukong, seizing this point with glee, relentlessly berated Piccolo. TCH. So tedious. In a year, the Saiyans will return, and during this time, I shall undoubtedly intensify my training. Until we meet again. With that, he transformed into a radiant beam of light and vanished from sight. Wukong joyfully exclaimed, Wuyin, let us return to Baozi Mountain and cultivate together once more. Father shall undoubtedly surpass you in no time. No. Wuyin, however, outright rejected the notion. Throughout this year, I intend to wander the world, all the while enhancing my own abilities. Father, we shall meet again in a year. However, before that, I need you to assist me with a small favor. In this moment, Wuyin finally shed his haughty demeanor. Could you possibly request a leave of absence from Mother for me? She, knowing of my intention to embark on this training journey, would undoubtedly scold me mercilessly. Chapter 10. The heart is willing but the strength is lacking. Father, please ask Mother for my leave. If I were to tell her that I am going out to train, she would surely retaliate with fury. Huh. Wukong's face instantly registered alarm. No, that is absolutely out of the question. Mother would certainly believe it was my suggestion, which is utterly unacceptable. It's all right. After all, Father can endure a beating. Let us agree upon this. Wuyin gradually began to ascend into the air, thus selling Wukong out. Upon witnessing this, Wukong suddenly lunged upwards, but in the end, all he embraced was merely a branch. How despicable it is to employ celestial powers against one's own father. I shall ensure that you pay for this transgression. Wukong was seething with rage, yet in the face of Wuyin, he found himself utterly powerless. What should be done? Finally, Shinra Tensei spoke. How could I possibly know what to do? A hint of farewell glimmered in Wukong's eyes as he gradually shifted his gaze towards Wufan. Upon hearing this, Gohan was suddenly jolted, shaking his head fervently. He could never acquiesce to such a demand. Otherwise, he might find himself battered and discarded into a river, or perhaps even buried alive while still gasping for breath. There was also the terrifying possibility that his mother, clad in a black bodysuit, might sell him into a wretched existence in a dark mine, condemned to a life of solitude and despair. Master Roshi inquired, Goku, what are your plans henceforth? I shall first seek out Tien and learn the Wukong technique. Otherwise, facing Wuyin again would truly be too disadvantageous. With that, he transformed into a beam of light and vanished from sight. Master Roshi sighed deeply, pondering. That child the Saiyan was drawn here by the Rinnegan, wielding powers unfamiliar to many. I wonder if this could invite calamity upon him. All he could do was silently offer his prayers, pretending to be a sage. He slowly turned around, only to be rendered speechless, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. What? My turtle house. How could it possibly be reduced to mere fragments in the divine punishment? Where shall I rest my head now? Yet, Krillin felt as if he had forgotten something crucial. Suddenly, he was jolted from his thoughts by a series of desperate cries from the sea. Hey, help, please save me. I'm about to freeze to death. In an instant, he remembered Ms. Bulma. As Wuyin leisurely soared through the sky, he observed the bustling throng below, filled with laughter and playful banter. Towering skyscrapers stood in a magnificent array, while the incessant flow of traffic created a vibrant tapestry of urban life. The intricate design of the bustling overpasses formed a breathtaking pattern, akin to a celestial knot. Since his rebirth, he had yet to truly explore this world. His mother had always confined him to the confines of Baozi Mountain, preventing his escapades. Upon landing, he clutched substantial skewers of grilled meat in both hands, the metal skewers threatening to pierce his skin. Since his revival, he had never experienced such comfort. Gazing at the splendid world around him, he felt his neck nearly twisting into a pretzel. As for financial concerns, it sufficed to seek out those small ruffians and engage in a dialogue that transcended the physical and the emotional. He had visited nearly every entertainment venue imaginable, arcades, cinemas, and bars. The following day, he emerged from a bathhouse, taking strides as though he were a stranger to his own kin. This place indeed concealed mysteries. Alas, though his heart was willing, his strength fell short. Even as a Saiyan, imbued with explosive power, he found himself unable to accelerate the growth of his small companion. Enough. It is time to focus. To truly refine himself, he needed to seek out a master of great experience. On Earth, the only individual capable of matching his prowess was Piccolo. With determination, he activated his Rinnegan's repulsion and transformed into a wisp of light, ascending toward the heights of the Yun's bit. Perhaps due to the descent of a divine spacecraft, Piccolo had been in seclusion at Yun's bit since his defeat by Goku. This northernmost region of Earth exhibited stark temperature fluctuations, its perpetual chill rendering the world frozen in time. Yet, due to Piccolo's presence, the ozone had dissipated, making this locale a bastion of intense ultraviolet radiation. Only in such harsh conditions could one truly hone their abilities. As he gazed upon the endless expanse of frozen Earth, Wuyin mused, "Is it to the northwest? Oh, is that a surge of energy I sense? It seems my displayed strength is rather difficult to accept." Huh. Piccolo's voice thundered, his surroundings emanating white ripples, a tangible manifestation of his concentrated energy. With arms outstretched like a great rock, the ground quaked violently, and the world descended into chaos. The ancient ice, frozen for a millennium, shattered completely, transforming into countless fragments that melted into the icy ocean below. Panting heavily, Piccolo's face glistened with sweat, cascading like a river. Utilizing his energy to obliterate the harsh environment dozens of meters away, particularly the millennia-old permafrost, was an arduous task indeed. A flicker of defiance shone in his eyes. No, relying solely on this will never allow me to surpass the son of Son Goku. That fellow. With his fists tightly clenched, Piccolo recalled the figure resembling a god of war. The formidable Raditz had been utterly powerless in his presence. The enigmatic Rinnegan could even absorb a person's soul, a terrifying notion indeed. "Hey, Uncle Piccolo." Upon hearing this voice, Piccolo furrowed his brow, feeling a profound discomfort. He could not recall having any relatives. However, when he looked up, he was met with the insufferable child, causing his inner turmoil to surge almost instantaneously. "What brings you here? I certainly do not welcome your presence. I have come to train with you," Wuyin stated plainly. "Train? I suspect you are here merely to mock me, son of Son Goku, wielding such immense power to humiliate me from a position of victory," Piccolo retorted scornfully. "You know very well that I harbor no such intentions. As the great demon king from 3 centuries past, you possess an abundance of combat experience, which is precisely what I lack. Your strength may not be sufficient, but training with me can rectify that." Humph. Piccolo lowered his gaze slightly. Within his green palm, an infinite sharpness coalesced, causing the air around to tremble with a low hum. A searing golden light erupted, akin to a blade of energy, its piercing essence radiating outward, etching deep gashes into the frozen surface. "I will have you train." He surged towards Wuyin like a gust of wind, arm outstretched, and as he drew near, he thrust forward with sudden ferocity. The clash of metal rang out, a thunderous roar that enveloped the surroundings in a colossal repulsive force, causing the solidified energy blade to disintegrate as swiftly as tofu. Boom. Piccolo's body crashed into the ground, carving a straight line in his wake. Shall we begin now? Chapter 11. The Transformation of Piccolo. Witnessing the sharp energy blade shatter like tofu before him, Piccolo could not help but be momentarily stunned. Was this the repulsive force displayed during his battle with Raditz? That wondrous ability of the eyes. Truly, the heavens have been generous to you. May I assume you intend to commence our training now? Wuyin feigned innocence, spreading his hands and softly uttering, "Drink." However, Piccolo paid no heed. With a light tap of his foot, he twisted his waist and charged straight towards Wuyin once more. His fist, imbued with a fierce aura, transformed into an open palm in an instant as he closed the distance. Bang! 2 muffled grunts echoed as Wuyin swiftly waved his hands, absorbing the overwhelming force entirely. His knees suddenly bent, and with a powerful thrust, he propelled upward. Boom! The impact landed squarely on Piccolo's abdomen. His back arched dramatically, ripples of white energy exploding in the air. Wow! Piccolo staggered back, sinking to the ground and beginning to retch. Thankfully, Wuyin refrained from pressing the advantage. His training was solely to absorb Piccolo's combat experience. He held a certain admiration for this decisive warrior, though outwardly opposing Sun Wukong. It was Piccolo who ultimately saved Son Gohan at the most critical moment of the Shinran celestial battle. Ziz. Slowly, Piccolo brought his fingers together, placing them on his forehead as golden electricity began to swirl energetically. Special beam cannon. The spiraling, Formidable energy erupted from his hand, the golden force howling as it tore through the frozen earth beneath. The world trembled with a resonant hum. With a cold laugh, Wuyin remarked, "Since you are aware of my ability to wield repulsive force, why engage in these futile attacks? Not even a hint of feigned aggression?" "Humph." Piccolo spat out a mouthful of purple blood and retorted disdainfully. "Huh." His eyes fixed upon the golden radiance. He abruptly raised his hand as the magic convergence light cannon astonishingly split into two streams, one advancing and the other retreating, encircling Wuyin in a pincer maneuver. The two surging energies, racing towards him, created a precise 10-second time gap. During your battle with Raditz, you repeatedly employed that repulsive force. Yet not once did you do so within 5 seconds. I firmly believe that even with those peculiar eyes, sustaining such spatial energy is beyond your reach. I conservatively estimate you can manage it for no more than 10 seconds. This time, will you not fall prey?" Wuyin was momentarily taken aback. Merely by observing my battle with Raditz from the shadows, he had already deduced a portion of the abilities of the Rinnegan. To maintain such clarity of mind, even in a position of complete disadvantage. "Piccolo, you truly are remarkable." Even though his combat prowess may not surpass that of Wuyin, he holds a genuine admiration for Piccolo. Boom, boom. Two explosive sounds reverberated across the ground, and a mushroom cloud suddenly emerged, plunging the world into chaos and clamor. "Huh." Amidst the smoke, a figure abruptly surged forth, its speed nearly transforming it into a streak of icy brilliance. A powerful punch struck with ferocity. Bang, bang. The air was filled with muffled groans as white ripples continuously expanded, the millennia-old frozen ground shattering under the onslaught. The entire sky seemed to have transformed into the grand stage of this fierce battle. The reincarnation eye of Wuyin flickers, continuously recording Piccolo's assaults. As the pinnacle of ocular techniques within the Naruto universe, it is indeed capable of simple inscription. In fact, a mere glance is sufficient for the complete imitation of the magical light cannon. In the depths of his heart, Wuyin continuously marveled at the fact that every move from Piccolo struck at his vital points. However, the locations of these vital points are exceedingly dispersed across the human body. Yet he executed his attacks with an effortless grace akin to flowing water. This was undoubtedly a demonstration of exceptional combat experience, starkly contrasting with Wuyin's brute force approach. As time passed within the throes of battle, 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, thunderous clashes echoed as two ethereal lights collided in the sky, shattering the ground beneath them. Frigid shards of ice were drawn upwards, only to be fragmented by the expanding force. After what felt like an eternity, tranquility settled in. The wind whistled softly as Piccolo lay on the ground, gazing up at the heavens, breathing heavily. Wuyin approached gracefully, a crystalline lotus in hand. "Uncle Piccolo, your words ring true. At the pinnacle of the Yunza Bid Highlands, I indeed discovered the jade palace left behind by ancient beings. The towering Huabiao supports the Changluo Basin, from which pure dew cascades, nurturing the pristine white snow lotus of the jade palace below. This has greatly facilitated our recovery by absorbing the essence of heaven and earth." Wuyin kindled a fire upon the ground, employing the skills nestled within Raditz's mind to commence his culinary endeavor. Before long, an aromatic fragrance wafted through the air. Piccolo cast a fleeting glance, a subtle smirk gracing his lips, followed by a soft huff. This sensation appears rather pleasing. Is this the essence of daily life for Sun Wukong and his companions? After indulging in the meal, the two reclined comfortably on the ground, patting their distended bellies in contentment. Suddenly, Wuyin spoke. "Uncle Piccolo, I have been training for 3 months now, and continuing this way will not significantly enhance my combat prowess. I plan to move on to the next destination. Are you leaving?" Piccolo murmured, and for some inexplicable reason, the once tyrannical and merciless King Piccolo felt a twinge of melancholy within him. "Indeed, during this period, my own combat strength has remarkably increased. However, soon you will have absorbed all my battle experiences, and from that point on, it would be I who hinders your progress." Piccolo rose to his feet, stating, "You are a unique individual. You are the first to actively seek friendship with me and share my life. For that, I owe you my gratitude." A faint blush crept across his cheeks, clearly indicating his embarrassment in expressing such sentiments. "Rest assured, Uncle Piccolo, I will return to seek you out. This is not a farewell for eternity. Should I acquire superior training equipment, I will certainly share it with you, ensuring you do not fall too far behind my father." Piccolo smiled faintly, inquiring, So, where do you intend to go next? I am off to find the Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai? Huh. Piccolo's eyes betrayed his disdain. What a joke. In the past, King Piccolo and the Supreme Kai shared a common ideology. Everything he left to me, his experiences, are entirely applicable to my own. What he could impart to you is merely the wealth of knowledge he acquired during the era of the Supreme Kai. Yet your current combat prowess far exceeds his. Such trivialities are best left aside. Are you attempting to retain me? Wuyin raised an eyebrow and teased. Nonsense. How could I ever entertain such thoughts? I merely offer you a piece of advice. Piccolo hastily concealed his unusual expression and retorted loudly. Fear not. I am simply seeking a more formidable individual through the Supreme Kai. I shall not linger in the realm of the deities for long. Who cares about you? Piccolo replied with a haughty air. By the way, you have already learned the flight technique from me. Although the Rinnegan is powerful, it is still not as convenient for flying as the flight technique. Do not take those unnecessary detours in the future. Understood. Wuyin nodded earnestly. Farewell, Uncle Piccolo. The 12th chapter, The True Test of Master Karen. Wuyin soared into the sky, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He was pleasantly surprised to see Piccolo display such an expression of reluctance. It seemed the efforts of their recent time together had yielded quite favorable results. Haha. In an instant, a white ethereal glow materialized, cleaving the azure sky and the white clouds asunder. Wuyin moved with astonishing speed, reaching the western rainforest within mere minutes, where a civilization reminiscent of the Maya thrived. Amidst this verdant expanse, a magnificent tower, entirely constructed of marble, soared skyward, its straight form extending into the clouds. Adjacent to it, exquisite carvings adorned with luxurious white jade displayed intricate patterns. As Wuyin opened his eyes to behold what appeared to be the illustrious achievements of the divine beings from generations past, the stone carvings? Indeed, they represented a rather opulent architectural endeavor. Boom! With a gentle touch of his feet, Wuyin unleashed a breath that spiraled beneath him, and in an instant, he surged forth like an arrow released from its bow, soaring into the heavens. The scenery around him transformed incessantly, and Wuyin believed his speed of flight to be unparalleled. Yet, after 1 minute, then 10, and even after an hour of unwavering effort, he still found no sight of the tower's pinnacle. Wuyin was perplexed. According to his own pace, he should have long surpassed the diameter of the earth. Could it be that the height of Kalinta has transcended the earth itself? This is inconceivable. Even the divine realm exists within the earth's atmosphere. Could it be due to the nature of space? Yet, how could the deities residing on earth possibly create such an extensive distortion of space? Wuyin was perplexed. After a while, the air began to thin, and the speed of flight gradually decreased. Time seemed to accelerate. An hour passed, then 2. Despite such an extensive journey, the edge remained elusive. Could it be that the height of this Karinta was astonishingly immense? Another hour elapsed, and within the cycle of his vision, he appeared to catch a glimpse of a peculiar light. Just as Wuyin was engulfed in confusion, a tiny black dot slowly emerged into view. Wuyin exhaled a breath of murky air. At last, I have reached the pinnacle of the tower. With a gentle leap, he found himself in the center, facing a plump white cat that stood upright, grasping a wooden staff twice his height. The scene was rather incongruous. The white cat spoke. I am Carlin, a celestial being from Earth. I am aware of your intentions for coming here, yet meeting the divine is no simple feat. You must first endure my trial. A trial? Do you mean to capture you? Wuyin inquired, perplexed. Carlin, with narrowed eyes, displayed a flicker of astonishment, but ultimately shook his head. Your strength far surpasses mine. Such an endeavor would be futile. After a brief pause, he continued, would you care to try the divine water? It is an exceedingly perilous substance, fraught with lethal toxins. Should you fail to withstand its potency, you shall surely meet your doom. However, should you survive, a significant portion of your latent potential will be unleashed instantaneously, greatly enhancing your combat prowess. There was a hint of pride in Carlin's tone, for this was indeed the most precious treasure atop Carlin Tower. And what is this trial you speak of? The trial pertains to the mind. Beneath the tower's summit lies a connection to another realm, akin to a world within a mirror. It has the capacity to fully awaken the malevolence that resides within one's heart. Only by passing this trial can the likelihood of surviving the divine water increase substantially. Would you care to attempt it? Absolutely not. Wuyin resolutely rejected the notion, unwilling to expose his secrets before another, especially the reason for his arrival in this world. Very well. Carlin retrieved a tattered, goose-necked bottle from the ruins. And as he shook it, a soft, trickling sound emerged from within. This contains the divine water. Have you pondered your decision? If you cannot endure the toxin, there will be no escape for you. No method will save you. Indeed. Wuyin nodded heavily, recognizing that there was no method, only in name. His Rinnegan could sustain an alternative form of resurrection, and even the Dragon Balls could achieve revival. The perspective of Master Karen was somewhat narrow. Moreover, as a proud Saiyan, Wuyin never entertained the notion of failure on his path to power. Gulp, gulp. He swallowed several mouthfuls in swift succession. However, the viscous liquid became lodged in his throat. A searing sensation surged through his abdomen, ultimately converging upon his heart. An agonizing pain struck him instantaneously. Wuyin let out a piercing scream, collapsing to the ground and rolling in agony. Every cell in his body was racked with excruciating pain, a sensation akin to being gnawed upon by a multitude of ants, intertwining into a torment reminiscent of slow dismemberment. It felt as though a sharp blade were incessantly scraping across his heart, gradually stripping away the flesh from his body. This anguish, emanating from deep within, could only be resisted through the sheer force of his will. Waves of intense pain surged over him like a relentless tide, threatening to obliterate his final coherent thoughts. Wuyin understood that as soon as he succumbed to slumber, he would undoubtedly meet his demise without a grave to call his own. Creak, creak. His weary hands gradually clenched, and the marble floor was marred by 10 crimson streaks, fresh blood gushing forth from beneath his nails. An hour passed. 2 hours. He remained ensnared in torment, his once sharp voice dwindling to a near inaudible whisper. How infuriating! His heart was ensnared in a tumult of anguish, the dizziness and pain wrought by suffocation intertwining with a searing ache throughout his body. A pool of sweat cascaded swiftly. After an indeterminate period, Wuyin finally succumbed to utter exhaustion. The solid weight lodged in his throat transformed into a warm current, gradually soothing his weary insides. This child, he truly persevered? Indeed, he is the son of Sun Wukong. I had presumed that the one possessing that peculiar eye, imbued with soul power, was undoubtedly a malevolent fiend from the underworld. It appears my estimation was flawed. Though he is proud and fiercely formidable, his heart remains inherently kind. Master Karen sighed softly. In truth, the super divine water is a lethal poison for those with wicked hearts, which constitutes the true trial he spoke of. Only by overcoming this challenge can one behold the celestial beings. Gradually, a formidable aura began to emanate from Wuyin, his combat prowess steadily ascending. Sensing the comforting sensation, Wuyin succumbed to a deep slumber. Child, upon awakening, your strength shall rise significantly. It seems I have discovered yet another guardian of Earth. Master Karen stroked his non-existent beard, chuckling gently. Chapter 13, Not Quite Fair. Beneath the inverted, dense galaxy of stars, a gentle breeze wafted persistently. The piercing cold made Wuyin shudder abruptly. Slowly, his tightly shut lashes fluttered, and his luminous eyes gradually opened. That purple reincarnation eye glimmered with an unusual radiance. What is this? He exerted himself gently, rising to his feet, feeling an explosive power within his body, prompting him to exclaim in astonishment. Congratulations. Master Karen maintained his harmless smile, speaking melodiously. You have passed my trial, and your strength has undergone a remarkable ascent. Everything here has long been thoroughly scavenged by you. You may now proceed to meet the celestial beings. Has he truly issued an eviction notice? Wuyin felt a tad bewildered, but he quickly shook his head. There is still one thing that I hold dear. What is it? Wuyin began to stroll atop the tower. Amidst a heap of discarded refuse, where he finally stumbled upon a canister of celestial beans. At first glance, it was densely packed with no fewer than several thousand beans. When Sun Wukong first ascended, there had been tens of thousands, yet that scoundrel Yakalob had the audacity to consume them as if they were mere candies, reducing their quantity to a mere tenth. The thought of this made Wuyin grit his teeth in frustration. The celestial beans, a miraculous artifact capable of instantly restoring all injuries, had been so recklessly squandered by one individual, to the point where the Z warriors were compelled to treat them as precious treasures in their subsequent battles. Crunch. Wuyin placed a magical bean into his mouth, and it instantly transformed into a warm flow that merged with his heart, rejuvenating his previously empty body in an instant. He clenched his fists and let out a thunderous roar, a tremendous and fierce aura erupting from within him. The wild energy shattered the ground beneath him, causing the entire tower's summit to tremble. What? This power? Master Carlin shouted anxiously. Wuyin, quickly stop, or the Carlin Tower will sustain damage. My apologies. I momentarily lost my sense of humility. Wuyin gently touched the back of his head, his face flushed with embarrassment, as it was his first experience with such matters. You rascal. Never mind. Master Karen waved his hand lightly, resembling a creature of extraordinary power. At merely 4 years of age, his innate strength had already surpassed the heavens, eclipsing that of his father. After consuming the super divine water, all the accumulated power would erupt, heralding a significant surge in his combat prowess. I can scarcely imagine the heights you will ultimately achieve, Master Karen mused. At that moment, Wuyin suddenly furrowed his brow, recalling something, and in an elevated tone inquired, Master Karen, just how tall is the Karen Tower? Why did it take me so long to reach the end? Haha. Master Karen seemed somewhat proud at that moment. Did you not realize? What do you mean? You arrived at Karen Tower at noon. If you truly flew for 6 hours, it should have been evening by the time you consumed the super divine water, yet you slept for 6 hours and woke up to find it was still just night. The flow of time was evidently amiss. Indeed, Wuyin suddenly experienced an epiphany. No wonder he had always sensed a peculiar disturbance within his Rinnegan. It was, in fact, the irregular flow of time. Carlin approached the edge and remarked, I am uncertain as to why this peculiar flow of time occurs. But this strange force is confined to a mere meter surrounding the Carlin Tower. Perhaps it is the doing of the previous deities. The power to influence time is truly astonishing. Well, I have nothing to offer you here. Once you ascend, do not forget to greet the celestial deity. Indeed, I understand. Thank you, Immortal Carlin. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot. Take this with you. Immortal Carlin tossed a bell from his robe. I believe the celestial deity is already aware of your impending arrival. However, without the Rui staff to connect the divine realm and the Carlin Tower, it is absolutely impossible for you to ascend vertically. This bell, known as the Wind Death Bell, is impervious to the influence of wind, regardless of how you move. It will always point directly towards the divine realm. I trust this will be of assistance to you. Oh, Wuyin adapted after a few attempts, and the bell displayed a pristine golden hue, radiating a spectrum of dazzling light even in the night. Indeed, no matter where he went, the bell steadfastly pointed towards a direction high in the sky. Such a divine object truly exists? A glimmer of malice flickered in Wuyin's eyes. It appears that Carinta is indeed a concealed dragon among tigers. The immortal Carinta immediately felt a twinge of unease. It's merely a simple application of gravitational force, trivial for a celestial being. There is nothing suitable for you here. Do ascend swiftly. Haha. Wuyin chuckled softly as he retrieved a pouch from his bosom, filling it to the brim with celestial beans. Feeling the weighty burden, a smile finally graced his lips, and in a flash, he vanished from sight. I misspoke. This fellow is distinctly different from Yukong. He is rather unscrupulous. The howling wind swirled around him as Wuyin followed the guidance of the bell, soaring through the skies. Before long, a profound darkness loomed above, an oppressive mass that seemed to engulf the atmosphere. Crackling sounds filled the air as azure lightning flickered within, boiling to life the moment Wuyin entered its realm. In an instant, jagged bolts of lightning converged, transforming into a fearsome dragon-like serpent that lunged menacingly towards him. A dark spot suddenly appeared on his arm, causing Wuyin to falter momentarily, a sharp, tingling sensation coursing through him. Curse it, that stung a bit. He darted through the tempest of intertwining lightning, moving with the agility of a nimble monkey, up, down, left, and right, like a gentle stream, effortlessly evading the onslaught of electric fury. Suddenly, to Wuyin's astonishment, the roaring lightning wove together in the air, forming a monstrous dragon head with a body composed of immense energy. All the bolts coalesced into a towering thunder dragon, with bolts of lightning swirling around it, distorting the very fabric of space. What on earth is that? The pupils of Wuyin contracted sharply. The lightning beneath the divine realm had seemingly developed a consciousness of its own, capable of summoning a powerful thunder dragon to autonomously expel intruders from the divine domain. A resounding roar, reminiscent of ancient beasts, erupted from his mouth, and a flicker of frenzy flashed in the luminous eyes of the thunder dragon. Ultimately, it charged fiercely towards Wuyin. Chapter 14. The Divine Commission. Mere foolish bolts of gathered lightning. Do you truly believe that such a triviality can vanquish me? Your arrogance is utterly unfounded. Wuyin extended a solitary hand, gripping firmly. As a sound akin to a resounding bell reverberated through the air, the celestial attraction, waves of white ripples intertwined endlessly within the fabric of reality. Crackle. Thunder erupted violently in the heavens, drawn together by the force of gravity. Wuyin ascended into the heavens, his hand forcefully plunging within. The frantic electric current pulsated rapidly in his grasp, unable to escape the grip of gravity. Ziz. The small arms of Wuyin displayed an extraordinary strength, effortlessly twisting the roaring thunder dragon into a chaotic tangle. How remarkable! Wuyin exhaled sharply, forcefully smashing the thunderball down like a volleyball. At this moment, all the dark clouds dissipated completely, revealing a clear sky. The brilliant stars in the Milky Way reappeared before Wuyin's eyes. In an instant, he transformed into a ray of light, surging upwards with great speed. Carinta, the immortal Carlin, stared blankly at the sky. A figure as intriguing as this emerged in the world. One could only wonder how the gods would respond to him. That enigmatic reincarnation, could it be a mere happenstance? The power that entices souls was held by a being from the earthly realm. What could be the reason behind this? He gazed upward, and suddenly, a celestial being was swallowed. What is that? His slightly narrowed eyes widened instantly, and every hair on his body stood on end. The power of gathered lightning. How could it descend here? The bolt of lightning flung by Wuyin struck directly upon Carlin's head. Crackle. Instantly, the scent of burning filled the air, and his once pristine white hair turned jet black. Carlin stood dazed for a moment before collapsing to the ground. Truly, divine justice has descended. A brilliant ghostly light suddenly surged into the air, and a semicircular divine realm, several kilometers in diameter, floated before Wuyin. Intricate patterns, exquisite sculptures, intertwined in red and white, emanated an aura of grandeur. Wuyin floated upwards, greeted by a divine path formed by 8 trees, and not far away stood a majestic temple. The architecture, reminiscent of the Baroque style, exuded an ancient charm interspersed with a hint of vibrancy. A dark figure loomed before Wuyin, the night illuminated only by a pair of bright eyes and crimson lips. Clad in attire reminiscent of an Indian, with a red vest, white trousers, cloth shoes, and adorned with an Arab-style cap, the figure spoke. Welcome. Surprised by this presence, Wuyin remarked on his own strength. Yet the figure exhibited no hint of trepidation in his tone. A subtle aura of killing intent began to emanate from Wuyin. Suddenly, the figure blinked and vanished, reappearing dozens of meters away. Divine servant, Mr. Bobo? He inquired. Esteemed guest, such probing is unnecessary. Bobo can sense the feigned killing intent within you, the figure replied. Feigned? You can perceive that? Wuyin questioned. Bobo is capable of discerning your true intentions through the vibrations of the mind, the shadowy figure stated gently, his round eyes still devoid of any luminescence. Mind, vibrations? The complexity of humanity lies within the heart, and yet you can see through it? It is merely a subtle application of breath. Your aura intertwines with the surrounding environment. When you reveal your killing intent, the nearby trees exhibit no reaction. This is sufficient to conclude that all you have displayed is an illusion. You? Wuyin exclaimed in astonishment. How does one acquire such a capability? It is simply a matter of accumulation. Bobo's combat prowess pales in comparison to yours, making it relatively easier to connect one's aura with the cosmos. Moreover, this skill does not enhance one's combat abilities. Your Rinnegan can ensnare others in illusions at any moment, unraveling their innermost thoughts. In comparison, what Bobo accomplishes is merely superficial. That is indeed true, Wuyin reflected, acknowledging the terrifying amplification of his combat prowess due to the Rinnegan. Esteemed guest, the celestial deity awaits you inside. Please, follow me. The temple appeared diminutive, even less grand than Bulma's abode. However, within, the rooms were intricately arranged, housing enigmatic entities such as the Spirit Time Room, where remarkable talents lay hidden. Esteemed guest, welcome to your arrival. As Wuyin stepped into the room, a hoarse voice echoed forth. A figure emerged slowly from the shadows, its green skin resembling that of a standing slug. The aura it exuded was meticulously restrained, yet its piercing gaze continuously scrutinized Wuyin, starkly contrasting with Piccolo. Within it resided a grandeur that encompassed the world. Celestial being, Wuyin whispered, from the moment of your inception, I have been aware of you. Those enigmatic eyes of yours have piqued my interest ever more as your abilities have been unveiled. The mere control of gravitational and repulsive forces could easily be deemed the eye of God without a hint of exaggeration. I do not comprehend the emergence of such an eye that utterly disrupts the balance of the world, yet I sincerely hope that you will wield it wisely, safeguarding this beautiful planet. That is certainly the case. Wuyin stamped his foot and pounded his chest, proclaiming loudly that the reincarnation eye is merely a tool, and he has never harbored any intentions of destroying the earth. The celestial being nodded slightly. Esteemed guest, I have discerned your purpose. Your strength surpasses mine, and what I deem as my ultimate technique is, in your eyes, insignificant. However, I possess the power to communicate with the underworld, and I believe you intend to utilize me to seek out Lord of the Realm. Am I correct? Wuyin did not conceal his thoughts, gently nodding in agreement. How candid. The celestial being remarked with nonchalance. I will not refuse, yet I hope you can grant me a favor in return. Consider it a condition of our exchange. Observing the pensive expression on Wu Yan's face, the celestial being realized the misunderstanding and hastily clarified. Esteemed guest, I harbor no intentions of coercion. Even if you decline, I shall ensure your passage to the underworld. This task may be formidable for me, yet it is exceedingly simple for you. Wuyin pondered for a moment. Is it related to Uncle Piccolo? The wise child. The deity was taken aback for a moment, then praised a perfect physique, coupled with unparalleled intelligence, along with the exceptional Rinnegan. I eagerly anticipate the heights you may ultimately reach. Indeed, it pertains to Piccolo. Without a doubt, the deity asserted decisively. 3 centuries ago, due to a fleeting moment of thought, I inadvertently transformed the darkness within into a tangible entity, resulting in a colossal demon wreaking havoc upon the earth. My long-held desire has been to eradicate him completely. Initially, my plan was to cultivate stronger humans to vanquish him. However, after encountering your father, Sun Wukong, I experienced a change of heart. Perhaps I could directly reform Piccolo, thereby augmenting Earth's combat prowess once more. And you are the only human capable of interacting with him calmly, having coexisted for such an extended period. Astonishingly, you even developed a sense of attachment. It astonishes me. Piccolo merely inherited his father's malevolence, yet he has hidden himself in the clouds of the bitter heights, entirely oblivious to the essence of evil. He may not even comprehend the concept of wickedness. Perhaps, by allowing him to experience the warmth of humanity, we can completely transform his twisted heart. This requires a catalyst, and perhaps only you can fulfill this role. The deity gazed intently at Wuyin, a hint of nostalgia in his tone. Only in this way can I rest easy and eventually entrust all my power to him. Rest assured. Wuyin nodded gently. Even if you did not express it, I would undoubtedly take this course of action. Excellent. A radiant smile appeared on the deity's weathered face. Now, I shall fulfill my promise. Grasp my hand, and I shall lead you to the underworld. Remember, despite your immense power, you cannot defy Lord Yen Mo's laws. In that realm, his authority is nearly absolute. Do not speak recklessly, understand? The deity's mind trembled as he recalled that in his memories, Sun Wukong was rather outspoken. He hoped Wuyin had not inherited that troublesome trait. Whoosh! A golden light flashed instantaneously, and the two vanished from sight. The underworld, contrary to the eerie hell depicted in people's imaginations, was enveloped in a serene golden glow. Clouds floated in the air, resembling cotton candy, soft and fluffy. They emanated a refreshing fragrance. Accompanied by a gentle breeze, this scent wafted into the soul's bodies, calming even the most restless spirits instantly. A long marble pathway winds through the center, bustling with activity. Thunderous sounds reverberate in the sky as the figures of the celestial beings and Wu Yin materialize. Come, I shall take you to meet King Yen. Bringing a living human here without permission could cost me my skin. Strangely, Wu Yin perceives that the celestial being harbors no desire to meet the king of hell. The underworld remains relatively prosperous, even adhering to certain laws reminiscent of the realm of the living. For instance, souls must queue orderly, ultimately yielding to the right. A blue demon, adorned with 2 horns and a disheveled vest, brandishes a megaphone, loudly proclaiming, "Attention! Ahead lies the palace of Lord Yen, where the judgment of your lives will take place, ultimately determining whether you descend into hell or ascend to paradise. Those destined for paradise need not rush. What is meant for you shall not elude your grasp. And for those facing damnation, do not entertain any delusions. In the underworld, no matter how powerful you may be, you cannot escape the grasp of Lord Yen. Everyone must comply." Wu Yin was rendered speechless. This statement seemed to carry an underlying hint of menace. The celestial deity remarked, "Old King Yen is rather miserly. You must understand, Even the kindest of souls can be cast into hell for a single word that fails to align with their desires. Exercise utmost caution in his presence. At the terminus of the divine realm stood a palace crowned with a heavy eaves and a hipped roof, dwarfed in comparison to the grandeur of the Ming dynasty's forbidden city. The celestial deity led Wuyin inside, where a massive square wooden table dominated the space, at which sat an imposing figure clad in a blue suit, with an unkempt beard and a sign indicating he was at work before him, a figure exuding authority. The celestial deity approached stealthily, akin to a mouse before a cat, and uttered, "Esteemed Lord Yin, I am smack." Before he could finish, the giant slammed his palm onto the table. "Who are you to dare cut in line? Furthermore, you defy the orders of Lord King and have brought a mortal here without permission. State your name. I shall cast you into hell." And no. The celestial deity hastily waved his hands. "Lord Yin, I am the celestial deity of Earth. I merely brought this individual to meet Lord King." The celestial deity of Earth? King Yin pondered for a moment, recalling that it had indeed been a long time since their last encounter. Even if our relationship is amiable, it does not excuse your transgression against divine law. Moreover, he is but a mere child. Lord King? Pray, do not jest. He may well plunge directly into the snake path. The celestial deity insisted, "No, do not be deceived by his youth. This child is the mightiest figure on earth. He has vanquished the fearsome Saiyan Raditz. His accomplishments are ample justification for an audience with Lord King. I beseech you to exercise leniency." The celestial deity fidgeted nervously, and Wuyin swore he had never anticipated such a demeanor from the otherwise solemn deity. "Upon completion, I shall offer you this sum." The celestial deity formed a hand gesture representing 5. King Yin appeared somewhat tempted. 7. Deal. The celestial deity declared with unwavering resolve. "Very well, Blue Ghost. Escort them to the snake path." Celestial deity, you are aware of the rules, are you not? Aside from this child, you must not set foot on the snake path. I understand. Upon leaving King Yan's chamber, the celestial deity exhaled a sigh of relief. This fellow is indeed difficult to handle. "I have heard you, celestial deity of Earth." King Yan's voice resounded like a thunderous bell from the heavens, causing the celestial deity to experience a moment of ringing in his ears. "My apologies." The celestial deity immediately knelt, exclaiming loudly. Riding in a roaring sports car, the celestial deity, Wuyin, and Blue Ghost sped along the winding road. Curious, Wuyin inquired. "Celestial being, what exactly are the 5 entities you mentioned? Are you aware of the situation where King Chu favored slender waist while many palace maidens perished from hunger? The realm king delights in those cold quips, and even Yama must curry favor. Yet he himself cannot depart from the underworld, relying solely on our filial piety. Other planets remain uncivilized, lagging far behind Earth. Thus, those trinkets we deem worthless hold great significance in the eyes of Yama. However, I too feign hardship daily, claiming I possess little. After all, a steady flow is the essence, wouldn't you agree?" A glimmer of mischief danced across the celestial being's face, reminiscent of a child at play. Wuyin suddenly grasped. So even hell has its bureaucrats. Chapter 16, A Rustic Fool. Upon hearing Wuyuin's retort, the celestial being merely rolled his eyes in exasperation. Nevertheless, he was not mistaken. Such deceitful behavior indeed mirrored that of officials from feudal times. Moments later, amidst the roar of a speeding car, they finally arrived at the serpent path. Before them stood a colossal serpent's head, its cavernous maw agape, and its sharp teeth appeared ready to strip flesh with the slightest provocation. Behind them, an endless winding path disappeared into golden clouds. The Blue Ghost introduced. "This is the serpent path. The farthest we can go is here. It is crucial to understand that lower deities are strictly forbidden from privately visiting the Realm King. The serpent path stretches approximately 1 million kilometers. With the underworld below, should one fall, they would truly be destined for eternal reincarnation. So good luck." Suddenly, the celestial being approached bashfully, rubbing his hands together with a rather lewd expression. Having spent less than an hour with this individual, the once majestic image of the celestial being had completely shattered in Wuyuin's mind. "When you meet the Realm King, please mention me, so I might gain some face. I beg of you." "All right, I understand." Seeing the hopeful gleam in the celestial being's eyes, Wuyin could only acquiesce gently. "Okay." The celestial being surprisingly gestured an okay sign. With a roar, the engine ignited, and the two were immediately engulfed in a cloud of dust. Whoosh! Wuyin transformed into a radiant beam of light. As white ripples suddenly spread outwards, instantly merging into the auspicious clouds. However, Sun Wukong had traversed the serpentine path for a full 6 months. Even if he had mastered the art of flight, it was unlikely he would arrive in a brief span of time. Wuyin had already made his preparations. Yet as the monotonous passage of time slowly unfolded, he found himself grappling with impatience. 1 day, 2 days, 10 days, a month, each day passed at an astonishing speed. Even utilizing spatial displacement through the power of celestial manipulation, yet after an entire month, he still had not glimpsed the borders. Suddenly, it dawned on him why the blue ghost had said reportedly. Who could truly ascertain if it was indeed 1,000,000 kilometers? Wuyin voraciously devoured the surrounding auspicious clouds, mumbling indistinctly, "How vexing. This tasteless substance cannot possibly satiate my hunger. I find myself yearning for the fragrant rice my mother used to prepare," albeit with the occasional speck of mouse droppings. Beneath the serpentine path, the golden clouds concealed an unfathomable terror of relentless lightning. These were all barriers to the abyss. A mere accidental descent would lead one directly into the depths of hell. The howling lightning would utterly obliterate your flesh into smithereens. Wuyin embarked on his protracted journey once more. However, due to his frequent overexertion of vitality, he had managed to amass a considerable amount of it during this period. It was, to some extent, a modest achievement. As time gradually flowed by, after a full 2 days, the dark spot amidst the golden hue was perfectly captured by Wu Yan's gaze. Gazing at the auspicious clouds daily had rendered him nearly bored to tears. It was no wonder that the solitary king of the northern realm had developed a fondness for such dry humor. With a few exclamations of delight escaping his lips, Wuyin reached the terminus of the serpentine path, his eyes fixed on the sky. There, a quaint celestial body floated, its diameter so diminutive that he could almost discern all of its edifices at a single glance. It housed merely a domed structure, a garage, and an antique automobile, the sputtering engine suggesting it had been there for quite some time. With a determined leap, he was swiftly ensnared by the formidable gravitational pull, plummeting directly onto the minuscule planet. A sudden wave of pressure enveloped his body, stretching his cells and tissues. Was this the sensation of tenfold gravity? Wuyin scrutinized the phenomenon, feeling the uniform pressure distributed throughout his body, truly an excellent area for training. Peering outward from the planet, he observed that the golden clouds seemed to converge into a vortex, an inexhaustible energy swirling towards King S planet. It felt as if this place were the nexus of the universe. The sputtering, smoke-emitting antique car soon circled back, piloted by a green insect and a brown monkey, with a sky-blue figure seated in the driver's seat. The insect-like creature sported 2 antennae atop its head, donned black, archaic circular sunglasses, and wore an exceedingly garish robe emblazoned with a large character for realm in the center. This was the nominal ruler of the northern galaxy, the King of Realms, also known as the King of Hell and the common leader of all their respective planets. He exuded an air of nouveau riche, and his attire unmistakably proclaimed him as a provincial simpleton. Underneath Wuyin's brow, a few dark lines sagged. The King of the Realm murmured, perplexed. "Oh, it seems we have a visitor. The last time was, how long ago?" He suddenly raised a finger, then, in exasperation, exclaimed, "I can't remember how long it's been since someone last came." Ha! Instantly, the king's face flushed crimson, his expression suggesting a mischievous delight. "How about that? My joke isn't half bad, right? I truly am the king of jokes. Hee hee." Wuyin merely responded with a feigned smile that did not reach his eyes. Humph. The King of the Realm clearly grew displeased. What a humorless fellow. I never imagined that after such a long time, the one who arrives would be such a dullard. "Hey, what brings you to me? How realistic of you. Clearly not as enthusiastic as before." Wuyin thought silently to himself. Yet he replied, "My lord, I have come to learn martial arts from you. Come now, I am merely a jester, devoid of any martial prowess. You should leave at once." The king abruptly began to dismiss him, his visage tinged with an icy demeanor. "Do not be hasty, my lord. I can offer you my entire collection of jokes. A veritable treasure trove of volumes. After all, they hold little value. There are plenty more on earth." Wuyin mused inwardly. What? The king was taken aback. That little ghost, Yama, only ever brings me 1 or 2 books each time, and it has been ages since the last. To encounter such generosity, tears streamed down his face. To part with your cherished collection must surely be a torment for you. I am deeply moved. Torment. Indeed, the pain of laughter. Ha ha. With that, The king erupted into laughter once more. Wuyin found it utterly incomprehensible to grasp the enigmatic realm of his jokes, and could only respond with a slight acquiescence. Hee. Very well. The king of the realm's mind began to swirl with visions of a promising future, yet for the moment, it was prudent to acknowledge this generous individual. What a delightful child he is. His impression instantly soared by 100-fold, clearing his throat. The king remarked, in terms of martial arts, I can sense the explosive power residing within you, which has already far surpassed my own, given your formidable strength. I am curious as to what more you wish to learn from me. Chapter 17. What is your desire? Since you are already so powerful, what more do you wish to study with me? The corners of the king's mouth curled slightly upward as he inquired mysteriously. Alternatively, allow me to rephrase the question, what is your desire? The king's gaze was fixed intently upon him, his eyes as clear as water, sparkling with a lively brilliance, as if he could see through all of Wu Yan's thoughts. Desire? Wu Yin murmured softly, pondering his true aspirations. Who decreed that a traveler must inevitably become the strongest being in the entire world? Is there a system imposing rigid tasks upon him? Such a life seems exceedingly burdensome. Even in his absence, Sun Wukong could navigate the crises of the Dragon Ball world with ease. Since his inception, he has followed the call of his innermost self, driven by an unquenchable desire for strength. If he were to cease growing stronger, dire consequences would surely ensue. In moments of complacency, he even feels a sharp pain from his Rinnegan. Existence itself is justification. His journey across realms must be for a reason. And the existence of the Rinnegan carries its own unique significance. Should he fail to strengthen himself, he would undoubtedly regret it in the future. Wu Yin clenched his fists resolutely and declared, My only desire is to live without regrets. Oh, the king of the realm intoned with a sardonic tone. That is no simple feat. It is not merely strength that dictates such a fate. Even the highest deities of the cosmos harbor their own regrets. Consider Jack Ma on Earth. Despite his immense wealth, does he not lament the inception of that monumental company? When one reaches the pinnacle of any field, it is not uncommon to reflect upon their actions with a sense of remorse. He spoke softly. Very well, I shall concede your point. With that, he suddenly dashed forward, exclaiming, Hey, do not forget the promise you made to me. Rest assured. Wu Yin was momentarily taken aback, nodding absently. As the mightiest realm king among the 4 great galaxies, I naturally possess my own distinctive techniques. In my estimation, 2 particular moves are most suited to you and will enable you to achieve your aspirations. The first move is the Realm King Fist. This technique allows an individual's strength to multiply exponentially within a short span of time. The Realm King stepped into his luxurious vehicle, tapping his foot slightly. Just like this car, the generation of such formidable kinetic energy relies on a surging force. The Realm King Fist operates in a similar manner, setting the dormant energy within the body into motion, even causing it to boil. The power it carries is earth-shattering. The outcome is predictable, yet the method is one I have painstakingly deduced over a lengthy period. Each acupoint in the human body harbors a unique attribute of power, facilitating a gradual flow of energy. Through certain heated attributes, it can boil, and through others, it can cool down or be released. This is not something an ordinary person can master. If the energy traverses the wrong meridians, even the slightest misstep could lead to utter annihilation. Remarkable! Wu Yin exclaimed involuntarily. Now, let us keep it low-key. The Realm King waved his hand, clearly pleased with Wu Yan's current reaction. I shall now teach you how the energy of the Realm King Fist flows. Essentially, the Realm King Fist embodies a cyclical process of boiling, multiplying, releasing, and cooling. The 5 elements within the human body can incite the energy to boil, and through my years of experience, only the heart can achieve this. He chuckled darkly. Now, you understand the terrifying nature of the Realm King Fist, do you not? The stability of the body and the frenzied nature of the Realm King Fist are polar opposites. While ordinary muscles may barely withstand the strain after training, once it is applied to the heart. After a moment of silence, Wuyin contemplated the situation. Although the Turtle School's Kamehameha had its own flow, it paled in comparison to the reckless fervor of the Kaioken. It was, quite evidently, a case of the grand, which facing a mere apprentice. Let us begin. Following the guidance of the Ko, Wuyin settled onto a tattered mat, closed his eyes, and focused his mind. With unwavering concentration, drops of water fell into the crystalline lake, creating ripples that spread across its surface. Shadows loomed from all directions, urging his breath to commence its flow, moving from the abdomen, traversing the left lung, and gradually reaching the heart. Suddenly, A surge of explosive energy surged forth. As Wuyuan's bronze skin began to shimmer with a crimson hue, while steam emanated from the black, crab-like head above him. His complexion flushed. The overwhelming heat distorted the very air around him. With a thunderous crash, the ground shattered, revealing a deep pit with a diameter of several meters. It was unbearably hot. As Wuyin gently spoke, the king of the realm explained, "Through the heart, your energy will boil over completely. Quickly, channel all of your energy into the right cooling meridian. Let it circulate endlessly." Feeling the terrifying heat within his body, Wuyin swallowed hard and nodded lightly. It was as if he had plunged into a cool pool on a scorching summer day, instantly feeling refreshed as the heat poured out of his pores. The crimson skin was marred by a hint of darkness, resembling a ghastly poisoning. The scarlet energy solidified around him. This was the true mastery of the king's fist. Indeed, the king of the realm exclaimed in astonishment, "You are truly a prodigy rarely seen in a century. To have succeeded with just this one attempt? You must understand. Thousands have exploded upon their first try." He was ungraciously spinning around Summer Yin, and I could sense an incredible power emanating from him. In that moment, he leaped high, extending his palm towards a strand of hair, ultimately striking Wu Yan's knee. How embarrassing. The king squatted down, his head filled with black lines as he began to draw circles on the ground. "Is this what you wish to see, king?" Wu Yan asked, as he raised his hair, revealing the profound and terrifying reincarnation eye. Giliguli. The flying insects were so frightened by his gaze that they fled in panic. The king of the realm, trembling in shock, made several large jumps and stuttered, "How? How is this possible? Such eyes, such power cannot exist. The 6 paths of reincarnation? How could someone from the Yang realm possess the authority to wield the powers of the underworld?" The king was engulfed in terror, trembling continuously as he hid behind an old car, watching from a distance. "My lord, what is the matter with you?" he inquired, bewildered by the king's seemingly casual demeanor. "How can such a violation of cosmic existence occur in my domain of the northern galaxy? If this attracts the strongest." Suddenly, Baburus, the monkey, tightly covered his mouth, and after struggling for a moment, he realized, "I cannot speak that divine name, lest I provoke a horrific disaster. My lord, it cannot be that serious. This reincarnation eye is merely a manifestation of power, a testament to my uniqueness. It is also the most decisive evidence that I am on the path to greatness." "Nonsense." The king erupted in a furious tirade. "An extraordinary child must be born of the extraordinary. With those eyes, the sacrifices required to reach the pinnacle will be significantly reduced, but correspondingly, you shall bear an immense burden. There is a task that only you can accomplish." Suddenly, the king understood. "So, your wish is to ensure that you have no regrets?" Chapter 18. The Overwhelming Power. The King's Fear. Originally, have you already foreseen your own future? He pounded his chest heavily, gasping for breath. "And yet, he made an old man like me worry and fear." The king of the realm seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground, his sweat immediately soaking the lawn, revealing just how terrified he had been moments ago. "Well, worrying about such matters now serves no purpose. I, from the North Galaxy, am thoroughly bound to you. In due time, you shall inevitably confront that monster. It is imperative to remain vigilant and urgently enhance your strength within a short span." "Monster?" Wuyin murmured. "What do you know, king?" "No." The king shook his head. "The monster I speak of is merely the first stumbling block on your path forward, not the ultimate fate of your reincarnation eye. However, perhaps there is some truth in saying it that way." He mockingly shook his head. "The god of destruction, Beerus, perhaps?" In his heart, Wuyin contemplated the panic exhibited by the king of the north, a sentiment he had already grasped, albeit he could not allow it to manifest externally. He spoke the truth. That individual would inevitably confront him in battle. This was all a consequence of the chaotic distortion of the cycle of yin and yang. "Very well." The king's voice trembled slightly as he resumed their previous discourse. "Just moments ago, you merely completed one rotation of the celestial cycle. Hence you executed a single fold of the king's fist. Every surge must eventually face a period of cooling. Thus the king's fist is bound by temporal limits. The fervor merely forces a temporary enhancement of one's combat prowess, which inevitably incurs a toll on the body. A double king's fist entails 2 rotations. Yet herein lies the dilemma. When the fervent energy has not yet dissipated and is once more channeled through the heart, the pressure it bears is nothing short of terrifying. Consequently, the greater the multiplier of the king's fist employed, the more severe the repercussions on one's own body, heightening the danger significantly. With his hands clasped behind him, the king proclaimed loudly, leaning closely against Wuyin's chest, his gaze fixed intently upon him. You must remember this. Saiyans possess an unfortunate and reckless proclivity for gambling with their lives. When wielding the king's fist, ensure that you do not succumb to an explosion before your adversary. The king may appear aloof, yet he undeniably harbors a genuine concern for others. In Wuyin's mind, a thought emerged. All right, let me give it a try. King Kai's fist. With a thunderous roar that resonated like a striking bell, a wave of white sound rippled outward. Suddenly, a torrent of crimson steam erupted from his body, marking the first time Wuyin unleashed his full power. Boom! Planet King Kai was struck as if by a meteor, a massive crater forming at its center. While the surrounding grasslands were utterly devastated, the soil overturned in a chaotic display. No, the king's voice, just barely uttered, was drowned out by the tempest. His form swept away and crashing heavily onto the snake path alongside Baburus. Double the power. A resounding force erupted from his being, akin to a blazing sun slowly rising in the underworld. The depths of hell erupted in a cacophony of wails, countless malevolent spirits disintegrating in the searing light. Boom, boom. The sheer magnitude of this power caused hell itself to tremble. Boom. In the palace of the king of hell, a violent earthquake suddenly struck, prompting the timid ruler to hide beneath a table. He shouted to the blue demon, "What is the cause of this? Even the underworld experiences tremors? Has the suppression left by Lord King Kai already worn off?" The underworld, existing since the dawn of the universe, boasted an unfathomably deep geological structure. The emergence of such disturbances was utterly inconceivable. Quick, hurry and protect the soul-cleansing machine. We cannot allow it to encounter any issues. Yes, the blue demon hurriedly dashed out. The king of hell stared in horror as the pure white souls, resembling wisps of smoke, elongated like those of hanged spirits, vanishing instantaneously under the intense radiance. The power to control souls? This disturbance emanated from Lord King Kai. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Could it be that little ghost from before? But how could he have reached King Kai so swiftly? Wuyin continued to roar loudly, as if a series of cries emerged from the solar patterns on his chest. The resplendent, three-legged golden crow soared and tumbled within, its scorching radiance erupting once more. Power levels surged to 10,000, 20,000, ultimately reaching an astonishing 100,000. Under the influence of the double Kaioken, he had utterly surpassed all of his adversaries. Hurry, stop. Otherwise, the underworld will collapse. The voice of the Kai echoed intermittently in Wuyin's ears, prompting him to cease his explosive energy surge, sheepishly scratching his head. How troublesome. The Kai leaped from the edge of the serpent road onto the planet, his palms marred and bloodied in a desperate attempt to counter Wuyin's might. He pulled out his handkerchief and exclaimed sternly, "You are being utterly reckless, unleashing your full power so indiscriminately. If the underworld collapses, your life will come to an end, leaving not even a trace of your soul. Do you comprehend that?" Haha. Wuyin let out a bitter laugh, reflecting on the fragile structure of the earth. He had never unleashed his full power before, and it had long been pent up within him. He had once thought the underworld structure to be robust, but it became evident that in Wuyin's eyes, the underworld was akin to a shoddy construction. The underworld's framework was designed to accommodate the souls, so how could it withstand such overwhelming yang energy emanating from him? Furthermore, the so-called reincarnation I harbored the power to oppose souls, making it the greatest adversary of the underworld. By unleashing his complete might, he had easily shaken the very existence of the underworld. Just moments ago, hundreds of millions of souls had been utterly erased by him. How could a mere realm like mine bear such a force? Perhaps only the great realm king could manage such a feat. No, that cannot be right. Wuyin remarked peculiarly. There are countless masters, many stronger than I. Have they never unleashed their power upon entering the underworld? I have already stated. The king of the realm, somewhat exasperated, replied, "The underworld is designed specifically for souls. If you are dead, even if you unleash 1,000-fold of the king's fist, it could never inflict any damage upon the underworld." Oh, Wuyin nodded thoughtfully. Very well. The king of the realm wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with a handkerchief. Now, let me reveal to you the second technique, based on its function. It may be aptly named the manifestation of aura. Chapter 19, the manifestation of aura. The second technique is merely a deeper application of aura. capable of amplifying your strength to its utmost potential. I have yet to bestow it a name, but for the sake of functionality, let us call it the manifestation of aura. Crack! Like a thunderclap on a clear day, it struck Wuyan's head in an instant. He murmured, "Is it not the spirit bomb? The spirit bomb?" The king of the realm responded, "It seems you have come well prepared." Aha. After this, he chuckled and elucidated. "The spirit bomb is ill-suited for you, as your veins pulse with Saiyan blood, a warrior race that revels in combat. Those capable of wielding the spirit bomb are exceedingly rare. Furthermore, your eyes possess the power of the soul, a chilling force that stands in stark contrast to the tranquility of the spirit bomb. Hence, you cannot wield it. However, do not feel disheartened. The technique I impart to you, if mastered correctly, will far surpass the spirit bomb." The king of the realm leaned closer to Wuyin. "The spirit bomb is meant for desperate times, gathering the strength of all allies to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. With your prideful demeanor, you would never consider yourself to be in such dire straits, would you? I believe that teaching you the spirit bomb would be akin to an affront to your very being." He spoke with a sardonic tone. "Do you not share this sentiment?" Who said such a thing?" Wuyin let out a scream, as though someone had trodden on his tail. "I will learn the second one." He immediately resolved to do so. The king of the world chuckled softly nearby. "Indeed, no matter how powerful one becomes, they remain but a child. A mere provocation is enough to ensnare them. However, I truly did not deceive you. You lack the kind-heartedness necessary to harness the life force of all beings." Ahem. The king of the world cleared his throat. "Do not be disheartened. How could I treat you poorly? After all, you have generously bestowed upon me so many wonderful gifts." The manifestation of one's aura, which requires no transformation, allows for direct attacks utilizing the energy within one's body. Come. The two approached a towering tree, ready to unleash their aura and bring it down. Wuyin had never attempted such a feat, only recalling that in the original tale, Vegeta had used his aura to strike Bu, and thereafter, there was not. He raised his right hand, his blue aura beginning to ripple. With a sudden shout, a gust of wind swept through the air, resembling a damp firecracker. Yet not a single leaf fell. The king of the world strolled leisurely, observing, "A tree before you is but a fragile obstacle. Only by transforming your aura into Kamehameha or similar techniques can you truly mount an offense. In essence, they are already transformed energies flowing through your meridians. This cannot be manifested. If you cease to release your aura, they will vanish entirely. Very well, let's focus on this for the time being. Only when you succeed can we proceed to the next step. After that, Resounding cries echoed from King Kai's planet. Facing a tree. Merely increasing one's aura was one approach. However, from the way the breeze barely stirred the leaves to shatter the tree, one would need to possess at least the strength of a Super Saiyan 3. Time gradually passed. The tree before him was undoubtedly Wuyan's greatest disdain. After every training session, he longed to obliterate it with Kamehameha or Spirit Bomb 100 times. Even more so, he fantasized about sealing it away with a Dark Star. Such a feeble thing, yet it obstructed him for so long. A full month elapsed. The small tree, now over a meter tall, its trunk bent to its limits, was the result of prolonged accumulation. The distance to true aura manifestation remained insurmountable. The king of the world, donning sunglasses, bubbles forming on his nose, drooled as he slumbered soundly. A thunderous roar jolted him awake from his dreams, clumsily tumbling from the vintage car and landing on the ground. He gazed at Wuyin, who was still diligently training, and pondered, is this training perhaps a bit too arduous for him at this moment? Suddenly, a powerful explosion erupted before him, sending shattered branches soaring through the sky. What? The king of the realm exclaimed in astonishment. Has he succeeded? Amidst the smoke, even Wuyin could scarcely believe his own eyes as he looked at his hands, already marred with countless wounds. Once more, a torrent of azure energy surged upward from his feet, his hair standing on end as it billowed in the air, while a peculiar light emanated from his reincarnation eye. An overwhelming aura erupted forth from his mouth, relentlessly invading through the crevices of the tree trunk. To Wuyin's astonishment, the trunk expanded dramatically, resembling a corpulent figure, before ultimately bursting apart. Gasping for breath, he knelt on one knee, his energy having been nearly halved by the release. It was more taxing than unleashing a full-power Kamehameha. He truly wondered if such a technique could be practically wielded in battle, aside from merely showcasing prowess. Applause resonated as the king of the realm approached from the right. Although it was somewhat of a shortcut, you have finally succeeded. Now, we can commence the second step. A low hum filled the air as he extended his right hand, golden radiance instantaneously manifesting along his arm, illuminating the surroundings with blinding brilliance. As a sharp energy blade materialized in an instant, the air around them buzzed ominously. What is this? Wuyin inquired with astonishment. The manifestation of one's aura, condensing into a tangible form, represents the initial step in mastery and is indeed the most straightforward application. The king of the north raised his brows, exuding an air of pride akin to a child showcasing their toys, reveling in his accomplishment. The outward projection of energy is simple for the northern king, who inadvertently flaunted an impressive display. Wuyin pondered. Previously, my father had employed this tactic, yet it merely involved a fleeting condensation, manifesting only in the instant of attack, with a remarkably brief duration. How could it possibly be manipulated in hand like the king of the realm? The theory is straightforward. By regulating specific acupoints, one harmonizes the frequency of one's breath. However, he paused slightly, casting a glance at Saiyan. It sounds simple, yet the execution proves to be rather challenging. You have merely grasped the rudiments of external release, and even achieving condensation may not be within your reach. Very well, let us commence training now. A friendly reminder. Only 7 months remain until the arrival of the Saiyans. Do not underestimate me. Wuyin declared emphatically. Very well. Please commence your performance. In the depths of the king's heart, he mused, this child, with just a little provocation, will channel all his energy into training. Suddenly, an idea seemed to strike him, and his youthful face bore a hint of despair. Hurry and complete your training and leave this place, Saiyan. Your appetite is insatiable. I spend nearly half my day in the kitchen. The young lad hastened to finish, for his blissful life awaited him once more. Alas! A piercing scream erupted from Wuyin, as blood seeped continuously from the pores of his right arm, swiftly staining a patch of grass. Has the energy surged beyond control? Wuyin clenched his right hand tightly and murmured. As he traversed a meridian, his breath suddenly spiraled into a chaotic frenzy. The words of the realm king rang true. If he could not even manage such a simple release, how could he hope to condense a blade of energy? He gradually rose to his feet. The cerulean aura within him began to circulate steadily. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream erupted, and his body began to tremble violently. Radiant light coalesced incessantly at his fingertips, the sharp energy immediately rendering it a grotesque mess of flesh and blood. How infuriating! In his heart, Wuyin bellowed, Rinnegan, insight. In an instant, he perceived the flow of energy within his body with utmost clarity. Gradually, he began to master the continuous movement of his own power. Crackling, strands of crimson lightning erupted before him, the overwhelming aura causing the king of the universe to indent profoundly. Buzzing, the air commenced to vibrate incessantly at a singular frequency. A cerulean radiance slowly coalesced at his fingertips, and with the aid of the Rinnegan, Wuyin managed to tenuously release his energy to a mere centimeter at the tip of his index finger. Whoosh! In that moment, everything disintegrated instantaneously, and a tumultuous, razor-sharp force radiated from his body, leaving several straight traces intertwined upon the surface of the king of the universe. And the king himself stood at the very center of those piercing marks. It was, of course, intentional, merely a slight act of retribution. Snap! Wuyin fell heavily to the ground, the air rippling around him. This technique, reminiscent of Vegeta's signature move in Dragon Ball, is also Zamasu's lethal strike. The disparity between their energies and his current self is nothing short of astronomical. For a mere child of just over 4 years, this indeed presents a formidable challenge. Gasping for breath, his strength waning, Wuyin succumbed to a deep slumber. Hey! The king of worlds trembled, standing alone at the intersection of chaotic energies. A vivid cross marked his chest. Moments ago, the overwhelming aura had sent waves of death coursing through him. Every breath of energy brushed past him, leaving an exhilarating yet agonizing sensation. Suddenly, his belt loosened, and his trousers fell to the ground. The king of worlds continued to tremble, shouting, You little rascal, Wuyin. Son Wuyin, hurry and save me. I can't move. Perhaps my description lacks finesse. This move is undeniably impressive. Truly, remarkably impressive. Chapter 20. Goku arrives. With a swift motion, a frail figure darted across the lawn like a dragonfly skimming the water's surface, gliding effortlessly. A flash of ethereal light streaked through the air, leaving no trace behind. Wuyin, look here. The King of Worlds raised his hand high, and a crystalline hexagonal diamond materialized before him. This is diamond, the hardest substance in the northern galaxy. Can your unleashed energy even compare to this? If it cannot break through, it will render no aid in battle. Humph. Wuyin exhaled a breath, and a resonating hum began to reverberate through the air once more. A brilliant azure light suddenly materialized, and with a delicate wave of his hand, it seemed as though the very fabric of the world was poised to be cleaved in twain. 2 months had elapsed. Had he finally reached this pivotal moment? The King of Worlds pondered to himself. Go. With a powerful flick of his wrist, a diamond of a meter in diameter soared swiftly overhead, creating a series of resonant sonic booms as it traversed the realm. Huh. Wuyin advanced directly, his eyes devoid of any hint of hesitation. As the two figures drew near, he suddenly waved his hand. Crack! Like a bolt of lightning, a deafening roar erupted, and the intertwining brilliance of gold and iron flickered incessantly on the King of the realm. An unfathomable storm began to unfurl within the world, the soil upheaved, and the lush grass was utterly ravaged. In the astonished gaze of the king, the diamond was effortlessly cleaved in two, as if it were mere tofu, crashing to the ground with a thud. Remarkable! He couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes now reflecting a glimmer of inexplicable admiration for Wuyin. The aura of an individual, when inflated, can achieve such feats with just a mere fraction of energy. However, the excessive expenditure of power rendered what was originally a formidable technique nearly useless. Conversely, when the aura is weak, success becomes utterly unattainable, which is why this technique remained unrecognized since its inception. Yet today, Wuyin astonishingly succeeded. What a terrifying genius he is. The King of the Realm offered a slight smile. Wuyin, I have imparted all that I can teach you. The rest is for you to ponder on your own. He was about to issue a dismissal, yearning to return to his previous life of tranquility. Wuyin suddenly spoke. Lord Realm King, the gravity here is tenfold, making it the ideal training ground. For the next 5 months, I intend to cultivate here. Moreover, I have my own thoughts regarding the manifestation of aura. What? Wuyin could almost perceive the moment when the Realm King was petrified, his heart aching profoundly, as if he might require an immediate dose of a life-saving elixir. There were even immediate signs of ascension to the heavens. Wuyin chose to ignore him. It must be said that the meals prepared by the King of the Realm were quite commendable, though the occasional cold jokes left him somewhat unprepared. Gradually, he extended his palm, and a soft pink radiance began to emanate from it, as if a mysterious symbol were continuously shimmering within. Time flowed slowly by. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed once more. 49,999. 50,000. At the heart of the King of the Realm's planet, Wuyin was bound with a ton of weight conjured by the king, diligently performing push-ups. His youthful arms bore muscles akin to that of a coiling dragon. An inexhaustible force seemed to coalesce into a roaring torrent within him. At last, Wuyin's hair, drenched in sweat, clung to his forehead, and he collapsed weakly onto the ground. Truly terrifying. The King of the Realm, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, waved his hand to alleviate the 10 tons of weight. Even with the physique of a Saiyan, infused with the genes and fervor of a warrior race, to engage in such intense training at merely 4 years old was undeniably excessive. Wuyin argued passionately, to vanquish the mightiest adversary, one must exert considerable effort. It is easy for you to say, but do you have any inkling of how close I am to financial ruin during this time? The King of the Realm felt a profound weariness, having devoted nearly all his energy to cultivation. Will this place ultimately transform into a dedicated training ground for that fellow? Absolutely not. This is utterly terrifying. My dear king, I have lingered here for 5 months, and now I intend to take my leave. Before the Saiyans arrive, I shall take some time to unwind at home. My muscles are too taut. If they were to snap, it would be disastrous. What? The King of the Realm's heart blossomed with joy akin to spring's renewal. Yet, he feigned reluctance, saying, Wuyin, my dearest friend, you have accompanied me in conversation and shared countless treasures during your stay. I had not anticipated your departure would come so swiftly. A devilish voice within him roared. Hurry and leave. I am on the brink of bankruptcy. Oh, Wuyin teased him. Were it not for the hundreds of volumes of cold jokes I promised during this time, I might have been expelled long ago. And now, the king is here, weeping. A peculiar gleam flickered in his reincarnation eyes, and with a slight smile, he murmured, You've certainly taken your time. Feigning indifference, he addressed the king. I never would have imagined you to be so sentimental. It makes me consider retreating to the mountains to keep you company. Oh, no. Please, do not. The king silently wept, maintaining an exterior of calmness. However, I have lingered long enough. It is time for me to depart. Do not fret, my esteemed king, for even in my absence, I can sense another rushing towards this place along the serpentine path. He is my father, possessing a temperament quite similar to mine, and I trust he will engage in conversation with you. What? Wuyin could perceive the heartbreak of the realm king. Swiftly, on the serpent path, a figure raced wildly, characterized by a black crab-like head, a magnified version of Wuyin himself, gazing at the diminutive celestial body. With a diameter of less than 1,000 meters, he recognized a familiar silhouette, none other than Wuyin. After half a year, he had finally arrived. The serpent path truly was extensive. Hey, Wuyin. The approaching figure was none other than Sun Wukong, who leaped powerfully and landed lightly upon the surface of the celestial sphere. Wuyin was somewhat astonished. Father's strength has indeed increased significantly. He has remarkably managed to withstand the immense pressure of tenfold gravity. It is worth noting that during Goku's first visit to King Kai's planet in Dragon Ball Z, he was rendered completely immobile by such gravity. You truly are heartless. Had it not been for Master Karen informing me of your journey to the realm of the gods, I would have remained oblivious to your arrival at this exceptional training ground. As for my own strength, I have endured countless trials and tribulations alongside Piccolo during this period, all in pursuit of surpassing you. Wukong appears remarkably confident. From his tightly clenched fists, arcs of lightning surge forth. His combat power has astonishingly reached 3,000. Wuyin, let us unleash your full strength and commence our 50-second confrontation. Chapter 21. Please, do not perish. Wuyin, come, let us begin our 50-second battle. In Wukong's eyes, a profound martial spirit radiated, shimmering with a confident brilliance. I have thoroughly devised a method to counter your Rinnegan. Oh, Wuyin displayed a keen curiosity, astonished that such a formidable technique to unravel the Rinnegan could be conceived in such a brief span of time. However, Wukong may be somewhat exaggerating. Even he has yet to fully comprehend the intricacies of the Rinnegan's abilities. The celestial force can swiftly maneuver even across short distances. It is utterly impossible for Wukong to comprehend it within such a short span of time. Moreover, given his meager strength, the chasm between him and Wuyin continues to widen. There is no need for the use of the Rinnegan, as Sun Wukong cannot withstand even a single move of his own. No, Wuyin resolutely declined. Wukong instantly hung his head in dismay. Father, my combat prowess has long since surpassed yours. Engaging in battle now is merely an exercise in futility. There is no need for it at all. Furthermore, I shall entrust the King of the Worlds to you, for I am about to depart from this place. Wukong's face was etched with sorrow, and beside him, the King of Worlds became quite displeased. In a fit of exasperation, he leaped into the air, exclaiming, Hey, you little rascal, are you still unhappy? Let me tell you, I am absolutely unwilling to have a Saiyan residing here. Regardless of any potential benefits he may offer me, I shall never consent to it. 100 volumes. Wuyin spoke calmly. The king of the realm paused for a moment, as if engaged in a fierce internal struggle. You must be called Wukong. Welcome, welcome. There is no issue with how long you choose to stay here, he exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in a rather unseemly manner. Delightful. With a hint of exasperation, Wuyin remarked. After merely half a year of engaging with deities, his previously held notions regarding their lofty worldview had been utterly shattered. The king of the northern realm suddenly proclaimed with an air of mystery. Before departing, I wish to bestow upon you a gift. I am aware that you shall soon traverse the cosmos, and the void shall be your greatest adversary. By accepting the blessings of the king, you will be able to survive for a brief period in the vacuum, which I trust will prove beneficial to you. Buzzing. The king began to mutter to himself, uttering peculiar phrases that Wuyin could not comprehend. A vibrant array of colors surged into Wuyin's being, yet as he spread his hands, he perceived no discernible change. Thank you, esteemed king. It was but a trivial act. Just as he was about to take his leave, Wukong mysteriously approached, whispering softly beside him. Wuyin, exercise caution. I know you have left without permission, and Chi-Chi is furious, vowing to make you truly understand the magnificence of maternal love. Suddenly, Wuyin trembled all over at the thought of that fierce tigress, drenched in cold sweat. Wukong laughed heartily. Whoosh! Wuyin transformed into a shimmering ray of light. Swiftly piercing through the serpent path, his combat prowess had reached an astonishing 50,000, surpassing the current capabilities of humanity under the enhancement of the King of the World Fist. Traversing the serpent path was effortless. 3 days later, the celestial being arrived to welcome him, and Wuyin finally returned to the mortal realm. Gazing down upon the undulating mountains resembling a crouching tiger, lush and vibrant. The verdant foliage blossomed in abundance. A meandering brook danced along, resonating with joyous melodies. Wisps of smoke rose gracefully, enveloping the world in a fragrance of bliss. Oh! Noticing the woman hanging clothes, Wuyin felt a sudden jolt throughout his being. Yet, he could not return without addressing the matter at hand. After such an extended period of cultivation, his garments had long since become foul. He floated in the air, observing Gohan diligently studying by the window, and suddenly descended, bursting through the window without hesitation. "Brother?" Gohan exclaimed loudly. "Indeed, my sense of energy perception was not mistaken. It is my brother who lingers in the sky." Gohan is evidently quite delighted. Shoo! Wuyin anxiously surveyed his surroundings. Before Chi-Chi, he found himself utterly unable to unleash any of his formidable techniques. His Rinnegan had become completely ineffective, and beads of sweat cascaded down his back. "Please be quiet. I do not wish for Mother to discover my return," he implored as he rummaged through drawers in search of his clothing. Yet, beside him, Wufan incessantly gestured and seemed to be murmuring something. "Wufan, do not disturb your elder brother. If Mother finds out, it will be disastrous," he admonished. "Oh, do you perceive me as a fearsome harpy?" A sinister tone suddenly enveloped the air around him, and the temperature in the room plummeted, leaving Wuyin momentarily paralyzed. Moments later, his back was drenched in perspiration. "Wufan, why did you not alert your elder brother?" Wuyin expressed his grievances, stating, "I have already reminded you. Just now, I was persistently pouting. Your reminders are insufficient." He wiped his face, softening his stiff expression, and with a beaming smile, he turned and rushed directly in front of Chi-Chi, employing both hands. He patted her shoulders repeatedly. "Mother, you must be experiencing auditory hallucinations. How could my lovely and gentle mother ever resort to violence against me? After all, Mother is the kindest person in the world, and she loves me the most." Chi-Chi placed her hands on her hips, a strand of hair cascading over her eyes. Her previously rosy cheeks were now shrouded in darkness, and her body trembled slightly, clearly struggling to suppress her anger. She spat coldly, continuing. Wuyin was taken aback. Chi-Chi seemed to have seized upon Wu Yan's vulnerability. "Come on, you have never attended school. You probably cannot even articulate those flattering words found in a dictionary." This was indeed somewhat disheartening. Wuyin was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, Chi-Chi reached out and grasped Wuyuin's ear. A flush of crimson instantly spreading across his visage. It hurt. "How dare you be so audacious, leaving without a word, as if everything were already settled. I shall summon your father to request your leave. Do you understand that practicing martial arts is inherently perilous? Yet, from a young age, you have been headstrong, and I could not restrain you from training alongside your father. However, you must realize that my allowance was merely for your father to shield you, to resolve all matters while you merely followed in his footsteps. Martial arts practice is intended solely to indulge your passion and enhance your physical well-being." After Chi-Chi spoke, tears began to cascade down her cheeks. "I heard from Wufan that the formidable extraterrestrial was slain by you directly. What should I do if you encounter danger, or worse, perish in such a scenario? Your father could handle it all. Even if the world were to collapse, Wukong could withstand everything without needing you. Do you comprehend this?" Wuyin was momentarily taken aback. He could sense that Chi-Chi held a deep affection for him. At this moment, her frenzied roar was merely an expression of her utmost concern for him. Wuyin freed himself from Chi-Chi's grasp and gently spoke. "Mother, do you know? My wish is to never have regrets. Perhaps this world is stable with the presence of a father, but since I possess the reincarnation I must inevitably confront terrifying enemies ahead. I must always be prepared. With great power comes great responsibility. Do not worry, I am like a resilient cockroach, unwavering on the path to becoming extraordinarily strong, destined to endure." Chi-Chi's crystalline eyes glimmered with unshed tears. Yet, she struggled and trembled, torrents of tears cascading down her face. "Then you must promise me, dear. Above all, do not die." Chapter 22. Those who kill do not bury. The year 762 of the AG calendar, 3 months have passed in the blink of an eye. Wukong has long since returned from King Kai's planet. His powers significantly enhanced once more. As in the original tale, he has mastered the Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb from King Kai. It is said that Wuyin failed to learn the Spirit Bomb, prompting Wukong to mock him several times. However, after Wuyin demonstrated his formidable strength, Wukong finally fell silent. In the western region, a vast expanse of desert is adorned with towering, straight stones that form a dense stone forest stretching for miles around. Wuyin, clad in a black long robe adorned with an orange sun emblazoned on his chest, sat upright upon the stone pillar. The crab-like head danced in the wind, while the reincarnation eye, shrouded beneath his thick bangs, flickered in and out of sight. Streams of violet cold radiance coursed through his body, distorting the surrounding world under the weight of his formidable aura. Beside him, Wukong, Piccolo, Kuririn, and Lepin resembled obsequious attendants, acquiescing quietly. Meanwhile, Gohan, driven by his own determination, had made his way to this place. Armed with the intelligence embedded in Raditz' mind, Wukong was assured that this battle posed no imminent danger. Allowing Gohan to witness the spectacle was indeed a beneficial endeavor. However, it was evident that some arrangement had been made with Chi-Chi, for as Wuyin emerged from the chamber, he distinctly observed his legs trembling ever so slightly. Wuyin, do you possess confidence? It is said that those Saiyans kill without a second thought, and I find myself lacking the courage to confront them. Even before the battle commenced, Lepin had already succumbed to fear. Wuyin merely scoffed disdainfully, for this fellow had long since abandoned his original grandeur amidst the opulence of Bulma's household, now reduced to a mere foppish figure consumed by insecurity. If you are afraid, then retreat and nestle in bed with Bulma. Piccolo taunted. Coward. Fool. To fight alongside such a person is to tarnish the reputation of the great Piccolo. Haha. Lepin could only manage a bitter smile in response. Kuririn felt a twinge of fear as well, observing the Z-fighters, akin to mere chickens and dogs. Wuyin sneered. It was no wonder that in the aftermath, only Piccolo and Goku would bear the mantle of leadership. To show fear before the battle even begins renders one utterly useless. He fixed his gaze upon the sky, where two brilliant rays of light streaked across like meteors, the searing air around them crackling with a cacophony of sound. Boom, boom. With two successive explosions, a gaping pit several meters wide suddenly emerged before the stone forest. The eyes of Wuyin gleamed with a fierce intensity. They have arrived. Science. Goku was eager to engage. Humph. Piccolo scoffed, recalling the torment inflicted upon him by Raditz, who had easily defeated him with but a single move. This time, I shall exact my vengeance. The group swiftly ascended into the sky, gazing down at the two circular spacecraft below. With a sudden whoosh, a searing aura burst forth from the vessels, and two figures emerged, hovering in parallel with Wuyin and his companions. One of them, with hair standing on end, donned a skin-tight blue suit, overlaid with the Saiyan's soft battle armor. His eyes were filled with a menacing glare, and a hint of disdain curled at the corners of his mouth. The other, clad in a black and yellow battle uniform, sported a bald head and exuded an explosive musculature brimming with boundless energy. Humph. So this is Earth? The shorter one with the wild hair remarked lightly. The environment is quite pleasant. Humph. It seems that eliminating everyone here would fetch a handsome price. Vegeta. After wandering the cosmos for a month, my fists are itching for action. Blood, only blood is what we Saiyans cherish most. Beside him, the bald warrior emanated a bloodthirsty aura, the killing intent within him palpable and almost tangible. Nappa, these natives before us are your responsibility. Dispose of them with the most brutal methods. From their exchanges, it became clear that the wild-haired short one was Vegeta, the proud prince of the Saiyans, as Raditz had mentioned, while the bald one was named Nappa. Moreover, Kakarot is mine to deal with, Vegeta declared disdainfully. TCH, you always take the most interesting opponents for yourself. This time it should be my turn. Nappa grumbled. Do you dare defy me? Vegeta's displeasure was evident. If you strike with too much force and kill Kakarot, how will we ascertain the ancestral traits in the hybrid Saiyan that Raditz spoke of? As the two conversed without regard for the warriors around them. Wuyin couldn't he help but sneer you? Aren't you underestimating us a bit too much? Oh, Vegeta glanced over. This is a conversation among Saiyans, you. A mere earthling upon catching sight of Wuyin's unique hairstyle, Vegeta suddenly paused. That rare coiffure, you are also a Saiyan? Indeed. He was struck with sudden realization. You are the Earth hybrid who killed Raditz, the one with the peculiar eyes. How fortuitous. A glimmer of greed flickered in Vegeta's eyes. Those eyes. Are they called the Rinnegan? Such an extraordinary technique. The enhancement to combat prowess is simply unparalleled. That ability rightfully belongs to me, the Prince of the Saiyans. Haha, I shall bring you to the brink of death, ultimately gouging out your eyes, allowing you to perish in despair and agony. Although Raditz is a mere nuisance, he is still a Saiyan, and only I possess the authority to pronounce his final sentence. Haha. Observing the desolation around him, Vegeta let out a chilling smirk, while Wuyin scoffed twice. Now, Nab, present that creature and entertain my adversaries properly. Very well. The bald Nab awkwardly retrieved 3 green orbs from his pocket and buried them in the ground. Crack. The solid earth abruptly yielded to a pair of sharp hands that emerged from the soil, followed by 3 figures that crawled forth. Haha. These beings were adorned with vegetable-like stripes, their heads splitting like cabbages, with crimson pupils and hoarse cries. Their diminutive forms glimmering with sharp claws under the sun's radiant glow. Wuyin sensed everything with a subtle awareness, with a combat power of merely over 1,000. I leave these feeble beings, Uncle Kirin, Lepin, and Uncle Bick, to you. As for that formidable adversary, I shall leave it to Father. And what of that haughty prince? A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Wuyin's eyes. Leave it to me. Ha ha. Suddenly, Vegeta looked skyward and erupted into a fit of maniacal laughter. Who do you think you are? How dare you challenge me single-handedly? Truly foolish. If you had come at me in numbers, I might have found some interest, but now with a single move, I shall utterly defeat you. With arms crossed over his chest, Wuyin declared, I return your sentiments. Perhaps you require a moment to locate a funeral team. Allow me to be clear. I am responsible solely for the slaying, not the burial. Chapter 23. The Manifestation of Breath. The Dark Holy Scythe. How absurd. Vegeta merely scoffed coldly. Beside him, Goku lamented. Wuyin, it is always you who draws the strongest adversaries, leaving me to contend with the feeble ones. Let me face Vegeta. Piccolo interjected loudly. You expect me to fight alongside these 2 earthlings? Wuyin, your battle strategy is utterly flawed. I fear I might lose control and eliminate these 2 cowards outright. Confronted by Piccolo's fierce gaze, Kuririn and Lepin recoiled in trepidation. Nevertheless, regardless of how my father and Uncle Piccolo may arrange matters, I shall take on Vegeta. Wuyin swiftly planted his feet on the ground, causing the stone pillar beneath him to shatter explosively. In an instant, he transformed into a radiant beam of light, hurtling towards Vegeta with remarkable speed. Vegeta, with a fierce roar, declared, I am not merely a commodity for you to peddle. You have truly provoked my wrath. He surged forward abruptly, his form appearing directly in front of Wuyin. His hands, akin to 2 enigmatic dragons, launched a sudden assault, encircling Wuyin from every conceivable angle. Whoosh! The Rinnegan spun wildly, perceiving all of Vegeta's concealed attacks with clarity, allowing Wuyin to evade them effortlessly. Humph! With a cold snort, Wuyin was met by a gentle breeze that unveiled his Rinnegan, locking eyes with Vegeta in a sudden, intense gaze. Ah! Vegeta exclaimed. As the surrounding world seemed to come to a standstill for a brief moment, the fist poised to strike appeared to be suspended by the very force of time itself. And the azure sky transformed into a vivid crimson in the blink of an eye. Is this the Rinnegan that Raditz spoke of? Yet, what is the reason for this world's abrupt transformation? Ahead, Wuyin had vanished without a trace, and even Ba and Goku were nowhere to be found. Where could they be? Only the desolate wind continued to blow, devoid of any signs of movement. This overwhelming silence plunged Vegeta into a state of frenzy. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his chest, and the scene before him flipped in an instant. A powerful punch had nearly penetrated several centimeters deep. His innards twisted in agony, and a jet of blood erupted from his mouth like an arrow. What was that just now? Bang! As Wuyin ascended into the air, he executed a series of powerful flying kicks, causing Vegeta's body to be struck as if by a locomotive, crashing through dozens of stone pillars before finally plummeting to the ground. A gaping pit, several meters in diameter, appeared instantaneously, coughing amidst the swirling smoke. Vegeta pressed his hand against his chest, struggling to rise to his feet. His mind raced with thoughts. What was that? It felt as though I had entered an alternate realm. That hybrid boy, even Kakarot, vanished without a trace. Could it be? Just like what Bardock once experienced. Ensnared in an illusion. His vast experiences across the cosmos allowed him to make a swift judgment, the pain in his chest surging like a tide, his very strength seeming to collapse within him. To sustain such damage from a single strike, this child is no ordinary foe. Hey, Have you traversed the cosmos as well? Was that an illusion? Vegeta called out loudly. Humph. It was merely a subtle suggestion using the Rinnegan. Came the smug reply. In this blood-soaked realm, I didn't expect you to fall so easily. This is the prowess of a Saiyan prince. It appears to be rather unimpressive. The scorn from Wuyin ignited a fury within Vegeta. Do not jest. You are merely a mongrel. How dare you bark before me? That implication can only be unleashed when our gazes meet, and as long as I avoid your eyes, it shall remain dormant. Vegeta, in his arrogance, failed to consider the disparity in their powers. If he limited his vision, the inevitable consequence would be bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled grunts filled the air as Wuyuin's fist rained down ferociously, targeting Vegeta's vulnerable spots with relentless precision. An overwhelming force surged forth. Akin to the relentless gnawing of countless ants, an excruciating agony coursed through his chest. Boom. Wuyin clasped his hands together and delivered a powerful blow from behind. Vegeta's body could no longer withstand the force and crashed to the ground. How? How is this possible? A mouthful of blood erupted from his lips as Vegeta staggered to his feet, the energy coursing wildly across his body, a turbulent force that surged like a tidal wave, overwhelming the surrounding world. What? Nappa, who was engaged in battle with Goku nearby, was utterly astonished. Vegeta? Vegeta was actually being pushed back relentlessly? He was even gravely injured in such a short span of time? This cannot be. Goku, fighting with increasing vigor, found that Nappa's combat power was roughly equivalent to his own. Yet the finesse with which he wielded his strength was akin to the difference between a worm and a mighty elephant. He had absolutely no capacity for resistance. I must defeat you completely before Wuyin arrives. Otherwise, I will stand no chance against that formidable foe. Once proud and confident, Vegeta and Nappa had now become the delectable prey of the Z fighters. Vegeta gazed incredulously at the godlike figure before him. What manner of monster are you? Haha. Wuyin descended from the heavens, allowing you to witness the knowledge I acquired from the King of Realms. Perhaps it is a bit excessive to employ such skills against you. In the palm of my hand, a comma emitted a radiant crimson glow. In Wuyuin's eyes, bolts of lightning surged forth with wild intensity. With a sudden exertion of force, his left hand plunged directly into the palm of his right. This is a novel technique I have devised through my own study of the original work. Vegeta, you are indeed fortunate to be the first to experience it. Huh. In an instant, he yanked back, and a radiant purple light erupted, thick and viscous like molasses. Howling behind him. Crack. Suddenly, the sky turned ominously overcast, and purple lightning spread rapidly like a spider's web, plunging the entire battlefield into a frenzy. Solidify. Gazing at the dense mass of purple, Wuyin bellowed, and a sharp, 1.5-meter-long scythe materialized swiftly. Its fearsome visage was identical to that wielded by the Reaper in the depths of hell. Whoosh. With merely a gentle swing, it seemed as though the world itself had been shattered, and a black fissure appeared before him in an instant. This, indeed, is the manifestation of the King's energy, the true essence of power. Wuyin stood like a proud deity of war, wielding a scythe as tall as a person, surrounded by flickering bolts of lightning. The Dark Sacred Scythe. Chapter 24. The Might of Wuyin. The Dark Sacred Scythe. With an air of arrogance, Wuyin stood atop the clouds, his eyes brimming with disdain. Surrounding him was a purple radiance, and bolts of lightning coalesced in the sky, flickering intermittently. Humph. This is the true essence of manifested power. Unlike the mere air blades that rely solely on the palm for existence. As long as the aura I project does not dissipate, this dark sacred scythe shall endure. What? Vegeta's face contorted with terror. Since arriving on Earth, the tide of battle had slipped entirely from his grasp. Could it be that this 5-year-old child before him was a monster? The proud warrior race found themselves retreating step by step under Wuyin's oppressive aura. Whoosh. The dark sacred scythe was suddenly swung, unleashing a circular wave of sharp purple energy. Incredibly lethal, it caused all surrounding stone pillars to collapse. How infuriating. Vegeta, in a panic, leapt into the air, his scalp prickling. The earlier assault had filled him with despair, leaving him devoid of any power to resist. Should he be struck, death would surely follow. What a striking figure. In Wufan's eyes sparkled with countless stars, while beside him, Goku and Piccolo swallowed hard in awe. Universal attraction. With a single hand, Wuyin exerted a powerful grip, causing the collapsed stone pillar to levitate in the air. Molded by an unseen force into a colossal meteorite with a diameter of several dozen meters. Go. With a vigorous sweep of his hand, The meteorite soared into the sky and came crashing down upon Vegeta. Ah! Vegeta let out a harrowing scream as a torrent of blood erupted from his mouth, his body crashing heavily onto the ground. It seems your earthly journey is about to reach its conclusion. The sole ticket for this one-way voyage is none other than your very life. With both hands raised high, Wuyin descended from the heavens, wielding the dark holy scythe with a sudden flourish. Two arcs of violet sword energy intersected to form a cross, whistling past with remarkable speed. The realms they traversed began to tremble in response. Cursed be it! Vegeta hissed in frustration. Just as he intended to evade, the intense motion aggravated his wounds, unleashing a wave of excruciating pain that surged from his chest. Ziz! With but a moment's delay, two beams of light flickered and swiftly sliced across Vegeta's torso. Uft! A torrent of crimson erupted forth, spilling like a cascade as blood drenched the earth. From the deep, intersecting gashes on his chest, blood continued to seep, swiftly painting his entire being in scarlet. Vegeta's body fell to the ground like a tattered cloth, a pool of blood forming around him. Is this truly successful? The despondent Krillin exclaimed, observing the severity of Vegeta's injuries. The tragic form, blood flowing relentlessly, appeared to him to hold no semblance of survival. Beside him, Vegeta stood frozen in disbelief. He extended a hand, softly calling out, Vegeta? How could this be? A being who roamed the cosmos unrestrained. Having faced countless life and death struggles where innumerable foes had become mere nourishment for his growth, in his eyes, Vegeta was akin to an indomitable cockroach. Never before having been witnessed in such a pitiful state. Vegeta! Thud, thud! Wuyin slowly paced on the open ground, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Hey, there's no need to feign death like that. I am well aware of my own techniques, and with your combat prowess, it is utterly impossible for you to perish so easily. Oh, it appears you are quite adept at this, he continued, a peculiar laughter escaping from Vegeta's lips. With a slight exertion, he rose to his feet, two ghastly wounds on his chest still gushing with blood. Your strength, haha. Could this be the might of a half-blood Saiyan? How intriguing, truly fascinating. Despite the swollen skin that had rendered one eye nearly shut and the numerous bruises adorning his body, his voice remained cheerful, almost as if he were experiencing a sense of relief. Haha, Wuyin shrugged and remarked, fool. You merely evaded my strike at the last moment by leveraging your pain. Though you survived, I dare say your strength has been nearly depleted. I shall grant you a fleeting opportunity for revival. However, what awaits you next is the true specter of death. Haha. Vegeta chuckled softly. That may not necessarily be the case. This battered body has grown accustomed to your assaults. The outcome of our encounter remains shrouded in uncertainty. Drink. Wuyin clutched the dark holy scythe under his arm and suddenly thrust it upward. The erect sword aura erupted with ferocity, causing the ground to heave as stone spikes violently surged forth, racing toward Vegeta with reckless abandon. Destruction energy cannon. Vegeta clenched his hands, and a golden energy sphere materialized, which he flung with a swift motion. Boom! The sword, aura, stone spikes, and energy collided in a cataclysmic explosion. Thick plumes of smoke erupted, enveloping the battlefield entirely. Wuyin transformed into a wisp of ethereal light, weaving through the mist with remarkable agility, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before Vegeta. The ominous dark scythe was suddenly brought down with great force. With a resounding clap, Vegeta astonishingly caught it with his bare hands. A surge of explosive energy rippled across the ground, causing the earth within several meters to collapse instantly. A foolish endeavor. With a cold sneer, Wuyin exerted force on his wrist, instantly flipping it over. The energy, sharp as a thorn, surged wildly across the holy scythe, and Vegeta felt as though the very cells of his palm were disintegrating. A wave of excruciating pain radiated from the depths of his heart, leaving him utterly defenseless. He suddenly let out a dreadful scream, his eyes ablaze with streaks of lightning as golden light surged toward Wuyin in a swift rush. Die. Vegeta scoffed. Naive. I possess the eye of reincarnation. Shinra Tensei. The resounding chime of judgment reverberated with authority, unleashing a powerful repulsive force that radiated outward. Boom. Vegeta's body was propelled backward like a meteor. Go. The dark holy scythe struck the ground, and from behind, a cluster of sharp stone spikes erupted. The hard, piercing light flickered suddenly, sending chills coursing through Vegeta's body. Not good. Sensing the chilling aura, Vegeta cried out in terror. Damn it. With resolve, he bit down fiercely on his own lip, freeing his body from its constraints. His hands pressed down forcefully against the stone spikes. Ah! Blood seeped from several puncture wounds on his palms, the searing pain flooding over him like a tide. Blood gushed forth, instantly staining the stone spikes red. Harnessing this surge of power, Vegeta finally gained a moment of respite, lightly springing into the air. Who? His eyes, now crimson, bore into Wuyin as he gasped heavily, his chest heaving with each breath. His trembling hands struggled to maintain a clenched fist. In the midst of this frenzied battle, he was already covered in wounds. Oh! Wuyin exclaimed in astonishment. This fellow truly is relentless towards himself. The stone spike pierced his hand, yet it also afforded him some leverage, enabling him to escape the clutches of imminent peril. Impressive indeed. Chapter 25. Do you think you're the only one who can transform? Huffing and puffing, Vegeta struggled to catch his breath, the strength within him ebbing away like the relentless tide. His pupils constricted, reflecting the figure clad in a crimson sun and black robe. Resembling a deity of war, the fierce onslaught offered him no opportunity to retaliate. You wretch, you have thoroughly enraged me. Vegeta bellowed hoarsely. Wuyin was momentarily taken aback, but then his eyes ignited with an overwhelming fury. It appears that your father met his demise too early, failing to impart the knowledge of how one ought to converse with the powerful. Merely an uncouth cur. He can only flaunt his might on the desolate planets of the northern galaxy. Kneeling before Frieza like a lifeless hound, he dares not utter a single word of dissent. He is nothing more than a cowardly wretch who preys on the weak. Wuyin unleashed a merciless tirade upon Vegeta. What? Vegeta momentarily stunned, only to have all thoughts obliterated by a surge of fury. How do you know that scoundrel? I forbid you to mention him in my presence. What is the matter? Has the proud Saiyan prince been struck in his vulnerable spot? Groveling at Frieza's feet, much like a lapdog, summoned and dismissed at will, pretending to be Frieza's most loyal subordinate, yet never receiving a modicum of respect from the likes of Sab. I truly pity you. Did you not proclaim that power is paramount? Are you not the one most likely to ascend to Super Saiyan status? A ridiculous cur. Silence. 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 Vegeta had completely lost his sanity. I do not permit you to utter that name before me, under any circumstances. That damned wretch. I know not from where you glean knowledge of Frieza and his minions, yet you brazenly expose my deepest anguish to the world. I shall shatter your limbs, leaving you to languish in the abyss of torment. Die. Waves of purple energy rippled outward, the dense power in his palm thrumming with reckless intensity. Final flash. Huh. An infinite reservoir of energy amassed within his grasp, as if discovering a release valve, it erupted forth with explosive force. Perish. Vegeta cackled maniacally in the sky, his crimson eyes brimming with murderous intent, the rampant energy enticing the heavens, as boundless lightning engulfed the battlefield. Kuririn gazed at the sky, swallowing hard. That guy? Has he succumbed to despair and gone mad? Wukong shook his head. Perhaps the words of Wuyin had struck a chord with his own suffering. Behind him, Nappa had already sustained severe injuries. Since returning from Planet King, Wukong's power had surged to an impressive 5,000, and with the use of the King Fist, it reached a staggering 10,000, more than double that of Nappa. In the presence of Wukong, Nappa possessed no means to retaliate. The battle would likely conclude swiftly. A surge of overwhelming power coursed through him, reminiscent of dark clouds looming over a city, threatening to annihilate. The ground shattered like a spider's web, countless stones levitating into the air, only to be engulfed by a tempestuous wave of energy. Wuyin raised his hands high, swiftly initiating the rotation of the dark holy scythe. A tremendous energy, upon contact, was unexpectedly repelled. Following its original trajectory, it surged violently towards Vegeta. What? Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief, his body twisting with effort as the howling energy seared his waist, a savory scent of scorched flesh wafting through the air. Astonishingly, that scythe has managed to directly reflect my full-powered attack. He was momentarily stunned. Wuyuin's formidable power had utterly shattered his resolve. Much like the subsequent encounter with Cell, it had completely dismantled his inner pride. His pupils began to constrict as waves of energy coalesced around him. He chuckled lightly, feigning nonchalance. Indeed formidable. It appears that with my current strength, it is utterly impossible for me to eliminate you. You possess a modicum of self-awareness. With an air of arrogance, Wuyin declared. To withstand the darkness of the holy scythe for so long, you should feel a sense of pride. A tremor coursed through Vegeta's body, and his eyes ignited with a fierce madness. I did not wish to resort to this technique, though that transformation is formidable. It will render me a grotesque ape, and all who have witnessed it must perish. What about Frisia? The mere mention of the name caused Vegeta's heart to constrict. Is it easy to put on a facade? He finally disowned another aspect of Wuyin's character, his sharp tongue, ignoring Wuyin's words. He recognized that dwelling on them would likely provoke his fury before he even transformed. Allow me to demonstrate. The pinnacle of Saiyan royal power. Crackling. Tendrils of white lightning began to coalesce in Vegeta's hands, a pallid orb of energy emanating a hint of decay, slowly writhing. Go. He hurled the spherical energy into the air, and the moment it touched the atmosphere, it expanded exponentially. Moments later, it floated in the sky like a moon. Saiyans can transform into giant apes, amplifying their battle power tenfold. I admit I am not your equal, but with 10 times my strength. My battle power reaches 200,000. How can you contend with me? Nearby, the idol Keelan interjected, I see you're the fool here. As fellow Saiyans, your power may amplify, but do you think Wuyin cannot transform? The disparity in battle power could also surge tenfold. You are merely seeking your own demise. Foolishness. Only the Saiyan royalty can retain their reason in the giant ape state. Moreover, the energy required for the royal lineage's transformation is entirely different from that of ordinary Saiyans. Ordinary individuals cannot transform under the influence of this artificial moon. Vegeta, like a fervent zealot, spread his arms wide, embracing the sky as if in prayer. Crackling. Lightning surged wildly, shattering the ground beneath, creating a gaping pit several meters wide in an instant. The sound of shattering bones echoed as Vegeta's form suddenly expanded. His hair bristling, his jaw jutting, sharp teeth bared, his eyes filled with a sanguine ferocity, radiating boundless brutal energy. Roar. A visceral beastly roar erupted from his mouth, the violent shockwave causing nearby stone pillars to collapse with haste. Do you see? This is the true power of the Saiyan royalty, insignificant mongrel. Prepare to meet your demise. A colossal hand descended rapidly, imbued with unfathomable might, leaving an imprint several meters wide upon the ground, as if a divine strike had fallen from the heavens. Swish. Wuyin utilized his celestial power to evade the attack effortlessly. Such a clumsy strike could never hope to reach him. Observing the debris scattering through the sky, he let out a derisive chuckle. Do you think you are the only one capable of transformation? Chapter 26. The Mimetic Super Saiyan. Do you think you are the only one who can undergo metamorphosis? Wuyin chuckled softly, his eyes brimming with derision. Are you suggesting that the true moon beside Earth transforms? Regardless of whether there is moonlight during the day, even if it were present, it would merely become a frenzied colossal ape, possessing strength yet lacking control. The threat you pose in my heart would significantly diminish, and the ultimate triumph remains uncertain. How absurd. Transforming into a giant ape? That became unnecessary at the moment of my birth. If it were not for this tale, which might possess some utility later on, I would have discarded it long ago. In Wuyin's eyes, a peculiar wave of energy radiated forth. Have you heard of the Super Saiyan? You claim you can transform into one? What a ludicrous jest. The only being destined to become the prince of the Saiyans in this world is none other than myself. You, a mere hybrid, dare to utter such grandiloquent nonsense here? The great ape roared with manic laughter in the sky. This is undoubtedly the most amusing joke of the year. It is impossible for you not to believe it. With a fervent energy, crimson light emanated continuously from my being. The ground began to tremble, and fragments of rock floated in the air, only to be annihilated by the tempestuous energy. While studying on King Kai's planet, I envisioned the path to transforming into a Super Saiyan. However, despite my efforts to amplify my anger, I ultimately failed. Yet, after mastering the Kaioken technique, a thought struck me. Could I harness its power to mimic the transformation into a Super Saiyan? Throughout these 3 months, I have been relentlessly experimenting amidst the serene beauty of nature, where I felt the essence of the universe's true ethereality, and I reveled in its embrace. At long last, I succeeded. Wuyin roared frantically, an infinite surge of power erupting explosively from his body, the frenzied energy causing the ground to cave in instantaneously. Crackling lightning surged back and forth around him. In Wuyin's left eye, the ebony pupil gradually faded away, while his hair began to stand on end, and the surging veins writhed like worms in an incessant dance. Within the depths of the reincarnation eye, a faint yet discernible tomo emerged, flickering in the haze. With a thunderous roar, the tumultuous energy erupted in its entirety, wildly spreading along the fissures in the ground. The earth trembled, and the energy storm ensnared those nearby, including Wukong. What is happening? Vegeta stood in stunned silence. The power of Wuyin surged in an instant. As if a mighty river of energy flowed ceaselessly beneath his dragon-like muscles. His left pupil vanished, his hair stood on end, and the overwhelming force nearly engulfed him entirely. How could this be possible? You wretched creature, hasten to tell me, how did you transform like this? Vegeta was utterly consumed by madness, confronted by a transformation so distinct. Could it truly be that of a Super Saiyan? Yukong was momentarily taken aback. The King's fist? The flow of energy seemed to differ slightly. Could it be? Is it possible that Wuyin has altered the direction of the energy movement of the King's fist? Though such a thought crossed his mind, he was acutely aware of the peril inherent in unauthorized fluctuations of energy. A moment's carelessness could lead to catastrophic internal explosion. The King's fist was a formidable technique that had been meticulously developed over countless years. Has Wuyin been diligently studying this for the past 3 months? He was utterly astonished. With a thunderous roar, Wuyin propelled himself into the air, his feet striking the ground with such force that it shattered beneath him. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of crimson light, soaring into the heavens with astonishing speed, warping the very fabric of reality around him. With a mighty punch, he drove his fist into the abdomen of the colossal ape, rendering the diminutive Wuyin akin to a flickering firefly before a giant or a mayfly attempting to shake a mighty tree. I cannot believe it. You truly can transform into a Super Saiyan. I absolutely refuse to believe it. Yet, the searing pain radiating from his midsection caused him to stagger back 3 steps, leaving immense footprints imprinted upon the earth. Curse it! The massive hand of the beast pulsated with an overwhelming power, but the crimson eyes suddenly widened in disbelief. In an instant, everything crumbled around him. What? He stumbled backward, blood gushing from his nostrils and ears, the agony of his insides rendering him incapable of harnessing his strength. With a sudden squat, he collapsed onto the ground, and a torrent of crimson blood erupted from his mouth. Impossible! Impossible! The giant ape gazed helplessly at its feeble hands, crying out in despair. Just a single punch inflicted such terrifying damage upon me, completely shattering my fighting spirit. This cannot be. Faced with Wuyin, he could scarcely muster the desire to fight. For a prince of the Saiyans, this was an unimaginable disgrace. He unleashed the power of the heavenly hand. Wuyin and the colossal ape exchanged positions behind the stones, his hands extending like a coiling dragon, directly seizing the ape's tail. Veins surged with intensity as he exerted tremendous force. A torrent of power erupted violently beneath his serpentine muscles. Rise. The towering figure, several dozen meters in height, abruptly ascended from the ground. The sight of such a diminutive ant effortlessly lifting a gigantic elephant was nothing short of astonishing. As Wuyin grasped his tail with sudden force, the giant ape abruptly flipped in midair, crashing down to the ground with a resounding thud. A piercing scream echoed from above. Wuyin ascended in a spiral state, wielding his tail like a flail, relentlessly slamming the colossal ape down to the ground. The earth erupted in a violent explosion, trembling violently several times. The spectacle before everyone rendered them utterly speechless, as Wuyin grasped his tail and continued to pummel the giant beast into the ground. After a few minutes, his body finally began to rotate in midair. Boom! Wuyin released his grip, and the colossal ape fell to the ground, propelled by inertia. Witnessing such a violent spectacle, Yukong, Hurin, and Lu Ping were utterly dumbfounded. The giant ape's face bore a multitude of bruises, resembling a sack of sand. Its body sprawled on the ground as though its bones had shattered, breathing heavily. Hey, Lu Ping, you might as well run while you can. Wuyin does not hold you in high regard, Hurin remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. To continuously pound a giant ape into the ground requires a certain degree of brutality. Lu Ping's previous display of cowardice, contemplating withdrawal at such a critical moment, could lead to repercussions later on if noted in the little book. Suddenly, Lu Ping shivered, a chill running down his spine. The giant ape emitted a heart-wrenching roar as its massive form crashed heavily to the ground, causing the earth to tremble beneath it. How can you possess such formidable power? I am the prince of the Saiyans. It is inconceivable that I could be defeated by a mere mongrel like you. With a furious roar, the giant ape abruptly turned, unleashing torrents of energy from its mouth, enveloping Wuyin from all directions like petals scattered by a celestial maiden. Such trivial skills. The concentrated bombardment was merely a desperate measure employed when one is resigned to inevitable defeat. It appears you have a premonition of your own failure. The wheel of rebirth whirled incessantly, its formidable dynamic vision allowing him to perceive all assaults with crystal clarity. He swung his hands with extraordinary speed, deftly deflecting every strike with precision. With a mighty roar, a brilliant flame erupted from his mouth, as if the very air had transformed into fuel, igniting into a fierce blaze that enveloped him entirely in an instant. "Be cautious, Wuyin." Wukong, filled with apprehension, shouted loudly, "Divine righteousness." The tumultuous repulsive force surged wildly, and in an instant, the searing flames were reduced to mere ashes. Wuyin stood proudly in the air, arms crossed over his chest, casting a disdainful glance at Vegeta. "The fleeting moment of resistance seems to have come to an end, hasn't it?" "Huh." He slowly brought his hands together in a flower bud formation at his waist, as surges of energy pulsated beneath the veins of his arms. Specks of light began to coalesce in his palms, and in an instant, a searing blue radiance illuminated the heavens and the earth. Kamehameha. With a sudden thrust of his hands, all the gathered energy erupted forth as if it had found its long-awaited release. A magnificent force fluctuated through the sky, completely enveloping the giant ape's crimson eyes. A horrific scream echoed out, yet in the blink of an eye, it was drowned in the tempestuous whirlwind of energy. Zzz. Surrounding him, dark lightning crackled like the underworld itself emerging from the void. The world seemed to tremble under the chaotic surge of power. The ground erupted with a thunderous roar, and countless fragments of stone were drawn into the air, vanishing instantly amidst the intertwining energies. Nanoscopic, concentrated assaults relentlessly ravaged the giant ape's cells, leaving trails of blood from its mouth, nose, ears, and even its eyes. Within the ethereal blue energy, flecks of crimson appeared, as a blood-red tempest swirled around the periphery. Wukong exclaimed in astonishment, "What a terrifying wave of energy this is! Wuyuin's presence has far surpassed mine, rendering me incapable of even keeping pace." Piccolo, unwilling to concede, clenched his fists. After Wuyuin's departure, he set aside his pride to train alongside son Wukong at Baozi Mountain, significantly enhancing his combat prowess. Initially, he believed he had eclipsed that young lad, yet the disparity was never exaggerated. Tch, he spat contemptuously, filled with resentment towards himself. At last, the howling energy surged like a tempest, propelling Vegeta's frenzied form into the air, only for him to crash heavily to the ground. In an instant, all energy dissipated without a trace, and the world returned to a serene stillness. How infuriating! The mighty ape's body was marred with bruises, its fur caked with congealed blood, and its crimson eyes reflected utter bewilderment. He had lost the last vestiges of his resistance. This expedition to Earth had culminated in total failure. Thump, thump. His heart began to race violently, his body gradually contracting until he became the diminutive figure he once was, with hair standing on end. Vegeta struggled to raise his trembling hands, revealing a myriad of ghastly scars densely arranged upon them. So, this is what I have been reduced to? That scoundrel. That overwhelming force. Is this what Raditz referred to as a hybrid Saiyan? I have completely lost. Vegeta was utterly defeated, while the cultivators nearby had long been exterminated. The battered Nappa ceased his assault, realizing that the invading Saiyans had no hope of victory left. He sat vacantly to the side, awaiting the death that was soon to come. Wuyin, Wukong, and Piccolo strolled slowly, their gazes fixed upon the severely wounded Vegeta below, only to respond with a cold, mocking laugh. "Go ahead, kill me," Vegeta uttered, his spirit utterly crushed, his eyes filled with a dull grayness, even appearing somewhat vacant. It seemed as though he had lost all sense of purpose in life. "Very well." Wuyin extended his hand, as a steady stream of power gradually gathered in his palm. The surrounding world began to be tinged with speckles of blue. Suddenly, a figure beside him clasped Wu Yan's hand, halting his actions. "Father?" Wu Yin remarked oddly. "This individual is a ruthless executioner, having taken countless lives throughout the cosmos. Upon arriving on Earth, he does not wear a countenance of fierce ferocity? To eliminate him would be to rid the world of a menace." Wukong gently shook his head and remarked, "Wu Yin, I can sense that this individual merely amplifies his negative emotions in this ruthless universe. I firmly believe that there will come a day when he transforms for the better." He smiled as he spoke. "Father, please refrain from harboring such pitying sentiments. This is my adversary." Wuyin was becoming increasingly irate. It was the first time that the father and son had found themselves in such a stalemate. Beside them, Piccolo exclaimed loudly, "Son Goku, you possess your own convictions, do you not? You are indeed my rival. Although you have been somewhat obstinate in the past, it has never reached such baseless accusations. Spare me, For you and I share a profound understanding, and I have not harmed others. As for that Vegeta, he is unaware of the countless bloodstains upon his hands. Wukong bestowed upon Piccolo a gaze that conveyed an understanding of his essence. He gently placed his hand upon his heart, gripping it slightly as he spoke softly, for reasons unbeknownst to me. The mere mention of slaying Vegeta causes a subtle tightening within my heart. I have an unsettling premonition that should I extinguish Vegeta's life, I would lose far more than I could ever gain. He fixed his eyes upon Wuyin and declared with conviction, there is another matter of profound significance. To vanquish him would mean I could never surpass you. This is my belief. Wuyin fell into silence. As the perennial second to Goku in the Dragon Ball universe, Vegeta served as a formidable source of motivation for him. However, having far surpassed their strength, it is utterly impossible for anyone to usurp Vegeta's position. Moreover, he harbors his own aspirations and will soon embark on a journey through the cosmos. I understand now. Wuyin nodded gently, while below, Vegeta seemed to feel a sense of humiliation, responding with indignation. If you wish to kill, then do it. Kakarot, and that little brat as well. Spare me your pretenses. Humph. Father, do not blame me for failing to warn you. The next time Vegeta returns, I shall absolutely refrain from offering my assistance. I understand. Wukong nodded emphatically. The 28th chapter, titled Strange Memories, unfolds with a sense of urgency. Observing a crowd deliberating over their very existence as if they were mere commodities, Vegeta felt an unprecedented humiliation. Kakarot, you must not regret this. I shall not relinquish my quest for vengeance due to your misguided compassion. The indignities you have inflicted upon me today will be repaid tenfold. He unsteadily rose to his feet, advancing slowly, blood trickling from the crevices of his wounds, cascading like an ink-wash painting. With a decisive motion, he slammed the spacecraft's door shut, gazing through the reddish-brown glass at Wukong and Wuyin. His pitch-dark eyes seemed poised to engulf them entirely. I shall remember you. Every moment of this day will be etched in my memory for a lifetime. With a thunderous roar, a plume of smoke erupted, and in that moment, Vegeta departed from the sorrowful earth, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. Nappa remained indifferent, seemingly resigned to his abandonment. Kuririn approached, taunting, your leader has abandoned you to flee on his own. Do you still dare to act with bravado? You scoundrel. Nappa merely smiled faintly. Saiyans are inherently like this. Raditz' demise has not affected us. Had it not been for the hybrid Saiyans ancestral phenomenon, we would not have traveled such a distance at all. I always knew that one day, Raditz's fate would be mirrored in my own. In Vegeta's eyes, friendship and bonds were merely remnants of abandonment. Nappa sneered, indeed, I share that sentiment. Now, having said so much, in my life, Nappa appeared remarkably composed. With a resolute gesture, Wuyin raised his right hand, and the Rinnegan shimmered with a radiant glow. The prowess of the Azura. Crack. To the astonishment of both Wukong and Piccolo, Wuyuin's arm seemed to transform mechanically, ultimately morphing into a robust cannon. What? Witnessing this bizarre phenomenon, Kuririn exclaimed in disbelief. Even Piccolo's lips trembled with shock. ZZT. A laser erupted from the cannon, swiftly piercing through the heart of Nappa, extinguishing the last remnants of his life force. Piccolo, momentarily stunned, inquired, Son Wukong, is he truly your child? Or is he a mechanized being created by the government to secretly annihilate the world? Even Wukong appeared somewhat bewildered. Could it be that Chi-Chi had indeed done something nefarious to Wuyin? A wave of speculation began to sweep through the group. Wuyin said with annoyance, hey, don't be too surprised. It's merely a rather trivial application of the Rinnegan. I am no mere automaton. Goku, astonished, exclaimed, what? Such a peculiar technique exists? Humph. It's merely preparatory work for the formation of the six paths. Wuyin continued. The Rinnegan can transform the deceased, rendering them as puppets under one's ocular power. And it proves equally beneficial to oneself. Once the ocular power is nullified, one reverts to their original form. Look. Wuyin's arm emitted a series of cracking sounds, reverting to a pair of exquisitely delicate hands. Observing Wuyin's bewildered expression, Goku and Piccolo simultaneously remarked, the human path, as Wuyin silently chanted. He placed his palm atop Nappa's head, and gradually, a swirling mass of purple energy began to materialize. Three distinct voids became evident. Those were the essence of Nappa's soul. Wuyin gradually closed his eyes, and behind him, a dazzling burst of purple light erupted. It resembled a monstrous apparition rising from the depths of the underworld, entirely composed of power, encasing Wuyin completely within its embrace. The realm of mortals. The devouring of souls. Memories surged forth like a torrential wave, penetrating Wu Yan's mind. He skimmed through them, selectively retaining fragments of invaluable knowledge. The vast cosmic star map, the methods for piloting spaceships, even the locations of conquered planets. However, in a fleeting moment, a shadow clad in Saiyan battle attire, shrouded in darkness, suddenly materialized. As Wu Yan's pupils slightly constricted, he murmured, "Him? How could he have allied with Vegeta and the others? They're all Saiyans. Yet what could have caused their eventual divergence? This is becoming increasingly intriguing. Allow me to observe." Wuyin licked his lips, exhibiting a bloodthirsty demeanor. That individual has ventured towards the heart of the galaxy. It is, after all, the realm of death within the mind of Naba. Such unusual occurrences must harbor some deceit. It appears that I, too, must take action. He slowly opened his eyes, gazing at Goku's concerned expression before him. "Wuyin, what happened to you just now?" Your shadowy visage and explosive aura sent a chill through me. "It's nothing, merely a discovery of something quite fascinating within Naba's memories." "What?" Goku inquired with curiosity. "Something that could amplify my power tenfold, even 100-fold. Having said this, Wuyin noticeably shifted his focus elsewhere, evidently unwilling to continue discussing the matter with Goku. Wukong paced restlessly in place, and after a prolonged moment of hesitation, he finally spoke. "Wu Yuan, I have something to impart to you. In the future, strive to refrain from utilizing the Rinnegan to consume the souls of others. Although it is a unique power that belongs to you, meddling with the realms of yin and yang and seizing souls that will ultimately disrupt the natural order. Since when did you become a fortune teller, father?" Wu Yin turned and inquired. How could such words possibly be uttered by the battle-inept Wukong? Was it the king of the realm who instructed you to convey this message? Wukong nodded without reservation. However, this was also what his father wished to convey. You know that his father is not eloquent and struggles to express himself fully. Yet, consuming a person's soul does not align with the nature of humanity. Wukong's eyes brimmed with sincerity, shimmering like droplets of water, glinting with strands of hopeful light. "I understand now." Wu Yan nodded. "All right." Upon hearing Wu Yan's affirmative response, Wukong let out a sigh of relief and stretched leisurely. "Well, this time we are merely here to provide a backdrop for Wu Yan. Just a bystander, utterly unable to intervene amidst the fierce battle. Quite a pity indeed. Let us return. Mother must have prepared a delicious feast awaiting our arrival." At this moment, Wu Yan suddenly recalled, "What about Lu Ping? It seems I haven't seen him since I defeated Vegeta. Did he flee at the critical moment? That coward." He chuckled lightly. Qilin, recalling the earlier fierce demeanor of Wu Yan, could only manage a resigned smile. The Saiyans did not frighten Lu Ping away. Rather, it was Wu Yan who had sent him fleeing in terror. Wukong could only scratch the back of his head, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. As for Lepin, all that remained in everyone's hearts was a torrent of scorn. The camaraderie once shared among the Z warriors had, regrettably, been entirely depleted. Alas, such is the sentiment expressed by all. Chapter 29. Bring back your brother. Whoosh. For beams of light streaked across the sky as Kuririn returned to Kame House, finding himself still a solitary monk with no other refuge to turn to. Piccolo made his way back to the cloudy Bit Highlands, resuming his solitary training. In the midst of their confrontation with the Saiyans, Wuyin's prowess had utterly astonished him. If he did not engage in rigorous practice, it was likely that Wuyin would leave them in his dust, their tailwinds barely visible. Moments later, the majestic Baobao Mountain, stretching endlessly across the horizon, appeared before them in all its glory. The lush greenery was vibrant and almost dripping with vitality, resembling a verdant sea. A crystal-clear river meandered through its center, dividing it into two, as if emerging from a fairy tale, a breathtaking world replete with enchanting figures. The water wheel creaked rhythmically, and wisps of smoke rose gently into the air. Before them lay a scene that, despite having been witnessed numerous times by Wuyin, never failed to evoke a sense of serenity and joy. All the fatigue from battle dissipated in an instant. The dining table awaited. Wukong and Gohan were pushing their rice around the towering mound before them, while Wuyin merely consumed his meal in small bites, a clear indication that something weighed heavily on his mind. "What troubles you, Wuyin? Have you sustained an injury during battle? Why is your appetite so diminished today?" Chi-Chi inquired with concern. "Mother, I have something to share," he declared. "What is it?" "I intend to venture into the universe, to pursue the specter of that person etched in my memory, at the heart of the cosmos. The celestial essence that can rapidly amplify combat prowess must surely have been uncovered. If that individual were to acquire it, the ramifications would be dire. Upon hearing Wuyin's words, Chi-Chi fell silent. The vastness of the universe loomed before her, endless celestial bodies shimmering like diamonds in the night sky. A brilliant river of stars radiated intense luminescence, bisecting the heavens. You are akin to a kite, once swirling around me, but now I find myself unable to grasp you completely. Dashing into the cosmos is like plunging into the void of a dim star. Perhaps I shall never see you again. Chi-Chi murmured to herself, enveloped in an inexplicable atmosphere. As Wukong and Gohan fell into a contemplative silence. How long will it take? I do not know. If fortune favors me, perhaps a month. If not, it may take years. Indeed, Chi-Chi whispered, her voice trembling slightly. Is there danger ahead? Wuyin remained silent, a tacit acknowledgement of the gravity of the situation. Even with the recollections of Ba and Raditz, he could not confidently assert that there were no risks involved this time. In comparison to the vastness of the universe, the paths traversed by the two were exceedingly limited. Moreover, the very heart of the cosmos was distinctly marked as a realm of death on the star map. It was said that Vegeta had ventured there once, seeking to delve deeper into its mysteries. Yet, upon merely grazing its surface, his arm was instantly disintegrated, revealing stark, white bones beneath. He was severely injured on the spot. Go forth. But promise me, you must return alive. Wuyin nodded thoughtfully. Perhaps sensing the comfort in his tone, Chi-Chi left the room without looking back. Wuyin, what exactly are the treasures of heaven and earth you mentioned? Wukong inquired with curiosity. In my memories of that realm, I glimpsed a Saiyan who bears a striking resemblance to my father, albeit exuding an aura of malevolence. His name is Darius, a lower-class warrior among the Saiyans. Perhaps unable to endure Vegeta's arrogance, he recently departed from Vegeta and journeyed to the center of the galaxy. The treasures of heaven and earth are, in fact, the fruit of a spiritual tree that thrives on the energy of a planet. It extracts all the vitality from a planet, transforming it into pure essence. When consumed, it causes a person's power to surge dramatically without any adverse effects. Extracting a planet's vitality? Wukong murmured. Indeed, it is a truly wicked thing. Yes, Wuyin nodded. The growth of the spiritual tree's fruit is certainly not benign. Wukong remarked, Wuyin, be cautious in space. After your father completes his training, he will surely come to find you. I understand. In the courtyard, Chi-Chi squatted on the ground, hugging her knees. As a gentle breeze swept by, revealing a visage reminiscent of a rain-laden pear blossom, her crystalline eyes fixated on the babbling brook, the flowing water pulsating softly. Akin to Wuyin, seemingly drifting further away from her grasp. Was it truly a grave mistake to encourage him to pursue martial arts? Was her life alongside son Wukong destined to be a tragic entanglement? She found herself at a loss. Initially, as a devoted wife, her dream was to live blissfully with her family. For ordinary folks, such happiness is easily attainable, yet for her, it felt like a distant fantasy, forever out of reach. Mom. Nearby, Gohan approached stealthily and obediently settled down beside her. Gohan, do you think I should allow your brother to venture into the cosmos? His aspirations lie far beyond Earth, and his formidable combat prowess cannot be contained here. Even if you disapprove today, he will undoubtedly leave tomorrow. Wu Fan whispered softly. That child, Wuyin, has always possessed a strong-willed nature since his infancy. I am well aware that I cannot restrain him. Yet, I never anticipated that this moment would arrive so swiftly. He is still but a child, barely out of his toddler years. This year, he is merely 5. I find it difficult to part with him. However, he has harbored a passion for martial arts from a young age. And with his formidable combat prowess comes an ambition that cannot be contained. My mind is a tumultuous storm, leaving me at a loss as to what course of action to pursue. Psychologically, I wish for Wuyin to chase after his dreams, yet emotionally, I dread the thought of him leaving the comfort of my embrace. Chi-Chi has struggled with this for quite some time. This is the inevitable outcome of the union between son Wukong, a warrior, and a woman yearning for a life of tranquility. Even without Wuyin, this circumstance would have eventually arisen. After a prolonged silence, Chi-Chi suddenly opened her eyes, determination gleaming within them. I have resolved to support Wu Yan's aspirations. However, Wu Fan, I also have a request for you. Tomorrow, after Wu Yan departs, you must train in martial arts alongside your father. He has said that the strength within you rivals that of Wu Yan. Once fully unleashed, it will be nothing short of tremendous. Promise your mother that when you stand before your brother, you will not allow him to tread the path of solitude. Perhaps, in times of danger, you can pull him back. Ensure that your brother returns safely to your mother's side. The following day, Wuyin stood at the forefront, with Wukong, Chi-Chi, and Wu Fan positioned behind him, silently observing as he ventured forth alone. Chi-Chi's eyes sparkled with unwavering resolve, indicating that last night's conversation had profoundly transformed her inner thoughts. Instead of resisting, it is better to let nature take its course. Maximize the support given to Wuyin. With a soft hum, the spherical spacecraft gradually closed in. Drawing upon the memories of Raditz and Nappa, Wuyin effortlessly maneuvered the vessel. In an instant, a cacophony erupted, and he shot into the sky, transforming into a brilliant point of light, vanishing from sight. As they gazed at Wu Yin's receding figure, Chi-Chi and the others stood motionless for a full 10 minutes. Soon after, Wukong stretched lazily and remarked to Wu Fan, it is time for us to begin our own journey. Chapter 30, Encounter on the Road. The vast, boundless universe lay shrouded in darkness, with twinkling stars intermittently shimmering. The resplendent Milky Way cascaded downward, spanning east to west, its vibrant colors unfathomably deep, as if to engulf all within its embrace. A dreamy, ethereal hue enveloped the scene, reminiscent of the celestial pathway leading to the heavenly realm, radiating pure light and a sense of longing. Whoosh! A beam of light surged into the sky, golden patterns seemingly cleaving the universe in two. Upon closer inspection, it reveals itself to be a pristine white spherical spacecraft. After an extended journey, it gradually comes to a halt on a massive fragment. A child with bronze-hued skin, resembling a crab, emerges gently, stretching languidly. The sound of cracking bones resonates instantly. Wuyin sighed softly. It has been precisely 4 days since departing from Earth, and not a single speck has been observed in the vastness of the universe. The cramped little spacecraft is simply intolerable. The grand vessel of the celestial beings should have been commandeered instead. Periodically, he must emerge for a breath of fresh air. Otherwise, the confined space and the slightest touch of claustrophobia could drive him to madness. I find myself filled with regret. Initially, traversing interstellar distances should have allowed one to enter a state of slumber. Yet, Wuyin hesitated, fearing he might miss something significant. He is not entirely certain about Ba's whereabouts concerning Darius. Had he known, he truly should have consumed Vegeta's soul. As Wuyin lifted his gaze, an eerie flicker of vitality unexpectedly emerged amidst the profound darkness of the cosmos. His reincarnation eyes subtly oscillated. Just a moment ago, it seemed as though the universe had trembled. Over there, he opened his eyes wide. Whoosh! For spacecraft materialized in rapid succession, as if they had distorted the very fabric of space, and with a swift sound, vanished from his sight. The foremost vessel boasted advanced technology, yet bore no excess weaponry. In stark contrast, the 3 ships trailing behind resembled mere scrap metal, crackling with arcs of electricity. Upon them stood 6 figures, clad in tattered garments reminiscent of beggars, adorned with rudimentary space helmets, all enveloped in a patchwork of black and brown combat suits. These individuals brandished machine guns, their raucous laughter echoing through the void. The disheveled leader spat contemptuously, a glob of foul phlegm floating languidly in the air, its spherical form rendered smooth by the force of gravity, eliciting a wave of nausea in Wuyin. Brothers, prepare yourselves. Once we complete this heist, we shall hold our heads high before the master. The 2nd and 3rd, he commanded, find a way to halt that spacecraft. 4th and 5th, unleash a barrage. 6th, rush in and gather the spoils. Oh, the group resembled a band of monkeys, their voices raised in wild shouts. The 2nd and 3rd bore faces of lewdness, with shifty eyes and sparse fuzz gracing their lips, betraying their frivolous nature. They clutched grappling hooks, and the 3rd, with a determined loop, hurled it towards the vessel ahead with all his might. Crack! An unseen mechanism engaged upon contact, seamlessly binding with the protective railings of the foremost ship, ensnaring it tightly. 2nd brother, hurry. Understood. The 2nd raised the grappling hook, assuming an aim-ready stance. Thud! The silver-gold hook latched firmly onto a nearby celestial body, resembling a ground anchor machine, while the forward claw instantaneously spun, burrowing into the surface. Snap! The grappling hook and lasso interlocked, sealing their grip. The foremost spacecraft was suddenly tethered, rendered immobile. Wuyin stood momentarily stunned, gazing at the delicate threads suspended in the air, reflecting glimmers of light under the gentle illumination. What on earth could this be? It appeared capable of withstanding the immense thrust of a spacecraft, if it were used to bind someone. And who were these individuals, truly? Their actions resembled those of brigands. Creak. The hatch of the foremost spacecraft finally opened, and a figure emerged in an instant. As Wuyin discerned the details, his jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. With egg-like eyes, a yellow glow, a round head, and skin interspersed with shades of purple and white, along with a diminutive stature, Gak? At that moment, the figure ascended atop the spacecraft, trembling legs and a nose that had turned a shade of dark blue. Were it not for the weak gravitational pull of the cosmos, he would have likely lost control of his bladder in fright. I am Gak, an elite officer of the Galactic Patrol, responsible for maintaining order in the universe, and I shall never yield to you ruffians. He declared with a tone of bravado that sounded rather feeble coming from him. Haha, I know you are a Galactic Patrol officer. My target is none other than you. Once I eliminate you and assist my master in fulfilling his plans, pleasures abound. Women aplenty will be at my disposal. You are merely a stepping stone. Old 6. Charge. I understand. Crack. The energy cannon in his hand emitted a mechanical sound, silver energy coalescing slowly within the barrel. This was it. He was about to meet his doom. Gak felt a chill in his abdomen as the unmistakable scent of fear began to rise. His sphincter could no longer hold. Whoosh. The silvery energy surged forth like a great tide, undulating violently. It detonated before Gak in an instant. Boom. A scorching shockwave erupted in the cosmos. The vibrant explosion creating a kaleidoscope of colors that floated ethereally in space, reminiscent of blooming iron trees, radiating exquisite beauty. Haha. Success. Lord Qinghan was overly cautious. Eliminating such a fellow requires no effort whatsoever. Silence. Your laughter, akin to that of a quacking duck, is excessively loud. A weighty voice resonated like a bell tolling, imbued with boundless malice. As the smoke gradually dispersed, a youth clad in a black robe extended his right hand, firmly grasping the pulsating energy. His narrowed gaze reflected countless cold glints, piercing the soul like a chilling sword. The world stirred with unrest. Crack. With a single, forceful squeeze, the crystalline energy shattered like glass, dispersing into myriad fragments that vanished from sight. The leader staggered back in shock, incredulity written across his face as he stammered. Who exactly are you? From this moment forth, we embark on a journey through the cosmos. Furthermore, let us make a choice. I have noticed comments suggesting that I should have Bulma accompany me. Wuyin is merely 5 years old, while Bulma is already 29. I find it difficult to proceed with such an action. Let us conduct a vote. If you wish for Wuyin to be with Bulma, please write Wuyin in the comments. If you prefer Goku to take her, write Goku. If it is Vegeta you desire, simply write Vegeta. I assure you, I am quite democratic. Soon, I shall commence writing. Chapter 31, Gak and Ties. Seeking your support. Who are you truly? The leader exclaimed in disbelief. To crush such terrifyingly potent energy with bare hands. What manner of individual possesses such capability? Suddenly, upon observing Wuyin's peculiar hair, he froze in shock. You? Are you a Saiyan? A Saiyan? Gak, who had just felt relieved to have escaped a calamity, trembled at the utterance of those 3 words, instinctively retreating behind. The Saions have been annihilated. To recognize those words implies that you are no ordinary being. With a light chuckle, Wuyin remarked, Hey. The remaining Saions are all under the command of King Frieza. Essentially, our objectives align. Step aside quickly. I must eliminate this fellow. He cannot be allowed to thwart our master's plans. Plans? Wuyin mused, intrigued by the repeated mention of something elusive. I apologize for my rudeness, but I cannot disclose such matters to you. The leader's expression was grimy, yet he maintained an air of politeness, an extreme discordance. Humph. With a cold sneer, Wuyin declared, Your presence here serves no purpose. Prepare to meet your demise. How audacious. Even Vegeta must show me some respect. Yet you, a mere child unseasoned in battle, dare to bark at me. It was evident that the leader was thoroughly incensed. With a sudden, thunderous roar, a formidable energy surged within his being, causing a tumultuous wave to ripple through the very fabric of the world. Oh, his combat power has astonishingly reached 10,000? Truly remarkable. With a light chuckle, Wuyin displayed no trace of panic in his gaze. Youngster, it seems you have come to this realization a tad too late. I have roamed the universe for many years, leaving a trail of carnage in my wake. You, a mere fledgling, might just provide some amusement. Boom. No sooner had the words left his lips than a muffled groan erupted from within. A resounding explosion resonated clearly in the ears of all present. Oof. The leader, dreaming, slightly bowed his head in a mechanical fashion. A pristine white hand struck heavily against his own body, and the surging veins surrounding him writhed like worms. Ah! In an instant, an unbearable agony surged from every limb and bone, the amassed strength crumbling in a heartbeat. Blood erupted from his mouth, a direct consequence of a single punch that Wuyin had delivered, piercing through his very being. Pah! Just a bunch of insignificant creatures, all show and no substance. They crumble under a mere blow. He disdainfully tossed the leader's body aside, using the tattered remnants of clothing to wipe the blood from his hands. Big brother! The 5 bystanders exclaimed in unison. The leader merely cast a vacant glance at Wuyin before succumbing to death. Brothers, avenge our leader. Let us eliminate that wretch at once. Whoosh! In Wuyin's hand, a flicker of violet light shimmered, and with a sudden flourish, he unleashed a swirling gust of energy that struck the necks of the remaining 5 individuals. The assailants, in their fervent charge, were abruptly beset by an overwhelming sense of weakness, as if their very minds could no longer command their bodies. Upon closer inspection, they realized with dawning horror that their bodies and heads had become utterly severed from one another. Subsequently, their consciousness faded into oblivion. Humph! Wuyin let out a cold snort, proclaiming, "For you insignificant creatures, there is no need to summon the dark holy scythe. The swirling gusts of wind alone would suffice to sever your necks." He glanced back at the hiding Jace, saying, "Hey, young one, shouldn't you come out and meet your savior?" Upon hearing the voice, Jace's body quivered suddenly, and he stepped forward, trembling with each cautious step, exuding a sense of grandeur. Just as he escaped the jaws of the tiger, he found himself amidst a pack of wolves. He thought to himself, "Saiyan, let me remind you, I am an elite member of the Galactic Patrol. Offending me will yield nothing but dire consequences." Indeed, he was adept at the art of bluster. Wuyin stated with exasperation, "I had no intention of laying a hand on you." Nonsense. Ever since the annihilation of their home planet, the Saiyans have been reduced to mere lackeys under Frisia, becoming synonymous with bloodshed. Countless Galactic Patrol officers have perished at their hands. I have yet to encounter a Saiyan who does not revel in violence. Gake displayed a tragic demeanor, leaving Wuyin somewhat exasperated. Gake? Have those fellows met their demise? To his astonishment, another figure emerged from the spaceship, sporting short, golden hair, and clad in an outfit reminiscent of the 1980s, resembling a farmer, with delicate features. There was a striking resemblance to Bulma, Taisi, who permitted your emergence? Gake shouted in panic. Alas, such a beautiful individual has fallen into the hands of the Saiyans. Taisi, what fate awaits you now? Will you be mercilessly torn apart? Will you be sold as a star prostitute, ultimately meeting a tragic end? Or will you become this Saiyan-'s slave, enduring unbearable torment? Taisi, you have gotten yourself into grave trouble. Wuyin was utterly baffled. Vegeta, what on earth have you done in the cosmos to tarnish the reputation of the Saiyans so profoundly? It seems that approaching Gak is not a viable option. The orb of Wuyin spun rapidly as he exclaimed, Tais, do you remember Bulma? Bulma? She is my sister. Tais responded in astonishment. Ah, Gak's face fell in dismay. I never anticipated that you have already extended your malevolent grasp towards Bulma. Indeed, not long ago, we detected the Saiyan spacecraft heading towards Earth. Gak's expression darkened, and he collapsed weakly to the ground. Bang! Wuyin flickered directly and delivered a sharp blow to Jack's head. You scoundrel, if you continue to babble nonsense, I shall take your life. It was utterly impossible to engage in a proper conversation with this individual. I am a Saiyan from Earth, the son of Son Goku. And Son Goku is a dear friend of Bulma. Now do you comprehend? I am merely here to save you. I mean you no harm. Bulma's friend? Taisi pondered for a moment. Ah, I indeed recall hearing that name during a recent conversation with Bulma. She elongated her tone. Could it be that you are Bulma's son? What an absurd train of thought. Wuyin was on the verge of exploding. Why was it so challenging to communicate with them? Isn't that so? Taisi stroked her chin. No, that doesn't seem right. Bulma's words about Son Goku were filled with affection, as if they shared a bond akin to that of a married couple. Are they not indeed a couple? Wuyin fell silent. After an extensive discourse, all misunderstandings had finally been resolved. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He furrowed his brow and inquired, Jayak? Who are those individuals? And why are they pursuing you? Chapter 32. What is this? A wandering planet. The universe scavengers. That is how the Galactic Patrol defines them. A band of marauders thriving amidst the cosmos, surviving by plundering passing merchant vessels. They are sworn enemies of our patrol. Almost every month, a brutal battle erupts. Initially, they were scattered across various star sectors. However, according to our intelligence, it appears that a formidable force has emerged within the scavengers, uniting millions of them. Their strength has surged exponentially. This time, the Galactic Sovereign has entrusted me with a mission to assist a planet in escaping the impending doom of its star system. Yet, midway through, we were suddenly ambushed and narrowly escaped death. Jayak spread his hands, stating calmly, "However, countless patrol officers have already perished in this conflict. The enmity between the scavengers and the Galactic Patrol is deeply ingrained. I have long been prepared to sacrifice myself." Wuyin was momentarily taken aback. "What did you just say? What mission are you preparing to undertake?" Jack replied, "To assist a planet in breaking free from its original star system." "Is such a thing truly feasible? Why would one wish to leave their native star system?" Jack continued, "The situation is rather perplexing. It seems that within that star system, the energy emitted by the sustaining stars has abruptly diminished, resulting in a drastic drop in surface temperatures across all planets, leading to the near extinction of half of the intelligent life. However, as the decay of the stars remains ongoing, they are inevitably faced with an even colder world ahead. To survive, they have no choice but to flee from that star system." Wuyin was perplexed. "Isn't it more convenient and expedient to utilize a spaceship? What is the purpose of your role as a galactic patrol officer?" Jack let out a soft sigh and explained, "That planet is among the most prosperous places in the universe. Even after a catastrophic event, it still boasts a population of 10 billion. If we were to relocate using spaceships, it would undoubtedly be an exceedingly vast undertaking. The leadership of the United Government has devised an enormous plan to transform the entire planet into a colossal spacecraft. This endeavor is projected to take 2,500 years to move the planet to a more prosperous galaxy. However, not everyone is striving for the propagation of humanity. Some, in pursuit of their own wealth and survival, have colluded with cosmic scavengers to form a rebel alliance. My purpose here is to resolve this issue." Upon hearing this, Wuyin chuckled lightly. "This aligns perfectly. The cosmic scavengers must already be aware of your plans, which is why they intend to eliminate you midway. This is not merely a coincidence, but a premeditated murder." The clang of realization struck Jack, leaving him momentarily speechless. But, he frantically gestured, explaining, "The universe is vast, and only a select few, like the Galactic King, are aware of my itinerary. It is impossible for this information to be leaked." "Humph. It seems there are traitors within the Galactic Patrol as well. Your journey is likely to be fraught with peril. Who knows how many ambushes the so-called scavengers have arranged along the way." What should we do?" Jack was instantly filled with panic. His spaceship lacked any offensive equipment. Suddenly, he glanced at Wuyin, as if he had found a savior. "Wuyin, right? Could you assist me and join me in completing this mission?" "Why should I?" Wuyin replied tersely, "I have my own objectives in the cosmos and cannot afford to delay even for a moment." Jack felt disheartened. Just then, a weathered voice reached the ears of Wuyin and Jack. "Wuyin, can you hear me? The King of Realms?" Wuyin replied solemnly, "Lord King of Realms?" Jack exclaimed in terror, "Is it truly the highest deity of the Northern Galaxy, the Lord King of Realms?" "Indeed, you are absolutely correct." "Wonderful. At last, a glimmer of hope." The King of Realms continued, "Wuyin, I hope you can make the journey. Relying solely on Jack's strength, or even that of the Galactic Patrol, is utterly insufficient to contend with the current cosmic scavengers. Lord King, you are aware of my objectives. If the fruit is taken by Daleth, it would spell disaster for both me and my father. Fear not, Wuyin. I have observed that Daleth's spaceship is still a month away from the Galactic Center. Moreover, the fruit requires nearly a month and a half to mature. So you have ample time." "What?" Wuyin was still reluctant to go. "Furthermore, I assure you, your gains from this venture will far exceed your expectations." The words of the King of the Realm carried an air of mystery, shrouded in an enigmatic tone. Wuyin murmured softly, glancing back at Jack. "Well, it seems I have no choice but to accompany you on this journey. The benefits are of little importance. What truly intrigues me is the nature of the humanity capable of transforming an entire planet into a magnificent vessel." With a sigh of relief, Jack regarded Wuyin's circular spacecraft. "I shall provide you with the coordinates for the spatial distortion. It is merely a journey of 3 days." "Very well," Wuyin agreed. In an instant, 2 beams of light shot forth into the sky. In the previously silent expanse of the universe, specks of light abruptly began to swirl, coalescing into a black hole. The cosmos swiftly surged into its depths, the black hole rapidly closing, ultimately vanishing from sight. In a distant galaxy, 8 planets revolved around a blazing star, perpetually in motion. The crimson orb radiated dazzling brilliance, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern the presence of an infinite darkness intertwined within its golden, sacred light, akin to a roaring black dragon. A hint of silvery luminescence mingled with an eerie chill emanated from it. Suddenly, a black hole appeared, swirling into existence. 2 ethereal beams surged forth like divine swords. Decelerating the moment they penetrated the cosmos. Jack, Tais, and Wuyin stood in succession, rendered momentarily speechless by the breathtaking scene before them. A water-blue planet adorned with countless white specks, swirling gas formations shimmering in harmony, its land and ocean distinctively interwoven. Such was the sight of an exquisitely beautiful planet, reminiscent of Earth's appearance. In an instant, Wuyin's Rinnegan captured the entire star system, which resembled a mirrored world, its structure identical in every aspect, save for the opposing direction of rotation. The reverse side of that celestial body erupted with surging blue flames, and boundless waves of energy surged wildly through the cosmos, gradually propelling the planet forward as if ants were crawling. Jack exclaimed with excitement, "Those blue lights must be the planetary engines. What a magnificent scene! Is this a wandering planet?" muttered Tai Si in disbelief. Chapter 33. Natural disasters? Man-made catastrophes? Is that truly a wandering planet? Tai Si was momentarily stunned. Thousands of planetary engines belched forth blue flames stretching for tens of thousands of meters, the tremendous thrust enabling the entire planet to move forward slowly. Such phenomena seemed like a tale from a fantastical dream. Without witnessing it firsthand, one could scarcely fathom its reality. Wuyin was momentarily taken aback, his eyes sparkling with a fervent light. Indeed, the universe is teeming with hidden talents, and technology has advanced to such an extraordinary level. Suddenly, a gentle breeze materialized from nowhere, revealing Wu Yan's reincarnation eye. Thump, thump. His heart abruptly contracted violently twice, and waves of pain emanated from the reincarnation eye. That star? He opened his eyes wide against the sun, scrutinizing closely. Amidst the resplendent golden light, there lingered an unsettling chill as a pitch-black ripple enveloped the entire star. What could that be? At the edge of the star, there seemed to be specks of silvery light. Wu Yin channeled his breath into the reincarnation eye. The image gradually became clearer. Thick silvery stripes emerged, with currents of energy surging forth, evidently transporting something. Wu Yin murmured. Is someone absorbing the energy of the stars? No wonder the temperature of the entire star system has suddenly dropped. Utilizing technological means to induce stellar decay and preemptively harness energy, the radiation dispersed across the world will undoubtedly diminish significantly. It appears that this is a man-made calamity. Jack's words jolted Wu Yin awake. Wu Yin, Tai Si. We must descend quickly. According to the reports from the Galactic Patrol headquarters, the planet is about to undertake its most perilous maneuver. By exploiting the gravitational pull of a colossal planet, they aim to reduce the energy consumption of the engines, allowing for an instantaneous eruption to escape the star system. Yet, any miscalculation could lead the planet to become ensnared within the immense gravitational forces. Jack pointed ahead at a massive planet, enveloped in a tawny hue, with swirling white dots adorning its surface, resembling a breathtaking oil painting. This is the planet. The time is nigh. Whoosh. As Wu Yuan shielded Tai Si, the trio plunged into the atmosphere, relying on the divine technique of Shinra Tensei, untouched by any scorching heat. Upon entering the atmosphere, Wu Yuan was momentarily taken aback by the scene before him. The world lay enveloped in a chilling ice, with towering structures, once a testament to grandeur, now obscured by thick layers of frost, resembling a frozen wasteland. Countless souls were trapped within, their expressions forever frozen in shock at the moment of their demise. The entire landscape was shrouded in a veil of desolation, steeped in antiquity and despair. The calamity had struck with such swiftness that the populace had no time to react. Gak sighed softly, murmuring, while Tai Si's face turned ashen, although they had traversed numerous planets and witnessed various deaths alongside Gak. The sight of nearly 100 billion lives extinguished in an instant filled her with an overwhelming dread. The visage of humanity lingered in her mind, accompanied by the haunting wails of tormented spirits. Unable to contain her anguish, she let out a piercing scream, her chest heaving violently, her face flushed yet pale with terror. Fear had enveloped her very soul. Tai Si, take a deep breath. We are here to save the remaining survivors, are we not? Gak urged loudly. It's futile. Tai Si cried out, her heart shattered by the sheer magnitude of the tragedy. Only time could dull the pain of this moment. They could only hope that the horrors unfolding before them would not leave lasting scars on her psyche. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the ground, shaking the heavens above. The planet had officially made contact with the gravitational orbit of that celestial body. We must descend quickly. If we are captured by the gravity, it will spell disaster, Gak exclaimed in panic. Yet, Wuyin remained unmoved, his pupils narrowing as his trembling finger pointed ahead. The scene before them sent chills down their spines. A colossal planetary engine's flames abruptly vanished, and under the immense gravitational force, its sturdy steel structure collapsed with a deafening crash. The ground fissured like a spider's web. Vast surges of energy erupting from the crevices. A blinding light shot upwards, crashing down with a thunderous impact. The ground, spanning several kilometers in diameter, caved in, the sound echoing like thunderous lightning. The world was engulfed in a cacophony of chaos. In an instant, torrents of blood gushed forth from the ruins, staining the fallen earth. What is this? Gak cried out in despair. He surprisingly erupted into a hysterical roar, utterly disregarding his own identity. Wuyin's pupils contracted slightly. Due to the force of gravity, the engine has abruptly ceased functioning. However, the temperature on the surface is no longer conducive to human survival. Humanity can only carve out a space for existence beneath the engine. This is an unforeseen calamity. The engine's shutdown, coupled with the gravitational fluctuations, has precipitated a sudden drop in temperature, causing the surface structure to rapidly contract, ultimately collapsing. Upon hearing this, Jack swallowed hard and trembled as he asked, Then, my reincarnation, I instantaneously captured the souls, nearly 70,000 of them, all crushed to death. Infuriating. Jack howled madly at the heavens. The sheer psychological impact of witnessing so many perish before his eyes is beyond imagination. Let us depart. Wuyin let out a faint sigh, beginning to comprehend the despair of the Z-warriors in the original work. There are others still awaiting our rescue. Wuyin's ideology has undergone a profound transformation. Previously, he was merely compelled by the request of the king of the realm, unable to disregard it. Now, however, he is genuinely intent on rescuing these individuals. To witness 100 billion lives extinguished before him is something he cannot fathom doing, no matter the circumstances. In the southeastern region, traces of human activity can still be detected upon the surface, albeit faintly. It appears we must hasten our pace. Whoosh! Two beams of light instantaneously slice through the sky, accompanied by a series of sonic booms resonating behind them. Wuyin, this is the most prosperous locale on the planet. A place steeped in the rich cultural heritage of ancient civilizations. Yet, the frozen, stark white ice has entirely enveloped the world. The blood-red tower stands alone in its desolation. Within the fissures of ice, dozens of meters deep, a clumsy vehicle hastily navigates its way through. Above, colossal shards of ice are crashing down with thunderous roars. This is dire. Just as Jack arrived here, the planet's gravitational pull intensified, causing the world to lurch violently. The entire icy realm erupted into chaos. A massive piece of ice, measuring several meters in diameter, plummeted from the sky. Jack glimpsed the desperate expressions of humanity within the vehicle. Chapter 34. You all shall perish. Kamehameha. A brilliant blue beam surged skyward, hurtling towards the enormous fragments of ice within the fissure. Boom! An inexhaustible energy erupted, plunging the world into tumult. As the concentrated force swiftly consumed the solid ice, leaving only a few remnants suspended in the air, a whirlwind descended, drawing in the vast snow and fog, while the vehicle below experienced a fleeting joy of survival, accelerating out of the rift. Phew! Jack exhaled in relief, reflecting on how fortunate it was to have summoned Wuyin here. Without his aid, he would have been powerless to intervene. What is that? His pupils constricted suddenly as the vehicle came to an abrupt halt before a group of individuals clad in tattered patchwork garments, wielding weapons resembling Woyong shovels. Their mismatched brown and white combat attire appeared haphazardly thrown together. Each person bore unkempt beards and faces etched with the scars of hardship. Cosmic scavengers? No. There are also the intertwined rebel alliances. Humph. Wuyin scoffed. In adversity, humanity often manifests an unimaginable strength. Yet there are always some treacherous individuals who, in pursuit of their own survival, disregard the lives of others. Observing this massive plan for survival, I discerned that rebels would inevitably emerge. Creak. The car door slowly opened, revealing a group of individuals encased in exoskeletal armor, trembling as they stepped out. Two children, one boy and one girl, along with a nonconformist sporting light yellow hair, stand alongside three soldiers clad in military uniforms. The last individual, who appears to be in distress, seems to be an academic. They appear to be entangled with scavengers. Wuyin, amidst a tempest, hears nothing but the relentless storm. Rat-a-tat-tat. The sound of gunfire erupts, and one soldier collapses instantly, encased in mech armor, although he will not perish. The impact of the bullets inflicts severe damage upon him. The leader of the soldiers, named Wang Lei, possesses a gaze that reflects a flicker of longing intertwined with the lament of a failed mission. The young boy, Lu Lei, sighs, lamenting, alas. We have narrowly escaped the valley of death by mere fortune, only to find ourselves in the clutches of the rebels. The ground is indeed perilous. Each individual faces their own demise, save for the girl named Han Duo, who remains sheltered in Lu Chi's embrace, while everyone else wears expressions of calm acceptance. There is no such thing as luck. I have come to understand this amidst the upheaval of the world. Oh, have you surrendered your resistance? The leader of the scavengers, named Salhu, bears a fierce countenance, his blood-stained hands, lined with wrinkles, evidently having claimed many lives. Then prepare to meet your fate. He raises a weapon akin to a Woyang spade, as ripples of energy converge rapidly within the barrel, surrounding them with a searing heat that threatens to melt the very frost around. The valiant soldiers, faces etched with hatred, lament the loss of substantial energy resources, which have caused the original plan for 300 planetary engines to be only partially realized. Otherwise, why should we find ourselves in such a dire predicament? Inept and counterproductive. Whoosh! A surge of golden energy erupts, engulfing them in an instant. Boom! A tremendous explosion reverberates, echoing harshly across the desolate expanse. Sizzle! From the billowing smoke arises the crackling sound of electricity. Salhu squints his hawk-like eyes, a murderous intent surfacing. Who dares to confront such a terrifying presence? Are you truly so brazen? As the swirling smoke gradually dissipates, the world regains its brilliance. A figure stands majestically among the strongest, extending a hand forward. The potent energy flutters in his palm like a docile child. Golden sparks flicker within. Crack! The individual is none other than Wuyin, his face alight with murderous intent. With a firm grip, he crushes the pulsating crystalline energy, shattering it as if it were glass. You are the formidable warrior who rescued us earlier, are you not? Thank you. Wang Lei stands at attention, speaking reverently. Your perception remains remarkably keen. Wuyin spoke with admiration. Subsequently, Jack descended from the heavens, introducing himself. Greetings, everyone. I am Jack, an elite officer dispatched by the Galactic Patrol to assist you. He continued, and this esteemed individual, gesturing towards Wuyin, is a friend of Lord King of the Realm, who has come specifically to aid you. Lord King of the Realm? Wang Lei murmured softly. Nearby, a scholar named Li Yi leaned in to whisper, there are records in ancient texts that speak of him as the highest deity of the galaxy. Deity? Wang Lei sighed bitterly. 100 billion humans perished in an instant. Once, I was a devout believer, but now, I have long lost faith in such beings. Hey, you fools, are you ignoring my presence while you converse amongst yourselves? The imposing Sarlu barked from ahead. Indeed, Lord Sarlu possesses immense power. Your doom is imminent. One of his sycophants jeered, exuding the arrogance typical of the stellar sect. Haha. Sarlu laughed boisterously. You? Wang Lei retorted vehemently. You are merely the army of this planet, tasked with aiding it in escaping the galaxy. Why then do you align yourselves with the marauders and perpetuate this tyranny? What do you know, fool? The sycophant scoffed. Only a blind loyalist such as yourself would believe in that foolish plan. Escaping the galaxy, a 2,500-year endeavor. Where would the energy come from? These humans are nothing but burdens. Only by following the marauders can we truly evade the fate of annihilation. You, treacherous scoundrels. Wang Lei fumed, his face flushed with anger, spitting in indignation. Hee. Those who understand the times are the true sages. I opposed this absurd plan from the very beginning. The rebels behind him asserted boldly. Wuyin mockingly remarked, they are merely a band of selfish individuals. Soldiers, there is no need to be overly concerned. Such people exist on every planet. However, encountering me is their greatest misfortune. For today, all who stand before me shall perish. The sight of 700,000 souls meeting their demise before him ignited Wuyin's murderous intent. He harbored a profound disdain for those who prided themselves as saviors while being consumed by their own self-serving desires. May they meet their end. Chapter 35. I beseech you, save this world. With a gentle tiptoe, Wuyin extended a radiant azure light across the surface of the ice. Crack! Fragments of the solid ice shattered around it, ultimately forming a colossal ice cone. Celestial attraction. White gravitational ripples enveloped the world, causing the several-meter-long ice column to instantaneously levitate in the air. In his gaze, a fierce intensity emanated as he suddenly waved his hand. The surging ice spires, imbued with tremendous force, erupted instantaneously. Thud, thud, thud. Dozens of individuals were effortlessly pierced through by him, their bodies strung together like beads. Scalding blood dripped to the ground, staining the pristine ice surface with dark splotches. Indeed, the heart is tainted, and the blood runs black. A ragtag assembly, witnessing the ease with which he had dispatched so many. The remaining scavengers and rebels felt a chill of trepidation. Do not be daunted. He is but one man. All of you advance. We shall eliminate him. Humph. Wuyin let out a cold laugh as an ice spike slowly floated above his hand. The sound of it sizzling and melting suddenly filled the air. Huh. Wuyin swiftly turned and executed a sweeping motion, creating a fan-shaped arc. The cacophony of violent collisions resonated, accompanied by a chorus of anguished cries that spread like a tidal wave. Those in the front were mercilessly severed in half, while even those standing nearby experienced their bones shattered in an instant. This was sheer torture, decapitation at the waist. The few who survived let out pitiful wails, their bodies reduced to writhing remnants on the ground. Bloodstains crisscrossed the scene, while exposed intestines and entrails caused Lu Qi and Han Duo to retch uncontrollably. Despicable! Despicable! Salhu shouted in frustration, raising his gun as torrents of energy surged and coalesced within. Humph! I shall harness all remaining power to reduce you to mere dust. Whoosh! Wuyan's form flickered abruptly, leaving behind dozens of afterimages on the ground, and in less than a second, he surged before Salhu. His pristine right hand swiftly covered the gun's muzzle. With a resounding thud, energy erupted, yet it was thwarted by Wuyin, unable to discharge. The barrel, reminiscent of a Luoyang shovel, expanded instantaneously, glowing a fiery red. Finally, with a thunderous boom, a cloud of smoke billowed into the air. Salhu was caught in the explosion, half of his face utterly scorched. Amidst the smoke, a hand darted forth with the grace of a nimble dragon, swiftly seizing his neck. Humph! Cosmic scavengers? Scoundrels who rampage without restraint across the universe. One day, I shall see you all executed. Wuyin let out a cold laugh. Salhu's complexion gradually flushed, interspersed with hues of ashen gray. Groans continuously escaped from his throat, and his legs flailed against the ground. The unforgiving ice was unexpectedly marred by deep scratches, carved by his instinct for survival. A thick mist billowed from his mouth. Moments later, his body became rigid, ceasing all movement. In the final moments of his life, he endured the most tragic demise, the suffocation bringing forth a torment akin to ascending to the heavens. All of this, merely to atone for the sins he had committed. Wuyin harbored no fondness for the tyrannical scavengers, contemplating methods of execution that were uniquely cruel, even by the standards of ancient monarchies. Observing the ferocity of Wuyin, Han Duo could not help but burrow into Lu Qi's embrace, clearly unaccustomed to such brutal violence. These individuals were deserving of their fate. Wang Lei expressed with a sense of vindication. Suddenly, a sharp beeping echoed from the vehicle as an elderly man emerged. Urgency etched upon his features. You must hurry inside. A grave situation has arisen. The group hastily complied, while Wuyin leaned against the wall, his gaze fixed on what appeared to be a broadcasting device within the car. This vehicle surpassed those on Earth in technological advancement, yet retained traces of a more archaic design, a testament to a recent technological explosion. A crackling sound emanated from the radio, followed by a mechanical voice that sputtered to life. Attention, this is the AI of the Navigator spacecraft, MOS, delivering a final announcement to all. The main thrusters and 80 of the propulsion engines have been activated. Unfortunately, the current thrust is insufficient to liberate the planet from gravitational pull. In 7 days, the planet will collide directly. All rescue teams, return home and spend your final moments with your families. This is Moss's last message. Moss had initiated the SEED project, preserving the genetic makeup of all species on Earth, including humanity, in the Navigator space station, with hopes of future revival. Farewell. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. Li, in a frenzy, pounded on the machine, her voice rising in hysteria. There are not even 7 days left. In just one more day, the planet's atmosphere will be completely depleted, and we will not survive. Perhaps triggered by her outburst, an electronic voice chimed in. The second traffic advisory of Yujo reminds you, there are countless roads, but safety is paramount. Driving unsafely brings tears to loved ones. The once humorous message fell flat, resonating in the heavy silence of despair. Lu Qi stared vacantly at the sky, lost in memories of his father. He struggled to muster inspiration. For the planet they were capturing was not a hydrogen-rich Jupiter, lacking any potential for ignition. Despair gripped everyone in an instant. The elderly man, Han Xiong, gazed at the weeping Han Duo and rasped, "My hometown lies not far from here. To return and sink together with it is my final wish." "Grandfather, I miss Dad," Han Duo replied softly. Suddenly, Soldier Wang Lei turned to Wuyin, his voice booming. "I beseech you, save this planet. As a magnificent deity, as a person of exceptional martial prowess, you must possess a method, correct? Have you not forsaken your belief in the divine?" Wuyin gently inquired. "On this planet, there are nearly 10 billion humans. Without a solution, they will face utter annihilation. The wails of an entire 10 billion souls. I do not believe in deities. Yet I am willing to place this final glimmer of hope in your hands. I can perceive the radiant light within you." Thud, thud. Upon hearing Wang Lei's words, everyone fell to their knees, weeping loudly. Nearby, the unsteady Tais faced Wuyin, whispering fervently, "Please, save this planet. I implore you." Chapter 36. The Miracle of Celestial Force. Wuyin let out a sigh and softly remarked, "Destruction is far simpler than creation. With my powers, I could effortlessly obliterate this planet. However, I truly do not know if I can succeed in liberating it from the current gravitational constraints without inflicting harm." Lu Qi exclaimed in surprise. "Is it not possible to simply blow up that planet in the sky?" "No," Wuyin replied, a look of regret crossing his face. "If I were to detonate that planet, the gravitational pull would diminish rapidly, leading to even more catastrophic consequences for your world. Moreover, the countless fragments would rain down, rendering this planet, even if it remains intact, unsuitable for human habitation." A whirlwind surged beneath Wuyin's feet, lifting him slowly into the heights of the sky. To create, indeed, a formidable challenge. "Hey, soldiers, hasten to seek refuge in a secure location. The ground is no longer safe." Gradually, he floated into the cosmos, observing two celestial bodies on the brink of collision. A thick haze of smoke swirled between them, resembling a passageway. With a single hand extended, Wu Yin gently pinched the air. Universal attraction. Suddenly, a torrent of dense white ripples erupted from the depths of his palm, intertwining in layers, as if forming an invisible hand of gravity in the dark cosmos. Slowly, it reached out towards the planet before him. Boom! At the very moment of contact, the ground collapsed with a thunderous roar. A colossal imprint of a hand nearly spanned the entirety of the front landscape. How infuriating! The force exerted was far too great. The power required to displace a planet from its original orbit is immense. Yet, should one apply excessive force, such consequences would inevitably arise. Truly, it is an exceedingly challenging endeavor. Wu Yan's hand gradually extended. The immense gravitational arm slowly retracted, causing the celestial bodies to begin their relentless motion. Veins bulged prominently on his arm, and torrents of sweat cascaded down his face. "The reincarnation eye," Wuyin whispered softly, and a radiant glow flickered across the surface of his body, refreshing his parched eyes like a clear spring. He exerted himself gently, fully concentrated, fearful that a moment's inattention might lead to the total destruction of this planet. Lu Qi and Wang Lei gazed blankly at the sky, where a colossal transparent hand obscured the sun, its immense power stirring their hearts. Could this truly be the power of the divine? With a resounding crash, nearly a blink caused the ground to shatter once more, a gigantic hand spanning east to west, akin to the descending palm of a celestial being, almost obliterating the earth beneath it. "Quick, get down!" A furious tempest, mingled with ice and snow, instantaneously engulfed the entire realm. An unending chill and frost assaulted the vehicles before them. In the face of such a cataclysmic onslaught, humanity possessed no means of resistance. With a resounding shout, Wuyin swiftly extended his hand, as if a brilliant beam of light had abruptly flickered across the sky. The celestial body before him began to rotate sharply along its curved trajectory. Heavenly hand power. He gritted his teeth, his pupils dilating as he fixated on the surging planet. He exclaimed loudly, whoosh. Suddenly, he and the planet exchanged positions in an instant. The immense power of the reincarnation I unleashed upon him felt akin to a thunderbolt. A trickle of crimson blood unexpectedly streamed from his eyes. Suddenly, the engines of 30,000 planets roared to life, reaching their maximum output, instantaneously breaking free from the grasp of gravity and launching into the depths of space with a whoosh. Wuyin gasped heavily, exclaiming, "This time, I have truly sacrificed too much. King of the realm, if you do not adequately compensate me, I shall ensure that your realm shrinks even further." With a huff, he gently descended to the ground, whereupon he was immediately surrounded by everyone. To Wuyuin's astonishment, Han Duoduo leapt into his arms, crying out in gratitude, "Thank you, thank you." Overwhelmed with emotion, she stammered, I. The planet has finally escaped from the brink of certain demise. I am immensely grateful." Nearby, the soldier Wang lay nodded in agreement, tears streaming down his face, his temples slightly flushed. Clearly, he was still adjusting to revealing his vulnerable side in front of everyone. Suddenly, the sky trembled, and a colossal aircraft descended from above, billowing steam and sending a cascade of snow and ice swirling towards them. An elderly man dressed in a Zhongshan suit approached, leaning on a cane, his voice filled with excitement as he called out to Wuyin, "Greetings. I am a rescuer from the outside world. I am a grand scholar of the United Government, and I have discovered your efforts to save the planet through the Navigator satellite. Here, I extend my heartfelt gratitude." The old man abruptly bowed, while Wuyin merely inclined his head slightly in response. The disparity in their statuses felt overwhelming. Before him, the entire planet appeared as fragile as a child. Thus, the planet was now free to drift beyond the galaxy, wandering through the vast cosmos. The most perilous moments had finally passed. Wuyin found himself somewhat perplexed. Is it truly possible for an entire planet to harbor such an abundance of energy? Can it sustain a voyage lasting 2,500 years? Esteemed guest, please allow me to elucidate. The demeanor was commendable, displaying no arrogance despite his noble status. We have established communication with the genuine cosmic drifting fleet. They possess a wealth of experience, and we believe they can assist us in navigating through this predicament. The cosmic drifting fleet? Wuyin was bewildered. Jack explained, "It is said to be a formidable force wandering in the heart of the northern galaxy. Their home world faced cataclysmic changes, bringing them to the brink of extinction. Yet, through their remarkable intellect, they have developed colossal vessels capable of accommodating 50 billion inhabitants, a true aircraft carrier. In their quest for habitable planets, they endlessly drift through the cosmos." Indeed, Wuyin nodded gently. The elder added, "As long as we locate them, we will be able to secure a stable existence. Humanity will also embrace a renewed hope." Rising slowly like the morning sun, Wuyin then inquired, "Do you know why stars suddenly undergo drastic decay?" Upon hearing this piercing question, the elder's demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness. "We have indeed detected some phenomena. A group of cosmic scavengers appears to have developed colossal technology capable of flawlessly harnessing fusion energy. They draw near to the stars, empowered by a sacred stone, and are gradually consuming the very essence of these celestial bodies. We have engaged in combat, yet ultimately, we only provoked the frenzied vengeance of the scavengers. The depletion of energy even gave rise to a rebel alliance. I have also observed that the far side of the star is indeed imbued with mechanical technology, and I surmise it is absorbing the star's energy. Yet, what could those fiends possibly be scheming with such elaborate efforts?" Wuyin whispered in a low voice. At this juncture, the elder cast a curious glance at Jack. "I find it peculiar that the Galactic Patrol would arrive here. What does it signify?" Jack inquired, puzzled. "From what we gather, the scavengers have absorbed energy from more than just one star. Their ultimate objective is to detonate it, obliterating the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol. According to our intelligence, it appears that the upper echelon of the scavengers has devised a comprehensive plan for war against the Galactic Patrol, having accumulated sufficient energy and likely already en route to their headquarters." "What?" Jack exclaimed in terror. "Where did your information originate?" "In our confrontations with the scavengers. We have also acquired substantial intelligence. Those scavengers slain by my younger brother may merely be the remnants of a larger force. All have been summoned to the galactic headquarters. Xinghan will personally intervene to ensure the total annihilation of the Galactic Patrol." Infuriated, Jack hastily fled, boarding his spacecraft and transforming into a streak of ethereal light that streaked across the sky. Wuyin was taken aback. "Young brother," the elderly man beside him remarked. Although your spacecraft is advanced, it lacks a space jump device. Moreover, accommodating 2 individuals is evidently unfeasible. My spacecraft, however, is the most sophisticated creation on this planet. It was originally constructed to preserve a flicker of hope when the world was on the verge of destruction. Now, young brother, you have assisted us in resolving such a significant dilemma. I truly have no way to repay you. This spacecraft is yours as a gift. All right, thank you. Wuyin and Tai-Si prepared to leave without looking back. However, a timid voice suddenly called out, "Big brother." Wuyin turned back and saw Han Duo. Will I be able to meet her again in the future? Her complexion seemed to be slightly flushed. Wuyin gently shook his head, expressing his uncertainty. Perhaps one day, while wandering through the cosmos, we might encounter each other again. Moreover, despite my imposing appearance, I am merely 5 years old today. What? Gazing at Wuyin's mature visage, his dragon-like muscles, and his nearly 1.7-meter stature, he resembled an adult in every way. One could faintly discern traces of baby fat on his face. Yet it had never occurred to anyone that Wuyin was, in fact, just a child. With a single wave of his hand, Wuyin exclaimed, "Well then, until we meet again." In an instant, the colossal spaceship transformed into a streak of ethereal light, darting into the cosmos like a slug. Ahead, a massive black hole began to whirl, expanding in mere moments. The spaceship plunged into it like a fierce beast, ultimately vanishing without a trace. Han Duo felt a tinge of reluctance beside him. The elder gently patted his head and remarked, "We are not of the same dimension. There will be no intertwining of our fates, past, present, or future." Indeed, the elder's spacecraft was remarkably swift, and as they traversed the bizarre spatial tunnel, Wuyin took a brief respite. The act of directly relocating a planet using celestial force was still somewhat taxing for him at this stage. Previously, he had also hesitated to transform into a Super Saiyan. Now, his eyes felt slightly strained. Meanwhile, Tai-Si fidgeted anxiously. "Wuyin, do you think everything will be all right?" Jack returned alone. "It's the headquarters of the Galactic Police. Surely those bandits cannot breach it. Rest assured, the Galactic Police is an established institution under the command of the King of Worlds, equally formidable. They will not be swiftly overrun. As for Jack, his ship is unlikely to be faster than ours. Relax." Glancing at the radar, it indicated that they were still a day away from the exit of the spatial tunnel. "You should get some sleep. You've been through quite a lot today. You must be terrified, having been robbed by scavengers, witnessing the deaths of hundreds of thousands, and the destruction of a planet." Even after traversing the universe for such a long time, Tai-Si had never experienced anything so intense. A glimmer of inexplicable light flickered in her eyes. She aspired to become a science fiction novelist, having even relinquished her inheritance from the Capsule Corporation for this dream. Wuyin, do you think readers would be interested in a novel about today's events? I've even thought of a title, Wandering Planets. 30,000 planetary engines. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I could never have conceived such a grand spectacle. Tai-Si spoke to herself, but received no reply, as if her warm enthusiasm had met a cold shoulder. "Hey, did you hear me?" But a gentle snoring emanated from beside her. Wuyin had already fallen asleep. How infuriating. He had left her alone while he dozed off. Observing Wuyuin's sweet smile, his cherubic cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, drool escaping the corner of his mouth, and bubbles even forming from his nostrils. In this moment, he truly resembled a child. That fellow was rather handsome, after all. A day later, the bizarre world finally came to an end. Wuyin, Tai-Si secured herself tightly to her seat. With a whoosh, the space distorted, twisting the spaceship into a pretzel shape. A wave of nausea washed over her instantly. In an instant, it vanished without a trace. Suddenly, amidst the profound silence of the outer world, a ripple of movement emerged. A colossal and enigmatic black hole appeared abruptly, from which a silvery luminescence surged forth rapidly. Enveloped by a cascade of vibrant colors, the hues of purple and crimson were exceptionally exquisite, resembling a dazzling display of fireworks that illuminated the heavens and the earth. In the presence of the magnificent floor-to-ceiling window, Tai-Si gazed upon a lush green planet before her. 7 parts blue and 3 parts yellow, white cyclones adorned the sky, creating an ethereal realm. At the center lay a vast square, spanning several hundred square kilometers, dominated by a towering structure that stood proudly. Surrounding this plaza were 4 silvery spires. At its heart was a Gothic edifice, presumably the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol. In the foreground, a fountain garden gracefully embellished the scene. However, this serene atmosphere was abruptly shattered by the cacophony of chaos. Whizzing sounds filled the air as a fleet of spacecraft descended from the heavens, each battered and worn. Among them, one particularly caught the eye, resembling a silver-white tiger poised to strike. Its eyes radiated a fierce brilliance, and its formidable teeth were equipped with weaponry, concealing immense energy fluctuations within its gaping maw. The deadly arsenal was clearly stationed there. Beams of laser fire erupted forth, all directed towards the planet below. Boom! Hundreds of explosions erupted in succession, their dazzling brilliance enveloping the entire globe. Scorching shockwaves intertwined in the atmosphere, while crimson flames consumed everything in their path. Below, the patrol officers, akin to mighty Ultramen, fled in disarray, occasionally retaliating with their sidearms. Yet, in comparison to the spacecraft, their efforts were but a feeble resistance against overwhelming might. The timing of this assault was impeccable. Wuyin softly remarked, "The resistance of the Galactic Patrol appears on the verge of collapse." In the cockpit of the tiger-watching spacecraft, three figures emerged with a commanding presence, swaying gracefully as they stepped forward. They resembled triplets, each adorned in form-fitting attire of purple, red, and blue, complemented by universally recognized battle gear. Their flowing white capes framed faces marked by fierce features and narrowed eyes that emanated a palpable menace. These three were the leaders of the cosmic scavengers. The one in purple was named Qing Han, the one in red, Qing Hao, and the one in blue, Qing Hui. Qing Han slightly advanced, surveying the fiery inferno below, a faint smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, revealing a hint of bloodlust. At last, the battle would reach its conclusion today. The Galactic Patrol was destined to become but a memory. Order the main cannon to fire immediately, obliterating the last defenses of the patrol. As his words fell, the tiger-watching spacecraft slowly pivoted, its gaping maw aimed directly at the grounded vessel. With a roaring sound, pure, crystalline energy coalesced at the cannon's mouth, stirring up fierce winds in the surrounding atmosphere. In the frigid environment, an unexpected surge of heat arose, and the crimson glow emanated around the ship, distorting the very fabric of space itself. Fire! With a swift whoosh, a beam of light surged forth, warping the world it traversed. The impact was cataclysmic, sweeping across the landscape with devastating force. Time itself seemed to momentarily freeze, unleashing an unending series of explosions. Flames roared, engulfing the entire planet within their fervent embrace. Gothic structures crumbled, and the patrol suffered immense casualties within mere moments. The central tower crackled with electricity, connecting to the surrounding silver spires, while an inverted bowl of energy descended, barely preserving the remnants of the last structure. This was their final line of defense. TCH. Qing Han spat disdainfully. Go, execute that energy launcher. After expending so much energy, how could the Galactic King still be alive? Fool. His pupils suddenly constricted as he caught sight of a figure, muttering to himself, he has emerged on his own. How truly foolish. In the plaza below, a green octopus adorned with a golden crown was being assisted by several patrol members as it made its way forward. Upon spotting Qing Han, its innocent eyes turned crimson with fury. Scoundrel! Qing Han, how dare you attack the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol? Unable to contain his fury, the Galaxy King seethed. Recently, for reasons unknown, the patrolling officers had been repeatedly assaulted by scavengers, suffering devastating losses. Many, oblivious to the unfolding chaos, met their end without warning. Jaker had vanished without a trace, likely facing a grim fate as well. Now, those audacious miscreants dared to invade the headquarters. They were at the very doorstep, on the brink of annihilation. This was an absolute disgrace. Haha, enough of your idle chatter, Galaxy King, Qing Han proclaimed with a refreshing mirth. Your fate is sealed. Next year on this day will mark your day of sacrifice. Humph. The Galaxy King retorted disdainfully. They are merely a band of cosmic scavengers. Even at my lowest ebb, I shall never concede defeat. Moreover, the Lord of the Realm will surely return to aid us. You stand no chance against the enforcers of the cosmos. Qing Han merely shook his head. All of this hinges on whether your shield can withstand until the Realm Lord's reinforcements arrive. Otherwise, should I eliminate you, I shall simply vanish into the vastness of space. In such an expansive world, if he were fully aware of our presence, he would have eradicated us long ago. The Galaxy King understood well that cosmic scavengers were notoriously elusive, leaving no trace behind. Once they revealed themselves, they would swiftly retreat into asteroid belts, hollowing out countless planets in the process. In such a scenario, even with the Realm Lord's authority, Extermination would remain a distant aspiration. Humph. My shield is composed of the most advanced particles in the universe. It can certainly withstand your assault for a year. Observing the bowl-shaped shield of blue electric energy, the Galaxy King felt a sense of relief. It was akin to an anchor of certainty in their hearts, for there seemed to be nothing capable of breaching it. Hee. Qinghan chuckled coldly. Let me show you the preparations I have made to vanquish you. Zzz. From the rear of the sleeper ship emerged a colossal mechanical arm, within which a minuscule particle radiated a brilliant orange glow. The searing energy sent shivers down Wuyin's spine. What is that? The Galaxy King's pupils constricted as he unfolded his blue wings, revealing a complex machinery at its core. A satellite? Haha. Prepare to receive my gift, Galaxy King. Qinghan laughed maniacally. And shouldn't you be initiating your movements? The eerie voice struck the Galaxy King like the tolling of a heavy bell. What? Who is to commence action? Beside him, a figure clad in the attire of a cosmic officer suddenly brandished a remote control, pressing the crimson button with great force. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of 4 consecutive explosions resonated through the air, as the silvery towers at the 4 corners collapsed before the Galaxy King's despairing gaze. What? Guan. What are you doing? Is it still unclear? Qinghan expressed profound disdain for the Galactic King. Guan Ning has always been my undercover agent within the Galactic Patrol. I shall only activate him at the most critical juncture. With the attention of Lord Sabo, I have successfully unified all the scavengers. When I ascend the throne once more, I knew the time for our decisive battle had arrived. Guan Ning has disclosed the coordinates of all patrolling officers to me. We will eliminate them one by one. Finally, we shall launch an assault on the headquarters of the patrol. Prior to this, we have amassed an overwhelming amount of energy. As long as we have someone on the inside to assist, and we can breach that tortoiseshell, victory shall be ours. Indeed, everything unfolds as it should. Haha. The foolish Galactic King still believes that all these events are mere coincidences. Beside him, Qing Hao and Qing Wei joined in laughter. The Galactic King, frustrated, exclaimed, Guan Ning, why have you betrayed me? Why? Just to seek greater development. In the decaying galactic organization, I have lost all hope. Engaging in mundane tasks of aiding others across planetary paths daily is extinguishing my fervor. Is that truly your reason? You chose to become a scavenger? A scavenger? Haha. Guan Ning erupted into a frenzied laugh. Do you not realize that supporting Lord Qinghan as Sabo is a general under King Frisia? Once we obliterate you and present this as a token of loyalty to King Frisia, can I not be deemed a tyrant of a planet? The Galactic King was taken aback. This fellow had succumbed to ambition, devoid of any rationality. Swish. Qing Hao gently waved his hand, and a silver beam of cold light swiftly traversed the void, wrapping around Guan Ning's waist. With a sudden forceful pull, he was drawn onto the spaceship. Guan Ning knelt on one knee. Lord Qinghan, well done. You have not disappointed my trust. Now, his eyes sparkled with electric excitement. Everything concludes today. Attack. Chapter 39. The Strange Stone. Die. The elegant face of Qinghan suddenly revealed bulging veins, displaying boundless ferocity. The artificial satellite in the sky began to unfurl its sky-blue wings slowly, the silver iron shell in the center suddenly flashing with crimson light. Whoosh! A magnificent flame surged forth like a tidal wave, swiftly engulfing the sky. The scorching airwaves began to distort the world itself. The artificial satellite gradually descended. The air surrounding was scorched a vivid crimson. Beep! Beep! The sensors of the Galactic King and the Cosmic Patrol erupted into a cacophony, exploding in unison. A nearby officer, trembling with fear, shouted, Master, the battle power has surpassed 1 million. They screamed in a frenzy. 1 million? What a terrifying number it was. According to the intelligence of the Galactic Patrol, the battle power of the cosmic tyrant Frisia was merely over 500,000. Cold sweat trickled from the corner of his eyes, and even the Galactic King let slip a bit of drool from his mouth. His once dull, fish-like eyes now bore bloodshot streaks, his complexion pale, and his appendages trembled incessantly. It was over. There would truly be no opportunity left. The strongest defense, the very anchor in the Galactic King's heart, had been absurdly undermined by a traitor. Above, the artificial satellites harbored such immense power. They had no strength to resist at all. His entire body slumped, and he sank to the ground. To give up like this? An ethereal voice resonated amidst the clamor of the world, strikingly clear. What? Merely a battle power of 1 million has left you quaking in your boots? Whoosh! A voice of authority flickered rapidly, a figure with a crab-like head clad in a black robe, his silhouette resembling a pillar of the heavens. Forcibly pried opened the Galactic King's dark heart, letting in a sliver of light. Who are you? A Saiyan? Humph. Merely reinforcements from the King of the Worlds. TCH. Wuyin let out a cold sneer, realizing that fellow, the Realm King, must already be aware of the entire situation, having naively led him to the desolate planet. Ultimately, he found himself entangled in the climactic battle between the cosmic scavengers and the Galactic Patrol, inadvertently becoming an ally to the Realm King. He felt a tinge of displeasure at being manipulated. Allies. Within the depths of the Galactic King's pupils, glimmered faint sparks of hope. Came. Huh. Wuyin paid no heed to the Galaxy King, as he brought his hands together in a blossom-like formation, his voice resonating with a deep timbre as he slowly chanted. A torrent of energy surged within his sinewy muscles, coursing through his arms with a mighty roar. Delicate azure energy coalesced, swirling in the center of his palms like an ethereal mist. Planets, star systems, nebulae. It seemed as if his hands encompassed the entirety of the cosmos. A brilliant azure beam surged skyward, colliding abruptly with the descending artificial satellite. Crack! The formidable energies collided in an instant, unleashing a crackling tempest of golden lightning that spread wildly through the world like a spider's web. The resilient silver iron casing could no longer withstand the tremendous force of the impact, shattering with a resounding crack. Boom! The encased billowing smoke erupted forth like a wild beast unleashed, instantly expanding in waves, crashing against the universe. Like a phoenix reborn from flames, it descended from the heavens. And like ominous clouds besieging a city, it surged towards Wuyin with ferocity. The Turtle School's Kamehameha shot into the sky, as immense power generated a vortex at the heart of the flames. A terrifying suction emerged from the air, akin to a gaping maw of a celestial beast, voraciously devouring all the flames in its wake. Wuyin let out a cold laugh. These flames were acquired by cosmic scavengers who roamed the universe, gathering energy from various stars. However, Wuyin's power had already reached an unparalleled level. A single star could be extinguished with a mere wave of his hand. What then? Could mere residual energy do? But wait. Wuyin furrowed his brow slightly and gazed into the sky. The formidable Kamehameha momentarily froze, though the duration was fleeting. His Rinnegan managed to capture it. What was that? High above, a minuscule object flickered like a firefly, emanating a cruciform silver light. In comparison to the Kamehameha, it was akin to the faint glow of a firefly. Yet what could it be? Wuyin's pupils constricted in astonishment for a brief moment. How could that entity possibly obstruct my Kamehameha? It's inconceivable. A voice filled with terror escaped his lips. Crack! The surging radiance seemed to freeze in an instant, and the frenzied aura abruptly transformed into a column of solid ice. Ultimately, it shattered, scattering crystalline fragments throughout the cosmos. Impossible. Wuyin's body trembled slightly. In the sky, a silvery light descended gradually, and Wuyin, with his reincarnation eye, observed intently. It was a stone, irregularly oval in shape, commonly found along the riverbank. However, it bore an inscription resembling a gentle breeze. After losing the Kamehameha technique, the stone began to fall slowly. Wuyin's peculiar right hand stretched out, eager to grasp it. The chilly laughter echoed from the heavens. No, the Galaxy King exclaimed loudly. At this moment, Wuyin sensed an ominous aura, causing goosebumps to erupt across his body. The approaching stone exerted a tugging sensation on him, and to his astonishment, blood began to seep from his pores in an instant. How infuriating! Wuyin gritted his teeth, the Rinnegan shimmering with a violet hue. With a fierce bite, he unleashed a torrent of blood from his mouth. Celestial hand power. Whoosh. Suddenly, Wuyin's figure exchanged places with Qing Hao in the vast sky. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. Qing Hao showed no reaction as his body collided with the stone. A piercing scream erupted instantly. In Wuyin's astonished gaze, fragments began to erupt from Qing Hao's face and body, resembling shattered glass. A purple radiance emanated from his being, akin to grains of sand, leading to a direct obliteration of his soul. How infuriating! What on earth is this phenomenon? It can dismantle a person in the void. He must not be allowed to fall into the galactic headquarters. Otherwise, the entire planet would be obliterated. This is, indeed, the ultimate weapon of the cosmic scavengers. Boom. Wuyin clenched his fists tightly, and a searing crimson aura erupted from his body in an instant. Golden radiance emanated from him, resembling a sacred angel, impervious and divine. Transformation, Super Saiyan. Ha! A blood-red specter swiftly tore through the sky, leaving behind countless phantoms in its wake. With a powerful kick, he struck the still-fracturing Qing Hao, finally altering the trajectory of the stone's movement. With a piercing scream, Wuyin felt as if his right leg were pierced by countless steel needles, agony gnawing at him akin to the torturous punishment of Lingqi. Yet, the corporeal form of Qing Hao had already been utterly obliterated, disintegrating the moment Wuyin made contact. The howling stones merely shifted slightly before plummeting directly towards the planet. A sense of dread enveloped him. Thud. The rock, resembling a hardened drill bit, penetrated the ground upon impact. The world seemed to fall silent for a moment, only to be followed by a strange phenomenon. Crack. Like the shattering of a crystalline sphere. A robust fissure erupted from the planet's core, extending in a neat line. In an instant, half of the planet was reduced to mere fragments. There was no explosion. No anticipated display of fiery splendor. Even the remaining half of the planet continued to revolve in tandem with the sun, as if an inexplicable force maintained its original form despite the devastation. Was this a miracle? Qing Han was momentarily taken aback. Both sides of the conflict halted their assaults, captivated by the scene that seemed to defy belief. The Galactic King gazed at the remnants of the Galactic Patrol headquarters, now halved. With all the inhabitants of that hemisphere having perished, the losses were staggering. Yet, he felt only a pang of sorrow within him, devoid of any hatred. Perhaps he understood the true origins of that stone. It was a being that evoked no animosity in him. To Wuyin, he felt only gratitude. Had it not been for Wuyin, the planet may have faced complete annihilation. He chuckled bitterly. In stark contrast, Qing Han erupted into maniacal laughter, exclaiming, "Did you see that? Did you see that? This is true power. In this battle, I have achieved utter victory." After his wild laughter, he slowly turned his gaze towards Wuyin, his eyes glinting with a hint of cold ruthlessness. "Fire the hidden tiger cannon. Eliminate this meddlesome intruder." The spacecraft gradually pivoted, the massive barrel reflecting a faint crimson hue. A formidable blue energy began to coalesce, surging skyward. Whoosh! In an instant, the colossal energy traversed the expanse, hurtling towards Wuyin with ferocity. Sensing the searing force, Wuyin merely scoffed disdainfully. Lacking the peculiar power from before, did they truly believe these insignificant beings could inflict harm upon him? With a flourish, he extended his right hand, a wondrous symbol flickering with a soft violet glow. Seemingly oblivious to the oncoming energy, his body trembled slightly. Dark holy scythe. Suddenly, the right hand clenched, and a faint purple radiance began to writhe swiftly, coalescing into a spectral scythe measuring 1.5 meters in length. A crescent moon. With a decisive swing of the right hand, a wave of pale purple crescent energy surged forward with great velocity. The piercing brilliance flickered incessantly across the sky. As it collided with the formidable tiger cannon, the robust azure energy was cleanly bisected, revealing a smooth cross-section that shimmered with boundless energy. Boom! In the final few hundred meters, the tiger's energy was utterly extinguished, akin to a dampened cannon that emitted a muffled groan. What? How could this be? Qing Han stood in stunned silence. This was, after all, the most advanced spacecraft in the universe, harnessing the tumultuous energy of stars, and it was. At this point, he abruptly fell silent. Wuyin regarded him with a mocking gaze, idly toying with the dark holy scythe in his hand. Qing Han and Qing Hui, having witnessed this, were already overtaken by thoughts of retreat. The headquarters of the Cosmic Patrol lay in ruins, and the patrolmen had suffered devastating losses. Their battle objectives had been achieved, although an unexpected adversary had emerged midway, and despite the formidable power of this foe, Qing Han believed that once he escaped to a familiar environment, hiding within the asteroid belt, the enemy would be unable to pursue him effectively. "Withdraw," Qing Han commanded. In an instant, a beam of violet light shot skyward, and as Qing Han's voice echoed, a drop of something moist landed upon his face. What was this? Blood? His eyes widened in shock as he instinctively licked it. With a mechanical turn, he found Qing Hui beside him, her face frozen in astonishment. A thin line of blood traced across his neck. Suddenly, an overwhelming spurt of blood erupted, soaring into the sky like a fountain, and in that fleeting moment, his head was severed from his body by Wuyin's hand. With a swift motion, a haughty figure reached out and seized the soaring head, forcefully presenting it before Qing Han. The ghastly, terrified eyes retained their expression from the moment of death. The hollow, pale blue gaze and the blood trickling from the mouth delivered an unbearable shock to Qinghan. A scream of madness escaped him. His mind flooded with the image of blood splattering, the visceral brutality seemingly set to obliterate his very being. No, no, he cried out in despair. Wuyin relentlessly pressed forward, revealing that the notorious cosmic scavengers, with nearly 1,000,000 under their command, harbored such profound fear of a mere corpse. Ah! A foul stench wafted through the air, and my legs were completely drenched in the chilling dampness. To think that I would feel so diminished against my adversary. Speak. From whence did that stone originate? How were you able to preserve it intact, untouched by the forces that assail it? Furthermore, how did you manage to harness stellar energy through this stone? At this juncture, it seemed that all would soon become clear, and the mastermind behind it all would finally emerge from the shadows. Wuyin pressed the sharp, holy sickle against his neck. A mere touch was enough to draw a deep gash with its fierce aura. Yes, it was given to me by Sabo. Sabo? Wuyin murmured to himself, pondering why they were able to utilize it so flawlessly. At that moment, his heart began to race violently, his eyes bulging like those of a hanged man. Breathless and unable to utter a single word, he was incessantly whispering. However, his body and limbs began to swell uncontrollably before Wuyin. Boom! It exploded outright. Cursed fate. They were so close, yet this wretch had been cursed by someone. The moment this secret was touched upon, it would trigger automatically. The body exploded. He was merely a puppet, cast aside. Who, indeed, possessed the ability to master such a thing? A tremendous force instantaneously shattered the Kamehameha, disregarding all rules as if obliterating the very planet. In his mind, only one person could accomplish such a feat. Yet, it was precisely for this reason that he dared not delve further into conjecture. Logically, no one should be able to wield his power. With a deep sigh, Wuyin felt as though he had fallen into the trap set by the King of Worlds. What appeared to be a simple matter was, in reality, a quagmire of complications. Moreover, the power of that individual was far beyond his capacity to contend with. Even if he were to truly transform into a Super Saiyan, he had unwittingly boarded a perilous ride. A flicker of discontent stirred within him. It was no wonder the King of Worlds had confidently proclaimed that he would reap great rewards. This was the reason behind it. Humph. He cast his gaze toward the scavenger lurking in the shadows. With their leader deceased, they had already begun to descend into chaos. The power of the heavens. Wuyin let out a cold snort, his figure flashing swiftly amidst the dense crowd, resembling a streak of blood-red lightning. In an instant, a crimson line appeared simultaneously across the necks of several thousand individuals, who fell lifeless without a moment's notice. Bang! Ultimately, the forward thrust of the dark holy scythe encountered an unexpected obstruction. A figure shrouded entirely in a black cloak reached out and grasped it with remarkable strength. Chapter 41, Sabo. A bloody battle. The razor-sharp energy of the holy scythe whistled past the figure's two halves, effortlessly cleaving the stones behind them in twain. Wuyin was momentarily taken aback, only to suddenly realize the truth. Concealed within the dark robe, you are Sabo, are you not? I should have anticipated this. You entrusted the stone to the cosmic scavengers, instructing them to act as henchmen to obliterate the righteous galactic patrol. I was aware that you would be monitoring the situation from the shadows. Haha. The figure cloaked in black emitted a hoarse chuckle, slowly peeling back the robe. Long green hair, tied in a ponytail, cascaded down their back, revealing a refined visage, with a hint of fierceness in their eyes. Clad in the battle attire of the Frisia Force, complemented by black triangular shorts, they bore no reproductive traits. A Scion, I recognized your heritage by your hair alone. Back in the day, when the meteor struck the planet, it was merely a pretext, while a Scion, much like yourself, engaged in a desperate struggle across the cosmos. One Scion managed to escape the doomed planet aboard a spacecraft. Those two are connected to you, are they not? Earth, perhaps? Vegeta, that Bardock had ventured there before, only to be left battered and bruised. You orchestrated that, did you not? Although Sabo posed it as a question, his tone was laden with unwavering certainty. Wuyin remained silent, observing him as he performed alone. Upon learning this, King Frisia had already conceived the idea of eradicating you. According to Vegeta, he is the sole individual capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan. The very notion that you could defeat him is enough to render King Frisia vigilant. Unfortunately, certain matters delayed his plans. Today, fate has conspired for us to meet here, disrupting King Frisia's scheme to annihilate the Universe Patrol. These two events intertwining are sufficient to make you a thorn in King Frisia's side. This honor, this merit, should rightfully belong to me. Haha. Wuyin cast a displeased glance at him. One of Frisia's most significant shortcomings lies in his arrogance and pride. I have obliterated artificial satellites boasting a combat strength nearing 1 million. And you dare to think that your mere tens of thousands of combat power can eliminate me? Ha! Zabo merely scoffed disdainfully, for such entities are ultimately lifeless. Furthermore, one must never be deceived by the superficial appearance of things. My combat strength is certainly not as feeble as you perceive it to be. Very well. With a heavy sigh, Wuyin remarked. You should be more aware of the origin of that stone. If you were to sever your own limbs and endure severe interrogation, perhaps you would uncover the truth. Ziz. A sharp spike suddenly extended from the dark sacred scythe, piercing through Saber's hand like a thorn. Ah! He screamed in agony, utterly defenseless against the destructive assault of the cells. His clenched right hand released its grip, blood spilling from his mouth as he staggered backward a few steps. Die! Wuyin suddenly surged forth, raising the sacred scythe high above, unleashing a piercing radiance amidst the desolate expanse of the cosmos. In an instant, it descended. Sabo's pupils constricted. The swiftness of the onslaught left him no time to evade, forcing him to raise his hands in a futile attempt at defense. Alas! With a cold smirk, Wuyin declared. Perfect. Crack. Confronted by the holy scythe, what was once a sturdy arm crumbled like tofu, as his right arm was cleaved in two at the joint. The whistling scythe showed no signs of slowing down, crashing heavily into Sabo's chest. Crack. His ribs shattered instantaneously, a grotesque scar extending from his left shoulder for dozens of centimeters. The surrounding veins bulged like writhing worms, pulsating violently. Spurt. A torrent of blood erupted from his mouth, leaving Sabo pallid, as he crashed heavily onto the debris behind him. Gasp. A mouthful of congealed blood was forcefully expelled, and clutching his chest, he exclaimed in shock. How can you possibly be this strong? Your bone age is barely over 5 years. Even if you had begun cultivating from the womb, reaching this level would be inconceivable. He found himself utterly devoid of any strength to resist. Wuyin ascended upon the clouds, wielding the sacred scythe, resembling a bloodthirsty war deity from ancient times. He cast a disdainful glance at Sabo, declaring, I shall grant you one more chance to speak the truth. Who bestowed upon you the stone? And who instructed you in the methods of operation? Do not dare to mention Frisia. He is utterly incapable of such feats. Sabo's lips were stained with blood, his gaze filled with malevolence. Huh! Transformation, he bellowed, and in an instant, his chest and limbs expanded, his head protruding like a turtle's. The once handsome visage had morphed into that of a fearsome beast, with sharp teeth and a menacing appearance akin to a dinosaur. His shattered ribs had miraculously mended. Huh! Defeat me? Interrogate me? How Navi you are? I am a metamorphic alien. My power amplifies tenfold in an instant, and my injuries are completely healed. Henceforth, I shall return to you all the agony I have endured. This grotesque form is utterly hideous, and all who behold it shall meet their demise. He scoffed. Wuyin let out a cold laugh, remarking, It appears that your severed hand remains unhealed. How audacious of you. It seems you are unwilling to cooperate with me. Loyal servant of Frisia. However, I surmise you are merely an executor, utterly ignorant of the profound secrets that lie beyond your comprehension. Huh. As he dragged the holy scythe, he advanced slowly, step by step, yet left behind an endless array of afterimages, rendering it impossible to discern his true form. Prepare to meet your demise. Suddenly, Wuyin descended from the heavens, wielding the sacred sickle with a swift flourish. This is bad. Sabo instantly spun around, rolling to the side to evade the attack. The rubble behind him was effortlessly sliced apart, and the remaining fragments gradually dissipated under the onslaught of the roaring energy. Celestial hand power, Wuyin murmured softly, a mysterious ethereal light flickering in his reincarnation eyes, as his body swiftly exchanged places with the shattered remnants behind him. The holy scythe gripped firmly in hand. He swung it abruptly. Sabo had no time to react, merely turning around in a daze, only to catch a glimpse of Wuyin behind him. A searing pain struck him instantly. The fingers of his left hand were abruptly severed at the roots, blood gushing forth in torrents. Sabo helplessly braced himself against the ground, watching his left hand bleed profusely, rolling in agony and screaming in despair. The mundane fistfights could no longer satisfy Wuyin. The attack of the holy scythe, upon the slightest contact, would undoubtedly result in a grievous injury. This is the formidable power of the essence of the King of Realms made manifest. Observing Sabo's struggle for survival, Wuyin approached step by step. I am somewhat merciful and do not wish for you to endure any more suffering. Allow me to bring your end to fruition. Chapter 42. A true man never looks back at the dead. The arrogant little brat. Sabo, like a reaper returning from the abyss, let out a fierce roar from his blood-stained visage. Roar. As Wuyin drew ever closer, a sinister glimmer flickered in Sabo's eyes. With a gaping maw, he unleashed a torrent of crimson energy that erupted forth in an instant. The colossal force enveloped Wuyin from all sides, an overwhelming surge of power. A cacophony of explosions erupted, akin to a relentless bombardment, plunging the world into chaos. Damn brat, perish? He scoffed. How laughable. Such feeble attacks. Even if I stood motionless for a century, you could never inflict harm upon me. Alas, I cannot endure such humiliation. With a swift extension of the holy scythe, it began to whirl rapidly. A violet haze coalesced in the air, forming a magnificent shield. Countless energies were repelled with astonishing force, colliding back towards Sabo, who watched in shock as they detonated before his eyes. Ah! A cry of despair echoed through the tumult. His formidable power did not equate to mastery over all assaults. The surging explosions engulfed him entirely, akin to a small vessel tossed about in tumultuous seas, battered by the storm, leaking from all sides. Whoosh! With a decisive gesture, Wuyin cast the dark sacred scythe aside. The spiraling motion evoked a sensation of shattering in the worlds it traversed, like a galloping divine dragon. A sharp glimmer of cold light reflected in Sabo's eyes. How infuriating. I refuse to be vanquished by such juvenile brawling attacks. Even now, he persists in his bravado. It is truly laughable. Crack! His severed right hand forcefully plunged into the ground, and Sabo twisted his waist with great speed. Yet, the agony from the friction twisted his expression into a grimace. Blood gushed forth from his right hand like a fountain. Humph! The sacred scythe narrowly grazed past his ear, leaving a deep mark behind. The Wuyin reincarnation eye shimmered with an unusual radiance, and with a swift whoosh, it vanished from sight. A crisp sound resonated from behind. As Sabo merely gaped in terror, a thin line swiftly manifesting upon his neck. Whoosh! Wuyin brandished the sacred sickle, akin to a swordsman with a concealed blade, slowly wiping away the blood. A true man never looks back. The sacred sickle shattered and vanished. With a sudden burst, blood gushed forth from Sabo's head, splattering the heavens. His face still adorned with the astonishment from before, as his heart ceased to beat. Wuyin murmured softly, "Heavenly hand power." Indeed, the King of the Realm is a formidable character. The Heavenly Hand power grants one the ability to possess immense agility at any given moment, while the razor-sharp dark sacred scythe becomes exceedingly lethal once stained with blood. If wielded with precision, it is sure to deliver a devastatingly lethal blow. Step, step! Wuyin stood poised in the void, having approached the Galactic King at last. Everything had come to an end. Indeed, it was over. The Galactic King sighed as he surveyed the devastated precinct of the Cosmic Police. He had never anticipated that the Cosmic Scavenger would devise such a grand scheme to annihilate his organization. Had it not been for Wuyin, the plan would surely have succeeded. Should it have succeeded, it would have resounded like a thunderous slap across the faces of all deities. The King of Worlds had always advocated for a hands-off governance. The underworld could not arbitrarily interfere with the affairs of the living realm. The situation would inevitably spiral out of control. At that juncture, even if he possessed 9 lives, it would be difficult to escape death. As he tread upon the debris, he beheld the grim sight of the wounded Cosmic Police. Although their home planet had not been obliterated, the reconstruction of the Cosmic Police would undoubtedly demand a considerable amount of time. In this period, they had become virtually non-existent. Alas, a myriad of words choked within the Galactic King's throat, yet in the end, all that escaped was a mere sigh. Wuyin sensed the sorrow of the Galactic King. Feeling ill at ease in such a moment, he hastily redirected the conversation, inquiring, "So, do you know the origin of that stone?" Cough. The Galactic King seated himself upon the rubble, a light cough escaping him due to the lingering smoke. "If I am not mistaken, it hails from the realm of divine fall at the heart of the galaxy." The realm of divine fall. Wuyin was perplexed. Indeed, located at the galaxy's center, it was once the battleground between the god of destruction, Beerus, and a mysterious deity. The specifics elude me, but ancient texts depict a battle of extreme ferocity, laying an entire star region to waste, littered with debris, while chaotic energy decimated a tenth of the universe's population. And the outcome? Wuyin hastily pressed. The god of destruction emerged victorious, while that enigmatic deity perished. However, the energy accumulated from their clash has lingered for ages, erupting in tidal waves approximately every decade. That stone must be imbued with the energy of the god of destruction. The god of destruction? Wuyin murmured. Memories surfaced. He had heard of such a force before, its chaotic power strikingly familiar. Yet, the pressing question remained. How did Han and his companions harness the energy of the god of destruction? I cannot say. The tidal waves spawned by mere residual energy have obliterated every planet within dozens of light years, leaving only one standing. Such terrifying energy is beyond human control, let alone a stone directly infused with the god of destruction's energy. You must have felt it, young brother, in that moment of descent. As you were about to make contact, it seemed as though your very being was on the verge of disintegration. Even you, possessing such might, were affected thus, Han. The Galactic King's disdain for Han was palpable. Ah, what a murky situation. Suddenly, Wuyin seemed to have an epiphany. Wait, you mentioned there is only one planet at the galaxy's center? Indeed. The Galactic King nodded affirmatively. It is likely called Yangrue's star. The entire center of the galaxy harbors but that single planet, upon which stands a towering tree, yet it has never borne fruit. That tree. His eyes blazed with a fierce light, akin to a divine blade, and the air around them resonated with a metallic clangor. What Dale's ventured to is undoubtedly that very planet. No wonder. That king of the realm must have known all along that there was but one planet at the galaxy's center. He lured me here, plunging me into this murky quagmire. Humph, I shall not let him off lightly. The fruit of the spirit tree. Dale's, I must have it. Upon hearing those words, the Galactic King's expression shifted dramatically. Trembling as he uttered, Young brother, are you saying that the tree above is the spirit tree? Chapter 43. The Secrets of the Spirit Tree. Observing the peculiar demeanor of the Galactic King, Wuyin was perplexed. Was it not merely an inanimate object? Furthermore, the fruits of the spirit tree, which could enhance human combat prowess without side effects, were formidable treasures of the earth and sky, even to them. Why then did the Galactic King's eyes betray a hint of fear? Indeed, the Galactic King suddenly realized it was precisely as described in ancient texts. How could he have overlooked this? What troubles you? Wuyin gently inquired. Little brother, you may not comprehend the terror of the spirit tree, the Galactic King explained. In the chronicles of successive Galactic Kings, it is stated that once the spirit tree is discovered, it must be eradicated. It must be incinerated before the eyes of the Galactic King. It cannot be allowed to exist in our world. Why? Wuyin queried, intrigued. The Galactic King rose slowly, shaking his numbed legs, a bitter smile etched upon his face. The spirit tree is an invasive alien species. It embodies creation from nothingness within the entirety of the seventh universe. It insatiably absorbs cosmic energy, condensing it into fruits that can exponentially elevate human combat abilities. Such a tempting entity is classified as a narcotic among us, the Galactic Patrol. Humans seldom possess the self-restraint to control their desires. They become enraptured by the spirit tree, planting it everywhere. Yet, how immense is the energy absorbed by the spirit tree, and how little does it return to humanity? It completely violates the law of conservation of energy. Previously, we, the Galactic Patrol, had harbored hopes for the spirit tree, but that opiate-like substance drastically diminished cosmic energy. The Galactic King gazed solemnly into the sky. Thus, in order to safeguard the stability of the universe, we had previously incinerated all spirit trees. However, at that time, we faced a cosmic tidal eruption, and the overwhelming destructive energy rendered us unable to approach the center of the galaxy. We believed that under such terrifying energy, nothing could possibly survive. It seems we were rather naive. Damn it! With a resounding crash, the Galactic King slammed his tentacle against the ground, causing the Earth to shatter. To think that vile entity has thrived at the center of the galaxy. If anyone succumbs to its allure and plants it across the cosmos, the result will be a catastrophic depletion of cosmic energy, leading to unimaginable disaster. Wuyin fell into silence. He increasingly felt his own insignificance. He had thought that with the original memories of the Dragon Ball world, he would undoubtedly thrive. Yet, reality proved that he was far too young. The universe is unfathomably vast, and how much ground has Sun Wukong traversed? After wandering in the cosmos for barely a month, His worldview was on the verge of complete collapse. Little brother, please grant my request. Once you obtain the fruit of the spirit tree, you must exercise restraint and avoid becoming addicted. Then, destroy that tree immediately. It must not fall into the hands of the wicked. Upon hearing this, a profound seriousness etched itself upon Wuyin's face. I understand. He chose to believe the Galactic King's narrative, recognizing the deceptive allure of the foreign species akin to opium, which ensnares one in addiction, extracting energy from the universe. All evidence indicated that the spirit tree was undoubtedly an embodiment of malevolence. It was a terrifying entity that had once brought about catastrophic devastation. Snap! Wuyin grasped the tentacle of the Galactic King and declared loudly, "Rest assured, I shall obliterate such malevolence. Moreover, should a seed remain and ultimately fall into the hands of Frisia and his ilk, would I not be left in tears? This power, capable of overturning everything, cannot exist outside of my sight. I vow to eradicate it. This, indeed, is true dominance." The Galactic King, rendered speechless, remarked, "Your laughter is quite lewd." Huh? Wuyin was rendered speechless, abruptly halting his discourse. The Galaxy King suddenly flushed with an inexplicable embarrassment. "What is the matter with you?" he inquired, gesturing below. "What you are holding is my second brother." Wuyin hastily released his grip. The Galaxy King, being an octopus, possessed 8 identical tentacles, making it utterly impossible to distinguish one from another. Wuyin was at a loss, unable to discern which was a foot and which was a hand. Suddenly, a swirling vortex of darkness materialized in the sky, and a ghostly light, accompanied by a blazing tail, erupted forth. The battered spacecraft collided violently with the ground, resulting in an instantaneous explosion. A figure reminiscent of Ultraman was hurled away, crashing heavily to the earth. "Gak?" the Galaxy King exclaimed in surprise, followed by a joyful revelation. "You're still alive. How wonderful." He had feared that after Guan Ning's betrayal, Gak had succumbed to the clutches of cosmic scavengers and met his demise. Gak groaned, clutching his waist, his entire body racked with pain, his bones nearly dislocated. Despite this, he stood tall and proclaimed, "Elite Officer Gak, reporting for duty." With that declaration, he immediately spat out blood. "What's the matter with you?" the Galaxy King inquired with concern. "After continuous spatial jumps, I finally returned in the shortest time possible. Yet, I was ensnared by a spatial storm and nearly couldn't escape. Spatial displacement. It's far too perilous. Why do you never learn to take care of yourself?" It's nothing. Gak laughed heartily upon seeing the Galaxy King unscathed, despite the usual reprimands. However, upon glancing at Wuyin, Gak was momentarily stunned. "How could this be? How could you possibly have arrived faster than me?" Ta-Ec, who had remained aloft, descended from the heavens. The earlier display of Wuyin's grandiosity had left an indelible impression on her heart. The dark sacred scythe was truly a deadly instrument of harvest, effortlessly severing heads from their bodies. Her eyes sparkled with countless little stars, and in an instant, she envisioned everything. The wandering planets, the valiant warriors of Earth, the cosmic scavengers, and the galactic patrols clashing. What a magnificent epic! The science fiction writer, Ta-Ec, was on the brink of greatness. "Gak, you moved too swiftly. That elder bestowed upon us the fastest ship from his planet. It is large, swift, and has several soft beds." Ta-Ec reveled in her musings. Gak felt as though struck by a bolt from the blue. "Why on earth did I rush back here with such fervor?" Wuyin turned to Tai-C beside him and declared, "Tai-C, I shall now journey to the heart of the galaxy in search of the fruit of the spirit tree. I may encounter formidable adversaries beyond my own capabilities, and unforeseen events may transpire. Therefore, it would be prudent for you to remain at the Galactic Patrol headquarters during this time. Our journey together must conclude here." Tai-C murmured, "Very well." She understood that her own strength would be insufficient for such perilous ventures and could potentially become a burden to Wuyin. Moreover, she had already endured considerable experiences, and the grand saga of wandering planets awaited her completion. "Farewell, until we meet again." With that, he took his leave of Tai-C, Jack, and the Galactic King. What transpired at the headquarters was of little concern to Wuyin. He was not a foreman after all. Whoosh! In the profound, shadowy expanse of the universe, countless stars twinkled, and a magnificent galaxy descended from the heavens, cascading like a crystalline silver ribbon, akin to a pristine jade scepter, reflecting an infinite, gentle radiance. In the opulent confines of a luxurious aircraft, Wuyin gazed out of the expansive windows, admiring the scattered stars that adorned the night sky. Beside him, the king of the realm continued his incessant chatter. Wuyin, you must understand that the warnings of the Galactic King are not mere exaggerations. The terrifying calamity wrought by the spirit infusion is no less severe than the devastation caused by the God of Destruction's battle. I implore you to refrain from recklessly pursuing power that comes without effort. Rest assured, my Lord King, there will be no issues. Wuyin replied curtly. He had already pledged to eradicate the spirit infusion in due time, yet this fellow persisted in his nagging. How could he possibly relinquish such celestial treasures? Truly foolish. Very well. After a lengthy discourse, the king of the realm relented. However, at all times, you must not allow your formidable strength to cloud your judgment. Remain steadfast in your true self. The reason I did not entrust you with the energy bomb was due to the concerns regarding your spirit. My king, Wuyin shouted sternly, do not overreach. I understand. The king of the realm fell silent for a moment, helplessly responding. Logically speaking, for the stability of the world, he would absolutely prefer not to allow Wuyin to experiment with that malevolent object. However, he found himself utterly powerless to deter Wuyin. Now, all he could do was hope for his success. Suddenly, amidst the dark expanse before him, flickers of light began to shimmer. What was that? A crystalline, translucent ring surged forth from the center, akin to a divine sword unsheathed, its cold gleam piercing and captivating. The eyes of reincarnation rapidly contracted. What was happening? Within, an infinite frenzy of energy pulsated, and a myriad of sharp forces seemed poised to erupt at any moment. Whoosh! The surrounding planets were neatly and smoothly cleaved in two. The remaining fragments were swiftly engulfed, vanishing entirely within mere seconds. Fortunately, no human life existed there. Wuyin, run. That is the cosmic tide. It has erupted prematurely. The king of the realm cried out in urgency. Cosmic tide? Just as the words escaped, boundless energy crashed against the spaceship, with sharp forces attacking furiously, producing a cacophony of sounds. The thunderous roar of metal clashing echoed continuously, and within moments, the silver-white spaceship became searingly hot. Whoosh! Wuyin exerted force through his legs, leaping into the air. In an instant, a torrential current engulfed him completely. No matter how he attempted to summon his breath, it proved utterly futile. Cursed fate! His body was incessantly tumbling, blood seeping through his skin, as his bronzed complexion began to flush a vivid crimson. Hiss! Wuyin's right hand clutched the spacecraft with an iron grip, instantly leaving 5 deep gashes and unleashing a flurry of sparks. His fingernails had completely vanished. Waves of energy surged relentlessly, rendering my rigid body utterly incapable of recovery. In the blink of an eye, he found himself ensnared in a dire predicament. Wuyin, the force of cosmic tides is strongest only at the periphery. Soon, it will wane in less than a minute. It is easy to speak when one is not in pain. Wuyin lamented, his left hand clenched tightly as he bellowed, divine, luo, heavenly, conquest. In an instant, an inexhaustible force of repulsion, infused with dark ripples, surged outward. The tempest reluctantly subsided, granting Wuyin the opportunity to finally steady himself. The wild storm tousled his bangs, while his Rinnegan flickered with brilliance. Metamorphosis. Super Saiyan. A scarlet radiance suddenly emerged, and that tumultuous energy flowed into his Rinnegan, as if his weary eyes were rejuvenated by a pristine spring, regaining their clarity. Yet, what followed was an even greater agony. With a piercing scream, Wuyin's eyes erupted with crimson veins, intertwining with waves of violet, rendering his visage profoundly tragic. The surrounding whirlwind continued to compress the explosive force amidst the tumultuous torrent, appearing as the soul sanctuary. Moments stretched into what felt like years for Wuyin, yet at long last, everything subsided. The explosive gale surged backward, revealing a radiant core, from which a purple divine light emanated, enveloping the air in a mesmerizing display of colors, enchanting and resplendent. Wuyin lay on the spaceship, breathing heavily. Thanks to the blessing of the king of the other world before his departure, he was able to survive in the vacuum. Otherwise, he would have perished in the vortex long ago. However, the vessel below was in tatters, with air leaking from every crevice, and the engine was emitting a disconcerting hum. Zzz. A flash of golden lightning momentarily illuminated the surroundings, and it was evident that the ship could not endure for much longer. Gazing at the intricate instruments before him, Wuyin felt utterly bewildered. He truly should have brought Tai Si along. She undoubtedly inherited the technological prowess of Dr. Briefs. A pang of regret washed over him. The spaceship was no longer capable of spatial jumps, merely struggling to navigate through the cosmos amidst swirling black mist. Consequently, the duration of their intended journey had been significantly prolonged. Wuyin said with irritation, "Do you see, King of the Realm? You still claim that there is ample time. It is truly misleading. Just to save the Galactic Patrol, I have taken such a long detour for no reason." The King of the Realm, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied with a hint of reluctance, "We are almost at the center of the galaxy. Just endure a little longer." Upon hearing this, Wuyin slightly nodded in affirmation. 1 day, 2 days, 15 days, 29 days. Wuyin's tranquility shattered, veins bulging, and his eyes turned a fiery red. Even the Rinnegan emitted a crimson glow. "Is this what you meant by nearing the end?" He erupted in furious expletives. The King of the Realm hurriedly interjected, "I swear, I am not deceiving you. Look, the vortex of the Silver Heart is becoming increasingly distinct, is it not? Ahead lies but a single planet. That one, precisely that one." Upon hearing Wuyin's ominous tone, the King of the Realm quickly elaborated. He was indeed correct. Before them, streams of silver light converged from all directions, forming a swirling vortex that radiated silvery brilliance. Within it, flickers of light danced like fireflies, shimmering with an exquisite luminescence. Everything appeared as if plucked from a fairy tale. Surrounding them, energies of purple and fiery red intertwined, creating an inverted bowl shape. A formidable force howled ceaselessly, and with just a glance, Wuyin's soul quivered. The periphery was an empty expanse, with only one solitary planet. Upon it stood a robust tree. "What is that?" Wuyin inquired softly. "That energy envelopes what is known as the Sea of Divine Fall, the very heart of the Milky Way. And ahead lies Yangrue's star. That towering tree is the Tree of Spirit." Chapter 45, What I Witnessed. The distant galaxy sparkled, the silvery vortex breathtakingly exquisite, as if crafted by the hands of a divine creator. For rivers of the galaxy surged from different directions, continuously pouring into the vortex. Azure mist enveloped the area, rendering it akin to a celestial palace shrouded in ethereal fog, invoking a sense of dreamlike beauty. Is that the Tree of Spirit? Ahead, due to destructive energies, only one planet had survived. The towering tree thrived, its dense canopy overshadowing the planet beneath. Tendrils of green cascaded down, and fruits, glistening with a deep crimson hue, sparkled with resplendent light. Thud! Wuyin could not help but swallow hard. The malevolent artifact has finally resurfaced today. Beside him, the King of Realms continued to mutter enigmatically. "However, Wuyin, I did mention that there is still time. There should be over a day's time before it reaches maturity." "Very well," Wuyin said with irritation. "Whatever you say is right." He gradually floated down, his feet resting upon the treetop. Suddenly, a wave of refreshing spiritual energy surged from beneath his feet and ascended to the crown of his head. Merely standing there, Wuyin felt his essence wildly expanding. "What is this? Temptation?" The Realm King remarked. "The fruit of the spirit tree, in theory, can only be consumed by deities. Moreover, only those divine beings who are free from desires can withstand the eruption of negative emotions within their hearts. Now you understand why I referred to it as a poison. Just standing upon it evokes a sense of longing. If one were to actually consume it, Wuyin, I truly cannot fathom what consequences might ensue." Wuyin was momentarily taken aback. "I do not believe I would succumb to such temptations. How could one aspire to the highest position under such circumstances?" He paid little heed to the King of the Realm's oft-repeated admonitions. Although the king had imparted much wisdom to him, had it been anyone else, they would have inevitably faced the ominous dark scythe. It appears that an unexpected visitor has arrived. Wuyin gazed upon the dense canopy of trees and spoke in a hushed voice. He then slowly turned around. A figure shrouded in darkness, seemingly enveloped in shadows, revealed his true form. With a crab-like head and a countenance marked by cold severity, adorned with a green battle power detector, he bore a striking resemblance to Wukong. His eyes were filled with a murderous intent, and his bulging muscles made him nearly twice the height of Wuyin. With a powerful energy coursing through his veins like an unstoppable torrent. "A Saiyan?" the figure murmured. "Has Vegeta discerned my scheme?" "No," in his arrogance. "He possesses no understanding of the spirit tree and would certainly not regard my existence with any significance. My kind should have been eradicated long ago." Suddenly, he paused, a flicker of realization crossing his face. Are you, perhaps, a descendant of Kakarot? Wuyin exhibited no semblance of surprise. It was hardly unexpected that if Raditz was aware, then Dales would also be cognizant. Dales. Wuyin exhaled the murky thoughts from his heart and spoke softly. Oh. Dales raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Did Raditz inform you? He is indeed quite generous, sharing everything. Otherwise, why would he say it? One fears the musings of a solitary mind. Before Wuyin could elucidate, Dales had already conjured up an array of reasons for him. You must be after the fruits of the tree of might, are you not? Although we are both Saiyans, I must admit, such treasures are firmly within my grasp. Now, if you were to kneel, bow your head a few times, and ultimately pledge your allegiance to me, I might just share a few with you. This, I assure you, is the greatest favor I can extend to a fellow of my kind. Dales continued to mutter to himself, reveling in the darkness and arrogance inherent in his Saiyan nature, entirely dismissing Wuyin. Oh? Wuyin felt a slight irritation and, with an air of undeniable authority, exclaimed, Pardon me, Darius. The moment this object entered my sight, it became mine. Darius paused momentarily, then burst into uproarious laughter. Ha! 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 His laughter echoed as he tilted his head back, his mocking tone palpable. Truly, as a descendant of Bardock, he remained utterly dismissive of others. He lightly tapped the combat power tester, and the numbers flickered rapidly, ultimately revealing 100. A combat power of merely 100? Huh. What audacity it takes to utter such words. Foolish. The decision to exile you to Earth, that feeble planet, seems to have completely inflamed your arrogance. In the vastness of the universe, I could obliterate you in an instant. Humph. Wuyin let out a cold sigh, slightly raising his hands in a gesture of exasperation, a bitter smile playing on his lips. Why is it that in this world, the truth is so often met with disbelief? How did you come to discover this spirit tree? He inquired. Humph. Your death sentence has long been pronounced in the depths of my heart. However, before you meet your demise, I am willing to divulge everything. Dales responded. Such stale rhetoric, devoid of any originality, Wuyin remarked with a dismissive curl of his lips. For ages, I, and indeed my entire race, have conspired to usurp the throne of King Vegeta. Alas, the rapid increase in the combat prowess of those elite warriors has rendered any hope seemingly futile for an interminable time. Dales shrugged slightly, expressing his regret. However, during a fateful mission, I found myself ensnared in the cosmic tides, and I presumed my end was nigh. Yet, I persevered and ultimately arrived at my destination, where I beheld this magnificent tree. Upon inquiring with the Zafir people, I learned that it is the spirit tree, capable of instantly augmenting human combat strength without any adverse effects. At last, I glimpsed a glimmer of hope. A flicker of wild joy danced in Dale's eyes, as if he were entirely absorbed in his own narrative. Nevertheless, due to the volatile energy coursing through me, I am ill-suited for absorption by the spirit tree. Its growth is exceedingly slow. I contemplated transplanting the spirit tree, but regrettably, I lack sufficient seeds. Should it wither and die, it would deal a fatal blow to my aspirations. I dare not take that risk. Watching it grow daily, like a flowing stream, I can only bide my time. This waiting has spanned a decade. A longing spark shone in Dale's eyes. Recently, I departed from Vegeta, severing the connection to my combat power tester, preparing to reap the fruits of my 10 years of cultivation. Though King Vegeta has perished, with such a divine artifact in my possession, who needs a throne? My ambition is to become the true emperor of the universe, to indulge in exquisite delicacies and enjoy the company of beautiful wives and concubines. Now that is a life akin to paradise. Haha. Oh, Wuyin grinned. What a grand scheme you have crafted over the course of a decade. I find myself quite impressed. However, encountering me is your greatest misfortune. Let me enlighten you. This treasure now belongs to me. Dales, momentarily taken aback, soon erupted in furious expletives. A mere child with a combat power of 100 dares to utter such words before me, the master of slaughter. You truly must be tired of living. It seems I must teach you the meaning of the love bestowed by one's elders. The negotiations had collapsed. Wuyin displayed an expression of innocence, spreading his hands and smiling as he said, Then I shall shatter every bone in your body, compelling you to accept it. Huh, Dallas suddenly roared, and a powerful aura surged forth from his body in an instant. The ground trembled, and fragments of stone were drawn into the air, vanishing in an instant. Crack! Cracks radiated from his feet, swiftly spreading like a spider's web. Oh, has your combat power reached 20,000? It seems you have been playing the fool under Vegeta's command. This hardly aligns with the proud standards of a Saiyan. Dallas reveled in the sight of his hands. Feeling an overwhelming power coursing through him, my sharpness has long been dulled over the ages. However, once I obtain the fruit of the spirit tree, I shall reclaim it all. Whoosh. Dallas' feet struck the ground, and the immense force caused the earth to shatter explosively. His figure resembled a wisp of ethereal light, vanishing into the air in the blink of an eye. A mere parlor trick. Wuyin charged forward, his Rinnegan flickering rapidly, capturing the fleeting shadows in the air. Despite Darius's incredible speed, he appeared as insignificant as an ant within the gaze of the Rinnegan. Die. A pale blue radiance enveloped his fist as he suddenly exerted force into the empty expanse of the world. Boom. Darius abruptly materialized in that space, his fists colliding violently in midair. Crackle. A myriad of lightning surged forth, enveloping the entire realm in a tempestuous haze. What? Darius was taken aback. You? How could you perceive my trajectory? It was as if he were an ant. If I couldn't see it, I would be blind. Wuyin opened his mouth to retort. Balancing on one foot, his body seamlessly merging into the void. In an instant, 3 figures materialized in the air. Phantoms? Darius's pitch-black pupils flickered incessantly, and the identical auras left him bewildered. It appeared that Wuyin was entirely corporeal. The 3 apparitions crossed paths, moving in a zigzag pattern, while the first figure swung its fist, delivering a heavy blow to Darius's nose. Darius let out a cry of anguish, his nose turning crimson as droplets of blood trickled down, and he staggered backward. Bang! The second figure launched an attack, a sharp, whistling energy sweeping across his face, leaving behind a deep, gaping wound from the corner of his mouth to the bridge of his nose, blood pouring forth in a frenzied flow. How infuriating! Darius retreated continuously, his pupils constricting, his visage etched with panic. How could this be? Were all 3 entities corporeal? No sooner had he spoken than the third figure descended from the sky, seizing Darius's face, and with a sudden weight, crashed him down. Boom! Both man and visage smashed into the ground, the shockwave obliterating the surroundings within a 10-meter radius. Wow! Darius spat out blood, his complexion ashen, mingled with flecks of dirt, rendering him a pitiful sight indeed. Boom boom! Wuyuin's fists descended in rapid succession, reminiscent of the fiery deity mercilessly striking a Shing, each colossal blow imbued with boundless strength. A series of muffled groans echoed, akin to the tremors of an earthquake, as the ground quaked relentlessly. Observe your current state of disarray. What has become of you, the once haughty Saiyan? Were you not the one to declare my impending doom? In Wuyin's left eye, madness radiated as boundless power surged towards the ground. Cracks began to spread from Dale's head, proliferating endlessly. Merely the residual force of the expansion shattered the earth beneath. Wuyin formed a seal with his right hand, and a brilliant azure energy began to coalesce, painting the sky and emanating a dazzling radiance. The turtle school's Kamehameha. With a forceful press, the formidable energy surged directly towards Dale's head. Boom! The overwhelming energy engulfed him in an instant, unleashing a torrent of nano-level strikes. Crack! Crack! Columns of azure light incessantly ascended from the fissures, obliterating all living beings on the ground beneath the boundless brilliance. Whoosh! Wuyin swiftly flickered away from the epicenter of the energy explosion. Can you truly survive like this? In Dragon Ball, Goku's battles seem to be a source of enjoyment for him. There is always a moment of exhilaration, ultimately leading him to find himself in an exceedingly perilous situation. After acquiring the Rinnegan, Wuyin incessantly harnessed the mobility of the heavenly hand power, alongside the universal pull and almighty push, to create opportunities for assault. Once he seized the moment, he unleashed a seamless series of attacks, ultimately obliterating his adversary. Boom! Moments later, the accumulated energy detonated entirely, giving rise to a slowly ascending mushroom cloud. With his hands crossed, Wuyin softly spoke, "My dear kin, how do you perceive this gift I have bestowed upon you?" The sound of crumbling debris echoed through the mist as Darius emerged step by agonizing step, his visage a ghastly sight. One side of his face had been utterly scorched, his hair completely vanished, and torrents of crimson flowed ceaselessly from his ravaged skin. He resembled a specter of blood, grotesque and terrifying. "Curse it!" Darius rasped, his voice hoarse, the remnants of his throat charred beyond recognition, each word sending waves of unbearable pain coursing through him. "You are but a mere child. How could you possibly possess such power?" It must be an absolute delusion. Darius was at a loss. If a mere 5-year-old could surpass him in an instant, what had been the purpose of his decade-long struggle? I refused to believe it. In a fit of desperation, he launched a ferocious strike, swinging his fist with tremendous force towards Wuyin. A tempestuous and fierce energy surged forth, sharp as a blade, seemingly intent on piercing Wuyin directly. Whoosh! Wuyin, surrounded by fleeting shadows, gracefully pivoted, deftly evading Darius's assault. Observing Darius, whose body had become rigid and defenses wide open, he revealed a cruel smile. Crack! His right hand extended, fingers poised like a blade, emanating a resonant purple aura. He suddenly swung towards Darius's outstretched arm. A torrent of blood erupted forth, spilling into the air like a surge of fervor, painting the heavens in a crimson hue, saturated with the scent of blood. A severed arm plummeted to the ground. Wuyin, in a shocking display of brutality, severed Darius's arm. Darius let out a piercing scream, clutching the smooth stump of his severed limb, his cries echoing in a frenzied desperation upon the ground. The hoarse sound, coupled with his grotesque visage, conveyed an unbearable tragedy. Even Wuyin felt a twinge of embarrassment. How should one articulate this? To inflict such harm upon someone who bears such a striking resemblance to a father figure is truly. Sigh. Chapter 47. How could he resemble a villain more than I? Wuyin hovered in the air, observing the bloodied Darius, who incessantly mocked him. Darius, swaying unsteadily, managed to rise to his feet, his limbs racked with excruciating pain that surged like an unrelenting tide. The searing energy coursed through him, and the agony of his severed arm was akin to the most terrifying tortures of ancient times. With a trembling hand, he pointed accusingly and shouted, You are merely a descendant of the lowly warrior Kakarot. How could you possibly triumph over me? Wuyin clasped his head and sighed. You speak as though you are a seasoned warrior. We share the same hairstyle, the same visage, and naturally, we possess the same genes. It is truly laughable to mock from a position of equal folly. He glanced at Dales, whose blood flowed profusely, rendering his complexion as pale as death. Yet, astonishingly, he could still stand. I truly admire your vitality. As the words escaped his lips, his right hand was raised high, a scarlet energy swirling in his palm. From the concealed meridians, it surged forth, coursing down to the tips of his fingers. In rapid succession, he flicked his 5 fingers. Whoosh whoosh. Instantly, the concentrated energy cascaded down like celestial maidens scattering blossoms, akin to a torrential downpour. It was as if a relentless bombardment was cleansing the shattered ground entirely. Boom, boom. Scorching flames began to unfurl as boundless energy intertwined and billowed in the air, reflecting in Dale's eyes. Everything resembled a cataclysmic disaster. Damn it, he bit down hard, a mouthful of blood erupting forth, compelling himself to regain consciousness. This is truly an attempt on my life. You ruthless fiend. Shouldn't you have reveled in your superiority from above, granting me the opportunity to retaliate? Whoosh. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of light, fleeing desperately through the air. Wuyin relentlessly pursued from behind, his right hand unleashing energy that shot forth like a rapid-fire machine gun, flames of azure dancing from his palm. Boom. The ceaseless cacophony of explosions reverberated in the air, plunging the world into a tumultuous uproar. Haha, is this a game of cat and mouse? How intriguing. A sanguine glimmer flickered in Wuyin's eyes. Since his odyssey through the cosmos, he seemed to have wholly emancipated his true nature, reveling in the brutality of combat. He relished the visceral thrill of vanquishing his adversaries, particularly relishing the act of decapitating them. Darius watched as the explosive shockwaves relentlessly surged toward him, his speed diminishing due to his injuries. If this continued, he would undoubtedly be engulfed in the cataclysm, meeting a gruesome demise. How infuriating. Yet, what could he accomplish by merely contemplating? The disparity in their combat prowess was insurmountable. Even without transforming into a Super Saiyan, Wuyin could easily dominate him. Moreover, he was incessantly employing the King Kai fist. Suddenly, a spark of hope ignited within Darius as he spotted a burrow and swiftly dove into it. Whoosh. The sound resembled that of a fighter jet, as concentrated energy detonated above him, sending shivers down his spine. Oh, has the proud Saiyan taken on the role of a burrowing rodent? Wuyin mocked from above, but Darius bellowed defiantly, now is the moment. Time to counterattack. As the moment of enlightenment just passed, his body remained momentarily rigid due to inertia. This was the perfect opportunity. Destructive energy orb. All the power within Darius coalesced into his left hand, crackling with frenzied golden lightning. Veins bulged, reminiscent of oil pipes, emitting a rhythmic gurgling sound. The golden energy sphere materialized in an instant. He hurled it forth. Aha! You can never evade this move. Perish. How navi. As Wuyin turned away, energy surged forth with a howling intensity. The violent tremors and friction against the air caused the temperature to soar. The world around him shimmered with distortion from the searing heat. His abdomen slightly expanded as he took a deep breath, gazing at the torrent of energy, and suddenly blew outward. Whoosh! Remarkably, the beam of energy was redirected back by Wu Yan's breath. What? Darius could hardly believe it. The disparity in power in his eyes was merely a brief eruption of forbidden techniques by Wu Yan. A person who had grown up in the gentle embrace of Earth could never be his rival. Boom! The energy exploded, forcing Darius to awkwardly roll to the left, barely escaping the blast. The shockwave enveloped him, crashing him heavily against the stones. What comes around goes around. Wuyin broke into a broad smile, revealing his pearly white teeth as he gazed upon the cherubic visage, seemingly harmless. Yet, Dale sensed the piercing brilliance concealed beneath. His entire being tensed, as if facing a formidable adversary. With his right hand outstretched and slightly raised to shoulder height, Wu Yuan summoned a deep purple energy that crackled and surged around him. In that fleeting moment, an incredibly sharp force manifested, causing the air to emit a mournful cry. No need to be so tense. He chuckled softly, addressing Dales. Even if you are, it will have no bearing on the outcome. What will be, will be. With a swift motion, he brought his hand down forcefully. A wave of purple energy shot forth, curving like a crescent moon as it surged forward with reckless abandon. The air, stones, and all that stood in its path were sliced cleanly in two. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, sending clouds of dust swirling into the atmosphere. Dales found himself caught in the chaos, akin to a small boat tossed in a tumultuous sea. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not escape the clutches of the energy enveloping him. Gasping, he coughed up blood, inadvertently feeding the purple energy with his essence. Bang! The razor-sharp wave collided with the spirit tree, shattering upon impact and leaving deep gashes measuring several centimeters on its massive trunk. Bang! Dales crashed heavily against it. Curse that little wretch! He snarled, his brows knitting into a fierce scowl. Such relentless attacks, striking at the enemy with lethal precision, as if he were a merciless fiend. Dales felt a twinge of frustration. How could he appear even more villainous than I? The reincarnation I allowed him to instantaneously capture and analyze the trajectory of his opponent's movements, discerning their weaknesses in mere moments to launch his onslaught. This gave the impression of a swift, ruthless fighter, even bordering on bloodthirsty. All of this was a consequence of acquiring the reincarnation eye. To Wu Yuan, Dales was nothing but a tapestry of vulnerabilities. Whoosh! Wuyin flickered rapidly, standing tall in the air with arms crossed, his voice dripping with coldness as he remarked, "Behold your current state, battered and bruised, your right arm severed, and your strength has plummeted. I have grown weary of this. It is time to send you on your way." Darius's face was etched with grave concern. "Curse it! The power within me has diminished significantly. To conquer this terrifying foe, there is but one recourse. One." He cast his gaze upward, where the blood-red fruits had swollen to fullness. "I must consume the fruit of the spirit tree." Chapter 48, Beheading. The fruits, as crimson as blood and roughly the size of a fist, bore faint barbs upon their surface, tinged with a hint of green, indicating their immaturity. Yet, there was no time to ponder. Consuming them was his only chance to defeat this adversary. All right. Darius's eyes whirled with determination as he deployed a smoke screen to confound that detestable being. "Once I have consumed it, I shall return everything to you." In an instant, a brilliant blue light shot upwards, enveloping Wuyin completely. Boom! It exploded in the sky like a flash, a riot of colors bursting forth in dazzling splendor, illuminating the earth with its intense radiance. Now is the moment. Darius leaped into action, soaring into the heights with urgency. His left hand reached out, the fruit tantalizingly close. 10 meters, 5 meters, 1 meter. It was almost within his grasp. Alas, a resounding clang, akin to a copper bell, pronounced his doom. Universal celestial pull. Wuyin was momentarily dazzled by the brilliance, yet he relied on his keen instincts to accurately perceive Darius's movements. Moreover, after being reduced to such a state, he had no choice but to resort to this final means. As Wuyin extended his single hand and exerted immense pressure, A wave of radiant white light surged throughout the realm, gradually intertwining in the air, seemingly forming a colossal hand of gravitational force, firmly grasping Dale's. What? This is terrible. Sensing the pull from behind, Dale's was engulfed in terror. His fingertip was but an inch away from the fruit of the spirit tree. No, no. His veins bulged as he howled in desperation. I must consume it. I must consume it. Obsessed and unyielding, Wuyin coldly remarked, You stand no chance of victory. Dale's. Accept this fate. This treasure does not belong to you. Wuyin exerted a forceful grip, and an immense gravitational pull instantly manifested from his hand. Dale staggered, hurtling backward like a train. Ha. Wuyin continuously swung his fists, swirling like the wind, a cold smile of derision gracing his lips. With a resounding thud, he struck Darius squarely on the back. The audible crack of breaking bones echoed as Darius's body seemed to fold in half, grotesquely contorting. Having lost the last vestiges of resistance, he hung suspended in the air. The horrific scene sent shivers down Wuyin's spine. You bear such a striking resemblance to my father. I truly did not wish to bring about your end. However, with a swift change in tone, Wuyin declared, Yet, witnessing your suffering tugs at my heartstrings, allow me to grant you liberation, for I am but a benevolent young man. Wuyin innocently spread his hands, exuding an air of utmost sincerity. His vacant gaze, coupled with a cherubic visage, inevitably stirred feelings of compassion within others. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the dire state of Darius was a direct consequence of Wuyin's actions. Oh, Darius now realized that his time was short. Do you truly believe that this matter belongs to you? Just moments ago, I discreetly activated the combat power testing device. Surely, someone must have caught wind of the spirit tree's fruit. Your adversaries will soon. Before he could finish, a chilling glimmer sliced through the air, as if the sky itself had been cleaved in two by a radiant purple beam. The figure of Wuyin flickered, instantaneously appearing behind his foe, wielding the dark, blood-dripping scythe. Regardless of who approached, he vowed to ensure their demise would be without a trace. Suddenly, a surge of warm blood erupted from behind. Darius maintained his final cold smirk as his head rolled along the ground, thus clinging to it. Humph! Were you waiting until the last moment to witness my misfortune, you wretched being? With a forceful kick, he sent the bothersome entity flying, burying it amidst the debris of battle. This accursed individual had audaciously transmitted news of this place to others, bringing me nothing but trouble. It would be bearable if it were merely someone else, but I dread the arrival of that cosmic tyrant, Frisia. Wuyin raised his gaze to the luscious, crimson fruit, contemplating that it would require perhaps another day to reach maturity. He fervently hoped that no unforeseen complications would arise. Suddenly, a deafening explosion shattered the silence of the starry sky, as a planet below disintegrated, unleashing torrents of molten rock that ruthlessly consumed all remnants of despairing life. Lightning crackled, each bolt flickering like fireflies, illuminating the darkness with their radiant glow. A mere single strike plunged into the ground, causing the earth to collapse beneath its weight. In mere moments, the planet reached its critical point, erupting in a magnificent explosion akin to dazzling fireworks. Vibrant flames coalesced in the atmosphere, casting a breathtaking spectacle that could be seen for hundreds of miles. In the vast cosmos, a disc-shaped spacecraft hovered, surrounded by countless minions. Above, a figure reclined in a throne-like chair, exuding an aura of malevolence, adorned with horns of white and pink. With graceful movements, he reveled in the beauty of the scene, a gentlemanly smile gracing his face, yet the fierce glint in his eyes betrayed a sinister nature. He was none other than the cosmic overlord, Frisia. Dodoria. Do you see this? What a splendid sight it is. The wails of humanity, the demise of planets, everything intertwined in such exquisite beauty. In their final moments, all life unleashes its stored energy, desperately seeking to please me. Remarkable. His voice was hoarse, utterly indifferent to the obliteration of a planet, even finding pleasure in it. This was the cruel essence of Frisia. To him, destruction was an art form. The ultimate explosion of a planet was its most resplendent moment. Behind him, a grotesque, rotund figure, adorned with a multitude of unsightly bumps, chimed in, Master Frisia, these wretched traitors have shown their last flicker of brilliance. They deserve forgiveness. Frisia nodded slightly, his tone laced with feigned sympathy, despite the fact that humanity had long since perished. My lord, a minor incident has occurred. Frisia inquired, curiosity piqued. The Saiyans, who had been under surveillance, have recently diverged paths. Dallas seems to have ventured to the center of the galaxy, while Vegeta and Nappa have retreated to a primitive planet known as Earth, appearing gravely injured. Earth? Frieza muttered to himself. Let them be. That foolish race, believing themselves to be warriors, has met their demise in a backward land. It appears I must reassess the threat they pose. Indeed, Dodoria concurred. However, caution is advised regarding this individual named Dallas. A holographic image materialized before him, revealing a familiar visage that caused Frieza to fall silent for a moment. This individual bears a striking resemblance to the last Saiyan who resisted during my annihilation of planet Vegeta. The king remarked, this fellow ventured to the galactic core, yet he seemingly evaded the cosmic tides by some unknown means. According to my surveillance, his combat prowess has abruptly diminished. He is already deceased. Humph. Frieza scoffed dismissively. Dodoria, what do you speak of concerning the dead? Like Vegeta, he is but a worthless wretch. Dodoria, sensing the icy glare in Frieza's eyes, hastily explained, my lord. The words of that man before his demise intrigued me. He appeared to have discovered the fruit of the tree of might at the center of the galaxy. Chapter 49, An Uninvited Guest. Exploding Dodoria. Inhale, exhale, as his hands moved rhythmically with his breath. This was the breathing technique learned from Piccolo, proving invaluable in adjusting his combat state. Throughout the 2 months of wandering the cosmos, Wuyin had been engulfed in battles and interstellar travel, scarcely affording himself a moment's respite. However, the ultimate reward was imminent. He gazed upward. The fruit of the tree of might seemed to have doubled in size within a single day, and soon it would reach maturity. How he longed for this period to be tranquil. The numerous encounters had left him both physically and mentally fatigued. The bloodshed surrounding him, which he had grown accustomed to, now urged him to seek a moment of rest. Suddenly, he sensed hundreds of presences within his awareness. Among them, one stood out like a blazing sun, towering above the rest, and appearing particularly glaring. With a sigh, Wuyin lamented, what is destined to come will inevitably arrive. Currently, he could only transform into a pseudo-super Saiyan, with the final step aimed at breaking through the fruit of the tree of might. Unfortunately, his adversary was not granting him the luxury of time. Gazing at the sky, where a cosmic spacecraft of white and brown hovered, a massive disk with a diameter of several hundred meters, he murmured, Frieza, creak. The sound of machinery echoed as the spacecraft floated in the air, its upper hatch swinging wide open. Frieza remained seated upon his throne, flanked by his sycophant Dodoria and several hundred minions. The overwhelming aura of their battle power rendered the very heavens and earth pale. A fierce gust of wind surged forth. Oh, a gentlemanly voice suddenly resonated, as Frieza remarked. Is this truly the central planet of the galaxy? I must admit, I have never visited before. The surface appears quite solid. However, the harsh environment renders it devoid of any value for conquest. He regarded the towering tree before him, feeling diminutive, like a mere drop in the ocean. How disheartening. Beep beep. The battle power scanner incessantly blared in his ears as Frieza surveyed his surroundings. It appeared that the little rodent who had slain Dales, intent on monopolizing the tree of might's fruit, was lurking nearby. That spaceship must be his. Upon spotting Wuyin's colossal aircraft, even Frieza was momentarily taken aback. Whoosh! Extending his index finger, a pink radiance erupted forth. After a brief moment, a tremendous explosion resounded. Within just a minute of arrival, he had obliterated Wuyin's vessel. Few races could survive in the cosmos, and thus, the rodent had nowhere to escape. Would you not agree? Whoosh! His body flickered in the air. Taking refuge behind a rock, he softly uttered, that Saiyan rodent. Behind the stone, Wuyin lay concealed, whispering, how did you discover my presence? Based on the intelligence from Dale's battle, it was easy to deduce you were a Saiyan, although I am unsure of the method you employed to conceal your energy. This planet offers only a handful of hiding spots. I surmise you cannot be far from here. Only in this manner can one perfectly seize the fruit of the tree of might. Clap clap. Wuyin gently applauded, unable to restrain his admiration. Truly, you are the cosmic Emperor Frieza, and your reputation is well-deserved. Your unparalleled wisdom and extraordinary strength render your success inevitable. Thank you for the compliment. Frieza replied with a slight bow, exuding a gentlemanly grace. However, upon observing Wuyin's demeanor, his pupils suddenly constricted. The resemblance to the last defender of planet Vegeta was unmistakable. The cold smirk at the corner of his mouth was identical. This cannot be, he pondered. Aside from Vegeta and his comrades, no Saiyans were left alive. Frieza murmured to himself, yet it mattered little. Today, you shall inevitably meet your demise here. The exchange between the two appeared to be gentle and serene, yet the tumultuous energy began to gradually envelop the atmosphere. The contest of might was far from over. Lord Frieza, allow me to deal with this fellow, Doria interjected disdainfully, his words dripping with contempt for the Saiyans. At least I have evolved into a human, unlike you, who remains a mere shadow of both man and ghost. If I am a monkey, then you are, at best, merely a walking hedgehog. TCH. Wuyin sneered with derision. What audacity! Doria, seething with rage, retorted, no one has ever dared to speak to me in such a manner. I shall obliterate you, subjecting you to the most excruciating tortures, so you may understand that your very existence in this world is your gravest mistake. Frieza took a few steps back, relinquishing the battlefield to Doria. Indeed, such confidence is remarkable. With a chilling smile, Wuyin flickered and transformed into a glimmering beam of cold light, vanishing into the void in the blink of an eye. Though Doria's pupils widened in a frantic scan, yet no trace of Wuyin could be found. Where had he gone? That elusive creature? He cursed vehemently, his finger frantically pressing the power level detector. Soon, astonishment washed over his face. How could this be? A person engaged in battle without revealing any energy. Did he think this was mere brawling with an ordinary human? Frieza, too, was taken aback. This speed? It is truly unbelievable. His battle power should have reached 100,000. 100,000? Dodoria exclaimed in terror. This is absolutely impossible. He himself barely exceeded 10,000. 100,000 could rival the elite Jinyu force. How could a mere Saiyan monkey compare to the universe's most elite troops? Suddenly, a flash of cold light streaked through the air, and the small figure crashed heavily into his abdomen. Whoa! His stomach caved in several inches, his ribs and internal organs reeling from the impact. Dodoria's eyes bulged as he staggered backward. He attempted to clench his fists, but all his strength seemed to disintegrate in an instant. Just one punch, and I am utterly devastated? Dodoria. From above, a thunderous roar echoed. Dodoria quickly looked up to see Wuyin enveloped in blue energy, rapidly descending from the heavens, his fierce aura akin to a sharpened divine sword. A fist came crashing down from above, the immense force propelling Wuyin downward swiftly. Waves of white shockwaves radiated outward. Dodoria's corpulent body compressed under the terrifying power surging within, rendering him utterly shattered in an instant. Boom! An orange explosion erupted as Wuyin utilized his celestial force to depart. Calmly gazing at Frieza, he declared, "Now, shall we commence our battle?" With a cold smirk, Wuyin remarked, causing the minions behind him to tremble in fear. Is it possible? They gasped. Just 2 punches and Lord Dodoria was obliterated. The brutality was unparalleled, with a clean penetration from head to toe, leading to an explosive release of accumulated power. This individual's strength is truly terrifying. Frieza cast a curious glance at Wuyin, a slight sneer on his lips, while Dodoria lay reduced to a mere puddle of flesh, utterly lifeless. Impressive, Frieza mused. To achieve such a feat is remarkable. You appear rather unfazed. Wuyin taunted coldly. Huh, Frieza retorted, his index fingers swaying slightly. I command hundreds of thousands of formidable subordinates. Casualties are inevitable in the conquest of planets. If I were to mourn each one, I might as well be dubbed the king of cosmic tears. Furthermore, remember this. A weakling is unworthy of being my subordinate. Wuyin gazed at him, his eyes shimmering with a peculiar light. Allow me to share another piece of information with you. The Sabo who was monitoring the cosmic scavengers' assault on the Galactic Patrol headquarters was also eliminated by me. And that occurred not long ago. Wuyin raised his proud head and spoke with an air of arrogance. He yearned to witness Frieza's despair, even his rage, to satiate his own desires. However, Frieza merely nodded slightly. Those foolish individuals, I never had any expectations for them. Cosmic scavengers, a band of ragpickers. Their remaining value has completely evaporated. As for Zabo, his demise is inconsequential. Under my command, he scarcely ranks among the top 10. Frieza chuckled lightly. If you wish to see me in sorrow, you are sorely mistaken. Having a leader as heartless as you is indeed their misfortune. Speak as you will. Frieza cast a swift glance at Wuyin, the sharp glint in his eyes seeming to penetrate his very being. With a combat power exceeding 100,000, engaging you would hardly be a warm-up. However, The Jinyu force is currently occupied with another mission. This little flea will have to face me personally. Frisia gradually leaped from his floating chair, arms outstretched and hanging down, a sinister smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, his entire being erupted with energy. A swirling mix of pink and black. With a whoosh, the ground beneath them collapsed, forming a massive crater several dozen meters wide. In an instant, Wuyin responded with a fierce shout, his blue aura abruptly overshadowed by a blood-red one. His left pupil vanished, his hair floated, and veins bulged at the corners of his eyes. His arms swelled several times in size, and his body grew taller. Boom! The surroundings erupted in a cacophony of explosions, flames shooting skyward and rapidly spreading, engulfing the entire world in chaos. Beep! Beep! Frisia's power level monitor surged wildly. 100,000. 500,000. 1 million. Bang! It exploded upon surpassing 1 million. To think it could be this formidable? Frisia was momentarily astonished, then coldly laughed. If this is your trump card, I can only say you are exceedingly naive. Although your combat power exceeds my expectations, defeating me is utterly impossible. Whoosh! Whoosh! The crimson and pink figures surged upwards. Fists extended, clashing abruptly in mid-air. Boom! The ferocious and sharp aura rapidly spread, causing the ground to cave in. Purple lightning crackled from their collision, weaving and enveloping the entire world like a spider's web. Bang! 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 The two figures spiraled upwards, relentlessly attacking each other from every conceivable angle. Wuyin's hands moved with the uncanny agility of a dragon, unleashing a sudden surge of power as he launched an assault from the left. The velocity of his strike created afterimages that danced in the air. Such a laughable technique. A mere child's play in a brawl. Frisia clenched his fists, bracing himself for the encounter. Humph! The eyes of Wuyin's reincarnation wheel flashed with a violet luminescence, causing Frisia's body to come to an abrupt halt, rendered momentarily bewildered. Suddenly, a powerful force circumvented all defenses and sent Frisia hurtling through the air. His nose became crimson, and a trickle of blood adorned the corner of his mouth as he fell like a meteor, crashing to the ground. The impact resonated with a thunderous roar, sending plumes of smoke spiraling upward as the immense shockwave caused the ground to sag dramatically. The sacred tree trembled under the force of their confrontation. As the smoke began to dissipate, Frisia brushed the dust off his attire, exclaiming, "How remarkable! Aside from my father, you are the only one who has managed to stain me with dust." He pondered thoughtfully. Just now, it felt as though I was ensnared in an alternate realm. As a Saiyan, you possess the ability to conjure illusions? Frisia's analysis was astute. Wuyin had indeed employed the reincarnation wheel to ensnare him in an illusion, rendering him momentarily immobile before launching his assault. This opponent's combat instincts were truly on par with those of my father. Wuyin silently murmured, "You have attacked enough, haven't you? Your warm-up is nearly complete. Be cautious, for I am about to launch my assault." Informing the opponent of one's impending attack is undoubtedly a foolish endeavor. Yet, when it comes to Frisia, it is an expression of unparalleled arrogance. Wuyin observed with a cold gaze. The current Frisia was still in his initial stage, without any transformations. Aware that his combat power exceeded 1 million, he remained remarkably composed. Could it be that this fellow harbored some hidden potential as well? Wuyin found himself utterly perplexed. Suddenly, a pink streak of cold light streaked across the sky like a bolt of lightning. And even Wuyin's reincarnation, I could only discern a fleeting blur. How astonishingly swift! He exclaimed in astonishment, just as he attempted to move. A wave of excruciating pain surged through his abdomen. What on earth? Wuyin, lost in thought, looked down and discovered that Frisia had already descended upon him with unwavering speed, delivering a forceful blow that unleashed the energy swirling within his arms. The fabric of his chest was shattered as a result. The wound was concave, with grotesque veins resembling wriggling earthworms surging forth, continuing to writhe incessantly. How infuriating! Such swiftness, and yet he had sensed nothing at all. Bang! Wuyin, with his feet momentarily suspended in the air, endured excruciating pain as he executed a rapid somersault. Frisia, clearly taken aback, had not anticipated that Wuyin would still possess the strength to move after enduring the full brunt of his attack. He stood there, stunned. With a swift punch, Wuyin struck. Bang! The impact collided with Frisia, sending waves of white ripples radiating from his chest. A vibrant azure aura surged forth, coiling around his muscular form like a mighty torrent. gathering in an instant within Wuyuan's grasp. This is a return for what you just did. Frieza immediately turned, only to be met with Wuyuan's smile. Heavenly Force. Chapter 51. Fiery Battle. Ultra Intense Combat. Heavenly Force. Whoosh. In an instant, Wuyuan exchanged places with a pebble, reappearing behind Frieza. Huh. With a powerful kick, he struck down forcefully. Bang. A muffled groan escaped, and Frieza, caught off guard, slightly furrowed his brow, as if a train had collided with him from behind, crashing to the ground. Boom. A plume of smoke surged straight ahead, causing the stone pillars, rocks, and even mountains in front to erupt in a spectacular explosion. The light of deathly silence. Ha! With a sudden, chilling roar, Wuyin unleashed a torrent of azure light from his palm, creating an ethereal haze that enveloped the air. The searing energy distorted the atmosphere momentarily, reminiscent of raindrops cascading in a relentless downpour, yet moving with the swiftness of laser beams. When these two forces converged, they unleashed a devastating barrage akin to a cleansing deluge. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted in succession, and within an instant, towering flames blazed fiercely, while billowing smoke enveloped the world like an overwhelming storm of dust. Drink. Wuyuan extended his hands, and the intensity of energy surged once more, doubling in magnitude. With a swift whoosh, dozens of beams of light erupted, gracefully exploding at the site where Frieza had fallen. Countless fragments of stone were drawn into the air, obliterated instantaneously by the explosive force. The world trembled as the frenzied energy threatened to shatter the very planet into pieces. For 3 consecutive minutes, Wuyuan finally brought the torrent of energy to a halt. A mushroom cloud slowly ascended. The ground lay in ruins, marred by craters left in the wake of the explosions, with even the fruits of the spirit tree bearing the scars of destruction, as numerous stones were embedded in its sturdy trunk. Wuyuan floated in the air, gradually attuning himself to the essence of Frieza. Although his previous assault had been fierce, he was acutely aware that it would hardly inflict significant damage upon Frieza. That fearsome being had only just transformed from his fragile first form. While the metamorphosis had curtailed his power, his profound combat experience remained utterly unscathed. TCH. Wuyin let out a cold snort. Indeed, a flicker of shadowy light danced within the Rinnegan, accurately capturing the essence of Frieza. It was expanding at an astonishing pace. Here it comes. Boom. The ground erupted as a brilliant white light surged into the sky like a resounding divine sword, cleaving the clouds asunder. The heavens and earth reverberated with a thunderous roar, echoing like the tolling of a great bell, incessantly crashing. Well done indeed. Amidst this, a gentlemanly voice, imbued with humility, suddenly emerged. Frieza slowly stepped forth from the radiant light. His feet had vanished, revealing a smooth, bald head, his form predominantly adorned in purple, save for a few accents of the same hue upon his crown, chest, and knees. With hands gently lowered and a wicked smile gracing his lips, he stood. Wuyin was momentarily taken aback, his pupils slightly contracting. Has he finally transformed into his ultimate form? Or has he achieved it all at once? A flicker of astonishment crossed Frieza's eyes. It seems you possess a profound understanding of me. Perhaps this fade can no longer be maintained. I had initially intended to showcase my explosive power to him, yet it is unexpected that he possesses such insight. This should not be possible. He muttered to himself. Aside from Zabo and Jinyu, no one else could possibly know my true visage. You truly are enigmatic. Frieza could not help but exclaim in awe. Whoosh. Although his body remained stationary, a sudden chill swept through the air behind him. Crack. A white tail swiftly coiled around Wuyan's neck, its grip tightening relentlessly. What now? In a state of utter terror, Wuyin beheld the unwavering smile of Frieza on the ground, his hands continuing to sway rhythmically. How could this be? The Rinnegan had failed to perceive his trajectory. How could the afterimage on the ground still exhibit motion? Was it possible that he was executing a hyperspeed maneuver between the air and the earth? Infuriating. Such immense strength. The tail constricted tighter, inducing a sensation of suffocation in his chest. He grasped Frieza's tail with both hands, applying relentless force. Yet, his bent hands found no leverage, unable to budge the increasingly tightening grip. What now? Lacking strength. Have you resolved to concede? Do not underestimate me. Zizi. Suddenly, a flicker of golden light sparkled in Wuyuan's eyes, and sparks erupted from his pupils, resembling an electric welder as surges of energy burst forth, searing Frieza's tail. Ugh. Frisia gritted his teeth, letting out a wretched cry. Dark Saint's scythe. Slash. In an instant, a pink radiance enveloped Wuyuan's hands as he swiftly swung them backwards. This is bad. A wave of goosebumps surged across Frisia's body, alarms blaring in his mind, his heart racing violently, engulfed by an overwhelming fear of death. With a sudden gasp, he bent backward. In that fleeting moment, a violet beam erupted from his abdomen, the fierce gust of energy even conjuring a tempest. Breathless, Frisia realized that if he were struck by that force, even he would likely lose his head. Such a ruthless opponent. Within his pupils, a figure suddenly soared upward. Hands raised high with the sacred scythe, descending from the heavens. Crack. Boom. A resounding impact echoed, as a grotesque gash manifested from his shoulder down to his legs. Accompanied by the sound of cracking ribs, Frisia's body plummeted like a meteor, crashing directly to the ground. Boom. The earth shattered explosively, fissures spreading like a spider's web. The entire surface seemed like a smooth mirror, shattering unexpectedly. Humph. With a single hand outstretched, Wuyuan descended from the heavens, wielding an immense and boundless power. Striking down towards the location where Frisia was plummeting, a resounding boom echoed as the ground erupted, the colossal energy expanding like an inverted bowl, completely engulfing everything in its vicinity. Moments later, the smoke and clouds dissipated, revealing the azure sky in all its original glory. Below, a deep pit, spanning dozens of meters and several hundred meters in diameter, abruptly materialized, with Wuyuan floating above it. Yet, there was no sign of Frisia below. An afterimage? Did that fiend manage to evade at the last moment using his incredible speed? Truly remarkable. Even Wuyin could not comprehend it. When a person suffers a severe blow, they invariably succumb to a state of rigidity, rendering their body immobile. Yet that individual astonishingly evaded my descending attack in such a moment. Is the disparity in strength truly this significant? Boom. Wow. Suddenly, an excruciating pain erupted from behind, and Wuyin gritted his teeth as he was propelled backward at great speed. The pressure in his chest became unbearable, and blood gushed forth in an instant. His internal organs seemed to endure a violent tremor, as the gathered energy within him was abruptly dispersed. What comes around goes around. Frisia hovered behind where Wuyin had just stood, leisurely remarking on the situation. Chapter 52. Earth-shattering stars. Bang. Bang. Wuyin's body was propelled backward, shattering dozens of stone pillars. While a thunderous roar echoed incessantly, and clouds of smoke rapidly enveloped the area, the battlefield lay in utter disarray. How infuriating. Wuyuan found himself unable to halt his body, which was tumbling backward uncontrollably, regardless of how fervently he tried to channel his energy. Frisia's tumultuous power seemed to disrupt the natural equilibrium within Wuyuan, rendering him incapable of gathering energy for a brief period. He had no choice but to resort to the reincarnation eye. With a resounding clap, his right hand plunged forcefully into the ground, leaving a deep crimson mark in its wake. Blood gushed forth, only coming to a stop several hundred meters away. With a swift motion of his hand, Wuyuan unleashed a surge of white ripples from his Rinnegan, proclaiming with fervor, "Universal pull." In an instant, the ground erupted, debris coalescing into a colossal meteorite. He then swung his hand, propelling it directly towards Frisia. Such brutality, employing a meteorite as a weapon? Yet, I could effortlessly obliterate a planet. A mere battered meteorite is inconsequential. With a swift grasp of his outstretched right hand, akin to the claw of a demon, profound martial traces emerged, ensnaring the meteorite like a net, neatly fragmenting it into hundreds of smaller pieces. Amidst the swirling smoke, Wuyuan's thunderous voice resounded. Kamehameha. A pale blue energy, reminiscent of fireflies, began to coalesce in his palm, as a formidable force surged forth, enveloping the entire realm in a blinding radiance. The fierce energy emitted a resounding clang, soaring into the heavens like a divine sword, the air filled with an incessant metallic resonance. A mere parlor trick. Frisia, unfazed by the immense energy, casually lifted his right index finger. In mere moments, a scorching fireball with a diameter of several hundred meters rapidly formed. Supernova of death. To gather such colossal energy in a mere second was astonishing, even to Wuyin, who marveled at the latent potential within Frisia's being. The orange supernova collided with the Kamehameha in midair. Boom. The ground collapsed beneath them, and boundless golden lightning began to spread across the world, weaving a spiderweb that enveloped the sky. The energy howled, as gravity drew numerous fragments skyward, which were swiftly consumed by the tumultuous force. Huh! Wuyin's arms bulged with veins, and he roared with immense ferocity. Within his muscular frame, torrents of energy surged forth, fervently channeling into the Kamehameha. Above, the Kamehameha formed a net-like structure that relentlessly crashed into the supernova. In contrast to Wuyin's strenuous efforts, Frieza appeared effortlessly in control. He even swayed gracefully in the air, akin to a butterfly dancing. His malevolent exterior belied a demeanor reminiscent of a gentleman. Even his acts of destruction bore an artistic flair. Very well. After entertaining you for this long, I suppose I've done my part. Saiyan, it's time to send you on your way. Streams of purple light infiltrated the supernova, the overwhelming energy expanding instantaneously to a diameter of 500 meters. From a distance, it resembled a planet. It was infinitely more powerful than the universal pull. Crack! The crystalline beam of the Kamehameha seemed to be struck by an absolute zero impact, freezing mid-air. Ultimately, crack! Like diamond dust, it shattered, transforming into shimmering particles that floated in the atmosphere. Whoosh! The supernova, bearing nearly limitless power, surged towards Wuyin, casting a shadow over him like dark clouds looming over a city, enveloping his heart in a shroud of foreboding. Shinra Tensei. The resonant sound of each word uttered by Wuyin emerged like celestial maidens scattering blossoms, filling the air with radiant jewels. The explosive repulsion instantaneously radiated outward. It collided directly with a supernova. In an instant, the repulsive force seemed to coalesce into a tangible form, transforming into a translucent sphere that abruptly caved in. Poof! Wuyin was struck with tremendous force, blood gushing forth, while his Rinnegan ached unbearably. Cursed be it! I shall never concede defeat to you. The immense repulsive force coalesced into a sphere, akin to a resilient rubber ball, as the supernova slowly descended. Just as it was about to reach Wuyin, all the momentum dissipated entirely. Ultimately, he was propelled skyward. Boom! A blinding radiance enveloped the heavens, as a searing fireball erupted, resembling a second sun, filling the atmosphere with the acrid scent of smoke. The tumultuous heat, upon contact, caused all stone pillars to transmute into molten lava, continuously flowing through the fissures. The frenzied shockwave spread throughout the world, conjuring a whirlwind that enveloped Wuyin within its grasp. Bang! At last, he crashed heavily to the ground. Curse be it! Wuyin rose unsteadily to his feet, realizing the sheer terror of Frieza's energy. The extraordinarily high temperature had indeed melted the ground beneath him. Without transforming into a Super Saiyan, he knew he was destined to be no match for his opponent. Moreover, his current combat power was still relatively low. Even if he were to transform, the outcome would ultimately be a dismal defeat. Suddenly, a figure appeared in an instant, elbow thrusting forward, striking directly at Wuyin's chin. His body was sent flying backward, desperately crashing to the ground. Haha, how do you feel, Saiyan? Are you captivated by my proud silhouette? From the explosion's brilliance, Frieza staggered forth, resembling a deity, with the explosive radiance roaring behind him. Clap, clap. Wuyin gradually rose to his feet, brushing off the dust from his body. How I envy the energy that resides within you. It seems boundless, astonishingly swift, and immensely powerful, capable of accumulating in an instant what would take me several seconds to achieve. Truly, you are the Emperor of the Universe, a title that is well-deserved. With his hands hanging limply, he had to admit, for the first time, that he was engulfed by a sense of defeat. In the presence of Frieza, he felt as fragile as a mere child, certainly no match for his adversary. However, I still possess one final method. Frieza paused momentarily. Are you referring to the fruit of the Tree of Might? Unfortunately, I shall not grant you that opportunity. He mocked. Though Wuyin and the Spirit Tree are mere steps apart, it feels akin to the insurmountable chasm faced by Darius in times past. A few seconds seem to stretch into an abyss, utterly impossible to traverse. Moreover, the fruits of the Spirit Tree have yet to ripen, have they not? Your scheme has been doomed to fail from the very outset. Wuyin let out a cold laugh. That may not necessarily be the case. He gazed at the sycophants rallying behind Frieza. While the usual absorption required time for the Spirit Tree, harnessing the life energy of these minions could expedite the process significantly. In an instant, he resolved to eliminate them all. Extending a single hand, he forcefully clenched it toward Frieza, exclaiming loudly, "Earth-shattering star. This marks a new chapter. And the next one will likely be a paid chapter." This book has been ongoing for precisely 13 days since its inception on May 5th. Maintaining a steady pace of 4 updates daily, I find it quite stable. Although the collection is modest, I am genuinely surprised as a semi-novice. Observing the reviews, I sense the joy of writing as everyone strives to offer suggestions. My previous work was also a fanfiction of Dragon Ball, which regrettably failed to gain traction. Nevertheless, I persevered until reaching 200,000 words, showcasing my earnestness. Every day, I witness individuals in our group lamenting their struggles despite earning thousands monthly, which ignites a desire within me to challenge their plight. When I first began writing, I fancied myself a champion, only to realize my limitations. The reincarnation when placed within the context of Dragon Ball, may not yield the most exhilarating experience. Yet, those acquainted with my previous work understand that I do not excel in crafting overwhelmingly invincible narratives. My protagonist, much like myself, transitions from mediocrity to greatness. However, the reincarnation possesses numerous formidable skills. Initially, I envisioned what it would be like to unleash infinite Tsukuyomi during the power tournament. I later contemplated the heavenly hand power, which offers a significant advantage due to its remarkable mobility within the Dragon Ball universe. Additionally, the divine power of Madara's limbo can lead to instant annihilation. Thus, I hesitated to introduce it early on, fearing that overly potent skills might leave me with nothing to write about, ultimately resulting in an unfortunate cessation of the narrative. As I write this, it becomes evident that the protagonist's advantages are gradually amplifying. Many skills appear briefly before vanishing. The dark sacred scythe originates from Black Goku, and it is undeniably striking. The antagonist is equally captivating. I digress. I adapt readily, finding motivation in witnessing growth and seeing the fruits of my labor. No matter how small, even if it is merely an increase from 500 to 800, this requires the recognition of my readers. The next chapter will be a paid one. After much deliberation, this book has finally reached its launch. In these trying times, I am thrilled to share an exhilarating announcement. On the day of launch, there will be 10 updates. You heard correctly, 10 updates. 10 updates. I cannot emphasize this enough. I have a wealth of chapters stored away, and a week-long burst of updates will commence. Starting from the second day of its release, there will be a guaranteed 6 updates. An additional chapter will be provided for every 3,000 flowers accumulated, every 1,000 review votes, and every 10 monthly votes. Furthermore, an extra chapter will be granted for every 1,000 VIP points donated. One can sense the sincerity behind this endeavor. It is worth noting that I am merely a temporary worker, managing my daily job alongside this. Thank you to all the readers who have steadfastly accompanied me. I hope that everyone finds their desired partner on this special day. That concludes my message. Chapter 53, Playful. Humiliation. 110, the earth-shattering star. The words of Wuyin resonated with a clarity akin to that of precious jade, reverberating throughout the world. Frisia stood in a daze, gazing at his own chest, from which a small black orb emerged amidst the soft lavender ripples. With a thunderous roar, the ground began to tremble, and before he could comprehend the situation, countless stones surged forth, enveloping him entirely. In an instant, he was transformed into a colossal boulder several meters in diameter. With a graceful flourish, Wuyin raised his hands towards the heavens, and the colossal stone surged skyward. Within the obsidian sphere, a brilliant radiance emanated. What could this phenomenon be? The minions beside him exclaimed in unison. Suddenly, the ground fractured, and an endless cascade of debris was drawn upwards, adhering to the stone. What is this gravitational force? What manner of technique is this? Their bodies were utterly beyond control, soaring directly into the sky. With a series of piercing sounds, the jagged stone, enveloped in a fierce luminosity, ruthlessly penetrated them. Dozens of sharp wounds marred their bodies, transforming them into mere sieves. In an instant, hundreds perished. Thus it should be. The reincarnation accurately captured the souls that had departed, and the amassed life energy erupted, dissipating into the air. With a rustling sound, the spirit tree began to sway, its nearby vines stretching forth as if greedily absorbing something from the sky. All the fruits gradually swelled, the darkness interwoven with crimson began to recede. In mere moments, just seconds, they finally reached maturity, precisely as I had envisioned. A flicker of a smile appeared on Wuyin's beleaguered face. Suddenly, a tremendous force surged, causing the very sky to tremble violently, as countless fissures emerged upon the surface of the colossal meteorite. This is dire. My energy pales in comparison to Frisia's. The earth-shattering attack I unleashed merely served as a momentary distraction. At most, within a minute, that fellow will break free from his confinement. How unfortunate indeed. Wuyin harnessed the celestial force, swiftly maneuvering his hands like a dragon to grasp every ripe, crimson fruit from the treetops with precision. That scoundrel has destroyed my spaceship. How shall I escape this predicament? Boom. A radiant light erupted from the surface of the meteorite, unleashing an overwhelming surge of power in an instant. Half of the meteorite was shattered into fragments. This is dire. In an instant, Wuyin transformed into a wisp of ethereal light, vanishing into the void. This was a first. Amidst the vastness of the cosmos, Wuyin faced defeat, ultimately forced to retreat in disarray. Bang! Mere moments later, a magnificent radiance erupted upon the surface of the meteorite. Fissures spreading forth as orange luminescence intertwined, instantly transmuting the meteorite into molten rock. Drip, drip. The molten droplets cascaded to the ground, searing the earth and creating gaping chasms. Frisia's countenance contorted with rage as he hovered in the air, witnessing the demise of his minions, an overwhelming urge for vengeance surging within him. Beep. The power level scanner revealed not a trace of Wuyuin's coordinates. With a snap, Frisia, incensed, crushed the device in his grip. Damn it! With both hands outstretched. Hundreds of pink energy blasts rained down upon the ground like celestial blossoms. An unending series of explosions erupted, fierce winds sweeping across the world. The entire planet teetered on the brink of collapse. Gazing upon the barren spirit tree, Frisia seethed with fury. That scoundrel dared to toy with me so brazenly. The visage of the gentleman vanished entirely, replaced by sheer terror. The Saiyans, indeed, are a plague. How could a mere child possess such power? Could it be that the legendary Super Saiyan is soon to manifest? Regaining his composure, Frisia floated in the air, contemplating. His spaceship has been destroyed by me. He cannot have fled too far. However, upon further reflection, it seemed that the Saiyan could survive in the cosmos, had he acquired some peculiar power. Even so, he could not have gotten far. With the universe being so vast, locating an individual would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. My underlings have all perished. It appears I must take matters into my own hands. Beep. Suddenly, the power level scanner emitted an alarm. Frisia glanced over. Jinyu? What is it? Lord Frisia, I am currently on a mission in the North Galaxy and have stumbled upon something intriguing. What? Jinyu, you must understand. If you disturb me without cause, you shall face my unbridled wrath. I know, my lord. However, I assure you, this matter will pique your interest. Spare me the suspense. Speak. Frisia, already irked by Wuyuin's antics, felt his annoyance deepen as Jinyu's tone grew increasingly urgent. In the North Galaxy, there exists a planet known as Namek, inhabited by a race referred to as the Dragon Clan. They have created something called Dragon Balls, which seem capable of granting any wish. What? Frisia's breath quickened. Is this true? He exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. Jinyu, have you verified this information? Indeed, I have heard of this from all the planets we have recently conquered. The winds of fortune do not arise from empty voids. It is likely that there is substantial truth in this. Excellent. Frisia, filled with exuberance, found his earlier ire at Wuyin dissipating like mist. However, upon reflection, he considered that merely allowing Wuyin to go unscathed might be too lenient. The fruit of the tree of might had been taken, leaving only the trunk, a mere useless remnant. After a brief contemplation, he commanded, Jinyu, you are to lead the special forces immediately to Namek and secure the Dragon Balls for me. I shall follow shortly. Furthermore, find someone to inform Gula of the appearance of the Tree of Might's fruit at the center of the galaxy. Remember, execute this task with utmost finesse, ensuring he detects no hint of suspicion. I understand, Lord Frisia. In Gula's ranks, there were indeed several who had secretly allied with them. Very well. I leave this to you. Having severed the communication, Frisia gazed disdainfully at the ravaged planet, muttering, Little insect, should you manage to evade Gula's pursuit, we shall meet again under different circumstances. Informing Gula of the stolen fruit would undoubtedly incite a thorough search on his part, allowing Frisia to leverage Gula's strength to eliminate Wuyin. Yet, the matter of the Dragon Balls remains paramount. Little insect, I shall never forget this humiliation, never. He boarded his spacecraft, floating in the air, spinning continuously, until with a swift whoosh, he vanished from sight. Chapter 54, Breakthrough. Super Saiyan. In the pitch-black depths of space, Countless fragments of planets floated in perfect disarray, remnants of celestial bodies cleaved apart by the power of the destroyer. Wuyin gasped for breath, hiding nearby, gazing at the colossal planet not far away. Though it was referred to as an asteroid belt, it resembled more closely the rings of the illustrious Yangruashing. Countless fragments surrounded it, rendering it impossible for even Frisia to locate anything amidst the chaos. Buzzing. The surface of Wuyin emitted a faint glow, a manifestation of the King's blessing, granting him the ability to survive momentarily in the vast expanse of the universe. Outside, the circular spacecraft soared into the sky, and a black hole materialized in the cosmos, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Alas, for reasons unknown, Frisia had inexplicably departed. Yet, how fortunate it was. He exhaled the tainted air from his lungs, only to be immediately engulfed by a wave of humiliation. In his confrontation with Frisia, he had suffered utter defeat. Every technique he employed was effortlessly toyed with, leaving him in a pitiful state. One day, I shall wield the holy scythe and sever your head from your body. Within his heart, Wuyin silently vowed as he gazed upon the numerous fruits of the spirit tree nestled in his embrace. Very well, let us return to that planet. I shall consume them and transcend to Super Saiyan. I am thoroughly prepared. With this Rinnegan in hand, leaning against a rock, he sat upon the ground, gently exhaling the pent-up air from his chest. With his hands raised to the heavens, he rhythmically controlled his breath, inhaling and exhaling in a continuous cycle. Observing the spirit tree, he was suddenly overwhelmed with salivation, as if it were the most delectable substance in existence. His body instinctively began to move. Indeed, there was some merit to what King Kai had said. For those lacking resistance, this was akin to a lethal narcotic. Crack! In an instant, Wuyin devoured 5 of them. This was the bounty he had reaped after battle, fraught with peril. A torrent of warmth surged within his chest, swiftly converging upon his heart. The internal injuries from combat seemed to have been significantly alleviated. The energy within his abdomen began to swell. The crimson blood within him appeared to boil. Boom! The ground suddenly shattered, and all surrounding stones transcended under the influence of his energy. An infinite aura flowed through his body, emanating from his pores, blood, and muscles, even radiating brilliance from his eyes. It is not yet time. If I allow this explosive surge to continue, my battle power may skyrocket. But I shall be unable to transform into a Super Saiyan. Wuyin withdrew a mirror from his bosom, fixating intently on his reincarnation eye. Illusion. Bang. A torrent of despairing memories surged into his mind, overwhelming him with a searing pain. From the nearly 700,000 souls of the wandering planet, he inscribed their ultimate despair with his reincarnation eye. In an instant, a cacophony of emotions erupted. Despair, akin to an unfathomable abyss. The bright azure sky, reminiscent of an ink-wash painting, was suddenly engulfed by infinite darkness, transforming the world into a pallid gray. I am not yet married. I do not wish to perish. Even if today marks the end, I yearn to savor the essence of a woman. Burn, slay, plunder, annihilate everything. Since the world teeters on the brink of obliteration, what does it matter if I take a life? A vast world materialized in an instant, as the underground city of Linen faced imminent destruction. The order of humanity completely disarrayed. Arson, slaughter, pillage, how many innocent lives have been extinguished by their own kin? The gray world gradually morphed into a crimson hue. Suffering, despair, and destruction permeated all. Gazing upwards, he witnessed the sky collapsing, fissures expanding, soil cascading down, debris and shards claiming the lives of thousands. A little girl, clad in a vibrant dress, stood dazed before a mound of rubble. Today is my birthday. Mother, I wish to go home. Boom. In an instant, a colossal surge of energy submerged the entire world. Wuyin gradually rose to his feet, as streaks of lightning began to shimmer across the sky. Crack, crack. Waves of lightning surged forth, coalescing into an endless array of thunderous dragons, writhing within the profound sea of clouds. Each bolt sparkled with a crystalline brilliance, the terrifying energy distorting the surrounding space. Wuyin gazed skyward, unleashing a prolonged roar. The inky blackness of his crab-like head gradually ascended, transforming into a resplendent gold, as all traces of youthful plumpness dissipated, replaced by boundless fortitude. His left eye morphed into a vivid emerald, its piercing gaze seemingly capable of annihilating all in its path. Boom. Explosions erupted around him, fissures dozens of meters deep tearing through the ground. as the emanating golden energy spread in all directions, utterly melting the scattered debris. Suddenly, waves of excruciating pain surged through his reincarnation eye, flushing his face with a crimson hue. A black, hook-shaped jade flickered in and out, slowly delineating itself, as if he were a voracious beast, ravenously consuming Wuyin's energy. Crack, crack. Several fruits from the spiritual tree were devoured once more, their mighty power transforming into a torrent that instantaneously infused the jade, deepening the hue of his purple reincarnation eye. The energy, the gaze, sharpened even further. With one final roar, a sharp golden radiance erupted like a divine sword unsheathed, piercing the heavens. In the sky, a thunderous roar resounded, reminiscent of a triumphant anthem, sacred. The golden light spiraled upon the ground, while the black-purple clouds reflected the golden brilliance. The earth spiraled downward, and a colossal divine pit materialized in an instant. Within the emerald depths of his pupils, a gigantic ape roared skyward. Akin to an ancient beast returned from the mists of time. The accumulated power within surged forth in an explosion, his form seemingly doubling in size. Whoosh! The golden flames blazed fiercely within him, his golden hair standing erect, emerald eyes gleaming, and with the hook-shaped reincarnation eye. He stood there like a god of war, towering and indomitable. Sweat streamed down his face, each drop cascading to the ground below. Wuyin is enraptured by his own power. The Super Saiyan transformation has finally been achieved. After consuming an abundance of the fruit of the sacred tree, his base combat strength has reached an astounding 10 million, whereas his Super Saiyan form boasts a staggering 500 million. He has far surpassed Frieza of yore. Wuyin gazed at his hands, feeling as though boundless energy surged within his open palms, a kama pulsating with an incessant flicker. It seemed as if he had grasped the very fabric of the universe. Frieza, await your reckoning, for vengeance shall be mine. His voice soared into the heavens, echoing like the piercing cry of a howler monkey. Yet, I must refine my skills. The explosive energy within me, coupled with the latent essence of the spiritual fruit, remains only partially harnessed. Just a few days more, Frieza, and your doom shall arrive. Chapter 55, Goku. Journey to Namek. For a full 3 days, Wuyin sat in silent meditation. When hunger struck, he consumed a magical bean, and when thirst beckoned, he found himself at a loss. This place bore no water. At this moment, Wuyin resembled a hermit, albeit one on the verge of dying from thirst. The sound of cracking bones echoed continuously as he slowly rose. Stretching with a languid grace, he maintained his Super Saiyan form, having thoroughly excavated all the latent energy accumulated over 3 days of contemplation. Although his combat power remained at a staggering 10 million, there was no lingering aura of energy. To put it more vividly, he could now effortlessly obliterate the very version of himself that had just transformed. It was time to depart. Frieza had left in a sudden flurry for reasons unknown. A thought struck him. Could he have gone to Namek? It seemed plausible, considering nearly a month had elapsed since the timeline of the original story. Should Frieza acquire the Dragon Balls of Namek, the consequences would be dire. It appeared that a long journey lay ahead for him as well. Since entering the cosmos, he had truly become a creature of relentless toil. However, suddenly, Wuyin was struck dumb, his face flushed with embarrassment. My spaceship has been obliterated by Frieza. How am I to escape this place? The center of the galaxy, known as the Land of the Gods, commands such awe that no one dares to approach. A question suddenly dawned upon him. Abruptly, a sharp pain pierced through his Rinnegan, sending chills cascading down his spine, compelling him to pivot swiftly. Whoosh! A searing beam of purple light whizzed past him at an astonishing speed, detonating directly behind him. Who is it? Wuyin shouted. Amidst the smoke, a voice, equally refined, emerged. Apologies. I nearly took your life. May I inquire if you have taken the fruit of the Tree of Spirits? On Earth, Goku and Gohan were engaged in a rigorous sparring match, exchanging blows with precision. Gohan donned a purple training outfit, strikingly reminiscent of the one Piccolo had prepared for him. To everyone's astonishment, he engaged in a spirited spar with Goku. With a resounding clash, the two collided in midair, ultimately executing a swift somersault before descending gracefully to either side. Remarkably, Gohan managed to withstand several of his father's moves. Yet, he still fell short when compared to his brother. Speaking of Goten, Goku fell silent for a moment. It had been nearly 2 months since Goten departed from Earth. However, there was a glimmer of good news. Bulma had come to inform them that Goten had encountered her sister, Tais, in the cosmos. As of now, there appeared to be no immediate danger. Nevertheless, that was news from a month ago, stirring up chaos among the cosmic scavengers. He had thwarted their nefarious plot to seize the fruits of the Tree of Might. The boy seemed to have unleashed his true nature amidst the vastness of the universe. Wukong murmured softly. Gohan gazed at the sky in admiration. Ever since Chi-Chi had consented to his martial arts training, Gohan had devoted nearly 3 hours each day to learning alongside Goku. The advantages of being a half-Saiyan were immediately apparent, although his techniques still bore a youthful naivety. His combat prowess had undeniably caught up with Goku, much to Goku's irritation. After both had thoroughly washed away their sweat and exhaustion, they were about to indulge in the delectable feast laid out before them when a resonant voice suddenly reached their ears. Goku, Goku, can you hear me? Lord Kai. Goku exclaimed in surprise. Yes, I have a matter to discuss with you. In brief, the cosmic tyrant Frieza has dispatched his most elite forces to planet Namek, and they will arrive shortly. I hope you will make the journey as well. You must understand that the Dragon Balls exist on planet Namek. Even the Guardian of Earth is a Namekian. Dragon Balls, Goku murmured, glancing at Gohan's 4-star ball. You are aware of the terror the Dragon Balls can unleash. If they fall into the hands of malevolent individuals who seek the secrets of immortality, it would undoubtedly spell a catastrophic disaster for the entire world. After a moment of contemplation, Wukong remarked, why not call Wuyin? He would surely be more capable. Wuyin is already engaged in battle with even more formidable foes, and the distance to Earth is significantly shorter. I will inform him. For now, you must hasten to thwart Frieza's nefarious plot. Hearing that Wuyin was being targeted by a powerful adversary, Wukong anxiously inquired, is Wuyin in danger? Rest assured, the current Wuyin is truly the strongest in the universe. He has successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan? Wukong scratched his head, the name ringing a bell, yet he could not quite recall its significance. The king of the other world, growing somewhat impatient, interjected, I will explain this matter to you later. For now, you must set off immediately to prevent this cosmic catastrophe. Wuyin has already succeeded once. I trust you will not fall behind. Understood. Wukong nodded emphatically. Father, I want to go too. Piped up the young Gohan beside him. Gohan, you need Chi-Chi to go into the universe. I agree. Chi-Chi interjected, having stealthily appeared behind them. I have but one request. Bring your brother back to me. That child has only taken a few days off, yet he has prolonged his absence. Chi-Chi seethed with frustration, a dark cloud of ire visibly emanating from her. Suddenly, both Wukong and Gohan shivered, sensing an impending malice. But, Lord King, I do not possess a spaceship. Wukong exclaimed. Wukong, Wukong, I do. Came a voice in unison from the king and Wukong. I am the god of Earth. There is a spaceship on the Cloud ZB Plateau that has been dormant for quite some time. However, only I can activate it, and someone must learn that peculiar language to assist me. The god of Earth interjected softly. Learn? Language? Wukong's expression fell. This was his utmost weakness. Gohan shook his head as well, thinking it impossible for even a prodigy to master a new language in such a short span. Suddenly, Wukong's eyes lit up. I've got it. Bulma will definitely be able to help. She is a genius. Excellent. The king clapped his hands. All obstacles have been thoroughly resolved. Wukong, Frieza's lackeys are only 6 days away from Namek. You must prepare to depart at once. If Frieza obtains the Dragon Balls, virtually everyone in the universe will become his slave. I understand. Wukong nodded emphatically. Beside him, Chi-Chi's sparkling eyes glimmered with a distinctive light. Traveling alone with Bulma? Humph. What a worrisome endeavor. How is it possible that there were no rewards? It is truly disheartening. Chapter 56, A Frenzied Assault. Wuyin versus Gula. Yang Ruishing. Did you take all the fruits from the spiritual tree nearby? Wuyin paused for a moment, turning to glance back. In the sky, a figure, resplendent in shades of white and purple, floated with an air of arrogance. Its round head bore a white crown, while its face was entirely adorned in purple. The haughty eyes disregarded everyone, and the complex, glimmering pupils seemed capable of piercing through all illusions. The slightly curled lips exuded sheer disdain. With arms crossed, an undeniable aura of gentlemanly elegance enveloped the figure. The perfect amalgamation of ferocity and sophistication was almost unbelievable. Guldo? The newcomer was none other than Cooler, the brother of Frieza. I did not anticipate that my reputation would extend to this desolate world. It is indeed an honor. Upon beholding Wuyin's familiar visage, Cooler paused in contemplation. A Saiyan? Yes. He suddenly recalled. When Frieza annihilated planet Vegeta, he witnessed a Saiyan, strikingly similar to you, escaping the planet. You must be his offspring. Cooler's eyes brimmed with disdain, as if Wuyin's existence were an egregious error. That scoundrel Frieza always neglects such details. Allow me to clean up his mess. My subordinates have just informed me that the spirit tree's fruit, which can augment combat prowess without side effects, has appeared here. Let us dispense with pleasantries. Did you take it? Upon hearing this, Wuyin comprehended the situation. Frieza had departed, yet left behind a trap for himself, intentionally leaking information to Cooler to resolve his own predicament. What a cunning scheme. Although Cooler's strength surpassed that of Frieza, he was merely a pawn in a well-played game, driven by brute force alone. Wuyin patted his belly and chuckled. We have already arrived here. However, Gula's previously smiling countenance turned stern and formidable. To be the first to act does not imply that I shall tolerate your transgressions. That which rightfully belongs to me has been taken by you. It seems a lesson must be imparted, he declared. You likely have yet to digest this matter. Killing you, extracting your essence, and squeezing it into a drinkable form would serve just as well. How fortuitous. Wuyin's expression mirrored his displeasure, as he harbored a tempest of frustration with no outlet. The wrath of 700,000 souls converged upon him, leaving him unnerved. You appear to be the perfect punching bag, he exclaimed. Arrogance. Gula cast aside his gentlemanly facade and roared with fervor. Huh. With a cold smile, Wuyin remarked, Gula, have you ever heard of the Super Saiyan? The Super Saiyan? That tedious legend has long been forgotten over the passage of time. It is said that the most likely candidate, Vegeta, is still serving as a mere lackey under Frieza. Saiyans, mere wild monkeys, ultimately lack any significant prowess. Moreover, even if you were to transform into a Super Saiyan, you would still not be my match. How laughable. With a single finger raised, Wuyin cast a chilling glance at him. Suddenly, he erupted into a roar. The azure sky swiftly succumbed to a shroud of ominous clouds, as bolts of lightning cascaded down, intertwining in the air like a spider's web. The heavens and earth trembled as the aura emanating from Wuyin exuded an unparalleled dominance. A golden vortex surged from his feet, his pupils abruptly transforming into a vivid emerald, with his cold, piercing gaze devoid of any emotion, exuding an unsettling calmness. Half of his sharply defined visage was cloaked in shadow, bestowing an aura of profound chill. His hair stood on end, abruptly turning to gold. With a thunderous crash, the ground abruptly caved in, already ravaged from the previous battle with Frieza. Humph. Wuyin gazed intently at Gula, an electrifying energy swirling around him, harmoniously merging with the calmness in his eyes. This was the essence of a Super Saiyan. Crackling, purple lightning enveloped Wuyin entirely, resembling a warrior descending from the tempest, proudly standing in solitude. Gula was taken aback. The power level scouter had already shattered during the transformation, and the tumultuous aura caused debris to strike against his body with a cacophony, leaving him standing there in a daze. The energy of Wuyin appears to far exceed his expectations. Whoosh. In an instant, Wuyin's fists shimmered with a golden radiance as he launched a sudden attack. With a resounding impact, he struck Gula squarely on the nose, sending him hurtling through the air. Gula soared backward, blood streaming from his nostrils, his previously purple visage now flushed with crimson. I am filled with an overwhelming fury. Celestial hand power. Wuyin shouted loudly, his body swiftly moving through the air. With a resounding impact, a punch struck from behind the tumbling Gula, accompanied by the agonizing sound of shattering bones emanating from within. His entire form contorted grotesquely. Two opposing forces erupted within Gula's body, and the excruciating pain compelled him to let out a piercing scream. Whoosh. Bang. Bang. With unwavering celestial force, Wuyin manipulated the energies around him. Amidst the shattered remnants of a crumbling planet, where debris lay strewn about, he could almost instantaneously transport himself to any desired location. Bang. Bang. Relentlessly, he assailed Gula from all directions. Gula's form appeared to be suspended in midair, utterly ensnared by the force of the blows, rendering him immobile. Cursed be this foe. A trickle of crimson escaped from the corner of Gula's mouth, his pupils swirling in disarray. Agonizing pain surged through him like an unrelenting tide, his alabaster skin marred with bruises. After an unyielding 5 minutes of relentless assault, he remained suspended in the air, devoid of any possibility of movement. Strength. The concentrated power seemed to have been dissipated. This wretched adversary. The final strike. With a menacing visage, Wuyin materialized before Gula, his muscles rippling like a mighty dragon. Torrents of energy surging wildly. His fists, enveloped in an infinite golden radiance, struck with an elegance that seemed to orchestrate a symphony in the surrounding air. Go to oblivion. With a resounding crash, his fist collided heavily with Gula's chest, causing the wide expanse of his abdomen to cave in, while serpentine veins writhed in agony around the impact. A wave of excruciating pain surged forth, roaring like the ocean's tempest. Gula gasped, blood erupting from his mouth, as if struck by an oncoming train, plummeting to the ground below. With a thunderous thud, a profound imprint appeared, and the earth around him shattered, descending into the depths. Wuyin stood suspended in the air, his fists extended forward like a heroic figure, his body angled towards the ground, gently propelling himself with a single foot. Meteoric obliteration. An explosive sound resonated through the air behind him, as Wuyin resembled a breathtaking meteor, enveloped in a blazing radiance. Red and gold intertwined, painting the sky in a vibrant display reminiscent of a sunset. Chapter 57. The Hidden Card of Gura. Curse it. Gura, battered and bruised on the ground, defiantly gazed up at the heavens. A beam of light, surrounded by boundless flames, descended upon him like a shooting star. The orange energy surged forth, voracious as a beast eager to consume him whole. That scoundrel Frisia, always causing trouble. He should have annihilated all the Saiyans from the start. Now I find myself in this dire predicament. With a fierce breath, he raised his hands high, his flat, triangular eyes emitting a sharp gleam. A torrent of destructive energy coursed through the crevices of his muscles, ultimately converging in his palms. Death supernova. In an instant, the energy surged within his hands, akin to solidified magma, releasing an overwhelming heat that momentarily distorted the surrounding world. In the sky, Wuyin narrowed his pupils slightly. That fellow, true to being Frisia's brother, was gathering energy at an even swifter pace than him. However, boom, within Wuyin's body, golden light surged, resembling a sacred sun gradually descending. In the presence of the Super Saiyan, all of this appeared as inconsequential as a mere hen against a dog, utterly defenseless. The Saiyan, with a fierce glare, pallid complexion, and bulging veins, bellowed breathlessly, perish amidst this boundless energy. With a sudden flourish of his hands, an energy sphere several hundred meters in diameter soared skyward, rushing towards Wuyin with tremendous force. With a cold smile, Wuyin swiftly turned his body, spinning gracefully through the air. Extending a hand, he forcefully clenched it, proclaiming, "Divine Realm's descent." Each word, resonating like a melodious chime, echoed across the land. Boom! A tumultuous blend of white and black surged forth. The overwhelming repulsive force swirling around Wuyin like a torrential flood, reminiscent of a youthful child's playfulness. As he continued to rotate, he transformed into a formidable drill, colliding instantaneously with the supernova of death. Boom! An infinite wave of white shock surged forth, rapidly expanding across the world. The fierce tempest stripping the very surface of the planet. How infuriating! In that moment of impact, Gula felt an immense force rushing toward him, engulfing him entirely. Crack! His arm and shoulder shattered under the pressure, while his legs sank deeply into the ground, the released energy causing the surroundings to evaporate, creating a gaping pit several meters deep in an instant. Wuyin maneuvered with remarkable ease, his body continuing to spin rapidly as he observed the orange energy ahead gradually beginning to disintegrate. A cold smile crept across his face. "It appears, Gula, that your impending doom is drawing near." Bang! With a series of powerful thrusts from his feet, Gula's supernova sustained itself for only a fleeting moment before it resembled a planet pierced by a meteorite, countless fragments shooting forth into the sky. Wuyin suddenly accelerated, a golden ethereal radiance emitting a resonant sound, descending from the heavens and striking heavily upon Gula. Boom! A tremendous repulsive force, along with the energy accumulated within his body, erupted instantaneously. That boundless energy resembled an inverted bowl, perpetually expanding, as if it were wholly devouring everything in its vicinity. Gula had long been engulfed by the vast and dense onslaught of energy. Wuyin observed with clarity that the pure white energy was intertwined with flecks of crimson. That was the essence of Gula's blood. Boom! A minute later, a cataclysmic explosion resonated, obliterating the entire planet as if it had been thoroughly cleansed. leaving only jagged rubble and a towering tree behind. A mushroom cloud gradually ascended, dissipating mere seconds later. The desolate breeze rustled through the ravaged world. As the shattered stones rolled aimlessly, and the entire realm was devoid of any vitality. Whoosh! Like a leaf gently descending to the ground, the space shimmered with faint ripples. Wuyin deftly utilized his celestial abilities to extricate himself from what appeared to be a self-destructive assault, now standing resolutely atop a towering stone pillar. He scoffed, realizing too late that he had employed his ultimate technique prematurely, forgetting that the adversary still had one transformation left. How unfortunate! He had unleashed his full power. Akin to autumn leaves swept away by a brisk wind, only to find that he had not secured the kill. Before him, Gula was merely a vessel for testing the might of a Super Saiyan. Manipulated by Frieza, Wuyin dismissed him entirely based on this fact. A chilling presence approached. Suddenly, a fierce violet beam shot skyward, slicing through the clouds like a divine sword, reverberating with the clash of metal and thunder around them. The sound of deliberate footsteps echoed. And upon hearing that composed voice, Wuyin smirked. Gula, it seemed, had never tasted defeat. Even King Cold had met his end at Gula's hands. This final transformation, this hidden card, appeared to restore his composure. I must concede, your earlier performance was commendable, eliciting within me a sense of humiliation and defeat, and even a fear of death. As a Saiyan, your prowess is remarkably exceptional. As my foe, you have proven yourself worthy. Emerging slowly from the haze, Gula was nearly unrecognizable. His once pristine white surface was now marred by an array of purple bruises, rendering him nearly a figure of violet. One eye was swollen shut, blood trickled from his nostrils, and a significant portion of his scalp had been sheared away. 3 fingers from his left hand had been severed, and his tail bore a gaping wound, continuously oozing blood. Remarkably, he still managed to stand, feigning nonchalance in the face of such devastation. How does it feel to wield the power of a Super Saiyan? Wuyin, with a tone steeped in profound conviction, declared, the icebound demon clan shall soon encounter their destined demise. Allow me to share a revelation. Frieza has graced this place before. At that time, I had yet to transform and suffered a devastating defeat at his hands. It seems that scoundrel intends to exploit you, luring you here with the intent of eliminating me. A twofold scheme indeed. To be so thoroughly manipulated while still harboring a sense of superiority. I have never encountered anyone as foolish as you. Wuyin stood in the sky, laughing heartily. Gula's expression gradually darkened. The one who had brought him to this lowly state was that accursed Frieza. He vowed to execute him with the most cruel methods. However, while Frieza was indeed detestable, the true menace lay before him in the form of the Super Saiyan. Humph. He scoffed. Now I understand why the ancient texts bear such a phrase. The golden flame Saiyan is truly fearsome. And then, Wuyin placed his hands on his hips and declared loudly, are you planning to kneel before me, weeping and confessing your sins? Humph. Gula disdainfully retorted. If you believe victory is already in your grasp, you are sorely mistaken. I still hold my trump card. Chapter 58. Only then can harm be inflicted. Gula suddenly bent over and roared loudly. How should one describe it? There was a sensation akin to constipation. His pupils gradually faded, transforming into a crimson hue, while his smooth scalp began to bulge, resembling sharp, bony horns. Bang! His muscles expanded dramatically in an instant, and his stature increased significantly. A steel plate enveloped his mouth. Gula roared in fury towards the heavens. His imposing aura surged forth like a tidal wave, causing the ground to collapse beneath him. And the stone pillar under Wu Yan's feet exploded abruptly. Wu Yan floated gracefully in the air, a disdainful sneer gracing his lips. The golden radiance encircled his form, and coupled with his contemptuous gaze, he resembled a war deity returned from the annals of ancient history. A resplendent sun shone down upon the earth, while Gura's brilliance appeared but as the flicker of a firefly, destined to be extinguished amidst the roaring tempest. At last, the fluctuations of energy subsided, and Gura's countenance underwent a profound transformation. The explosive muscles of his formidable dragon-like physique seemed to shimmer with boundless energy. A mere swing of his fist sent tremors through the very fabric of space. The air vibrated, producing a fierce howling akin to the wails of tormented souls. It felt as though the entire planet was imploring Gura for mercy. Behold, Super Saiyan, and witness my majestic prowess. The surging power will be relentlessly infused into your very being, ultimately leading to your demise. He scoffed. Wuyin slightly curled his fingers, beckoning. Come here. Both individuals possessed unwavering confidence, yet one of them was merely a fragile illusion, easily shattering under pressure. With a swift motion, Gula pressed down with both feet, causing the ground to erupt in a fiery explosion, the searing heat transforming the very earth beneath him. He spun rapidly in the air, his form becoming a mere afterimage, leaving no trace of movement in the sky. The king of the world was directly shaken by that overwhelming force, falling to the ground. A green figure swiftly approached. What's the matter? It was none other than Piccolo. After Wuyan's departure, Piccolo had pursued his footsteps, training relentlessly along the trajectory of his immense power, even seeking the guidance of the Supreme Kai, leading him to the king of the world. Under the influence of tenfold gravity, he engaged in his training, and within just a few months, his combat prowess had significantly increased. The monstrous opponent he had faced alongside Wuyin possessed an undisclosed final transformation, with power and speed escalating to a terrifying level. Quick, let me witness it. Piccolo placed his hand on the king's shoulder, and the first sight that greeted him was a golden figure. Is that Wuyin? Indeed. The king nodded. Having fully succeeded in his transformation through the fruit of the spirit tree, his bloodline elevated to become a true Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan. The ultimate warrior of the Saiyan legend, the strongest being in the universe. Piccolo was taken aback. While he was still striving to reach a combat power of 10,000, Wuyin had already ascended to become the most formidable being in the cosmos. What an unfathomable disparity. Gazing at the white figure launching an attack towards Wuyin, Piccolo rubbed his eyes in disbelief. What? That guy's speed. How is this possible? That was Wuyin's adversary, moving so swiftly that it was nearly imperceptible. It was crucial to note that this was the speed I had slowed down using the King's authority. This was already my limit. Was Wuyin truly facing such foes in the universe? With a swift motion, Gula continued to flicker, screaming maniacally in the sky. The detestable Super Saiyan shows no signs of movement. It seems I have indeed grown too powerful. He cannot even perceive my movements. With a single punch, he aimed to defeat him entirely. Bang! A heavy blow landed squarely on Wuyin's heart. I hit him. Gula exclaimed in delight, unaware that his mindset had shifted from defeating Wuyin to merely landing a hit. It would be strange if he couldn't. Wuyin shook his head mechanically, insisting, I have not moved at all. Can you see me? I have stated before that within my Rinnegan, you are no different from a snail. After your transformation, you merely become an earthworm. His scornful gaze fell upon Gula's fist. Such a feeble attack requires no evasion whatsoever. Bang! 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 Upon hearing these words, Gula descended into madness. His fists flickered in the air, resembling countless afterimages, desperately assaulting Wuyin. I refuse to believe this. It is impossible. You are merely bluffing. A resounding power surged through his fists, and in mere seconds, Wuyin endured nearly 1,000 strikes. Bruises blossomed across his chest, yet his body did not yield an inch. Clap. Clap. The Rinnegan shimmered as Wuyin extended his hands, firmly grasping Gula. This feels somewhat akin to a playful quarrel between lovers. Futile. My combat prowess surpasses yours by a vast margin. Even standing still, you cannot breach my aura's defense. The outcome is already abundantly clear. Moreover, only such attacks can inflict harm upon another. With a motion reminiscent of a mysterious dragon, Wuyin's right hand gently struck the heart of Gula. In an instant, 3 rings of white energy waves materialized behind him, causing Gula to widen his eyes in shock and spit out blood. What? Before he could complete his words, Wuyin's right hand pressed firmly against his face, propelling Gula forcefully into the sky. Bang! Thud! Gula's body pierced through dozens of stone pillars, ultimately crashing violently into a mountain. In the chaos, one of his horns was unexpectedly broken. A surge of purple blood erupted from his mouth in an instant. With a gentle smile, Wuyin pressed down on Gula's hand, causing a golden energy to slowly materialize, forming a tiny orb of chi that flickered like a firefly, emitting a faint glow. However, to Gula's eyes, it resembled the scythe of the Grim Reaper. Boom! The entire mountain peak was reduced to ashes under Wuyin's assault. The smoke enveloped the battlefield, debris scattering everywhere, while Gula seemingly evaded the strike in that fleeting moment. How intriguing! As Wuyin floated gracefully in the air, he spoke in a deep voice. Bick, the king of the universe, was utterly astonished. Was the ferocious, dragon-like attack just now truly the work of Wuyin? If he were on the opposing side, he would undoubtedly be overwhelmed. No, Perhaps he wouldn't even have the chance to provoke Wuyin into transforming. Bick let out a bitter smile, struggling to comprehend that the disparity was not significant when Raditz had arrived. In just over a year, Wuyin had ascended to become the strongest being in the cosmos. King, please commence my training swiftly. Otherwise, I will be left even further behind. Are you not watching? The contest of the universe's strongest is an exhilarating battle, merely a distraction of the foolish. Watching only brings sorrow. I feel quite invigorated by the fight. How could there be no reaction? Is this merely my solo performance? Chapter 59, The Birth of the Super Saiyan. A Salute. 710, Yang Ruishing. As the smoke gradually dissipated, a mountain was reduced to ashes by a mere fraction of Wuyin's energy. He hovered in the air, softly stating, "That rascal Gula seems to have escaped at super speed in the moment of my energy attack. A cockroach that cannot be exterminated. How infuriating." On the ground, there was no trace of him. Planning to hide and recuperate his energy, perhaps? Playing hide and seek? Unfortunately, the malevolent aura emanating from you is utterly discordant with the world. Even without the use of my eyes, I am acutely aware. His right hand, adorned with a purple comma, danced joyfully like a lively sprite. A stream of liquid energy slowly writhed, its sharp essence resonating with a clangorous echo throughout the world. With a firm grasp of his right hand, Wuyin instantly solidified the violet energy, the dark sacred scythe. Wuyin grasped tightly with both hands and suddenly swung them, akin to a soaring gale. Striking forward with fervor, the heavenly net. Flash. In an instant, hundreds of waves of energy converged, forming a dense mesh that surged towards a concealed spot on the ground. Whoosh. At the moment of contact, the solid earth was abruptly split, resembling a perfectly arranged go board. Hiss. Streams of magma erupted from the fissures, and at the forefront stood a shadowy figure. Puffing heavily, he stood before Wuyin, blood gushing from several neatly aligned wounds on his chest. While his right hand's fingers had been severed completely, the smoothness of the injury sent a chill down Wuyin's spine. "Why didn't you evade?" he remarked with a tinge of mockery. "How did you know my location?" Gula bellowed in disbelief. "Ridiculous. With the mysterious techniques from Earth, I can sense a person's aura without the need for a combat power detector." Upon hearing this, Gula staggered back a few steps. The realization that his every move was precisely discerned by another was a harrowing revelation. The notion of such an inequitable battle ignited a spark of retreat within him. All his resentment was now directed solely towards Frisia. In truth, he dared not harbor any animosity towards the current Wuyin. "Oh," Wuyin teased. "It seems your last vestiges of fighting spirit have been utterly obliterated. Therefore, your continued existence serves no purpose. Witnessing the birth of a Super Saiyan always necessitates a triumphant fanfare. You are most fitting." With both hands raised high, Wuyin summoned the dark holy scythe, which descended with unparalleled swiftness. Gula had no time to react, hastily raising his arms in defense. Bang! An overwhelming force surged through his limbs, and his body was struck down from the heavens like a shooting star. Crash! He landed heavily upon the ground, his feet sinking deeply into the earth. Crunch! In an instant, his arms and shoulders were shattered. The dark holy scythe of Wuyin has become his most exquisite weapon, flawlessly merging power and sharpness into one. With a sudden surge of strength, Wuyin heard the ominous crack of Gula's knee as he humiliatingly fell to the ground. "How infuriating. If you wish to kill me, then do it. How dare you subject me to such indignity?" Veins throbbed on his forehead, and within his bloodshot eyes flickered a madness. "If death is imminent, I will ensure you suffer as well." Thud. He unexpectedly sank down, and with a sweeping kick, he sent Wuyin staggering backward. Thud. Seizing the opportunity as Wuyin faltered, he rushed forward and delivered a decisive kick, propelling Wuyin through the air. Humph. Wuyin let out a cold snort mid-flight. Gula roared with laughter. "Did you see that? This is the hidden power that belongs to me. In this world, I am invincible." Whoosh. He audaciously abandoned his defense and charged directly at Wuyin. "Seizing the moment of your weakness, I shall take your life." TSK. With a cold snort, Wuyin aimed a single hand at Gula, squeezing forcefully. The celestial attraction. Suddenly, sharp stone spikes erupted along the path, exuding a chilling brilliance that pierced the air. The only way to evade disaster was to decelerate. However, Gula pressed both hands against the spikes, creating multiple puncture wounds, and with a powerful leap, ascended into the sky. "Pain. I have long forsaken it." Boom. An infinite surge of energy coursed through his hand, obliterating the stone spikes beneath him, propelling him forward towards Wuyin with unwavering speed. Did you truly believe that such a laughable attack could impede my advance? How ridiculous! I wager everything. You shall taste the bitter flavor of defeat. Gula was teetering on the brink of madness. At that moment, victory had already severed its ties with him. Haha. With a light chuckle, Wuyin remarked. That was already sufficient. The surging stone spikes spread across the sky, and Gula, I wonder how you shall evade this. Whoosh. In an instant, a violet glimmer sliced through the heavens, and the entire space seemed to shatter under the force of that strike. Clouds, stone pillars, and even distant mountain peaks were cleanly severed in two. Gula's forward momentum suddenly halted, a muffled groan escaping his lips, for he had just lost track of Wuyin. All that remained on the ground was but a shard of stone. Crack! Behind him, the dark holy sickle shattered, blood dripping continuously from Wuyin's hand. Celestial hand force. He murmured softly. Without a glance at the beleaguered Gula, he strode purposefully ahead. How could you suddenly appear behind me? Gula pondered in disbelief. Could it be that those eyes allowed you to teleport within your line of sight? He continued to analyze, desperately hoping to find a way to defeat Wuyin. Yet, his vision blurred momentarily, and the world split in two. What is happening? Gula was filled with dread. A sudden, searing pain surged through his body. And as he looked down in confusion, he discovered a straight purple mark radiating a crystalline glow. His limbs began to slide away, piece by piece. What? How could this be? He could hardly believe that, in an instant of unawareness, he had been cleaved in two. Wait, he suddenly recalled that violet gleam. Was that his own attack? A sharp pain pierced his chest, and the energy within him could no longer be contained. His body swelled uncontrollably, engorged and distended, completely enveloping Gula, ready to consume him. An immense power surged within. Ultimately, Gula let out a wretched scream, and a second later, he exploded. Boom. A mushroom cloud slowly ascended, its orange glow radiating outward, a dazzling spectacle akin to a brilliant display of fireworks. It was an extraordinarily resplendent sight. That magnificent explosion was born from the residual life energy of Gula. How beautiful it is. Wuyin spoke softly. The wealth-bringing child Gula not only resolved Wuyin's dilemma of lacking a spaceship, but also heralded the birth of the Super Saiyan with a grand salute. I am truly grateful to you. Haha. Gula. Dead. Chapter 60. The Target. Planet Namek. Gula is dead. Wuyin let out a sigh of relief as the golden radiance receded like a tide. His pupils reverted to a profound black, and his hair and muscles returned to their original state. The only notable difference was that his Rinnegan appeared to have gained an additional tomo. He gently caressed everything, and aside from the amplified effects of the Rinnegan, it seemed as though no extraneous abilities had manifested. Nevertheless, the transformation into a Super Saiyan was already exhilarating enough. Having defeated Gula, he had emerged as the ostensibly strongest human in the universe. Bravo, Wuyin, I never imagined you could vanquish Gula. The cheerful voice of King Kai chimed in from the side. With the elimination of such a formidable minion from the Frost Demon clan, the universe can momentarily catch its breath amid their destructive reign. Wuyin could easily envision the current exuberance of the Realm King, bouncing with delight. He gracefully ascended, his palm turning outward, releasing a minuscule speck of azure light no larger than a grain of rice, which gently descended into Yang Ruishing. Boom. The Earth's surface suddenly expanded dramatically, dozens of fissures intertwining before him. An inexhaustible torrent of magma erupted forth, transforming the world into a veritable paradise of flames. The spirit tree was thus consumed within the molten flow. With a series of explosive sounds, hundreds of beams of light surged from the ground, crackling golden lightning swirling in the heavens. Yang Ruishing was utterly disoriented, and mere moments later, he transformed into a resplendent firework within the cosmos, vanishing without a trace. Indeed, it is at the moment of a planet's explosion that the universe reveals its most exquisite spectacle. Wuyin murmured to himself, as shattered stones enveloped in magma were hurled downward. And in the vacuum of the cosmos, everything appeared to be frozen in time. The iron tree blossomed, adorned in hues of deep purple and vibrant red. It was as if all was drawn from the pages of a fairy tale. Wuyin could not help but become enraptured by the scene. The towering spiritual tree, consumed by lava, ultimately dissipated amidst the brilliance of the explosion. Thus, dear King of Realms, your series of tasks has been accomplished, has it not? Wuyin pondered for a moment and spoke. The King of the Realm appeared somewhat embarrassed. Wuyin, I genuinely did not anticipate such an outcome. Initially, I merely intended for you to address the matter of the wandering planets, using that knowledge to uncover the cosmic scavengers' assault on the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Likewise, the Galactic Patrol was to learn of the fruit of the Spirit Tree, allowing everything to connect seamlessly. However, I was utterly unaware that Dales and Frisia also intended to seize the Spirit Tree's fruit. They even attracted Cooler. I apologize for this. The king's voice carried a hint of grievance as he murmured, I understand that your intentions were not malicious. Yet, you are correct in one aspect. I have indeed reaped considerable rewards, transforming into a Super Saiyan and becoming the most formidable human warrior in the universe. Perhaps this can be regarded as a form of resolution. He exhaled deeply. It was evident that Wuyin could hear the sigh of relief from the king of the universe. His own power was now sufficient to supplant Frisia's position. The king's original intention was merely to nurture a benevolent individual, but should another entity emerge, one even more formidable and malevolent than Frisia, he would truly be left in despair. King, is Uncle Piccolo with you? The king nodded. Hey, Piccolo. Wuyin wishes to speak with you. After a moment of silence, Piccolo suddenly spoke. Wuyin, you are truly remarkable. You have far surpassed me. The legendary Super Saiyan. The aspiration of the Saiyan race from ancient times until now has unexpectedly been fulfilled by you. Alas. With a faint smile, Wuyin remarked, Uncle Piccolo, have you already relinquished your pursuit of me? You are aware, are you not? Indeed, the rapport between the Supreme Kai, the King of the Worlds, and myself appears to be rather commendable. I had already discerned this when you sought out the King of the Worlds through the Supreme Kai. Likewise, Uncle Piccolo. Shattering the record held by my father and me by traversing Snake Way in merely a month is indeed a feat worthy of pride. Piccolo let out a wry chuckle. In comparison to you, it truly pales in significance. Wuyin pondered for a moment. Uncle Piccolo has yet to respond to my inquiry. Have you already resolved to relinquish your pursuit of me? How could that be? I am the proud Piccolo, the great demon king. Even if you, Wuyin, grow stronger, I shall undoubtedly surpass you. Piccolo's tone was imbued with unwavering determination and a hint of pride. Goku smiled, a smile brimming with joy. This is the Piccolo I have come to know, a proud Namekian. He has never allowed failures to dampen his spirits. The Namekian planet? Piccolo mused that Goku seemed to have ventured to that world. He glanced at King Kai, wondering if this little fellow had orchestrated everything intentionally. Such thoughts were undoubtedly excessive. King Kai lacked the capability, and even if he possessed it, he would never dare to conspire against Goku. Uncle Piccolo, there lies your opportunity on the Namekian planet. I trust you are aware that Namekians can grow stronger through assimilation. If you can persuade just one Namekian to assimilate with you, your power will undoubtedly surge exponentially. Piccolo remained silent for a moment. Wuyin promptly remarked, however, at this moment, you must not set your sights on the celestial being. Logically speaking, should you merge with the celestial, your strength would undoubtedly surpass mine. Yet the celestial harbors his own considerations and has long intended to entrust his power to you. The arrival of the Saiyan Raditz marked the beginning of a monumental shift. What Earth requires is a worthy guardian, not a feeble celestial. This is also the reason he sent you to the King of Worlds. Piccolo fell silent, for as one with the celestial, he could naturally discern the truth. However, the lingering malevolence within you has prevented the celestial from making a definitive decision. Everything must await the opportune moment to unfold. Piccolo exclaimed with excitement. Then I shall immediately set forth for Namek. Had I known, I would have accompanied son Wukong. Confidently, Wuyin was momentarily taken aback. King of Worlds, what is happening? Well, Wuyin, allow me to explain. Frisia may have acquired news regarding the Dragon Balls on Namek, which is why he spared you, ensnaring Gula to eliminate you. He has dispatched the Jinyu force to Namek, and he himself is soon to arrive. Earth is less than 7 days' journey from Namek. I can only seek assistance from Wukong. Imploring him to defeat Jinyu, or even Frisia himself. Wuyin fell into silence, unexpectedly realizing that, after all the twists and turns, the matter had returned to its inception. The hope of Wukong transforming into a Super Saiyan likely rests upon this journey to Namek. He gazed upon the immense spaceship of Cooler, which surpassed even Frisia's in sophistication. Although Frisia departed a few days ahead of me, traveling aboard Cooler's vessel would undoubtedly allow me to catch up. This iconic scene from the original narrative is one I cannot afford to miss. With me, the strongest warrior in the universe, at the helm. My father should feel considerably more assured. Wuyin dashed into the center and pressed the crimson activation button. The circular spacecraft began to spin rapidly, and a dark vortex manifested in the sky. It was the portal to another dimension. Wuyin vanished abruptly, leaving behind only a single phrase resonating in the air. Uncle Piccolo, you are currently training on King Kai's planet. Await my message, for I shall transport you directly to Namek. Chapter 61. The Restoration of Vegeta. In the northern galaxy, at Frisia's base Z-172, a group of dinosaur-like beings, seemingly researchers under the command of Frisia's army, conversed in hushed tones reminiscent of 1950s housewives. Have you heard? It appears that Vegeta has taken the liberty to attack Earth without the consent of Lord Frisia. Your information is outdated. Xiaoyi returned yesterday, and it seems his objective is to covertly execute Vegeta. These Saiyans have grown increasingly audacious. Lord Frisia has long harbored disdain for them. Alas, they are a proud warrior race. I can hardly compare. Suddenly, the power level detector emitted an alarm. The researchers swiftly turned, squinting at the sky. A blazing fireball descended from above, its intense heat distorting the atmosphere momentarily. Boom. The spacecraft landed securely on the cushioned ground, dissipating all impact force instantly. Is that Vegeta? Why doesn't he emerge? It seems he is utilizing a life support system. Quickly, assist in placing him in the healing liquid. As the hatch opened, the heavy scent of blood overwhelmed everyone, leaving them nearly speechless. They had never witnessed someone so gravely injured who could still traverse the cosmos. His eyes were tightly shut, completely obscured by clotted blood, and his body resembled a suit of red armor. This is perilous. Had it not been for the coagulated blood, he might have bled to death within the ship. Gurgle, gurgle. Vegeta sat within a massive white apparatus, gradually absorbing the healing liquid. Half a day passed. The researcher, named Ning Yuan, softly spoke. All right, the time is nearly up. Your injuries have healed. You may open your eyes. No sooner had he spoken than Vegeta's eyes snapped open, gleaming like a celestial sword, radiating an explosive energy. Boom. The hatch of the healing machine was obliterated by a mere glance. Step, step. Vegeta slowly emerged, regarding Ning Yuan with gratitude. Thank you. Had it not been for you, I would have perished today. It is nothing. I was merely carrying out Lord Frisia's orders. Additionally, Vegeta, observing Vegeta's complete recovery, Ning Yuan hesitated before continuing. Xiaoyi requests that after you recover, you visit the training grounds. He seems to have matters to discuss with you. Humph. Xiaoyi. Vegeta scoffed, his eyes brimming with disdain. I regret to inform you that I have nothing to discuss with him. The individual abruptly dismissed the statement, gradually receding into the distance. Moments later, within the elongated corridor, the surrounding wall lamps emitted a dim, flickering glow akin to fireflies. The path was shrouded in gloom, mirroring the somber mood that enveloped Vegeta's heart. Halt! A hoarse voice unexpectedly echoed from behind. Vegeta sneered. You just one T, let it go. Xiaoyi, what do you want? Huh? The figure emerged from the shadows, illuminated by the dim light, revealing a sinister visage marred by grotesqueness. His fierce eyes shimmered with greed, most conspicuously marked by the two hollow spots atop his head. Clad in the standard battle attire of the Frisia force, he confronted Vegeta. You have defied Lord Frisia's orders by attacking Earth without any intention of providing an explanation. Do you think you can simply evade accountability? My apologies, but I owe Frisia an explanation, not to you. Vegeta retorted disdainfully, turning to face Xiaoyi. That look again. Saiyan. Xiaoyi's veins bulged, his shadowy countenance flushed with anger, his body quaking with rage. It seems no one has enlightened you on how to interact with those whose power surpasses your own. Your father perished too early, leaving you bereft of certain courtesies. One must show respect to the strong. Strong? Vegeta scrutinized Xiaoyi with derision. You. His tone dripped with contempt. Good dogs don't block the path. I have matters to attend to with Frisia. I seek to hone my skills. You're courting death, Xiaoyi hissed, but Lord Frisia currently has no time for you. He has gone to Namek to gather the Dragon Balls and fulfill his dream of immortality. Namek? Vegeta froze momentarily, a flicker of recognition igniting within him. Dragon Balls. The means to attain immortality. His entire being trembled with anticipation. Could this indeed provide him with the opportunity to defeat Goku? No. Perhaps even to vanquish Frisia. His heart soared with exhilaration, yet his exterior remained composed, masterfully wielding the duality of his nature. Stop holding back. Let it out. Xiaoyi urged. Even if you learn of this, it serves no purpose, for my mission is to execute you at the opportune moment. Why reveal the existence of the Dragon Balls to me? Vegeta inquired, his voice low and serious. Haha, Saiyan, Chio-E bellowed maniacally. I must make you endure the anguish of hope being snuffed out, of dreams being obliterated. What does it feel like when the last flicker of light fades from your sight? With a thunderous stomp, Chio-E propelled himself forward, becoming a swift streak in the air. A purple glow enveloped his fist as he launched a sudden attack towards Vegeta's chest. Crack! All the strikes were firmly grasped. What? Chio-E was struck with fear. Vegeta sneered. Thank you for revealing this to me. My plan is now set in motion. To repay you, I shall send you to the depths of hell in the swiftest manner, ensuring you feel no pain. With that, he transformed his fist into an open palm and thrust it directly into Chio-Yi's chest, a torrent of scalding blood seeping forth. Gasped. Chio-Yi, as if struck by lightning, coughed up blood. Bang, bang, bang. Vegeta seized Chio-Yi by the head, lifting him into the air, and struck fiercely at his abdomen without an ounce of mercy. A series of muffled groans echoed in the air, resonating like a grand symphony alongside the vibrations of the atmosphere. Wretched, wretched, Chio-Yi, pale and bloodied, had no capacity to resist against Vegeta's onslaught. Bang! Vegeta suddenly pressed down hard, slamming Chio-Yi's head against the adjacent corridor. At that moment, a shadowy figure slumped within, devoid of any arrogance, utterly powerless before Vegeta. How infuriating! Chio-Yi trembled, waves of agony crashing over him like a relentless tide. His eyes sparkled with a lightning-like intensity, unleashing boundless energy towards Vegeta. Ridiculous! To everyone's surprise, Vegeta did not evade. Instead, he pressed his hands down to send the surging energy back towards Chio-Yi. A heart-wrenching scream erupted. Chio-Yi's eyes were obliterated, leaving two dark voids from which blood flowed profusely. Heh! Vegeta grinned wickedly. You must be in excruciating pain now. Allow me to bring your suffering to an end. Bang! With a gentle tap on Chio-Yi's heart, torrents of azure energy surged within. To his astonishment, Chio-Yi's body began to expand irregularly, culminating in a catastrophic explosion. According to the battle power scanner, the Jinyu force should be the first to arrive. I, too, must set off immediately. I am simply beyond extraordinary. The next chapter will be at dawn. There's no need to wait. Chapter 62, The Turbulent Winds of Namek. Namek, located at the edge of the northern galaxy, is less than a week's journey from Earth. It was once a picturesque planet, eternally spring-like, a radiant gem amidst the desolation of the northern galaxy. It also birthed a superlative civilization. Regrettably, many years ago, a cataclysmic climatic upheaval occurred on Namek, leading to the near-total extinction of humanity. It was during this tumultuous period that the deities abandoned Namek. The surviving planet became overrun with moss, rendering it inhospitable for human life. The arable land was scarce, resulting in a consistently low population of Namekians, who were divided into two distinct types, the peaceful and the warrior. Although the peaceful Namekians lacked formidable combat prowess, they possessed a diverse array of magical abilities, gradually evolved through the relentless laws of natural selection. Currently, there exists but one warrior Namekian, who serves as the final guardian. His combat strength has reached an astonishing 40,000, surpassing 90% of Friesia's minions. At the center stood a towering stone pillar, surrounded by pink frost and verdant moss. A biting cold sliced through the air, akin to a blade against the skin. Atop the stone pillar was a grand edifice, where a figure resembling Piccolo stood beside a venerable and imposing Namekian elder. Great Elder, you called for me? Inquired Nail. I sense the existence of the Dragon Balls has been revealed, and 4 entities are approaching our planet from different directions. Are they here to seize the Dragon Balls? Nail asked urgently. Both evil and righteousness converge simultaneously. I fear that Namek shall face a great calamity. Rest assured, Great Elder. I shall repel them all with my own strength, Nail declared, pounding his chest with determination. The elder cast a fleeting glance, silently urging him to comprehend the gravity of the situation. What audacity drives you to harbor such thoughts, Nail? You must exercise caution among those unwelcome guests. The only one you can hope to defeat is a feeble earthling, Krillin. Nail was taken aback. The universe's mightiest warriors were arriving in succession, their battles potent enough to obliterate Namek. A calamity of unprecedented proportions was imminent. After this exchange, both the elder and Nail fell into a solemn silence. Nail, your destiny approaches, and with it, Your responsibilities shall also unfold. Huh. I sense that the darkness within that child shall be utterly vanquished through your purification. Oh, the child of Kakarot. Days later, 5 circular spaceships pierced the atmosphere, their fiery descent resembling 5 meteors crashing to the ground. With a sizzling sound, scorching air erupted from the vessels, and 5 powerful silhouettes swiftly morphed into phantoms, striking poses upon the barren ground. One massive figure, with an orange pineapple-like head and a towering stature, resembled a clumsy giant. He planted one foot on the ground, executing a ballet-like stance. Like him, at this moment, a resounding rock melody unexpectedly erupted from the spacecraft. Following this, a figure with crimson skin, long white hair, and a fierce countenance crouched upon the ground, hands resting naturally by their sides. It was Jisoo. Accompanying him were 2 others, one clad in deep blue, his head resembling that of a serpent, lacking pupils and emanating a piercing light, seemingly poised to annihilate his adversaries in an instant. Beside him stood a dwarf with 4 eyes, a portly companion. The duo struck a pose reminiscent of cosmic warriors, vociferously proclaiming, "Buddha, Guldo." Lastly, a violet figure emerged, veins bulging atop his head, muscles bursting with combat prowess. He inverted his body, gazing forward from beneath his trousers. It was Jinyu. As the music reached its climactic crescendo, the 5 united their voices in a thunderous rallying cry. Jinyu Force. Engage. Quack, quack. The crows soaring above seemed to echo this sentiment. Jinyu rose, enraptured, lamenting, "Alas, such exquisite movements, yet no one to appreciate them. All our rehearsal time squandered." "Captain Jinyu, this music is undeniably invigorating," Jisoo shouted exuberantly. "Very well. We shall allow those Namekians to admire our artistry later. First, we must secure all the Dragon Balls into our grasp. We must complete the collection before Lord Frisia's arrival," Jinyu declared sternly. "Fear not," Jisoo scoffed, pressing the power level scouter. "Humph, the strongest power level is barely over 40,000. This planet cannot possibly impede our advance." Jinyu nodded. "Do not be complacent. Guldo's power level is comparatively low. But I leave him to you. We shall split into 4 teams and head towards the Namekian villages. I am certain that such a vital treasure as the Dragon Balls cannot be carelessly abandoned in the wilderness." "You have never been to Earth, have you?" Buddha replied. Somewhat displeased, "I am the fastest in the universe. With Guldo, he is merely a burden." "Do not fret," Jinyu asserted. "This is an order." "Yes, understood." Buddha grudgingly nodded. "Let us proceed." No sooner had he spoken than the 4, excluding Jinyu, had already soared into the sky, racing towards the 3 villages. Jinyu seated himself, eager to observe their combat prowess. In less than an hour, 2 villages had been utterly annihilated. Jinyu smiled slightly. "Well done. Everyone in those 2 villages has been completely exterminated. It seems that Riku and Jisoo have already secured 2 Dragon Balls." In the heart of the planet lay that formidable individual with a power level of 40,000. He was my target. Boom. A surge of formidable energy erupted from his body in an instant, the searing shockwave shattering the ground beneath him and creating several inches of deep craters. He transformed into a wisp of ethereal light, darting towards the location of the Grand Elder. Before long, 2 spacecraft descended gently from opposite directions on planet Namek. One resembled a crab, boasting 8 legs, while the entire visage of the ship bore a striking resemblance to a caterpillar. As the hatch opened, a figure clad in orange emerged, a crab-like head with a sharp demeanor and eyes brimming with cold intensity. Beside him stood a child adorned in purple garments, and another individual, bald-headed. Lastly, within the spacecraft, a woman with azure hair leaned forward, peering outside. She softly inquired, "Goku, what is the situation out there?" "The weather is quite chilly. The air is refreshing, far better than on Earth." However, the arrivals were none other than Goku, Gohan, Krillin, and Bulma, summoned by the King of Worlds to planet Namek to confront the Frisia force. Goku had been fervently training in the gravity chamber aboard the spaceship, his combat prowess having multiplied several times. Yet, he still felt a sense of inadequacy compared to Gohan. He had learned from the king about the new strongest warrior in the universe, a revelation that instilled a sense of security. "HM?" Goku furrowed his brow. "What is it?" Bulma, with her lips adorned in vibrant lipstick, replied gently, "A vast presence has vanished in an instant. Someone has been cruelly slain. It seems the Jinyu force has arrived before us, as the king warned." Moreover, he glanced toward the vicinity of the planet, where another spacecraft arrived almost simultaneously. That familiar energy. Vegeta. Wukong murmured softly. It is complete. Time for rest. Hee hee, it is actually scheduled for release. Chapter 63, Gohan. Well done. 16. In an instant, a fiery silhouette, blazing like a comet, tore through the void, painting the sky a deep crimson with unending flames. A tremendous explosion reverberated across the ground, as a diminutive figure with wild hair stepped forth from the inferno, with narrowed eyes exuding a palpable aura of menace. And the corners of his mouth curling slightly, he mused, is this the planet Namek? The environment leaves much to be desired. Even if this planet were to be sold, it would surely go unregarded. Dragon Balls, the mystical orbs capable of granting any wish. He glanced up at the heavens, declaring, Frieza, I shall undoubtedly seize them. Vegeta contemplated the humiliation he had endured on Earth, seething, that accursed half-breed. Once I attain immortality, I shall make you experience a fate worse than death. He closed his eyes, whispering, has the Ginyu Force arrived? They have split into 4 directions, plundering the Dragon Balls. Those ruffians possess formidable strength. Though they have been gravely injured on Earth, they remain a formidable threat. Yet, they are no match for Ginyu. I shall circumvent them for now. Suddenly, he turned his gaze toward the east, sensing a familiar energy. Hee. Vegeta laughed malevolently. It is Kakarot. That scoundrel. I shall finally exact my revenge. Just wait. Once I collect all 7 Dragon Balls, I will ensure your dismemberment. In a flash, he transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the sky. Racing toward the location of the 5th Dragon Ball, the Dragon Balls of Namek were crafted by the Grand Elder, scattered across 7 villages, each guarded by their respective elders. Finding the village equates to finding the Dragon Ball. Wukong stood in a daze, as the overwhelming aura began to dissipate. Vegeta had already commenced his actions. Such a multitude of powerful beings. The fighting spirit that had lain dormant within him for years surged back to life once more. Father, Wu Fan timidly inquired. Where shall we go now? Shall we search for the remaining Dragon Balls? No need. With unwavering resolve, Wukong pointed decisively towards the horizon, where the presence of hundreds vanished in an instant, likely victims of a ruthless assault. We must hasten to their rescue. Whoosh. 3 beams of light surged into the sky. The forces of Ginyu, Wukong, and Vegeta had commenced their actions. The outcome of this fierce battle for the Dragon Balls remained uncertain. Boom. A modest village, once bustling with hundreds of Namekians, now lay in utter ruin. Countless explosions reverberated, wreaking havoc upon the ground, as homes were reduced to mere fragments. Whoosh. A beam of light pierced through the heart of a Namekian, extinguishing his life in an instant. The elder, Muley, shouted vehemently, Scoundrel, I have entrusted you with the Dragon Balls. Why do you continue this senseless slaughter? Before him stood a towering figure with a pineapple-shaped head, the nefarious Rinnegan. His face twisted with malevolence, he relentlessly unleashed a torrent of energy, reaping the lives of countless humans. Aha! Who can assure that these fools are not plotting behind the scenes? Furthermore, the Dragon Balls are coveted by the powerful, while the weak are destined for annihilation. Boom! Extending his right hand, pink energy erupted forth, swiftly engulfing a man. In an instant, he was reduced to charred remains, scattering to the ground as the energy dissipated. Haha! Pathetic humans, devoid of even the courage to resist. How laughable. Rinnegan nonchalantly blew away the wisps of smoke that lingered in his hand. Perhaps the remnants of the souls he had extinguished. Despicable. Muley ground his teeth, fiercely shielding the Namekian children behind him. Gazing at Rinnegan's wicked expression, he staggered backward, exclaiming, You have already taken so many lives. Why continue this carnage? While Rinnegan reveled in his slaughter, Muley could only stand by helplessly, hoping to quench his thirst for blood with human lives. Yet, in the end, how foolish that notion proved to be. Rinnegan casually waved his hand, and with a mere squeeze, a child was levitated into the air. Elder, save me. The boy flailed desperately, crying out for help. Mujin. Rinnegan wickedly clenched his fist. In the air, orange flames ignited. Boom. Mujin's body exploded before Muley's eyes. Muley, along with the remaining child, Dondi, could no longer bear the sight and began to weep uncontrollably. Cursed be this fate. Muley could no longer restrain himself, weaving forward in a zigzag pattern, silently approaching Rinnegan with his staff. In a heartbeat, he raised both hands and thrust forward. Thud! Rinnegan's form felt as unyielding as steel, and the wooden staff crumbled as though it were decayed timber. Boom! Rinnegan turned around, delivering a heavy blow, his single hand resembling a divine sword drawn from its sheath, piercing straight into Muley's abdomen. In an instant, blood gushed forth. With just one hand, he had impaled him completely. Muley let out a horrific scream, his eyes rolling back as he spat forth purple blood, crashing heavily to the ground. Thus, only one remained. Raikum looked at Dondi with cruel intent, advancing step by step, the swirling energy around him transforming into a tempest, causing the ground to shatter violently. Prepare to embrace your demise, just like the others. Fear not. Dear child, the pain will be fleeting, and soon you shall know nothing. You, don't come any closer. Dondi stammered, his gaze fixed upon Raikum's imposing figure. And he fell to the ground in terror. Someone, save me. Whoosh. Suddenly, a shadow whizzed past, colliding heavily with Raikum. Ugh. Raikum uttered, his body contorting, his eyes bulging as if they would burst. Like being struck by a thundering train, he crashed into the mountain behind him, clouds of mist erupting forth, leaving an imprint of a figure on the cliff. Whoosh whoosh. Two figures appeared in an instant, standing before Dondi like gods of war. Dondi had not felt pain for quite some time. He slowly opened his tightly shut eyes. One had a watermelon-shaped head and donned purple attire, the other, bald, wore an odd orange outfit. Gohan, your power is truly formidable. Saiyans are indeed extraordinary. Beside them, Krillin chuckled bitterly, never imagining that after just over a month of training with Goku, Gohan's fighting prowess would surpass his own entirely. Could this be another prodigy rivaling Wuyin? Having Saiyan blood truly has its advantages. Ever since the World Martial Arts Tournament, it seemed the world had changed. The once prominent Krillin and Liu Ping had gradually faded from the annals of history. They even lacked the qualification to spectate. Whoosh. A tall figure flickered before the two, gently saying, Gohan, well done. A plea for subscriptions. Chapter 64. I can hardly believe it, my power. 26. Father. Gohan felt a flush of embarrassment, a sensation that lingered. Each time, Goku merely praised Gohan, while he himself, under his mother's insistence, intended to pursue a scholarly path, a stark divergence from his father's world. Suddenly, from the debris ahead, a powerful roar echoed. A tremendous force surged forth, an intense, searing energy coursing through the air, shattering the rubble with sheer might. Amidst the dust, Raikum emerged, visibly agitated, and gravely demanded, which little rascal ambushed me just now? Step forward. Upon seeing Goku before him, he momentarily froze. A Saiyan? It was hard to believe that there were indeed other living Saiyans in this world. Was it you who attacked me? Wukong surveyed his surroundings. A gruesome scene of lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, crimson blood nearly engulfing the entire village. Did you slay all these people? He murmured, his voice a low murmur, as the sheer brutality of the act ignited a fierce rage within him. Of course, as a warrior of the Saiyan race. Should you not revel in the allure of slaughter? Raikum replied nonchalantly. Oh, just look at the righteous facade upon your face, juxtaposed with the carnage wrought by a Saiyan. It utterly repulses me. You scoundrel. Wukong clenched his fists and exclaimed, for the sake of selfish desires, you disregard so many innocent lives. I am utterly enraged. How absurd. The bloodshed at the hands of the Saiyans far surpasses mine. Yet here you are, shamelessly posing as the defender of peace in the universe? Rikumu. Flying kick. Rikumu assumed a peculiar stance, a large man performing a ballet on one foot, leaving Wukong momentarily stunned. He instantly transformed into ethereal wisps of light, soaring into the air, heading straight for Wukong. No feints. Is he so confident in his abilities? As the approaching figure drew near, Wukong narrowed his eyes slightly, his body swaying ever so slightly. With a sudden clap, just as they closed in, his hands shot out like dragons, seizing Rikumu's outstretched feet in an instant. What? During my training with Wuyin, his reincarnation, I could pierce through all attacks, compelling me to devise ways to refine my own skills, striving to bridge the gap between us. Your ludicrous assault, even if it were twice as fast, I can see it clearly. With all his might, Wukong forcefully slammed Lycum to the ground. The impact reverberated, leaving a deep indentation in the Earth's surface, causing the world to tremble several times. Wukong soared into the heavens, his body spinning with remarkable velocity, and with him, the massive form of Lycum was caught in the throes of overwhelming centrifugal force. The agonizing power lingered within him as he beheld the Saiyan, so close yet seemingly insurmountable, provoking even a flicker of retreat within his heart. In a sudden act, Wukong released his grip, and Lycum was unceremoniously thrown aside before he could comprehend the situation. Whoosh! Dozens of afterimages materialized as Wukong swiftly positioned himself behind the tumbling Lycum. A subtle smile graced his lips, followed by a cold snort. Lycum's eyes widened in shock as he turned to glance back. Bang! With a swift rotation of his feet, akin to a series of relentless kicks, Wukong delivered a powerful blow to Lycum's back. Blood spewed from Lycum's mouth as he soared into the sky, droplets of crimson swirling through the air like wilting rose petals. The final strike. With his hands spread wide like the wings of a mythical Kunping, Wukong soared into the heavens, spiraling upward for miles, a trail of turbulent energy swirling behind him, reminiscent of a rocket piercing the clouds. With a thunderous clap, he ensnared Lycum, sending him plummeting headfirst towards the ground. The howling cold wind sliced against their skin like a blade, instilling a chilling sense of urgency. Gazing down at the earth mere inches away, Wukong chuckled, "Have you ever tasted a radish?" Huh. With a sudden surge of strength, he drove Lycum headlong into the ground, while he himself spun rapidly and landed gracefully beside him. Whoosh! Wukong gently exhaled the foul air from his mouth, gazing at the figure before him. His head struck the ground with a resounding thud, leaving only his legs flailing helplessly, while his exposed chest was riddled with an array of wounds, inflicted by the biting northern winds during his aerial descent. "Father, you are truly remarkable," Gohan exclaimed in astonishment. "Is this the extent of your power?" Wukong, resembling a child, wiped his nose and remarked, "In comparison to your brother, you still fall short." A flurry of strikes nearly rendered Lycum unconscious, leaving Qilin beside him in a state of astonishment. "Perhaps I should return to seek employment and prepare for a tranquil marriage. Combat may not be my true calling." With a grunt, Lycum placed his hands on the ground, his sinewy muscles pulsating with a torrent of energy. In an instant, he exerted his strength, performing a somersault in midair before landing firmly on the ground. Yet, unlike his earlier nonchalance, he now gasped for breath, his face bruised and battered, reminiscent of a once comical jester. Suddenly, he thrust his hands into the earth, crimson energy surging forth and freezing the ground beneath him. With a fierce display of might, he raised his arms, causing the ground to shatter and mighty stone pillars to erupt, their sharp tips gleaming ominously. "Die!" Lycum bellowed, swinging his arms with ferocity. Wukong, caught off guard, was struck squarely in the face, his body propelled backward as if struck by a speeding train, pain searing through his chest, leaving him to careen through the air, carving a path across the ground for hundreds of meters. Thud! Lycum leaped like a titan, his immense weight causing the ground to tremble beneath him. Observing Wukong on the ground, he gathered his strength and brought the stone pillar crashing down. Boom! The earth collapsed, engulfing Wukong in a cloud of dust and debris. "Saiyan, you have thoroughly enraged me. I shall make you experience what eternal suffering truly means." Lycum snarled, his face contorted with malice. Clatter! The sound of crumbling stone echoed as Wukong's resilient figure emerged from the haze. "Hee hee! Ha ha!" He suddenly erupted into a fit of manic laughter. "What is the matter? Have you lost your mind?" Lycum questioned, wary. "I can hardly believe it. My strength has reached such heights. I have endured your assault and emerged unscathed. This robust body, I can scarcely believe it belongs to me." Wukong clenched his fists, entranced by the boundless power coursing through him. Even the air seemed to resonate with a cacophony of shattering sounds. "Who?" Kirin gasped heavily, having believed just moments ago that Wukong had sustained a grievous injury. To his astonishment, the situation had taken such an unexpected turn. The psychological strain akin to a roller coaster left Kirin trembling with fear. This battle was undoubtedly ill-suited for him. Meanwhile, Gohan appeared to navigate the chaos with ease, his expression notably relaxed. Kirin couldn't help but ponder, had he truly fallen behind? Chapter 65, Rising Tides. "Impossible," Lycum exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Your battle power is merely a meager 5,000. How could you possibly contend with me to such an extent?" Gohan, however, was acutely aware, in that fleeting moment, his father's power surged tenfold, only to abruptly vanish thereafter. In that brief instant, the battle power detector was rendered incapable of sensing it. Could he truly exert such exquisite control over his strength? As Gohan's thoughts swirled, he pondered the level of strength his older brother, surpassing even their father, had attained. During their training aboard the spaceship in the gravity chamber, their father had repeatedly asserted that his own power paled in comparison to that of his brother. Such a notion was utterly daunting. Riku, in a fit of rage, bellowed hysterically, "I am a member of the elite Jinyu force under the command of Lord Frisia." He struck a series of absurd ballet poses, then opened his gaping maw and cried out, "Riku! Energy cannon!" With a sudden burst, a pink energy blast erupted from his mouth, surging rapidly towards Goku. Yet, Goku regarded the overwhelming force with disdain, zigzagging effortlessly to the sides as he swiftly approached. In an instant, he delivered a powerful upward kick, leaving Riku unable to comprehend the movement, his jaw suddenly aflame with pain as his head snapped back. The blinding streak of light surged into the sky like a divine sword, resonating with a thunderous roar. White smoke enveloped the surroundings, swirling as if the stars themselves were gathering around the moon. With a powerful punch, Wukong struck directly at his chest, the moment of attack shimmering as he appeared behind him. A cold smirk crept upon his lips, and his hands converged into a flower bud shape, instantly bathing the world in a sky-blue luminescence. Lycum, mechanically turning around, was filled with disbelief. He had completely failed to perceive the earlier speed. The combat power testing device erupted in an instant. Kamehameha. The frenzied energy enveloped him as nano-level attacks permeated the surroundings, continuously wreaking havoc on Lycum's cells. He let out a few agonizing cries, yet his vocal cords had already been scorched beyond repair, his body covered in severe burns. Moments later, the energy dissipated, and Lycum crashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. His body was charred black, resembling a burnt corpse, exuding a foul odor. The slight rise and fall of his chest indicated that he was still alive. "Father? Why not eliminate him?" Wukong shook his head and said, "I still cannot bring myself to strike." At the final moment, I diminished the output of the Kamehameha. The readings from the battle power scanner have undoubtedly reached his comrades. Thus, there may yet be a glimmer of hope. However, he is our adversary. Gohan cannot fathom what troubles he might bring upon us once he recovers. Therefore, we shall defeat him once more, for his strength is simply no match for mine." With an air of arrogance, Wukong declared, "Enough. This fellow poses no threat whatsoever." Beside him, an orange Dragon Ball shimmered with a brilliant glow. However, the remaining Namekian had silently slipped away amidst the chaos of battle. In his eyes, Wukong and his companions were equally untrustworthy. Goku lifted the Dragon Ball, attuning himself to the essence of Namek. With a single hand, he gestured towards the center, proclaiming, "In that direction lies a pure and harmonious energy." However, a formidable and malevolent force approaches. It seems this is the last stronghold of Namek. Gohan, Krillin, listen carefully. From this moment, we shall split our forces into 3 paths. The evil entities are divided into 4 factions in pursuit of the Dragon Balls, and we have secured 1. Including the action of Vegeta, a total of 5 Dragon Balls are now under scrutiny. You 2 must seek out the final 2 Dragon Balls and secure them. Remember, if you encounter a powerful foe, hold your breath and refrain from engaging. This applies to Vegeta as well. Above all, prioritize your safety and await my return to join you. What about you, Goku? Krillin asked, puzzled. I shall confront the most formidable of the malevolent beings. His terrifying aura suggests that no one on Namek may withstand him. Goku replied, I never anticipated such an abundance of powerful beings lurking within the cosmos. My fighting spirit has been ignited. Battle is Goku's destiny, as well as his greatest passion. Very well, Gohan said, glancing at the formidable Rikum beside him, ultimately nodding in resignation. Whoosh! The 2 soared into the sky, disappearing from sight. Goku tightened the belt of his martial arts uniform. The strongest subordinate of the Cosmic Emperor Frisia? Here I come. With a resounding impact, his feet struck the ground, causing an explosion beneath him as he ascended into the air, heading toward the center, where the Grand Elder resided. In the sky, Captain Jinyu observed the battle power scanner. And after everyone scattered, he flew toward the mightiest Namekian. What was supposed to be an effortless task had suddenly taken an unexpected turn. To his astonishment, the formidable Rikum had fallen, yet the scanner only detected a few faint energies. The rapidly shifting circumstances left him at a loss. Berta, Guldo, did you hear that? The swift Berta and the four-eyed Guldo stared at the corpse below them, momentarily stunned. Captain, what is going on? Berta waved the Dragon Ball in his hand. We succeeded. It appeared that uninvited guests had arrived on the planet. Rikum had already been slain. 2 powerful energies were heading toward the last village of the Namekians, likely with the same intention of acquiring the Dragon Balls. Find them and eliminate them. Understood. The strongest presence seemed to be recklessly approaching me. It appeared he intended to provoke me. A cruel smile spread across Jinyu's face. I will make him understand what true suffering is. As the communication ended, Jinyu propelled himself at maximum speed toward the distance. Not long after, a figure emerged from the water, gazing at the charred remains of Requiem. Indeed, it was no mistake. Kakarote's energy was rapidly expanding, surpassing my own. A silhouette stepped out of the shadows, a small figure with spiky hair. It was Vegeta. Sensing Goku's energy, he held his breath and made his way toward Kakarote. Along the path, he merely walked, while Goku, in the heat of battle, instinctively overlooked Vegeta's presence. Humph. He spat disdainfully, letting a glob of phlegm land on Requiem's face. The proud Jinyu force had been decimated by a Saiyan to such an extent. Allow me to escort you on your final journey. He stomped heavily with his right foot, causing countless fragments to erupt into the air, blood flowing profusely as Requiem's final breath faded away. It seemed that careful planning was required. Chapter 66. What I thought was bronze turned out to be plastic. The distance closed in. The purple-skinned, vein-riddled Jinyu surveyed the battle power scanner, harboring absolute confidence in his own strength. Those lurking reptiles would undoubtedly be no match for the unparalleled Jinyu force, as long as the formidable obstacle before him is vanquished. The ownership of the Dragon Balls will be virtually assured. Indeed, there it stands. In the desolate heart of Namek, a towering peak rises majestically, radiating a pure and sacred light. Thud. Upon his arrival, a resolute Namekian emerges. Depart at once, invader. You are not welcome here. Do not allow your tainted blood to sully the sacred soul of the elder. Guldo paused momentarily. Oh, such bravado. I had presumed you were the sovereign of this planet. Yet it appears you are merely a subordinate. There is no formidable energy emanating from you. Who has instilled such audacity in you to speak to me in such a manner? Guldo's expression soured. Return whence you came. Namek does not welcome you. Should you persist in your folly, I shall not hesitate to resolve this with force. The Namekian standing before him is none other than Nail, who has always been by the Elder's side and the sole warrior among the Namekians. Before the rise of Goku and his allies, he could undoubtedly be regarded as the dominator of the North Galaxy. Alas, in the presence of Guldo, he is hardly a match. The more you assert such things, the more I am compelled to uncover what lies within. Surrender the Dragon Balls. Yet Nail remains unfazed, responding with a calm demeanor. Dragon Balls. Such sacred artifacts are beyond the reach of your bloodied hands. I warn you once more, depart swiftly. Guldo narrowed his eyes slightly, a surge of murderous intent erupting from within as a tide of energy exploded forth. Boom. It shattered the ground behind Nail. The roof, resembling that of a slug, crumbled unexpectedly, revealing the immense and aged elder. Oh, merely an old specter. Do not be disrespectful to the elder. Nail delivered a powerful punch, sending the unsuspecting Guldo crashing to the ground in a cloud of dust. Ha! He stood up nonchalantly. Little pest, you shall witness my true power. You must learn the proper attitude when facing a strong opponent. Humph. Nail spat disdainfully, yet he recalled the elder's previous admonition. Delay as much as possible. A friend from Earth is on the way. He can defeat Guldo. The two stood in the clearing, locking eyes. Huh. Nail suddenly shouted. An infinite aura surging from his body, a tempest of energy spiraling skyward, causing the surroundings to tremble. Oh, his battle power is steadily rising. He gritted his teeth and shouted coldly. Do not underestimate the Namekians. Huh. The ground within a radius of several dozen meters erupted, collapsing deeply. Battle power, 42,000. Quite impressive. With a calm and composed demeanor, Jinyu offered his assessment. Naru's feet abruptly connected with the ground, akin to a tempest rushing towards him. His left hand extended, fist clenched tightly, as an overwhelming force materialized into a wave of energy. Before him, Jinyu appeared like a fragile vessel amidst tumultuous seas, precariously balanced on the fractured ground, seemingly on the brink of capsizing. Alas, it was merely an illusion. Crack, crack. 2 successive punches were effortlessly caught by Jinyu. He remarked that your combat prowess is formidable. This planet has been devoid of battles for an extended period. You have forgotten how to wield your strength. There is no feint. An adversary charging headlong like a weakling is merely courting disaster. In an instant, Jinyu bent forward with force, and Naru's arms snapped at the wrists. An endless cascade of blood gushing forth, staining the ground like a torrential downpour. Naru's eyes ignited with fury, bloodshot and unsteady as he stumbled back, seemingly bereft of the will to fight. How utterly disappointing. I had anticipated a challenge. only to find a mere imitation of strength, Jinyu mused. Huh. Nara shook his hands, veins bulging as the gaping wounds twitched and writhed. Suddenly, a pair of hands burst forth from the injuries, restoring themselves to their original form. Who? Nara gasped for breath, his strength waning significantly. Oh, Jinyu exclaimed in astonishment, a regenerative life form? However, your combat capabilities have significantly diminished, lacking the former sharpness. Curse you. Do not revel in your triumph. I shall never concede to you, Nara declared defiantly. With rapid footwork, the ground erupted beneath him, an immense power surging within his chest. Like an eagle soaring through the skies or a mythical beast unfurling its wings, he charged resolutely towards Jinyu. In that fleeting moment, his gaze gleamed with fierce determination. Boom. All his strength was unleashed upon the earth, and Nara shouted in disbelief. A shadow clone? Correct, Jinyu replied, standing before him, raising a hand to gently tap the tip of his nose. Bang! It was as if a dragonfly had touched the water's surface, yet an immense force erupted from Naru, sending him hurtling backward like a shooting star. Whoosh! Jinyu flashed forward, moving parallel to the ground, executing a side kick. Crack! Naru's wrist fractured, flesh and bone yielding under the tremendous pressure, grotesquely bending inward. A wave of excruciating agony swept over him, mingling with the torment on his face, akin to a slow and torturous demise. As he was sent flying, Jinyu's silhouette emerged behind him, arms coiled as if gathering power. In the moment Naru approached, Jinyu suddenly extended his hand. Puff! Naru halted, equally stunned by the unexpected turn of events. He stared blankly at his chest, where a purple arm enveloped in sharp energy gleamed brightly. Jinyu had pierced Naru right through the heart. Blood erupted from Naru's mouth, streaming down his arm and onto Jinyu. Disgusted, he muttered, My body has been sullied by this filthy, wretched blood. How can I dance in harmony with the exquisite human form? With a flick of his wrist, he discarded Naru onto the ground. It appeared he had executed a few more moves, but it mattered little now. The Dragon Ball would soon belong to him. Jinyu began to soar towards the Grand Elder, while Naru's eyes flickered with anguish. As the sole combat-type Namekian, he naturally harbored a sense of pride. Just moments ago, the Grand Elder had urged him to hold out until the arrival of the Earthlings, a notion he had scorned. Now, the truth was apparent. He lacked even the capacity to await reinforcements. My apologies, esteemed Grand Elder. Jinyu continued his ascent, inching closer to the Dragon Ball. Suddenly, like a bolt of lightning, a figure crossed the void and stood directly in his path. Jinyu, on high alert, gazed at the human shrouded in crimson light, whose form gradually became distinct. He exclaimed, a Saiyan. In the distance, Kuririn and Gohan bounced along the mountainside, gleefully holding 2 Dragon Balls aloft. Uncle Kuririn. The Namekian was surprisingly kind, wasn't he? After seeing our intentions, he simply handed over the Dragon Balls. Gohan exclaimed joyfully. Indeed. I never anticipated this mission to proceed so smoothly. I thought we might have to resort to violence. Kuririn replied. With this, we now possess 3 Dragon Balls. Gohan remarked. We're almost halfway there, although we still haven't concocted any wishes. Nevertheless, snatching victory from the jaws of danger is the greatest outcome. Let us go find Dad. Just as they were about to take flight, they abruptly turned around, their eyes blazing with intensity. Oh no, 2 powerful presences are approaching us at incredible speed. Kuririn shouted. I forgot. I didn't suppress my energy. Those vile beings must have discovered our location. We must hurry. Boom. 2 beams of light suddenly shot into the sky, racing towards Goku's direction. Unfortunately, the crimson figure behind them flickered through the air, surpassing them with extraordinary speed, blocking their way. The Jinyu Force. Berta. Guldo. Reporting for duty. Observing the 2 individuals, Gohan and Kuririn could not help but swallow hard. The formidable figure emanated an aura of terrifying malevolence. Furthermore, there lingered an insatiable stench of blood. How many lives had he claimed? Kuririn remarked. That diminutive one. Kuririn suddenly paused, bewildered. Such a feeble presence, and yet he coexists with them so freely? Kuririn stealthily stepped closer, whispering to Gohan, Gohan, have you noticed? Good strength is quite weak. If we were to eliminate him suddenly, we might stand a chance against Barda. Finally, after parting ways with Goku, they found themselves in peril. Good stepped forward with a sinister smile. Is it merely the 2 of you? You managed to toy with us and even eliminate Lakumo? It appears there is nothing to fear. As they met his disdainful gaze, Both felt a surge of confidence. With a fervent whisper, Gohan implored, "Brother, grant me your blessing." "Now, Gohan," Kuririn suddenly shouted. "Ha! Ha!" Two powerful roars erupted from his mouth. As both Gohan and Kuririn felt their energies surge dramatically, each surpassing the threshold of 10,000 in mere moments. Whoosh! Whoosh! With their feet firmly planted, the two engaged in a dazzling display of agility, swiftly advancing towards Guldo with unparalleled speed. Hee. Psychic power. Freeze, Guldo said with a sinister grin. In the fleeting moments before time and space came to a halt, Gohan and Kuririn executed their final teleportation, vanishing from sight. "Where are they? Where are they?" Guldo exclaimed in panic, stumbling back a couple of steps, only to collide with a solid object. "Surely not," he murmured, turning slowly, but the sight before him filled him with dread. Gohan's fist was a mere centimeter away from his neck. Had he shouted a moment later, he would have surely been obliterated. Hissing, Guldo swiftly fled the scene, taking refuge at a distance. With a gesture towards the ground, he commanded a rumbling force. To Gohan and Krillin's astonishment, the earth beneath them erupted, forming a sharp stone spike that hovered ominously in the air above Guldo. Gradually, it aimed to pierce through both Gohan and Krillin. Damn it! Krillin struggled in midair, only to find his body rendered numb, his aura extinguished. Is this some sort of psychic ability? How infuriating! I never anticipated that the little one possessed such a trick. It's over. Everything is over. Beside him, Gohan gritted his teeth and exerted all his strength. "Brother, I'm being restrained. What should I do now? Brother." Suddenly, Gohan envisioned the image of his older brother. And the perilous situation outside seemed to shift dramatically. "Brother?" Gohan could hardly believe it. He felt his body beginning to move again. Why was this happening? Wuyin stood with his hands clasped behind him, resembling a majestic war deity, exuding an air of haughty pride. "From the moment you embarked on the path of cultivation, I had already foreseen this destiny. A myriad of bizarre dangers awaits you ahead, yet I cannot accompany you at every moment. Utilizing the power of my Rinnegan, I have sealed a fragment of my consciousness within your gaze. Should you encounter a moment of dire peril, it shall manifest instantaneously. However, do not harbor any illusions that I can aid you in evading your fate." Why is it thus? Gohan's face fell, much like his father had observed. Within him resided an immense reservoir of energy, yet it could only be unleashed through fury. If all of it were to erupt, he would instantaneously be endowed with a ferocious power. "Brother, this is merely a catalyst for you. Gohan, remember, this is the first and the last time." In an instant, the figure of Gurion transformed into wisps of smoke, merging into Gohan's being, and forthwith, a torrent of visions surged into his mind. "Is this an illusion inscribed by my brother's Rinnegan? I shall not let you down." His gaze refocused, as despairing images flooded his consciousness, drowning him in a tide of rage. Guldo was still aiming, as if afflicted by an obsession. "This place is unsuitable. This too is not right." Suddenly, Gohan let out a fierce roar, unleashing an immense and overwhelming power that swept through the world like a tempest. A gale arose, forming 6 portals that completely encircled Guldo. Guldo, possessing merely extraordinary abilities, could hardly withstand the tempest generated by such a force. Instantly, he was engulfed by the storm, howling loudly in desperation. "This energy?" Bart exclaimed in astonishment. "This energy is sufficient to deliver a fatal blow." Bang! In midair, Gohan broke free from the psychic grip, darting in from the side, his legs striking like whips, delivering a heavy blow to Guldo. Phew! Guldo immediately spat blood, his body hurtling backward. "Don't forget me." From behind, Krillin roared furiously, "You despicable fiend, ensnaring us with your powers." He extended one hand, unleashing a spiraling vortex that surged forth, radiating golden light as it spun violently in the air, the hissing energy slicing through the atmosphere. Energy blade. The whirling disc raced towards Guldo's panicked gaze, cleaving him in two starting from his head. Decapitation. Thud. Guldo's head rolled on the ground, while Gohan descended with force, blood spilling everywhere as he erupted like a tofu explosion. The outcome was clear. Chapter 68. Gohan's desperate battle. Bart felt little emotion at Guldo's demise. That foolish being. He should have focused on enhancing his strength. Relying solely on psychic powers was a grave error. His feeble body had been split in two by a single strike. It seemed that after this battle, Captain Ginyu would need to reorganize the formation. He gazed at Gohan, who whose fierce aura continued to blaze. An infinite power transforming into radiant light that enveloped the surroundings. You? That power? Is it the legacy of the Saiyan lineage? Bart mused, gently touching his head, who knew there were other surviving Saiyans apart from Vegeta. Quite unexpected. Child, have you ever heard the tales of the King of Hell in your dreams? Today, let me show you what it truly means. Bart's smile morphed into a menacing grin as he dashed towards Gohan. His body transformed into a straight blue streak, slicing through the sky like lightning. Continuous energy blades. Hundreds of sharp discs floated from Krillin's hand, the surrounding air seemingly torn apart. However, Bart twisted midair, agile as a monkey, narrowly dodging each time. It was as if he danced upon a razor's edge. In such perilous circumstances, Bart navigated with effortless grace. Uncle Krillin, I understand, but that guy's speed is too formidable. I can't aim at all. Krillin was drenched in sweat, his breath coming in labored gasps, and it wasn't long before he was panting heavily. Suddenly, a moment of distraction struck him. A surge of acidic fluid erupted from his abdomen, and waves of excruciating pain assaulted Krillin's already fragile nerves. What time is it? Krillin stared intently at his clenched fist resting against his abdomen. His chest caved in, and grotesque veins twisted around like worms in the surrounding area. In an instant, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Uncle Krillin, Gohan shouted fiercely, damn it. You slippery serpent, I shall surely vanquish you. The fury within him surged to a palpable extent, enveloping him in a crimson aura of energy. With a decisive stomp, the ground beneath him sank several meters in an instant. Gohan propelled himself upwards, his hands slicing through the air like a dragon emerging from the sea, relentlessly launching attacks from every angle upon Bartu. Bartu, akin to a graceful ballet dancer, exhibited no defensive maneuvers, floating effortlessly in the air, evading every strike with remarkable agility. Seizing the opportunity presented by Gohan's momentary lapse, he abruptly lifted his knee. Bam! Behind Gohan, waves of impact surged forth. Wow! A sudden spray of saliva erupted as Gohan furrowed his brow, tormented by the agony coursing through his body. At this moment, the only thought echoing in his mind was the warmth of his bed at home. Puffed. With a firm bite of his tongue, Gohan jolted himself awake, gazing intently at Bart. In an instant, he swung his hand with precision. Thud. Did he actually land a hit? Even he could scarcely believe it. The delicate yet forceful jab rested squarely against Bart's face, highlighting the stark contrast between the child and the monster, rendering the scene particularly absurd. Thud. Bart was momentarily taken aback, feeling the sharp sting, and in a fit of rage and humiliation, he swung his massive fist, delivering a powerful blow to Gohan's face. Thud. Gohan's body was struck with tremendous force, causing him to stagger backward abruptly. Meanwhile, Bartu transformed into a cascade of shimmering light, charging towards Gohan with hands clasped, poised to unleash a fierce assault. However, each powerful strike landed on empty air. Die! I shall avenge Uncle Krillin. Gohan seemed to emerge from the void, his body twisting as his petite fist struck Bardock directly. With a sudden gasp, Bardock, caught off guard, coughed up a mouthful of blood. But the onslaught did not cease. Below, Gohan roared fiercely, unleashing a relentless barrage of blows. Bang! Bang! The powerful strikes propelled Bardock into the sky, culminating in a final, decisive hit. Gohan's entire being surged with a celestial azure energy, concentrating its might into a singular point, which he unleashed in an instant. At that moment, from the depths of Bart's vacant gaze, two beams of light erupted forth, causing Gohan to break out in goosebumps, his head instinctively tilting aside. That frenzied force grazed his skull, swirling abruptly and whisking away several strands of his hair. Curse be it. When Gohan turned back, Bart had already vanished without a trace. Boom. A muffled thud resonated through the air as Gohan was unceremoniously slammed to the ground. His body twisted and swayed midair, limbs finally meeting the earth, the overwhelming power causing the ground to concave beneath him. Gazing skyward at Bart, he softly proclaimed, I am no longer the frail and powerless son Gohan. I am a proud Saiyan, relentlessly pursuing my brother's footsteps. His hands converged into a blossom-like formation, gradually coalescing at his waist, while tiny particles glimmered like fireflies, radiating a warm luminescence. In an instant, the world was suffused with light. Kamehameha. Huh. A resounding force surged forth, sweeping towards Bart, suspended in the sky. Whoosh. Bart offered a slight smile, darting away with remarkable speed, and suddenly disappeared from view. Boom. A mountain behind him was obliterated into fragments, rubble drawn into the air, swiftly engulfed by the mighty energy. Cursed be it. Gohan surveyed his surroundings, murmuring to himself, where on earth has that scoundrel gone? The speed of Bardock was simply too swift. Neither the naked eye nor the faintest trace of his sinister energy could detect him. I am right behind you. A dark voice suddenly echoed. Ah! Gohan stood in a daze for a moment before suddenly turning around. His brother had once advised him never to expose his back to the enemy, as it would signify an inevitable defeat. This was dire. With a resounding thud, Barda delivered a powerful punch to Gohan's body, causing his spine to shatter abruptly, twisting him backward as if he had been snapped in half. Ah! Gohan's eyes suddenly became vacant, and he was hurled backward, crashing into the peak of a mountain, drooling profusely as blood gushed from his mouth. How infuriating! His spine had been shattered, leaving him unable to control his own body. How despicable! How wretched! In his heart, Wuyin cried out fervently, the life energy within him gradually waning, his eyelids growing heavier by the moment. Step by step, Bart advanced, his palm directed forward, suffused with a crimson energy. Little ghost, I wonder if you have encountered King Yinluo yet. You must be in great agony. Allow me to put an end to your suffering. No need for thanks. Just ensure that in your next life, you choose your adversaries wisely. Wufan's vision had grown increasingly blurred. He could only discern a terrifying figure drawing nearer. Father, brother, anyone, please come quickly and save me. I am truly on the brink of death. In his heart, Gohan continuously murmured and then roared aloud, I apologize. But this child still holds some significance for me. I cannot allow you to kill him. From the crumbling debris, a figure gradually emerged. Bardock. A voice resonated, low yet distinct, accompanied by the relentless sound of footsteps. The silhouette approached languidly from the rubble. This voice. Kuririn momentarily froze, his body soon trembling uncontrollably. A figure, small yet formidable, with a fiercely cold expression, donned in a blue spandex suit, the standard Saiyan battle attire. Vegeta. Bardock muttered softly, momentarily taken aback. But his gaze greedily shifted to what lay within his grasp. The warm orange glow of a Dragon Ball. What a stroke of luck to find 4 Dragon Balls gathered here. It is indeed a rare occurrence. I have heard that Vegeta, who betrayed Lord Frieza, faced a crushing defeat at the hands of the natives on a certain planet, barely escaping with his life. Have you come to seek forgiveness from Lord Frieza once more? Bardock proclaimed, arms crossed, his voice booming. Heh. Vegeta merely scoffed derisively. Kuririn staggered back, having sensed none of Vegeta's energy earlier. That sly individual must have approached quietly. Perhaps even before Gohan and Guldo's fierce battle began. The intention was clear, to acquire the remaining 3 Dragon Balls. This is dire. I had no inkling. Kuririn squinted at Vegeta, only to feel as if struck by lightning. The overwhelming energy was entirely different from what he had encountered on Earth. Vegeta, how much stronger have you become during this time? Not in the slightest inferior to Goku. Bardock, Vegeta declared, I have come to take your Dragon Ball. As for these 2, they can be used to threaten Kakarot, to obtain the final Dragon Ball. To spare you from suffering, it would be wise to surrender it willingly. Bardock erupted in laughter, as if he had heard the most absurd joke imaginable. Who do you think you are, the son of heaven? How audacious of you. In the face of my Ginyu Force, you were not even worthy to speak. Now you dare to bark like a fool? Vegeta spat disdainfully. Being obsessed with past glories indicates your obsolescence. My time on Earth has greatly enhanced my combat power. Arrogant. I am the mightiest warrior under Lord Frieza's command. The fastest warrior in the universe. How dare you, a mere Saiyan monkey, bark so brazenly before me? Indeed, you have betrayed King Frieza? Presenting your head along with the Dragon Balls, the king will surely be pleased. Haha. The disdain in Bart's eyes was palpable. He regarded Vegeta with utter contempt. In truth, the warrior race that has served under Frieza has never known dignity. This marks my first battle to reclaim my identity. Vegeta clenched his fists and softly declared, the fastest in the universe may not necessarily be so. Huh. Bart erupted in maniacal laughter, unleashing all his malevolent energy, causing the ground to cave in and manifest 3 concentric circles. The world seemed enveloped in frenzied energy, trembling violently. A howling gale suddenly swept Kulilin away, slamming him against the stones behind him. Wow. Kulilin could hardly believe it. Was that fellow merely jesting? With just his aura, he completely defeated me. He scrambled towards Gohan, who lay on the brink of death with a broken spine. Gohan, the Senzabine. Unable to control his body, Krillin could only gently support Gohan's chin, helping him to chew. Once the Senzu bean was consumed, Gohan instantly revived. Huh, Uncle Krillin, that's wonderful. Gohan, you have returned to life. The situation had grown more intricate. As Vegeta had stealthily approached during their battle, Krillin's gaze sharpened as he whispered, "These two are monsters." Huh. A surge of azure light shot into the sky, shattering the clouds with a resounding echo. Battle power, 60,000? Vegeta stammered, not too shabby. Whoosh. His body flickered, and Bart shouted from behind, "Don't run." In the sky, Bart's figure appeared first, yet ahead lay an empty space. Haha. Bart cackled maniacally. That fellow dares to compete with me in speed. What arrogance. It seems I've left him far behind. Hey, what are you laughing at? A familiar, ominous voice resonated from behind. Bart froze. Whoosh. He vanished once more, reappearing over the ocean. As the light before his eyes faded, the crystalline sea surface resembled a mirror, reflecting the silhouette of a figure with arms crossed, smiling at him. Impossible. It cannot be. Whoosh. Bart vanished again, leaning against a rock. Beep beep. The battle power tester blared incessantly. Bart roared in fury, "Vegeta is behind my rock." Heh. The fastest, indeed. Vegeta abruptly turned, his fist radiating boundless energy, and struck fiercely towards Bart. Suddenly, phantoms appeared beside him, resembling a flock of birds converging towards a phoenix, concealing their fists within their ranks. The sheer density rendered Bart utterly unable to discern anything. Krillin exclaimed in terror. Indeed, Vegeta had only battled Wuyin on Earth, yet he had completely mastered the principles of Ki. Thus, he was able to perceive our movements with remarkable clarity. Damn it. I never anticipated this step. Gazing at the encroaching fists, Bart found himself flustered and disoriented, and then felt a sharp pain in his nose. Bang! A muffled groan followed as he was violently propelled away, his body tracing a straight line through the air, hurtling backwards at great speed. TCH. Vegeta spat with disdain, unleashing his ki and pursuing him, his fierce eyes radiating a murderous intent, clearly unwilling to let Bart escape. Whoosh. As Vegeta drew nearer, Bart's eyes turned crimson. His mouth agape, from which surged a formidable wave of energy. The robust energy billowed in the air, and he sneered, "There's no leverage in the air, due to inertia. Evasion is utterly impossible. Vegeta, once I strike you with my full force, I refuse to believe you can survive." Evasion? Such a notion was entirely unnecessary. Boom. A scarlet aura erupted from Vegeta's body, and he resembled a missile, charging directly toward the energy with unwavering resolve. Seeking death. Bart's eyes sparkled with a dangerous glint as he instantly increased his energy output. 1 second, 2 seconds. His straight figure sliced through the sky like a jet, creating a perfect arc behind him. Finally, he collided with a dazzling flash of light. Boom. Chapter 70. Absolutely. I will not surrender. 26. Boom. Vegeta, like a sharp drill bit, pierced directly into the center of the energy. The robust energy was abruptly divided into 8 streams, rushing towards 8 different directions. What? Bart looked on in horror as Vegeta's form drew ever closer. Damn it. Increase the energy output. His chest and abdomen swelled suddenly, and boundless energy gathered like a torrent within the gaps of his muscled frame, all flowing into the brilliance. Huh. The roaring energy doubled in intensity. Vegeta's eyes sparkled with dazzling light, his feet barely touching the ground as his speed surged. Boom. A cataclysmic explosion erupted in the sky, and Bart's substantial energy was solidified, ultimately shattering into glass-like stardust in the heavens. Bastard. How could Vegeta become so powerful? Bart gritted his teeth and abruptly turned, transforming into a wisp of shadow as he fled into the sky. Oh. Vegeta was taken aback. He never expected that the proud Ginyu Force would choose to flee in their moment of desperation. Whoosh. He suddenly soared into the sky, a flawless arc bursting forth as he ascended, and in an instant, he was above Bart's head. He laughed maniacally. Bart, meet your demise. With his hands clasped together, he brought them crashing down from above. Bart, hearing the whistle, looked up just in time to see Vegeta's swift hands. Bang. His eyeballs nearly shattered from the impact. His body transformed into a meteor, plummeting from the heavens, crashing heavily to the ground. A cloud of dust billowed as Bart lay helplessly amidst the rubble, his gaze listless and breath faint, clearly defeated. Krillin was taken aback. Vegeta, he actually managed to defeat that terrifying foe. After battling with Goku, What has he learned? Bang. Thud. Vegeta landed, surveying the disheveled Bart, and softly remarked, "The warrior race of Saiyans, every cell is born for battle. I faced utter defeat on Earth. Yet my cells retain the fighting techniques of that little brat. From the brink of despair comes rebirth, and my combat power has surged. However, I never anticipated I would grow this formidable. That humiliation, that helplessness, I shall repay tenfold." Vegeta seized Bart by the top of his head, lifting his battered body. Boom. His right hand relentlessly pounded Bart's chest, causing him to stagger as if struck by lightning, blood pouring from his mouth, his breath weakening, his eyes rolling back. Wow. A large spurt of blood erupted from Bart's mouth, while Vegeta now resembled a blood-soaked god of war. "You." Bart trembled, raising a hand, speaking in a whisper. "Humph." Vegeta placed one hand upon Bart's chest as Bart's lips quivered. Spare me. I am not like Kakarot, that soft-hearted fool, despite his immense power. Spared Riquelme and left me to clean up the mess. To me, only dead enemies are worthy foes." Whoosh. A beam of light pierced through Bart's heart, his body convulsing twice in Vegeta's grip before he spat blood and succumbed to death. TCH. Vegeta cast the corpse aside, disdainfully declaring, "Filthy blood, tainting my noble body. How unfortunate." Krillin and Gohan, witnessing the gruesome scene, were utterly dumbfounded. Although Gohan had previously crushed Goldo in a fit of rage under Goku's illusion, he was ordinarily a kind-hearted boy. Yet, he had so effortlessly slain Bart, just as powerful as his father. Yet outwardly, Vegeta and Goku appeared nearly identical. Perhaps both had withheld their true strength when facing the Ginyu Force. In the end, who could say? Oh no, he is coming. Krillin retreated step by step, ultimately ending up sitting down on the ground with a thud. Gohan stood frozen in place, his entire body trembling with fear. Having just returned to life, was he to face death once more? Humph. Vegeta scoffed, slowly approaching. "Tell me, has that wretch named Gohan not arrived? I can only sense the two of you and Kakarot's energy. Where on earth has that fellow gone? If my brother were here, would you dare act so brazenly?" Gohan retorted loudly, for he was the mightiest being in the universe. The mightiest being in the universe? Is that a title you have bestowed upon yourselves? I cannot believe there exists someone more arrogant than I. Before him stood a being named Frieza, blocking his path. The strongest in the universe could only be achieved by the legendary Super Saiyan, and that individual was undoubtedly himself. Vegeta instinctively thought this was Gohan's admiration for his brother. Yet he had no inkling that Gohan's declaration was indeed true. Well then, that wretch has not come, allowing my plan to unfold more smoothly. Do not fret. I shall beat you both to a pulp and exchange you for Kakarot. With the two of you, Kakarot will surely be at a disadvantage." Vegeta pointed towards the center, where Kakarot was engaged in battle with Ginyu. That fool Ginyu could never compare to the proud Saiyan. As long as Kakarot emerged victorious, the 7 Dragon Balls would be mine. Krillin, taken aback by Vegeta's grand scheme, mused about the mantis catching the cicada, with the yellow bird waiting in the wings. Kakarot possessed immense fighting power, but who told him to be the first to tackle Ginyu? That hard nut to crack? Vegeta clenched his fists, laughing maniacally as his body vibrated with anticipation. His dream was on the verge of realization. "Don't move." He extended his right hand towards Gohan, speaking with disdain. "Soon. Very soon." Suddenly, a beam of light erupted forth. Gohan swung his hand, crackling sparks igniting the air as he deflected Vegeta's attack. Boom. A dazzling explosion illuminated the sky, painting the world in crimson hues. The solidified sparks blossomed instantaneously, vibrant and resplendent, like a fiery tree of silver flowers. "I am the brother of Son Gohan. I shall never kneel and beg for mercy. I will not wait in vain for death. I am a Saiyan raised on Earth." With that, an unfathomable power surged from Gohan's body, causing the earth to tremble. The ground within hundreds of meters instantly caved in, a white wave of energy shot skyward, and a swirling mass of dark clouds enveloped the world. I will never concede easily. Beside him, Krillin stepped forward, standing resolutely, prepared for a decisive confrontation with Vegeta. Chapter 71, The Sun Fist. Indeed, what a testament to the Saiyan lineage. After being gravely wounded and on the brink of death, one's combat prowess has significantly surged. Alas, even with such newfound strength, it remains woefully insufficient to reach me. It appears Vegeta has suddenly come to a realization. A near-fatal injury? The instantaneous recovery without any side effects is truly astonishing. It seems Earth harbors more mysteries than I had anticipated. Ah, nevertheless, it matters little. Once I render you half dead and eliminate Kakarot, all of your secrets shall inevitably be mine. What a pointless discussion. As Wufan's feet struck the ground, it shattered beneath him, and he surged forth like a phantom, swiftly appearing before Vegeta. His fist radiated an overwhelming, tempestuous power, drawing ever closer to Vegeta's chest. Should he land a blow, inflicting even a minor injury, our chances of victory would significantly increase. Humph! How laughable! Gohan had exerted every ounce of his strength, yet to Vegeta, he moved at a pace akin to that of a sluggish snail. With a swift motion, Vegeta ensnared Gohan in his grasp, lifting his knee forcefully. A muffled groan escaped Gohan as he felt a searing pain in his abdomen, rendering him momentarily dazed. Instinctively, he sought to clutch his midsection, but alas, Vegeta's grip was unyielding. With a swift side kick, Vegeta propelled Gohan into the air, akin to a shooting star streaking across the heavens, finally coming to a halt amidst the clouds. Suddenly, Gohan expelled a surge of bile, collapsing to his knees in utter defeat, his body awash with fatigue and weakness. How infuriating! Vegeta had grown so formidable. Upon arriving on Namek, Gohan became acutely aware of his own limitations. Previously, he had lived a carefree life under the guardianship of Goku and Goten, but in their absence, he realized the extent of his own inadequacy. Gohan trembled as he rose to his feet, catching Vegeta's attention. Oh, he is still able to stand? I have said before, I shall not concede easily. Gohan raised his hands high, golden flames igniting within them, as an overwhelming wave of energy spread across the sky. The crackling of lightning surged and intertwined like a spider's web, enveloping the entire battlefield in a concave formation. In an instant, the golden energy found its outlet, surging toward Vegeta with immense pressure, shattering the ground beneath. Uncle Kuririn! Gohan roared to the heavens. Ah, I understand. Kuririn swiftly ascended into the sky, palms outstretched before him, proclaiming loudly, "Solar flare." In that moment, blinding light engulfed the world, catching Vegeta off guard, rendering his eyes unable to open due to the searing pain. Damn it! Those two rascals are resorting to such tricks. He seethed. The intensity of his inner turmoil escalated. The demon flash was about to descend. He could only brace himself. However, the demon flash suddenly whirled before Vegeta, exploding beside him. With a thunderous roar, immense energy pierced the Earth's crust, causing the subterranean waters to erupt violently. Now, Gohan shouted, seizing the moment as Vegeta was engulfed in the solar flare, slipping into the chasm and vanishing without a trace. Minutes later, Vegeta gradually regained his vision, surveying the desolate world around him as water surged like a fountain from the chasm. Those two wretches! He bellowed, slamming a fist into the ground in frustration. The prize was within my grasp, and now it has flown away. Without Kakarot to restrain him, his plans were severely jeopardized. He meticulously scanned the surroundings, only to discover that Gohan and Kuririn's energy had long since dissipated. They held their breath. Their ability to conceal their presence far surpassed his. Vegeta floated in the air, his body trembling as he struggled to contain his fury. With arms crossed, boundless energy cascaded like celestial blossoms into the sea, stirring tumultuous waves. Yet, alas, it was merely an expression of his pent-up rage, serving no purpose. He glanced at the Dragon Balls beside him, noting a modest gain, at the very least. He now possessed 4 Dragon Balls, combining Gohan's 2 with Bardo's and his own discovery. That fool, after sustaining grievous injuries, plunging into the sea with such overwhelming power was nothing short of folly. He continuously scanned the area. Could they truly hold their breath forever? Goku was just ahead, moving at a painfully slow pace. Vegeta pondered for a moment, contemplating seizing his Dragon Balls, ultimately targeting those possessed by Kakarot and Jinyu. Then, I shall devise my strategy. With a resounding explosion, the ground fractured, transforming into a beam of light that vanished in an instant. A few minutes later, Giselle lay at Vegeta's feet like a lifeless dog, a massive wound in his chest gushing blood, his complexion pale and his body in a woeful state. It was evident that he had endured an extraordinarily brutal assault. His chest caved in, his spine shattered, and energy leaked from his body, radiating a holy light that simultaneously ravaged his cells. Coughing, Jisoo spat out congealed blood, exclaiming, "Vegeta, how have you become so powerful? Humph, you scorn the Saiyans." Languishing in the glory of the past, unaware that my daily tormenting training is solely for the purpose of trampling you beneath my feet and looking down upon you. Vegeta sneered, relentlessly twisting his foot and trampling Jisu's face. Do you know how long I have envisioned this moment? Ah, he shouted hysterically, seeking vengeance by systematically eliminating those who looked down upon him. This desire had become second only to his obsession with killing Goku. Coughing again, Jisu declared, Frieza, King Frieza, will absolutely not let you go. Vegeta coldly laughed. Haven't you realized? The mighty me has already transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan. And Frieza is definitely no match for me. Huh, a frog in a well. With tremendous force, Vegeta crushed Jisu's head underfoot, resembling an egg bursting. The remnants of his brain scattered across the sky, droplets of blood coalescing around, transforming the once serene world into one filled with bloodshed and death. Jisu, along with the Namekian he had slain, lay forever in this place. This could be regarded as a form of irony. Moreover, with this, I have already obtained 5 Dragon Balls. Only 2 remain. I vow that eternal life and the title of Universal Emperor shall belong to me, Vegeta. Chapter 72, Goku vs. Jinyu. Namek, Central. Naru's chest gently rose and fell, indicating he was still alive. Ahead, clad in an orange martial arts uniform, Goku with a crab-like head confronted Jinyu. Saiyan. Jinyu paused slightly. I feel as though I have seen you somewhere before. After contemplating for a moment, realization dawned upon him. I remember now, you are Bardock's son. The Saiyan warrior who bravely fought against the destruction of planet Vegeta. I must admit, I look down upon Saiyans, but I still hold some respect for Bardock. Jinyu mused. Continuing to speak to himself, after the planet's destruction, Gula once sent news of Saiyans fleeing, which we dismissed. Recently, Raditz perished on Earth, and Vegeta returned in defeat. You must be the Saiyan who defeated them. Truly impressive. Jinyu smirked, scrutinizing Goku. It was evident that he regarded Goku merely as an odd human, not taking him seriously. Wukong, however, paid no heed to the 27th Jinyu, his gaze fixed upon Naru on the ground. Curiously, he inquired, Piccolo? Piccolo. Naru whispered in response. On other planets, have you encountered any Namekians like myself? Haha. A sense of relief washed over Naru, realizing that the embers of their existence still flickered on distant worlds. Thus, Namek shall not perish. Frieza, Jinyu, you have miscalculated. Haha. Despite his evident frailty, Naru's laughter resonated with a certain exuberance. Cease your mirth. Your body is gravely wounded, barely sustained by the formidable vitality of the Namekians. Wukong expressed with concern. It matters not. Naru shook his head. The Grand Elder once said that as long as I endure until your reinforcements arrive, the crisis of Namek will naturally dissipate. My mission is complete. The Dragon Balls and the Grand Elder, I entrust to you. With those words, Naru gently closed his eyes. I wish to rest, just for a while. Goku gently cradled Naru's lifeless form and laid him aside. The Senzu beans were with Gohan. Just hold on a little longer, and soon, salvation will arrive. He rose to his feet, gazing intently at the executioner before him. Invited by King Kai, he had journeyed to Namek, where he truly witnessed the merciless nature of the universe. A single planet had been obliterated by these 5 individuals, their hands stained with the innocent blood of countless lives. This sight ignited a fierce anger within Goku. Clenching his fists, he pointed at Jinyu and shouted, You butcher of lives, you who harm the innocent. I will not let you escape justice. Huh. Jinyu shrugged nonchalantly, a smirk adorning his face. You think you can threaten me? Who do you believe yourself to be? Just a Saiyan monkey, dreaming of being a solitary hero who single-handedly vanquishes armies. Such people are the ones I detest the most. Furthermore, the Dragon Balls are in your possession. They belong to me. Allow me to demonstrate the might that is rightfully mine. With a ferocious roar, Jinyu unleashed a torrent of energy that swirled around him, enveloped in a pale violet glow that painted the world. The ground began to shatter. Countless stones lifted into the air, only to be instantly pulverized by the chaotic intertwining of energy. Beams of light erupted from his body, piercing the heavens, accompanied by a symphony of resonating sounds from the surrounding air. His power surged, expanding relentlessly. 50, 000, 80, 000, 120, 000. A staggering battle power of 120, 000? Goku murmured to himself, realizing that indeed, he was the mightiest being on this planet at present. Within Wukong's heart, a fervent passion began to surge. When parting ways with Gohan and Kuririn, his intention was to validate his own strength. He harbored a desire for Wuyin not to wander alone through the desolate universe, wishing instead to shield him from the storms of fate. To achieve this, one must first embrace the true essence of their Saiyan identity. Kaioken, Wukong murmured softly, as the energy within his body began to swell rapidly, its surface shimmering with a crimson hue, coupled with his shadowy visage. He resembled a deity of war returning from the abyss. His robust and towering form seemed to uphold half the sky. Was my body yearning for something? He sensed the veracity of his cells, the heat radiating from his being. Everything whispered a singular purpose: eliminate the adversary before him. Only then could he attain his body's acknowledgement. In an instant, both warriors surged forward, standing opposed, one cloaked in blue, the other in red. As their ethereal lights raced skyward, colliding with a thunderous impact upon the earth, the ground erupted in a cacophony of destruction. The howling energy summoned a cataclysm of nature. As torrents of flame ascended, while ominous, layered clouds engulfed the entire world. Crackling, golden lightning began to weave itself, resembling a spider's web that ensnared the realm entirely. Thud. Countless muffled groans resonated through the air, as waves of white collision sound rippled in the atmosphere. The shrouded expanse of darkness had transformed into the grand stage for the clash between Wukong and Jinyu, stretching from east to west, their battle shattering mountains into mere fragments along the way. Suddenly, the crimson glow flickered abruptly, revealing Wukong's true form as he struck towards the void of space. Boom! Jinyu had just materialized there, caught off guard, and received a heavy blow to the face, sending him hurtling away. Crash! His body plummeted like a meteor, embedding itself into the ground. Energy missile. With both hands, Wukong formed a seal, and in an instant, a surge of energy erupted forth, enveloping the surroundings in a cerulean glow of 903 luminescence. His hands extended forward and backward, as dense elliptical energy suddenly spread like celestial maidens scattering flowers, bombarding the area relentlessly. Boom! The ground, within several miles, was completely engulfed in flames, as the magnificent energy surged and roiled, causing the shattered earth to collapse thunderously, instantly transformed into nothingness by the frenzied energy. Since embarking on his martial arts journey, Wukong had never employed such an extravagant attack. For a full minute, the ground lay in ruins, a pitch-black chasm appearing at its center, spanning several hundred meters in diameter, as if Jinyu had been entombed within. The smoke gradually spread outward. Suddenly, a figure erupted from the haze, hurtling towards Wukong in an instant. Within its obsidian eyes glimmered a crimson light, and a beam of energy shot forth like a laser, striking with unerring precision. Wukong was too close. As he barely turned around, a deep gash appeared on his face. His body faltered momentarily in midair. In a fleeting moment of negligence, Jinyu swiftly flickered and materialized directly behind Wukong. A sinister smile spread across his face as he suddenly exerted his strength. Bang! Wukong was struck from behind, plummeting to the ground like a shooting star. A deafening roar echoed continuously, and cracks spread like a spider's web. A mushroom cloud gradually ascended. To come without reciprocation is impolite. Chapter 73. Terror. Combat power. 240. 000. Wukong's body spun rapidly through the air before finally landing firmly on the ground. With a resounding thud, the surrounding area collapsed under the immense force. He grinned with his characteristic cheerful demeanor, absent-mindedly touching his nose as he gazed at Jinyu. The warm-up should be over now, right? You are indeed correct, Jinyu responded, surprisingly accommodating. I am thoroughly relishing this battle. Wukong exclaimed loudly, expressing his delight in encountering an equally matched opponent, unwilling to defeat you too swiftly. This is Wukong, a battle enthusiast who, despite his prowess, often retains his benevolence, finding it difficult to strike against malevolence. In the original narrative, he spared Frisia's life on Namek, even showing mercy when Frisia attempted to betray him. He is the complete antithesis of Vegeta. Kamehameha wave. A surge of golden light erupted from his right hand, soaring towards Jinyu. In response, Jinyu unleashed a crimson beam, descending with overwhelming pressure towards Wukong. Boom! The two forces collided violently in midair, causing the very world to tremble. At the epicenter, the golden and red lights began to converge, coalescing into an enormous sphere. Wukong relentlessly advanced, steadily closing the distance. To everyone's astonishment, he propelled himself forward with sheer energy. What? Witnessing this, Jinyu's expression changed drastically. It was a blatant affront. You dare to look down upon me? The energy erupting from his hands thickened significantly, yet no matter how forcefully he tried, Wukong steadfastly returned the same level of energy, progressing resolutely. Gradually, the gap between the two had dwindled to a mere meter. Boom. The immense energy coalescing between them reached its zenith, the dense force flowing like a stream. The ethereal aura charged the space with crackling energy. Aside from the battle between Wuyin and Gula, this was undoubtedly a pinnacle clash of the highest caliber. Boom. The sphere suddenly detonated, engulfing both Jinyu and Wukong in a vortex of energy. They were like small boats tossed in tumultuous waves, taking on water from all sides. Damn it, that lunatic. Jinyu gritted his teeth and shouted. No matter how he unleashed his aura, he could not right his tumultuous body. Slap. A pair of hands surged forth from the smoke, gripping his neck with unyielding precision. What? Jinyu gasped in shock. How could you move so effortlessly within the energy vortex? A deep, resonant voice of Wukong suddenly echoed. Because I am stronger than you. With a fierce grip of his right hand, he exerted pressure, causing Jinyu to sink, forcefully pressed against the ground. An orange-hued ring swiftly encircled his neck, binding him tightly. What is this? Jinyu gritted his teeth and shouted in desperation. Whoosh. 4 additional rings descended from the heavens, precisely restraining his limbs to the earth. Damn it! What kind of technique is this? Jinyu began to panic. During my training with the King of Worlds, I learned about the materialization of energy, yet I cannot summon the dark holy scythe as Wuyin does. However, binding you is effortless. 1,000-pound drop. As Wukong descended from the heavens, he exerted force with a single foot, unleashing an overwhelming power that crashed down upon Jinyu. Alas, Jinyu's body instantly contorted, and he coughed up blood. Regrettably, his restrained form left him utterly unable to alleviate his suffering. It seemed that the outcome was already decided. Amidst the swirling smoke, Wukong softly uttered, Alas! Alas! Wukong leapt with vigor, each time his toes gathering a surge of frenzied energy, delivering devastating blows to Jinyu. The combat suit encasing Jinyu's abdomen lay in tatters, a dark bruise enveloping him, while the protruding veins pulsated like writhing worms, an unsettling sight to behold. What is this? Is it to end like this? I have yet to indulge in the thrill. What a farce, this so-called strongest human under Frisia. Wukong feigned disinterest, his disdainful gaze igniting Jinyu's fury in an instant. You, a mere scion, how dare you look down upon me? Jinyu bellowed, his voice resonating with formidable power as it surged through his body, causing his limbs to swell nearly double in size. Boom, boom, with a series of thunderous roars. He shattered the ground beneath him, breaking free from the constraints of the ring with sheer force. Do not underestimate me, he exclaimed, with a mighty crash. A boulder from his arm descended upon Wukong, who, overwhelmed by the impact, was sent hurtling backward. Jinyu, moving with the swiftness of a striking serpent, leapt forward and hurled the massive stone at Wukong once more. Bang! The ground in the distance buckled under the weight, leaving Wukong sprawled amidst the debris, silently observing the relentless advance of Jinyu. Huh, indeed, there lies untapped power within you. Should this encounter conclude before you unleash your full strength, I would be most displeased. Goku, with the agility of a carp, stood resolutely on the ground, quietly observing Jinyu. Kaioken, tenfold. The crimson energy enveloped him like a vibrant aura, causing the very fabric of space to warp with its overwhelming heat. Beep, beep. Jinyu's power level sensor blared wildly as Goku's numbers soared. 60, 000, 80, 000, 150, 000, 180, 000, 240, 000. Jinyu was left dumbfounded, his eyes wide in disbelief. He could feel his own tongue quivering in fear as his body instinctively retreated step by step. His maximum fighting power hovered around 130, 000, yet this opponent possessed an astonishing 240, 000. You unleash your utmost strength as your adversary. To hold back would be a profound disrespect. The tenfold Kaioken represented my pinnacle of power, and this protracted battle must come to a definitive conclusion. This is Goku, who delights in overcoming the strong with the weak, and even in moments of great strength, he often feigns restraint, allowing others to feel a glimmer of hope. Ultimately, he fully unleashes their potential, engaging them in a true battle only when he is certain of their capabilities. Each time, he emerges battered and bruised. On Earth, he faced Piccolo and others in this manner, carrying this tendency into the cosmos as well. Should Wuyin witness this, he would undoubtedly unleash a torrent of scolding upon him. The universe is rife with hidden talents. Even when Wuyin exerts his full power, he cannot claim to reign supreme without challenge. To employ such feigned attacks is sheer folly. However, against a combat novice, Wuyin finds himself profoundly powerless. Now, I shall make my move. Be cautious. Chapter 74. Exchange. The Greatest Crisis. Wukong stood there, exuding an immense pressure that left Jinyu trembling in his legs, retreating step by step in sheer terror. The fearful gaze of the Saiyan enveloped Jinyu's face like a dark cloud, instilling dread within him. With a terrified roar, Jinyu pivoted and fled. Wukong, who had intended to unleash a devastating onslaught, was momentarily taken aback. He fled? Was his power already so formidable? Could this be what Wuyin referred to as the aura of a king? He gently placed his hands on his waist, gathering energy in a flower-like formation, as crimson power surged from his heart into the center. Initially, a mass of blood energy began to coalesce. In an instant, a blinding radiance erupted like a divine sword drawn from its sheath, piercing the very fabric of the world. Kamehameha. The sanguine brilliance surged forth, racing skyward towards Jinyu. Jinyu's battle power detector exploded, and as he subtly shifted to the side, he beheld an inexhaustible energy trailing behind him, nearly sending him into a panic. Cursed be that detestable Saiyan. Whoosh. In a heartbeat, he unleashed his full power, beginning to sway in the air. My Kamehameha is controllable, Wukong murmured. The Kamehameha from behind relentlessly pursued, gradually closing the distance along Jinyu's trajectory. Sweat poured down Jinyu's face, and ultimately, his pupils were engulfed in a scarlet glow. 903 bang. The overwhelming impact of the Kamehameha sent Jinyu hurtling away, akin to a shattered meteor traversing the landscape. Bang bang. Dozens of mountain peaks crumbled beneath the force. And only then did Jinyu come to a halt. Billowing smoke ascended into the air. Whoosh whoosh. In an instant, Wukong flickered, standing before him with arms crossed. As the mist dissipated, Jinyu's calves were pierced by the jagged rocks at the mountain's peak, his body suspended upside down, swaying in the wind, emitting a creaking sound. The outcome was already determined, he declared in a deep voice. Jinyu painfully closed his eyes, his body marred with wounds, his chest bruised. A deep gash running from his chest to his thigh, blood gushing forth. Moreover, his pierced calves betrayed his condition. All strength had been rendered futile by this alone. It seemed he had indeed met with defeat. A chilling laugh echoed in the wind, resonating with Jinyu's desolation. Wukong stood before me, gazing impassively. I had just endured a remarkable battle. Find a way to inform your companions, for only in doing so shall you survive. His eyes fell upon the two forbidden Dragon Balls below. My aim is solely that. Just as Wukong was about to depart, Jinyu suddenly exclaimed, Is it possible that there exists a Saiyan like you? Shouldn't Saiyans be known for their brutality, incompetence, and indiscriminate slaughter? How can you possess such compassion? Wukong replied, I am entirely different from Vegeta. How foolish, Jinyu retorted. In doing so, you grant your enemies a chance to breathe. As Wukong slowly turned his head, he mused, perhaps. But if I can defeat him once, I shall surely vanquish him again. Should you miraculously survive and return to Earth seeking vengeance, I will undoubtedly triumph over you once more. I shall continue to evolve. He chuckled. What a ridiculous Saiyan you are. Jinyu closed his eyes and unexpectedly inquired, Do you believe you have secured victory? Do you possess any remaining strength? Look at your battered body. Even the slightest movement is a struggle. And perhaps in the next moment, you shall crumble to dust in the gentle breeze. With a sinister chuckle, Jinyu, despite his agonizing pain, forcefully extracted his calf. Blood spraying into the air. You are mad. This will hasten your demise. Nay. Jinyu, momentarily hesitating in his agony, erupted into a hearty laugh. You are mistaken. It is you who will perish more swiftly. He spread his arms wide, embracing the universe, and bellowed, Exchange. In an instant, streams of energy erupted from his body, akin to solar flares, piercing Wukong's eyes. What? Although he felt the impact, he sensed no lethal force behind it. Two radiant orbs enveloped both Wukong and Jinyu entirely. There were no cataclysmic explosions. It seemed as though nothing had transpired. Ultimately, the scene was tranquil and serene. Wow! Suddenly, Wukong cried out in agony. Unable to believe his eyes as he gazed at his own form, his skin a shade of purple, clad in the battle attire of the Frisia Force. This This was undoubtedly the body of Jinyu. Before him, his own figure appeared to hover in the air, coldly observing him. What on earth is happening? Wukong exclaimed. Hiki, the figure ahead, masquerading as Wukong, donned a scouter, revealing a devilish grin. As the mightiest of the universe, I have never trained. I merely exchanged bodies with others using my unique power. Exchange? Wukong suddenly comprehended. You mean our souls have swapped places? Precisely. Jinyu performed acrobatics in the air, constantly shifting positions, his laughter echoing maniacally. Ha ha ha. I never anticipated this body would feel so light. A formidable battle power of 240,000 now belongs to me. Clap. A relentless surge of excruciating pain coursed through Goku's chest, akin to an unending tide. It was no wonder that the fiend exhibited such disregard for his own body, treating it as mere rags, concealing such formidable abilities. How careless of me. The malevolent Jinyu sneered. Saiyan, I shall return your earlier words to you. There is no need for me to lift a finger. Your demise is imminent. Suddenly, he cast a piercing gaze to the side and bellowed, Friend, have you been lurking there for an eternity? Have you not yet satisfied your curiosity? The hidden observer was momentarily taken aback. Has that fiend discovered my presence? It cannot be. I have held my breath. However, it mattered little now. The battle was all but concluded. The figure emerged slowly from the debris, a small stature crowned with a fierce demeanor. It was none other than Vegeta. Guffawing. The injured Goku coughed lightly and remarked, My instincts were accurate. You arrived the moment the battle commenced. Didn't you, Vegeta? You sensed my presence as well. Vegeta paused, momentarily believing he had concealed himself perfectly. Ultimately, both warriors became aware of one another's existence. Though you held your breath, the emotional fluctuations during moments of excitement could not escape my notice. With a weakened voice, Wukong murmured, Now that you are here, I am no longer afraid. The Dragon Balls are in Jinyu's possession. Your primary target must surely be him. Vegeta spat disdainfully. Humph, foolish Kakarot. Is it not your arrogance that led to you handing your body over to him in such a pitiful state? When dealing with enemies, one should eliminate them outright. Why would there be any such complications? Cold sweat beaded on Vegeta's brow as he realized that Jinyu had acquired Kakarot's body. Based on the previous display of power, he knew he was absolutely no match. He had anticipated a mutual destruction, yet was taken aback by Kakarot's one-sided slaughter. The unexpected twist was beyond his imagination. The protracted struggle for the Dragon Balls was nearing its conclusion. The ultimate victor would emerge between Jinyu and Vegeta. Who would triumph remained uncertain. Chapter 74. The 7 Dragon Balls. Assembled. Kakarot. You fool. How could you let things escalate to this point? Vegeta exclaimed, exasperation tinging his voice. He had envisioned a scenario where both Kakarot and Jinyu would suffer mutual defeat, only to find that the immense power had been seized by Jinyu. Jinyu was swiftly adapting to this new body, his punches delivered with such speed they resembled a whirlwind. Endless afterimages danced through the air, while residual energy shattered the ground beneath. Now, what should we do? Vegeta was utterly speechless. How could such a being exist among the Saiyans? An overwhelming tide of frustration surged within him, wishing to drown Son Goku in his own despair. Wukong lay upon the ground, his body rendered immobile. Yet he could only manage a light chuckle. Vegeta, fret not. That fellow is certainly no match for you. It is easy for you to say. With a battle power of 240,000. Even now, you still dare to speak so flippantly. Trust me, he is unequivocally beneath you. Meanwhile, Jinyu was absorbed in adjusting the battle power scanner. Except for the feeble Namekian, the battle power of the others has completely vanished. It seems that Jisoo and his comrades have perished. Useless fool. The remaining 5 Dragon Balls are now firmly in your grasp. Vegeta. Jinyu's eyes glinted with murderous intent, his demeanor menacing. Indeed, as for Gohan and Kuririn's escape, I have no inclination to inform them. Let Kakarot wallow in his sorrow. It serves as a fitting punishment. Hey, once I eliminate you, King Frisia's task will be utterly complete. Though fraught with twists and turns, it shall ultimately be achieved. And you, having betrayed the king, you too shall face execution. No sooner had he spoken than Jinyu deftly leapt, moving like a whispering breeze, swiftly closing in on Vegeta. With a resounding thud, he unleashed a punch, sending Vegeta hurtling away as he crossed his arms in a desperate attempt to shield himself. However, upon gazing at his own hands, a curious murmur escaped his lips. Was that power just now? Excitement surged in Vegeta's eyes, illuminating his countenance with fervor. With a low murmur, Gokhan remarked, "That fellow has sensed it." Yet, Jinyu continued to laugh maniacally, exclaiming, "Did you see that? Did you see that? My astonishing speed and immense strength will undoubtedly shatter you into a million pieces." Whoosh! Vegeta suddenly flickered, darting through the sky with an erratic grace. Although he moved at a snail's pace, to Jinyu's eyes, countless afterimages danced around him, a testament to his unparalleled velocity. How could this be? Could your battle prowess truly have ascended to such heights? Before him, a multitude of phantoms emerged, akin to a flock of birds reverently surrounding a phoenix. It was utterly incomprehensible. Why was this happening? Bang! A sharp pain struck Jinyu's nose, sending him hurtling backward. Infuriated, Jinyu gritted his teeth and charged forward. Yet, Vegeta's form had already vanished, only to strike from behind with a whirlwind of ferocity. Bang! Jinyu, in disarray, abruptly turned, but once more, excruciating pain surged from his back. He felt like a kite, strung up by Vegeta, who launched relentless assaults from all directions. He could see nothing. How is this possible? He could only raise his hands to shield his face, desperately defending himself. In mere moments, he was left battered and bruised. Cursed be it! How dare he toy with me like this? Whoosh! Jinyu swiftly waved his hand, unleashing a fan-shaped burst of energy that roared forward, igniting a conflagration that engulfed the battlefield within hundreds of meters. Panting heavily, Jinyu's eyes widened in disbelief. This was inconceivable. Goku had expended such immense power yet remained unfazed. While he, with a single attack, felt utterly drained. He bellowed, "Damn Saiyan, what have you done to your body?" Bang! Suddenly, a shadow descended from the heavens, crashing down upon him. Jinyu's head took a crushing blow, stars exploding in his vision as he plummeted to the earth like a meteor, embedding himself into the ground. At that moment, his once formidable body felt as though it were disintegrating, waves of agony radiating from his very muscles. A relentless tide of attacks left Jinyu in disbelief. In just 2 moves, he had entirely lost his fighting spirit. Thud! Vegeta touched down lightly, remarking, "Kakarot, you knew all along, didn't you?" Though he had assumed the body, every single cell belonged to Goku, a mere earthling. That dissonance was unmistakable. He could not harness the Kaioken, thus could not amplify his power to 240,000. Had he utilized his original form, he might have held his ground, but alas. It was a case of cleverness backfiring. Jinyu was momentarily taken aback. "You claim I cannot master this body?" 0. Step. Vegeta advanced with determination. "This body belongs to the inferior warrior, Saiyan Kakarot. How could a wretched creature like you, who flits about in the air, possibly harness the arrogant cells within him? It is only now that I comprehend." He took a step back towards Goku, who merely chuckled foolishly. "The situation is entirely the reverse, isn't it? Last time, you lay on the ground, and I stood in judgment above you. Now, how the fates twist." Suddenly, Vegeta stepped on the wound on Goku's leg, causing it to writhe painfully. Waves of excruciating agony prompted Goku to scream in torment. Vegeta, with a vicious glare, inquired, "Where is that bastard? Why hasn't he arrived on Namek?" "Gohan." Goku gasped. "Gohan is still wandering the cosmos. However, King Kai will surely relay the news to him. Perhaps he is already on his way. Look at your disgusting, hypocritical smile. Showing mercy to your enemies. You could never transform into a Super Saiyan. I still find you of some use." From behind the rubble, Vegeta retrieved 5 Dragon Balls and placed them alongside the final 2. After enduring a brutal battle filled with endless deception, the ultimate victor had emerged. "Vegeta, the Dragon Balls. They can grant any wish, correct? Then please, grant me immortality." Shamelessly seeking flowers, collections, and rewards. Chapter 75. Gohan's Resolution. 26. Namek, in the distance. Cough. The 2 knelt on the ground, continually coughing up blood. One donned a purple battle suit and sported a watermelon hairstyle. The other, clad in an orange martial arts uniform, was bald. Indeed, they were Gohan and Krillin. Behind them, a diminutive Namekian radiated a green light from his hands, the crystalline energy permeating their bodies, soothing their aching skin and even their waterlogged lungs. "Thank you," Gohan softly uttered, regaining all his strength moments later. He rose, feeling his power surge once more, and addressed the Namekian. "No need for thanks. Had it not been for your rescue, I would likely have perished long ago." "By the way," Krillin suddenly inquired, "where did you vanish to afterward? After defeating Raikum, you disappeared." The Namekian scratched his head, speaking sheepishly at that moment. I was entirely consumed by fear, terrified that you were also villains. So, while battling, I slipped into the water and fled. My name is Dend. I am a human from the village of Elder Mori. Gohan, Krillin. The two introduced themselves in turn. Why do you find yourselves adrift upon the vast sea? Were it not for my presence, I fear you would have perished from the cold. It is indeed a tale difficult to convey. Hulin remarked with a wry smile. We were vanquished by a formidable adversary, compelled to detonate our means of escape. However, our own energy had been severely depleted in the prior conflict. We lingered in the water only for a brief moment before we could no longer hold our breath. Wufan exclaimed. Boom. Suddenly, the entire Namek star trembled several times. As Wufan and Kuririn simultaneously turned around, they sensed two distinct auras diminishing one after the other behind them. Could it be, Father? Gohan exclaimed. Moreover, it's Vegeta. Jinyu. Krillin, with a furrowed brow, shouted loudly, no way. Father actually lost. So the ultimate victor is Vegeta? Gohan could hardly believe that the one who had fled in disgrace on Earth had emerged victorious in the end. Krillin, quickly, check the dragon radar. Krillin, in a flurry of urgency, hastily retrieved the radar, revealing all 7 Dragon Balls shimmering together. It's over. All 7 Dragon Balls have fallen into Vegeta's hands. That malevolent wish. The one granting eternal life. Has he truly realized it? Krillin fell to his knees, covering his face with his hands, exclaiming loudly. Nearby, Din leaned in. Is that light emanating from the Dragon Balls? Fear not, everyone. The world is not engulfed in darkness, which means Shinran has yet to be summoned. Moreover, those marauders have nearly obliterated the entirety of Namek. Shinran requires the Namekian language to grant wishes. The nefarious Vegeta has likely not yet fulfilled his desire. This implies that we still have a chance. How fortunate! Krillin exclaimed with joy. It turns out that the Dragon Balls of Namek also require the invocation of Shinran during the night. As for the Namekian language, only you, Dend, should be proficient in it. No, Dend promptly refuted, there is another, the Grand Elder. However, I firmly believe that the Grand Elder would never divulge such information. He is exceedingly frail, and even the slightest injury could lead to his demise. Once he passes, the Dragon Balls will turn to stone. Dend was quite certain. Presently, Vegeta is undoubtedly at a loss. Gohan exclaimed with joy, wonderful. However, we are utterly powerless. What if Vegeta, in a fit of rage, decides to eliminate our father in his final moments? What then? If even father has succumbed, any attempt we make would be futile. Gohan's face was etched with worry. If only my brother were here. In this dire situation, Gohan's thoughts turned to Goku. Krillin lamented, if only Son Goku were around. He would undoubtedly bulldoze through with his immense power. Dear friends, do you wish to fulfill your desires with the Dragon Balls? I can assist you, Dandy gently remarked. The language of Namek is entirely distinct from Earth's, with no semblance of similarity. This is our sole method. Gohan and Kuririn suddenly came to a profound realization, deceiving the heavens and crossing the seas. However, this implies that we must confront Vegeta head-on. The image of Vegeta's vengeful gaze after being defeated by Gohan, filled with an insatiable desire to annihilate him, sent a chill down Kuririn's spine. We have no choice now. Uncle Kuririn, let us proceed. Gohan declared resolutely, unafraid of exposure. Ready to unleash his full power, a desperate battle against Vegeta awaited them. Meanwhile, Vegeta, having gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, found himself in the awkward scenario described by Dandy. He raised his hands high, resembling a fervent cultist, and exclaimed loudly, Dragon Balls, grant me eternal life. His face radiated boundless ecstasy. Jinyu stood dumbfounded, while Goku couldn't help but laugh. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Aside from the foolish cawing of crows, nothing transpired. Could it be that I have become immortal? Vegeta pondered, doubt creeping into his mind. No, my body remains unchanged. Damn it. Suddenly, he recalled the village he had destroyed. The Elder's final words. Even if you obtain all the Dragon Balls, your wishes cannot be fulfilled. Is there some hidden code? Or a gesture? Damn it. He shut his eyes tightly, sensing that Namek was devoid of life. Had all the Namekians been exterminated? Vegeta shouted in frustration. At that moment, he suddenly heard Goku's muffled laughter. He roared in fury. Kakarot, you must know something, right? Vegeta, give it up. If I am not mistaken, the Dragon Balls of Namek also require summoning the Eternal Dragon, but only the Namekians can accomplish this. You and I are merely wasting our efforts. Vegeta howled in madness, a crimson aura erupting from his body. The ground shattered violently, and a deep pit formed in an instant, while bolts of lightning enveloped the world. The entire battlefield descended into chaos. Am I truly engaged in a futile endeavor? I refused to believe it. This was the madness that followed the shattering of dreams. Vegeta was on the brink of insanity. Suddenly, three distinct presences emerged within the perceptions of Vegeta and Goku. Could it be? Gohan. Chapter 76. The Selfless Fight to the Death. Vegeta paused for a moment. This energy belonged to Kakarot's offspring? And that Earthling? Another unfamiliar presence, reminiscent of the Namekians. Could it be? Vegeta's eyes widened in ecstatic disbelief. Could it be that the remnants of the Namekians have come with them? The heavens are indeed kind to me. What a path to self-destruction. He actually plopped down upon Wukong's body, his fingers incessantly twisting at the wound. Wukong emitted a series of anguished cries. Yet, even so, it could not erase the deep scars that Vegeta had endured on Earth. That dark sacred scythe, that violet radiance, nearly severed his very head. Such humiliation could only be repaid with life itself. As long as he attained an immortal body, that little wretch would pose no threat whatsoever. Vegeta narrowed his eyes slightly, taking a moment's respite. Below, Wukong managed a faint smile. Gohan would certainly not rush to his demise. The child's thoughts were even more peculiar than Wuyin's. He must have devised his own strategy, assuredly. Within less than 20 minutes, Gohan, Krillin, and the final member, Dandy, arrived before Vegeta. Observing Vegeta perched upon the Jinyu body, while Wukong appeared utterly wretched beside him, Gohan hurried over and embraced Wukong, exclaiming loudly, "Father! Gohan! I am here!" Jinyu bellowed. Alas! Gohan and Krillin both exclaimed in unison, "What is happening?" Wufan's worldview is on the verge of collapse. If in the future, this monstrous creature with purple skin and bulging veins were to coexist with my mother, how utterly tragic the situation would be. Could it be that my brother, a true adherent of aesthetic appeal, would strike him down with a scythe? It is truly a complex matter. During my battle with Jinyu, I fell into his trap, and my soul was exchanged with my body. In a moment of inspiration, Gohan conceived a solution. The only recourse is to employ the Dragon Balls. Spare me the trivialities. Kakarot's offspring, I must extend my gratitude for summoning the last Namekian to this place. Otherwise, I would indeed be facing quite the headache. Vegeta raised his hands high, resembling a fervent cultist, and proclaimed loudly, "Humph." Gohan clenched his fists. "The three of us are here to decisively vanquish you. If you wish to uncover the secrets of the Dragon Balls, seek them in the depths of hell." It has only been 2 hours since our last meeting, and your bravado has certainly amplified. Vegeta paused momentarily and remarked softly, "That arrogant tone bears a striking resemblance to a Saiyan." Suddenly, Wufan bellowed with a thunderous roar. The cerulean aura surged wildly within him, steam billowing into the air, while several rings of clouds shimmered in the sky. A resounding rumble echoed forth, akin to a bolt from the blue, reverberating around the world. "Oh!" Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. "A power level of 30,000? How rare indeed. After narrowly escaping death twice, the Saiyan traits have been fully unleashed." With a sudden eruption, Gohan's feet shattered the ground beneath him, propelling his form forward like a fleeting shadow. He surged forth like a crimson bolt of lightning, reaching Vegeta in an instant. With one hand extended, he struck fiercely towards Vegeta's visage. The impact resounded like thunder. Did he land a hit? Gohan questioned in disbelief. The sluggish speed and feeble strength posed no need for evasion. Yet, Vegeta defiantly withstood Gohan's hand, turning his head aside with a fierce expression. Abruptly, he thrust his knee upward with tremendous force. Gohan's eyes momentarily glazed over, the excruciating pain in his chest surging like a relentless tide. How infuriating! Gritting his teeth with all his might, his tongue split open, and a sudden spurt of blood erupted forth, instantly restoring clarity to his blurred vision. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a powerful punch that struck Vegeta's chest with the force of a dragon emerging from the depths of the sea. Bang! Bang! Gohan continued to engage in battle with Vegeta, utilizing his endurance to launch a counterattack. Thud! Within mere minutes, his body was covered in bruises, his eyes swollen, and blood flowed incessantly from his wounds. Boom! Vegeta unleashed a flurry of punches upon Gohan, who staggered backward, nearly losing his balance and falling to the ground. Gasping for breath, his body marred by injuries, Gohan realized he was no match for Vegeta. Even in a fistfight, he would be at a disadvantage. How infuriating! Behind him, Krillin clenched his fists but refrained from rushing in, while Dandy, eyes tightly shut, clearly wished to avoid witnessing the gruesome scene. This was their plan. Previously, Uncle Krillin, Dandy. Our strategy was to feign confidence and challenge Vegeta as a trio. However, the real battle would be fought solely by me. When I am ultimately defeated, you too must act terrified. At that moment, Vegeta would undoubtedly coerce Dandy into summoning the Dragon Balls to make a wish. Then, you shall utilize the Namekian language to wish for my brother, son Gohan, to be brought back from the cosmos. Krillin paused for a moment, but Gohan. This means you will endure tremendous harm. Vegeta is ruthless and harbors deep hatred for you. He will show no mercy, perhaps even strike with lethal intent. Gohan. This plan is far too perilous. I cannot agree to it. Uncle Krillin, do you have any alternative methods? Gohan replied with a gentle smile, if I perish, then simply use the Dragon Balls to resurrect me. Thud, thud, thud. A series of punches struck Gohan once more, as Vegeta sneered. Can you still stand after this? The unwavering determination of Gohan instills a sense of dread, even in Vegeta. The circumstances have shifted several times. The wish must be fulfilled without delay. This is the closest we have ever come to success. Gohan, breathless and utterly exhausted, finally succumbed to his fatigue, collapsing onto the ground, where he lay quietly beside Goku. Haha, Gohan, well done. Wukong praised. Kakarot, you and your little one shall remain here for a while. Once I fulfill my plan for immortality, I shall return to deal with you. I have conceived a rather amusing method to gradually eliminate you before that wretched half-breed. How delightful it shall be. With a swift motion, he vanished, seizing Dandy with one hand and lifting him into the air, while Kuririn, pale-faced, collapsed to the ground. TCH, worthless earthling. Do you even consider yourself a warrior? Observing the vivid terror on Kuririn's face, Vegeta spat disdainfully. His gaze fixed intently on Dandy, he demanded, that Namekian, tell me, what is required to grant wishes? Suddenly, before he could finish his sentence, a deafening roar erupted from the clear sky, as an immense and overwhelming aura descended, enveloping the world in dark clouds, with golden lightning weaving incessantly. The ocean raged and the storm reveled. In an instant, this world seemed to plunge into chaos. What is this aura? Could it be? Vegeta's eyes widened in horror as he bellowed. It is Frieza. Chapter 77. They have called me back. The disc-shaped spacecraft traversed the starry expanse, and Frieza, gazing through the panoramic window at the vividly green planet before him, softly remarked, on the radar, the life energy of the Jinyu force has entirely vanished, save for Jinyu himself, who is barely clinging to life. They have all failed. I wonder what the Dragon Balls are like now. Only Vegeta's energy remains as it always has. Has he acquired the power of immortality? Frieza paused, momentarily taken aback. That damn traitor, he thought, his resentment directed first and foremost at Son Gohan. The Saiyans are indeed a bane. The fruits of the tree of might have been stolen, and even the Dragon Balls have fallen into their hands. I should have exterminated them all back then. Increase speed, Frieza exclaimed, slamming down on the red button before him. That Namekian, Vegeta shouted in terror, it is Frieza? That scoundrel is about to land. Though my strength has significantly increased, only by obtaining the energy of immortality can I ensure a greater chance of success. Then, I shall undoubtedly become a Super Saiyan. He tightened his grip around Dandy's neck, declaring, listen well, the Cosmic Emperor Frieza is nearing. Kakarot is on the brink of death. Only I can save this world. Quickly, summon the Dragon Balls and grant me an immortal body. Only then can I defeat Frieza. Dandy hesitated. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up. Do you wish to see this planet obliterated? On the ground, Wukong murmured, such a terrifying aura. It truly evokes despair. Dandy, follow your heart's desire. At this moment, Dandy felt profoundly conflicted. He was not Gohan, and he lacked the inherent trust in brilliance. It seemed that Vegeta's words held some truth. He found himself ensnared in a dilemma. Suddenly, an ancient voice echoed in his ears. Dandy, can you hear me? It was the Elder. Through telepathy, Dandy softly replied. The King of the Universe has contacted me. I can sense the burgeoning light in the cosmos. According to that child's plan, summon his brother back. That child can save the crisis on Namek. Dandy, hurry, my life can sustain no longer. Hey, boy, what are you still pondering? Vegeta shouted frantically. Gazing into the malevolent eyes nearby, Dandy instantly realized that granting Vegeta an immortal body would only invite disaster. I understand. He nodded, looking at the Dragon Balls through Vegeta's hopeful gaze. extending his hands and softly uttering, Jili Galu, Jiji Jaja. Utilizing the Namekian language, he chanted, and after a moment, the world seemed to fall silent. Dark clouds, densely layered, shrouded the sky, carrying an overwhelming pressure that plunged the world into agony and lamentation. Crack! Lightning surged, enveloping the sky like an inverted bowl. The howling energy instilled fear in the hearts of all present. Zizi. Suddenly, a golden light erupted from the 7 Dragon Balls. Boundless energy spiraled gracefully through the heavens. The radiant golden light illuminated the entire world. Roar! A thunderous bellow, as if from the depths of antiquity, resonated through the sky. A divine dragon slowly materialized, its green skin, crimson eyes, and a robust body reminiscent of a Western dragon, adorned with flowing black spines. State your wishes, and I shall grant them, but only 3. 3. Kirurin remarked softly, isn't it just one? The Namekian dragon, Purunga, has always granted 3 wishes. How powerful! Kirurin exclaimed in astonishment. Hee. Vegeta's eyes sparkled with boundless joy, and wrinkles appeared at the corners of his eyes. Quickly, make your wishes. The purple point in the sky grew increasingly distinct. Frisia was about to descend. I understand. Jili Gulu. A series of Namekian phrases arose. The dragon gestured in OK, its eyes radiating crimson light. Is this your wish? I comprehend. A complex and peculiar sound resonated through the world like the resounding toll of a bell. Vegeta spread his arms wide, bracing himself for the arrival of eternal life. Your wish has been granted. Now, speak your next desire. Huh. Vegeta was taken aback. Could it be that I have already acquired the energy of immortality? No. My body shows no signs of transformation whatsoever. Ha ha. Gohan erupted into loud laughter. Vegeta finally comprehended that he had unwittingly woven a bridal garment for another. Thoroughly outwitted by a bunch of insufferable brats. Curse that little rascal, what wish did you dare to make? Frisia, gazing at the ominous clouds surrounding him, pondered. There are 3 suns in the skies of Namek. Logically, there should be no night at all. Could this be a celestial phenomenon? Is it possible that Vegeta has already utilized the Dragon Balls to fulfill his wish? You wretched fool. Cease this at once. In an instant, a violet beam surged from his eyes, obliterating the spaceship in a spectacular explosion. Frisia transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the sky before plummeting down like a colossal meteor, crashing onto the ground with a thunderous impact. A cloud of dust surged forth. Frisia's entire being radiated with a purplish glow as he stared in astonishment at the dragon in the heavens, his gaze filled with murderous intent directed at Vegeta. Indeed, Saiyans are utterly untrustworthy. A traitor dares to wield the precious Dragon Balls? Vegeta, still grappling with Dandy, was taken aback by Frisia's swift arrival. Fear, long buried within, surged forth in an instant. Eternal life, shattered. The specter of death loomed ever closer. Vegeta stumbled back a few steps, his face drenched in sweat, his lips turning a shade of blue, trembling uncontrollably. This terrifying and malevolent aura seemed poised to crush the very planet. Is this truly the caliber of the Cosmic Emperor? Wukong softly inquired, has the wish of the dragon truly been fulfilled? Gohan felt a twinge of anxiety within his heart. Vegeta bellowed, that Namekian brat, do you not see? There is no one here capable of defeating Frisia. This planet is on the verge of annihilation, all because of you. So, are you still putting on a facade? What wish have you truly realized? Suddenly, a small stone on the ground trembled gently, and a deep voice emerged from nearby. They have brought me from the far reaches of the universe to this planet, clad in gold-trimmed attire. With a crab-like head and a reincarnation eye shimmering beneath his right bangs, he exuded a formidable aura. A radiant sun seemed to rise from his chest, and the overwhelming power of righteousness illuminated this desolate world with a glimmer of light. Sun Wuyin. Chapter 78. Wuyin arrives. A fiery retort. It is you. It is you, exclaimed Vegeta and Frisia in unison as they beheld the familiar crab-like visage. Both had recently endured humiliation at the hands of Wuyin, and the murderous rage within them was likely equal to that of their adversary. Damn you, you bastard! Vegeta roared, veins popping with fury. As he gazed into Wuyuin's contemptuous eyes, memories of his own humiliating days on Earth resurfaced, defeated without resistance, powerless against his foes. If not for Kakaroto's mercy, he would have perished right there. Collecting the Dragon Balls to attain an eternal body was merely a means to repay his humiliation tenfold. In the hierarchy of his enemies, Wuyin perhaps surpassed even Frisia. Brother, From the parched lips of Gohan emerged two words. Well done, Gohan. In the final moments, he recalled the strategy of self-sacrifice to capture Vegeta's attention. You have truly matured. Is it possible that your brother is already aware? Naturally. My Rinnegan possesses the ability to pierce through anyone's memories, Gohan declared proudly. Beside them, Frieza expressed disbelief. It was you? Gula did not eliminate you? How could that be? Humph. The sight of Frieza ignited an overwhelming desire for vengeance within Gohan. This scoundrel was the one responsible for his first devastating defeat. And he had even conspired with Gula to end his life. Alas, could it be that you have already fled to the far reaches of the universe? In Frieza's mind, Gula was even more formidable than himself. Escaping his clutches was utterly inconceivable. The only plausible explanation was that Gohan had managed to escape before Gula's arrival. Truly a stroke of luck. Nevertheless, it matters not. Today, all shall perish here. I will show no mercy. Humph. With a disdainful snort, Wuyin gazed at Kirin and remarked, I never anticipated that Uncle Bald would prove to be somewhat useful. You've exerted considerable effort by Gohan's side. I must admit, I underestimated you. Kirin, scratching his head, felt an inexplicable sense of superiority in the presence of Liu Ping upon receiving Wuyin's acknowledgement. Such praise left him feeling somewhat bashful. Father. Wuyin made his way towards Jinyu, reflecting on how the seeds he had sown were now bearing fruit. If it weren't for Gohan's heroic intervention, it is likely that Vegeta would have triumphed. Haha. Wukong felt a twinge of embarrassment. Wuyin, I have never regretted my decision to release him, neither in the past, nor in the present, nor in the future. When will your gentle nature undergo a transformation? Everything was initially within our grasp, possessing the most formidable fighting power on Namek. Yet we still stumbled into the mire. Do you not feel a sense of shame? Wuyin unleashed a torrent of scathing rebuke. And I truly wish to confine you to this state for eternity. Let you comprehend the meaning of bearing the consequences of your actions. Surely not. Wukong's countenance fell, looking quite unsightly. Chi-Chi will undoubtedly end my life. Humph. So you are aware of fear, after all. Wuyin is truly exasperated, feeling as though he has witnessed a splendid hand of cards being utterly squandered. Henceforth, do not claim to be the father of Sun Wuyin. Such a reputation is too burdensome to bear. Despite having admonished Wukong for an extended period, there has been no change in his ways. It is simply a case of stubborn obstinacy. Dandy, please facilitate the exchange of bodies between Sun Wukong and Jinyu. Wuyin walked steadily in front of his adversaries, exuding an aura of confidence, unfazed by the disapproving glances of others. Hey, kid, are you not being a tad too arrogant? Are you performing a solo act in my presence? Frieza remarked coldly. Silence. With a fierce glare, Wuyin unleashed the power of his Rinnegan, causing Frieza's body to momentarily freeze in astonishment. Illusion? Vegeta exclaimed in shock, his mind racing with thoughts. This being's ability to attack at will suggest his power has surged. Could he truly be a monster? Jiggle jiggle, Dandy shouted, as the dragon's eyes radiated a brilliant crimson light. In an instant, a radiant glow emanated from the bodies of Wukong and Jinyu, as their souls intertwined in midair. Splendid, Wukong exclaimed loudly, gazing at his tattered body. I have finally returned. How splendid it is to be in my own form. That previous vessel was exceedingly heavy. My movements were dreadfully cumbersome. Alas, just then, a wave of pain surged through him like a relentless tide, nearly causing him to faint on the spot. Hiss! Vegeta, your blows are indeed quite formidable. Silence. Two senzu beans flew from Wuyuin's hand, landing precisely in the mouths of Gohan and Wukong. With a crunch, the two were instantly restored to full health. At that moment, Frieza stood frozen in place, bewildered, ensnared in some illusion, beads of cold sweat trickling down his face, clearly not in a favorable condition. What is this? Vegeta's face shone with a greedy light at the sight of the green beans. To think such miraculous objects existed on Earth that could restore one instantly, how utterly oblivious he had been. If only he could possess them, his fighting prowess would surely soar. The dragon in the sky spoke. Hey, do you have any other wishes? If not, I shall take my leave. Dandy anxiously interjected. Wuyin, is there anything else? The Grand Elder's life cannot be sustained for much longer. Transport Piccolo to Namek. Piccolo. Wukong was perplexed, wondering what purpose he would serve. Dandy paid no heed to Wukong's confusion and continued speaking. The dragon's crimson glow flickered, and a powerful aura enveloped Namek. All your wishes have been granted. Now farewell. With a whoosh, the 7 dragon balls soared into the sky, darting towards the far reaches of Namek. Vegeta's dreams lay utterly shattered. This. He extended his hands as if to reclaim the Dragon Balls, lamenting that he had gathered them. Yet in the end, they realized the wishes of Kakarot and his companions. He stared at Wuyin, fear swirling in his eyes. Strangely, he found himself at a loss for words before Wuyuin's imposing presence. What was happening? Boom. Ahead. Frieza gradually opened his eyes, a tremendous power erupting from within him. Damn Saiyans. How dare you toy with me? I shall make you understand what true cruelty is. Chapter 79. Have you heard of the Super Saiyan? Frieza's face turned a deep shade of blue, his lips quivering uncontrollably. How could I have been ensnared in the torturous memories of my childhood training through such a mysterious means? An illusion? Truly remarkable. Those are the memories I would wish to forget for all eternity. Wuyin, utilizing his mesmerizing illusions, ensnared Frieza in an experience he had long dreaded. It was merely a subtle psychological suggestion. For those unfamiliar with the art of illusion, unraveling its complexities is akin to scaling the heavens. How did you manage to escape? It is rather perplexing. Given the flow of energy, logically, you should never have been able to break free from the realm of illusions. Alas, Frieza uttered with bitterness. I possess knowledge of how to dismantle illusions. In the vast cosmos, the Saiyan Bardock once ventured to the desolate planet of Kanasha, where the precise methods to dispel illusions exist. Arrow's illusionary fist, perhaps? Wuyin murmured to himself. I shall make you comprehend the essence of true terror. Curse Saiyans today. You shall all be obliterated. Oppo, Kato, where are you? Frieza bellowed. Here we come. From the battered ship descending from the heavens, two diminutive figures swiftly landed. Perfectly symmetrical, one clad in red, the other in blue, adorned in the battle attire of Frieza's legion. Bang! These two appeared akin to whimsical characters from a comedic anime. Yet their countenance bore no hint of lethality. However, Goku's brow furrowed with increasing intensity. Dreadful, these two seemed to surpass even Jinyu in strength. I have never encountered such beings. Vegeta shouted loudly. Haha, these are formidable warriors I recruited from across the galaxy. Their combat prowess has ascended to the pinnacle of the universe. Let them entertain you. As Ryukong and Vegeta gradually rose to their feet, they stood facing Apocado. Humph. Ryukong remarked with a smile. Just a moment ago, we were adversaries, and now we find ourselves fighting side by side. Fate truly is amusing. Kakarot, do not revel in your triumph just yet. We merely share a common enemy for the time being. Once we have vanquished them, I shall settle the score with you for the destruction of my eternal plan. Chuckled Vegeta. Wuyin waved at Gohan, saying, Gohan, take Uncle Bald and Dandy to the back. Do not let the energy splash injure you. Understood. Once everyone was prepared, Goku shouted, Wuyin, let us compete to see who can defeat the enemy first. I am eager to know how much stronger you have become in the universe. Defeat. Frieza and Apocado were momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, the three burst into uproarious laughter. I have never encountered such arrogance. Saiyan, you may be unaware that my base combat power is 530,000, and upon transforming to my final state, it reaches a staggering 40 million. Do you truly believe you can defeat me? Frieza retained his gentlemanly smile, gazing at Wuyin as if he were a mere prey, slightly licking his lips. Evil and composed. Frieza, I must express my gratitude. Gratitude for what? The fruits of the tree of might. And Kula, these are all gifts you have prepared for me. Without you, I could never break through that final barrier. Kula? Frieza paused momentarily. You have encountered Kula? To have escaped from his grasp is truly extraordinary. I previously defeated you, and the outcome shall remain unchanged. Frieza proclaimed with arrogant pride. Humph. Wuyin scoffed. Have you heard of the Super Saiyan? On Namek, above the ocean, Piccolo stared blankly at his hands, taking several deep breaths. The air stirred a sense of greed deep within him, and he felt utterly invigorated. It seems this is indeed my homeland, Namek. However, where exactly lies the opportunity that Wuyin spoke of? After contemplating for a moment, Piccolo decided it was best to find them first. That immense aura pierced through the hearts of those around, akin to light in the darkness. Whoosh! He transformed into a shadowy streak, vanishing with the grace of a serpent. A few minutes later, he suddenly halted as he approached Wuyin. Piccolo stopped. Below, it seemed there was a fading presence. He descended and was taken aback to find a nearly lifeless Namekian before him, whose features bore an uncanny resemblance to his own. Nero? A name resurfaced from the depths of his memory. He recalled Wuyin mentioning that there was only one warrior among the inhabitants of this planet. Finally, someone has arrived. I was beginning to wonder if that reinforcement had forgotten about me. Your arrival is quite timely. Had you come any later, I would have perished. Truly, it must be fate. Nereus spoke. You, too, have come to assist in the battle, haven't you? I can sense that the atmosphere of this world is in constant flux, and a cataclysmic battle is imminent. The curtains rise slowly, revealing that on the home soil of Namek, not a single Namekian stands to participate. For me, this is an utter disgrace. What do you wish to say? Piccolo said impatiently. I must rush over immediately. I need to see how far Gohan and Goku have progressed. Hee. Nail let out a grim chuckle. With your current strength, you are utterly unqualified to engage in this battle. Your presence would be futile. Is that your last word? Piccolo retorted angrily. Let us not speak so definitively. Let us fuse. Nail suddenly proposed. What? Fuse. The ultimate technique of our Namekian race. I entrust my life, my power, and the hope of our guardianship to you. Go forth and fight with my yearning. Fuse? Piccolo was taken aback, as if Gohan had mentioned this phrase before. Apologies, but I have no desire to intertwine my thoughts with another, to become a mere shadow of my former self. You are indeed cautious. Rest assured, what I can offer you is solely strength and the guardianship of the Namekians. Any extraneous emotions will be wholly absorbed. You will remain yourself, albeit with a part of me within you. I hope you do not deceive me. Piccolo placed his hand upon Nail's chest. Nail's complexion was pale as he softly spoke. Interesting. The soul within you is incomplete. Only through fusion with your counterpart can the true power of a Namekian be unleashed. All I can do is compensate. A surge of golden light abruptly erupted from Nail's body, coursing through Piccolo's palm and into his veins, ultimately flooding his entire being. Piccolo cried out in agony, as if an infinite power were about to burst forth from him. His muscles expanded rapidly, his entire body shimmering with golden radiance. Nail had vanished before him, and an influx of thoughts filled his mind. He understood the Namekians more profoundly now. This power was formidable and resolute. Piccolo began to roar towards the heavens. I can win. No matter who the opponent is, I will prevail. Gohan, wait for me. I shall be there shortly. Chapter 80, The Strongest in the Universe. 16. Namek. Super Saiyan? Frieza tilted his head slightly, speaking softly. I no longer hold any hope for that tedious legend. Even Vegeta, the most likely candidate, now exhibits nothing but cowardice. The Saiyans, mere wild monkeys, possess no potential. They are only fit to serve as the vanguard of cosmic conquest, destined to perish in filth. Frieza spread his hands nonchalantly and declared, by the way, Vegeta, you may not be aware, but the destruction of planet Vegeta at the hands of a meteor was merely a rumor of my own making. The truth is, I was the one who obliterated it. He gazed at Vegeta, anticipating his anguish and the shattering impact of the truth. Unfortunately, Vegeta appeared unperturbed. With a swift motion, he unleashed an energy blast that detonated with a resounding boom. Frieza, feigning pride, gestured dramatically and proclaimed, You are mistaken, Frieza. I hold no concern for the lives of those tedious beings. Saiyans grow stronger by absorbing blood. The souls of the deceased will cling to my form, compelling me to vanquish you and propel me to greater heights. Vegeta declared with arrogance, standing resolutely as if he were supporting the very heavens despite his modest stature. Frieza momentarily froze. Guldo is dead, Goku suddenly announced. What? Frieza twisted his body, disbelief etched on his face. Say that again. Were you not planning to use Guldo's power to eliminate me? I did not flee in fear. I utterly annihilated him. Impossible. Guldo's combat prowess surpassed even mine. Frieza's demeanor turned frantic, sensing the tide of battle slipping from his grasp. He fell at the hands of Super Saiyan Son Goku. Super? Saiyan. Vegeta was taken aback, incredulity washing over him. Impossible. It cannot be. In this world, I alone should be able to attain the form of a Super Saiyan. Wuyin paid him no heed, a subtle smirk gracing his lips as he cast a wicked glance at Frieza. The king of the northern galaxy, grant me a title, the strongest in the entire universe. Suddenly, Wuyin let out a resounding roar, and a torrent of golden energy spiraled upward from the ground, erupting forth in a magnificent display. Ethereal purple lightning seemed to envelop the atmosphere, while the tumultuous energy battered the earth beneath. Boom, boom. The ground instantly became pockmarked and uneven. The soil beneath his feet was rapidly vaporized, and a deep pit with a diameter of several dozen meters abruptly materialized. Wuyin's hair began to rise slowly. and his pupils transformed into a vivid emerald green. With a resounding roar, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted, enveloping him in golden flames. His long hair shimmering with a golden radiance. The pronounced brow ridge accentuated Wuyin's youthful visage, imbuing it with an air of determination. His expression, taut and fierce, was primarily marked by a palpable intent to kill. Frisia, gazing upon Wuyin, who resembled a god of battle, was momentarily taken aback, stumbling backward in astonishment. Wukong was momentarily taken aback. What a terrifying aura! It felt as though an immense abyss loomed over me, an overwhelming pressure that extinguished any thought of resistance. Vegeta trembled all over, his face flushed. Is this truly the legendary Super Saiyan? So powerful, so formidable. The vast aura, the endless dust, swept through me like a tempest, scattering my very being. Vegeta was utterly consumed by madness. Tears streamed down his cheeks, a testament to his despair. Why was it not me? 1,000 years passed for but one to emerge. A millennium. The sensation of shattered dreams enveloped Vegeta, and in the mere span of 20 minutes, he experienced it twice. He felt utterly dismantled, devoid of any desire to fight. Wuyin remained indifferent, casting a cold gaze upon Frisia before him. I have vanquished Gula. I wonder how long you can endure. With a swift motion, Wuyin's feet barely touched the ground as his form transformed into a wisp of wind, abruptly vanishing into the air. What? Such incredible speed. Frisia glanced around, sensing the movement of the breeze. Over here, he struck out with his fist to the left. Just as Wuyin's figure materialized. Boom. Ah! A stunned exclamation escaped Frisia's lips, overwhelmed with astonishment as all his power dissipated into the ground. My apologies. You miscalculated. From the right, Wuyin's silhouette whirled like a black hole, rapidly surging forward to deliver a powerful punch that sent Frisia flying. It was merely a subtle hint from my Rinnegan. I crafted an illusion with a mere shadow, ensnaring you in a mirage. You've fallen for it again. Huh. Before my Rinnegan, your speed is akin to that of a snail. Utterly defenseless. Huh. Frisia spat, forcibly correcting his trajectory in midair. Unfortunately, Wuyin had already appeared behind him, palms pressed together, delivering a crushing blow. Wow. A dent formed at the crown of Frisia's head. His eyes shattered as his body plummeted, a cloud of dust erupting forth. With a graceful extension of his left hand, Wuyin summoned forth a torrent of energy that materialized within his palm. In an instant, dozens of golden rays emerged, weaving a mesmerizing arc before descending with tremendous force, akin to a cleansing deluge, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. The ground trembled violently, leaving a landscape of devastation in its wake. As flames surged to engulf a full 10 miles, the very earth quaked, while the entire planet was besieged by flashes of lightning and booming thunder. The ocean roared, and the mountains howled in fury. The world, as if endowed with consciousness, seemed to plead for mercy before Wuyin. The celestial attraction of all phenomena. With a swift motion, Wuyin extended his hands and exerted a powerful squeeze. In an instant, 2 divine dragons surged forth from the ocean and magma, twisting and turning gracefully in the air before plunging downwards. The realm of ice and fire, a spectacle beyond my own experience. Yet today, Frisia, I shall grant you this favor. Haha. The ice dragon and fire dragon intertwined in the sky, their sizzling sounds resonating continuously, as the void created by Frisia's strike was immediately filled with energy. After the fierce clash, Wuyin floated serenely in the air, his arms crossed, gazing coldly down below. Wukong, Kuririn, Gohan, and Vegeta have long since become mere shadows of their former selves. Such extraordinary might. This swift onslaught, each lethal move flowing seamlessly like water, is truly uncontainable. Is this the essence of a Super Saiyan's power? Vegeta is utterly enraptured. Wukong was momentarily stunned. Is this it? The strongest in the universe. Suddenly, from the swirling smoke, a figure soared into view. It was Frisia. He had already transformed into his final form, a diminutive yet elegant figure, with a slender physique, alabaster skin, and flecks of purple embedded, creating a unique aesthetic. Oh, he has assumed his ultimate form? Does he intend to employ the same old tactics as before? Frisia, that won't work anymore. Now, I am the mightiest. Wuyin proclaimed loudly. The Death Nova. Frisia's eyes erupted with an inferno of fury. Had Amir gazed the power to kill, Wuyin would have already been reincarnated 18 times. He raised his hands high, and in an instant, boundless energy coalesced above them. The crimson radiance resembled a sun gradually ascending, its diameter expanding dramatically. Do you see it? Do you see it? My formidable might is beyond your comprehension. You could never hope to be my adversary. Perish. An energy sphere, hundreds of meters in diameter, surged toward Wuyin like a small asteroid. Keelan trembled in fear. That energy. It condensed in an instant? The power within could obliterate Namek entirely. This is dire. Humph. With a disdainful snort, Wuyuin's right hand emanated a faint purple hue, swirling like thick sludge in his grasp. The dark sacred scythe, heaven and earth net. Flash. With a swift motion, Wuyin unleashed a powerful gust. The sacred scythe bending and extending. A wave of energy, measuring 1.5 meters, surged forth, colliding instantaneously with the crescent-shaped force of the supernova of death. There was no explosion, no brilliance. The boundless energy of the supernova seemed to yield like soft tofu, cleaved directly into what? Frisia could scarcely believe his eyes. Wuyin whispered softly, transforming into a super Saiyan. It seems the dark holy scythe has become considerably sharper. Boom. The energy that separated erupted in the sky like a silent cannon, and thick smoke spread across the heavens. Whoosh. In an instant, Wuyin burst forth from the swirling mist, his eyes radiating a fierce brilliance, akin to a rampaging bull, charging directly at Frisia. How infuriating. Observing that disdainful gaze, Frisia erupted in a frantic scream. Death beams. His index finger flicked out repeatedly. The rapidly accelerating pink energy seemed to warp the very fabric of space, sharp and piercing, intent on impaling everything in its path. You scoundrel, prepare to be skewered like a shish kebab. A bloodthirsty glint flickered in Frisia's eyes. He yearned to see Wuyin torn to shreds. Boom. An immense surge of energy cascaded over Wuyin. The overwhelming force erupted in a dazzling explosion. Ziz. Strands of golden lightning appeared to form a protective aura around his body, effortlessly deflecting all of the death beams. What? Frisia's eyes bulged in disbelief. This is impossible. Wuyin smiled faintly, saying, I have already mentioned that you are as feeble as an ant at this moment. Your feeble attacks, lacking any real impact, cannot even penetrate the aura of a super Saiyan that envelopes my being. What a laughable creature you are. Whoosh. Wuyin's form suddenly materialized high in the sky, arms raised aloft, the dark holy scythe resembling a towering pillar, radiating a searing brilliance. Frisia, he bellowed with fervor, plummeting downwards. Cursed be it. In an instant, Frisia's body veered to the side, yet the assault from the heavens seemed to bind him in place, rendering him utterly immobile. This is dire. This is perilous. An overwhelming light erupted from within him, causing Frisia's form to expand irregularly. He desperately sought to extract every ounce of energy from his being. Move. Move. I must escape. Thud. The holy scythe descended, and a crimson spray drenched the earth and sky. Wuyin stared blankly at the severed tail before him, a cold smile creeping across his face. So, like a gecko, he resorted to shedding his tail to survive? Was this truly how he evaded the final strike of the dark sacred scythe? Oomph. What a feeble creature. Keelan and Gohan stood nearby, captivated by the pinnacle of cosmic combat. The two appeared to have transcended entirely, lost in the elegance of each move and form. The flow was as smooth as clouds drifting in the sky, yet each step harbored a lethal intent. This was a remarkable display of combat prowess and control. Brother, how can you be so formidable? Gohan was momentarily stunned, then felt a genuine admiration swell within him. That young man. Keelan trembled all over. The faint energy radiating from the dark sacred scythe sent chills down his spine. Even the splattered energy could likely claim his head in an instant. It was utterly terrifying. He realized he had fallen behind. Standing before Wuyin, he felt like a mere child. A thought of retreat began to blossom in Keelan's mind. A heart-wrenching scream erupted from Frisia as a smooth, gaping wound gushed forth blood from his back, resembling a fountain. His complexion gradually turned pale. Cold sweat dripped from his brow as he gasped for breath. He no longer doubted whether Wuyin was indeed the legendary Super Saiyan. To achieve this level, to wield such terrifying power, is there any other explanation? How did you come into existence? Aha. Wuyin stood motionless, the sacred scythe hovering in the air. I am a warrior of Earth, a descendant of the fighting race of Saiyans. Wandering through the 897th universe at the behest of the King of Worlds, I am the legendary warrior born from the fury of a staggering 70,000 souls. The world seemed to pause for a moment. Super Saiyan. Sun Wuyin. Whoosh. The sacred scythe spun instantaneously, unleashing a whirlwind of purple energy that surged forth in a dazzling 360-degree arc, shattering distant peaks into fragments. The howling energy coursed through the realm, distorting the very fabric of space, as an infinite tempest erupted nearby. The entire planet was engulfed in chaos. Boom. Surrounding mountains crumbled, a cloud of dust enveloping the battlefield. Gazing at the figure that resembled a war god reclining in the heavens, Vegeta felt an overwhelming yearning. He was utterly captivated by Wuyin's formidable power. A warrior born of fury, a legend? Vegeta silently pondered. Wukong is still engaged in a final showdown with Apicate. Their combined strength has utterly surpassed his own. Were it not for his near-death revival, coupled with the tenfold Kaioken, it is likely that Wukong would have already faced defeat. Nonetheless, the situation remains fraught with peril. Wukong was enraptured in battle, imperceptible to others, as his fighting prowess seemed to gradually escalate, emanating golden radiance that spread forth. Only one last impetus remained. Chapter 82, The Dull Battle. A thunderous roar burst forth from the smoke, torrents of purple energy piercing through the heavens, saturating the world in a resplendent violet glow. It was utterly magnificent and breathtaking. As the mist gradually dissipated, Frieza materialized, his diminutive upper body now grotesquely swollen, amplified several times over. His aura surged, doubling in intensity. Damn those Saiyans. This is my full power state. I shall not let you escape. Vegeta stared wide-eyed, only to suddenly exhale in relief. What's wrong, Vegeta? Krillin inquired stealthily. Though Frieza boasted of exerting his utmost strength, and his aura indeed expanded, he felt no flow of power whatsoever. His energy was diminishing at a feeble pace. The weaknesses would soon manifest. His defeat was already sealed. Even so, Vegeta's body quivered slightly. The might of a Super Saiyan was something he yearned for, yet it was not his to wield. Overwhelmed by thoughts, Vegeta suddenly surged into Wukong's battlefield. Engaging in combat with Apicate, only fury, only rage could elevate him to new heights. I am the proud prince of the Saiyans. Boom, boom, boom. The sky resounded with muffled thuds, and with Vegeta's arrival, Wukong felt a considerable alleviation of pressure, allowing him to regain his composure. Full energy state? Wuyin scoffed derisively. Forcing expansion leads to an inability to sustain oneself, causing a weakening at the moment of transformation. Compared to Gula, you have hardly utilized much. Whoosh. With a sudden stomp in the void, Wuyin brandished the holy scythe and lunged at Frieza, engaging him in close combat. The surging, fierce radiance instantly stained the sky, the tearing light enveloping Frieza entirely. The dark holy scythe was exceedingly formidable. Those sharp beams would slice through skin upon mere contact, and should he be struck directly, regardless of his physical fortitude, he would surely perish instantly. Whoosh. The chilling light flashed, the sky illuminated infinitely. The world was bathed in chaos. Huffing. Amidst the smoke, Frieza retreated, drenched in blood, his body marred with numerous wounds. His once pure white form was now drenched in crimson. Huff. Frieza gasped for breath. Facing the dark holy scythe, devoid of any power to resist. Whoosh. Suddenly, Wuyin struck with a piercing blow, akin to 100 birds flocking towards a phoenix. Concealed within a fleeting shadow, striking Frieza squarely in the abdomen. A spray of crimson erupted forth, revealing a grotesque wound, exposing the entrails and intestines within. The howling gusts of air swirled around, as if tearing a chunk of flesh from Frieza's chest, inflicting a torment reminiscent of slow slicing. Despicable. Despicable. Frieza staggered backward, gradually increasing the distance between himself and Wuyin. His strength had diminished significantly. Despite being in a state of full energy, he was even weaker than before. Veins throbbed ominously at the corners of his mouth. Is this the sheer terror of a Super Saiyan? He muttered incessantly, his body and hands trembling uncontrollably from fear. Crack. The golden figure reflected in the lightning, a majestic warrior, also the harbinger of doom for the frost demon race. Is this the lamentable prophecy? I refuse to believe it. Frieza suddenly bellowed in a daze. Zzz. He raised his hands high, gathering pink energy into thin sheets that whirled and spun with a fierce howl. The hissing sound seemed to slice through the very fabric of space. Energy slash. Kuririn remarked softly. Only the sharpest can contend with the sharp. Prepare to meet your demise, Saiyan. Frieza hurled forth his hands, and the swirling energy slash immediately pursued Wuyin, relentlessly closing in from behind. Whoosh. Whoosh. Wuyin swiftly pivoted, transforming into a radiant beam that spiraled through the sky. The energy behind him relentlessly pursued, refusing to relent. Hiss. The ocean, mountains, and ground were all cleaved into 3 distinct segments wherever he passed. Haha. Saiyan, do not flee. This entity will chase you to the ends of the earth, ultimately tearing you asunder. Blood writhed upon the ground. Haha. In Frisia's crimson eyes. The gruesome scene of Wuyuin's demise seemed to unfold before him. The fury towards the Super Saiyan had already clouded his judgment. TCH. Wuyin let out a cold snort, unexpectedly placing the chance of victory beneath such a trivial maneuver. What usefulness could arise from Uncle Bald's development? Kulin found himself inexplicably caught in the crossfire. Suddenly, the sea was sharply divided by 2 brilliant beams of light. Wuyin cast aside the sacred scythe and unexpectedly came to a halt. Oh, have you relinquished your resistance? Preparing for self-destruction? I assure you, I shall show no mercy. Wuyin, flee quickly, Kirin shouted. For the Chi Yuan slash is a unique technique that no flesh and blood can withstand. Not necessarily. The eyes of Wuyin's samsara flickered rapidly, as streams of purple ethereal light seemed to format the very fabric of the world. The trajectory of the Chi Yuan slash was predicted with uncanny precision. Heh. Frisia's cruel laughter echoed menacingly. Before him, Wuyin appeared momentarily stunned. In a swift clash, the Chi Yuan slash encircled Wuyin from above and below, targeting his neck and abdomen. Here it comes. Observing the crimson lightning-like brilliance charging towards him, Wuyin murmured softly. Whoosh. An unusual light flashed in his samsara eyes. Now is the moment. As Wuyin's body abruptly leaped, he matched the Chi Yuan slash in height. The 2 Chi Yuan slashes, astonishingly, passed closely above and below him. The perilous and fierce aura flickered before him, causing Wuyin's heart to race with trepidation. Observing the crimson radiance above and below, Wuyin extended his hands, pointing at the center of the disk, softly murmuring, Universal Celestial Attraction. Boom. Waves of white gravitational ripples firmly ensnared the Chi Yuan slashes, and astonishingly, Wuyin succeeded in capturing them. What? 2 exclamations of shock erupted from Kulun and Frisia. Haha. Observing the terror on their faces, Wuyin merely chuckled nonchalantly. Waving his hands, Frisia, I return it all to you. Whoosh whoosh. The Chi Yuan slashes instantly retraced their path, swirling back towards Frisia as if the fabric of space itself had warped, arriving right before him. A game of cat and mouse. Whoosh. Frisia swiftly evaded, plunging into the depths of the ocean, with the Chi Yuan slashes relentlessly pursuing him, his mind clouded with sweat, his entire being bristling with fear and dread. As Wuyin gazed upon the sky, he softly murmured, It is time to bring this battle to an end. It has lost its meaning. With a swift motion, a radiant beam of purple light cleaved the heavens and the earth into 2 halves. One of the Chi Yuan slashes suddenly shifted position, appearing where Wuyuin had once stood. The purple bloodline traced across Frisia's neck, while the remaining Chi Yuan slash grazed his body. A disoriented sound escaped his lips, and for a fleeting moment, the world seemed to fall silent. Chapter 83, Super Saiyan. Son Goku, 46, what is this? Frisia exclaimed, astonished. His head and body lay severed into 3 parts. How could I be slain by such a technique? This is truly. His head rolled upon the ground as Wuyuin slowly descended, standing before him. How does it feel, Cosmic Emperor? He proclaimed from his lofty perch, reveling in the cheers of the victor. The holy scythe in his hand dripped with fresh blood, a testament to his malevolent heart and the filth that coursed through Frisia's veins. You thought you had won? You will never comprehend the true horrors that this universe harbors. Even as death loomed, Frisia wore an expression of indifference. Why can the cosmic scavenger wield the holy stone? Who cast the curse upon Qinghan? You will remain forever ignorant. To slay me will only invite a far more terrifying retribution. You, already ensnared in the whirlpool, shall never escape. With just a head remaining, Frisia erupted into laughter. You need not interrogate me, for I too possess that very thing. Speak the hidden truths within your heart, and it will explode in a cataclysmic burst. Frisia's words jolted Wuyuin back to reality. The might of the god of destruction, Beerus, was utterly unattainable for mortals in the present day. Undoubtedly, there existed beings in this world far mightier than himself. The god of destruction had always been a taboo. Within the confines of the 7th universe, resistance against his power was impossible. Wuyuin had thought he had forgotten how Qinghan could harness the holy stone to absorb the energy of stars. Yet Frisia's provocations had rekindled those memories. Well, it matters not. A path will surely present itself before the mountain. I have undoubtedly stepped into that overwhelming whirlpool. It is only a matter of time before I encounter an even more formidable adversary. Gazing at Frisia's body, Wuyin suddenly grinned wickedly. What exquisite material you are. I have heard that you have never practiced since your birth, and the power within your body remains largely untapped. My apologies. But all of this shall now belong to me. Slap. Wuyin clasped his hands together and softly intoned, "The way of humanity." Suddenly, a colossal figure emerged from the surging ground, its enormous mouth agape, clad in ancient divine garments, with the character for Yama emblazoned upon its forehead. "Submit and become my puppet, just like your brother." Wuyin hurled the shattered body of Frisia directly into the mouth of the human realm. The colossal figure began to slowly chew, and in no time, it vanished entirely. The creation of Pain's 6 paths is indeed a cumbersome task. It appears that a period of waiting is inevitable. He cast a glance to the side. The battle between Wukong, Vegeta, and Apocado appears to have entered a new phase. The Saiyan, Soppa, has once again collapsed to the ground, a gaping wound in his chest, piercing his heart. Nearby, Gohan lies battered and bruised, teetering on the brink of death. How could things have deteriorated so drastically in such a short span of time? Wuyin said with exasperation. It turned out that the fragmented avocado had actually merged. 2 diminutive, comical warriors ultimately transformed into a formidable demon. Its massive form, entirely pink, bore a chin adorned with numerous sharp spikes, and its visage bore a striking resemblance to Dodoria. Its overwhelming power utterly shattered Goku, and even the rescuing Vegeta was felled by a single punch. In the end, a beam of light pierced through its chest. It was truly a sight to behold, horrifying in its brutality. Though Gohan unleashed his full potential, he remained outmatched. After merging with Apocado, his energy surged nearly 100-fold, fully rivaling Frieza in his ultimate transformation. Goku stood little chance. However, at this moment, crackling sounds filled the air as azure lightning descended from the heavens, enveloping the entire world in a shroud of ominous dark clouds. Wukong roars, his fury surging within him like an unstoppable tide. "How dare you harm my Gohan? How am I to explain this to Chi-Chi? I shall not, under any circumstances, let you go unpunished." His pupils seemed to fade, while golden waves of energy begin to emanate from his very cells. Crack. Wuyin bestowed the divine beans upon Gohan and Vegeta, both of whom consumed them in succession. Instantly, their injuries began to mend, and, fueled by the inherent traits of the Saiyans, their powers surged once more. Gohan exclaimed in astonishment, "Brother, you have already slain Frieza?" "Indeed," Goku replied. "Even now, he remains in his Super Saiyan form. Only by being in close proximity can one truly comprehend the immense pressure he exerts." "Is this what it means to battle such a monstrous foe as Frieza?" Vegeta felt a moment of terror. However, he was soon captivated by Goku's transformation. While what? He trembled uncontrollably, his eyes wide with disbelief, fists clenched tightly. That scene was all too familiar. Lightning, golden radiance. Could it be that Kakarot is about to transform into a Super Saiyan as well? No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than a thunderous roar erupted. Wukong gazed skyward, unleashing a resounding roar, his golden hair cascading like a waterfall, with emerald green pupils aglow. A shimmering aura of golden energy enveloped him, pulsating with a ferocious and terrifying intensity. The sinewy muscles rippled like a coiled dragon, channeling boundless energy into a surging torrent, radiating a brilliant golden light that dazzled the eyes. No, it cannot be. Is it not said that a Super Saiyan appears only once every millennium? How could Kakarot also achieve this transformation? Overwhelmed by the immense and formidable aura, Vegeta stood utterly astonished. He turned to behold Wuyin before him. And apart from the Rinnegan and their attire, they appeared nearly identical. The resplendent golden light seemed poised to pierce the very fabric of the planet itself. Is this truly the power of a Super Saiyan? Wukong clenched his fists tightly and spoke softly. His tranquil heart could not be sustained, as the murderous intent began to infiltrate his being. If he were to endure this state for long, he might transform into a madman consumed solely by the urge to kill. Yet, the power within his body appeared inexhaustible, an endless wellspring. His cells and muscles were greedily inhaling vitality. Wukong stood silently, taking a few deep breaths. To his astonishment, his injuries began to heal gradually. The warrior from Earth, awakened by rage, the legendary Super Saiyan, Son Goku. I can win. Chapter 84. The Forceful. A cascade of golden light enveloped Wukong, his flowing hair resembling that of a majestic war deity. A powerful aura surged through the world, leaving Krillin, Gohan, and even Vegeta feeling like a fragile vessel amidst the tumultuous sea, on the verge of capsizing at any moment. Is it not said that a Super Saiyan emerges only once in a millennium? Vegeta trembled, muttering under his breath. He struggled to suppress his own resentment. Son Gohan needed no further introduction. His power far surpassed Vegeta's. Yet, the lower-class warrior Kakarot had also successfully transformed. Glancing at Gohan, Vegeta suddenly sensed that Kakarot's energy was significantly weaker than Gohan's. Could it be? Is the Super Saiyan merely a transformation state? Upon realizing this, Vegeta's body began to tremble with excitement. Transform. Transform. Rage. It requires immense fury. I must attain it swiftly. Whoosh. Suddenly, a beam of light rushed forth and came to a steady halt in the sky, revealing green skin, an elegant white cape, and eyes filled with lethal intent. Piccolo! Krillin exclaimed. Upon hearing the call, Gohan shouted joyfully, Uncle Piccolo. It was a delightful reunion in a foreign land. So this was it. Gohan's third wish was to summon the Namekian who had once been absent. TCH. Vegeta scoffed, finding it utterly dull. Damn it. What did you say? Piccolo clenched his fists, frustrated that this wretched guy, upon arriving, still wished to revel in familial joy. Vegeta's remark extinguished the atmosphere entirely. What? Do you wish to fight? I may not be able to defeat Son Gohan or Frieza, but killing you would pose no challenge at all. Humph. Piccolo snorted coldly, brimming with confidence after merging with Nail. What is that? He asked, looking perplexed at the golden light surrounding Wukong. What has happened to old Son? Father has transformed into a Super Saiyan, Gohan said with admiration. A Super Saiyan? What is that? A super warrior that emerges once in a millennium among the Saiyans. The Namekian, I too shall transform soon, and at that moment, my power will soar. The earth, and even the entire universe, shall fall under my command. Vegeta shouted fervently, like a zealous cultist, with his hands raised high. Is it not said that only one appears every 1,000 years? Now, there are two. Piccolo was left bewildered. Father. Wuyin stood silently beside, watching intently. Allow me to witness the true extent of your Super Saiyan's power. Whoosh. With a swift motion, Wukong propelled himself forward, resembling a golden lightning bolt traversing the void. How astonishingly fast. Piccolo was taken aback. Haha. The menacing Apicate sneered from across the way. Suddenly, a muffled grunt echoed forth, even though Wukong appeared to be several meters away. Apicate gradually lowered his gaze, his fierce fist relentlessly kneading his abdomen, creating deep indentations. The surrounding veins writhed like worms. Apicate let out a piercing scream. Wukong transformed his fist into a palm and, with a thunderous roar, unleashed an overwhelming aura from within his being. Ki blast. Bang. The colossal form of Apicate was violently propelled away, akin to a stone skipping across water, tumbling relentlessly through the ocean's depths. Ultimately, his rolling body crashed onto the distant shore. With a resounding thud, he became embedded within the stone pillar. In an instant, Wukong flickered into the sky, leaving onlookers utterly bewildered by his trajectory. He plummeted as if weighed down by 1,000 tons. With a thunderous crash, the stone pillar shattered, and Apicate's form was mercilessly trampled, sinking deep into the ground. Boom. Like a bolt from the blue, a tremendous explosion erupted, creating a gaping chasm with a diameter of several dozen meters. Wukong raised his hands high, with crackling lightning flickering between his opposing palms. As an immensely colossal energy materialized in an instant, it roamed ceaselessly throughout the world. The surging energy caused the very fabric of reality to warp and distort. Perish. Goku swung his arms with fervor, unleashing all his accumulated energy. A deafening explosion erupted instantaneously, drawing fragments from the surroundings into the air, only to be shattered by the roaring energy moments later. How dare that wretched creature harm my Gohan? How am I to explain this to Chi-Chi? With this thought, Super Saiyan's son Goku shuddered. Piccolo. Vegeta. Even Super Saiyans have their vulnerabilities. With a groan, Apicate, battered and bruised, slowly floated upwards. Suddenly, a pair of colossal hands emerged from the smoke, firmly grasping his face and dragging him down to the ground with a forceful motion. Deep gouges appeared instantaneously as the hard, frozen soil of Namek began to crack. Ugh! Krillin trembled, for the transformed Goku was an embodiment of sheer brutality. The relentless onslaught of attacks was utterly chilling. Let go of me. Apicate struggled incessantly. With a cold snort, Wukong soared into the sky, abruptly beginning to spin in midair. I shall grant you this. With a resounding crash, his swaying form was hurled into the mountain peak, causing hundreds of towering structures to vanish in an instant, collapsing altogether. A continuous plume of smoke stretched across 800 miles. Haha. With his hands firmly planted on his hips, Wukong hovered in the air, exuding a certain semblance of composure reminiscent of Wuyin. How pretentious. Vegeta, unable to reach the grapes, declares them sour. Why prolong this? One could simply vanquish him with overwhelming power. Engaging in hand-to-hand combat is utterly ridiculous. Humph. The erstwhile adversaries now stand united. Bantering with Wukong. What a peculiar sight indeed. I had thought I encountered a true challenger. The Super Saiyan possesses an astonishing reservoir of energy. It appears that my sole rival now is Wuyin. Boom. In an instant, a colossal surge of energy soared into the heavens, piercing through the clouds like a divine sword. The corpulent Apicate was left battered and bruised by Wukong, resembling a comical jester. Huffing and puffing, he exclaimed, "Impressive, truly impressive. Yet, I shall not yield to you." Behold the might of Apicate, fueled by rage. With a sharp intake of breath, his abdomen swelled, his skin thinned, revealing the bulging veins and the tumultuous energy coursing beneath. A violet luminescence began to coalesce in his mouth, saturating the world in purple hues. The sky turned ominously gray, dark clouds looming over the city. A sense of foreboding enveloped Piccolo and Vegeta, casting a shadow over their hearts. Super. Wahaha Wave. Chapter 85. The Namek Saga concludes. Super. Wahaha Wave. In an instant, the roaring energy burst forth like flowers scattered by a celestial maiden, unleashing a devastating assault. The violet glow enveloped Wukong entirely, ensnaring Vegeta and the others as well. This is bad. Each wave of energy contained immense power, channeling all my strength. Attack. Huff. Piccolo, Vegeta, and Gohan launched themselves into the sky, swaying amidst the floating energy. Huh. The three roared in unison, effortlessly dispersing all nearby energy. Vegeta gazed at Piccolo in astonishment. Your energy seems to have surged dramatically in an instant. This is beyond what mere training can achieve. Hehe. I am under no obligation to divulge my secrets. Dandy, move quickly. The energy in the sky continued to flicker menacingly. Dandy, a healing Namekian, would surely meet his doom if struck. Dandy peeked from behind a rock. How do you know my name? As the energy engulfed him, Wukong flickered away in an instant. Boom. An earth-shattering explosion erupted behind him, tousling Wukong's hair, yet he remained unfazed. Pathetic, ostentatious attacks cannot harm me in the slightest. This battle has lost its significance. I shall not let you escape. He clasped his hands together in the shape of a calyx and slowly positioned them at his waist. A golden radiance illuminated the world, with glimmers of starlight floating around him. The gathered energy surged continuously, enveloping his entire being in a golden aura as a magnificent sun began to rise. Kamehameha, he exclaimed. Suddenly, a torrent of golden light erupted, sending all the waves of energy flying, crashing with full force against the chest of Apicate. A piercing pain, akin to that of a meat grinder, manifested in Apicathe's chest as he was instantly surrounded. The searing heat of hellfire relentlessly assailed him from all directions. His body seemed to slowly dissolve. This is impossible, he roared amidst the golden brilliance. Yet, after only a few moments, Apicate disintegrated. The energy within him was insufficient to sustain his form any longer. The fusion disbanded, and the two diminutive figures could hardly withstand Goku's overwhelming power, reducing them to mere ashes in an instant. The atmosphere fell into silence as the golden light surged from Goku, who gazed quietly into the sky. Vegeta shouted, "Hey, Kakarot, why weren't you this decisive when fighting against Jinyu? If you had eliminated Jinyu, we wouldn't have faced so many complications. I would have already attained my immortal body." Wukong, with a hint of resignation, remarked, "Man's calculations pale in comparison to the will of heaven. I never intended to take his life. Yet, after their disintegration, they could not withstand the might of my Kamehameha." Kakarot, Vegeta suddenly exclaimed, "What is it like to transform into a Super Saiyan? How shall I articulate it? An inexhaustible reservoir of energy surges within me, an endless stream of power at my disposal. The energy has magnified 50-fold in an instant. Vegeta, the chasm between us continues to widen." Wukong chuckled lightly after the fierce battle. "Damn it, Kakarot, do not revel in your triumph. I too shall swiftly attain the status of Super Saiyan." Vegeta spat. "It is time to conclude our journey on Namek." He then transformed into a radiant beam. soaring into the heavens. After a considerable time, he departed in his spacecraft. Old son, shall we not stop him? No need. Vegeta's simmering hostility seemed to have been tempered significantly this time. He is no longer the person he once was. Moreover, I too am eager to witness the Super Saiyan transformation. Haha. Who? Wukong took several deep breaths, gradually mastering his emotions, and the surrounding golden radiance instantly vanished. Upon witnessing this, Wuyin also reverted to his original state. Piccolo, your power has suddenly swelled considerably. As Wukong touched his own fingers, he realized that even his pinky could match his own. How utterly disheartening. On King Kai's planet, Piccolo felt that he would never be able to catch up to Wukong and Wuyin in this lifetime. Yet, surprisingly, Wuyin had illuminated a path of assimilation for him. Upon assimilation, an overwhelming power surged within Piccolo, causing him to swell with newfound strength. However, upon witnessing the might of the Super Saiyans, the chasm between them felt insurmountable. He found himself at a loss for words. The Saiyans seemed to possess an endless potential. After merely a year apart, the disparity had grown so vast. It was infuriating. Meanwhile, the despondent Krillin stood by, watching as a crowd of warriors with battle powers in the millions engaged in lofty discussions. It was akin to experiencing a bitter disappointment, akin to a top student lamenting their less-than-stellar exam results. He was left scratching his head, teetering on the brink of madness. Wuyin, Wukong exclaimed, this time, return to Earth with me. Your mother misses you dearly. Your father has successfully transformed, and I believe together we can complement one another and grow even stronger. After much contemplation, however, Wuyin gently shook his head. Why? Wukong inquired, perplexed. Father, I have some matters to attend to at the center of the galaxy. I assure you, I will return to Earth within a year. Do not worry. Wuyin, your mother longs for you. Wukong continued to urge. I will return to apologize after a year. Once this matter is resolved, I should no longer need to leave Earth. Gazing at Wuyuin's resolute expression, Wukong let out a resigned sigh. Alas, I can no longer control your decisions. Please, take care. Rest assured, with my Rinnegan, I will not recklessly place myself in perilous situations. He replied with a laugh. Wukong chuckled heartily. Indeed, the King of the Worlds proclaimed you to be the strongest human in the entire universe. Wuyin, promise your father that upon our return to Earth, we shall engage in a thrilling battle. Let this be my 52nd fight. Ah, Wuyin resolutely replied, I understand. Piccolo, in a state of confusion, pondered. What am I here for? Am I merely to witness the conclusion? Suddenly, he exclaimed, what has become of the Grand Elder? Dandy's eyes widened with realization. I see now. You have assimilated with Nail, haven't you? A faint smile crept across Piccolo's lips as he chuckled softly. Upon returning to Earth, Wukong utilized the Dragon Balls to resurrect all the fallen Namekians, ensuring that even with the Grand Elder's demise, their legacy would continue to thrive. Dandy, you should remain on Namek for now. All adversaries have been utterly vanquished. It is safe here. I understand. The group arrived at Bulma's location, where Wukong, Piccolo, Gohan, and Kuririn bid farewell to Wuyin before departing from Namek aboard their spaceship. Meanwhile, Wuyin boarded the ship of the Jinyu Force, racing towards the center of the galaxy. Upon returning to Earth, Wukong employed the Dragon Balls to revive the slain Namekians, thus concluding the saga of Namek entirely. Chapter 86, The Sea of the Fallen Gods. The journey to Namek witnessed the birth of two Super Saiyans, the demise of Frieza and his minions, and the preservation of the planet in its entirety. All losses were rectified by the Dragon Balls of Earth. Wuyin sat within the spherical spacecraft, watching as countless celestial bodies receded into the distance. A sigh escaping his lips. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of light sliced through the sky, racing towards the heart of the Milky Way. The spherical vessel, in stark contrast to the one that had been obliterated, as well as to Gula's craft, was a marvel of engineering. What should have been a journey of merely 10 days had stretched into an entire month. Struggling with a mild case of claustrophobia, Wuyin found himself teetering on the brink of numbness. Before him, for crystalline streams of the galaxy flowed gracefully, ultimately converging at the center. The resplendent world emanated an endless radiance, suffused with a silvery ethereal mist, rendering the entire realm akin to a celestial palace. It was a kaleidoscope of shimmering colors. No matter how many times he beheld it, he remained in awe of nature's exquisite craftsmanship. Wuyin floated in the air, surrounded by a shimmering violet glow, an emblem of the king of the world's blessing. Before him lay the remnants of the god of destruction, Beerus. The pale purple energy of destruction radiated sharply, wildly dispersing in all directions. Every nearby planet was instantaneously reduced to cosmic dust. The god of destruction, Beerus. At the very heart of the galaxy, the realm of death lingered in the mind of Nab, the sea of divine fall, as described by the king of the galaxy. It is said that in ancient times, a cataclysmic battle between the god of destruction and a mysterious deity ravaged the entire star domain into ruins. An overwhelming energy that could not be approached. The last time Wuyin ventured here, he lingered only at the fringes of Yangrue's star. Yet now, his gaze remained unwavering. Hiss! Wuyin inhaled sharply, a chill coursing through him as the pain in his Rinnegan intensified. There was undoubtedly something of great significance to him within this turmoil. He slowly floated closer. With just a few steps, his skin felt as though it were being pricked by 1,000 needles. His body was being torn apart, as if he were on the brink of being shattered. Such a terrifying entity. The residual energy had lingered in this realm for far too long, yet it remained astonishingly potent. The force of fear was imbued with arrogance, utterly refusing passage to anyone. Alas, Wu Yan's eyes were filled with unwavering determination. I must go? There is certainly something here that I care about. The divine realm's heavenly strike. Boom. A tremendous repulsive force erupted instantaneously, forcefully concaving the destructive divine power, splitting it apart from the center. A golden radiance engulfed him, and Wu Yin was instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan, darting forward like a beam of light into the depths. Bang! In but a moment, his arm exploded, blood gushing forth like a torrent. His skin and cells could not withstand the tearing, an endless flow of blood cascading down. It felt as if countless ants were gnawing at him, inflicting upon Wu Yin a torment akin to slow slicing. How infuriating. The divine realm's heavenly strike lasts only 5 seconds at my speed. I should be able to traverse it completely. Whoosh. Afterimages emerged within the gaps. The destructive divine power loomed before him like an endless ocean. This is bad. As he watched the surrounding white repulsive force gradually constrict, the destructive divine energy began to surge towards his body. Wuyin was filled with panic. Even as a Super Saiyan, being engulfed by the power of the god of destruction would ultimately lead to nothing but utter annihilation. Boom. With a rapid expansion of his muscles, Wuyin appeared as though he had grown larger, his speed accelerating once more. All of his energy coalesced within his muscles, transforming him into the second stage of a Super Saiyan. Hiss! Wuyin inhaled sharply, a cold breath escaping his lips as the pain from the Rinnegan began to pierce through him. The surrounding Shinra Tensei gradually started to crumble. How infuriating. The Shinra Tensei operates with a 5-second interval. Once it dissipates, the ensuing impact will undoubtedly be catastrophic. Hurry, hurry. A violet radiance emanated from his hand, and a Kama materialized in the air as the dark holy scythe manifested in an instant. Heavenly net. Flash. The once formidable wave of energy, capable of slicing through iron, now advanced merely a few meters, cleaving a path through the surging destructive force. What? Ziz. The resonant clamor of metal clashing reverberated continuously, as explosive sparks erupted all around. The white glow of the Shinra Tensei flickered ominously. It was evident that the 5 seconds were nearly at an end. Haha. With a bitter smile, Wuyin realized his oversight, underestimating the vastness of the universe. How could he traverse such an immense expanse, enveloped entirely by destructive energy, in a mere 5 seconds? Was this truly the end? In that fleeting moment, thoughts of his father and mother, and even Gohan on Earth, flooded his mind. Their smiles lingered vividly before him. Yet now, he found himself engulfed by the overwhelming energy, and the repulsive force was on the verge of collapse. Even his soul felt adrift. How infuriating. Suddenly, a golden radiance enveloped Wuyin. Until the very last moment, he vowed never to surrender, for his mother awaited his return. Whoosh! The Shinra Tensei vanished, and the protective aura of the Super Saiyan dissipated in less than a second. His body began to fade, starting from his legs, slowly disintegrating. Hope. A beacon of hope. Just as his soul was about to succumb to the encroaching darkness, the power of destruction seemed to reach its zenith. Beyond that brilliance was the light illuminated by the sun. Wuyin exclaimed with excitement, Tian Shou. Ah! Whoosh! In an instant, Wuyin exchanged positions with the surrounding stones. Those hard rocks were completely obliterated in the blink of an eye. Bang! Wuyin fell heavily to the ground, gazing at the azure sky and the white clouds. Feeling the scorching sunlight, surrounded by picturesque mountains and clear waters, accompanied by the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrant blossoms. A crystalline lake, akin to amber, is embedded in the earth, encircled by lush grasslands. The sky is vast, and the wilderness stretches endlessly. The wind sweeps across the grasslands, revealing cattle and sheep. Is this a paradise beyond the world? In a hushed tone, Wuyin murmured to himself. Alas, the pain radiating from his legs relentlessly assailed the defenses of his heart, leaving his body numb and his Rinnegan heavy with fatigue. In a mere 6 seconds, it felt as though a lifetime had passed within him. His legs, dismantled by the force of destruction, rendered his body weary. So be it, so be it. In the gentle embrace of the warm spring breeze, Wuyin succumbed to a deep slumber. In his dreams, an ancient voice seemed to softly whisper, "You possess the chance for regret. Destruction is not merely an end. The final foe still requires your strength to be utterly vanquished." Chapter 87. The Chronicles of Time. How long had elapsed, he knew not. When Wuyin's murmurs began to stir him from his slumber, and gradually he opened his eyes. Was this paradise? The cerulean sky adorned with fluffy clouds, distant mountains cloaked in mist, it resembled a celestial realm. The soft grass beneath him and a lake, shimmering like jade, surrounded him. Everything appeared to be straight out of a fairy tale. An itch. Suddenly, a sensation of itchiness emanated from his legs, prompting Wuyin to glance down. A pair of flawless legs were exposed to the air, his toes moving in accordance with his thoughts. His trousers and shoes had completely vanished. He recalled that his calves seemed to have been disintegrated by destructive energy. This was undoubtedly not a dream. He scrutinized through his Rinnegan, which accurately recorded every detail. Yet, why had they returned to their original state? What transpired during his unconsciousness? He gently rose as the mischievous grass playfully brushed against the soles of his feet, bringing him unparalleled comfort. In this vast expanse, not a soul was in sight. Wuyin took a deep breath, and it seemed as though the dark wounds within him had been entirely eradicated. The air was devoid of any impurities. Is this truly the heart of the galaxy? He gently advanced, and the mountains concealed within the white clouds became increasingly distinct. The towering staircase exhibited a hint of decay, with verdant grass flourishing in the crevices. In stark contrast to the exquisite surroundings, this place was steeped in desolation. Step by step, Wuyin ascended slowly, his energy fully restored. However, he felt an unexpected strain while navigating what appeared to be an ordinary staircase. The Rinnegan swept across the surroundings, revealing an ethereal presence of diverse energies, pulsating with divine power. 1 hour passed, then 2. After a grueling 6 hours, he finally reached the summit of the towering mountains. Before him stood 12 majestic stone pillars, while behind loomed a Gothic structure reminiscent of an ancient Greek temple, entirely crafted from marble and adorned with intricate carvings. Wuyin remarked curiously, "It appears that this depicts the battle between the god of destruction Beerus and that enigmatic deity. However, while the actions of the god of destruction are quite clear, all references to the mysterious divine being have been meticulously erased." Drip. The sound of water droplets echoed through the desolate expanse as Wuyin stepped cautiously inside. The depth was not extensive, yet before him, the scene opened up brilliantly. Amidst the remnants of crumbled walls, 2 candles continued to flicker, illuminating an altar ahead. On the altar lay a tome, which was, remarkably, the candles had burned for such a long duration and still showed no sign of extinguishing. Wuyin ascended with a slight tremor, causing the dust on the beams to fall gently in a slow, deliberate manner. Wuyin gazed intently, and in a minute, it had scarcely descended by 10 centimeters. Time. Has the flow of time been slowed? Wuyin was filled with terror. How could something possess the power to influence the flow of time? What on earth was this divine object? Ahem. Suddenly, a gentle cough resonated from behind him, belonging to an elderly man. Wuyin felt a sudden tension coursing through his entire being as he turned around. The old man, shrouded in shadow, obscured his face entirely, leaving only the frail voice to discern his presence. Although they stood face to face, it seemed as though an invisible barrier obstructed Wuyin's line of sight. "Who are you?" he inquired. There's no need for such anxiety," the old man chuckled softly. "As you mentioned to Dales, regardless of your nerves, the situation will remain unchanged." He stepped forward, bowing slightly towards the books, as if in reverent pilgrimage. "Now it is I who must pose the question. Why did you recklessly plunge into the realm of destructive divine power?" The elder, cloaked in darkness, spoke gently. "Humph. I have no obligation to answer you. Such a stubborn youth. The old man did not press further, for that peculiar eye had instigated a wave of discomfort here. Had it not? For some inexplicable reason, gazing at the heart of the galaxy elicited a reaction within the body, leading one to naturally assume that something essential lay within this space. Do you consider yourself a child of the heavens? How fortunate you are if your frail strength can withstand the destructive divine power long enough to retain your corporeal form. Why? How do you know? Wuyin, on high alert, exclaimed loudly. You will understand if you take a closer look, the old man said, gesturing toward the books with measured words. Quite cryptic indeed. Wuyin approached, his gaze fixed upon the colossal tome, his expression shifting dramatically. His odyssey through the cosmos, vanquishing cosmic scavengers, Daleth, and Frisia, was meticulously chronicled within its pages. Even the thoughts swirling in his mind were incessantly mirrored back to him. The book suddenly emitted a radiant golden light, and Wuyuin's eyes widened in astonishment. For the thoughts he had just entertained were once again flawlessly manifested before him. How could this be possible? A wave of trepidation washed over him, as if he stood before others, stripped of all garments, devoid of privacy. If Frisia and his ilk were to acquire this, the repercussions were unfathomable. His every action lay exposed, as if broadcast live for all to witness. This was utterly preposterous. Such an object could not possibly exist in this world. Do not be astonished, the old man remarked, shuffling forward with a stooped frame, his voice weathered by age. In ancient times, after the mysterious deity was vanquished, it plummeted into the vast expanse of the divine false sea. Beerus intended to shatter the divine essence within his mind, yet it autonomously transformed into this very book. What lies before you is the essence of a perfect deity. You are merely a human. The complexities of this world are beyond comprehension, and no mere Rinnegan can unveil them. The tales of the divine are far more enthralling than you can fathom. The elder recounted leisurely. Wuyin gently touched the book, only to be unexpectedly engulfed by a sudden golden radiance. The warm and comforting aura enveloped him completely. The massive tome gradually diminished in size, ultimately merging into his consciousness. The aura of Wuyin suddenly expanded. Compared to his transformation into a Super Saiyan, he felt an unprecedented surge of power, magnified by an astonishing factor. What is this? Observing the astonishing scene, Wuyin was momentarily taken aback. It could be said that the entry of the tome was compelled, having previously restricted Wuyin's movements. A series of narratives unfolded before his eyes, as every piece of information from his childhood to the present was meticulously infused into his mind. Far more detailed than what he had ever known. Wuyin was utterly astonished. He trembled all over, staring blankly as he inquired, "What on earth is this divine artifact?" It was a tome birthed from the enigmatic realms of deities, chronicling the entirety of history from ancient times to the present, a product of time itself. The Annals of Ages. Recently, I have become enamored with Jackie Chan adventures. I still possess a childlike heart. Chapter 88. Time Travel. The Annals of Ages? Wuyin murmured to himself. Hee. The annals of time have wondrously chronicled all of history, whether past or present. As long as it is acknowledged within the realm of the world as history, it is recorded. In other words, anything that exists within the historical records must undoubtedly be considered history, regardless of its veracity, truth, or falsehood. Wuyin sensed the power within his mind, gradually unfurling his hands, and a similar comma materialized upon his left palm, shimmering with a silvery radiance. With a mere thought, a miniature version of historical texts manifested before his eyes. The dialogue between the two was meticulously chronicled, word by word. Wuyin's pupils slightly narrowed. The historical records meticulously document his existence. Yet the elderly figure before him is merely noted as a mysterious personage, a human being that even the annals of history cannot decipher. Who exactly are you? There is no need for you to concern yourself with that. Rest assured, with this object in your possession, everyone's schemes will be laid bare before you, allowing you to thrive more effectively. Pray tell, how long have you existed here? Existed? That term is not entirely accurate. I am merely a soul without a place to rest. For the historical records have yet to find a master, I drift aimlessly through the world. This place was once a planet, transformed into its current state due to the ravages of divine power. Indeed, it is a source of my own remorse. Wuyin gradually perused the historical tomes, the crackling lightning of insight incessantly coursing through his fingertips. With each turn of the page, he expended an immense reservoir of power. The elder cautioned, Exercise caution. The energy required to engage with these chronicles is astronomical for you. What may appear diminutive is, in reality, approximately 5 million pages. Should you forcefully flip through them, beware, for they may utterly deplete your strength. Is it possible to leave your mark within? Do not underestimate these historical texts. I have already stated that everything recorded within will become recognized history, regardless of its veracity. If you truly possess the ability to inscribe your words, you could alter the course of every individual's existence. Wuyin, with a resolute heart, bit down on his own lip, gently sketching upon the blank page. Suddenly, his visage turned ashen, and he was forcefully thrust away by an overwhelming power. The old man laughed heartily, declaring, "Though you are the master of the annals, the blood of humanity remains tainted." Furthermore, the divine pen was taken by the destroyer Beerus when the mysterious deities were vanquished. Perhaps one day you shall reclaim it. But alas, I shall not witness that moment. Mysterious? Wuyin's heart jolted, and he called out, "Where are you going?" A soul unanchored must seek its final resting place. Its true home. I am a servant of the skies, and yet. At this juncture, the old man erupted into a carefree laughter, and finally transformed into a wisp of smoke, vanishing into the annals of history. Wuyin gently caressed the paper, which resembled cowhide, and presented a soft yellow hue. An infinite array of words manifested in an instant, depicting the actions of individuals across the cosmos within the past second. Upon witnessing Wukong kneeling and scrubbing the washboard, Wuyin erupted into hearty laughter. Suddenly, from the intricate patterns, streams of mysterious silver light began to swirl, vast and enigmatic like the starry sky. At the center, a portal appeared to open abruptly, as if illuminated by a sudden flash. Wuyin's body was enveloped in radiant light, and in an instant, he vanished without a trace. Alas, only a gasp remained. The journey through time commences once more, and the battle among the deities shall continue unabated. The destroyer, this time, shall not falter in the face of time. How infuriating! Wuyin suddenly opened his eyes and exclaimed loudly, gasping for breath. He realized he was lying on a stone bed, reminiscent of ancient times, surrounded by stone tables and chairs adorned with fresh fruits and vegetables. Where's this place? He rose from the bed and draped himself in a black robe, edged with golden threads, gazing up at the violet sky. Above him, 3 suns rotated incessantly, casting a perpetual daylight upon the land. As far as the eye could see, there were no modern edifices. Each dwelling was nestled among natural stone columns. The inhabitants possessed purple skin and were diminutive in stature, their bulging eyes reminiscent of snails, adorned in comical red capes. What is this? As Wuyin's gaze intensified, he recognized these individuals. You have finally awakened. A resounding voice suddenly echoed from behind. It is an adult, accompanied by a timid child, both belonging to a peculiar race. I am Abana, and this is my child, Belly. He approached and placed fresh fruits and cheese before Wuyin. How astonishing! I was utterly taken aback when I discovered you in the wild. You bear an uncanny resemblance to the individual residing in the nearby cave. Is this some recent trend? Moreover, you bear no injuries, yet you seem to be ensnared in a profound slumber, unable to awaken. I feared you might ultimately become a vegetative state, Ibana continued, absorbed in his own thoughts. Once you consume these provisions and regain your strength, you should be perfectly fine. Truly, it has caused this old man great concern. The food supply on planet Prant is nearly depleted. I am at a loss for what to do next. Planet Prant? That appears to be the former name of planet Vegeta. It seems that Bardock has traversed to this realm. In his heart, Wuyin pondered. It appears I have been delivered to this place by the annals of history. He spoke softly, thank you. How long have I been unconscious? A full 10 days. You arrived even before another individual who bears a striking resemblance to you. It seems Bardock has already traversed through time. A Super Saiyan? Today, it appears a splendid battle awaits. The annals of history. In his heart, Wuyin silently chanted as a shimmering silver light flickered, and a palm-sized tome materialized in his grasp. The cosmic pirate, Zealed, and the Scion Bardock had all arrived. The curtain was drawn, awaiting the performance to commence. According to the records above, today was the day, and it was imminent. Outside lay numerous remnants of shattered walls, suggesting a fierce battle had taken place. Esteemed guest, you have noticed as well. Today, the underlings of the cosmic pirate have come to collect their dues, but what do we have to offer them? Were it not for Mr. Bardock, our fate would surely be dire. Hello? Timidly inquired Bailey, what is your name? What is your relationship with Mr. Bardock? Wuyin. Son Wuyin. As for our relationship, it is not convenient to disclose. Very well. Bailey appeared somewhat disheartened. The group fell into a contemplative silence. Boom. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion reverberated, prompting Wuyin, Ibana, and Bailey to glance outside. A colossal spaceship descended from the heavens, initiating a brutal massacre. It had begun. Chapter 89. The clash between grandfather and grandson. Smack. Ibana and Bailey stepped outside. A figure raced toward them from a distance, clad in Saiyan battle attire, tight black pants, and a crab-like headpiece. Unlike Goku, his eyes unmistakably exuded ferocity. A blood-stained headband was wrapped around his forehead. Bardock, Wuyin softly remarked, holding his breath as he seated himself upon the stone pillar. Clutching the historical tome, he observed the fierce battle of Bardock. Due to Bailey's injuries and the striking resemblance of Zild to Frisia, Bardock was engulfed in fury. In a state of utter despair, he transformed into a Super Saiyan, effortlessly vanquishing Zild. Within a mere 5 minutes, the conflict was decisively concluded. Bardock's power level surged to 1 million upon resurrecting from the brink of death, and upon transformation, it soared to 50 million. Quite remarkable indeed. Wuyin patted his own rear and slowly made his way towards the spot where the legendary Super Saiyan Bardock stood. Who goes there? Bardock swiftly turned around, a surge of blue energy racing forth, hurtling directly towards Wuyin. Bang! With a single, forceful strike, Wuyin sent his opponent soaring through the air. Boom! The distant peak was obliterated into fragments as the howling energy vaporized the remaining debris. This is the might of a Super Saiyan. A mere assault can utterly reshape the landscape. Huh. As Wuyin slowly descended, Bardock was taken aback in astonishment. You? Are you? Kakarot? No. He immediately dismissed his own speculation. Due to the invasion of planet Canesa, I was struck by Doralo's Phantom Fist, granting me the ability to foresee the future. As I fought desperately against Frisia, and was struck by his death nova, I saw you. Those strange eyes were unmistakably vivid. You are the one destined to defeat Frisia, aren't you? Huh. Suddenly, Bardock was struck with disbelief. No, it's impossible. Why are you here? This is the world of the past. Wuyin understood in his heart. For the predictive abilities of Bardock resonate with time, harmonizing with the annals of history. This opened a temporal passage, allowing the chronicles to transport me here for the very first time. Truly, it is the will of fate. Wuyin raised his hand forward, assuming a combat stance. Suddenly, golden light surged back, and his towering head, inverted, glimmered with a fierce intensity in his emerald eyes. Let us engage in battle. I wish to witness the prowess of a hero who dares to stake everything. Very well. Bardock, taken aback for a moment, promptly agreed. In this transformed state, confronting Zild was akin to a massacre. My pent-up fury has yet to find its outlet. Haha. Wuyin spoke softly. Perhaps you are unaware, but this state is what we refer to as the Super Saiyan. Ah, I see. Bardock was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that this legend originated from me? His worldview seemed on the verge of shattering. The goal he had tirelessly pursued throughout his life turned out to be himself. What does this even mean? The first Super Saiyan was not you, yet who truly knows the origins of our legend? This has become inconsequential. Whoosh. Whoosh. The two swiftly faced each other and suddenly charged forward, their fists colliding mid-air with a resounding clash. Bang. The ground beneath them was obliterated by the Super Saiyan's power, creating a deep pit with a diameter of several dozen meters in an instant. Two golden beams of light converged in the sky, incessantly clashing. Crackle. Lightning surged downwards like a colossal bowl, and an endless sea of dark clouds enveloped the world, as if the oppressive atmosphere could crush the very essence of life itself. Thud. Thud. A series of muffled grunts echoed through the sky, and the impact of their clash caused the once smooth ground to erupt with countless stone spikes. The golden radiance collided like thunder, refusing to subside for an eternity. Bardock and Wuyin simultaneously blinked from the air, extending a hand to strike at one another. Bang! Both landed blows upon each other's faces. Wow! Bardock's strength remained relatively feeble. To be able to contend with Wuyin for such an extended period was already a remarkable feat. Wuyin suddenly transformed his fist into a palm and gently exclaimed, "Divine retribution." Instantly, a colossal force of repulsion struck Bardock, propelling him into the air with tremendous violence. Ki blast. As Wuyin descended from the heavens, he pursued relentlessly, a radiant sphere of shimmering light materializing in his grasp, aimed directly at Bardock with a fierce swing. How infuriating! Though the energy was not immense, its sheer potential was terrifying. Bardock's mind sharpened, and he called out anxiously, "Ah!" with both palms extended forward. He braced himself against the overwhelming force, which propelled him backward across the sea, carving deep grooves upon the water's surface. Damn it! After retreating several hundred meters, Bardock swiftly waved his hand, unleashing that colossal energy skyward, where it erupted in a brilliant explosion. Perish! Amidst the smoke, Wuyin descended like a leaden weight, landing on one foot, while Bardock instantaneously flickered to his side. Boom! A tremendous wave of water surged around them, enveloping Wuyin completely. What a formidable adversary! Bardock mused, realizing that he might not stand a chance against him. Every move was perilous, laced with lethal intent, yet flowed seamlessly like a river, spiraling out of control. Humph! Suddenly, Wuyin let out a cold snort, bursting forth with one hand from the inverted water veil, softly intoning, "Universal Celestial Summon." What? The water's surface behind him began to roil violently, as a fearsome water dragon erupted from the depths. Lifelike, it roared through the air. The energy of the reincarnation I had materialized. Huh! The water dragon opened its gaping maw, its sharp teeth swallowing Bardock whole. It plunged beneath the surface with a slurping sound. How infuriating! Bardock struggled desperately against the dragon's jaws with both hands and feet. Acutely aware of the pressure building along his spine, he began to scream in agony. Underwater, his mobility was severely restricted, and even the air in his lungs was dwindling. Ah! The dragon's mouth suddenly clamped shut with tremendous force. Bardock, momentarily distracted, felt the air in his lungs vanish entirely. This is bad. The strength within him ebbed away like a receding tide, rendering him sluggish in the depths of the sea. Damn it! A golden light erupted from his body, and he yanked the water dragon upward, bursting through the surface with a thunderous crash. A vast power coursed through him, his fists enveloped in golden energy. He unleashed a sudden, fierce blow. Boom! The water dragon seemed to stiffen momentarily, gradually transforming into ice mid-air, slowly melting beneath the searing energy. Chapter 90. GNEI will surely be pleased. 56. Impressive. Wuyin admired as he exclaimed, harnessing overwhelming strength to burst forth from the water, utilizing his fists to shatter the torrent. Even Wukong may not be able to accomplish this. With a sudden flourish, Bardock remained silent, his hands enveloped in overwhelming power, swiftly waving them with fervor. In an instant, an endless array of elliptical energy surged forth towards Wuyin, akin to celestial maidens scattering flowers. Wuyin resembled a graceful maiden, dancing effortlessly through the air, evading with finesse. Like an agile monkey, it navigated the gaps of energy, continuously swirling on the edge of danger. Utilizing the vast dynamic vision bestowed by the Rinnegan, it deftly avoided all incoming assaults. Humph! In Bardock's eyes, madness flickered as his hands suddenly clenched tightly. Wuyin abruptly turned around, only to discover that, unbeknownst to him, he had been completely enveloped by a vast quantity of energy. Had he unwittingly set up such a formidable arrangement? What an intimidating grasp you have over the battlefield. As the saying goes, reciprocity is a matter of principle. Bardock declared, "As a fellow Super Saiyan, your assault has left me at a loss, yet I find myself equally overwhelmed." With that, he thrust his hand forward with great force. An infinite surge of energy surged towards the center. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous explosions raged on for several minutes, as the sky was engulfed in searing flames, and the world trembled beneath the chaotic energy. In an instant, the earth shook and mountains quaked. Hundreds of meters of fissures spread endlessly, while the frenzied energy seeped through, causing magma to erupt. The mere aftermath of the explosions obliterated a nearby village. Ivana and Bailey took refuge behind a stone, gazing in awe at the two figures in the sky. Their speed was beyond perception. Only the relentless flow of energy unfolded in the heavens. As the smoke slowly dissipated, the scene within was revealed. A pure white radiance enveloped Wuyin. He cast a cold gaze at Bardock and shouted, "Divine retribution!" Boom! The tumultuous repulsive force instantly sent Bardock flying. Wuyin swiftly ascended, grasping the violet symbol suspended in the air, as a viscous energy akin to thick mud began to circulate. In that very instant, a towering dark holy scythe, measuring 1.5 meters in height, materialized. With a decisive slash, a violent gust of energy erupted, cleaving the world asunder in a seamless divide. This? It resembled precisely what was witnessed in the illusion. You are indeed a being from the future. Lost in contemplation, Bardock missed the opportune moment to evade. As a radiant beam coursed through, leaving deep gashes upon his arm, exposing stark white bone, while crimson blood gushed forth. The penetrating force incessantly coursed through his body, wreaking havoc upon Bardock's very cells. A sudden spurt of blood erupted from him. Haha, I have witnessed it. Frisia was indeed decapitated by this very technique. Although grievously wounded, Bardock's heart brimmed with joy. He was a ruthless Saiyan, yet distinct from others, for he possessed emotions. He held deep sentiments for his home planet Vegeta, and for the Saiyans who fought valiantly by his side. Otherwise, it would be utterly inconceivable for him to transform into a Super Saiyan out of sheer helplessness. Crack! Wuyin soared into the heavens, bathed in the crimson rays of the sun, his golden aura radiating an otherworldly sanctity, akin to a celestial being descending upon the mortal realm. Heavenly barrier, shattering stars. The resounding incantation struck the ground with the force of a resounding bell, unleashing waves of white gravitational energy from the sky. After a prolonged moment, Bardock's tense physique gradually relaxed, yet it seemed as though no significant changes had transpired. Was it merely a fade? Slowly, his form appeared to be shrouded in shadow. What? Bardock abruptly lifted his gaze, only to witness a planet hurtling towards him with alarming velocity. Do you seek to annihilate this world? Who on earth possesses such audacity, hurling celestial bodies without provocation? Regardless of the energy at play, such usage is utterly unfathomable. Infuriating. Should the fragments descend, it would undoubtedly spell catastrophic ruin for Bailey and the others. Bardock raised his hands high, embodying a pillar of strength as he strained to lift the colossal planet. With a gasp, the immense pressure forced him to spew forth blood, his diminutive form struggling against the overwhelming mass of the celestial body. The clash of their immense forces culminated in this dire outcome. Perish. With a thunderous descent, Wuyin plummeted from the heavens, akin to a meteorite crashing down with insurmountable force. His legs enveloped in a sharp radiance, he struck the planet with the ferocity of a drill, delivering a heavy kick to Bardock. The impact was visceral. A spurt of blood erupted forth as the energy within Bardock ebbed away like a receding tide, sending him hurtling backward into the abyss. A gaping pit appeared instantaneously. The ocean momentarily halted, before cascading back down in a tumultuous rush. Soon, tranquility was restored. Move. The inhabitants of Planet Plant gazed at the descending celestial body. An overwhelming dread of impending doom washed over them. Should this planet collide, disintegration was inevitable. Even if they miraculously survived, the sky would be shrouded in smoke. Cloaked in dark clouds, and drenched by incessant rain, all life above would be condemned to extinction. Ibana shielded Belly's eyes, exhaling a helpless sigh. Wuyin suddenly descended from the heavens, executing a swift side kick that sent the planet soaring into the abyss amid the astonished gazes of all present. With a resounding thud, he landed gracefully, fixing his gaze upon Bardock, who was coughing on the small island. The golden radiance of the Super Saiyan had vanished, signifying that Bardock's strength had been entirely expended. The outcome was now irrevocably determined. With both hands enveloping him, Wuyin gently spoke. Ahem. Bardock continuously expelled the seawater from his lungs, helplessly gazing at Wuyin. You are correct, you have triumphed. My transformation into a Super Saiyan was but fleeting, and my mastery of that energy remains imperfect. A considerable amount of power was squandered on unnecessary endeavors. Otherwise, the outcome could have been quite different. Yet, a defeat is a defeat. No matter how many reasons I conjure, the present result is that I have lost. Bardock cheerfully regarded Wuyin, softly exclaiming, Ha! Wuyin extended his hand and pulled him up. Indeed, you are formidable. You have harnessed your combat prowess to the utmost, achieving extraordinary physical development under limited circumstances. Though Bardock's fighting ability may now pale in comparison to Wuyin's, his perspective is far narrower. He remains unaware of the spirit tree in the Super Saiyan. Relying solely on his courage, he has boldly become the hero who saved planet Vegeta. Among all the characters in Dragon Ball, Wuyin holds the deepest admiration for Bardock. He is a true warrior. Suddenly, a humming sound filled the air as it began to vibrate, emanating a pure white, ethereal light from Wuyin. It seems that the first traversal of the historical tome is nearing its conclusion. Wuyin chuckled. What a thrilling battle. At present, you are not my match. Perhaps we shall cross paths again in the future. At that time, let us engage in a decisive contest. Grandfather. A pure white radiance enveloped Wuyin entirely. And with a swift whoosh, he vanished from sight. Bardock had anticipated this and let out a wry sigh. Grandfather? If Jin knew that his grandson had grown so formidable and avenged the entire planet Vegeta, he would surely be elated. Jin. Chapter 91. A year later. Rising tides. Whoosh. The white light gently dissipated, and Wu Yin found himself once more within the cold, shadowy temple. He gazed at his hands. The wrinkles of time clearly etched upon them. What had just transpired was undeniably not a mere illusion. Is this the power of time? To witness the emergence of events. Even standing at the pinnacle of time to alter the past. How powerful. Wu Yin finds himself at a loss for words to describe this chronicle. If only the divine brush were in his possession, he could alter the course of history. Everything he has penned would materialize, and his journey of growth would no longer be fraught with such difficulties, would it? Glancing around, the figure of the elder has vanished. Has he departed? A wandering soul. You must be that enigmatic Super Saiyan deity. I have an inkling that we shall meet again in the future. Time slips away from your grasp. Much like the delicate jade of a woman's skin, unnoticed and unbidden. Before one realizes it, a year has already elapsed. Wuyin has officially turned 6. He has long departed from the center of the galaxy, traversing through the annals of time with remarkable ease. The power of time serves as the most effective means to combat the destructive forces, yet he merely triggered the self-defense mechanism of the historical tome. Unable to truly wield the power of time. At this moment, he observes the peculiar gathering of humans below, sitting majestically atop a stone. The humans are clad in bizarre attire, a black one-shouldered tank top resembling a sweatshirt, with a ruffle of fabric encircling their necks, paired with striking red trousers. Their faces exhibit large golden eyes, yet their minuscule black pupils create a disconcerting discord. They are indeed the inhabitants of the planet Yadralat. Upon departing from the galactic core, he discovered that the elite unit had just initiated orders to assault the planet Yadralat, and the ability to teleport proved to be an exceptionally convenient skill. Wuyin arrived here smoothly. Honored guests, come down and partake in the feast. A circle of people surrounded the central roast of beef and lamb. The sizzling sound of cumin resonating continuously. Beneath the sun, the surface glistened with an extraordinary sheen of grease. Wuyin discovered that the inhabitants of the planet Adalat possess enigmatic magical abilities, alongside culinary skills that are unparalleled in the world. The creations they produce are so exquisite that they could make one swallow their own tongue in delight. Alas, the women there are also marked by wrinkles, rendering them beyond his humble means. Otherwise, seeking a consort from such a place would indeed be quite splendid. Here they come. Wuyin leaped down, directly joining the fray. This is a time-honored tradition. On the planet Adrat, one is deemed a king based on their capacity to consume. The gluttonous Saiyans arrived and swiftly subdued everyone in their midst. Should one struggle to eat, it would be perceived as the utmost disrespect. After a year, Wuyin had already grasped this cultural nuance. Having feasted to his heart's content, he patted his protruding belly and gently proclaimed, I must take my leave and return to my own planet. Is that so? The hospitable inhabitants of Adrat felt a twinge of reluctance. This past year had been filled with delightful camaraderie. It's all right. I have mastered instant transmission, enabling me to return here swiftly. If you ever need anything, you can find me on Earth. It is not a matter of life and death. Wuyin feigned joy and exclaimed, Indeed. We understand. An hour later, Wuyin departed. I arrived as lightly as I left, with a graceful wave of my sleeve, carrying away a moment of transience. Wuyin stood high above, utilizing historical texts to ascertain the location of Earth. Closing his eyes, he directly attuned himself to the essence of Yukong. Is that Gohan? It appears the two are engaged in training. Wuyin expressed with relief. It seems that after my departure, Mother has indeed undergone a considerable transformation. With a swift motion, his body flickered like a mosaic and vanished in an instant. Teleportation. Crossing billions of light years, he arrived on Earth in a heartbeat. At this moment, on the fringes of the galaxy, there were no stars, nor was there any light. Only an abyssal darkness inhabited by creatures reminiscent of fireflies, emitting faint glimmers of starlight. A figure clad in pure white, resembling an enlarged version of Frieza, emerged, adorned with horns atop its head, the wrinkles that marred its visage betraying its advanced age. This was Frieza's father, King Cold. He traversed the shadowy forest with deliberation, gazing upon a terrifying temple, veiled in lightning, from which the sounds of wailing echoed ominously. Alas, for reasons unknown, an overwhelming sense of dread radiated from his eyes. Reluctant yet compelled, he approached the foreboding structure. The creaking doors, dust-laden, emitted echoes in the desolate world. King Cold knelt on one knee and proclaimed loudly, "Your subordinate pays his respects, my lord. What brings you to summon me again?" In the emptiness, a woman's voice resonated, crisp as a chime, unmistakably emanating from a haughty lady. "Subordinate, you have matters to report?" "My lord, I bear grave news. Frisia and Cooler have fallen to the hands of the Super Saiyans." "What?" The woman's fury was palpable, her vast eyes materializing in the dark realm, radiating a luminous intensity akin to lanterns. "My lord, our plans were meticulously laid. We aim to systematically eliminate the universe's powerful beings. However, on Namek, two Super Saiyans emerged, one possessing a staggering combat power of 500 million. Cooler stood no chance against him. I was unable to provide assistance in time. Now, with only my residual strength, I can no longer contend with the Saiyans. I implore your aid." "Fool!" A piercing light burst forth from her eyes, striking King Cold and sending him hurtling away with mere glances. He dared not retaliate, crawling back to kneel humbly on the ground. "I beseech you, my lord, to intervene. Due to various circumstances, I am not yet able to reveal myself to the world. This realm is far more complex than you imagine." She sighed. "Then, with those two Super Saiyans, our plan is doomed to fail." "Fool!" she scolded sharply. "Go to the Z12222 planet at the galaxy's edge. There resides an evil doctor, a descendant of the Zephyrians. Following the annihilation of the Zephyrians by the Saiyans, he has been researching formidable warriors. He can assist you in defeating the Super Saiyans. Do not let me down this time." "Yes, yes," the Kurdish king hastily remarked, retreating with a sense of submission. "Super Saiyan. Huh. This world grows ever more intriguing." Chapter 92. Wuyin vs. Wukong. The Clash of Super Saiyans. Whoosh. Breathing in the invigorating air, he gazed upon the undulating mountains that spanned the horizon, lush and vibrant. The verdant landscape was adorned with meandering streams, while a water wheel creaked and turned amidst it all, savoring the fragrant aroma of locust blossoms wafting through the air. Wuyin nodded slightly. Stretching his weary frame, he was greeted by the satisfying crack of his bones. At last, he had returned. After more than a year of wandering, he could hardly have anticipated the myriad events that unfolded throughout the cosmos. As Wuyin closed his eyes, in the adjacent desolate mountains, it appeared that two formidable presences were engaged in fierce combat. "Oh, Father and Gohan. Their battle power has surpassed 3 million. It seems that this period on Earth has not been without its rewards." Whoosh. Wuyin instantaneously teleported, soaring towards that direction. The air shimmered with a faint blue luminescence as two figures swiftly darted through the shadows, relentlessly pursuing one another. "Gohan, splendid. You truly hold your own against your father," Goku exclaimed from behind. The clash within the forest seemed to evoke memories of the time spent with Wuyin. However, it has been over a year since Wuyin departed. No one else on Earth could possibly rival him. Wukong's hands had long been itching with anticipation. Haha. Yet, there was still a considerable distance to cover. Up ahead, Gohan, upon hearing the praise, initially smiled shyly, but soon regained his composure. Whoosh! A brilliant azure light suddenly soared into the sky from his arm, spreading smoothly and sharply throughout the forest. Instantly, the surrounding woods, spanning several hundred meters, collapsed in an uproar. Bang! Gohan descended from the heavens, and his formidable aura astonishingly lifted the shattered branches into the air. This was the manifestation of the mental control he had learned from Piccolo. ZZZ. Before him, the dark bangs hung low, emanating a golden electric glow, while beads of sweat cascaded down his face. It appears that this technique imposes a significant burden on Gohan. Go! With a swift gesture, Wufan directed all the tree trunks to charge straight towards Wukong. Whoosh! I evaded. Wukong, resembling a child, gracefully twisted his body in midair, effortlessly evading everything that came his way. Whoosh! Suddenly, Wufan flickered and, clutching a tree trunk, brought it down with great force. To Goku's astonishment, it struck directly through the emptiness of his arm and leg. What? Observing himself hanging from a branch with one hand, Goku hesitated for a moment. Huh! With a thunderous roar, Wu Fan summoned forth a cascade of branches from the heavens, weaving them into an intricate cage that ensnared Goku with unwavering restraint. Bang! Wufan descended from the heavens, alighting upon a tree branch, and with a cheerful grin declared, "This time, I have triumphed." "Aha!" Wukong, with an air of exasperation, exclaimed. "How can one resort to such cunning tricks? This shall not count. It shall not count at all." Gazing at the haphazard arrangement of tree trunks that ensnared him completely, he mused, what a truly unfortunate turn of events. Regardless, he resolved to dismiss it all. Wufan joyfully danced in the air, exclaiming, "I have won. I have won. Ha. This is the first time in a year that I have triumphed over my father. Ha." Suddenly, Wukong let out a mighty roar, and a golden radiance erupted from his body, causing his hair to stand on end and his pupils to transform into a vivid emerald hue. A torrent of energy surged through the gaps in his arms like a raging river. The powerful tempest instantly swept away all the imprisoned branches, and Gohan, feeling as if he had been struck by a train in the chest, was violently propelled away, crashing through several mountain peaks. Just then, a gentle force acted upon Gohan's back, gradually bringing him to a halt. Gohan uttered in confusion, "Brother?" as he gazed upon the figure before him, particularly drawn to the striking Sharingan. He exclaimed in astonishment, "Shoo, be quiet." Wuyin gazed ahead as a golden radiance gradually approached through the mist, stirring a sense of discontent within Gohan. It was utterly unjust. His father had transformed into a Super Saiyan amidst the battle. "Gohan, watch as I avenge you with a clever ruse." With a swift motion, he transformed into a beam of light and plunged into the fog. Super Saiyan Goku relentlessly searched, calling out, "Gohan, don't hold your breath. Come out quickly and face your father." Was this the sensation of overwhelming power? It felt like pitting a fully leveled character against a novice, even Goku, with his naive innocence, inexplicably felt a surge of exhilaration. Suddenly, a figure darted past, and Goku immediately pursued, shouting, "Is that you?" Then, out of the mist, a pair of delicate fists emerged, striking him with tremendous force from an unexpected angle. The sheer might sent him hurtling away. What was this? In Wukong's gaze, an exhilarating energy swirled, transforming into a luminous arc that suddenly surged into the sky. Bang! Bang! Two golden beams collided in the heavens, unleashing an endless torrent of golden lightning upon the world. The overwhelming force cascaded downward, obliterating vast expanses of forest as if they had never existed. Kamehameha! Kamehameha! Both parties seemed reluctant to reveal their true identities. Following the clash of their fists, they simultaneously swung their arms. Majestic golden radiance flickered around their limbs. And as the words left their lips, an infinite array of oval energy blasts surged towards the center. Boom, boom, boom. The earth-shattering explosions reverberated, intertwining destruction throughout the heavens. Fiery flames blazed fiercely in the air, transforming the atmosphere into fuel. A thick smoke gradually enveloped the two combatants. Kamehameha! Kamehameha! Their thunderous cries resonated in the air, an inexhaustible aura enveloping the world. The golden energy waves sliced through the sky like a bolt from the blue, colliding in an instant. That pure golden light seemed to cleave the heavens and the earth in twain. Amidst the surging tempest of devastation, a sense of serenity lingered. Boom! A peak of the sprawling Baozi mountain was instantaneously vaporized, leaving behind a landscape that resembled a celestial realm transformed into a basin. Whoosh! Suddenly, a violet radiance surged forth from a hand, the sharp energy wave cleaving through the Kamehameha with precision. Whoosh! Sensing the piercing brilliance, Wukong's scalp tingled with dread as he exclaimed, "Not good." His body immediately tilted, yet another figure had already flickered into view, their eyes glimmering with an enigmatic light. With hands pressed together, they launched a formidable assault. Boom! Wukong's body stiffened for a moment before crashing directly into the mountains. A billowing cloud of smoke surged forth, as an entire forest appeared to be reduced to fragments amidst the howling energy. Cough, cough! As Wukong gradually rose from the ruins, a figure suddenly appeared before him in the sky. With a gentle touch of his hands to his forehead, he lamented, "Alas, Father, for the 52nd time in our duel, you have once again been defeated." Chapter 93. Wukong. How could he have strayed? Aha! Wukong, scratching his head in resignation, gently remarked, "When you sent me flying, I sensed that formidable power and realized it must be you returning. I had initially intended to engage in a fierce battle utilizing the strength of a Super Saiyan, yet I never anticipated such a devastating defeat." Haha. He rose from the rubble, brushing the dust off his body. "Wuyin, to what extent have you grown in this year? I feel utterly powerless before you. Haha. Wuyin laughed heartily, his eyes gleaming with pride. Father, the Super Saiyan form is merely a transformation. It is not inherently invincible. Moreover, I have made significant advancements in the Super Saiyan transformation, adjusting its output power. You are certainly no match for me. Oh? Wukong gazed at Wuyin, unable to sustain his fury. His transformation had vanished. Yet, Wuyin, with an air of nonchalance, erupted into hearty laughter, maintaining his transformed state. How could this be possible? He was taken aback. He fully understood the immense energy required to sustain such a transformation. A considerable trial for both mind and body. Could it be that you have honed the Super Saiyan form to mirror your ordinary state, allowing for further transformations in battle? Wuyin cast a sidelong glance, exclaiming, Truly, son Wukong, you have effortlessly discerned the underlying principle. While understanding is one thing, achieving it will undoubtedly require a considerable amount of arduous training. Beside him, two figures swiftly flickered into view, drawn by the presence of Wuyin and Wukong, Piccolo and Vegeta. Vegeta? What brings him here? Did he not depart first from Namek? Wuyin inquired with a hint of curiosity. Wukong replied, Vegeta has been wandering the cosmos in search of a method to transform into a Super Saiyan for over a year. Ultimately, it appears that he has failed to achieve the transformation. I can sense that his inner fury is insufficient. Perhaps he thinks the same, which is why he deliberately approached me, intending to harness his own dissatisfaction to cultivate a greater rage. Quite a clever strategy indeed, Wuyin remarked. Haha, that seems to be the case. The two ascended gently into the air, and Piccolo was the first to speak. When did you return? I hardly sensed any energy descending upon Earth. Uncle Piccolo, Wuyin replied politely. After assimilating with Naru, it seems that many of the innate deficiencies within my body have been considerably rectified, resulting in a remarkable surge in my combat prowess. Wuyin could sense that Piccolo's combat power had reached 3 million. Meanwhile, Vegeta, observing closely, noted that he too was nearing a similar figure in the millions. Vegeta regarded Wuyin with an air of curiosity, his flowing hair and calm demeanor prompting him to inquire. Is that also a Super Saiyan? What has transpired over the course of this year? Wuyin, you have yet to explain how you returned. With a childlike exuberance, he exclaimed, Instant transmission. I learned it from the yard rats. I can sense energy and instantly relocate to that position. Instant transmission? How impressive! Goku exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. Teach me, Dad. How does it work? Piccolo, somewhat perplexed, asked Wuyin, Can you show us? Certainly. Wuyin placed his fingers on his forehead and, with a swift whoosh, vanished before reappearing just a second later. TCH. How tedious. Vegeta scoffed, dismissing it as merely a trick of super speed. Ding ding ding. What is this? Wuyin adjusted his sunglasses, and Wu Fan exclaimed in astonishment. That is indeed Master Roshi's eyewear. The Kame House is located thousands of kilometers to the south. TCH. Vegeta and Piccolo shared in the disbelief, realizing the ever-widening gap between them and Wuyin, rendering any comparison utterly futile. What was even more infuriating was that Wuyin continued to progress in the cosmos, while they merely relied on existing technology, moving at a snail's pace. Their power stagnated, trapped in inertia. It was truly maddening how one could surpass another. Kakarot, and you, son Wuyin, do not revel in your triumphs. I, too, shall succeed in transforming. It is merely a matter of becoming a Super Saiyan. I shall not be thwarted. With a swift motion, Vegeta became a streak of blue light and vanished from sight. Father, where has Vegeta been staying during this time? HM? Goku pondered for a moment and recalled that he was residing with Tais. Upon returning from the cosmos, he could hardly believe that Vegeta had a woman by his side, none other than Bulma's sister, Tais. The two seemed to share a spark. Although Goku was somewhat oblivious to such matters, his curiosity was ignited. However, after a few days at Bulma's house, Vegeta had departed. Now he appeared to be in seclusion in the western desert. Wait a moment. Wuyin hastily gestured for a pause, perplexed by the abundance of information conveyed in that statement. Just as he contemplated posing a question, a sudden symphony of soft sobs reached his ears. Wuyin? Has Wuyin returned? It must be Piccolo. Kiki. Goku appeared to be like a mouse sensing a cat, intending to flee at once. Gohan also seemed timid and hesitant. Kiki stood amidst the trees, gazing at Wuyin, who, in turn, found the atmosphere oddly peculiar as he scanned his surroundings. Suddenly, Kiki buried her head into Wuyin's chest. weeping uncontrollably in a fit of despair. Wuyin helplessly scratched his head. No matter how he perceived it, this did not resemble longing in the least. Rather, it bore a semblance of grievance. Upon seeing Wuyin safe and sound, Piccolo departed, returning once more to the Yunza Bitian heights. Indeed, women are made of water. Chi-Chi wept for a full hour, saturating the ground beneath her, with no signs of ceasing in sight. With a sense of helplessness, Wuyin inquired, "Mother, what is troubling you? Please, share it with me." No sooner had he spoken than Chi-Chi ceased her tears and slowly made her way home. "Wuyin, Gohan, you must return home for dinner tonight." There seemed to be a brief pause as he added, "And Goku too." She departed in a dreamy haze. This perplexing situation left Wuyin in a state of confusion. What could Chi-Chi possibly mean? Wuyin gazed at Wukong with a perplexed expression and gently inquired, "What transpired between the two of you? Why has Mother transformed in such a manner?" Wukong gently scratched his head and spoke slowly. Upon returning from Namek, due to a lack of sleeping arrangements, Gohan, Krillin, Bulma, and I found ourselves sharing the same bed. At that time, her excuse was that she had experience from having slept with someone during her childhood. I didn't pay much attention to it then. Who would have known? Wukong awkwardly remarked. In a state of confusion, I ended up doing what Chi-Chi usually does. What? Wuyin was taken aback in astonishment. This was a quagmire, far more challenging than engaging in battle with Frisia or Cooler. Wukong has unexpectedly strayed from the path of fidelity. This is undoubtedly a tale of the absurd. Chi-Chi seems to have already discovered the truth. It was only later that I comprehended the situation. I can only engage in such activities with Chi-Chi. It has been a year since I last savored Chi-Chi's culinary delights. Wuyin, you must lend me your assistance. I am utterly at a loss. Wuyin shook his head decisively, jesting, "This is a dead end. We absolutely cannot proceed. Father, may you find your own fortune. Perhaps it would be better to leave Bulma to Goku. As the saying goes, Master Roshi might understand Bulma's physique better than Vegeta, considering the 20-year age gap." I simply cannot bring myself to act. Chapter 94. Countdown to Earth's Destruction. 72 hours. 36. This is a Cold War. At the dining table, Wuyin and Gohan distinctly felt an exceptionally strange atmosphere. Originally, Wuyin's return from the cosmos should have been a joyous occasion for the family. Yet, it culminated in such an outcome. Bang! Kiki slammed her bowl down onto the table. "Dinner is over. Wuyin and Gohan will sleep together. Goku, you can wander outside by yourself." Understood. Understood. Wukong remained silent, for even in his Super Saiyan form at full power, he found himself unable to manage household chores, leaving him at a loss. Today was merely an exceptional circumstance. In the past, he would have been unceremoniously cast out before even having the chance to enjoy Chi-Chi's cooking. Alas, Wukong gazed at the heavens, where the resplendent stars shimmered in the sky, and the inverted Milky Way appeared to flow gently. A wave of melancholy enveloped him. Yet, despite his clumsiness with words, he could articulate Wuyin's combat strategies with remarkable clarity. Alas, when it came to persuading Chi-Chi, he found himself utterly at a loss. Wuyin lay on his bed, gazing at the sky through the window. "How long has it been, Gohan, since Mom and Dad have been like this?" "Since we returned from Namek," Gohan replied honestly. "Have you ever tried to persuade them?" "I did. And then, I ended up wandering outside with Dad for a week. It was utterly dreadful, no soft bed. For me, it felt akin to a death sentence." Upon hearing this, Wuyin's initially hopeful thoughts began to wane. "Father, may fortune favor you," he murmured. "Perhaps with the passage of time, things will unravel. Or maybe only Bulma can truly help." "Brother, will you leave again?" Gohan asked timidly. "I shouldn't be gone for long this time. Perhaps a formidable enemy has emerged in the universe that requires my attention, but it should only take a few days." "That's wonderful. I've truly missed you during this time. Tomorrow, could you teach me martial arts? My combat power hasn't increased in quite a while. And as for Super Saiyan, I have no leads at all." He chuckled. Wuyin chuckled softly, pondering to himself. "Hurry up. If you wait until Trunks and the others grow up, you will truly understand what it means to be struck down. Sleep." Now, outside, a roar reminiscent of a fierce tigress suddenly echoed. Indeed, even the Super Saiyan Wuyin dared not retort, exclaiming loudly, "Achoo! Achoo!" Wukong sat outside, kindling a campfire and leaning against a branch, incessantly sneezing. How unfortunate. A few days later, Wukong, Wuyin, and Wufan sprinted across the surface of the water, seemingly engaged in some form of rigorous training. In the external world, a diminutive, dark planet steadily approached. Enveloped in a crackling tempest of lightning that consumed the sky like a black hole, continuously exhaling waves of ominous darkness. A profound energy surged around them. And even Wukong felt a chilling presence creeping in. What could it be? The trio simultaneously raised their gazes. Suddenly, beams of light streaked across the sky like meteors, hurtling toward the four corners of Earth, their fiery descent distorting the very air as they pierced through the atmosphere. The four meteors struck with precise accuracy, targeting the western, eastern, southern, and northern capitals. With a hiss, torrents of violet energy erupted forth, abruptly enveloping the entire world. Sun Jun! Sun Jun! Suddenly, the phone in Wukong's embrace rang, and Bulma's voice resonated through the receiver. What is happening? Hurry to my house. The world has plunged into chaos. What? Wukong was taken aback. Could it be that meteor from earlier? Could it be that extraterrestrial invaders have chosen Earth as their target? Wuyin swiftly exclaimed, Father, Gohan, hold on to me. I shall transport you there with instantaneous movement. With a swift whoosh, the three vanished, reappearing abruptly in Bulma's residence. Startled by their sudden appearance, Bulma gasped, and upon recognizing Goku, she clung to him like a monkey, her arms wrapped around him. With one hand, she began drawing circles on his chest. What is the matter? It has been quite a while since you last visited. Are you afraid of Chi-Chi? Or do you plan to neglect things after your rest? This, indeed, was the reason Goku hesitated to come. Bulma's openness was in stark contrast to Chi-Chi, and he found it quite overwhelming. Rest assured, if I find the time, I will explain things to Chi-Chi. You need not worry, I will not involve you in this. As Wukong was about to nod, Wuyin coldly interjected from behind. The atmosphere fell into an unsettling silence, as if Wuyuan's words had rendered all conversation futile. In that moment, everyone felt the weight of awkwardness, a palpable tension filling the air. After a brief pause, Vegeta and Piccolo arrived on the scene. Vegeta exclaimed, Hey, woman, what have you summoned me here for? I am not like Kakarot. I am not the guardian of Earth. Humph. From Wukong's chest, Bulma peeked out. You've taken so much food from my home, along with a gravity chamber 300 times Earth's gravity and an advanced spaceship. Shouldn't you be doing something for Earth? TCH. Speaking with Bulma was akin to courting disaster for a Saiyan. It was no contest, and Vegeta quickly found himself at a disadvantage. Bulma, what is the reason for calling us here? Piccolo inquired. All right, Bulma said, tapping the spacebar on her keyboard, causing the screen to suddenly display the current state of Earth. This footage was captured by the Capsule Corporation's satellite hovering over West City. And I believe the situation is similar in other cities as well. As they gazed at the screen, the expressions on Wukong and Wu Yuan's faces darkened. Towering above the broadcasting station, a peculiar machine emitted purple smoke from its twin exhausts, gradually enveloping the entire city. It appeared as though everyone had succumbed to madness, engaging in frenzied combat. The inner violence within humanity had been unleashed, with the citizens of West City battling fiercely, bloodied and battered, yet refusing to cease their actions. Many lay on the ground, faces stained with blood. What is happening? Gohan asked, observing the chaotic scene. Bulma explained that aura. I have named it the aura of annihilation. It is initially odorless and tasteless, but when combined with Earth's atmosphere, it generates a strange hormone that amplifies the fears within the human mind, inciting an overwhelming desire to attack. The entire West City has descended into a frenzy of mutual slaughter, with no one left standing. Even if some manage to survive, the aura of annihilation continues to ravage their minds. The ultimate outcome remains death. If this continues, within 72 hours, Earth will become a desolate wasteland, with all its inhabitants perishing. Bulma's grim pronouncement left Wukong's heart racing. Within just 1 year, Earth faced yet another impending doom. Suddenly, Wuyin spoke. Vegeta, do you have anything to say? Goku replied, perplexed. Vegeta, do you know why this is happening? Piccolo, however, remained on high alert, lacking the inherent trust in Vegeta that Goku possessed. Could it be that Vegeta is orchestrating this himself? TCH, I have no such intentions. With 2 Super Saiyans guarding Earth, what could I possibly achieve? Vegeta retorted. However, Kakarot's child is indeed correct. The true essence of the deathly aura is rooted in resentment. Such technology can only stem from the Zephyrians, who were annihilated by the Saiyans. Zephyrians? Goku murmured. Indeed. Vegeta elaborated. The Zephyrians were the indigenous people of planet Vegeta. One day, the Saiyans also relocated there. Initially, Both species coexisted peacefully. The Zephyrians were weak in combat, but incredibly advanced in technology, assisting the Saiyans in conquering numerous planets. However, under King Vegeta's leadership, the Saiyans grew greedy for the Zephyrians' technology, initiating a war that led to their complete extermination. The deathly aura is, in essence, the collective resentment of all the Zephyrians. When such resentment infiltrates the body, it inevitably incites conflict among individuals. The ultimate outcome is, of course, death. Vegeta pointed towards the ominous black hole in the sky. That thing should be the Zephyrian stronghold. There were survivors back then. Setting aside the planet, let us proceed to West City and see if we can dissipate the deathly aura. Utilizing instant transmission, they all arrived above West City. Gazing at the bizarre object atop the television tower, Vegeta scowled. This tedious task is a waste of time. Let's wrap this up. Whoosh. An oval-shaped blue energy sphere gathered immense power, descending swiftly like a meteor shower. Boom. To everyone's astonishment, a vibrant green light suddenly enveloped the machine, entirely neutralizing Vegeta's energy blast. How is this possible? Vegeta shouted in disbelief. Goku was momentarily stunned as the group floated in midair, silently observing the unfolding scene. Ha ha. Echoing from the void above were chilling wails that resembled the cries of tormented souls. The haunting sounds drew closer from all directions. Ha. It is utterly impossible to breach the barrier with mere Saiyan strength. Dark smoke began to writhe in the air, gradually revealing 3 figures. The first figure bore a white body adorned with hints of purple on the chest and shoulders, a cold visage radiating malice. Frieza. Vegeta stepped back slowly, speaking softly. The second figure, similarly white in form but with a purple face, stood taller than Frieza. Cooler, Wuyin remarked. The last one bore an uncanny resemblance to Wukong, clad in the battle attire of the Saiyans, albeit with a slightly shadowed physique. Tails. Wuyin spoke once more. Hee. The trio laughed in unison, astonished that such a brief interval had passed before their paths crossed again. You, standing in the sunlight, basking in the cheers of the crowd, while we, the vanquished, languish in the depths of a dark abyss, wailing in agony. How could you possibly return? Vegeta stammered. The strength of these 3 individuals surpassed his own. He knew he was no match for them. Return? We are beings born of resentment. We have been reborn to exact vengeance upon the Saiyans. Such complexity. Goku was nearly overwhelmed by the convoluted intricacies. However, a glint of cold determination shone in his eyes. As long as I eliminate you once more, everything will be resolved. Kiki. Frieza scoffed derisively. Do you truly believe you are capable of that? Gohan, Vegeta, do not be deceived by their fade. These fiends are mere imposters. Mere illusions formed from concentrated malice. It was that machine that brought them into existence. Wuyin floated in the air. Perhaps it is best for me to resolve them all at once. With a single hand, Wuyin abruptly clenched, directing his power towards the ground. Universal attraction. Whoosh. Boom. From the earth, ripples of white energy spread outward, and suddenly, an endless surge of soil erupted, piercing through Gula's astonished visage like thorns. Gula let out a harrowing scream, while Vegeta, Gohan, and Goku staggered back in shock, witnessing Gula's body being impaled and lifted into the air like a skewered piece of meat. A chill ran down their spines. This brute had indeed grown increasingly violent, summoning a mountain to pierce Gula to his demise. A wail of despair echoed once more as Gula gradually transformed into a cloud of purple smoke, dissipating into nothingness. Cursed be this fate. Dales swiftly retreated. A voice suddenly thundered from the heavens. Dales. Dales looked up to see a figure descending like a resounding divine sword, plunging directly from above. In an instant, Dales felt his entire being compressed, an overwhelming force coursing chaotically through him. Dales screamed in madness as he exploded. An orange glow suspended in the air, dazzling and vibrant like a spectacle of fireworks. What? Within mere minutes, only Frieza remained. Though these beings were formed from resentment and bore similar faces, their powers varied immensely. Even without transforming into a Super Saiyan, they were no match for Wuyin. An invisible aura surged forth from his hand, striking Frieza with the ferocity of a ki blast. Bang! Like a sandbag, Frieza was sent flying, crashing through hundreds of skyscrapers before finally embedding himself into a mountain. With a final cry, he transformed into smoke and vanished. So swift? Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief. 3 formidable foes had crumbled under Wuyuin's might with such ease. Could his strength truly be so formidable? Since arriving on Earth, his worldview had been relentlessly shattered. The once daunting Frieza was felled by a single blow from Wuyin. How terrifying that is. Is the Super Saiyan truly this powerful? Vegeta's heart brimmed with a hint of dissatisfaction. Hee. The dark energy scattered by Wuyin swirled in the sky, slowly reconstituting into the faces of 3 individuals. An immortal existence? Goku exclaimed in astonishment, haha. Frieza and his companions shouted loudly, it is impossible for you to defeat us. Chapter 96. The perspective of one who sees only the sky from the bottom of a well. An immortal body? Goku murmured. Impossible. Wuyin asserted with conviction. I have already stated that these are merely illusions formed by resentment. They magnify the influence of those opponents who have defeated us, deceiving us in the process. Only by obliterating that machine can we truly vanquish them. Very well. As Wukong ascended into the heavens, his fists clenched tightly, a sudden burst of golden radiance enveloped him, causing his hair to stand on end, his eyes brimming with a chilling intent to kill. Surrounding his form was a tumultuous surge of golden light, resembling a divine warrior poised for battle. Vegeta glanced over, a flicker of envy dancing in his eyes. Kamehameha, he exclaimed, with a mighty roar. The golden brilliance erupted from Wukong's hands, striking true against the machinery of West City. The earth-shattering explosion resonated through the air, as if the entire city had been ensnared within an inverted bowl of energy. Amidst the deadly chaos, many combatants perished instantly. Wukong spoke with a hint of embarrassment. I may have exerted a bit too much power. The 3 of them simultaneously sensed something extraordinary, gazing in astonishment at the swirling smoke. The emerald light flickered incessantly, remarkably shielding Wukong's Kamehameha from harm. No damage whatsoever. How is this possible? Wukong exclaimed, just moments ago. The attack of a Super Saiyan was capable of annihilating an entire city. Damn it. Kakarot found himself at a loss. Vegeta trembled uncontrollably, pondering what experiments these Zephyrians had conducted. Everyone look, Gohan shouted, pointing below. The combatants had finally determined the victor, swaying unsteadily as if their brain cells were beginning to perish. This is dire. Piccolo declared, we must eradicate the death energy swiftly. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. In Gohan's heart, there was a profound sense of relief. Uncle Piccolo, after merging with Nail, had allowed the spirit of justice to prevail. Ha ha. A maniacal laughter echoed from the heavens, as the undulating purple aura transformed once more into the forms of Frieza and his 2 companions. What say you, Saiyans? Will you continue to wield your formidable powers? To bully the weak and slaughter the innocent? Surely this is what you revel in, standing tall beneath the sun, basking in the adoration of the masses. Meanwhile, we must remain in the frigid depths of hell, subjected to divine retribution. Who, then, is truly evil? Is it not excessively unjust? A glimmer of light flickered in Piccolo's eyes. These 3 individuals seemed to be under the control of an unseen force. Goku nodded in agreement. It seemed the time was nigh. The 3 spoke in unison. What? Frieza, surveying the scene from above, bellowed, the deathly aura can obliterate anyone's mind, including yours. This is dire. The strength of Vegeta, Gohan, and Piccolo waned instantaneously. Meanwhile, the golden flames surrounding Goku condensed further, his body teetering on the brink of collapse. Whoosh! 3 beams of light flashed in an instant, and with a resounding series of attacks, Goku and his companions were hurled against the towering structure. Infuriating, Vegeta trembled, his power dissipating under the deathly aura, momentarily forgetting their additional assault. This is bad. If we cease to resist, will the Earth surely face annihilation within 72 hours? Goku thought anxiously as he beheld the approaching figures of Frieza and his cohorts. Everyone, is Son Goku still alive? Bulma? He shouted fervently. I have already devised a way to counter the deathly aura, and now I shall disperse the energy antidote throughout West City. A silver spacecraft swiftly traversed the sky, and a multitude of capsules descended from above. Bang, bang, bang. A cacophony erupted as golden mist began to swirl languidly in the air. These neutralizers can temporarily counteract the effects of the deathly aura, granting you more time to vanquish him. Bulma, that is enough. Thank you. As Wukong gradually ascended into the heavens, the Super Saiyan radiated a dazzling brilliance. he exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Huh? Did you not expect this? A wretched bunch. You nearly fell into your own trap. Gohan, prepare to engage. Suddenly, a commanding shout reverberated through the sky. Everyone, stand clear. Celestial net. Slash. Instantly, the horizon seemed to be painted in shades of purple. A crescent-shaped wave of energy surged down from the sky, slicing through the atmosphere with the ferocity of a thunderbolt. Frieza, Cooler, and Dor were cleaved in two by this formidable attack. Even though they were mere impostors, remnants of their original instincts lingered within their cells. A group of individuals trembled in the air. Whoosh! The energy wave cascaded down like tofu, reducing the trio to smooth fragments. Without losing momentum, it continued its descent towards the machinery atop the tower. Hurry! We'll be enveloped by the energy wave. Observing the purple radiance rushing through the sky like a torrent, Wukong was taken aback, and the four hastily retreated. Vegeta, irked, shouted, Hey, kid, can't you be a little more perceptive? We're still down here. What if you slice us in half? Then it would be your ill fate. With a resounding clang, the clash of metal echoed as the purple energy wave collided with the green protective barrier. Boom! The swirling energy obliterated every building within 100 meters, causing the ground to cave in, creating deep chasms of several meters. Useless. The Saiyan aura could never penetrate my death energy. Chattering. Witnessing Frieza and his companions attempting to regroup after being scattered, Wuyin muttered under his breath, truly relentless spirits. The swirling energy waves relentlessly surged, crackling golden lightning weaving like a spider's web, enveloping the battlefield entirely. The entire West City appeared to be engulfed in devastation. Crack! After a standoff lasting a minute, the emerald energy shield suddenly shattered before Frieza's astonished gaze. It fragmented into countless shimmering particles, vanishing from sight. What? How is this possible? That was the unwavering resentment of all the Zephyrians towards the Saiyans. There exists only infinite resistance against their energy. How could you, relying solely on your strength, defeat him? Humph. You merely have a limited perspective. Boom. With a deafening explosion, the machinery below was obliterated. The death energy of West City gradually dissipated, and without its supply, Frieza and his cohorts wailed like lost souls, their spirits stretching into the void. Like the specters of the hanged, they ultimately vanished from existence. Fools. Chapter 97. The Art of Spirit Communication. Sunjun. As the death energy of West City slowly faded, Bulma leaped from the spacecraft. The western city lay in utter ruin, ravaged by explosions and violent conflicts, coupled with the final, devastating technique of Wuyin. What was once a thriving metropolis had transformed into a desolate wasteland. Bulma gazed upon the scene with a tinge of sorrow. She softly remarked, The deadly aura emanating from the southeast continues to surge, leaving the inhabitants ensnared in a deep slumber. All resistance has crumbled. Sunjun, I fear this world can only be entrusted to you. Rest assured. Goku gazed at the sky, realizing that among the five of us, only Wuyin possessed the power to shatter that smoke-spewing machine. However, allowing Wuyin to act alone would inevitably prolong the situation. Thus, we are left with but one final course of action, to venture deep into the cosmos and eliminate the true culprit once and for all. Bulma nodded, saying, Everything is entrusted to you. I cannot intervene in matters of battle. Suddenly, observing Goku's spirited demeanor, Bulma added, I plan to visit Chi-Chi and clarify our circumstances with her. What? The body of a Super Saiyan trembles abruptly in space. No, she might kill me on the spot. Do not worry, I will explain everything to her. If she agrees, it will be a joyous outcome for all. If she does not. A hint of sorrow flickered in Bulma's eyes. As Wukong was about to speak, he suddenly declared, Then it can only be a matter of life and death. Bulma, perhaps you should take a moment. Wukong swallowed hard, stealthily chuckling to himself. There was no time to waste. The spaceship surged towards the direction of Baozi Mountain. Leaving behind Bulma's resolute words, This matter must be resolved. It's better to die early and be reborn. Observing Bulma's retreating figure, Wukong couldn't help but reflect. Do you see? The destruction of the world pales in comparison to facing Chi-Chi's wrath. Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. Even if he becomes a Super Saiyan, he's still just that fool. The five of them immediately soared into the sky, preparing for the final showdown with their ultimate adversary. Within the dark planet, a house made of mahogany concealed a massive machine several dozen meters tall, shrouded in darkness and barely discernible. The most striking feature was the surrounding dozens of emerald gemstones, pulsating with a sinister glow as they absorbed malevolent energy. A grotesque figure with an irregularly shaped head stood nearby, clad in ordinary earthling attire. His cranium encased in transparent glass revealing a writhing brain within. His left eye protruded slightly, nearly extending beyond the confines of his face. The entire being radiated an unsettling dissonance, certainly not a natural human. Dr. Likey, a rough voice suddenly broke the silence. Do you really think you can defeat a Super Saiyan with this machine? Its energy is utterly insignificant. Thud, thud. The sound of steady footsteps approached. Revealing a tall figure adorned with black horns atop his head, his visage aged yet reminiscent of Frisia's second form. Clad in a black battle suit, his purple skin exposed. The rippling muscles quaked with each movement, exuding a formidable energy that distorted the very air around him. King Kurd, don't be hasty. The resentment towards the Saiyans has yet to fully coalesce. When the time comes, their true power will be earth-shattering. Whoosh. Dark purple energy began to merge from the sky, ultimately converging into the densely packed pink eggs at the base of the machine. Cursed Saiyans, I shall not let you escape. A voice filled with fear and rage echoed, as the green gemstones on the machine continued to flicker ominously, amplifying the battle power. What? King Kurd was taken aback. What's wrong? Seeing your offspring become nourishment for Hachikyu, do you intend to eliminate me directly for their vengeance? Ridiculous. They are merely the asexual progeny of the frozen demon clan. As long as this world is under our control, we can have as many as we desire. Beep, beep. The combat power scanner emitted a series of urgent beeps. It appeared that our adversaries were nearing. Bang, bang. The ground reverberated with 5 consecutive thuds as the Saiyans, Son Goku, Son Gohan, Son Goten, Vegeta, and the Namekian Piccolo, made their grand entrance. 2 beams of golden light illuminated the earth, allowing the previously desolate world to gradually embrace a searing sanctity. Is this the deathly aura you have unleashed? Such a malevolent trick to transform Earth into your graveyard. With a thunderous roar, Wukong proclaimed, should anyone dare to threaten the Earth, the very object of my deepest affection, they shall face a retribution as fierce and unforgiving as blood. Such transgressions are utterly intolerable. In an instant, an overwhelming radiance of gold pierced through the shroud of darkness enveloping the planet, causing it to tremble violently as it gradually revealed its true form. Amidst the ominous clouds and the lifeless ground, the golden light surged upward like a resounding divine blade, determined to pierce through all that obstructed its path. How despicable! I shall offer no forgiveness. Behind him, Vegeta pondered for a moment. Kakarot's devotion to Earth transforms him into a formidable force in the face of impending hatred. It is this very love that ignites the flames of his fury, empowering his transformation. Yet he eventually lowered his proud head. Reflecting on the Saiyans' nature, the warriors who roam the universe possess not a trace of compassion. Wuyin gazed at the enlarged figure of Frisia and inquired, "Are you the king of the Kurds?" A deep, rugged voice responded, "I never anticipated this. Has my illustrious name truly reached even this primitive planet? Unlike Frisia and Cooler, I have always conducted my affairs with utmost discretion. It is inconceivable that anyone could have uncovered my presence." How peculiar indeed. Wuyin found himself ensnared in profound contemplation. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, where the unscrupulous cosmic scavenger Frisia operates with impunity, there must be a shadowy figure orchestrating events from behind the scenes. What schemes lie behind the scavenger's possession of the divine stone of destruction belonging to Beerus? Even in his current state, he remains unable to escape the clutches of his impending doom. Wuyin can assure you that perhaps the Kurdish king is a pivotal opportunity. Within the annals of time, there exist over 5 million pages. If one were to peruse them, it is possible that even amidst the world's destruction, one may still remain unfound. Through this prologue, perhaps the true instigator can be uncovered. Wuyin feigned nonchalance. You two, how utterly scandalous that you have found yourselves together. The frozen demon, who holds even the Saiyans in disdain, has allied with the annihilated Zephyrians. It is truly laughable. All for the sake of vengeance. Bound by fate, indeed. Haha. Wuyin laughed ostentatiously, proclaiming that they were now the strong, and thus deserved the voice of the powerful. How audacious! The Kurdish king, provoked by Wuyin, gasped for breath, his face drenched in cold sweat. That damned Saiyan monkey. I am not like Frisia and the others. Even if 2 of them were to attack simultaneously, I could effortlessly defeat them. My battle prowess far surpasses theirs. Humph. What brazen arrogance. In the depths of Wuyuan's brows flickered an enigmatic glimmer. Let us verify this. With a swift motion, he clasped his hands together, and the radiance within his reincarnation eye began to pulsate with fervor. As the cycle of the six realms turned, it was now the time for the realm of beasts. Spirit Summoning Technique. Chapter 98. The Way of Heaven. The Realm of Hungry Ghosts. Spirit Summoning Technique. As Wuyin clasped his hands together, he soared into the sky like a spiraling whirlwind. With a sudden burst, a complex formation reflected on the ground, and a plume of white smoke erupted forth. What is this? King Cooled exclaimed in astonishment, as the combat power detector on his eyes blared incessantly, revealing two familiar and distinctly recognizable energies. Two tails, two figures draped entirely in white. One was diminutive, adorned with hints of purple on its chest and shoulders, while the other bore a face of deep violet, shrouded in an aura of foreboding. Intriguingly, each of their bodies was punctuated by a black rod every few inches. Their eyes had transformed into the Rinnegan. Frieza, Cooler, even Goku and Vegeta, standing nearby, gasped in disbelief. How is this possible? King Cooled's astonishment spilled forth as he shouted. They have perished. Even their souls have been claimed by the underworld. I have confirmed this. How could they possibly be resurrected here? Frieza swayed with an air of gentlemanly charm. Father, have you forgotten me? Ha ha. The two erupted into simultaneous laughter. Impossible. Impossible. Observing the black rods adorning their bodies, King Cooled suddenly realized, those rods seem to be intricately linked to you. Have you turned the bodies of Frieza and Cooler into specimens? Controlled them? Truly remarkable. King Cooled, that you saw through it so effortlessly. Ha ha. How astonishing indeed. Wuyin danced with excitement as he introduced, my Rinnegan can transform individuals into puppets, allowing them to share in my prowess. Did you not claim that your strength surpassed that of both Gula and Frieza combined? Today, we shall put that assertion to the test. The king of Kurd staggered back, his face drenched in cold sweat. What began as mere posturing had devolved into this predicament. Did that fellow not comprehend the virtues of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young? What of the dignity of the aged? Truly, he lacked grace. Begone. With the first strike, he took the initiative, only to suffer the consequences. Bang. The king of Kurd propelled himself skyward, resembling a streak of dark luminescence as he charged at Frieza. Frieza revealed his signature malevolent grin. Standing before Frieza usually instilled a sense of security in the king of Kurd, yet in the face of Frieza's true power, he finally grasped the essence of despair. Shinra Tensei. Boom. A pure white repulsive force erupted, interwoven with intricate black patterns resembling spider webs. The king of Kurd's advance was abruptly halted, as if he had collided with the most formidable wall in history. One of his horns snapped cleanly off. Ah! The king of Kurd screamed, his body hurtling backward like a meteor. What is this? When did Frieza acquire such a technique? Aha! With his arms outstretched, Wuyin observed the battle unfolding before him, reveling in the exhilarating sensation. Indeed, endowing Frieza with the powers of the Tao was undoubtedly the most astute choice. Whoosh! Frieza flickered with astonishing speed, leaving behind hundreds of afterimages in the sky, swiftly appearing behind King Cold. Withdraw. Strike. Attack. Crack. The chilling sound of bones fracturing echoed. As King Cold's body bent unnaturally backward, his eye sockets bursting forth with blood, seemingly on the verge of explosion. Ah! A cry of agony escaped King Cold as his body involuntarily ascended into the sky. Frieza proclaimed loudly, Father, accept the blessings of my love. Celestial gravitational pull. Waves of white gravitational force surged forth like divine blades into the heavens, and slowly, a fiery orb seemed to descend from the starry expanse. What? King Cold exclaimed in astonishment. A planet was actually pulled in by the gravitational force. Frieza chuckled with malice. Although his mind was entirely under Wuyuan's control, the cells of this body seemed to retain a memory of hatred for King Cold, for reasons unknown. Boom. The planet suddenly plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily onto King Cold. Everything erupted as if a celestial maiden scattered flowers, the world pausing momentarily in a kaleidoscope of colors. King Cold's body was instantaneously pierced by the dark planet, as if struck by a locomotive, crashing down with tremendous force. 800 miles of dust billowed forth. The entire universe rumbled thunderously, akin to a bolt from the blue. No way. Vegeta was also taken aback. Sun Wuyin had actually controlled Frieza and Cooler to summon a meteor to strike. This was excessively violent. Gohan too was stunned, after a year of wandering the cosmos. His brother's demeanor seemed to have adopted a much more aggressive nature. Whoosh! A crescent-shaped wave of energy surged forth from the dissipating smoke, scattering it instantly. King Cold floated in the air, panting heavily, utterly disheveled. How dare you toy with me in such a manner? You have insulted the glorious lineage of the Ice Demons. I shall turn you all to ashes. Damn Saiyans, perish. Ice Nova. King Cold raised his hands high. The Ice Demon S Nova, originally of fiery nature, was now infused with the attribute of ice. Ice and fire are incompatible. Once it detonates, the resultant pressure will be cataclysmic. Whoosh, whoosh. The swirling energy continued to surge. As immense power began to radiate, the universe trembling as if in fear. The elevated energy expanded continuously. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters, ultimately reaching an astounding 500 meters, like a silver moon rising slowly, casting its luminous glow upon the earth. Die! The king of the Kurds roared hysterically, his eyes ablaze. With a sudden flourish of his hands, the suspended energy plummeted swiftly, enveloping Frieza and Wuyin. TCH. Feudal. Have you forgotten something? This is merely Frieza's initial strike. I see little chance for your victory. The claim of superiority over Gula appears to be mere bravado. Gula. A formidable figure stood before Wuyin, arms outstretched. Ridiculous. Even Gula could never hope to obstruct my Ice Nova from such a short distance. As long as you are ensnared in the explosive vortex, your demise is assured. Boundless energy cascaded downwards, colliding with Gula's hands. An astonishing phenomenon unfolded as Gula generated a captivating suction force. Gradually, he consumed the overwhelming energy entirely. The Nova diminished rapidly, vanishing completely in less than a minute. Impossible. Impossible. Chapter 99. Circle Kick. Knocked out. 26. Impossible. The king of the Kurds appeared profoundly shaken, his energy inexplicably vanishing without a trace, as if from a fantastical tale. Haha. The reincarnation eye. The hungry ghost path. Gula has been designated to the hungry ghost path, capable of absorbing all energies up to a certain limit. This further substantiates that your strength pales in comparison. Cursed. The king of the Kurds held in desperation, boundless energy began to coalesce within the world. The explosive aura threatened to collapse the very fabric of existence. Whoosh. Gula's fingertip grazed the air, a pink beam of death traversing the void with eerie precision. Crack. A gaping wound appeared in the king of the Kurds' shoulder. Truly pathetic. If a Super Saiyan were to engage, I doubt even your protective aura could withstand the onslaught. Your self-proclaimed might is but a shadow. Ah. The king of the Kurds cried out in terror, excruciating pain surging like a tidal wave, causing his body to falter in midair. Whoosh. Wuyin, a moment later, flickered into action, his celestial hands twisting through the air, swiftly arriving behind the king of the Kurds. With a rotational motion of his legs, he delivered a side kick. Bang! The formidable strike landed squarely on the king of the Kurds' neck. He was sent sprawling as though struck by a train, his body hurtling forward. It's my turn. Frieza exclaimed joyfully, aiming for the chest, and unleashed a powerful punch. Thud! The king of the Kurds felt a searing pain in his chest, a spray of blood erupting from his lips as he was sent flying away. The ancient force behind has long awaited in silence. With hands clasped in prayer, it strikes decisively from behind. In a manner reminiscent of a game of kickball, Wuyin, Frieza, and Gula took turns striking the Kurdish king, who found himself ensnared within their circle. At this moment, I have come to grasp the true essence of being the master of a stagnant pool. I am utterly astonished. Haha. As I witnessed the Kurdish king in his disheveled state, Wuyin erupted into raucous laughter. You scoundrel! The Kurdish king's visage darkened, his aura seemingly suppressed. With each encounter with Gula, the gathered energy within him dissipated at an alarming rate. The relentless onslaught from the three inflicted immense damage upon him. Boom! How infuriating! Moments later, the Kurdish king let out a thunderous roar, his body swinging wildly through the air. Crack! Wuyin distinctly heard the sound of bones cracking. He forcefully twisted in midair, striving to overcome the immense pressure exerted on him by the three individuals. In an instant, their colossal strength erupted, shattering several bones of the Kurdish king into fragments. With a gasp, blood spurted forth once more. and the Kurdish king let out a harrowing scream as his body tumbled through the air, ultimately seizing the opportunity to escape the encirclement. Haha. Observing the Kurdish king's wretched state, Wuyin could not contain his laughter. His swollen visage obscured his left eye, while the myriad of wounds on his chest resembled a dense web of spider silk. The grotesque veins writhed like earthworms, and blood dripped continuously from the corners of his mouth. Wuyin appeared to have glimpsed a peculiar glowing object and bent down to retrieve it, only to discover it was none other than the incisor of the Kurdish king. Aha! Has even a tooth been knocked out? Frisia, Gula. Which one of you is responsible for this? Wuyin engaged in a continuous dialogue with his subordinates. The veins on the Kurdish king's forehead throbbed violently, and an overwhelming aura surged around him. Silence. How could a majestic emperor of the cosmos suffer the indignity of having a tooth knocked out? Such news is utterly disgraceful. Scoundrels, I shall annihilate all of you, imprison you on a prison planet, and subject you to the most excruciating tortures. With a swift motion, he propelled himself forward, shattering the world behind him like fragile glass. In a mere flicker, he appeared before Frisia, his left hand weaving a mesmerizing dance to confound Frisia's gaze while his concealed right hand, enveloped in a purple energy as sharp as a drill, prepared to strike. Crackling lightning suddenly permeated the atmosphere. He envisioned Frisia's head being obliterated like a watermelon. Yet, astonishingly, Frisia's eyes remained fixed elsewhere, and his body swayed, deftly evading the Kurdish king's formidable assault. What? A powerful kick landed squarely on the Kurdish king's abdomen, sending him stumbling back several hundred meters, where he paused, clutching his chest in disbelief. You are unaware, are you, Kurdish king? The vision of the Rinnegan is interconnected, unless you can elude the gaze of all three of us. Such trivial tricks can never succeed. With a triumphant laugh, two colossal energies erupted from Frisia and Cooler, coalescing into a menacing pink force that surged toward the Kurdish king's chest. With a cough, he expelled another mouthful of blood. The explosive flames and shock waves enveloped the Kurdish king entirely. Half of his skin charred, one side a ghostly white, while the other resembled blackened coal. The situation spiraled out of control. His battered body crashed through hundreds of fragments of stone, drifting aimlessly in the air, panting heavily, clearly reaching the end of his strength. Impressive. Vegeta gazed at Wuyin in astonishment, more specifically at his Rinnegan. After returning from Namek, he had sought Wuyin throughout the universe, aspiring to achieve a similar transformation. However, he ultimately failed. Integrating into the Z-Fighters was also a means to ascend to greater heights. Yet, the more he interacted with Wuyin, the more he sensed the terrifying potential of the Rinnegan. The ability to move without restraint using heavenly hand power alone was enough to dominate the world. Not to mention the known capabilities of controlling gravity and repulsion, absorbing others' energy, and even turning foes into slaves of the Rinnegan. Such abilities were truly formidable. In an era where super science ran rampant, Wuyin's advantages were overwhelmingly pronounced. He exclaimed in astonishment, yet all words remained lodged in his heart. That divine eye resembling a destined child. He could find no words to comment. Wuyin, how could he have become so formidable? Wukong murmured to himself, reflecting on the remarkable enhancement of his power after transforming into a Super Saiyan. Could it be that the gap between him and Wuyin was so vast? He could scarcely believe it. Ever since their 50th battle, it seemed as though he and Wuyin existed on entirely different planes. He could only glimpse his silhouette. No. It was more accurate to say he struggled to even catch a glimpse of his back. Beside him, Piccolo and Gohan swallowed hard, evidently shaken by Wuyin's frenzied combat. It was truly terrifying. Both marveled in unison. However, the four of them turned their gazes skyward, towards the writhing emerald light. Let us refrain from lamenting, for our adversary is about to be born. Chapter 100. The unique skill of the One-Tomo Rinnegan. Cursed be it. King Cooled suffered excruciating pain. Half of his body scorched to a charred black. Utilizing the formidable physique of Frisia, could this indeed be the indomitable Super Saiyan? He boasted from the sky. In my eyes, you are but a coward. Defeat me with the power of the ice demon? Even in death, I will never submit. Oh, Wuyin regarded him with curiosity. If Frisia were to intervene, perhaps he could prolong his existence for a while. Yet, with Wuyin's involvement, he might be utterly annihilated within a minute. I truly admire your bravery. Under Wuyin's control, Frisia slowly retreated, while Wuyin effortlessly stepped forward. He chuckled, and then, in an instant, His form transformed into a perfect streak of light, slicing through the air like a bolt of thunder. What? So fast? Wuyin seemed to vanish completely. There was not a trace of him within the cosmos. I cannot see anything. As thoughts raced through his mind, he had barely settled into his contemplation when bang! A tremendous fist struck King Cooled squarely in the chest. Ack! Every scream of agony was stifled within his throat, leaving King Cooled utterly voiceless. Observing Wuyin bend to attack. Exposing his back, King Cooled smirked. This was the perfect opportunity. Yet, in an instant, a surge of excruciating pain radiated from his chest. The gathered energy shattered to dust. His arms trembled uncontrollably at his sides, unable to even muster the strength to raise a hand, let alone launch an attack. Humph! Wuyin floated before him, disdainfully letting out a cold snort. Suddenly, a muffled grunt echoed through the air as Wuyin delivered a heavy kick to King Kurd. A formidable surge of white energy transformed into ripples, swirling throughout the world. Gagging, King Kurd doubled over, expelling a chaotic mass of internal organs from his mouth. As if his very insides were being wrenched out. Waves of excruciating pain radiated from his chest, yet despite enduring such a colossal assault, his body showed no signs of retreat. This was utterly inconceivable. A voice within him screamed such a thought, but when it reached his lips, it emerged as a hoarse whisper. With merely 2 strikes, Wuyin shattered every fiber of the King of Kurd's being. It is no exaggeration to say that the current King of Kurd is but a mere shell of flesh. Bang! The final punch landed squarely upon the King's chest. His bones and meridians collapsed in a devastating manner. The King's eyes ruptured, filled with blood. Agonizing pain surged through him like relentless tides, overwhelming his limbs and core. All strength evaporated completely. Blood gushed uncontrollably from his mouth, nose, and eyes. What? The King of Kurd staggered backward repeatedly. I have been reduced to this state by merely 3 blows. From his feet upward, the King's body decayed. His tissues shattered. Crimson blood flowed forth, forming a hardened, sanguine armor. A sight most tragic. Allow me to escort you further. In my right hand, a purple comma began to swirl, as immense power gradually coalesced into a purple scythe. Whoosh! With both hands wielding it, boundless waves of energy erupted into the world, the menacing oscillations threatening to cleave everything asunder. A net of heaven and earth. Cut! Wuyin raised the sacred sickle high, descending from the heavens like a thunderclap, a radiant beam slicing through the air with astonishing speed. Ah! The King of Kurd clutched his right arm, letting out a cry of agony. His arm, severed with surgical precision, fell to the ground with a resounding thud. Ah! Blood gushed forth like a fountain, and Wuyuin's cold, piercing gaze rested upon him. Devoid of any other light, the power of a Super Saiyan surged forth, all fury extinguished, leaving only an unwavering calm. This profound tranquility was profoundly evident in Wuyin, who possessed the Rinnegan. Scoundrel! Whoosh! Wuyin swept his hands across, creating ripples in the air, causing the Kurdish king to break out in goosebumps. And he leaped into the air. His face was drenched in cold sweat. That recent attack had nearly cleaved him in 2. Wuyin gazed at the sky with a hint of irritation. Your resilience is rather remarkable, is it not? Your entire being has been nearly obliterated. Yet you still manage to move? Humph. The King of Cooled has finally found a point of pride, unlike your frail human forms, even if severed. Even if reduced to a mere head, I can still exist in the void. This is the essence of our formidable vitality. However, Wuyin spread his hands in exasperation. This merely amplifies my enjoyment of battle. No, the pleasure of tormenting you. Do you truly believe you can turn the tide? Infuriating. The King of Cooled roared with a fierce countenance, his arms outstretched, resembling a superhero hovering in midair. The force of the bull's charge was palpable. A sharp aura entwined around his body, akin to a drill floating in the air, yet it was riddled with vulnerabilities. Moreover, one of his horns had already been shattered during the celestial judgment. Father, kindly remain silent and accept your demise. With your strength, a comeback is utterly impossible. Silence. Having betrayed the proud lineage of the frozen demons, you dare to utter such words with such nonchalance. The King of Cooled bellowed in a fit of hysteria. You scoundrel! Were it not for your interference, would I have fallen to such depths? Frisia's thoughts had long been ensnared by Wuyin. His current utterances were merely Wuyin's taunts directed at the King of Cooled. Let me share a secret, Wuyin chuckled lightly. What I bestowed upon Frieza and his ilk was merely the basic abilities of the reincarnation eye. The true power lies concealed within the Mangekyou Sharingan I possess. Preposterous. At this juncture, the king of Cooled was beyond reason. Behold, as I shatter you into fragments. In an instant, the king of Cooled's form spun violently, enveloped in violet flames, as he surged downward with tremendous force. Waves of pressure erupted in the air, causing the ground to collapse abruptly, revealing a deep chasm in its wake. Let me demonstrate the exclusive ability of my Mangekyou reincarnation eye, acquired upon my transformation into a Super Saiyan. The essence of this power is absolute. Freeze. As Wuyan's voice faded, a series of wondrous fluctuations resonated throughout the world, and unexpectedly, snowflakes began to drift down from the desolate sky. A brilliant beam of white light descended from the heavens, enveloping King Kurd entirely. His body became suspended in midair, his expression frozen, while only his heart continued to rise and fall with breath. With a sudden crack, moments later, like a dazzling array of vibrant gemstones, specks of light floated in the air, and King Kurd was unexpectedly shattered in the sky. His form disintegrated into what resembled diamond dust, drifting alone in the ether. Humph. Even his very essence had been obliterated. Relying solely on his thoughts, how could he possibly contend with me? My kaleidoscopic Rinnegan amplifies every trace of energy to unimaginable levels. You were not merely slain by my hand. You were frozen into oblivion. Now, I shall deny you even the slightest chance of descending into the abyss. The realm of humanity. Wuyin murmured softly as the imposing figure of the king of hell re-emerged behind him, precisely capturing the soul of the Kurdish king. Ultimately, he devoured him entirely. I must apologize, but I require clarity on who exactly stands behind you. Who is it that orchestrates such schemes from the shadows? Even if memories remain inaccessible, I can utilize your soul as a conduit to peruse the annals of time. Father, I am deeply sorry. Wuyin gazed at Wukong. You once vowed to refrain from devouring the souls of others. Such a lamentable technique ought not to exist in this realm. Yet, this news incessantly lingers in my heart. Only through this means can all unsolved enigmas be unraveled. Bang! Frieza and Gula transformed into a wisp of white mist, vanishing completely, returning to the ethereal realm inhabited by the cycle of rebirth. My adversaries have been vanquished. Father, you must hasten. Wuyin cast his gaze to the side, towards the battlefield of Wukong and his companions. Previously, Dr. Likey of the Zypher people had perished, yet he was able to resurrect himself through this device fueled by resentment. He is secretly orchestrating the annihilation plan against the Saiyans. Wukong launched an assault against him, only to be thwarted by the emerald-hued protective barrier, much like those machines. Wukong exerted immense effort, akin to moving mountains and parting seas, to finally shatter his foe. Yet, that nefarious Dr. Likey astonishingly transformed himself into a manifestation of pure malice, merging with the amplification device, thereby resurrecting the monstrous Hatchisack. The air vibrated incessantly, and a vibrant emerald light writhed within, reminiscent of resplendent amber. Amidst this breathtaking spectacle, an overwhelming aura of malevolence pervaded the atmosphere. What an immense presence! It is remarkable that the resentment of the deceased could give rise to such a creature. Truly, humanity's technological prowess should not be underestimated. Wukong floated gracefully in the air, softly whispering. Gradually, the figure of Hachiksha emerged abruptly, enveloped in resplendent red armor, with emerald gemstones adorning his elbows and crown. His golden pupils radiated a sense of annihilation, and a frenzied intent to kill seemed poised to utterly obliterate any enemies in sight. Torrents of energy surged within his muscles, continuously swirling like an overwhelming flood. As the bulging veins showcased his unparalleled might, dread filled Vegeta's countenance, drenched in cold sweat. The annihilated Zephyrians had astonishingly devised such advanced technology, an unfathomable concept. His power had completely transcended that of a Super Saiyan, Wukong remarked, astonished. A thunderous roar echoed, reminiscent of a primordial beast returning from the ages, reverberating throughout the minuscule realm. His eyes sparkled with fierce determination as he hoarsely declared, the Saiyans must be entirely eradicated. With a swift motion, a flurry of afterimages darted through the air, accompanied by a cacophony of muffled grunts. Bang! Wukong and his companions were violently hurled away, their bodies crashing into the wooden beams behind them. What? Gohan felt as if his entire being had been shattered, overwhelmed by excruciating pain. His speed. I witnessed nothing at all. Even Wukong's emerald eyes were filled with astonishment. Moments ago, he had merely glimpsed a fleeting shadow. For forces had simultaneously launched their attacks from 4 distinct directions. Could this be the true power of Hachiksha? Hachiksha descended from the sky, brandishing a wooden beam, and suddenly pressed it down with great force. Wu Fan was utterly incapable of evading, helplessly closing his eyes. A sudden, intense pain surged through his chest, as if he had been crushed into the ground, akin to the fabled Mingxian gate. Hiki. The gems adorning Hashiksake began to radiate a vibrant glow, and a tumultuous wave of energy instantly enveloped the world. Humph. This is merely the beginning. You scoundrel. Taste my attack. In that moment, Goku descended from above, delivering a formidable punch aimed at Hashiksake's head. Bang! The emerald-hued ring flickered brilliantly, and all the force was abruptly rebounded outward. With a piercing scream, Wukong was instantly sent hurtling backwards. The magic piercing light cannon unleashed a spiraling torrent of energy, effortlessly shattering the wooden beam that bound Gohan. Hurry, Gohan! Piccolo urged, propelling them both away in a swift escape. Gohan was overwhelmed with excitement. Moments ago he had feared he might meet his end. Truly, he was grateful for his father. Boom! Just as he had escaped, an endless cascade of emerald-hued, oval-shaped energy descended upon him like celestial blossoms, incessantly bombarding the surroundings. Boom! The entire planet seemed ensconced in explosions, surging flames rising to such heights that they nearly engulfed the entire world in searing heat. How infuriating! Vegeta exclaimed in shock. Could it be that this being possesses infinite energy? Such relentless attacks, if struck or left vulnerable, would surely lead to utter annihilation. Whoosh! The force swiftly darted in unison, enveloping Hachiyaka from all cardinal directions at a 45-degree angle. The blue and white flames roared fiercely, while Goku's golden flames radiated like a resplendent sun, enveloping everyone within. The 4 united with determination. Kamehameha, Demon Flash, Demonic Piercing Cannon, Sky Cannon. All energy surged forth from their hands, coalescing instantaneously in Hachiyaka's grasp. Boom! An infinite explosion reverberated across the world, the intense flames distorting reality itself. Majestic flames ascended, akin to a great golden sun, continuously radiating brilliance. Monster, perish! The 4 intensified their power, and compared to Vegeta and the others, Goku's Kamehameha bore the brunt of the strain. They shouted in unison, triggering an instantaneous detonation of all their energy. Boom! Boom! The magnificent explosion resonated throughout the world, filling the void with echoes, ripples floating outward, and surrounding debris shattered under the force. A circular energy wave suddenly radiated outward, enveloping the entire planet like an inverted bowl. A tumultuous surge of energy unleashed its assault. Like a spider's web, it was intricately woven. Billowing smoke continuously rose. Whoosh! Wukong struggled to open his eyes. Surely, that fellow must be dead by now. Chapter 102, The Third Super Saiyan. A resounding boom. A pale green ripple incessantly traversed the minuscule dark planet, dissipating the faint mist that had enveloped it entirely. What? Impossible. Wukong and Piccolo were utterly astonished. Hachikashaku cradled himself with his hands clasped before his chest, and remarkably, he withstood all assaults from every direction. Aside from a slight haze of smoke emanating from his body, he bore no injuries whatsoever. Haha, Hachikashaku sneered, it's futile. My entire being is forged from a concoction of resentment and fury directed at the Saiyans. My innate power is inherently a bane to the Saiyans. My attacks can manifest with multiplied ferocity against you, while your strikes diminish in potency against me. Aha! Buzzing. The verdant gem pulsated incessantly, and the menacing visages of Dales and Frisia re-emerged from its depths. You scoundrels! A horde of invading Saiyan monkeys have audaciously seized our rightful planet. I am the Cosmic Emperor, the greatest being in existence. In hindsight, I should not have turned a blind eye to this. How can you comprehend the wrath harbored within a Saiyan, slain by another Saiyan? We traverse under the sun's radiance, yet we cower in the frigid shadows. Whom can we confide our sorrows to? With a surge of malevolence, he unleashed the resentment shockwave. A turquoise halo danced around Hachikashaku as a dreadful aura began to coalesce. Perish, Saiyans! Whoosh! A torrent of blinding light erupted, soaring straight ahead. The target? Vegeta. Boom! How could the ordinary Saiyan, Vegeta, possibly withstand such might? ZZZ. Vegeta had no time to evade. extending his hands in a desperate attempt to shield himself. Sparks crackled at his fingertips, and the Kamehameha wave surged skyward, akin to a divine blade, propelling Vegeta's form ever upward. Vegeta, the golden light radiating from Wukong erupted as he prepared to assist. Kakarot, I do not require your assistance. Step aside. With fury, his hands bulged with veins, scorched black from the searing energy. Despite this, he continued to be pushed backward, as if the very fabric of space were tearing beneath him, leaving two straight fissures in its wake. Damn it! With a sudden upward thrust of his hands, he found that the wave of malevolent energy before him detonated explosively. Boom! Vegeta's body was sent flying like a missile, crashing through dozens of wooden pillars before finally coming to a halt. Thud! A deep groan escaped him as he hit the ground heavily. Vegeta, Wukong shouted with great concern. After merely a year of companionship, he increasingly affirmed that his previous conjecture was correct. The darkness within Vegeta could indeed be eradicated. At the same time, he recognized Vegeta as his greatest rival, a Saiyan capable of inspiring his own advancement. During this period, Lepin had been erased from the Z Warriors, and Wukong had already embraced Vegeta in his heart. Now, upon witnessing him being struck head-on by a resentful energy wave, his worry surged. Kakarot, no, I do not require your insincere pity. Do you not realize that for the great Prince Vegeta, this is the utmost humiliation? Vegeta seethed, his hands trembling as he slowly rose, blood spewing from his mouth. His complexion was ashen, lips darkened, as if every ounce of his energy had been depleted. You, before Hatchikshak, you dare to incite infighting. Hatchikshak relished the spectacle, hands on his hips, nodding incessantly, fully embodying the role of an onlooker. Ahem. Ever since I arrived on Earth, this world seems to have transformed entirely. My dignity, my pride have been crushed beneath your feet time and again. Especially that little brat Kakarot. The Dragon Balls fell into my grasp, only to be snatched away once more by you. Your meager connection to the Saiyans was shattered after Kakarot eliminated Raditz. Why did you ascend to Super Saiyan before me? I cannot comprehend it. Why? Why is this the case? Bang! Vegeta's fist struck the ground with force, his heart in tatters. Before your eyes, I live each day in disgrace. All for the sake of achieving transformation. Yet even Kakarot, a lowly warrior, underwent a complete metamorphosis. Oh heavens, how cruel you are to me. Tears streamed down his face. A poignant echo of the original tale, as Vegeta's confidence was wholly vanquished by a formidable foe. The last vestige of his pride had been cast aside. This time, bang! Vegeta's fist struck the ground anew, recalling the powerlessness faced against Hatchikshak. In the previous instance, the Dragon Balls lay before him, a testament to his own impotence. Zzz. Dark clouds began to coalesce slowly above the planet, golden lightning crackling and enveloping the entire world. Damn it! Damn it! The golden aura swirled around his body, his pupils gradually transforming into a vibrant green, his hair igniting into flames. What is this? Piccolo murmured. Hatchikshak's mocking laughter abruptly ceased. Wukong, however, was filled with admiration. Gohan stood there, utterly stunned. Could it be that Vegeta was about to transform into a Super Saiyan as well? His entire aura surged rapidly, golden light soaring toward the heavens, while dark clouds spiraled ominously. Kakarot, I am the proud prince of the Saiyans. With one final roar, an infinite wave of energy caused the surrounding world to evaporate abruptly, collapsing into chaos. Whoosh! The air around trembled ever so slightly. Huh! Vegeta gazed at his hands, enveloped in the golden radiance, incredulously exclaiming, This boundless energy? Could it be the essence of a Super Saiyan? But how did I achieve this transformation? Vegeta rejoiced. With genuine sincerity, Wukong expressed his congratulations, speaking slowly. It is only by relinquishing the pride within your heart that true anger can arise. Previously, no matter the circumstances, it was merely your own dissatisfaction. This is something I perceive quite clearly. Were I to voice this myself, you would likely dismiss it even more scornfully. Humph! Vegeta grunted derisively, transforming into a Super Saiyan, standing once more at the same starting line as Wukong. He regarded Wukong's words with even greater disdain. Both warriors radiated a golden aura, standing side by side as they confronted Hachiyak. Kakarot, remember, I shall take the offensive. The animosity between us will be settled upon our return. Wuyin stood by, embodying the quintessential onlooker, for this was a battle that belonged to Wukong and his comrades. Should he recklessly intervene with his formidable power, it is likely that even Wukong would disapprove. When the battlefield was divided, it was already foretold that only through their utter defeat could he step in. That fellow, Vegeta, has regained his haughty demeanor. One wonders if he might transform into Speedy Vegeta. Haha. In Wuyin's mind, a wicked amusement took shape. Whoosh. Vegeta, with a single explosive kick, shattered the ground behind him, his form flickering like a phantom, leaving behind dozens of afterimages in the air. It seemed as though all manifestations of Vegeta surrounded Hachikashaku directly. The foul, decaying sin of the Saiyan cannot deceive me. Even if there were 1,000 of you, I would effortlessly discern your presence. Bang. He lunged forward with a fierce punch, the two forces colliding mid-air. Thud, 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 thud. Vegeta roared madly, his fists like dragons surging from the sea, relentlessly assaulting Hachikashaku from every angle. Whoosh whoosh. The rising waves of energy surged forth, lightning arced like an inverted bowl, mercilessly enveloping the world. Whirling winds howled above. The two figures appeared as streaks of ethereal light, clashing incessantly in the skies. Vegeta materialized in an instant, howling as he abruptly raised his knee. Bang. The impact of his formidable fist, hardened to 930, completely thwarted Hachikashaku's onslaught. Just as a Saiyan can sense another's movements through their aura, the noxious scent emanating from you stimulates my senses relentlessly. Even if you cloak yourself, I can still perceive your presence. Infuriating. Vegeta sensed Goku's impotence. Even in his Super Saiyan form, he was no match for Hachikashaku in a one-on-one confrontation. Unless you possess strength akin to Sun Wuyin. Perish. Hachikashaku executed a spinning sidekick. Vegeta swiftly rolled back to evade, yet the swirling energy left a scar upon his face. Hachikashaku. Suddenly, a roar echoed through the sky as Goku descended at unprecedented speed, unleashing a single-handed punch. Bang! A heavy strike landed from above, crashing Hachikashaku down. Wow! Hachikashaku let out a wail. Damn! That Saiyan obstructed my vision. This is not over yet. Ahead, Vegeta's voice resounded once more. Targeting Hachikashaku's chest, he unleashed a powerful fist. Bang! Concentric white ripples intertwined behind the blow, delivering a second consecutive attack that caused Hachikashaku's aura to wane slightly, his body staggering as he stumbled. Kamehameha. Just as he regained his footing, Goku ascended once more, hands clasping two golden orbs of energy, and with a swift motion, unleashed them. Instantly, hundreds upon thousands of elliptical energy blasts rained down from Goku's hands, cascading like a torrential downpour. A barrage of explosions erupted around Hachikashaku. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless explosions continued for a full minute, bathing the entire world in a golden glow. Thick smoke billowed upwards. The ground lay in ruins, strewn with shattered beams of crimson wood. And the interior structures of this planet were utterly annihilated by the tremendous collision. Truly formidable. Gohan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. It was as if his father and Vegeta were two longtime friends, their synergy remarkably meticulous, even seamless. Piccolo, too, harbored a sense of envy towards the Saiyan physique, which allowed them to amplify their combat power 50-fold simply by transforming. How terrifying that was. One a battle fool, the other having honed his skills across the cosmos for years. Truly a match made in a peculiar sense. Gohan could not help but yearn for the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Yet, he remained utterly unaware of how to achieve such a metamorphosis. Perhaps it would forever elude him. How infuriating. Amidst the swirling smoke, Hachiyak gradually rose to his feet, his chest marred by numerous wounds. One area had even caved in, with bulging veins coiling around him like writhing worms, as he gasped for breath. He wished to convey that he was not as composed as Vegeta perceived him to be. A wave of resentment surged forth. The phantoms of Frieza and his minions re-emerged, encircling Hachiyak. The emerald glow began to coalesce slowly. Both Wukong and Vegeta instinctively ceased their assaults, suspended in midair. 1, 2, 14, 15. As the last syllable resonated, they flickered away, narrowly evading the surging emerald radiance. Vegeta, Wukong shouted, I see it. 15 seconds. Even a fool like you should comprehend this. Observing his failed strike, Hachikaku expelled a cloud of furious smoke, recklessly gathering energy once more. The opportunity had arrived. Whoosh whoosh. The duo darted in a zigzag pattern, reaching Hachikaku's front in less than a second. With a coordinated effort, their legs struck like thunder, landing forcefully upon Hachikaku's chest. A sudden spurt of blood erupted. As the space around them shattered like fragile glass, two distinct trails unfurling in the air. 13. 14. Wukong clasped his hands together, forming a floral bud. As golden rays of light ascended from within. Meanwhile, Vegeta positioned his hands before his chest, and violet electric currents surged with fervor. 15. Now is the moment. Kamehameha. The two beams of light soared into the sky, twisting and bending in an astonishing display. The frequency of the Super Saiyans resonated in the air, causing the two energies to gradually merge into one. They spiraled upward like a drill. The resentment shockwave. Boom. The two beams of light collided in an instant. Yet the anticipated explosion did not occur. Instead, Wukong and his allies' energy wave effortlessly shattered the resentment shockwave. What? Impossible. Hachizack was momentarily stunned, only to be enveloped by a torrent of energy. Nanoscopic brilliance swirled around him, mercilessly ravaging his cells. Blood trickled from his mouth, nostrils, eyes, and ears as his tissues were gradually destroyed. His skin was scorched to a charred black, and then slowly vanished. Like the soul of a hanged spirit. Hachizack's body elongated, gradually disappearing within the energy. Bang! Bang! Wukong and Vegeta descended, golden light roaring incessantly around them. The perfect synergy between the two Super Saiyans was truly remarkable. Wukong exclaimed in delight, "Vegeta, did you see that?" Vegeta, with an air of nonchalance, retorted, "Incorporating your Kamehameha into the final flash has tainted what was otherwise a flawless display." He chuckled lightly. On this Sunday, inspiration eluded me, even during my peak traffic hours. Chapter 104, Bulma and Chi-Chi. In the sky, Hachijaku disintegrated into dust, gradually dispersing. With the absence of vengeful energy, the planet began to slowly unravel. The ground shattered with a crackling sound, and magma erupted like a divine dragon from the depths below. Wuyin immediately approached, exclaiming in astonishment, "Father, you did remarkably well. I was under the impression that I would have to step in to tidy up the aftermath." "Haha," Wuyin responded. "Wouldn't that portray me as rather incompetent? After all, I am the second strongest in the universe." Wukong awkwardly scratched the back of his head, displaying his characteristic grin. "Hey, Kakarot, you have now fallen to third place. I have successfully transformed and can feel my power surpassing yours." Beside him, Vegeta, unwilling to concede, retorted directly, "Indeed, I am aware. That fellow has regained his confidence." Piccolo, with a sense of urgency, interjected, "Wuyin, I do not wish to intrude, but could you hasten our return to Earth? This planet is on the verge of explosion, and we cannot survive in the void of space." "I understand. Uncle Piccolo, do not be so anxious." A group placed their hands on Wuyin's shoulder, with Vegeta reluctantly joining in. In an instant, they vanished. Moments later, a resounding explosion marked the planet's destruction, reducing it to cosmic dust. With a mere blink, Wuyin and the others found themselves back on Earth. This was the eastern capital, where the ominous energy gradually dissipated from the skies. The machinery that had clung to the television tower vanished after the explosion of Hachiak. However, although the malevolent energy had faded and humanity regained its senses, the scene before them was one of devastation, with bodies strewn about in disarray. The death toll from human conflicts alone had surpassed 1 million. In summary, Earth had suffered catastrophic losses this time. Wuyin gazed upon the tattered corpse and softly remarked, "Merely existing in this world is your misfortune. Even if you are resurrected by the Dragon Balls this time, there will inevitably come a moment when you shall face death once more. At that juncture, the circumstances will deteriorate to such an extent that even the Dragon Balls will be powerless to rescue you." "How lamentable," Gohan sorrowfully expressed. "Although we have achieved victory in this war, the lives lost were all innocent. Those despicable extraterrestrials ruthlessly slaughtered for the sake of their own ambitions." "Gohan," Wukong gently declared, "this is also our mission, to safeguard this world from the encroachment of evil. Very well, let us prepare to gather the Dragon Balls and resurrect all those who have perished." Whoosh! Wuyin once again teleported, returning to Baozi Mountain. Wufan leisurely stretched his limbs, gazing at the wisps of blue smoke rising gracefully before him, as if he too were transcending to a higher realm. This triumphant return to his homeland filled his heart with unparalleled joy. Yet, there lingered. Wukong trembled all over, pointing at the spaceship before him. That rascal Bulma truly came to seek out Chi-Chi. Surely, no harm would come to anyone. In a flash, he dashed forward, as if summoned to face judgment. holding his breath in a state of anxious anticipation. Slowly, he cracked open a small gap in the window. Phew! It appeared that no confrontation had ensued. Inside, Bulma and Chi-Chi sat comfortably on the sofa, engaged in lively conversation, resembling long-lost friends reunited after many years. Occasionally, their laughter echoed, filling the air with joy. Whoosh! Wukong exhaled a sigh of relief. Inside, Chi-Chi seemed to possess a keen sense akin to that of a dog, slightly sniffing the air. I believe I can detect Wukong's scent. Alarm surged through Wukong's body. In an instant, Chi-Chi leapt from the window, squinting at Wukong before her. What is going on? Someone is lurking here suspiciously. Oh, Chi-Chi appeared to have an epiphany. Are you planning to scout the enemy's situation first, to see if any bloodshed has occurred? No, absolutely not. I can hardly believe that. Chi-Chi, like a triumphant rooster, lifted her proud head high. With a sigh, she pondered, has this crisis been averted? Indeed. Wukong nodded lightly. Wuyin has slain one monster, while Vegeta and I took down another. Splendid. Chi-Chi closed her eyes, relishing the current tranquility. What could possibly be so remarkable about you, that the world's greatest genius and wealthiest individual would come to me, pleading for mercy? The boy who once judged my purity by kicking me in the groin while riding the Nimbus cloud has vanished. Men, it seems, are growing increasingly wicked. Oh well, I shall let you off this time. Chi-Chi suddenly declared magnanimously. He swiftly approached Wuyin and said, Wuyin, tonight, take Piccolo, Gohan, and Vegeta to Bulma's house. Under no circumstances are you to return. If I catch sight of you, I shall not spare you. Understood. The moment those words left his lips, Wuyin comprehended everything. It appeared that following the fierce battle with Hachikaku, Wukong was also destined for a brutal confrontation tonight. I shall not intrude upon your affairs any longer. Whoosh! With a sudden burst of energy, Wuyin transported everyone to the West capital, arriving at Bulma's residence. A woman with golden hair approached, and Wuyin exclaimed in astonishment, Tais? Shouldn't you be in the cosmos? Tais, she replied, equally surprised. I returned long ago, accompanied by that young man behind you. Tais leaned against Vegeta, her hands playfully tracing circles over his muscular arms. What a trivial woman. Vegeta swiftly made his escape. Tais chuckled. The seemingly ruthless young man turns out to be a pure-hearted boy after all. Haha. Tais, you still haven't answered my question. Wuyin pressed on. After concluding our cosmic journey, the Galactic Patrol headquarters underwent revisions, and I continued to wander alongside Gak. Along the way, I worked on my monumental masterpiece. Hey. Tais lifted a freshly published book triumphantly, declaring, Wandering Planets. Do you see this? A master of science fiction is about to rise. Observing the book before him, which resembled an oil painting, Wuyin marveled at the extraordinary artistry that vividly captured the immense thrust generated by the 30,000 planetary engines and the grandeur of the scene. Congratulations, Tais. Indeed. As Wuyin and Piccolo continued their journey, they observed Vegeta skillfully training in a chamber with 300 times the normal gravity. It seems he is on the verge of fully unlocking the power of a Super Saiyan. After navigating through several turns, they finally arrived at their quarters. Wuyin and Gohan immediately reclined upon the bed, while Piccolo closed his eyes in meditation. One can only wonder how their father is faring at this moment. He must be quite happy. Chapter 105, The Mysterious Boy. Trunks. The following day, all was calm and serene. Wukong revealed his original awkward expression, scratching the back of his head. Well, we have truly arrived in a world of peace. Wuyin continuously lamented in his heart. Nevertheless, this also indirectly demonstrated that the people of this world are indeed capable of accepting a harem, provided one possesses a certain level of strength. Gohan inquired, Father, last night. Do not speak of it. Even if I did, you would not comprehend, replied his father, who had only recently grasped the matter himself. Two fools. Let us proceed. Vegeta exhibited no interest in collecting the Dragon Balls to save the world. Instead, he was wholly absorbed in training under 300 times the normal gravity, honing his newly acquired strength. Meanwhile, Piccolo, Gohan, Goten, and Goku, armed with their radar, tirelessly gathered the Dragon Balls. The four of them could be regarded as the pinnacle of power in the world, effortlessly collecting the Dragon Balls. In just a single morning, they acquired all 6 of them. Well, let me take a look. As Wukong activated the Dragon Ball radar, he softly remarked, the last one, the 5-star ball, according to Bulma's classification, is located at our district, point 27. Gohan interjected, in the midst of the desert wasteland? Had I known. I would have simply collected it while passing by. Due to the absence of any energy fluctuations, Wukong could only rely on ordinary flight. Upon their arrival, the four of them felt a sudden jolt. This presence, a Saiyan, a formidable energy surged into their awareness, strikingly similar to that of Wukong and Vegeta. Are there other Saiyans in this world? The four transformed into a streak of ethereal light and accelerated forward. Upon reaching their destination, they beheld Vegeta standing face to face with a young boy. The cold, piercing gazes of the two caused the surrounding energy to fluctuate wildly. What is this? As Wuyin gradually descended, a myriad of emotions swirled within him, for the second act was about to commence. The young man, clad in a blue coat and light purple trousers, bore a striking resemblance to Wuyin with his sharp features. His black hair cascaded down from either side. Trunks, Wuyin murmured, bewildered by the sight. Upon witnessing the arrival of Goku and his companions, Trunks appeared momentarily astonished. How could this be? Gohan should be battling King Cold in the desert today, and Vegeta, he should not have transformed into a Super Saiyan even until his demise. What could possibly account for that haughty golden silhouette? Could my arrival have instigated such a terrifying upheaval in the world? As he gazed at Wuyin, whose unfamiliar Rinnegan seemed poised to consume all, Trunks' heart and mind were gradually enticed. How could this happen? Wuyin, wasn't he lost in the cosmos, never to return? What has transpired in this world? Observing Trunks' astonished countenance, Vegeta, positioned across from him, impatiently inquired, "Who are you?" "All the Saiyans have gathered on Earth." "Where did you emerge from?" The Saiyan race had been nearly annihilated, leaving only the inept Taboo, Vegeta's brother, on Earth. Yet, he was supposed to have been exiled to the most desolate of planets. Your gaze, it is as bothersome as cockroaches. Vegeta scrutinized Trunks with a confident disdain. How utterly unexpected. Aside from us, there exists such a handsome youth with this formidable aura. Goku exclaimed, devoid of any doubt regarding Trunks' origins. Goku. Uncle, just the utterance of a name caused Trunks to blush furiously. Beside him, Piccolo remarked curiously, "Gohan, do you have another brother?" Why do I sense such a resemblance between him and Goku? From his eyes to his lips, even to the two strands of bangs before him. The only dissimilarity lies in the way his hair hangs down. Moreover, when Goku's name is mentioned, he seems to harbor some unspoken burden. He cannot even meet my gaze. As an analytical thinker, Piccolo continued his observations. Indeed, Gohan shares this sentiment, exclaimed Trunks. With a sudden motion, Trunks tossed the final Dragon Ball into Goku's hand, stating, "Has King Cold not arrived?" "What?" Goku responded, puzzled by the abrupt inquiry. "He was here yesterday and was slain by Sun Wuyin." Vegeta interjected. Yesterday? The revelation of a temporal discrepancy stretching over a day was staggering. Could this colossal disruption be the consequence of my own time travel? He turned to Wuyin. "Wuyin, were you not wandering the cosmos? Why are you here? What exactly are you trying to convey?" Vegeta exclaimed impatiently. Trunks, aware that his inquiry might have been somewhat abrupt, found the situation before him to be entirely different from his expectations. Logically, Wuyin should have been wandering through the cosmos. Yet here he was, confronted with a scenario where Goku had vanquished Frieza and fled to another planet. Presently, the Pillar of Earth should solely be Gohan. Trunks had even discovered the gap in history that marked Goku's arrival, intending to meet him. Unfortunately, history had played a cruel trick on him, allowing him to encounter all the Z warriors at once. However, perhaps this was fortuitous. He cast a glance at Wuyin. Feeling as though the latter's reincarnation, I could perceive the truths hidden beneath the surface. A faint smile hinted at an air of mastery over the situation. He seemed to be fully aware of his own origins. "Wuyin, would you engage in a battle with me? I wish to uncover the true nature of the legendary Super Saiyan, whom my mother and aunt have so often praised." "Me?" Wuyin replied softly. Meanwhile, Vegeta interjected loudly, "Hey, don't disregard us." Wukong chimed in. "Even I can transform into a Super Saiyan at 5'4". I can certainly be your opponent." Vegeta regarded him with disdain, while Wukong simply found the situation amusing. Whoosh! In an instant, Wuyin's body flickered and reappeared hundreds of meters away. Witnessing such astonishing speed, Trunks was momentarily taken aback, rising slowly to fly towards him. "Transform! I know you can become a Super Saiyan," Trunks exclaimed. Just as he was about to say more, he held back his words. With a sudden roar, an overwhelming rage erupted from within him, and a magnificent golden light swirled around his body like a tempest. His emerald green eyes and flowing golden hair shone brightly as the cyclone surged into the sky. "Super Saiyan, Chapter 106. Complete Domination. Instantaneous Defeat. Boom. The golden light danced around Trunks, and a powerful aura shot skyward, radiating like a resplendent golden sun rising majestically. Judging solely by his energy, this enigmatic youth was already on par with Vegeta, a mere teenager achieving Super Saiyan form. How fearsome indeed. Suddenly, Wukong was overwhelmed by a sense of having squandered so much time. Beside him, Vegeta furrowed his brow and shouted in fury, "Kakarot, why do you compare yourself to me? Do you truly believe you are superior?" "Certainly," Wukong replied confidently. "I have recalibrated the launch power of the Super Saiyan transformation based on Wuyin's methodology." "What?" Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. "Have I truly been surpassed once more?" As Wuyin descended slowly from the heavens, he furrowed his brow, gazing intently at Trunks, while the surrounding aura surged like a tempest. "Has no one taught you?" he admonished. "All this energy you release is squandered on mere posturing. When the time for true battle arrives, you will find yourself unable to elevate your power any further." Trunks, raising an eyebrow in disbelief, felt a surge of indignation. The Super Saiyan form was his greatest pride. How could it be deemed worthless before Wuyin? Suddenly, a resounding clash echoed through the sky, a harmonious blend of gold and iron reverberating as a sharp light burst forth, causing the ground ahead to fracture instantly. Gripping his sword tightly, Trunks declared, "Transform. Let me witness the terrifying power of the legendary Super Saiyan, revered by my brother Gohan." "Transform." With both hands embraced, Wuyin disdainfully remarked, "There is no need whatsoever. In my current state, it is more than sufficient to defeat you." Arrogance. Suddenly, Trunks surged forward, wielding his sword with one hand, and thrust it fiercely towards Wuyin. The menacing sword aura shattered the very fabric of the world in its path. Humph! Wuyin's hands spread wide like the wings of a mythical Kunpeng. Retreating slowly with each step, the tip of the sword halted mere inches before Wuyin, creating a slender gap between the two. With a single hand raised, Wuyin was enveloped in a radiant blue glow, which he gently flicked at the tip of his sword. The resounding clash of metal echoed instantly, as if Trunks had been struck by an overwhelming force, causing his complexion to flush a deep crimson. His palms even began to crack, revealing numerous lines of distress. "What?" Observing Wuyin retreating with an air of tranquility, Trunks was filled with sheer terror. It was merely through that minuscule force that my internal organs were utterly devastated. His hands, still gripping the sword, trembled slightly. Trunks roared within, "This is the true might of Brother Wuyin." Whoosh! As Wuyin lightly tapped his foot, he gradually floated into the sky. Trunks understood in his heart that this was Wuyin's gesture of humility. In the air, lacking a point of leverage, his agility and speed were significantly diminished compared to his movements on solid ground. Yet, for the Super Saiyan Trunks, this was the utmost mockery. It also reminded him of his helplessness when confronted by those two terrifying foes. How infuriating! "Do not underestimate me." Trunks surged upward swiftly, while Wuyin gathered an energy sphere in his hand and hurled it directly. The seemingly insignificant power, akin to the twinkling stars, suddenly expanded at the moment of release. Gradually, it formed an enormous energy sphere with a diameter of several hundred meters, resembling a meteor, plummeting downwards with ferocity. Piccolo pondered for a moment. Vegeta trembled all over, exclaiming, "Impossible. Without transforming into a Super Saiyan, he has condensed such terrifying power in an instant. A monster. Truly, Wuyin is remarkable." Goku silently praised him. How infuriating! Sweat drenched Trunks' face as memories of being dominated by those two terrifying beings flooded his mind. A golden radiance erupted from his body, and with a fierce sword slash, a wave of energy was unleashed. Ziz! The formidable energy sphere before him was cleaved in two by Trunks. Whoosh! Amidst the explosive energy waves, Trunks suddenly flickered, gazing at Wuyin's silhouette, his hands waving rapidly. What? His steady strike fell entirely into empty space. From behind, a profound voice resonated. "Humph. In the face of a stronger opponent, you waste a significant amount of energy on destructive energy waves, indulging in fleeting satisfaction. The passage of time has placed you at an absolute disadvantage." How disappointing. Bang! Trunks suddenly felt an intense pain descending from above, his body instantly losing strength and crashing heavily to the ground. Boom! In the midst of it all, a figure embedded itself into the ground, surrounded by countless fissures. TSK. Vegeta shook his head disdainfully. The recent battle had revealed it all. This Super Saiyan only knew how to recklessly wield his power. Even his basic manipulation of energy was clumsy. Though there was a semblance of turtle school style in his movements, the blend of Saiyan rage rendered it a disarrayed mess. While his aura was indeed formidable, defeating him would require minimal effort. His true opponent remained Kakarot. Cough, cough. Trunks incessantly coughed as he crawled out from the rubble. Whoosh, whoosh. A series of debris resembled an inverted bowl, forming a circular pattern around Trunks. What is this? Whoosh. Wuyin suddenly flickered, standing coldly with arms crossed before Trunks. Observing Wuyin's sneering visage, Trunks, still filled with disdain, was instantly consumed by rage. You do not revel in your arrogance. With a powerful swing of his sword, he charged forward. 933 whoosh. In an instant, Wuyin appeared behind him, gently tapping the back of his head with a single finger. How infuriating. Trunks suddenly spun around. Yet the overwhelming force cleaved through empty air once more. Wuyin remained at his back, that finger still lightly poised on the nape of his neck. No matter how Trunks moved, Wuyin seemed like an oracle, effortlessly anticipating his trajectory and appearing just ahead of him. Trunks was taken aback, cold sweat trickling down his back. What terrifying power was this? Beside him, Goku softly remarked, just moments ago, Wuyin scattered some pebbles around that mysterious youth, utilizing the celestial power of the Rinnegan. He can precisely cover any position and maneuver effortlessly. Moreover, the boy's aura is excessively pronounced, lacking any understanding of concealing his movements. That is why he is so easily toyed with. As energy surged intensely, Trunks gasped for breath, reluctantly reverting from Super Saiyan form, staring blankly at Wuyin. Indeed, Gohan's admiration for you is truly formidable. This sword is forged from the sharpest steel in the entire world. Haha, Wuyin inquired in a deep voice. You should now clarify everything about yourself, right? Yes, brother, you are someone who can be trusted. I was slightly delayed as I was sleeping. Chapter 107. A Despairing Future 20 Years Hence. In the western region, the time is 27 o'clock. The entire area is situated amidst a desert, with only a few jagged stone pillars surrounding it. The howling winds stir up endless clouds of dust upon the ground. Brother, my name is Trunks. I am the third son of Sun Wukong, standing over there. I hail from the future, 20 years ahead. At a distance of several hundred meters. Piccolo appeared as if struck by lightning, gazing at Wukong in disbelief. Given Trunks' age, it seems he must have been conceived during this period. I never expected that Sun Wukong possessed such capabilities. What's the matter, Piccolo? Why are you staring at me? This battle fool truly understands what love is? The affairs of humanity are indeed perplexing. Why do all the beautiful women gravitate towards this naive one? It's nothing. Damn it. Vegeta impatiently paced back and forth, pondering what those two were discussing so secretly. 20 years later, Wuyin was already well aware, yet his face still displayed a look of astonishment. Yes, Trunks nodded. On May 12th, 3 years from now, on an island just 9 kilometers from the southern capital, 2 extraordinarily terrifying beings will emerge. Are they aliens? No, they are androids. Trunks shook his head. At that time, while gathering the Dragon Balls, my father annihilated the entire Red Ribbon Army. However, Dr. Gero, the researcher, survived unscathed. He employed forbidden techniques to transform living humans into formidable androids. Originally benevolent individuals, they were inexplicably programmed into a state of extreme rage. Androids 17 and 18. Wuyin clearly observed that when the two names were mentioned, Trunks trembled all over, his eyes revealing profound fear. They were truly formidable. Even though I have transformed into a Super Saiyan, I still feel as helpless as a child when confronted by one of them. In the battle 3 years hence, Kuririn, Yamcha, Vegeta, and even Piccolo were all brutally slain. Their lifeless forms were mercilessly dismembered. Ultimately, my mentor, Son Gohan, met his demise 4 years ago. After Piccolo's death, the Dragon Balls vanished, and the hope of resurrection became a distant dream. The entire future world languished in despair. Upon hearing this news, Piccolo stood there, enveloped in solemnity. From Trunks' words, he could sense the meaning of despair. Where's father? Wuyin inquired. Shortly thereafter, Trunks revealed that his father succumbed to a viral heart disease and did not participate in that battle. Trunks' voice quivered as he began to weep softly. What about me? Wuyin could hardly believe it. Could it be that he, for some reason, also did not partake in the battle? Trunks gazed intently at Wuyin and gently said, Brother exists merely as a figure in legend. I have only heard of you through Gohan. And after venturing into the cosmos, you vanished without a trace. What? Indeed, it is true. Father once sought you in the universe. Yet even the Kais could not uncover your whereabouts. According to their conjectures, you must have encountered misfortune in the mysterious realm at the center of the galaxy. Wuyin fell into silence. Indeed, even he, shrouded in the power of destruction, had nearly met his demise. The timeline may have fluctuated due to other unforeseen circumstances. As he wandered amidst the destruction, any slight misstep could lead to his utter annihilation. It seems that his future self is rife with resentment. To perish on the path of becoming stronger, one can only wonder what emotions accompany such an end. The future is engulfed in despair. This world ought not to be in such a state. Trunks greedily inhaled the fresh air, observing the birds in the sky and the flowing water on the ground. Even the dust carried a sense of tranquility. Yet, in the future, the world has succumbed to the haze of warfare. Those two fiends have obliterated 99% of humanity. Such a wretched future must be altered. Trunks roared with fervor, beads of cold sweat dotting his face as he gasped for breath. Calm down, Trunks, Wuyin urged, standing ahead. Yes, Trunks continued. Mother told me that after Goku's death, the miraculous power of the world seemed to vanish. Without that cheerful demeanor, there was no steadfast pillar to rely on. Thus, despair ensued. It was for this reason that my mother urged me to restore the world's lost faith, leading to the invention of the time machine, allowing me to travel to the past to seek the aid of my brother and father. I implore you to train diligently, to endure through the tension, and to bolster your strength in order to defeat the androids. Likewise, we must transform this tragic future world. Subsequently, Trunks retrieved a vial from his pocket. This is the antidote to viral heart disease. It is currently a terminal illness, yet the future has developed a miraculous cure. Brother, I entrust everything to you. Indeed. Wuyin nodded thoughtfully. Trunks' words were laden with despair. Yet the true self understood that the current androids 17 and 18 were not as bloodthirsty as they seemed. Moreover, he had already transformed to full power. Even if they attacked together, they would not be his match. With a swift motion, Trunks transformed into a beam of light and vanished into the void. He is gone? Gohan exclaimed, promptly flying to Wu Yin's side. Vegeta, exhibiting impatience, asked, "What did that Saiyan say to you?" "Don't rush me," Wu Yin replied calmly, conveying all that Trunks had shared, deliberately omitting details of his origin. From the future, Gohan contemplated deeply. Is it possible for humans of the future to invent such a device? Vegeta interjected loudly, "What a tedious liar. How could a Super Saiyan, who reigns supreme, possibly falter elsewhere? Did Sun Wuyin really perish? You might as well tell me the universe exploded." Buzz. Golden rays illuminated the sky as a peculiar machine hovered above. Trunks sat within, repeatedly waving at Wuyin and Goku. Feeling Goku's cheerful smile, Trunks found that the shadows in his heart were momentarily lifted. "Father, you truly are an extraordinary person. Brother, your formidable strength might indeed change this world. Until we meet again in 3 years, if I survive." With a flash of brilliance, the machine vanished without a trace. Wuyin curiously spread his arms wide. The annals of time, seek. Have you watched Dragon Ball Super, Broly? Pirated versions abound online. And it eventually premiered. The battles were indeed executed with remarkable artistry, yet the animation style feels rather peculiar, which I find somewhat unappealing. Chapter 108. A Pool of Despair. The Annals of Time. Seeking. Following the trajectory of Trunks' temporal flow, all fluctuations have been directly recorded in the annals. Wuyin smiled faintly, and for reasons unbeknownst to him, he perceived the fluctuations of time and space. With this insight, he could traverse through historical texts to uncover the true coordinates of the future world, observing the time machine vanish in an instant. The once arrogant Vegeta fell into a profound silence. Perhaps what that youth spoke was indeed the truth. In the future, he would meet his demise at the hands of 2 individuals. How infuriating! What an absurdity it is that a human-crafted android could vanquish a Super Saiyan. This is nothing short of a fantastical tale. A Super Saiyan ought to be invincible in this world. Wukong fell silent, reflecting on the tragic irony of succumbing to viral heart disease, never having had the opportunity to confront those formidable adversaries. What a lamentable fate it is. Truly, it is a profound regret. Wukong is utterly indifferent to his own demise. What he emphasizes is merely his inability to engage in battle. Bang! Wuyin tossed the medicinal pill to Wukong and said, "Father, this is a miraculous remedy. After consuming it, you should be fine. And Gohan, you should take one as well. To prevent being infected by father." Wukong was filled with unrestrained joy. "Why didn't you mention this earlier? Such a remarkable thing exists." Vegeta, harboring a sense of bitterness, thought to himself, "With son Wukong and Kakarot both perished, how dreadfully dull this world will become. Boring." With that, he transformed into a streak of azure light and soared into the sky, heading towards West City. "Well then, old son, we shall meet again in 3 years. I hope by then, Earth will not have descended into the same cruel fate as the future." Piccolo, with an air of pride, declared as a white cloak appeared around him. "Do not think that transforming into a Super Saiyan will allow you to evade me completely. I will undoubtedly catch up with you." Wukong gave a thumbs up. "I know." The Z fighters parted ways, each returning to their respective training grounds, resolutely preparing for the impending calamity 3 years hence. None intended to eliminate the androids prematurely. That would be a disgrace to the Saiyans. Whoosh! Wuyin sat atop the lofty peak of Baozi Mountain, gazing down at the gentle flow of water below, feeling the caress of the breeze. The lush greenery enveloped him, almost as if it were a vibrant liquid. The air was imbued with a refreshing fragrance that danced around him. Wuyin sat upright, his eyes closed in deep contemplation. Before him, the annals of time floated in the air, swaying incessantly. The soul of the Kurdish king was ensnared within, its tumultuous essence surging forth, causing the pages of history to turn relentlessly. According to the records, in a distant and desolate corner of the universe, there lay a realm eternally shrouded in darkness. Upon that castle resided the true puppeteer of fate, an unexpected revelation for Wuyin, a woman. Wuyin softly remarked, "Even the Kurdish king has never witnessed the true visage. How intriguing, to possess the power of the god of destruction. This world is becoming increasingly fascinating." Wuyin initially believed he could continually surpass himself by embracing the essence of a Super Saiyan. However, an increasing number of peculiar humans have infiltrated the cosmos, rendering events shrouded in enigma. "Only by transcending humanity through my own strength can I utterly disregard the dominion behind the curtain." According to historical records, she appears unable to leave that planet for reasons unknown. "I still possess ample time." Setting aside the unseen sovereign of the universe, Wuyin harnessed the temporal currents captured from Trunks, gradually infusing his energy into the annals of history. Suddenly, a pitch-black black hole materialized before him, voraciously devouring everything like a glutton. What is this? It resembled the time travel portal he encountered when he first ventured to Bardock. A temporal passage unlocked by the historical records. With a resounding boom, golden light enveloped him as Wuyin transformed into a Super Saiyan, becoming a streak of golden brilliance as he plunged into the void. 20 years later, in West City, a dark chasm slowly opened in the sky, and Wuyin surged forth, staring blankly at the heavens. The sky was shrouded in a gray haze, with countless bolts of lightning crackling and intertwining. Ruins lay scattered everywhere, and human corpses were strewn about in disarray. The blood had fully congealed, and the entire land radiated an eerie black glow. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and decay, as swarms of mosquitoes buzzed incessantly. Wuyin merely caught a whiff and immediately retched. Earth had become a vast necropolis, the scent of despair permeating the world. Is this truly the future envisioned by Trunks? From the pages of comic books or animations, it had never been so vivid. Only upon Wuyin's arrival did he realize the extent of this desolation. Utilizing the king of the world's blessing to hold his breath, Wuyin attuned his senses. Most of the remaining humanity dwelled underground, with a scant few still battling on the surface. Are they the resistance fighting to save the world? He soared through the skies. Boom. After a few minutes, he felt the explosive flames shooting into the sky, the smell of gunpowder wafting through the air. Buildings crumbled with a thunderous crash, and the city was engulfed in flames. The atmosphere vibrated with the rhythm of explosions, and the essence of countless humans dissipated once more. The ruthless fiends only target humanity. It appears that the artificial beings of this future world have wholly inherited the hatred of the Red Ribbon Army. They do not aim to conquer the world. Rather, they treat this place as a vast hunting ground. Earth has been transformed into a playground for two. Boom. Hundreds of humans were blasted into the sky, their floating corpses pierced by dense energy, gushing forth blood like a torrent. The sound of gunfire echoed incessantly, only to vanish completely within a few minutes. Two figures stood upon a clearing formed by energy, one clad in a black hoodie, the other in blue jeans. A man and a woman, the former with black hair and the latter with golden locks, shared a striking resemblance, suggesting they were siblings. Beneath the crumbling ruins lay an elderly man, his hair completely gone, desperately drawing a weapon and firing at his assailants. Demon! Demon! Die! Die! He unleashed an entire magazine. The bullets striking the man's face, yet the powerful weapon failed to even graze his scalp. Demon! My wife, my children. My entire family of 500 souls perished at your hands. Bloodied executioner, the heavens will surely come for you. Your days are numbered. A thick glob of phlegm was spat forth. Chapter 109, Absolute Freeze. Eliminate Subject 17. Subject 17 narrowed his eyes, glaring menacingly at the old man before him. The world has descended into chaos, and yet you still harbor thoughts of resistance? I must admit, I find that somewhat admirable. However, it does not grant you the right to insult me. With a swift motion, Subject 17 seized the old man's throat, lifting him effortlessly. The old man cried out in agony, his complexion turning a deep shade of purple. Yet, Subject 17 seemed to toy with his life. Just as the old man felt he was on the brink of suffocation, he would loosen his grip, only to tighten it once more. Thus, for a full 10 minutes, the old man lingered on the edge of life, eyes rolling back, frothing at the mouth, until his breath finally ceased. In his last moments, he endured the cruelest of fates, where even death became a luxury. TCH. A waste of time. Subject 17 dismissed the lifeless body, casting it aside. The last vestiges of resistance in the city dissipated, shrouded in the lingering smoke that enveloped a vast mass grave. Most of humanity had succumbed to the spreading plague. In the sky, Wuyin floated, momentarily stunned. He believed he had been sufficiently ruthless toward his enemies. Yet in comparison to Subject 17, he felt woefully inadequate. Trunks' presence had emerged, evidently returned from the past. He too sensed the disappearance of life in this place, but remained inactive. To preserve the last flicker of defiance and prevent the future from succumbing to despair, he had chosen this path. In other words, the death of humanity had rendered him silent. Bang! Wuyin fell to the ground, his gaze languidly fixed upon the two individuals. However, the tumultuous aura emanating from him unmistakably indicated that he was engulfed in a fit of rage. Who are you? A Saiyan? Number 18 remarked softly, observing his distinctive hair, reminiscent of the legendary son Wukong recorded in our memory chips. Yet, he had perished long ago. Number 17 exclaimed, noticing the intensity in Wu Yan's eyes. You are son Wuyin, the fabled strongest among the Saiyans. The divergence between the future world and the past emerged following Wu Yan's departure. When Raditz and Vegeta arrived, they bore an uncanny resemblance. Dr. Gero had similarly captured the essence of Wu Yan. Yet, throughout the endless passage of time, Wuyin had never manifested, effectively deemed as deceased. Wuyin let out a cold snort, expressing his anger. The earth has become a graveyard for the departed. The souls of humanity wander aimlessly. I never anticipated that the two of you would be so merciless. Number 17 scoffed. What do I care if earthlings perish? Those wretched lives are destined to be our subservience. Allowing them to perish by my own hand is already an act of extraordinary mercy. This is utterly ridiculous. Wuyin exclaimed, his voice rising in indignation. Enough, Number 17. Number 18 interjected, it has been ages since any human dared to stand against us. Regardless of who he might be, the outcome remains unchanged. He will inevitably meet a cruel demise before us. The fury born from video games still festers within me. Prolonged suppression will harm my very skin. Number 18 casually seated herself upon a nearby pile of rubble, her eyes gleaming with delight as she gazed at Number 17. With an angelic visage yet a heart of a viper. How could you, Number 18, be so heartless in the future? Future? Spare me the words. Number 17 bellowed, interrupting their exchange, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Die? With a grace akin to drifting clouds, he leaped into the air, his feet lightly touching the ground, which erupted in an explosion. In an instant, he propelled himself into the sky, his speed mesmerizing. A purple radiance enveloped his fist as he launched a sudden attack. Boom. All his might was unleashed upon the earth, yet before him stood merely an afterimage of Wuyin. Child's play. Behind you. Number 17 retreated, executing a sidekick. And indeed, Wuyin's figure materialized behind him. He chuckled coldly. Boom. The searing shockwave from his kick effortlessly sliced a towering building in half, yet still, there was no sense of impact. My apologies. You guessed wrong. I am above you. Wuyin descended from the heavens, forcefully pressing down with a single hand, causing number 17 to crash into the ground. Infuriated, observing his disheveled form, his beloved attire now marred by countless specks of dust, number 17 let out a thunderous roar. From his obsidian eyes, two beams of laser-like intensity erupted forth. Whoosh! The surging radiance swiftly closed in on Wuyin. With a gentle wave of his hand, Wuyin effortlessly deflected the energy fluctuations, his arms outstretched like a mythical Kunping soaring through the heavens and delving into the earth, swiftly reappearing in the sky. Number 17 extended his hands, unleashing 3 arcs of pale blue energy that curved outward, surrounding Wuyin from all directions. Where do you think you can escape? He taunted. Escape? Wuyin scoffed disdainfully at the energy before him. How absurd. Suddenly, his Rinnegan began to spin unexpectedly as he extended a single hand. Shinra Tensei, a tumultuous white repulsive force, interspersed with flickering black ripples, erupted and expanded in the air. The energy of number 17 was shattered, the dispersing force descending from above, propelling him away with no means of resistance. Bang! Bang! Several towering buildings were instantaneously obliterated, collapsing in slow motion, as billowing clouds of dust enveloped the battlefield. Damn it! Number 17 emerged from the smoke, gazing at the empty sky, his voice a desperate roar. You dared to injure my noble form. Who do you think you are? How infuriating. Where the hell are you hiding? Having not tasted defeat in a long time, he was now on the brink of madness in the face of Wuyuin's overwhelming power. Universal pull. Suddenly, a pair of hands reached out from the smoke, and an immense gravitational force sent number 17 hurtling backward, his neck firmly grasped by Wuyin. What? Number 18 exclaimed in confusion. What kind of technique is this? I've never seen anything like it on anyone else. Wuyin sneered and said just now. You tormented that old man to death in this very manner, didn't you? It appears that you take great pleasure in the anguished cries of others in their final moments. I wonder how it feels for you when all of this is turned upon yourselves. Wuyin gritted his teeth, lamenting that future artificial beings possess no semblance of mercy. Perhaps they were not forged this way when created by Dr. Gero, but prolonged slaughter has undoubtedly warped their souls. Infuriating. Number 17, with all his strength, attempted to pry open Wuyin's hands. Yet, the towering energy was beyond his capacity to shake. The flicker of a firefly pales in comparison to the brilliance of the full moon. Such is the truth. Humph, Wuyin disdainfully remarked, in the face of death. All individuals exhibit the same reaction. Utterly grotesque. The Telmo within the eye of reincarnation shimmered with a crystalline radiance. Wuyin whispered, Absolute freeze. Chapter 110. Fury. An unintentional breakthrough. Absolute freeze. Creak. The sky seemed to momentarily solidify, as Wuyin's left hand appeared to fracture like shattered glass. Marred by countless wounds, the chill spread through the body of number 17, transforming his once vibrant form into an icy statue. Bang! Like the shattering of diamond stardust. Number 17's figure utterly vanished from the air. The remnants shimmered like fireflies, as Wuyin gently relaxed his grip, casting a frigid gaze upon number 18. Number 17. Number 18's exquisite visage flickered with a hint of frost. How could this be? How could this be? A mere weak Saiyan, capable of vanquishing number 17? Infuriating. Wuyin ascended slowly, his gaze unwavering, as an infinite intent to kill flowed within his reincarnation eyes. What is the matter? Have you, the venomous vixen, begun to sense anguish? That should not be the case. Your heart has been transformed into a perpetual power source, has it not? Apart from that mere fade, what resemblance do you bear to humanity? Yet, astonishingly, you possess human emotions. Wuyin has slipped into a state of hysteria. Initially, I harbored a modicum of fondness for you. Yet, the Rinnegan has captured the anguished cries of souls, those helpless humans, those pitiful beings, akin to frail creatures, mercilessly slaughtered by your hands. My last vestige of compassion has vanished. You have become the detritus of this earth, and I shall not spare you. Silence. Silence. The visage of number 18 is suffused with terror. They have always relied on their boundless energy to engage in combat. The primal desire for battle, once etched into their minds, has long since decayed. Silence, perish. Number 18's feet erupted with energy, causing the ground to explode as she darted through the skies like a spectral serpent. Crack. Universal pull. Wuyin joined his hands in prayer, and waves of white ripples spread outward. Two towering buildings were drawn together by an unseen force, merging into one. Bang! The airborne figure known as number 18 was caught completely off guard, trapped between the two structures. How delightful! Huh! Huh! The melodious voice of number 18 emerged from the ruins, her nimble vocal cords sending a chill through Wuyin's ears, akin to the bite of a venomous serpent. Waves of purple energy surged forth, erupting from the crevices of the buildings. Boom! The ground trembled incessantly, and under the pressure of the energy fluctuations, hundreds of houses collapsed in an instant, reduced to rubble. Bang! An explosion erupted suddenly, and number 18 soared into the sky. Her body had been heavily battered by the collapsing buildings, leaving her once beautiful attire in tatters, her skin, as pristine as white jade, marred by a multitude of wounds. Only tattered remnants barely concealed her modesty, while the dense forest lay exposed. Gasping for breath, she coughed up blood. Wuyin mockingly remarked, "What is that? Engine oil or blood? You, how audacious you are. Those who dare to confront the artificial beings will inevitably turn to ash in the boundless energy." Huh. Number 18 waved her hands incessantly, and suddenly, hundreds of elliptical energy orbs enveloped Wuyin, as if celestial maidens were scattering flowers from all directions. Boom. A relentless barrage erupted, and in an instant, Wuyin vanished amidst the smoke. Flames surged, storms roared, and the entire city trembled incessantly. Unbelievably, number 17 has been slain. We have tasted defeat for the first time. I shall never let you escape. Boom. The inferno raged on. The ground began to fracture, and lava surged forth within moments. The entire city was reduced to ashes within the molten flow. The brutal explosions persisted for a full 10 minutes. Number 18's energy was infinite, eternally unwavering. Their hearts had been transformed into perpetual energy furnaces, ceaselessly supplying power. How infuriating. Is it possible for you to survive this? She gazed at the smoke-shrouded ground, momentarily stunned. Then she erupted into manic laughter. Aha! It was as if a cold-hearted femme fatale had achieved ultimate triumph. Number 17, do you see? The Saiyan perished at my hands. Had you taken things more seriously, you wouldn't have stumbled into such a pitfall. You must be quite lonely down there, rest assured. I shall annihilate the remaining humans. In this graveyard, I will bid you farewell. Suddenly, a resounding voice echoed through the desolate world, reverberating like a mighty bell. Hey, you are chattering away like a gossiping old crone. What? Number 18 stared in disbelief at the scene below. The writhing smoke gradually dissipated, revealing a massive pit several hundred meters in diameter. Gushing lava slowly flowed in from the sides. Yet, at the center, a slender stone pillar continuously extended, with Wuyin standing proudly atop it. Impossible. Number 18 trembled all over. It cannot be. She found herself at a loss for words. How infuriating. All the surrounding stones shattered, yet the ground beneath Wuyin remained untouched, as if he were a solitary warrior standing defiantly. The impact on number 18's psyche was unimaginable. I truly feel a twinge of reluctance to strike. However, in the face of this sorrowful world, amidst the countless souls devoid of refuge, with a firm grip, Wuyin ascended into the sky. You have truly provoked my ire. Crackling. Streams of electricity swirled around the golden radiance, causing Wuyin's hair to stand on end, as his aura surged with wild intensity. Whoosh. He instantly transformed into a fleeting shadow, hurtling towards the heavens. Number 18 gasped in terror, unable to evade in time. Bang. A powerful fist struck directly at the abdomen. Behind him, a fist was clenched tightly, shimmering with a violet glow. The formidable number 18 was unexpectedly pierced by a single blow. This transpired in the blink of an eye. Wuyin once again assumed the form of a Super Saiyan at full power. He gently cradled the fallen head of Android 18 in his hands and spoke softly. Allow me to send you on your way with greater strength, much like the humans you have slain. You should consider it an honor. No. Impossible. Blood trickled from 18's lips, her eyes flickering with the faint glimmers of electric currents. As her vision dimmed, vitality slowly ebbed away. Boom. In Wuyin's grasp, she erupted in an explosion. Chapter 111. The Despairing 20 Years of Chi-Chi. The orange glow enveloped the sky completely, and all that remained of Android 18 were scattered remnants, drifting through the air. The life of Sin had finally come to a complete end. Wuyin floated in the air, having seemingly transformed into a Super Saiyan 2. However, this was a natural progression, as it had been quite some time since he had unleashed his full power. Wuyin closed his eyes, gently attuning himself to his surroundings. This is a quaint town adjacent to the West City, merely a blink away. Trunks has returned, seemingly sensing the tumult of battle here. The atmosphere begins to stir. Whoosh. In an instant, Wuyin transformed into a radiant beam of light and surged forward. In the sky, Trunks gazed ahead with exhilaration. It appeared that a battle had once again erupted in the nearby town. That powerful presence, he had just encountered it. It was Sun Wuyin. Could it be that his long-lost brother had finally returned? As he beheld the gradually brightening glow ahead, Trunks joyfully exclaimed, "Brother! Oh, I had thought you would continue to hide like a timid turtle in the bunker." As Wuyin began to speak, Trunks felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Instinctively reaching up to touch his head, his expression bore a striking resemblance to that of Goku. "I'm sorry, but my combat power cannot withstand the might of both of them simultaneously. When I sensed an unusual aura, I thought I had found assistance and hurried over here. I have splendid news for you. I have completely annihilated androids 17 and 18. From now on, you need not hide in fear." "What?" Trunks exclaimed in astonishment, his voice rising. "No, it can't be." He trembled all over, cautiously attuning himself to the atmosphere. After a prolonged moment and several scans of energy signatures, Trunks finally sighed in relief. Indeed, there was no trace of their presence. Truly. Suddenly, a wave of disillusionment washed over Trunks. He pinched himself hard to ascertain the reality of the situation. Upon feeling the sting of pain, tears streamed down his face as he exclaimed, "It's real. It's real. Those two fiends have finally been vanquished. Humanity can now look forward to a period of peaceful development." Ha! Overwhelmed, Trunks fell to his knees, releasing a torrent of emotions that had built up over the years, with the golden radiance of a Super Saiyan intertwining amidst his despair. "Brother, have you returned from your cosmic journey?" After a long pause, Trunks tentatively inquired, "In this world, I should have perished. Did we not engage in battle before?" "What?" Trunks' eyes widened in disbelief. "Could it be that you are from the past? How is that possible? Do you, brother, possess a time machine as well?" "My traversal was merely a unique circumstance, a personal artifact of mine. You need not concern yourself with it. However, I must convey this. 17 and 18 were not meant to meet their demise at my hands. I feared you would lose your motivation thereafter. Now, you stand alone, devoid of any warriors by your side, with no one to compare yourself to, unsure of your direction. Perhaps, in terms of mere power, allowing them to remain would have been beneficial. Nevertheless, as Wuyuan's voice shifted, he declared that the presence of these individuals in this world constituted the gravest peril. The air was thick with the remnants of blood and decay, a testament to the 2 decades of rotting corpses, rendering the earth a mass grave. All these misdeeds stemmed from the 2 artificial beings. Everything must be repaid by them. "Brother," Trunks murmured softly. Gazing at the pale light enveloping him, Wuyin remarked, "I still have some time left here. During this interval, I shall dedicate myself to training you thoroughly. Trunks, remember, when we return to the past in 3 years, if your progress is not commendable, I shall impart upon you a lesson you will never forget." "What?" Trunks exclaimed in astonishment. "Do not even think of evading this. The reason Gohan stood before you during this time is precisely what has contributed to your weakness. You must be subjected to a certain level of pressure," Wuyin proclaimed, his eyes filled with resolve. "All right, fine." Faced with Wuyuan's determined expression, Trunks could only nod in acquiescence. Whoosh. Wuyin utilized instantaneous teleportation to arrive at the remnants of humanity's gathering place. On the ground stood a bunker constructed of cement, with a massive iron sheet completely isolating the underground from the outside world. There were now fewer than 100,000 souls remaining. Wuyin softly remarked, Upon hearing this, Trunks felt a tinge of sorrow. He gestured towards a nearby structure. "Over there is the former Capsule Corporation, now transformed into a refuge for my mother." It was also where the time machine was developed. With a firm step, Trunks led Wuyin inside, saying, "Brother, my mother will be overjoyed to see you." He forcefully pushed aside the thick iron panel, revealing a cramped and rudimentary environment below, where a colossal and intricate machine flickered with light. Flecks of energy gradually flowed into it. The time machine required 3 years to gather the energy needed for its operation, leaving them with no choice but to wait. "Trunks, have you returned?" Suddenly, a gentle voice emerged from the side, imbued with a sense of weariness and a hint of hoarseness. Turning around, they beheld a middle-aged woman clad in a white lab coat. She spoke softly, "Trunks." Upon seeing Wuyin before her, with the familiar crab-like head and visage, Bulma was utterly stunned. Goku. No. That peculiar gaze. Is it Wuyin? Bulma exclaimed, her voice resonating with astonishment. What? Wuyin has returned. A familiar voice echoed nearby, adorned in an orange chi-pao. Sporting the same old-fashioned bangs, none other than Chi-Chi. After Bulma and Chi-Chi confronted their circumstances, Goku had passed away, Gohan had become a scholar, and Chi-Chi, for convenience, had taken up residence with the two widows, a decision that ultimately spared them from calamity. She stared blankly at Wuyin, recognizing those familiar eyes. Regret flooded through Chi-Chi for allowing Wuyin to wander the cosmos, leading to his demise. She had hoped for Gohan to become a scholar. Yet he found himself powerless in the face of the android crisis. Moreover, the love of her life, Goku, had succumbed to illness. In that moment, Chi-Chi felt overwhelming despair. Having endured every conceivable anguish in her lifetime. Wuyin, have you finally returned? In a moment of raw emotion, Chi-Chi leapt into Wuyin's embrace, weeping openly. Her figure a portrait of sorrow. Her prolonged cries resonated through the heavens and the earth, releasing all the accumulated pain and uncertainty in an instant. Tears flowed like a torrential flood, impossible to contain. Beside her, the resilient Bulma, moved by the scene, found herself shedding quiet tears in Trunks' embrace. An entire hour later, Wuyin, Trunks, Chi-Chi, and Bulma found themselves seated on the sofa, with tea elegantly placed beside them. Mom, Wuyin exclaimed, feeling at a loss for how to address Bulma. Should he call her aunt? Bulma, embodying her mischievous spirit reminiscent of her adventures with Goku in search of the Dragon Balls, playfully stuck out her tongue. Wuyin, Chi-Chi urgently inquired, what on earth have you been through all these years? Why have we heard nothing from you? I thought you at this point. Chi-Chi's eyes brimmed with tears. Mom, Wuyin sighed, I don't wish to deceive you. In this world, I should have perished long ago. I hail from the past before Trunks arrived. Bulma replied, perplexed. Are you saying you come from the past? And what do you mean by this world? Is it not the past? Wuyin elucidated. The invention by Aunt Bulma is not, strictly speaking, a time machine. It merely facilitates travel between two parallel worlds. That is all. Even if the antidote were consumed and Father survived, eliminating the androids would yield no impact on this world. Such is the case. With a sip of tea, Bulma softly remarked, I see. Indeed, according to scientific principles, this is a plausible concept. However, Trunks and Chi-Chi nearby wore expressions of utter confusion. Suddenly, Trunks exuberantly exclaimed, Mother, my brother has completely eradicated the two androids this time. What? Both Bulma and Chi-Chi sprang to their feet, exclaiming loudly. Is it truly so? Have those two fiends really been vanquished? Wuyin nodded. For reasons unknown, both Chi-Chi and Bulma harbored an unwavering trust in Wu Yan's words. Once more, tears streamed down their faces. After Goku's demise, we were nearly devoid of hope, surviving solely on the conviction to defeat the androids. Subsequently, we intended to nurture Trunks into a prodigious warrior akin to you. Yet throughout our lives, we lacked a definitive goal. In other words, after Goku's passing, we became like wandering souls. Existing in this desolate world, everything appeared bleak, and through the eaves, one could only glimpse the tremors of death. Were it not for Trunks, we would not have endured to this day. The fiendish androids have been destroyed. Thus, hope has returned. After the storm, the sun shall undoubtedly pierce through the clouds. Wuyin, I thank you. Bulma rose, offering a slight bow. That evening, Bulma prepared a feast, drawing upon all her stored provisions, crafting a sumptuous dinner that embodied Trunks' dreams. The three of them enjoyed a restful slumber. Even Bulma found herself snoring, experiencing the most peaceful sleep she could ever recall. Atop the summit of Baozi Mountain, Wuyin and Trunks stood amidst the remnants of what was once a lush and vibrant landscape, now reduced to mere ruins. Scorched traces of flames marred the surroundings, and the humble abode of Sun Wukong lay cloaked in a thick layer of dust. Nearby, Trunks tirelessly executed sit-ups, while Wuyin floated above, employing the mystic pull to incessantly apply pressure upon him. Do you recognize your greatest flaw? Wuyin admonished. Your aura is comparable to Vegeta's, yet your mastery over it is woefully inadequate. To claim you are my brother fills me with embarrassment. Should you face Vegeta, he could effortlessly exploit your weaknesses within 3 moves, swiftly defeating you. Brother, Trunks protested, sweat glistening on his brow. I am not as hopeless as you portray. I previously vanquished you without transforming into a Super Saiyan. Does that not signify anything? Your transformation was only achieved due to Gohan's demise. Yet it has hindered your ability to harness the energy within your own body. Such brutish combat could lead to your downfall even against weaker foes, let alone triumphing over the strong. TCH. Utterly feeble. Wuyin berated Trunks until his face turned crimson. Hey, do not stop, hurry up. The alternating effects of the universal heavens pull and the divine realm's judgment create nearly 100-fold gravity. Under such circumstances, Trunks found even his breathing becoming laborious. Your body is exceedingly fragile. Wuyin leaped aside, delivering a swift kick that shattered a stone into fragments. With a sly smile, he remarked, "Let me observe your reflexes." Without further ado, he hurled the jagged piece of rock with the velocity of a meteor, sending it hurtling toward Trunks with an elegance akin to flowing water. What? With a resounding thud, Trunks was unable to evade the oncoming projectile, which struck him squarely on the leg, the sickening sound of shattering bone echoing in the air. Ah! Trunks let out a pained cry. Whoosh! Whoosh! In Wuyin's hand, the stone was swiftly wielded, relentlessly striking at Trunks. Initially, Trunks found himself unaccustomed to the assault, his bones nearly shattered by the onslaught. After consuming a mystical being, he gradually began to master the technique. In less than half a day's time, he became thoroughly acquainted with the trajectory of the stone's movement. With a series of resounding impacts, 3 stones struck the towering mountain behind him, causing the entire peak to collapse with a thunderous crash. Wuyin nodded slightly and gently remarked, "Indeed, now it feels more fitting. Well, you must be weary as well. It's time for you to return." Whoosh! Wuyin utilized instantaneous movement to return to the western capital, where the humans hiding underground had already learned of the demon's demise and began their journey back to their homeland. Humanity is indeed a peculiar species. Within a mere day, the pervasive gloom that enveloped the world had significantly dissipated. Buzzing. Upon his return, the white light emanating from Wuyin's body began to pulse gently. Trunks, with a hint of concern, inquired, "Brother, what is happening?" Kiki gazed at him anxiously, her heart heavy with worry. She feared that everything before her might be nothing more than a fleeting dream. Having experienced hope only to be plunged back into despair, she truly questioned whether she still possessed the courage to continue living. Bulma, deep in thought, remarked, "Wuyin, are you preparing to leave?" Chapter 113. The Fourth Super Saiyan. Wuyin nodded gently. The power of time accumulated by the historical records is about to be exhausted. I have already been here for a day. Trunks, do not forget that 3 years from now, if you cannot withstand my 3 moves, you will truly experience what it means to receive the love of an elder brother. Haha. Trunks, feeling a bit shy, scratched his head and replied with a smile, "Brother, I will not let you down." Wuyin turned to Chi-Chi and Bulma, softly saying, "Mother, Aunt Bulma, please take care." At that moment, Chi-Chi nestled in Bulma's embrace and began to weep. As Wuyin slowly waved his hand, he vanished in an instant from the bright eyes of Trunks and Bulma. Bulma remarked, "If Wuyin from this world were still alive, he would likely be of such an age now. Perhaps this world would not have endured those desperate 20 years. My union with Goku is largely thanks to that young man." Haha. Buzz. Atop the Baozi mountain, enveloped in a radiant white light, Wuyin suddenly materialized. His journey well documented in the annals of history. In this world, merely a day had passed. Crunch, crunch. Wuyin stretched lazily, the sound of his bones cracking resonating through the air. How delightful it is to be here. He greedily inhaled the fresh air. In the future, 20 years hence, the atmosphere is tainted with the stench of decay and corpses. The year 937 truly unsettles him. If the world were to descend into such a state, would I have the fortitude to endure? With this thought in mind, Wuyin resolutely declared, "No, I shall not permit the world to devolve into that." Whoosh. Upon returning home, he was enveloped by the fragrant aroma of a meal. He took his seat only to discover that Wukong and Gohan were conspicuously absent. "Where are Mom, Dad, and Gohan?" "They've gone to Bulma's. Don't concern yourself with them. It would be better if they perished outside." Chi-Chi replied irritably. A sense of foreboding hung in the air. Could it be that Dad and Mom are at odds once more? That shouldn't be the case. Hasn't Bulma clarified everything already? Wuyin resembled a humble snail, engrossed solely in his feast, utterly disregarding any conversation. Perhaps such singular focus might invite trouble upon himself. After his meal, Wuyin instantaneously transported himself to Bulma's residence. He was filled with curiosity regarding the reason why Goku had brought Gohan to this place. Suddenly, a tremor shook the ground. Nearby, Dr. Briefs and his wife lost their balance and fell. "Oh dear, here it comes again," exclaimed Mrs. Briefs, her tone elongated, as the teacup in her hand clattered to the floor. "Honestly, I should never have prepared such things for the Saiyans. They are simply a bunch of madmen." That commotion must have been caused by a surge of energy. Wuyin stepped inside, peering through the window to catch a glimpse of Tai Yi, who appeared to be engrossed in the completion of her magnificent masterpiece. Opposite them lay the gravity chamber, amplifying the force of gravity 300-fold. Wukong, Gohan, and Vegeta stood in a triangular formation, facing each other. Whoosh! Gohan launched the first strike, delivering a powerful punch towards Goku. The gravitational force had indeed slowed him down, yet he still moved with remarkable swiftness, engaging Goku in a rapid exchange of blows. "Well done, Gohan." Wukong deftly flickered through the air, resembling a nimble monkey. Utterly elusive and impossible to capture. Boom! Gohan struck the ground with tremendous force, causing the gravity chamber, constructed entirely of high-grade steel, to bend and shatter under the impact. With a resounding crash, Vegeta dashed forward, delivering a powerful blow to Gohan's chest that sent him hurtling away. His body collided violently with the wall, and he coughed up blood from the sheer force of the strike. "If you are not a Super Saiyan, it would be wise to withdraw from this battle sooner rather than later," Vegeta remarked disdainfully. In the depths of his mind, Wuyin pondered with curiosity. Vegeta, after successfully transforming, has become increasingly ferocious. It appears I must find an opportunity to enlighten him on the essence of Saiyan compassion. With a resounding clash, the two formidable Super Saiyans, Goku and Vegeta, collided fiercely in midair, their speeds astonishingly rapid, retreating instantly after each impact. The contest of strength was intricately intertwined with the collision of velocity. A single misstep could very well lead to immediate defeat. Nearby, Gohan visibly harbored feelings of frustration. Yet he found himself utterly unable to intervene in the fierce battle between the two titans. His disposition was still somewhat timid. But following their journey to Namek and the encounter with Hachiyak, the Saiyan essence within him began to awaken anew. The combatants disregarded one another, engaging in solitary warfare. Was this a manifestation of disdain for his own capabilities? Gohan stood still, suddenly erupting into a loud roar. What? The battling Vegeta and Goku landed simultaneously, exclaiming in astonishment. Could it be? That little brat. Has he amassed enough anger due to his inner turmoil? Well done, Gohan. Control your emotions, Goku reminded him. In place, Wu Fan roared incessantly, his surging aura causing the ground to tremble violently, enveloping the entire West City in its formidable embrace. The steel floor began to fracture, tiles levitating in the air, engulfed by the tempestuous energy. The watermelon-headed figures on either side gradually ascended, a golden essence sweeping up from the ground, their pupils gradually transforming into a vivid emerald green. The sky was shrouded in a veil of gloom, as blue lightning repeatedly bridged the heavens and earth, howling relentlessly. Finally, a golden blaze surged skyward, akin to a divine sword, causing the surrounding world to resonate with a powerful tremor. Gohan has finally transformed into a Super Saiyan. What an impressive feat. Outside, Wuyin also expressed admiration. Perhaps this was orchestrated by my father. Vegeta must be aware of it as well. Indeed. Vegeta pointed at Goku and exclaimed loudly, "How despicable, Kakarot. You have manipulated me into enabling your son's transformation into a Super Saiyan. My apologies, Vegeta. We have all succeeded, leaving only Gohan behind, which is quite unfortunate." The die is cast. What can be done now? Gohan, panting heavily, fixed his piercing gaze upon the two. "Father, Uncle Vegeta, now you both cannot possibly abandon me." Whoosh! Gohan charged forward, and the three engaged in battle simultaneously. Vegeta remarked, "You struggle to maintain your transformation, and yet you wish to contend with me? Spare me the jest." Observing the fierce clash of the trio, Gohan shook his head. Elevated in the skies, he sought to uncover the energy within himself. During his skirmish with the androids, he had inadvertently transcended to Super Saiyan 2. It was imperative that he harness this power and stabilize it, a process that would require a considerable amount of training. At the highlands of Yunzabit, Piccolo sensed a foreboding presence in the sky, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. Another Super Saiyan. Gohan. Well done. Suddenly, He felt a pang of inadequacy and discreetly glanced upward, where a temple loomed. Chapter 114. 3 years later. Time, like a glistening ribbon, caressed the hearts of all, evoking an unparalleled sense of comfort. It slipped by, akin to a gentle caress, unnoticed yet ever-present. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had elapsed. On May 12th, a blazing red sun ascended slowly. With Goku and Gohan standing still, their elongated shadows dancing upon the ground. Wukong donned a striking new orange battle suit, exuding an aura of undeniable charisma. Meanwhile, Gohan sported a snug purple attire bestowed by Piccolo, which was both refreshing and breathable. His hair, too, had been trimmed, departing from his former watermelon hairstyle. Two formidable energies surged beneath their feet. With merely a few steps, the ground erupted in fractures. Gohan, do rein in your energy a bit. Why such fervor? Of course. 3 years ago I transformed into a Super Saiyan, yet I have not yet had the chance to truly harness that power. I yearn to witness the might of a Super Saiyan. Gohan expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, Goku, Gohan, this is undoubtedly going to be an intense battle. I have prepared lunch for you. Mom, we're not going on a picnic. Gohan retorted directly. Goku, I must tell you, if Gohan sustains even the slightest injury, you shall spend your nights in the wilderness. Chi-Chi exclaimed, brandishing her fist and feigning a menacing tone. Yes, I understand. Goku replied hastily, recalling the miserable times when he had to live outside while Bulma and Chi-Chi conversed. If only he had not encountered Bulma in search of the Dragon Balls beforehand. It would have been different. Transitioning from luxury to frugality is truly challenging. By the way, where is brother? Gohan inquired, noticing that Goten had yet to arrive. That boy has wandered off again. No matter, the three of us Super Saiyans are in a far better predicament than that mysterious boy. Absolutely. It is impossible for a future scenario to manifest. Over 3 years. Goku sought out the Supreme Kai and discovered that the viral heart disease within him might have been triggered by the previous Super Divine Water. After 3 years of medication and treatment, the Supreme Kai confirmed his complete recovery. His strength had significantly advanced once more. Whoosh! 2 beams of light suddenly pierced the sky, their rapid speed leaving a long trail behind them. Moments later, Goku and his companions found themselves above the ocean. As Gohan murmured in his dreams. He sensed a familiar presence. Could it be Uncle Kuririn, Uncle Tenshinhan, Uncle Piccolo? 3 distinct auras surged towards him from the distance. And Gohan could discern the remarkable growth in their powers over the past 3 years. Hey, Gohan, Kuririn shouted, waving his hand energetically. I can hardly recognize you. After 3 years, you bear an uncanny resemblance to Goku. That imposing aura of yours carries a hint of Goku's style as well. Haha, hee. Wufan proudly stroked his head and gently remarked, I have undergone rigorous training with my brother. Did Kiki not intervene? Kuririn inquired. Indeed, with the financial support from Bulma's family. My mother has permitted me to train for a period, as long as my academic performance does not decline. Gohan quietly approached and mused, however. I suspect that my mother is terrified by the life that awaits her in the future. When faced with the impending threat, she has helplessly lost dear friends one after another. With a bitter smile, Krillin acknowledged this sentiment. Despite their tremendous increase in strength, the reality of confronting the androids left them somewhat drained. What the mysterious boy had proclaimed was indeed terrifying. Hey, where's Goku? A golden light approached, revealing the flamboyant Vegeta soaring through the sky in his Super Saiyan form. Upon spotting Goku, he exclaimed loudly, I have no idea where Gohan has gone. I believe we alone are sufficient. 3 Super Saiyans against those so-called androids, mere hybrids with advanced technology. We shall prevail. Vegeta, do not underestimate them. Remember, in the words of that mysterious boy, you were brutally slain. Goku burst into hearty laughter at this thought. Witnessing Goku's demeanor, Vegeta felt an overwhelming urge to strike him down, an impulse that had lingered for quite some time. By the way, where is Uncle Lepin now? Gohan inquired, glancing around. Noting that only one Z warrior had yet to arrive. Krillin replied curtly, I stopped by to call him today, but after breaking up with Bulma, he returned to his desert and has taken to selling water. Despite his supposed power increase, his muscles are nearly atrophying. He is no longer a warrior. Let us not dwell on it. Indeed, it seems that Lepin's withdrawal from the battlefield has stirred no emotions within anyone. Under Gohan's influence, there is even a hint of disdain for Lepin, including from Goku. What a waste. Time squandered. Vegeta scolded sharply. Vegeta, Transforming into a Super Saiyan at this moment is quite taxing on your stamina. Is that not rather extravagant? Mind your own business, Vegeta retorted irritably, as he resorted to this inflated display to outshine Kakarot. Yet, the effect was evident. Did he not notice the admiration in Krillin's eyes? As for Kakarot and Gohan, they were best left ignored. A few minutes later, the group arrived at a small island located 9 kilometers from South City. Gazing at the bustling scene, cars flowing like rivers and throngs of people, hundreds of skyscrapers shot up from the ground, while glass tracks crisscrossed the air, connecting all the buildings together. What is this? Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. Ah, I remember now. Wuyin remarked that a few years ago, the news reported that the United Government planned to construct several satellite cities in the surrounding areas to alleviate the population density of the southern metropolis. This is one of those cities. Oh no, exclaimed Wukong. If the androids launch an attack here, it could result in significant casualties. Piccolo observed. It is already past 10 in the morning, yet I have yet to sense any formidable energy. Humph. Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. I knew it was that fool spreading alarm. How could a powerful Super Saiyan ever be defeated? To assume he hails from the future based solely on some peculiar machine is utterly naive. Kakarot. Why blame me? It was clearly Wuyin who notified us. Wukong seethed with resentment. Idiot. Vegeta shouted into his ear. Boom. Just as the words left his mouth, an explosion erupted from a corner of the city, reducing a building to ashes. Following that, the terrified cries of humanity echoed continuously. Why? No energy? Piccolo said nervously, suddenly realizing, of course. The boy mentioned that androids are merely bioengineered beings created by computers, so it's normal not to sense any energy. Perhaps most of their bodies have been replaced with machinery, lacking any human structure. Quick! Wukong was about to say something when, boom boom, explosions erupted one after another across the island, each in different corners. They have begun their assault. We must search and ensure we defeat them completely. Swish! The Z fighters immediately dispersed, conducting a thorough search of the island. Boom boom. In the center, 2 figures stood back to back. One was a slick, rotund man with pallid skin that appeared exceedingly unhealthy, dressed in ludicrous Qing dynasty attire, a hat turned upside down atop his head. The other was an elderly man, his face lined with wrinkles, yet his bright eyes radiated an endless murderous intent, clad in a tight outfit of orange and black, topped with a tall hat. The two moved their hands incessantly, unleashing waves of energy that bombarded the surroundings, wreaking havoc upon the world. Curse it! Why must they seek to kill us? The surrounding crowd fled in a panic, yet how could a group with power levels of merely 5 escape from androids boasting combat powers in the millions? In an instant, the city center lay strewn with rubble, the once smooth asphalt roads now ravaged, resembling a blossoming flower in the heart of the city, leaving it stark and desolate. Swish! As Wukong, Gohan, Vegeta, Krillin, and Piccolo descended simultaneously from 5 directions, they enclosed the 2 figures completely. How infuriating! Gohan exclaimed loudly. Witnessing the rare occurrence of individuals being pierced by energy and perishing, most were engulfed in a frenzied vortex or incinerated by searing flames. The scene was utterly harrowing. You are androids, are you not? The elderly man inquired curiously, realizing that they were aware of their identity as androids. How could this information have been leaked? He soon dismissed the thought with a casual shake of his head. Nevertheless, it matters not, for the transformation of our most formidable androids is complete. He turned to Son Goku and gently remarked, Do you remember the insignia upon my chest? Indeed, the Red Ribbon Army. Haha, the organization you annihilated, which still leaves a significant impression on your heart even as you have grown. What an honor. In the past, our objective was to gather the Dragon Balls and dominate the world. Yet, out of nowhere, you appeared like a rampaging bull, obliterating our organization. Son Goku, do you understand the profound anguish of our grand plan failing because of you? We have lurked in the shadows, diligently compiling your battle data, and finally succeeded in creating terrifying androids, the strongest androids in the world. Today marks the first step in my quest for world domination. The illustrious Red Ribbon Army shall once again radiate boundless brilliance under my reign, enveloping the entire globe. The elderly android, resembling a fervent cultist, raised his hands high and proclaimed loudly. Krillin, observing the old man, instinctively recoiled. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Android 20, developed by Dr. Jero. And this rotund companion beside me is Android 19. Upon hearing these names, Gohan's body trembled with shock. What is it, Gohan? Piccolo inquired. I distinctly recall that the mysterious boy mentioned the androids that would plague the future. They should be 17 and 18. Indeed, I just remembered. Piccolo replied solemnly. Has the world changed? Regardless, Goku suddenly shouted, I will annihilate you all. Follow me. This space is too confined for our battle. Haha, Son Goku. That is also our intention. Once we eliminate the most troublesome of you, the Earth shall be ours to rule. The two androids exchanged knowing smiles. But there is no need to relocate. This place will suffice. Android 20 aligned his index and middle fingers, unleashing a tremendous surge of energy from his chest. Boom. Suddenly, from the center, akin to Gohan's Shinra Tensei, a colossal force rapidly spread outward, a blinding radiance engulfing all structures on the island completely. Countless human screams echoed in an instant. Under this assault, the entity known as Number 20 had eradicated all human life on this small island. How despicable! Witnessing the devastation surrounding him, Gohan cried out in a fit of despair. The energy within Goku surged uncontrollably. I shall never forgive you. I am truly enraged. To clear the battlefield in such a manner is a tremendous blow to humanity. Defeating us. Son Goku, you are rather overconfident. Perhaps you are unaware that miniature robots have been observing you all along, meticulously recording your combat data, which has ultimately been transferred to a computer for analysis. Number 20 recounted calmly. The average rate of your combat power's growth has been calculated. Even if you experience a surge, it cannot exceed this range. According to the computer's calculations, my capabilities now far surpass yours. You have no chance of victory. Piccolo, taken aback by this revelation, inquired directly, when did you collect this information? Before the arrival of the Saiyans, Vegeta. At that time, all combat data had already been gathered. Since then, the computer has been engrossed in enhancing the formidable androids. However, based on the average growth rate, the estimate is quite accurate. Upon hearing this, Piccolo felt a sense of relief. You will never comprehend that the Saiyans are a unique race. The very narrowness of your vision will lead to the ultimate failure of your plan. Number 20 paused momentarily. Suddenly, Goku bellowed. A golden aura erupting from his feet, his hair standing erect, and his pupils turning a vivid green. His eyes glinted with malice. What? Number 20, relying on his internal radar, cried out in alarm. Goku's combat power was utterly unmeasurable? Piccolo interjected, explaining, You do not understand the birth of the Super Saiyan. Chapter 116, Goku versus Number 19. 16, a Super Saiyan? Number 20 murmured, gazing at Goku, now enveloped in golden light. Indeed, the strength displayed has vastly exceeded our expectations. Nevertheless, 2 against 1 still holds an advantage. Vegeta, standing nearby, also shouted, his entire being radiating golden light, his green pupils filled with lethal intent and disdain. What? Number 20 was utterly astonished. Vegeta? You too can transform? Absurd. Vegeta, as though insulted, retorted, Why would you think that I cannot achieve what Kakarot has? Hey, Kakarot. You take on that rotund fellow. My target is this irksome old man. Very well. After transforming, Goku's emotions began to fluctuate. Coupled with the surrounding atmosphere thick with bloodlust, the Saiyans' inherent ferocity was fully unleashed. Gohan chuckled wryly and said, Uncle Piccolo, it seems today we can only be bystanders. The gentle breeze whispered through the air, as what was once a thriving city had now been reduced to ruins. With a swift motion, Wukong's feet barely touched the ground, and a sudden explosion erupted behind him, unleashing a tremendous force that created a deep pit spanning several meters. The searing energy transcended the very soil beneath, elevating it to a sublime state. A mere parlor trick. The stout figure, designated as Number 19, managed a slight smile as he launched a powerful punch towards the direct path of Wukong. In response to the incoming fist, Wukong's body sank low, and he prostrated himself on the ground before leaping up, spinning like a whirlwind with incredible speed. The impact resonated heavily against Number 19's face, causing his defenses to falter momentarily. With a resounding thud, Wukong landed a punishing blow to Number 19's chest, eliciting a series of muffled groans that seemed to reverberate throughout the very fabric of the world. The searing ping coursed through Number 19's body, radiating from his chest to his limbs, leaving him incapable of mounting any form of counterattack against Wukong's fluid onslaught. A powerful strike landed on his chin, and Wukong quickly flickered behind him, launching a sharp elbow strike downward. The force of the blow caused a noticeable dent in number 19's skull, leaving him momentarily unsteady. His vision filled with stars. As Wukong descended from the heavens, he approached with unwavering determination and unleashed a powerful sidekick. With a thunderous impact, number 19 was sent reeling, crashing forcefully to the ground, causing a web of cracks to spread around him, while plumes of smoke began to rise languidly into the air. No, it cannot be. The hefty figure staggered to his feet, his face etched with fear, unable to comprehend the might of Wukong. How could your strength be so formidable? This defies all logic. His mental faculties faltered, as he could no longer discern even the slightest movement of Sun Wukong before him. A trickle of pale yellow liquid escaped from the corner of his mouth. Wukong chuckled coldly, remarking, "The modifications are quite impressive. Is that oil or blood at the corner of your mouth? You can only display your authority over the ordinary. I assure you, I shall not let you escape." With both hands forming a blossom-like shape, Wukong gradually lowered them to his chest. A magnificent energy surged forth, coursing through his arms like a torrential river. As a faint golden glow began to coalesce at the center of his palm, in an instant, a searing radiance soared skyward. The Kamehameha. The colossal energy erupted instantaneously, hurtling towards Android 19's spiraled form. Just in time. Witnessing this scene, Android 19, who was racked with pain, suddenly felt a surge of joy and charged forward. Wukong mused, what is he intending to do? Boom. The Kamehameha collided with Android 19's hands, but the anticipated explosion and engulfing force did not materialize. Instead, all the energy bizarrely surged into the rotund figure's body. His eyes, resembling a gauge, shifted from emptiness to overflowing. Wukong murmured, could it be the same ability as Wuyin? The power of energy absorption? Truly a combat genius. In the blink of an eye, Wukong deduced the method to counter this foe. When confronting Wuyin, Wukong had to remain fully alert against the seemingly endless techniques of the Rinnegan. Energy absorption is a well-trodden topic. It appears Wukong has fallen into a perilous situation. Tien Shinhan remarked softly, if he can absorb energy, does that not mean Wukong cannot approach him? Moreover, any distant energy attacks would be directly absorbed. Perilous situation? Piccolo scoffed dismissively. In my view, very few can put Son Goku in such a predicament. Perhaps only Wuyin can achieve that. Indeed. Gohan nodded. Father must be exceedingly exhilarated at this moment. He has long conceived a strategy to counter his brother's energy absorption. Yet no one had dared to put it into practice until now. Whoosh. In an instant, Wukong transformed into a fleeting shadow, seamlessly merging into the void, leaving not a single trace upon the ground or in the air. Suddenly, a multitude of transparent light waves surged forth from an unseen corner, relentlessly charging towards number 19. All of them struck his abdomen with tremendous force. With a resounding thud, number 19's corpulent frame buckled inward, the surrounding veins bulging grotesquely. With a gasp, he expelled another mouthful of machine oil. In an astonishing display, Wukong materialized behind his opponent, leaving no trace of his swift movement in the air. Thud. Thud. A relentless barrage of unseen strikes relentlessly assaulted the chest of number 19, overwhelming him with waves of agony that surged through his entire being. Yet, each time he attempted to harness his power, it was swiftly dismantled by that mysterious assault, rendering him utterly defenseless and incapable of counterattacking. If this continued, failure was inevitable. What is happening? Tianjin Fan questioned in bewilderment. Have I truly fallen behind? He had never witnessed such an attack from Wukong before, only having glimpsed a confrontation against Frieza. Why had the world transformed so dramatically? If I am not mistaken, Wukong has externalized the energy within his body, forming an invisible Kikoken, Piccolo remarked softly. His own speed surpassed the flow of energy, and while his body became visible, the attacks from behind continued unabated. Yes, Gohan nodded in agreement. My brother can absorb energy, and father has developed a method to externalize his aura, converting it into invisible punches. The effectiveness is quite remarkable. However, as he gazed at the multitude of attacks looming behind him, Gohan murmured, I still do not sense just how powerful father truly is. It is quite perplexing. After a brief discussion, Gohan gently stated, the assault is about to cease. Gohan, can you perceive it? Not particularly strong, he replied. Piccolo was taken aback by Gohan's calm demeanor. Could it be that Gohan's strength had ascended to such heights? Krillin and Tianjin Fan shared a wry smile. Feeling the overwhelming force before them, each attack threatening to tear their bodies apart. It was not particularly strong. Chapter 117. The Qualification to Dance. 26. To put it succinctly, Tianjin Fan and Krillin felt as though they were witnessing a top student lamenting their perceived failure despite scoring 99 out of 100. Such feelings of injustice were difficult to articulate. They found themselves yearning for Lepin. Perhaps his choice had indeed been the wisest. In the presence of these formidable scions, they felt utterly silenced. Energy blast. With a single outstretched hand, Wukong unleashed an inexplicable force that struck heavily upon the body of number 19. The impact sent him crashing away, creating a deep crater in the ground within moments. How infuriating! The rotund figure was marred with indentations, resembling a disheveled groundhog. Covered in dirt and debris, the excruciating pain radiating from his chest nearly shattered his form entirely. "My body is forged from pure steel," number 19 exclaimed in disbelief, realizing that even his reactor core had sustained severe damage. Cursed Saiyan. Suddenly, Wukong descended from the heavens, landing with a thunderous impact. To everyone's astonishment, a spray of machine oil erupted from his mouth as the 19th android convulsed and nearly lost consciousness under the relentless assault. A mere decorative facade, utterly incapable of withstanding such force. Yet, Wukong continued to trample down, his pent-up rage towards the androids fully unleashed. But unexpectedly, the 19th android stretched forth its arms, gripping Wukong's legs with an ironclad hold. What? Wukong suddenly felt his strength ebbing away like a receding tide. This fellow, relying on his arms, is absorbing my power? The sound of energy surging resonated continuously as the bulging arms of the rotund figure, numbered 19, channeled streams of energy into the reactor. The scars on his body gradually faded away. "Release me! Release me!" As Wukong ascended into the skies, the figure of the 19th remained steadfastly clinging on, resembling a koala suspended from Wukong's form. With both hands outstretched, Wukong delivered a powerful kick to his face. "Do not blame me for this." With a resounding roar, an overwhelming surge of power erupted from his body, unleashing terrifying waves into the sky. In an instant, Wukong exerted his strength, effortlessly severing the arms of number 19. It seems I have absorbed quite a bit of power." Wukong breathed lightly, beads of sweat glistening on his brow. "What?" Observing the exposed wires on his body, number 19's face was etched with panic as orange oil oozed from the hollowed sockets. Having lost his arms, all his attacks crumbled to dust. "No, this cannot be. My body is forged from steel. I know nothing of what it means to be steel." Wukong scoffed, declaring, "The entire planet lies before me like mere straw and clay, not to mention the very material of my existence." Beside him, Hurin remarked, "I don't know why, but Wukong seems rather irritable today." Indeed. Piccolo and Tien Shinhan nodded in agreement. This fighting style bears a striking resemblance to Vegeta's. The three engaged in ongoing discussion. "Father, has he altered his fighting style? What could be the reason?" Gohan softly pondered, confusion etched across his face. In fact, this change has rendered him somewhat disjointed. I see now." Suddenly, Wu Fan exclaimed. "Just now, Dr. Gero mentioned that all their battle data has been uploaded to the computer. To be on the safe side, he has directly altered his combat strategy. However, it seems there is an unexpected advantage. The frenzied Super Saiyan has, in fact, elevated my father's fighting prowess to new heights. Keep it up. Hee." With an expression of malevolence, Wukong surged forward in an instant, his frenzied speed leaving the 19th android utterly unprepared. With a swift motion, he executed a scissor kick, capturing the android's head, and with a powerful twist of his body in midair, he yanked it free. The head rolled across the ground like a wayward watermelon. In a sudden eruption, a fountain of oil gushed forth, while Wukong merely touched the tip of his nose, revealing his signature grin. Quite the exquisite work, indeed. What? Meanwhile, Vegeta and the 20th android stood facing each other, both observing the scene with keen interest. Perhaps it was Vegeta's wicked whimsy that compelled him to wait until all eyes were upon them before striking down his foe, thus proving his superiority over Kakarot. What? The 20th android, filled with dread, could hardly believe that the 19th had been so easily vanquished, decapitated without a second thought. "Do not fret." Vegeta's words pulled him from his terror. "You shall soon follow in his footsteps. I will dispatch you in an instant. I am, after all, a Super Saiyan far mightier than Kakarot." The 20th android, now visibly shaken, stumbled backward in fear. As he gazed upon Vegeta, enveloped in a radiant golden aura, he appeared like a newly rising sun, a god of war whose brilliance was beyond his ability to defeat. Perhaps only the 17th and 18th androids could hope to eliminate them. Whoosh! Vegeta's feet struck the ground, and with a thunderous explosion, the earth beneath him crumbled, while the nearby waters surged violently. Ugh, Wukong remarked, slightly annoyed. Does Vegeta really need to create a bigger commotion than I do? Bang! Bang! The 20th android was caught off guard as Vegeta darted forward, his hands slicing through the air like a dragon emerging from the sea, delivering a relentless barrage of blows to the android's chest. The sound of collisions echoed as the 20th android left deep, straight gashes in the ground beneath him. Haha, Kakarot. Do you see? My strength surpasses all others. In a single second, he unleashed hundreds of punches, relentlessly assaulting the 20th android for a full minute, leaving him utterly defenseless. Compared to Wukong's earlier performance, there was indeed a newfound exhilaration. Behold, Vegeta retreated momentarily, then surged forward with a tremendous force, his right hand slicing through the air for a powerful strike to the android's face. What? Kuririn, Tianjinhan, Gohan, and Piccolo stood frozen in disbelief. Vegeta's attack from the right sent the 20th android's head spinning like a top, rotating endlessly upon his neck. Squeak, squeak. A cacophony of metallic sounds reverberated, culminating in the head of number 20 coming to a halt. Vegeta let out a disdainful chuckle, remarking, "Humph. Worthless creature, you lack even the qualification to make me dance. Too feeble to withstand a blow." Chapter 118, The Escape. What? Remarkably, he has managed to strike number 20's head, causing it to spin. Vegeta. Krillin trembled uncontrollably, his lips tinged with a shade of blue, as if entranced by the might of the Super Saiyan. What manner of training has he undergone? Although Vegeta's prowess appears exaggerated, it merely stems from his mastery over the essence of the Super Saiyan. Thus, the illusion of such a formidable impact is created. The reality, however, is rather straightforward. Piccolo gazed in astonishment at Gohan's nonchalant demeanor. Could it be that Gohan, you too have? Wufan remained silent, merely observing with a gentle gaze. Humph. Android 20 tilted its head back, still trembling, letting out a cold snort. What? Tianjinhan and the others were momentarily taken aback. What manner of creature is this? Do you perceive me as fragile as those weak humans? A mechanical sound emanated from within Android 20's head as it stubbornly aligned its head like assembling a jigsaw puzzle, successfully affixing it back on. The most vulnerable part of my being has been encased in unyielding steel, and I have transcended to a higher plane of existence. Compared to you brutish humans, my life has ascended dramatically. Ha. Android 20 waved its arms defiantly amidst the disdainful gazes of all present, roaring loudly. Is this not enough to kill me? Vegeta was momentarily stunned. I am incredibly resilient. You cannot possibly destroy me. How absurd. I am oblivious to the grotesque modifications you have made to your body. But having discarded your head, your internal structure must be riddled with weaknesses. This is advantageous. It allows me to fully relish the power of a Super Saiyan. Whoosh. Vegeta charged forward, but to his surprise, Android 20 mirrored his actions, rushing towards him as well, its outstretched hands aimed at Vegeta's arms. The energy absorption device at its palm emanating an eerie glow. Such ridiculous tactics. Whoosh. The body flickered suddenly, creating a series of purple afterimages around. And with an outstretched palm, Vegeta struck with force. Crack. Android 20's right arm was severed cleanly. Oil gushed forth from the wound. Ack. Android 20 let out a piercing scream, staggering backward. At this juncture, it had no alternative means left, only the ability to absorb power for its final transformation. Yet, it had not anticipated being so easily seen through by Vegeta. Humph. Boring. Vegeta glanced at the severed arm on the ground, the crystalline device at its center still flickering incessantly. Bang. He crushed it underfoot. Now, you have no backup plan, do you? Prepare to meet your demise. It appears I can eliminate my opponent faster than Kakarot. This is indeed exhilarating news. Whoosh. His body transformed into an afterimage as Android 20 languished in pain, unable to escape, and Vegeta's hands pressed down upon its head. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the ground was marked by a straight line. Vegeta, holding Android 20's face, glided directly across the earth. The soil was overturned, revealing a deep and sudden trench. The sight of the Tianjin rice dish next to me sent shivers down my spine. The Saiyans possess a distinct combat characteristic. Once they identify a weakness, they strike with lethal precision. Swift, accurate, and ruthless. Vegeta spiraled into the sky like a tempest, seizing Android 20 and spinning him in midair. Moments later, he released him with a forceful thrust. Bang, bang, bang. The propelled body crashed through the mountains of the small island, embedding Android 20 deep within. Now, it is time to deliver your final blow. I shall send you on your way. Vegeta hovered in the air, his arms spread wide like a mythical bird, as purple currents of energy coalesced around him. A robust force beginning to gather. Unable to sense any presence, Vegeta was oblivious to the circumstances beneath him in the mountain range. Yet, after such an extended silence, could it be that he had perished? Unthinkable. Even after taking a blow to the head, one could survive. Surely this minor assault would not be fatal. Gohan gently leaned closer, observing the hollow in the mountains, resembling a tunnel that emerged straight like a gopher's burrow. Surrounding it, drops of condensed energy fell abundantly. This is bad. That scoundrel has escaped. What? Vegeta, with a grim expression, gazed at the empty tunnel and instantly soared into the sky. Although this small island was not vast, it possessed a diverse array of terrains. The city at its center had transformed into an open expanse, yet mountains and basins bordered it. Verdant trees shimmered with a crystalline luster. Searching solely with one's eyes proved to be an impossible task. How infuriating! Vegeta transformed into a streak of golden light, ascending into the air, roaring loudly. Coward! How dare you flee in the face of battle? Owing to the unique habits of the androids, even their direct use of energy for flight would not betray any aura. Gazing at the adjacent sea, Gohan remarked, "That fellow was manageable on the island, but once he plunges into the ocean, it will be akin to a hidden dragon in the depths, utterly untraceable." How vexing. That despicable creature dares to mock me. Kakarot, there are no other living humans on this island, are there? Goku nodded, lost in thought. What do you intend to do? That is good. ZZZZ. Purple lightning danced around Vegeta as a crimson aura began to rise. Final flash. A tremendous force descended from the heavens, targeting the island directly. That scoundrel intends to submerge the island entirely? Kuririn exclaimed in terror. No. Piccolo shouted at the same time. If that happens, he will absorb the energy. You have merely severed one arm. Too late. An aged voice swiftly resonated from below as Android 20 dashed forth from the concealed forest, extending one hand to meet Vegeta's energy. Incredible. I can feel my decaying core slowly revitalizing, my weary body reigniting with vigor. Thank you, Vegeta. After expressing gratitude, he harnessed his utmost strength and, to Goku's astonished gaze, transformed into a beam of light, plunging into the sea, instantly vanishing. The presence, the traces of life, had completely disappeared. Chapter 119. Woman, will you be my wife? The presence, the traces of life, had completely disappeared. How infuriating. That rascal still managed to escape. Gohan softly lamented, frozen in the sky. Bastard. Vegeta curled his body, howling in rage. That metal-clad scoundrel dares to mock me in such a manner. I shall turn him into a specimen, displaying him in the most bustling part of West City, making him comprehend the unbearable shame of life. In such circumstances, what should one do? The easily attained victory has ultimately evaporated. Kuririn timidly gazed at Vegeta and softly spoke. What did you say? Vegeta shot a fierce glare in his direction, with an implied threat. Do you wish for death? The atmosphere became tense, and everyone present fell silent. Without sensing any energy, one cannot predict where that individual might venture. Must we wait until the next assault, which could result in the demise of countless humans, to resolve this matter? Hey, hey. Suddenly, shouts echoed from the sky. Bulma? Gohan murmured gently. The spaceship descended gracefully, and Bulma, cradling a child with ebony hair, leapt down with poise. She donned a form-fitting outfit complemented by a blue vest. Her hair, straightened with a plasma treatment, cascaded down to her shoulders. Unlike her previous dazzling appearance, Bulma now exuded an air of regal elegance. Trunks. Gohan hurried over, and Bulma entrusted the tender child in her arms to him. This year, Gohan has finally come to understand the essence of having an elder brother. It turns out that the sensation of having Goten is truly delightful. Perhaps it is indeed fate. Chi-Chi's vivacity has allowed her to share more time with Goku. However, it was unexpected that Bulma would be the first to conceive. This year, she gave birth to a child named Trunks. The privilege of naming has been usurped by Bulma. Son Goku, it seems your progress has encountered some impediments. Bulma, cradling her computer, slowly leaned in. Bulma, do you have a solution? Naturally, I am a genius scientist. In terms of combat, I may not compare to you. But when it comes to researching androids, you are mere novices. Bulma placed the computer on the ground and connected the excess wires into the head of Android 19. Beep. The computer began to operate at a remarkable speed, as Bulma, munching on chocolate, mumbled, I believe there will surely be clues to their base within this fellow's chip. Suddenly, Bulma murmured softly. In a flurry, Wukong inquired, what is the matter? Is there a problem? No. I am merely astounded by the vast amount of information flooding my mind. This is a challenge I, Bulma, can easily surmount. Give me 5 minutes, and I shall provide you with the results. Indeed, the moments unfurled. After a lengthy 5 minutes, Bulma exclaimed, done. It appears that Dr. Gero has concealed their classified information deep within his mind, secured with a password. However, to me, Bulma, it is as good as non-existent. Haha. Sun Jun. Their hideout lies on a small island not far from here. You can reach it in just over half an hour if you fly at full speed. What direction? Wukong hastily asked. South. Right over there. Bulma pointed decisively towards the due south. Hurry, Kakarot. Vegeta shouted urgently, transforming into a streak of light and vanishing in an instant. Yet, Wukong lingered, murmuring, though it may be superfluous, I wish to verify something. He closed his eyes, gradually attuning to the surrounding energy. Soon, a smile crept upon his lips. What is it? Krillin inquired. It is something we should have anticipated. Wuyin must be one step ahead of us. I sensed a presence in the direction Bulma indicated, and indeed, Wuyin's energy is present. Wuyin? Brother? Gohan, cradling Trunks who was blissfully asleep, queried. Bulma remarked, indeed, Wuyin remains as unfathomable as ever. Wukong shook his head, contemplating, perhaps this is the essence of enlightenment. Bulma, hasten back to the safety of Baozi Mountain to evade danger, whilst I confront those malevolent artificial beings wreaking havoc upon the world. Indeed, I have merely come to test the waters, for in matters of science, you are undeniably outmatched by my prowess. Trunks, stay close to Aunt Bulma and refrain from any mischief. Gohan, with a plethora of admonitions and reminders, was addressed by Kuririn, who remarked, Gohan, did the former Goku also care for you in this manner? Gohan, feeling a bit bashful, scratched his head and replied, I aspire to be a good brother. Farewell. Whoosh. In an instant, Wukong teleported, soaring toward the location of Wuyin. With each step, on a vast island adjacent to the southern capital, a child adorned with a crab-like head and a flowing purple robe, embellished with a golden sun pattern on his chest, progressed deliberately. A lock of hair concealed his right eye, yet in the gentle breeze, it shimmered with a purple luminescence resembling a black hole, seemingly poised to devour all light within its grasp. Ah, this is indeed the place. Wuyin exhaled in relief, gazing upon the majestic mountain before him. Dr. Gero is truly remarkable. He has excavated the entire cavern to serve as his hidden base. As for the so-called androids 19 and 20, that hefty figure and the old man are hardly a match for a Super Saiyan. Even if Wukong were blind, he would undoubtedly prevail. His purpose for being here is solely for that female android. Boom. A tempest of winds surged forth, and Wuyin chuckled softly. It seems their battle has already commenced. Wuyin stepped inside, greeted by a myriad of intricate machines, with the computers below continuously whirring to life. The large screen before him displayed the flickering images of Wukong, Vegeta, and their comrades, each move meticulously analyzed by the technology. Furthermore, a solution had been devised, culminating in a martial arts technique that was encoded into the android's chip. Employing technological means to unravel the formidable prowess of the Saiyans was indeed a daunting challenge for them. As he turned a corner, Wuyin beheld 3 white cryogenic chambers, their lids adorned with transparent glass, revealing the contents within. In his quest to create the ultimate killing machine, Dr. Gero had replaced the power reactor with an eternal energy source, resulting in the creation of 2 terrifying beings powered by everlasting energy. Ultimately, he discovered that even he could not control them, resorting to a remote device to immobilize them during their moments of inactivity, leading to their eventual sealing. To address this, he developed an energy absorption device. Suddenly, a rush of cold air surged forth, and gradually, the chamber marked with the number 18 began to open, revealing a stunning woman who had just risen from her slumber. At that moment, a chilling voice broke the silence. Woman, will you be my wife? As the woman, designated as number 18, awakened from her deep sleep, She was taken aback by such an unexpected declaration. "What?" she blurted out, her cheeks instantly flushing with embarrassment. Wuyin was momentarily taken aback, pondering the peculiar essence of the northeastern flavor. What could it signify? Was this truly the original form of Android 18? Turning to trace the source of the voice, he encountered a robust figure standing behind him, a man towering at 180 centimeters. "Is it you?" His eyes seemed to shimmer with an electronic gleam. "A Saiyan? Son of Sun Wukong?" According to my records, Sun Wukong's son should be no older than 10 years. Chapter 120. Plago. 56. Android 18 scrutinized Wuyin with her sparkling eyes. "Ah, you've developed quite rapidly, haven't you? Has your hair grown in fully? I suggest you refrain from indulging in unhealthy influences. I must inform you, my own desires are quite substantial. Just look at your feeble state." With a gentle wave of her hand and a series of smacking sounds, her gaze conveyed a clear message. She held no particular thoughts regarding Wuyin. Plago. What does that mean? Wuyin was left bewildered, unable to fathom that if Wukong were present, he would never have anticipated Wuyin displaying such a countenance. His cheeks puffed out, resembling a koala. How adorable! Android 18's heart fluttered with youthful affection. As for the earlier remark, Plago, Wuyin reached out to pat 18's shoulder, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. For reasons unknown, that touch seemed imbued with a certain enchantment, sending shivers down her spine. "Don't bother me." With a swift, powerful punch, Android 18 unleashed her strength, which had long surpassed that of an ordinary Super Saiyan, boasting a combat power of over 700 million. The mere force of her punch caused the air to tremble. Wuyin extended his hand with precision, grasping the straight punch of number 18 in the center. He gently leaned forward, savoring the fragrant aroma above. It bore a resemblance to the delicate scent of jasmine tea. Wuyin teased lightly. "You." Number 18 stepped back a few paces, as if Wuyin's touch were the greatest sacrilege. "Humph. It seems that the son of Sun Wukong is indeed no ordinary individual. This battle is proving to be more intriguing than I had anticipated. Let me assure you, my chip is inscribed with the source code to eliminate Sun Wukong, an imperative I cannot resist. However, I have no desire to engage you in combat, nor to harm even a single blade of grass in this world. You must leave this place at once." Number 18's expression was filled with sincerity. Wuyin silently pondered. Indeed, the combat prowess of the individuals numbered 17 and 18 in this world has significantly increased for reasons unknown. However, they lack the ferocity characteristic of their counterparts from the future. Wuyin feigned the demeanor of a frivolous youth and softly remarked, "I beg your pardon. My father is the one closest to me, and I shall not allow anyone to lay hands upon him so casually." With a swift motion, the power of the celestial hand activated, enveloping Wuyin as he embraced the back of number 18, leaning in to whisper gently, "However, if you could supplant him as the one I cherish most, that would be a different matter altogether." In pursuit of romantic conquests, Wuyin has seemingly cast aside all semblance of dignity. When faced with a girl like number 18, he believes he must seize the moment with unrelenting fervor. Transformed into an artificial being, her psyche resembles that of an innocent young maiden. Once he etches his name upon her, success is virtually guaranteed. But number 18, sensing a disturbance in the air, becomes startled and swiftly retreats, indignant at the audacity of being trifled with. Her cheeks flush crimson, and one would scarcely believe that a mere whisper from the sidelines could elicit such an intense reaction from her. With her face ablaze, she glares fiercely at Wuyin, and after regaining her composure, she exclaims with fervor, "How despicable! You insipid lad! I shall impart upon you a lesson you won't soon forget." In an instant, no. 18 darts beside Wuyin, her leg arcing through the air as she delivers a powerful sidekick. Wuyin's Rinnegan captures every nuance of her movements with precision, like a series of slides, accurately predicting her subsequent actions. Thwack! Wuyin gently bent down, and a fierce gust of wind suddenly rushed past the top of his head. With a swift motion, his hands shot out like a dragon emerging from the sea, grasping Princess number 18 in midair and cradling her in his embrace. Wuyin greeted. "What? The 18th? I can scarcely believe it. My painstakingly devised strike was so effortlessly dismantled, and I found myself ensnared. Such a seemingly light attack is truly remarkable." She gradually turned her gaze toward Wuyin's right eye, where the circular pattern of the Rinnegan seemed to swirl incessantly, as if it were consuming her very soul entirely. Wuyin exhibited no courtesy whatsoever. The atmosphere seemed to still for a moment, and suddenly, number 18's eyes turned crimson, with waves of searing steam emanating from her head. Like a groundhog, she burrowed directly into Wuyin's embrace. Wait, something felt amiss. Number 18 abruptly realized that she was now closer to that wretched being than ever. Initially, she had appeared rather mercenary, even jesting about her imminent descent into despair. Yet now, Wuyin stood resolute, embodying the innocence of a pure-hearted maiden. In the realm of Dragon Ball, only number 18 possessed such allure as the leading lady, Bulma. It was said that Master Roshi understood Bulma's physique better than Vegeta. Perhaps there was truth in that statement. Nevertheless, it was certain that Goku would not concern himself with such matters. No, with an assertive tone that echoed her utmost resolve. Number 18 shook vigorously, breaking free from Wuyin's grasp. This was unequivocally an affront, a profound insult to her dignity. The circumstances were utterly chaotic. Should not all righteous warriors surge forth to confront the android poised to annihilate the world? This individual, what did it all signify? Regardless, such a frivolous child would undoubtedly grow into a calamity for the world. The threat must be eradicated in its infancy. Whoosh. Number 18 swiftly waved her hand, unleashing a torrent of pink light that surged forth towards Wuyin with fervor. Wuyin merely smiled faintly. He discerned that 5-1 had arrived, and the brilliance before him was far from the full extent of the power of number 18. Wuyin gracefully positioned his hands to form the intricate symbols of Tai Chi, executing a delicate grasp, the bird's tail. The chaotic energy that had once surged within him transformed into a gentle, obedient presence. Bang! All of it was returned, harnessed through the art of Tai Chi. What? Number 18 was taken aback, instinctively preparing to evade. Suddenly, a tremendous force surged from behind, as Wuyin utilized his celestial hand technique to shift behind her, enveloping her in a swift embrace, propelling them both into the heights of the sky. Are you all right? Number 18 silently wept within, feeling as though she was the one being bullied, perplexed by this unexpected sensation of concern. It seemed she could never escape this fate. Chapter 121, A Gentle Flick. 66, Humph. Number 18 feigned pride, struggling to float away from Wuyin's embrace, her gaze fixed in astonishment upon him. In just these 2 moves, she realized she was unequivocally no match for Wuyin. Even if she summoned every ounce of her strength, defeat would be inevitable and catastrophic. Humph. I will not let you off so easily. She resembled a proud swan, strutting with an air of superiority. Suddenly, a stream of icy white vapor burst forth once more. Nearby stood a figure clad in a black t-shirt and blue jeans, a bright orange scarf draped around their neck, with long black hair framing a delicate face, strikingly similar to number 18. Hey, number 17, you must awaken swiftly. After years of slumber, today marks the end of your dormancy. Oh, has that scoundrel, Dr. Gero, finally shown some benevolence? Number 17 remarked softly, her voice equally melodious, akin to a warm spring breeze. Isn't it true that he encased us, not due to any goodwill, but because we, as eternal energy androids, were too difficult to control? I shall avenge this grievance. A faint glimmer of resolve flickered across number 17's exquisite face. However, when compared to Wuyin, her threat appeared trivial. As she observed Wuyin, an instinctual sense of overwhelming danger washed over her. This child before her seemed like a tempest, capable of annihilating her entirely. No, no. Number 17 vehemently shook her head. It was simply impossible. She looked curiously at the side. How could there be a number 16 as well? Just how many androids had Dr. Gero managed to create? Wuyin continued, addressing number 18, you shall never escape from my grasp. Whoosh. He once more employed his celestial hand technique, positioning his index finger against number 18's heart, where the power reactor was distinctly etched with the name Sun Wuyin. The air fell into a momentary stillness, as number 18 and number 17 stared at him in bewilderment. What was happening? Wuyin was still uncertain when he suddenly felt a tiny granular object playfully bouncing at his fingertips. What could this be? Bang! In a moment of unconscious impulse, Wuyin lightly plucked at the air. This was undoubtedly the most resounding sound in history, nearly shattering his own eardrums. The annals of time distinctly record that on a certain day in a certain month of a certain year, Sun Wuyin struck the note of number 18. How infuriating! How exasperating! Number 18 roared incessantly, while number 17 swiftly rushed forward, exclaiming, Hey, that was astonishing. Truly worthy of being Sun Wukong's son. I am genuinely impressed by your courage. Number 18 gradually rose to her feet, her face flushed with embarrassment and indignation as she glared at Wuyin. Regardless of her own strength, she was determined to teach this reckless scoundrel a lesson about the vastness of the azure sky. Suddenly, an aged voice echoed from the adjacent corridor. I wonder if the modifications are complete. How vexing. Dealing with so many super scions is quite a challenge for just one of me. If 17 and the others succeed, I shall ensure those scions endure eternal torment. Creak. The mechanical door slowly opened, and the recently defeated android number 20 stood frozen upon witnessing the scene within. What? 17, 18, how could you? Is it you? Number 20 exclaimed, fixing his gaze upon son Wuyin. Greetings, Dr. Gero. Wuyin softly remarked, it seems I have overestimated my father and Vegeta. I initially believed that 3 super scions could effortlessly handle 2 wretched creations of metal and iron. In the end, did you manage to escape? You? Number 20, also known as Dr. Gero, exclaimed loudly, are you the son of Goku, the one with those peculiar eyes? So that is it. I was perplexed as to why I hadn't encountered you, for according to the data, you were the most formidable threat. Ultimately, you discovered my laboratory and freed androids 17 and 18. How infuriating. You played a cunning game of deceit. Dr. Gero seethed with rage, suddenly breaking into a sinister grin. Humph. 17, eliminate this fool. He was already missing one arm and dared not attack Wuyin. While commanding 17, he was filled with trepidation. For the eternally unyielding androids had never heeded his control, and he was uncertain if they had been fully reprogrammed. I refuse. What? Though you indirectly brought us into existence, it does not mean I will obey your commands. That is utterly ridiculous. Do not forget. A glimmer of cold ruthlessness flashed in Dr. Gero's eyes as he produced a remote control from his pocket. I have implanted bombs within both of your bodies. With the press of a button, they will detonate instantly. Go ahead and press it. Number 18 nonchalantly replied. If we die, you will soon follow. Humph. Mutual destruction. For a scientist with ambitions to dominate the world. This is the most intolerable outcome, is it not? How laughable. Number 18 declared as she sat upon the rubble behind her, dismissively. What? Whoosh. In an instant, a blur flickered, and before Dr. Gero could react, the remote control was snatched from his grasp. Oh, is it truly so simple to control an android? Wuyin mused. I wonder if this will have any effect on you. You. What? What is the speed of 203? Dr. Gero realized nothing as his hands were left empty in an instant. The revelation of Wu Yan's abilities left both Android 17 and Android 18 momentarily stunned. The power of heavenly hands. My Rinnegan possesses a unique technique that allows for complete exchange with anything within my line of sight, facilitating rapid traversal to my desired destination. Suddenly, a pair of hands erupted from behind Dr. Gero, drenched in oil, countless parts bursting forth. An extraordinary opportunity indeed. A cold visage flickered behind. As the figure softly spoke, Dr. Gero immediately began to scream, his body convulsing, his aged visage gradually withering away. Android 17. Indeed. The greatest vulnerability of energy-absorbing androids lies within their power cores. If this is destroyed, they can be annihilated. You. Dr. Gero's fingers slowly extended. His anguished gaze fixed upon the androids and Wuyin. You shall not escape a terrible fate. In an instant, a purple energy cocooned Dr. Gero entirely, slowly melting the parts in searing flames until they vanished completely. As the dust settled, Android 17 looked at Wuyin. So, son Wuyin, the remote control has fallen into your hands. What do you intend to do with it? Chapter 122, Vegeta vs. Android 18. 16. So, son Wuyin, you possess that remote control. Is it to threaten me? Android 17 remarked coldly, while Android 18's beautiful eyes seemed to glimmer with an unusual light. As if filled with hope, Wuyin exerted tremendous force, crushing the remote control in his grip. With my strength, I need not rely on such devices to eradicate you completely. Moreover, unlike those mechanical androids created by Gero, you are merely a transformation of humanity, retaining many human characteristics. Humph. Number 17 remained noncommittal. Beside her, Number 18 seemed to exhale with relief. Had Wuyin truly intended to use the remote to threaten her, she was uncertain how she would navigate the ensuing situation. Should she yield outright or resist? The act of implanting bombs within human bodies was profoundly inhumane. I shall devise a solution. TCH. Number 17 feigned arrogance, declaring, I shan't feel gratitude for your efforts. Boom. Outside, a surge of golden energy suddenly erupted, a magnificent radiance exploding forth and obliterating the underground laboratory. PFF, PFF, PFF. 3 beams of light ascended from the depths, and there stood Vegeta, radiating golden luminescence, arms crossed, his gaze icy upon them, utterly devoid of charm. Number 18 scolded sharply. Vegeta glanced at the figure beside him, astonished. Son Wuyin? What brings you here? Humph. Without any discernment, you obliterated the laboratory. Vegeta, are your bones itching once more? Wuyin was decidedly displeased, having been in the midst of a flirtation with his delightful sister when an energy blast intruded. Humph. Vegeta, feeling a pang of guilt, glared at number 18. I never anticipated that the so-called android would be a woman. How tiresome. Just let me eliminate her and resolve all future nightmares. Kill me? Number 18 paused momentarily, then burst into laughter. What arrogance. Today, I am in a good mood and do not wish to engage with you. However, since you have presented your face, I cannot let you go unscathed. Die. Vegeta pressed his palms together, unleashing a fiery red energy that surged directly towards number 18. Boom. With a nimble leap, number 18 danced into the air, evading effortlessly like a butterfly. Whoosh. In an instant, she flickered, traversing the air, and suddenly found herself above Vegeta, delivering a heavy blow with her elbow. What? That previous speed, I completely failed to perceive it. Bang. Just as Vegeta pondered, he was struck fiercely from behind, plummeting to the ground like a meteor. Cursed be it. He stomped down hard, his arms straining, causing the earth to cave beneath him. Yet he landed firmly on the ground. PFF. With both hands, he grasped a handful of earth. Here comes my attack. As the formidable android 18 descended from the heavens, Vegeta swiftly raised his hand, unleashing a torrent of earth that nearly blinded her, causing her eyes to redden and stream with tears. Die. Spirit Bomb. With a calculated maneuver, Vegeta pressed both hands against Android 18's chest, releasing a pulsating sphere of violet energy that surged forth with ferocity. The heat radiating from the energy enveloped Android 18, forcing her to retreat uncontrollably. With a thunderous crash, she collided with a towering mountain, the searing energy consuming the very peak itself. Android 17 remarked with an air of astonishment. I never anticipated Vegeta's power to be so formidable. It seems that Android 18 is about to face a grueling battle. His words were laced with an unsettling calm, clearly indicating that victory for Android 18 was utterly implausible. Whoosh. At this moment, Wukong and Piccolo finally made their instantaneous move, rushing over. This coincided with the farewell to Bulma. Vegeta bellowed once more, his hands fervently waving, unleashing countless oval-shaped energies that tore through the void and plummeted directly towards the shattered mountains. Just as Android 18 burst forth from the rubble, she was met with an overwhelming torrent of energy. Humph. She scoffed disdainfully. How absurd. Do they wish to compete in energy with me? I am an eternal android. Whoosh. She extended a single hand, and streams of pink energy surged into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. An endless cacophony of explosions ensued. As hundreds of energies spiraled through the world, the fireballs shot skyward, staining the azure sky a brilliant crimson. The air rippled, the ground erupted with ferocious energy, and debris floated into the air, only to be obliterated in an instant. Boom. Beside them, Krillin exclaimed in shock. What a terrifying clash of energies. Neither side is holding back, unleashing their full power. Yet, Goku's face bore a hint of concern. For such a lengthy duration, that android remained unfazed, while Vegeta was clearly beginning to gasp for breath. Boom. Ultimately, the colossal energies collided in the sky, and a mushroom cloud slowly ascended. Amidst the smoke, Vegeta panted, astonished. How is this possible? Crack. Before he could finish his lament, a pair of hands seized his hair and hurled him forcefully. His body was sent flying. Now it's my turn. Android 18's cold voice suddenly pierced the air, her index and middle fingers aligned, unleashing a powerful attack reminiscent of Frieza's death beam. Boom. Vegeta barely had time to evade, being blasted away, trailing smoke as he crashed into the mountain behind him. Boom. The energy in his chest erupted violently, and that towering peak was annihilated in an instant. Damn it. Damn it. Watching the debris on his body and the bruises surrounding him, the myriad of tiny pains surged, coalescing into an unbearable agony akin to 1,000 ants gnawing at him. That wretch, his energy seems completely undiminished. Vegeta suddenly paused. I believe I just heard something. Goku, equally astonished, exclaimed. The two, in unison, voiced their realization that Android's energy is limitless. Humph. Nearby, Android 17 remarked lightly. That 18 seems particularly irritable today for some unknown reason, toying with these weaklings. A girl's heart, indeed. He glanced at Wukong with a smirk, whispering, the underwater needle. Chapter 123, Utter Defeat. The androids depart. Cursed be the day. Vegeta charged into the sky, yet the elusive android 18 flickered incessantly, leaving behind a myriad of afterimages in the air. Such astonishing speed. Goku's astonishment escaped his lips. This was dire. Vegeta was no match for her. Bang! No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than a powerful punch landed squarely upon Vegeta's head. Ah! Vegeta let out a dreadful scream, his eyes bursting forth. Blood streaming from his scalp, his body plummeting like a meteor. Whoosh! Whoosh! With a single hand extended, Android 18 unleashed a barrage of energy, cascading towards Vegeta like petals from a celestial maiden. Ah! Overcome by fear, Vegeta cried out, his pupils enveloped in a pink haze. The very fabric of reality tinted in the same hue. Boom, boom, boom. Like a relentless cleansing wave, a barrage of energy detonated with ferocity. Vegeta darted about, desperately fleeing upon the ground. The energy from Android 18's onslaught rendered him incapable of ascending into the sky. Lacking leverage above, should he attempt to soar, he would surely meet his demise. Vegeta, do you not revel in the extravagant display of your energy? Allow me to show you what true devastation entails. Bang! With both hands extended, the intensity of her energy doubled in an instant. This southern isle became enveloped in the tempest of explosions. Scorching flames erupted, melting the surrounding stones. At last, Vegeta could not evade, struck by a surge of energy. He staggered back a few steps, just managing to regain his footing. Whoosh! The terrifying figure of Android 18 flickered before him, her attacks flowing like water, a relentless wave. Her fierce, elongated leg lashed out. Crack! The sound of shattering bone echoed. Vegeta screamed in agony, his arm broken and twisted inward grotesquely. Bang! A heavy kick landed squarely on his face, sending him hurtling backward, carving a straight line upon the ground. Golden light condensed within him. His hair returned to its ebony hue. The pain forced him out of his Super Saiyan state for the first time. Intense agony surged through his arm, and Vegeta gritted his teeth. Muffled groans escaping his lips. He staggered to his feet, gazing at the formidable Android 18, a sense of dread enveloping his heart. No, impossible. Should not a Super Saiyan be invincible? How could he be defeated? I refuse to believe it. Wukong stood there, momentarily taken aback. Although there was a disparity in power, as exhibited by Vegeta, it was not insurmountable. Given Vegeta's abysmal defeat, he surmised that should he engage, he would likely meet a similar fate. The combat style of the androids was astonishingly simplistic, relying solely on their inexhaustible energy for absolute domination. Yet, therein lay the greatest challenge. Devil! Observing Vegeta's dismal state, Kuririn slowly retreated, a bruise forming at the corner of his mouth, uttering in a stupor, "TCH, useless wretch." The interest of Android 18 swiftly waned. Casting a glance at Sun Wukong beside her and then at the figure of Wuyin behind, a sense of resistance arose within her against the order inscribed on her chip to eliminate Wukong. Ultimately, she could only console herself, with Sun Wuyin present. The notion of dispatching Sun Wukong is utterly inconceivable. Android 17, let us depart. Their fervor for battle has been thoroughly extinguished. There is little point in lingering. What? Upon hearing these words, Vegeta trembled uncontrollably. For the proud Saiyan prince, this was nothing short of a profound humiliation, an utter disgrace. Android 17 nonchalantly approached a nearby cold storage unit marked Android 16, and with a swift kick, he forcefully opened the lid. Android 16? Let us see what new creation Dr. Gero has devised. Suddenly, a gust of cold air erupted forth, revealing a towering figure with a deep orange pineapple-like hairstyle, an oval face, and an expressionless countenance devoid of emotion. Adorned in a massive green vest and black form-fitting trousers, he stood like a colossal titan. Another android? Was it not claimed that only two would plague the future? Kuririn exclaimed in terror. Beside him, Piccolo was drenched in cold sweat. This creature possesses no discernible aura. Akin to Android 20 and the others, a purely mechanical life form? Yet, an aura of dark energy seemed to envelop the vicinity. Just gazing at Android 16 caused Piccolo to feel a sharp sting within his body. How formidable! This being may surpass even Android 18. Is he truly a pure mechanical entity? Android 17 remarked nonchalantly. Dr. Gero has indeed produced something remarkable. For what purpose were you created? Inquired Android 18. My chip encompasses two directives, an unending pursuit of Sun Wukong, and the elimination of both Android 17 and 18 should they become a threat, Android 16 replied. His expression unwavering. Humph. You believe you can defeat us? Preposterous. Android 17 scoffed. You must understand, we possess eternal energy. We are the invincible legends. Let us proceed in search of amusement, and afterwards, we shall eliminate Sun Wukong. The atmosphere seemed to descend into an eerie silence. Wukong found himself in a state of confusion. Was he not right here? Why must he traverse such a vast detour? Number 18 cast a furtive glance at Wuyin before departing with all the androids. In the presence of Sun Wuyin, she felt utterly fragile, akin to a mere child. The thought of eliminating Sun Wukong filled her with an unwavering resistance. She was unwilling. Number 17 understood her sentiments, for they were siblings, after all. Merely taking advantage of a situation. Gazing at the desolate island before him, it became evident that the androids had already departed. However, history had evidently taken a different course. For although Vegeta had suffered a crushing defeat, he was not dead. Cursed be it. Vegeta bellowed to the heavens. That scoundrel! That scoundrel! I shall undoubtedly defeat them. A surge of blue light erupted from his body, and in an instant, he soared into the sky, vanishing from sight. Wukong spoke softly. Transforming into a Super Saiyan has once again bolstered Vegeta's proud dignity, yet after enduring the terror of training, he ultimately faced a dismal defeat at the hands of the androids. His body and spirit lie in tatters. Piccolo inquired, Old son, what do you plan to do next? The androids do not seem to be the indiscriminate killers as the mysterious boy suggested, yet their threat remains palpable. The only way to safeguard the Earth is to enhance our power. Thus, the singular method lies in refining the transformation into a Super Saiyan, akin to Wuyin. In a short span, there exists but one place capable of this, the sacred temple, the room of spirit and time. Chapter 124, Assimilation. The decree of the old god. Whoosh. Several beams of light swiftly pierced the sky, descending upon the inverted bowl-shaped floating temple. Observing the sparse trees, Wukong felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. In the past, to conquer Piccolo, the god had specifically instructed me to train here. It was indeed a laborious journey. At this moment, Piccolo, with a sharp sound, conjured his white cloak in an instant. He too reminisced about those times when King Piccolo ruled the world. Who could have imagined that after the emergence of the twisted Super Saiyans, he would have long since taken a step back? When the 17th and 18th unleashed their might, he had not even been given a chance to strike. Mr. Popo, a man clad in Indian attire, approached step by step. If it were nighttime, one might only catch a glimpse of his thick, fiery red lips, a thought that was somewhat terrifying. Wukong, the god is already aware of your arrival. The room of spirit and time is fully prepared. However, you must be cautious. You can only remain inside for 2 days. During your childhood, you spent about 2 hours there. Do not extend your stay. Understood, Wukong replied. Beside him, Vegeta stood proudly, exclaiming, What are you all discussing? Kakarot, did you not mention there was an excellent place for training? Do not rush. This is the sacred temple of Earth. 1 day inside the room of spirit and time equates to a year. There are many harsh and tedious conditions. The temperature variation between day and night is extreme, making it utterly inhospitable for humans. I could barely endure a month there during my childhood. What? Vegeta exclaimed in shock. Such a place exists? Hurry, hurry. The 18th had once again crushed his fragile heart, leaving his body riddled with wounds. Perhaps it was this vulnerable spirit that transformed Vegeta from the haughty Prince of Saiyans into the gentle father figure seen in Dragon Ball Super. Kakarot, allow this prince to enter first. After a year, I shall surely annihilate that wretched scrap of metal. No, Vegeta, I shall enter with you. Wukong declared resolutely. Daddy? Wu Fan questioned. Have you truly abandoned me, Vegeta? Goku's gaze was filled with unwavering resolve. Very well, I understand. Meanwhile, Mr. Popo cautioned once more, do not become ensnared by the overwhelming surge of energy. When the time comes, you must emerge. How tiresome. The temple appeared diminutive. Yet within it lay the oscillations of spatial laws, comprising 3 tiers, each replete with countless chambers. Without a designated guide, one would undoubtedly be lost in an instant. Gohan sat on the ground, pondering the monotony of the day. He wondered how his brother was faring. Meanwhile, Piccolo approached the temple, casting a curious glance at the Supreme Kai. "What are you gazing at?" he inquired. "All I see are clouds upon clouds. What else is there to behold? Do not strain yourself. Without the power of the Supreme Kai, you cannot perceive the scenes below. This is the highest point in the world, where the divine might grants an unobstructed view of the entire ground. The temple can rotate freely in any direction." To Piccolo's surprise, he noticed beads of cold sweat forming on the face of the old Supreme Kai. What manner of creature is that? At the same time, in West City, Bulma had discovered the time machine hidden away in a secluded location through her satellite. It was covered in moss, suggesting it had remained untouched for at least 3 years. On the ground lay a peculiar egg. Bulma speculated that perhaps another life form had arrived from the future to the present, secretly plotting something. However, as someone with no means to defend herself, she could only do so much. This was the extent of her assistance to Son Goku. Wukong stepped into the Spirit Time House, a realm utterly isolated, where all research had come to a halt. Suddenly, bang, a grotesque figure emerged. Its greenish hue marred by numerous dark spots, resembling an insect in its erratic movements throughout the city. With a swift thrust, its tail pierced through a human body, voraciously siphoning the essence of life. He held his breath and moved cautiously, gradually channeling his strength. In less than 40 minutes, an entire city had transformed into a slaughterhouse, garments strewn about like fallen leaves. By the time reporters and media arrived, the place had become a desolate wasteland, with no structures destroyed, yet clothing arranged in the semblance of human forms. A chilling wind swept in from the northwest, ushering in boundless dread. Several cities had vanished in succession, leaving behind a palpable terror on the surface. The two mightiest Z warriors had retreated into seclusion, while Gohan lay in the temple, awaiting with tranquility. Oblivious to the unfolding calamity, the mysterious creature held its breath. In this world, only two beings were aware of the events. One, a celestial being capable of monitoring the earth at all times. The other, perched atop a majestic mountain, hair billowing and garments fluttering, gazing upon ancient tomes radiating with crystalline light. Every action of the monster was meticulously recorded within those pages. The celestial trembled, beads of cold sweat dotting his brow. His white robes dampened. "What a vile creature! What in the world is it? Celestial, what do you see?" Piccolo inquired loudly. "Sigh. Perhaps we have truly reached the end of an era." The celestial did not respond, merely sighing in resignation. "Piccolo, if you and I were to fuse once more, all that I have witnessed would become known to you." Fusion? Piccolo suddenly recalled the assimilation with Nail on Namek. "My thoughts, abundant knowledge, the celestial's power, and the essence of goodness will all meld into your heart. The Namekian who came to Earth will be entirely unified. Potential and energy will be restored to their zenith. Strength will undoubtedly surpass that of the Super Saiyan." The celestial began to pace slowly. "My previous intention was to eradicate you completely, but Wuyin has shifted my perspective. He has drawn closer to you and has gradually dissolved the malevolent elements within your being. Now, what Earth requires is not a seasoned celestial, but a formidable guardian. Only with ample energy can one avoid being cast aside by Wuyin and earn the right to stand beside him. That child has acquired a divine artifact, and he is privy to all affairs of the world. Fate lies within that divine object. History is reflected within the eyes of the cycle." Piccolo. In the eyes of the celestial being flickered a resolute light as it placed its hand upon my chest. Piccolo, too, did not refuse. "Previously, your father was expelled from my being, and now I must take refuge within your body." Fate, at times, is hard to believe. Yet one cannot help but submit to its whims. Chapter 125, Cell. The celestial being suddenly bellowed, and golden lightning surged around its form, transforming into streams of radiant light that coursed through Piccolo's veins. Piccolo suddenly cried out in anguish. Nearby, Gohan rushed over, but his body was violently thrown back by the crackling electricity. The celestial being continued to call out, its aged voice resembling a lament, ultimately dissipating into wisps of smoke before Piccolo's eyes. Boom. Veins bulged on Piccolo's body, his arms suddenly thickening. His face was drenched in sweat, yet his eyes sparkled with exhilaration. This power. He clenched his fists, his thoughts submerged in the overwhelming ocean of energy. With merely a soft utterance, boundless energy erupted in the sky, akin to a sun rising majestically, enveloping the world in a warm reflection. What? Boom. Gohan was merely grazed by the aura, yet was forcefully propelled away. "Uncle Piccolo?" His strength surpasses that of a Super Saiyan by a significant margin. How is this possible? As the tempest gradually subsided, Gohan stood in stunned silence. Piccolo radiated a brilliant golden light, akin to a celestial deity, exuding an overwhelming terror. Uncle Piccolo? Humph. Upon hearing the call, Piccolo turned slightly, a cold smile gracing his lips. Whoosh. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of light and plunged into the ground, on a small island adjacent to South City. The creature continued its relentless operation. Boom. A beam of light, akin to a meteor, struck the earth with tremendous force, its explosive energy resembling an inverted bowl, gradually engulfing the surroundings. The thrumming creature paused momentarily, hastily coming to a halt. What? I thought it was someone formidable. It turns out to be Piccolo. Piccolo observed him calmly, yet as he approached, he discerned the complexity of the aura emanating from within the creature. There were traces of Buu, Vegeta, Frieza, Goku, Gohan, and even himself. It was as if the cells of all these beings had been intricately assembled. During the battle, Piccolo deliberately feigned a vulnerability. In an instant, the creature's tail siphoned away Piccolo's formidable life energy. The legendary actor Piccolo was born. His complexion turned ashen, breath coming in gasps, his body drenched in cold sweat. He roared loudly. Who are you, really? Humph. The creature merely scoffed contemptuously. Very well. You are on the verge of death. So I might as well divulge everything before your demise. I am called Cell. I hail from the future, 20 years hence. I arrived here via Trunks' time machine. Trunks. Piccolo was momentarily taken aback. 20 years in the future? Dr. Gero had secretly gathered the cells of powerful warriors, intending to create the ultimate killing machine. But due to the extensive time required, he abandoned that project in favor of human augmentation. However, the computer continued its operations, persistently analyzing the essential elements of strength, which were all infused into my being. 20 years later, I was born to become the world's strongest perfect form. The computer determined that I must absorb androids 17 and 18. Yet, in my timeline, for reasons unknown, those two androids had completely vanished. Just as Trunks was about to journey to the past, I killed him, seized the time machine, and ultimately arrived here. However, there seems to have been an error in the time setting, as I returned to this very moment 3 years prior. It took 3 years to redevelop into my current form. Thus, I only now commence my actions. So that's it. You killed Trunks? A creature from the future. You say? A perfect being. TCH. Upon understanding the sequence of events, Piccolo let out a disdainful laugh. How could you, who possess my cells, remain oblivious to my ability to restore this fact? It is truly laughable. Ah! Piccolo exclaimed, as his absorbed left arm miraculously returned to its former, healthy state. What? Cell said in a tone of terror. Did you merely feign weakness to extract information from me? Humph. You may have inherited my cells, yet you clearly did not inherit my intellect. What a ridiculous creature. To prevent your transformation from succeeding, I must eliminate you here and now. Bang, bang. Suddenly, Cell leaped from the tall building into the sky, facing the sun, shielding his eyes with his hands, and shouted, Solar flare. A brilliant radiance instantly emanated from his body, illuminating the earth as if bathed in sunlight. Piccolo could hardly open his eyes. This is bad. Once the light faded, Cell's figure had already vanished. Holding his breath and escaping the scene. Damn it, that scoundrel. Just as he was showing off, he was met with a resounding slap in the face. Truly infuriating. Although he managed to flee, it was not without gain. I at least discerned his intentions. Now, I merely need to remain vigilant by the android's side, waiting for an opportunity to strike, and I shall surely find him. After Cell's disappearance, he will undoubtedly act with even greater caution. He can sense the terrifying aura that exists in this world. To absorb the androids, relying solely on himself is utterly impossible. On the summit of a towering mountain, Wuyin sat in quiet contemplation, perusing historical texts. What actions might that creature undertake? His anticipation stirred within him. He remained steadfast, akin to a fisherman awaiting his catch. The so-called chapter on artificial beings was merely a means to acquire Android 18. Even if Cell transcended into his perfect form, he would remain no match for Wuyin. From the outset, that overly eager individual was destined for defeat. As time meandered on, an entire day passed without a whisper from Cell. Piccolo stealthily hovered above the androids, observing them as they leisurely traversed the earth in their vehicle. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Disaster loomed. Yet they remained blissfully unaware. Was it negligence or sheer indifference? Creaking sounds echoed as footsteps emerged from the crystalline corridor. Within the shadow of the temple, two formidable auras suddenly manifested, Vegeta and Son Goku. Garbed in tattered attire, they leaned on each other as they emerged, radiating an aura of sheer terror. As if a dark cloud had descended upon the world. Having completed their training in the hyperbolic time chamber, they had transcended their former selves. "Father, have you succeeded?" They inquired eagerly. With a shared smirk and a dismissive snort, they affirmed their progress. Chapter 126. Atop the snow-capped peak. Wuyin scheme. With a crackle, two Senzu beans were consumed, and in an instant, Goku and Vegeta restored their peak condition. Vegeta, with a fierce snort, unleashed a tempestuous energy, declaring, "That accursed android. I shall eliminate her at once." His power surged as he unveiled a more potent transformation, having completely surpassed the androids. Goku, standing nearby, echoed his sentiments. Suddenly, a figure materialized in an instant, a shadow draped in a black and purple robe, adorned with golden threads depicting a radiant sun on his chest. With a crab-like head and the Rinnegan in his eyes, it was none other than Son Wuyin. Wuyin observed the two individuals intently and realized, indeed, both his father and Vegeta had utterly transcended the Super Saiyan form. "This is even better. Hey, what brings you here? Do you intend to thwart my efforts to eliminate the androids?" Vegeta exclaimed loudly. Wuyin paid him no heed and spoke softly. "On this day, a more terrifying creature has emerged in the world. It is absorbing the life essence of humanity with the intention of transforming into a more formidable state. I require your assistance." Goku, puzzled, replied, "Wuyin, even you find yourself at a loss against him?" "No, it is merely due to the overwhelming number of foes." Historical texts clearly indicate that Cell is heading towards the boundless expanse of the seventh plateau, in the northern reaches of Earth, perpetually shrouded in snow and ice. A faint green figure races forward, leaping swiftly across a deep canyon. Indeed, the grotesque Cell gazes at the computer before him and murmurs, "Dr. Gero has developed other androids." Years ago, beneath the Mukalu Tower, Goku encountered Android 8, while within the cryogenic chamber before him lay androids 13, 14, and 15. The whereabouts of the others remain unknown. With a hiss, a blast of frigid air erupts once more. The dark computer ahead begins to beep and flicker, commencing its calculations. "Excellent." Cell gazes hungrily, instructing these androids to divert the attention of the Z-Warriors while he seizes the opportunity to absorb androids 17 and 18. "I increasingly perceive myself as a genius. A natural fool." A chilling voice suddenly reverberates through the desolate world, causing Cell to tremble. Who? A fierce wind whirls relentlessly around him. Before Cell, a black vortex materializes, emanating a tremendous gravitational pull. What? This is not good. Two straight lines suddenly appear in the hardened ice, and he finds himself unable to control his body, slowly being drawn in. What is this? Boom. He can no longer contain himself. As if swept away by a tempest, he is hurled into the black hole. In an instant, the black hole vanishes. In the distance, on a small island in South City, a black hole suddenly appears in the sky, and Cell plummets down, crashing heavily to the ground. What is happening? Is that a spatial passage? Has it transported me from the northern part of Earth directly to the south? Who possesses such power? Humph. From nearby, a cold snort is heard. Is he the enemy we must confront? His grotesque form resembles that of an insect. Vegeta, do not underestimate him. His energy surpasses that of the androids. What? Cell instantly glances behind him, spotting two figures, one with a crab-like head and the other with an upright hairstyle. Goku, Vegeta. Sensing the tumultuous energy radiating from them, Cell realizes he has undoubtedly fallen into a trap. That spatial black hole has delivered him into the encirclement of these two formidable adversaries. Now what should I do? In the northern highlands, the piercing cold wind ceaselessly sweeps across the landscape. Wuyin stands stoically atop the peak, while beside him, Wufan remains hesitant and subdued. Suddenly, three figures burst forth like a gale, confronting the duo. Among them, one clad in a pale yellow vest, with flowing golden hair styled in a dramatic fashion. Bears a visage filled with resolve and masculinity. Energy surges within his muscular frame, veins protruding as a powerful aura circulates around him. He is Android 13. Beside him stands a diminutive figure, wearing outdated sunglasses and a sun hat, with skin as dark as that of an African. He is Android 14. The last of the trio possesses a sickly pallor, his eyes reflecting a sinister shadow, and his hair styled in a queue reminiscent of the Qing dynasty. He is Android 15. Ah, we have guests. Android 13 scoffs, fixing his gaze on Wuyin. Sun Wuyin, Sun Wufan. The sunglasses of Android 14 flicker with electronic light, seemingly analyzing something. Androids. Wufan exclaims nervously. The computer of Dr. Jero is rife with animosity towards the Saiyans, constantly calculating, even unbeknownst to Dr. Jero himself. We were born under such circumstances, filled with a deep-seated hatred for the Saiyans. Our ultimate goal is to obliterate the Saiyan race entirely. Android 13. Glancing disdainfully at Wuyin's slender form, remarks, before confronting Son Goku, it appears we shall have an appetizer. Yet, it matters not. 3 against 2 still grants us the advantage. The android's tone drips with derision, their bodies housing chips containing the techniques of the world's finest martial artists, along with computer-analyzed weaknesses of the Saiyans. Defeating them would require no more effort than a mere breath. Such arrogance. Wuyin responds softly. It has been a long time since I encountered someone of your ilk. 3 against 2? Perhaps not. With a swift motion, he strikes. In an instant, Wuyin clasped his hands together and struck down with great force. Boom. A billowing cloud of smoke rose amidst the frigid peaks of the ice mountain, as 2 formidable figures emerged, adorned with resilient black rods. It was the embodiment of heaven's will, Frisia, and from the hungry ghost realm, Gula. Indeed, they were the only 2 manifestations of pain's 6 paths that Wuyin possessed. The situation appeared to have undergone a complete transformation, hadn't it? Androids. Wuyin jested, a mere assemblage of scrap metal, destined to find their resting place in a junkyard. However, gazing at number 13, Wuyin suddenly proclaimed, your robust physique is precisely what I require. It aligns perfectly, as the Azura path necessitates a transformation of the body. Dr. Jero has already paved the way, thus saving me the trouble of wasting time. Huh. With a sudden, resounding shout, Wuyin unleashed a brilliant golden radiance that surged through his being. 2 formidable super Saiyans. Gula and Frisia roared in unison, enveloped by a swirling purple glow. From the chilling brilliance emerged a diminutive bald figure, alongside a valiant warrior clad in formidable armor. The final state. The battle is about to commence. Chapter 127. Wuyin vs. Android 13. Gohan, you shall confront Android 14, while Gula and Frisia will join forces to tackle Android 15. The most challenging adversary, Android 13, will be entrusted to me. On the battlefield, Wuyin stood facing Android 13, shaking his head in disdain. What do you mean by that? Your fate has already been reflected in my Rinnegan. Submit and become my specimen. With a delicate tread, Wuyin left a straight mark upon the snow, and in an instant, he flickered with agility, launching a sudden punch. Beep, beep. The eyes of number 13 glimmered with electronic signals as he pivoted sharply at the most critical moment. His single hand shaking, ensnaring Wuyin with immense strength. This was the combat method deemed most suitable by the computer for Sun Wuyin. Your youth implies your strength has yet to fully develop. Oh, is that so? Ah, both exclaimed simultaneously, engaging in a fierce contest of strength. Golden and purple brilliance soared into the sky, intertwining like a dazzling display of fireworks. Bang, bang. The energy waves caused the ground to erupt, the searing heat generating deep craters hundreds of meters wide. What? Number 13's veins bulged, teeth clenched, yet he found his strength sinking like a stone into the ocean. Not even a ripple to be felt. Boom. In an instant, Wuyin exerted immense force from above, and even with all of his strength, number 13 could not withstand it. His legs trembled violently, and the bulging veins seemed to explode. Boom. Streams of oil shot forth from the site of the explosion, transforming his entire being into a scene of utter brutality. With a thunderous crash, his trembling legs buckled, crashing down to create 2 deep craters. How infuriating. How could this be possible? What manner of creature are you? Even if one were to cultivate from the womb, reaching such a terrifying level would be inconceivable. Is he endowed with innate divine strength? Wuyin executed a somersault in midair, his feet, resembling heavy hooks, forcefully struck the chin of number 13. With a resounding thud, number 13's body was propelled backward, a trickle of crimson blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. How infuriating. Number 13's visage contorted in rage as he unleashed a powerful aura, abruptly twisting his body and retreating swiftly. His formidable presence carved a deep gash into the ground beneath him. Celestial hand force. The purple light in Wuyin's right eye flickered as his body suddenly shifted, exchanging positions with the snowflakes behind him, and he unleashed a powerful punch. Boom. The ground erupted instantaneously, as all his strength was unleashed upon it. How could this be? It was now Wuyin's turn to be astonished. Humph. Subject 13 regained his composure, slowly wiping the blood from his mouth. The computer had calculated your attack patterns in a fleeting moment. From past battles, you have shown a tendency to exploit your enemy's vulnerabilities with sudden movements to deliver fatal strikes. I have long been prepared for this. Wuyin was momentarily taken aback, raising an eyebrow slightly. The computer has deciphered my attack patterns. Can mere mechanical data processing truly rival the complexities of the human mind? If this is your ultimate tactic, then I must lament your fate. You are doomed. Subject 13 paused for a moment, then exclaimed loudly, "Not coming? Then it is my turn." Death missiles. Whoosh. With his fingers extended, terrifying energy surged forth, piercing through the air, as boundless energy shimmered with a crystalline radiance, cascading downwards. The icy surface detonated continuously. Whoosh. Scorching flames roared to life on the ground, as the overwhelming energy submerged the earth entirely. Whoosh. Wuyin, akin to a graceful dancer, swiftly evaded with fluidity, ultimately soaring into the sky. However, the entity designated as number 13 had already materialized at a lofty altitude, hands clasped together, delivering a formidable strike. Cut. Divine ruling of the heavens. A tremendous repulsive force erupted instantaneously, laced with dark streaks, propelling number 13 away with great violence. Its body crashed heavily against the towering mountains behind, causing several peaks to collapse with a resounding roar. Universal celestial attraction. With a single hand extended, Wuyin conjured forth a series of white ripples that gradually materialized in the air, coalescing into what appeared to be a colossal arm of gravitational force. It reached into the rubble and seized number 13. What is happening? Number 13 exclaimed in panic. With a swift motion akin to that of a whip, Wuyin maneuvered in the air, propelling number 13 into a rapid spin. Die. Boom. Mere minutes later, number 13 was left dizzy and disoriented, hurtling backward in an instant. Key blast. As Wuyin flickered in the background, waves of translucent, white energy relentlessly assaulted number 13's chest. Alas! A pained cry erupted as a depression formed where his heart lay, countless veins writhing like worms beneath the surface. His body was sent hurtling through the air once more. With a gasp, he expelled a mouthful of crimson blood, resembling a withered rose in full bloom. In that moment, a searing golden energy orb manifested in Wuyin's hand. The force of his celestial mastery instantaneously converging upon number 13's chest. A tremendous power propelled him backward, a wave of energy rippling behind him, akin to a sweeping satellite. Racing forth with urgency. Boom. His body crashed into the ground, an inexhaustible energy radiating outward like a bowl, swiftly engulfing all the ice and snow in its wake. A deep pit, several hundred meters wide, suddenly manifested. It was desolate and abyssal. Number 13 lay within, gazing vacantly at the sky above. Bang. Wuyin suddenly descended from the heavens, crashing down with tremendous force. Bang. It felt as though his entire being was fractured, directly embedding itself into the ground. The sound of shattering echoed relentlessly, and a mouthful of blood was abruptly expelled. TSK. Quite realistic indeed. Wuyin scoffed, pondering whether the cracking sound was that of bone or steel. The red liquid that spewed forth, was it blood or some peculiar oil? Intriguing. The pupils of subject 13 widened. Staring in disbelief at Wuyin, "Why can't I read your movement trajectory? It differs entirely from the computer's estimation. What could be the reason?" As he perceived Wuyin's fluid and effortless attacks, subject 13's eyes bulged in astonishment, exclaiming, "Just now, was that my own attack pattern? How could this be? A single individual, in such a brief span, has deciphered my assault and replicated it. What kind of genius could achieve such a feat?" Humph. Wuyin coldly laughed in disdain. "Merely a trivial skill. My Rinnegan allows me to inscribe your battle methods and effortlessly mimic them using my own aura. Executing this maneuver is but a fleeting moment. Compared to your computer, this is a child's play." Haha. Chapter 128. Fusion. Super Android. 16. That was my battle method? Subject 13 gazed at Wuyin in astonishment, exclaiming impulsively, "No, absolutely impossible. Even if you possess that strange eye, the thoughts in your mind cannot be transformed so swiftly." TSK. Wuyin disdainfully snorted, "Do not measure my strength with your feeble intellect." Whoosh. A flash of light instantaneously flickered, and Wuyin appeared in an instant, his fist enveloped in a golden radiance. A chilling brilliance rippled through the world. Die! Bang! His fist landed heavily upon Subject 13's visage. Bang! Unpredictably, the thunderous clash of metal reverberated throughout the realm, causing even Wuyin's hand to tremble. One can only imagine the terrifying force he unleashed. Half of Subject 13's face shattered into fragments. A surge of oil erupted from within. What? With only one eye remaining, he stared incredulously at Wuyin, rapidly retreating. His sinewy muscles quivered uncontrollably as he let out a blood-curdling scream. Bang! Meanwhile, Gohan transformed into a wisp of ethereal light, appearing in midair. Unlike Wuyin and Goku's brutal combat style, he inherited Piccolo's techniques, executing every movement with fluidity, relying on his 940 speed to secure victory. Bang! With a single punch. The number 14 was sent flying, and the sunglasses on his face were shattered to pieces. Whoosh! Wufan flickered continuously, launching yet another assault on the airborne number 14. Boom! Boom! A flurry of residual shadows erupted in the air, delivering relentless strikes. Number 14 resembled a mere punching bag, being tossed about in the air, utterly unable to touch the ground. How infuriating! The sunglasses shattered, revealing his minuscule eyes. Like a rodent, his pupils glinted with a furtive glimmer, coldly gazing at Wuyin. The agony surged through him like a relentless tide, the formidable strength within his limbs dissipating in an instant. Ha! Suddenly, Gohan descended from the heavens, delivering a powerful roundhouse kick that sent the number 14 flying. His legs intertwined violently in midair, producing a cacophony of explosive sounds that resonated through the atmosphere. The once sturdy space shattered like glass, leaving 2 stark cracks in its wake. With a gasp, number 14 clutched his chest, retreating beside number 13, revealing numerous fissures across his body. What? He gazed at Gohan in disbelief. Impossible. My body is forged from the most advanced metal known to mankind. It cannot be shattered. How can this be? Short-sighted fool. Gohan regarded him with icy disdain, embodying the might of a Super Saiyan, the most formidable being in existence. Do you scrap metal dare to challenge me? Ha! Nearby, the final form of Frieza and Cooler shouted in unison, their bodies weaving through the air in a Z pattern. Crack! Their hands struck together repeatedly, generating a tremendous energy surge at the point of contact. Meet your demise. Boom. In an instant, a torrent of energy surged through the air, completely engulfing the pale-faced number 15. A thunderous explosion erupted as number 15, shrouded in smoke, staggered backward, his body marred with countless wounds. In his cold, piercing gaze, traces of fear began to emerge. The androids, programmed entirely by chips, were not prepared for the overwhelming terror that Gohan and his companions evoked with their fierce assault. It is clear how immensely powerful Gohan and his allies truly are. Humph! Gohan extended his finger, surrounded by shattered remnants of metal. And even if he were to gather the combat techniques of the mightiest martial artists from across the globe, he would ultimately find himself unable to rival the inherent strength of humanity itself. Artificial beings, a notion utterly ludicrous. Number 13 fell silent for a moment. His tightly pressed lips gently moistened. Do you truly believe you have emerged victorious? Gohan disdainfully remarked. Behold your grotesque visage, half of which has been reduced to mere fragments. With such meager strength, do you aspire to dance before the Saiyans? Huh, huh. Suddenly, the 3 androids, number 13, erupted into hysterical laughter. Humans are perpetually inclined to assess their achievements based on fleeting victories and defeats. Indeed, this stems from your own inherent weakness in perception. My existence relies on the power reactor within me. Even if I were to be shattered, as long as the reactor continues to function, I shall remain formidable. Moreover, it appears the computer anticipated these outcomes and has granted me a chance for redemption. Huh. Beside him, androids 14 and 15 laughed unreservedly. With a thunderous roar, 2 brilliant bursts of orange light suddenly erupted as the 2 androids initiated self-destruction midair. A magnificent force reverberated through the world, and the explosive whirlwind engulfed Gohan within its tumultuous embrace. Gohan let out a pained scream as his body crashed heavily against the snowy mountain behind him, embedding himself within its icy embrace. To his astonishment, he resolved to self-destruct without hesitation. Humph. The androids possess no surplus emotions. I was born solely to eliminate Son Goku. As long as I can achieve this objective, any losses are bearable. Suddenly, 2 chips melded into Android 13's body from his temples, while 2 more power reactors fused into his chest. A sinister grin spread across 13's face as countless wires emerged from his mind, slowly reconstructing a complete head. This was the true power of the androids. This marked the beginning of my counterattack. With a roar, Android 13 unleashed a deafening cry. The pure metallic essence of the android exuding a formidable presence. His muscular arms swelled like serpents, his body gradually expanding. His skin transformed into a brilliant blue, and his long, plasma-like hair stood upright, shifting to a fiery orange hue. Saiyan, Son Goku. An infinite violet radiance surged into the sky like a divine sword. As spiraling dark clouds began to gather, purple lightning crackled incessantly, illuminating the tempestuous scene. The ground shattered, and the nearby snowy mountain crumbled instantaneously. Boom! The snow melted, and an avalanche of monumental proportions buried the entire plateau. A circular black wave suddenly expanded outward, consuming everything it touched. Hiki, Android 13's pupils had entirely vanished, and he became a figure of terrifying ferocity. Clenching his fists, he reveled in his newfound power. Indeed, after merging with Androids 14 and 15, I have acquired the might of the strongest in the world. No one, absolutely no one, can rival me. With a maniacal roar, intermingled with a terrifying surge of energy, beams of light pierced the heavens, and a swirling tempest forced Gohan to stagger back several paces. What? Gohan's eyes widened, a flicker of alarm reflected in his emerald irises. That individual, the energy contained within his being. This is dire. Chapter 129, Super Saiyan 2. Suddenly, a straight beam of light streaked across, leaving a profound mark on the ground. Gohan was enveloped in a golden radiance, with flickering afterimages dancing in the air. Thud. Countless fists struck fiercely against the massive form of Super 13. The resounding clang of metal on metal echoed continuously. Super 13 grinned slightly, showing no sign of retreating even a single step. With a malevolent grin plastered across his face, he fixed his gaze upon Gohan. Boom. His hefty fist suddenly lunged forward, crashing brutally into Gohan's chest. Gohan coughed up a mouthful of blood, and before he could comprehend the situation, his chin was met with another devastating blow. Bang! Gohan's body was suddenly propelled backward, carving a deep imprint into the ground as he crashed against the icy mountain. The impact was explosive, unleashing all the latent power he had concealed, shattering the peak into countless fragments. The sound of debris falling echoed relentlessly. The golden aura that enveloped Gohan dissipated, revealing his battered form, bruised and lying amidst the wreckage. His brother. It appeared that the adversary's punch harbored hidden forces, which erupted only upon impact. The Super Saiyan seemed to be at a disadvantage. Wuyin treaded softly upon the snowy expanse, the ground beneath him resonating with each step. He delicately fed the divine beans to Gohan and declared, "Humph. A Super Saiyan is no match for him. But what of the Super Saiyan who transcends the Super Saiyan?" His eyes sparkled with disdain. Merely a heap of rusted metal seeking to rival humanity requires a millennium. What absurdity! Let me inform you, after merging, I have ascended to become the most formidable being in existence. No one can possibly defeat me. The entire earth shall be shrouded in darkness, transformed into a vast slaughterhouse. All of this is due to you, son Wuyin. How tiresome. Wuyin scoffed, levitating high above. Transcending a Super Saiyan? Gohan stared blankly, his mind racing with thoughts. After transforming, my father continues to explore the path to greater heights, ultimately expanding his aura through muscular growth. Yet, is that transformation truly a match for this fellow? Suddenly, Wuyin let out a thunderous roar, echoing like a colossal ape, infused with an overwhelming sense of desolation. Boom, boom. The surrounding icebergs within a radius of several hundred miles shattered into countless fragments, and a profound black void emerged abruptly. Crackling lightning surged within it, accompanied by continuous, thunderous groans. A deluge of dark clouds cascaded from the heavens, enveloping the sky. Bang, bang. The very earth began to tremble subtly. In an instant, fissures spanning hundreds of meters appeared, as the magma from the depths of the earth could no longer withstand this tremendous force, surging outward uncontrollably. What is this? Gohan felt as though struck by lightning. Wuyin's aura expanded rapidly, akin to that of a divine being. Super Saiyan 13 staggered backward, his hands trembling uncontrollably. He was utterly unable to contain the fear that emanated from the depths of his being. with each strand of hair standing defiantly on end. A lock of fringe cascades downwards, revealing the mesmerizing purple eyes of reincarnation that cannot be concealed. Blue lightning crackles and swirls around, a manifestation of an absolute expansion of energy. With a final shout, a radiant layer of golden light envelopes Wuyin's form, shimmering brilliantly like a magnificent firework display. The wait is over. You are the first to experience this transformation since I devised it. Behold, the Super Saiyan beyond the Super Saiyan. Well, it's rather cumbersome. Let us simply call it Super Saiyan 2. In the depths of the reincarnation eye, a second tomo gradually emerged, accompanied by the engraving of a formidable specialized skill. Number 13, it is time to commence the second battle. Whoosh! In an instant, the figure flickered through the air, vanishing as if it were merely a breath of wind. How astonishingly swift! Gohan was taken aback, the speed seemingly surpassing that of light, rendering everything invisible to his eyes. Bang! Just as number 13 intended to retreat, a muffled groan erupted, followed swiftly by a surge of excruciating pain that came crashing like a tidal wave. It invaded his very limbs, shattering all his strength. He mechanically lowered his gaze, beholding the fierce expression of Wuyin, as a fist struck deep into his chest, sinking several centimeters. Veins around him writhed like worms, and a foul stench akin to machinery oil permeated the air. What is this? Just a single punch, and it completely shattered the ironclad defenses surrounding his body. Bang! As Wuyin offered no respite for reflection, a relentless barrage of fists rained down, each strike accompanied by a chorus of muffled groans. The cries of anguish rose and fell, as number 13 braced himself firmly against the ground, leaving behind 2 deep, straight marks etched into the earth. The ground was slick with a sheen of oil. Wuyin let out a cold snort, twisting in midair to create a buffer of distance. His fist, enveloped in golden radiance, crackled with the brilliance of lightning. With a single, forceful strike, the impact resounded. Wuyin surged forth like a divine dragon, striking with remarkable swiftness. Half of number 13's body was utterly obliterated, leaving scattered fragments in its wake, alongside a torrent of gushing engine oil. What? Who granted you permission to voice your sentiments? With a decisive gesture, Wuyin struck the face of number 13, causing his body to plummet like a leaden weight. Thud! His head was forcefully smashed into the icy surface, and sharp fragments of ice swiftly lacerated him, leaving a myriad of wounds crisscrossing his skin. Qigong! Bang! Wuyin gently pressed the right hand of number 13, enveloping it in a shimmering golden energy. With a resounding crash, a torrent of energy surged forth, engulfing number 13's face entirely. A piercing scream echoed, only to be swiftly swallowed by the infinite power surrounding him. With a crack, the icy surface began to shatter, and beams of light erupted like resounding divine swords, transforming the world within a radius of several hundred miles into utter nothingness. Wuyin let out a cold snort, standing silently in midair with arms crossed. After this series of attacks, one wonders how much life can possibly remain in that so-called formidable and valiant body. Truly powerful. Gohan gazed at his elder brother with reverence and exclaimed, "Is this the legendary Super Saiyan 2? Enveloped in a golden aura. That immense energy is as unfathomable as the ocean. No adversary can stand against him. None." From the shattered ground, a furious roar gradually emerged. A violet light surged skyward as Android 13's body wobbled upwards, breathless and gazing at Gohan, his face drenched in cold sweat. One half of his body was shrouded in a mist, as if he had employed some peculiar method to temporarily mitigate his injuries. The once menacing, pupilless eyes were now filled with terror. Having experienced the battle moments ago, he had come to realize that he was no match for Gohan. Gohan feigned astonishment, his performance remarkably convincing. Shouldn't an android lose all momentum once its power dissipates? Yet, it seems he still experiences fatigue. Dr. Gero truly is an intriguing character. Wuyin incessantly smacked his lips, commenting on Super Number 13. Number 13 dared not retort, his body staggering as he ascended into the sky. How infuriating. It is inconceivable that a being like you could exist in this world. He enveloped his palms in a faint crimson glow, then suddenly pressed them together, conjuring a sphere of deep red with a diameter of several dozen centimeters. If you were to evade, the entire Earth would be reduced to ashes. The death-destruction cannon. Perish. The swirling crimson energy, interspersed with hints of black, surged rapidly towards Wuyin. Number 13 extracted nearly all the energy from his power core, launching a final assault against Wuyin. Humph. Wuyin merely curled his lip, scoffing disdainfully. A futile endeavor. He shaped his hands into a blossom-like form, gradually closing them near his waist. A golden radiance abruptly scattered, resembling a resplendent sun, gently rising and falling in the sky. Kamehameha. Double power. In an instant, a brilliant light shot into the heavens, colliding with the opposing force. Ziz. Torrential lightning arrayed itself densely like an inverted bowl around them, while the tattered snowfield floated in the air, subsequently annihilated by the deadening energy that intersected. Boom. The death-destruction cannon failed to sustain itself for long, shattering instantaneously like a glass orb, emitting sparks akin to fireflies in the sky. Ultimately, it vanished. What? Impossible. His pupils reflected a world awash in gold, as if the entire realm were ensconced within it. Boom. Number 13 was enveloped entirely, his body rapidly disintegrating. Limbs and much of his form evaporated into the air. At last, bang. The remnants of his body fell to the ground, the power reactor flickering with sputtering sparks, his eyes devoid of light. Brother? Why did you not destroy him? Just now, I sensed that you diminished the energy of the Kamehameha's release. This body is a formidable specimen. Just what you need for your transformation on the path of Shinra. It would save time. The colossal shadow of Yama re-emerged, engulfing the shattered body, persistently rejecting it, until it ultimately vanished, as Wuyin once again sensed the currents of power flowing within his eyes. The strength of his Rinnegan surged anew following his transformation into Super Saiyan 2. In a calculated ploy to lure his adversaries away, Cell unleashed the artificial beings concealed within the boundless expanse of the Highlands. However, I had foreseen this scheme in advance. Now, our success is within reach. If only my father and Vegeta can vanquish Cell, the fate of the androids will be irrevocably altered. I fervently hope that no errors arise. Goku, in contrast, remains unfazed. He has yet to become the reckless warrior consumed by a singular desire for battle as depicted in the Dragon Ball saga. Yet, Vegeta, with his pride still unbroken after his transformation, poses a concern. Gohan, let us hasten our approach. The narrative unfolds in two directions. In the snowy peaks, Wuyin and Wu Fan engaged in a fierce battle against the artificial beings. Meanwhile, Cell was transported by Wu Yan's Rinnegan, landing directly in the encirclement of Goku and Vegeta. Why? The grotesque Cell rasped. Why have I suddenly appeared in this place? Beside him, a crisp and steady voice resonated. Kakarot, is this the adversary that Sun Wuyin has tasked us with defeating? Such an unsightly visage, akin to a repugnant insect. That filthy form is an affront to my noble soul. Cell slowly turned, two figures coming into view. One donned the Saiyan battle armor, while the other wore an orange martial arts GI. Goku? Vegeta? Why are you two here? A brief explanation followed. Your scheme at the Snowy Heights has been thoroughly unraveled by us. The three artificial beings are likely ensnared in a siege as well. You have been transported here to meet your demise at my hands. Kakarot has merely come to spectate. Do you understand? Vegeta proclaimed with arrogance. As Vegeta elucidated, Cell's expression grew increasingly grim, teetering on the brink of madness. His so-called flawless plan had been completely exposed. How could this be possible, even with divine powers? It should have been unattainable. Yet, there remained a sliver of solace in his heart. You claim the artificial beings in the snowy domain are under siege. Cell smiled. I am not the slightest bit afraid. The formidable power possessed by those three is merely slightly inferior to my perfect form. Those Saiyans stand no chance of defeating me. While you have disowned my plan, you have overlooked the most crucial detail. What? Goku inquired, bewildered. Power. Cell exclaimed, his mouth widening in a triumphant roar. His entire being ignited with a golden radiance, fissures radiating outward from his core. The adjacent ocean churned violently, waves crashing down in a tumultuous fury. Aha! Cell clenched his fists, reveling in the overwhelming power coursing through him, energy blazing fiercely. Do you see? You two Saiyans, according to computer analysis. Even androids 17 and 18 cannot triumph over me. By absorbing the life force of humans, my power has long surpassed that of 17. Dealing with you will be as easy as pie. Ridiculous. Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. If I were still in my Super Saiyan form, you might indeed be stronger. Alas, after training in the hyperbolic time chamber, I have transcended. The so-called energy, the so-called power, the so-called metrics all reside within a single punch. Chapter 131. Frenzied Torment. Vegeta's face contorted with ferocity as he gazed at Cell, unleashing a thunderous roar. Boundless, tumultuous energy erupted from the ground, surrounding him in a radiant golden aura, while his spiky hair danced with an almost liquid grace. The surrounding peaks began to shatter, countless fragments cascading into the sea below. His muscles gradually expanded, and his aura surged with rapid intensity, only stabilizing after several seconds. It has begun. Goku's eyes sparkled with admiration. After enduring the harsh trials within the hyperbolic time chamber, Vegeta had indeed transcended the Super Saiyan form. This power was truly astonishing. However, he felt no surprise. He too could achieve such heights, and even surpass them. In his heart, Ryukong understood that his mastery over strength surpassed that of Vegeta. Likewise, the explosive power he wielded post-transformation was undeniably greater. However, this Cell was to be left for Vegeta. He was brimming with fighting spirit. Humph! Vegeta spat disdainfully, channeling his formidable power into a surging torrent that intertwined within his sinewy muscles. Sensing that overwhelming aura, Cell was left utterly stunned. He gasped in disbelief. Impossible. The data indicates you were just defeated by Android 18 yesterday. How could your power have surged to such heights overnight? Are these beings divine? Just as Piccolo had been, seemingly transformed from weakness to strength in the span of a day. Both power and intellect had dramatically increased, and they had even concealed their origins. By the island's edge, the coolly attired Android 18 continued her selection in a clothing store, while Androids 17 and 16 languished in boredom. 17, poking at a beetle on the ground with a twig, impatiently remarked, 16, have you ever experienced something like this? Did Dr. Gero conduct some peculiar modification on 18 while we were in slumber? Why do I feel as though she has become an entirely different person? 16's eyes glimmered with an electronic light. To borrow a phrase from the internet, it bore the scent of romantic melodrama. 17's eyes widened in surprise. Are you suggesting that 18 has developed feelings for someone? Could it be Son Goku? He is our enemy. 16 gently caressed a small bird in his hand. We both understand that we are no match for him. The goal of eliminating Son Goku is already unattainable. It would be better to savor the beauty of this world instead. 18 has completely surrendered. Suddenly, the small bird sensed something and took flight. 16 also gazed toward the south, lost in thought. What was happening? It seemed that two formidable presences were about to engage in battle, one belonging to Vegeta. His power had evidently surpassed them all. Impossible. 17 dismissed the notion. A pure mechanical android is unreliable. Your radar must have been dormant for too long and malfunctioned. We are eternal androids, brimming with infinite energy. How could anyone surpass me? No. 16 shook his head. He has indeed surpassed you. TCH. If you insist on this, I shall go witness it myself. Ignoring the curious glances from others, 17 soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of light, vanishing from sight. In the distance, Cell was drenched in cold sweat, pondering anxiously, that guy must be bluffing. How could one person change so drastically in a single day? Swish. He forcefully propelled himself upward, his entire being surging forth with a fervor akin to a dragon emerging from the sea, unleashing a frenzy of attacks upon Vegeta. Yet, Vegeta, agile as a nimble monkey, retreated gracefully, constantly flickering in and out of sight. All of Cell's assaults met nothing but empty air. What? Not a single punch connected. Impossible. He roared in frustration, his body flickering as he left behind a multitude of afterimages, delivering a heavy blow. Boom. His fist passed right through Vegeta, crashing down onto the ground instead, creating a sudden, gaping black pit. Cell slowly turned, only to find Vegeta's figure had already appeared behind him. When did this happen? I didn't even see it. He gritted his teeth and shouted fiercely, how dare you mock me? He flipped around and charged once more. Boom. Not long after he advanced, a muffled groan resonated in the air. Excruciating pain surged through his limbs, and a mouthful of blood erupted from Cell. What? A heavy punch struck directly at Cell's chest. The overwhelming agony sent him staggering backward. Bang, bang, bang. Vegeta surged forward, launching a relentless series of attacks. The echoes of pained groans thundered like a storm. As Cell fell back step by step, his defenses collapsing under Vegeta's onslaught, leaving him without the strength to retaliate. Bang! A fierce punch landed squarely on his nose, transforming Cell's already unsightly visage into something even more grotesque, his face sliding along the ground, leaving deep grooves in his wake. Behold, the immense power of my Super Saiyan form. My strength and speed have soared to new heights. I am Super Vegeta. Suddenly, Cell's tail, which lay on the ground, elongated in an instant, twisting and turning as its sharp tip darted towards Vegeta with great speed. Humph. As long as I possess your formidable life energy, I need not absorb androids 17 and 18 to evolve into an even stronger form. Smack. Vegeta seized the elongated tail with a firm grip. Ah. His veins bulged as he exerted force, swinging Cell violently. Bang, bang, bang. He relentlessly slammed Cell against the ground. Cell was utterly unable to resist. In truth, while his tail was his most peculiar feature, it was also his most vulnerable point. TCH. A golden vortex unfurled within Vegeta's body as he exerted his strength. Smack. He severed Cell's tail in one swift motion. Ah! Cell screamed in agony, his eyes widening, the insect-like, barbed pupils dilating in shock. Useless wretch. Thus, the impudent son Wuyin has tasked both me and Kakarot with this affair. What a sheer waste of time. Vegeta ignited a fierce flame in his hand, incinerating Cell's severed tail without hesitation. How infuriating. Cell, clenching his fists on the ground, roared in madness, only to abruptly turn and surge towards Vegeta. With his gaping maw agape, he unleashed a torrent of energy at close range. Chapter 132. The Inflation of Confidence. The Prince's Arrogance. The swirling crimson energy loomed ominously, mere inches away. In Cell's mind, evasion was utterly impossible for anyone. Suddenly, Vegeta's pupils dilated as he swiftly sidestepped. The overwhelming force whizzed past him, exploding violently behind. Boom. A mountain vanished instantaneously in a blaze of light. Impossible. The Kamehameha. Yet, Vegeta afforded him no time to react, raising one hand to unleash a golden energy blast that struck him squarely. Boom. The erupting energy relentlessly assaulted, consuming half of Cell's form. A mushroom cloud rose languidly in the distance. A chorus of anguished cries echoed as Vegeta obliterated half of Cell's body. Observe your shattered form paired with that grotesque visage. They truly complement each other. Cell stared blankly at Vegeta, enveloped in a golden radiance, resembling a divine warrior from the heavens. With only one leg remaining, he staggered backward. Now, Cell, it is time for your execution. In your next life, remember this moment. Do not dare to return to this earth where Lord Vegeta resides. Huh. Cell suddenly bellowed, his mangled body beginning to writhe, as if it were regenerating. His severed tail sprouted anew. Half his body was enveloped in a foul liquid, exuding a nauseating stench that provoked revulsion. What is this? Is it Piccolo's technique? Goku remarked. It seems that the all-knowing Piccolo has yet to share this information with you. I possess Piccolo's cells within me, allowing my shattered form to regenerate. Cell appeared to regain his confidence, boasting with pride. Humph. Vegeta scoffed dismissively, just like Piccolo. Such regeneration requires immense energy, and your aura has already dwindled significantly. This is advantageous, for it allows me to fully comprehend the true magnitude of the power that resides within me. How vexing. Cell glared at the advancing Vegeta. Unwilling to concede, once I attain my perfect form, you shall all be no match for me. Eliminating you will be effortless. A thunderous force surged into Vegeta's being, bringing his advance to an abrupt halt. You mean to say that by absorbing those two androids and attaining your perfect form, you believe you can vanquish us? Huh. How utterly absurd. Vegeta's manic laughter echoed. Do you not perceive the resplendent golden aura enveloping my body? It is the ultimate emblem of supremacy. No one shall be my adversary. Not in the slightest. With a swift motion, Vegeta unleashed a side kick, sending Cell hurtling through the air. A nearby mountain crumbled into shards upon impact. I grant you this opportunity. Once you achieve your perfect form, return to battle me. And then you shall truly comprehend the meaning of despair. Vegeta, Goku shouted, what are you doing? According to Wuyin's explanation, eliminate him directly. Do not get bogged down in trivialities. Silence, Kakarot. This is my battlefield, and your interference is unwelcome. Why should I heed the words of Son Wuyin? I have long surpassed him. The explosive power coursing through me is my greatest trump card. That insufferable brat, I shall surely seek retribution for the grievances of the past. Vegeta. Boom. Wukong's golden aura surged forth, instantly transforming him into a Super Saiyan, as he charged directly towards the retreating Cell. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, a powerful punch struck his back, causing his focused flight to falter, and he plummeted to the ground. TCH. Kakarot, I shall not permit you to interfere with his transformation. How infuriating. Vegeta, are you aware that you are wagering the fate of Earth itself? In a moment of desperation, Goku delivered a powerful punch directly to Vegeta's head. The sound of impact echoed ominously. A tremendous force emanated from Goku's fist, yet Vegeta, undeterred, slowly turned to face him, a fierce glare in his eyes. The pride that belonged to the Saiyan prince surged forth once more. He yearned to confront that ultimate form and ultimately vanquish it. With a resounding impact, he unleashed 2 consecutive punches upon Goku's form. With immense pain, Wukong suddenly lifted his knee and forcefully struck Vegeta's abdomen. The two began to exchange blows in midair, engaging in a fierce battle. The shift in circumstances was startling, causing the fallen Cell nearby to momentarily lapse into a state of shock. Once united against a common foe, the two Saiyans had unexpectedly turned against each other. Witnessing their overwhelming power, even Son Wukong realized he had reached an extraordinary level, and he knew he was far from being their match. Although Wukong possesses a slight edge in strength over Vegeta, the Saiyans' vibrant vitality ensures that neither will emerge victorious in the short term. Moreover, the ability to triumph against stronger foes has always been a hallmark of the Saiyan legacy. Wukong declared his inevitable victory, though even he harbored doubts. What a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As Cell cackled maniacally, he hurriedly sensed the location of number 17. Suddenly, he found himself frozen in place. Number 17 was right beside him, approaching with alarming speed. Should I simply open my mouth and await number 17 to fall directly into my grasp? How did the situation shift so dramatically in my favor? Whoosh! A beam of light streaked through the air as Cell encountered number 17 and the nearby Piccolo. Aware of Cell's malevolence, Piccolo kept a vigilant eye on number 17, desperately attempting to dissuade him from walking into danger. However, the frenzied android remained unconvinced and engaged in combat midair. Bang! Number 17 delivered a kick squarely to Piccolo's face, sending him hurtling backward. Nearby, Cell licked his lips and vanished in a flash. Bang! A knee struck Piccolo's spine with devastating force. Crack! 2 opposing forces collided at Piccolo's chest, causing his body to bend backward, blood spewing from his mouth as he floated aimlessly, his eyes glazing over. He had never anticipated a foe lurking behind him, delivering a fatal blow. Bang! Cell clasped his hands together, sending Piccolo plummeting below, his body bubbling as it gradually sank into the ocean, vanishing within moments. What? You ugly fiend! Who are you to steal my prey? Know that I will not express gratitude. Number 17 proclaimed with arrogance. Yet Cell appeared to savor the moment as if he had discovered a rare delicacy. Licking his lips, Android 17, I have finally found you. Now, let us merge into one. Together, we shall create the greatest evil the world has ever seen. Haha. Allow me to introduce Vegeta, the fabled catalyst of the narrative. Chapter 133, Absorbing Number 17. Merge. Number 17 stared incredulously at Cell, exclaiming, You expect me to join forces with you, you abomination? Do not jest. Look at your filthy form. Unless I am utterly defeated, that notion is utterly absurd. Number 17 spread his hands dismissively, scoffing, I possess eternal energy. Defeated by you? What a preposterous joke. Haha. Cell grinned wickedly, do you not see? This is a divinely granted opportunity. Goku is held at bay by Vegeta, and Piccolo has fallen to my single strike. All the forces that once protected you have vanished. Only one step remains, my perfect form. This is a magnificent chance bestowed by the heavens. Whoosh! As soon as the words left his mouth, Cell flickered and unleashed a punch enveloped in golden radiance, striking with sudden ferocity. Number 17's eyes trembled incessantly, yet he could only perceive fleeting afterimages in the air. Where exactly was Cell? He could not discern his presence at all. Eternal energy? What of it? Victory is not merely a function of abundant energy. Boom. A fist landed brutally on number 17's chest, the sound of bones cracking resonating through the air, causing a concave indentation. Gushing forth, blood erupted from his lips. Number 17, a product of human modification, was fundamentally different from Cell and number 16. Aside from the eternal energy core, he retained the majority of his physical form. He even possessed male attributes. What? That speed. With a single leg raised, he endured the excruciating pain and launched an attack on Cell, moving at a snail's pace. Whoosh. Bang. Bang. A relentless barrage of punches rained down, and number 17 coughed blood, his teeth stained crimson. Clutching his chest, he staggered backward unsteadily. How could this be? Cell appeared abruptly in midair, so stealthily that number 17 barely registered his presence. He advanced steadily, declaring, "Do you see? My noble form can effortlessly accommodate your fragile soul. Come, let us become one." What a jest! A wave of pain surged through number 17's chest, just as he intended to charge forward. He stumbled and collapsed to the ground. Why had the world changed so rapidly? Just yesterday, he was the strongest being, and today, so many could utterly defeat him. It was merely a day? Such a drastic shift. Indeed, Cell had harbored similar thoughts when he had been ruthlessly battered by Vegeta. A sinuous tail coiled around number 17's neck. To prevent any disruption within my body, you must endure a little more suffering now. Boom, boom, boom. Cell hoisted number 17 into the air, raining down furious punches upon his chest. White streaks marked his back, a full minute of torment rendering number 17 utterly weakened. His eyes were dim and lifeless, his breath faint, clearly teetering on the brink of demise. This is what it means to deliver one's head on a platter. If number 17 had still been roaming outside, perhaps Goku could have defeated Vegeta in a short span of time. There might have been a chance for redemption. But now, Cell's needle-like tail slowly unfurled, engulfing the already unconscious number 17 whole. A gentle breeze swept through, ocean waves surged, and white ripples expanded in circles. As a whale leapt gracefully into the sky, the entire world falling silent for a fleeting moment. Then, it erupted into chaos. Cell began to laugh maniacally, the power within him surging uncontrollably. Golden lines continuously traced his body, and an intense radiance erupted from his eyes. A deep green enveloped Cell entirely, plunging the world into a frenzy. Boom. The nearby islands were instantaneously reduced to ashes. Towering waves surged across the realm, and white foam engulfed everything. Typhoons, lightning, and celestial anomalies emerged in rapid succession. Hissing golden lightning, resembling an inverted bowl, swiftly surrounded the world. Wrapped in deep green, Cell began to collide recklessly. His body darkened, the forked head gradually merging, and the wings on his back vanished. His visage transitioned from that of an unsightly insect to something more humanoid, akin to a burly giant. A pale green light soared into the sky, and the world erupted in chaos. As the smoke dissipated, silence returned. He floated quietly in the air, scrutinizing his own form. The surging energy poured forth like an immense sun, and he could scarcely fathom how powerful he had become after absorbing Android 17. The relentless aura spread through the sky, startling Goku and Vegeta nearby. Bang! The two combatants in the heavens transformed into beams of gold, swiftly parting, only to abruptly gaze at the gathering clouds. The clouds coalesced towards the center, heralding the birth of a formidable entity. Such a powerful presence. An ominous dark energy seemed poised to engulf the earth itself. Goku exclaimed in astonishment, "Vegeta, do you see this? Because of you, things have escalated to this point. What was once simple has become complicated. How am I to explain this to Gohan?" "You need not explain anything to him," Vegeta declared resolutely. "I will undoubtedly vanquish Cell." Whoosh! Vegeta accelerated, transforming into a golden beam, racing into the sky. Damn it, that arrogant fool. Goku was engulfed in deep frustration. For despite the enhancement of his Super Saiyan transformation, his base combat power was still inadequate against Cell, leaving him with grim prospects. "Wait for me. You are no match for him," Goku shouted, also transforming into a beam of light as he surged into the sky. Bang! In mere seconds, Vegeta beheld the evolved Cell. With hands on his hips, he proclaimed, "Indeed, you were right. His power has increased significantly. However, even so, you remain no match for me. Your form is now more human-like, and your elongated limbs are better suited for combat. Nevertheless, you are still inferior to me. The Super Saiyan is invincible." Vegeta spoke to himself, while Cell remained entranced in the radiant energy enveloping him, having transformed into his second stage, just a step away from achieving his perfect form. Now, the strength coursing through his body felt as intoxicating as opium. If he were to truly transform into his complete form, how terrifying that would be. "Vegeta," Cell exclaimed, "I must express my gratitude. Without you, I would have likely been slain by Goku by now." Yet, a sinister expression suddenly flickered across Cell's rugged visage. "As a token of my appreciation, I shall bestow upon you death. My blood pressure is rising." Chapter 134, Speed Down, Vegeta. "Vegeta, I owe you a great deal. Had you not impeded Goku, I would not have so effortlessly ascended to my second stage," Cell remarked nonchalantly. Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. "Humph. No need for thanks. As long as I can relish a thorough battle, that suffices. Of course, Cell spread his arms wide. I am always quite hospitable towards my friends. Nevertheless, a fierce grimace enveloped Cell's face, clearly still irked by Vegeta's previous merciless assault. Vegeta, Goku interjected, Cell's power has now surged to match our own. Just to be safe, let us confront him together. Kakarot, stay out of my battle. It has only just begun. Vegeta retorted. You fool. Must you allow matters to reach an irretrievable state? Can't you see? Just by absorbing Android 17, he has attained such strength. Imagine the consequences should he absorb Android 18 and achieve his complete form. If we fail, Earth will surely be reduced to ruins. Goku bellowed. What concern is that of mine? Vegeta replied nonchalantly. What? I am a proud Saiyan. Merely accompanying you to transform into a Super Saiyan and to harness your strength for my own gain. I have never been Earth's guardian. Goku was taken aback. How can you say such a thing? Kakarot, get lost while I am still in a good mood. Vegeta declared, then turned his gaze towards Cell. Let us commence. Yet Cell halted Vegeta's advance, slowly descending onto the surface of the sea. With a splash, his tail plunged into the water, drawing forth a continuous surge of energy into his being, and Cell's power began to escalate rapidly. In an instant, he surpassed both Vegeta and Goku. What? Goku shouted, swiftly sensing the shift, his complexion darkening and his lips quivering slightly. Beneath the water, that fading aura belonged to Piccolo. Indeed, Cell nodded gently. It is your friend, Piccolo. He was ambushed while battling Android 17, leaving him incapacitated and submerged in the sea. Given the presence of both of you, it is undeniably somewhat unjust towards me. With a disdainful huff, Cell declared his intention to utterly absorb the energy of Piccolo. Gushing, his tail expanded incessantly. As boundless energy surged fervently within, Piccolo, in conjunction with the Supreme Kai, had transcended the ordinary limits of a Super Saiyan. All of his power was consumed by Cell, effectively equating to Cell having absorbed yet another Android 17. How infuriating! In an instant, Wukong soared into the air, delivering a sudden and forceful punch. Bang! The endless waves of the sea splashed forth, while Sheru had already flickered into the sky. Do not be so hasty, son Wukong. Just now, I completely failed to perceive the trajectory of your movement. This is terrible. The situation has spiraled beyond control. Gurgle. Bubbles floated to the surface, and Piccolo's withered, yellowed form had become little more than a layer of skin, relying on photosynthesis for energy replenishment. With each aging process, akin to plants, chlorophyll transformed into xanthophyll. Now, gazing at the pale yellow Piccolo, his aura had entirely dissipated. He had been completely drained of his power by Sheru and met his demise. With a mighty roar, Sheru radiated golden light that swirled around him, and crackling blue lightning appeared. This was a manifestation of concentrated energy. A magnificent aura enveloped the surroundings, illuminating the heavens and the earth. Like a grand sun slowly rising, it was breathtakingly beautiful. Perish. Vegeta's face was etched with madness as he planted his feet firmly, the waves behind him crashing with tremendous force. Whoosh. His body flickered in the air, launching a direct punch. Bang. A heavy grunt echoed, and Vegeta scoffed. What transformation? In the end, this power remains feeble. Mere bluster. He slowly raised his head, observing Sheru above, indifferent to his assault, casually cleaning his ears. What? Vegeta felt an immense blow to his pride. Thud, thud, thud. Hundreds of fists rained down upon Sheru's body. The sound was as if gold and iron were intermingling in a thunderous cacophony, with muffled groans erupting like distant thunder, golden light splashing at the moment of impact. After several minutes, Vegeta finally came to a halt. Flowers, please. Sheru, utterly bored, gazed at him. Is that all? That solo performance of yours was quite entertaining. At that moment, Vegeta was stunned to realize that Sheru had not even budged an inch. Impossible. The terror erupted from within him. This is absolutely inconceivable. Sad human. Sheru spat disdainfully. It seems it is my turn to counterattack. Bang. His knee shot up suddenly, crashing heavily into Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta's eyes instantly lost their color. A stream of blood erupted, followed by the bitter bile from his stomach. A wave of excruciating pain surged through his limbs and bones. The power of the Super Saiyan within him crumbled in an instant. Bang! A punch struck heavily against Vegeta's chin, let him ascend to the heavens. With a sharp bite to his own tongue, Vegeta barely regained a modicum of his senses. The terrifying figure of Cell had already arrived behind him. Cursed be it. Vegeta shouted fiercely, unleashing his energy towards the rear. Yet, Cell's speed surpassed his own. With hands clasped together, he struck down heavily. Vegeta was instantly struck as if by a bolt of lightning, plummeting to the ground like a shooting star. The impact left deep indentations on the hardened earth, perfectly embedding Vegeta within. Humph. Goku observed Vegeta's brutal thrashing, yet showed no signs of intervention. The situation had spiraled beyond redemption. All he could do was await the arrival of Wuyin. As for Vegeta, let him suffer a bit. That wretched fool. What's the matter? Cell floated in the air, arms crossed, loudly taunting, "Isn't this Super Vegeta? Aren't you the mightiest in the world? Was it your intent to show me what you're made of? Why now do you lie on the ground like a dead dog, devoid of even the strength to retaliate?" Aha. Cell spat disdainfully. "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have become this way. I offer you a chance. Strike me with your utmost power. I want to evade. I wish to witness the lament of the weak. I also wish to see how you dance in despair." Chapter 135, The Shadow Emperor Cell. Boom. The ground began to crack and battered all over. Vegeta transformed into a fleeting shadow, leaping into the air, rending. The upper half of his battle suit was torn apart. And panting heavily, Vegeta glared at Cell with a face full of indignation. How could this be? With such inferior metal, your strength has surged to this extent. Vegeta's eyes were swollen, a tapestry of bruises adorning his face, with blood trickling from his lips. ZZT. A golden aura re-emerged, flickering with sparks of electricity. "Vegeta!" Goku shouted from the sidelines. "I'll attack with you this time." "Silence! Kakarot, this is my battle. You shall not interfere. Why are you so stubborn?" The proud Saiyan prince would never allow himself to be defeated. He clasped his hands in a flower-like formation before his chest, a pink light blooming instantaneously. Waves of energy pulsated vibrantly before him. Cell merely smiled, hands on his hips, clearly intent on not dodging. That insufferable fiend. Vegeta felt his pride severely insulted. Final flash. Whoosh. A magnificent force surged forth, racing through the sky. The beam appeared to cleave the heavens in two. Die. Boom. In an instant, all the radiance enveloped Cell, whose visage contorted into a wild frenzy born of excruciating pain. The brilliance surged skyward, culminating in a thunderous explosion behind him. The heavens erupted with a searing wave of heat, a breathtaking spectacle reminiscent of fiery blossoms. Cell's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared blankly at Vegeta. Utterly disheveled. Half of his body had been obliterated. What? Haha. Vegeta's manic laughter echoed. "Cell, do you see? This immense power coursing through me. What complete form? You could never hope to match my Super Vegeta." Haha. In that moment, despite the agony twisting his features, Cell suddenly regained his composure. Haha. How was my little performance just now? Could I win an Oscar? Half of his body began to writhe, and within mere seconds, his tail and arms reappeared, restoring him to his former state. Even his energy remained unabated. "This wretch possesses cells of Piccolo." Gritting his teeth, Goku muttered. Vegeta's raucous laughter abruptly ceased, resembling the croak of a duck. "Humph," Cell sneered. "Let you enjoy the moment while simultaneously experiencing the transition from hope to despair, just like my previous self." Whoosh. In an instant, Cell vanished, leaving Vegeta unaware until an agonizing blow struck his jaw. Bang! His body was sent soaring into the sky. Boom! At that moment, a surging force struck from behind. Vegeta's form was tossed around like a mere sack of sand, unable to even clench his fists. To retaliate was nothing short of a fantasy. Bang! His body plummeted earthward like a meteor. Haha! Cell transformed into a streak of light, effortlessly surpassing Vegeta in the blink of an eye. With a sudden upward thrust of his knee. The sound of splintering vertebrae echoed, a true agony. Two completely opposing forces converged within his spine. Huffed. Blood erupted from Vegeta's mouth. Humph. Observing his woeful state, Cell showed no mercy. With hands clasped together, he launched another assault. Bang! A punch landed with ferocity, driving him into the ground, and a nearby small island was plunged into chaos. A cloud of dust billowed for 800 miles, and a hill was reduced to mere ashes. "Vegeta!" Wukong shouted loudly. Feeling a shiver run down his spine from the recent attack, the relentless barrage was so overwhelming that it could easily have claimed his life. "I advise you not to attempt to save him. It would be utterly futile," Cell declared, extending a single hand as a formidable energy began to coalesce within it. Whoosh! In an instant, Hundreds of energy blasts surged forth in rapid succession, raining down like a tempestuous storm. Boom, boom, boom. The entire island plunged into chaos, with humanity perishing en masse, engulfed in despair. Fiery flames painted the sky crimson, while thick, black smoke shrouded the world. Ultimately, a colossal wave arose, submerging the island completely. Haha, I wonder if that Saiyan prince will survive this, Cell said maliciously. I must apologize. The greatest contributor to my transformation into this state is none other than him, yet he will be the first to perish at my hands. It seems I truly am the villain in this tale, Cell remarked mockingly from the sky. Goku was momentarily taken aback. Vegeta's presence had vanished in an instant. Could it be that he has truly perished? Damn it, that fellow has allowed matters to escalate to this irretrievable state, only to leave without a word. How disgraceful. What shall I do next? Time is of the essence. Without adequate strength, it is impossible to confront Cell. Even on the summit of the snowy mountain, Wuyin remains oblivious to the situation. How much longer must we wait? The circumstances are exceedingly dire. Goku suddenly paused. What is this? In an instant, enlightenment struck him. So this is how it is. Suddenly, Wukong unleashed a resounding roar, and an infinite cascade of golden radiance surged forth from his being. His muscles began to swell, and his strength soared exponentially. Amidst a dense aura of golden light, the second transformation of the Super Saiyan was fully realized. A state akin to Vegeta's. Cell scoffed, having previously demonstrated that this held no significance for him. TCH. With a cold snort, Wukong's figure suddenly flickered in the air. Whoosh. In an instant, hundreds of afterimages were left in the sky as Wukong rapidly approached. At the last moment, he placed his index finger on his forehead. Cell, still laughing derisively, taunted. A mere trick. What can you accomplish with such sluggish speed? Boom. Suddenly, Wukong utilized instantaneous movement to traverse space, delivering a powerful punch that sent Cell flying. What? Cell exclaimed incredulously, unable to believe what had just transpired. What was that technique? Did you deceive me with a deceptive rhythm of speed? Then suddenly unleash your true velocity. Catching me off guard? That doesn't make sense. I couldn't have possibly missed your maximum speed. Instantaneous movement? A flicker of realization sparkled in Cell's eyes. Indeed. Such a skill existed within the data collected by the computer. Son Wukong, your combat experience is truly superior to that of Vegeta. As Cell halted his flight, Wukong charged forward, shouting, Vegeta, hurry and lend a hand. Chapter 136, Coordinated Assault. Vegeta, please assist. What? Gazing at Son Wukong ahead, Cell was equally astonished. Suddenly, a figure shot up from the sea, joining Wukong in a relentless assault on Cell from both sides. The two fought together like a well-synchronized duo, launching frenzied attacks from every conceivable angle, perfectly complementing each other. The gaps left by Wukong will be filled by Vegeta, while Wukong will likewise assist in addressing any voids left by Vegeta. The air is filled with a series of muffled thuds as the world becomes enmeshed in the chaos. Vegeta merely resists Wukong's interference in his battles, fully aware that his own fight has reached its conclusion. When Cell challenges Wukong, it marks the beginning of Wukong's own battle round. Should Kakarot seek his aid, it signifies Kakarot's loss of pride, subtly forging an alliance between the two. Nearby, Tien and Krillin hasten towards the sounds of conflict, their eyes wide with astonishment as they witness the tumultuous clash involving Wukong, Vegeta, and Cell. It is truly unexpected to see Vegeta and Wukong join forces. Both proud Super Saiyans, their strengths are evenly matched, neither willing to concede to the other, especially given their history as adversaries. What a rare spectacle to behold. Wukong and Vegeta unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks upon Cell, who swayed precariously in midair yet astonishingly managed to deflect every strike. The air was filled with the resounding echoes of impact as the three combatants engaged in a fierce struggle. With a fierce cry, Vegeta extended a single hand, launching a ki blast that struck Cell squarely in the face, transforming his once confident visage into one of disarray. Simultaneously, Cell staggered backward, taking several unsteady steps in retreat. In an instant, Wukong surged forward, delivering a fierce elbow strike to the face. With a resounding impact, blood gushed from Cell's nostrils, causing him to stagger backward, his body unsteady. His feet desperately clung to the air as two straight fissures in space suddenly materialized. Wukong arrived from the past, wielding his strength with a single hand, launching a rapid assault. Cell scoffed derisively, questioning whether he believed the same tactic could inflict harm upon him twice. His fist radiated with a golden glow, and he lunged forward with a sudden strike. Bang! What? All of his might dissipated into the air, leaving no damage in its wake. An afterimage? Bang! In a swift motion, Wukong delivered a powerful punch, sending Cell hurtling through the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His body flickered in midair, each flash delivering a blow to Cell. Cell resembled a mere punching bag, tumbling endlessly in the sky, under Wukong's relentless attacks. It seemed he possessed no energy to retaliate. Instantaneous movement. Wukong brought his index and middle fingers together, and in an instant, his body vanished, only to reappear soaring above the formidable Sheru, descending from the heavens. With a single foot, he struck downward. Bang! Sheru plummeted like a meteor, crashing into the ground below, sending plumes of smoke billowing into the air and conjuring towering waves that surged hundreds of meters high. Has he succeeded? Kirin exclaimed in surprise. I never imagined Wukong's power could be this formidable. The collaboration between him and Vegeta is utterly seamless, posing a significant threat to Sheru. Ha! Ha! The two in the sky simultaneously roared, golden light enveloping them, resembling twin golden suns that swept across the cosmos. Kamehameha. Super Ghost Kamikaze Attack. Perish. The two overwhelming forces unleashed their might, striking true at the Sheru concealed beneath the ocean's surface. Boom. A tremendous explosion resonated, and the entire ocean seemed to be evaporated, creating a void. The continental shelf below had vanished entirely. The surging waves splashed amidst the chaos, forming a breathtaking spectacle akin to a waterfall. Boom. The sound of a violent explosion erupted, white vapor shooting skyward, shrouding the battlefield in a veil. Has it come to an end? Goku and Vegeta stood frozen in the air, gazing intently below. The turbulent sea gradually calmed, revealing a shadowy figure. What? Keelan and Tien shouted in disbelief, resembling startled fish out of water. The ferocity of Goku and Vegeta's previous attacks was so immense it could have obliterated the entire planet in an instant. Yet, astonishingly, the figure endured the onslaught, surviving the combined might of the Kamehameha and the instant transmission cannon. Clap! Clap! Cell brushed off the almost imperceptible dust from his body, a chilling smile creeping across his face. That attack served as a rather exquisite massage. My previously weary body now feels remarkably agile. Science, Goku, and Vegeta. If you two were to engage in a foot massage, the results would likely surpass your current endeavors. Aha! What? Goku and Vegeta remained rigid in the air, realizing they had exhausted their arsenal of techniques. The conversation is over. Cell declared, prepare yourselves, for I shall commence my assault. To announce one's attack to the opponent is undeniably a foolish act. Yet, in the eyes of Vegeta and Goku, tension surged within them. The issue of humiliation had become irrelevant. Seizing any potential opening, however minuscule, was their only chance for victory. Whoosh! Cell's figure vanished in an instant. So swift, Goku exclaimed. Suddenly, a heavy thud echoed, pain radiating from his chest to his limbs. Goku found himself suspended in midair, mechanically lowering his head, only to discover that Cell had already struck him fiercely in the chest. Puff! Cell coiled around Goku like a nimble serpent, immobilizing his limbs completely. With a swift motion, he propelled himself downward toward the earth. Not good, Goku shouted, his aura erupting as he frantically struck Cell in the abdomen with his elbows. However, they plummeted like a meteor, flames swirling around their bodies. Boom! Just before reaching the ground, Cell deftly evaded, driving Goku headfirst into the earth. The explosion resonated, creating a deep crater, with Goku's legs protruding above the surface, still thrashing about. Goku! Krillin shouted in concern. Cell stood above, observing Goku's flailing legs. Do you remember? This was originally Son Wukong's technique. Who would have thought that my body contains his cells as well? Unfortunately, despite Gro's numerous attempts to replicate those peculiar eyes, he has never succeeded. If only I possessed those strange eyes, absorbing Android 17 and 18 would have been far less arduous. Chapter 137, Android 18. At last, I have found you. Humph! Sheru scoffed, seizing Goku's leg and yanking him from the earth with a swift motion. Whoosh! At this moment, Goku's golden hair was disheveled, his body marred with wounds, and he breathed heavily. Yet, his hands were still poised in a flower-like formation, unwaveringly aimed at Cell. With a resounding thud, An energy blast exploded directly upon Cell's visage, etching additional scars upon his rugged and bold face. Goku sighed in resignation, acknowledging that even such a close-range attack was futile. What manner of monster is this creature? Kakarot. In an instant, Vegeta transformed into a streak of light, soaring through the sky to relentlessly assault Cell. However, he alone was no match for Cell. Within mere seconds, his head was firmly grasped in Cell's hand. With a menacing glare at the two captives, Cell brought his hands together with a thunderous clash. Suddenly, Goku and Vegeta's foreheads caved in, blood spurting forth as they gasped in agony, their vision clouded with stars. This time, they possessed no strength to resist. With an air of disdain, Cell discarded the two like refuse, ascending slowly into the sky. Goku, with a bitter smile, lamented his pitiful state. No wonder that mysterious boy traveled to the past to warn us of the android crisis. Indeed, even with Gohan and myself still alive, the Earth remains engulfed in devastation. Gazing at the powerless Goku on the ground, Cell remarked, having absorbed Piccolo, I now comprehend the events that led to this moment. As a courtesy, I shall share with you a revelation. The enigmatic boy who visited the past is named Trunks. Trunks? Goku's eyes widened in realization. He is the son of Bulma and me. Haha. Crackling flames illuminated the sky as Cell brought his index and middle fingers together upon his forehead, unleashing relentless bolts of lightning. Son Goku, I shall ensure that your child reunites with you in the afterlife. Prepare to perish. Special beam cannon. In an instant, an overwhelming force descended from above, and within moments, brilliant flames entirely engulfed the two. A deafening explosion resonated, reducing the island where Goku and Vegeta lay to mere ashes. Goku. As the smoke cleared, it revealed an eerie emptiness. Kuririn cried out in despair. Could they have been reduced to mere fragments? Tenshinhan felt a pang of sorrow. This marked Goku's first death, and even in the face of catastrophe, he appeared utterly powerless. Is there any hope for the Earth to survive? Will the future indeed devolve into the hell Trunks described? It is truly a despairing thought. Cell remained silent, quietly observing the desolate scene. There is nothing here. And the mere thought of the corpses of Wukong and Vegeta is far more concerning. There is no reason they would be reduced to mere fragments. Yet, I cannot sense their energies anywhere. Could it be that they are truly dead? Soon, Cell calmly waved his hand. It matters not, given their condition. They are unlikely to interfere with my absorption of Android 18. Once I absorb that final android, the world shall be entirely under my dominion. In an instant, Cell transformed into a beam of light, vanishing into the sky. Android 18 is on a nearby island. Kuririn watched the demon's departing figure, suddenly feeling a sense of relief. Cell clearly regarded him with disdain. Otherwise, he would not have lacked the desire to kill. Perhaps in Cell's mind, Kuririn holds less significance than a mere energy blast. After a long pause, he gently inquired, Tianjinhan, what should we do now? If the future descends into the dire straits that Trunks described, living would be meaningless. Tianjinhan clenched his fists, declaring, I shall dedicate my final strength to thwart Cell and prevent him from absorbing Android 18. Even Wukong and Vegeta have been defeated. Wuyin and Gohan are stranded atop the snowy peaks, unable to return. Just the two of us? Our combat power barely amounts to a fraction of theirs. Kuririn hurriedly explained. A hint of nostalgia creeping in for Lepin. That fellow, ever since Bulma chose to follow Wukong, lost a friend of immense wealth and retreated into the western desert. It seems now that was indeed a wise choice. Whoosh. Tianjinhan paid no heed to Kuririn's words and soared towards Cell's direction. Truly, on Namek, we encountered peril repeatedly, and it was only thanks to Wuyin that we survived. Wuyin, I entrust my life to you. You must come at the most critical moment. Kuririn steeled himself and followed suit. At this moment, Android 18 awaited the return of Android 17 outside a shop, dressed exquisitely, with a visage of unparalleled beauty. She appeared as if she had stepped out of an oil painting. Golden hair, crystalline eyes, thinly pressed lips adorned with pink gloss, and a vibrant teenage outfit, which she had specially chosen. Hey, number 16, where on earth has that rascal 17 gone? He still hasn't returned after all this time. Android 18. The towering number 16 suddenly exclaimed, we must hurry. Your adversary is approaching. What? My radar indicates that number 17 has been completely absorbed. His power far exceeding that of your Wukong and Vegeta, and he has already been defeated. His status unknown. What? exclaimed Android 18 in astonishment, hastily scanning the surrounding energies. Indeed, a terrifying aura was rapidly advancing towards them, carrying the essence of number 17. Yet, Sun Wukong has vanished without a trace. During this period of tranquility amidst beauty, such an event has transpired. Why is it that I felt nothing in the presence of such a formidable surge of combat power? This is utterly inconceivable. In response, number 16 provided a flawless explanation. Perhaps it is the melodramatic force of love. I cannot comprehend it. Boom. The terrifying figure of Cell loomed in the sky, coldly gazing at number 18, as though beholding the most exquisite delicacy in the world. He licked his lips delicately. Number 18, at long last, I have found you. Come, let us merge into one. Thus, our strength shall reach the pinnacle of existence. This magnificent and beautiful world shall be ours to rule. Haha. Suddenly, number 16 detached one of his own arms, gently stating, Number 18, hold on tightly. Remember, do not fly while escaping, for that would reveal your location. Strive to flee through the sea. Do not concern yourself with us. As long as you survive, we shall endure. With a swift motion, number 18 grasped firmly, and the mechanical arm emitted a radiant beam, instantaneously breaking the sound barrier and plunging into the ocean. Bang! A deafening explosion surged forth, creating towering waves that obliterated the last remnants of number 18's presence. What? The situation unfolded in the blink of an eye, and Cell was caught completely off guard. Relying on energy propulsion, there was not even a hint of his breath. Number 18 had completely departed. Damn it, cursed purebred android. I shall dismantle you into scrap metal. Your head shall be used as a ball to kick. Chapter 138, Sun Wuyin. Where on earth are you? 56, swish. Wukong and Vegeta appeared in a disheveled state above a small island, and in an instant, Peng's body plummeted downwards. Both of them, covered in dirt and dust, carved deep, straight traces upon landing. Damn it, Kakarot, I never imagined you would shamelessly flee. Vegeta exclaimed vehemently. You certainly possess the talent for shifting blame. Had it not been for your deliberate procrastination that granted Cell the opportunity, how could the battle have descended to such a lamentable state? Wukong, undeterred, pointed an accusing finger at Vegeta, unleashing a torrent of invective. Having ascended to the status of a Super Saiyan, he still behaved like a reckless child, reveling in combat. This was no time for mere displays of brute strength. One must remember that behind us stands the Earth, along with its 6 billion inhabitants. Observing Wukong's fierce demeanor and relentless roar, Vegeta fell into a contemplative silence, clearly recognizing his own culpability in the matter. Originally, after absorbing Android 17, Cell's power remained within manageable limits. However, the unexpected defeat of Piccolo, who had been concealed beneath the depths of the ocean, ultimately allowed the monster to absorb him, leading to an uncontrollable situation. With a resounding crash, Vegeta slammed his fist into the ground in frustration. How infuriating! Wukong exclaimed with fervor previously. It was the most opportune moment. Cell would not grant us a day to grow without reason. How infuriating! Given just one day, I shall undoubtedly vanquish him completely. Wukong's face was etched with an expression of profound dissatisfaction. Vegeta, upon witnessing this, was momentarily taken aback. Kakarot, have you come to realize how you ought to grow stronger from this point onward? In light of the current circumstances, I no longer wish to conceal the truth from you. Throughout this past year in the hyperbolic time chamber, I merely indulged you. In truth, I have long understood the essence of Wuyin's Super Saiyan full power transformation. As long as one possesses the requisite strength, the transformation will naturally follow. How infuriating! Kakarot, you have been hiding your true capabilities. I do not require your pity. Vegeta erupted in a fit of rage. Alas, no matter how one might articulate their sentiments now, Cell would not grant them the luxury of time. The previous androids 17 and 18 were not malevolent beings, yet the current Cell, once all resistance from the Z-Fighters crumbles, will render Earth a nightmarish realm of terror. The two of them, sprawled on the ground in disarray, suddenly turned their gazes forward. This presence? Trunks? Whoosh. A beam of blue light instantaneously pierced the heavens as a youth with disheveled black hair and sharp eyes, clad in a blue Capsule Corporation vest, descended from above. Observing Goku and Vegeta, he exclaimed with joy, "Wonderful! My sensing abilities have not led me astray." "What? Father? Uncle Vegeta, how could you both end up in such a state?" With a resigned smile, Wukong revealed all that had transpired. The android Cell? Trunks was taken aback, finally realizing that the monumental alteration to history was not his doing, but rather the result of this concealed android's early arrival. Father, do you possess any senza beans? I apologize, but all the senza beans are in Krillin's possession. I have nothing here. Moments later, a ship landed with a tumultuous thud. Bulma, with her azure hair and a child cradled in her arms, hastily emerged. Trunks, you were flying too swiftly. Were it not for my tracking device on Goku, I would have been unable to catch up. I'm sorry, Mother. Bulma gently approached and assisted Wukong to his feet. Goku, how do you feel now? After receiving a barrage of punches, his body felt as though it might disassemble. Vegeta must be in a similar state. What shall we do now? Bulma inquired anxiously. Gohan and Wuyin are still at the peak of the snowy domain and have yet to return. Meanwhile, the remaining Super Saiyans, Goku and Vegeta, have already been defeated. It seems Earth is on the brink of annihilation. Ah yes, Bulma exclaimed, retrieving a remote control from her pocket. Look, this was developed according to Wuyuin's blueprints. Doctor, Gero implanted bombs within the androids to exercise better control over them. This remote can trigger an explosion. As long as we can get close enough to him and press the button, Cell will remain in his current state, without transforming into his perfect form. Our odds of victory will significantly increase. What? Such a device exists? Trunks responded incredulously. Bulma blushed slightly, to be honest. Wuyuin provided me with the blueprints to see if we could dismantle the bombs on the two of them. However, that Dr. Gero secured them with 99 mechanical locks, making it utterly impossible gazing at the remote in Bulma's hand. It appeared to be a pivotal choice for the fate of Earth. The key to their salvation was now before them. No. Wukong shook his head. It appears that both number 18 and Wuyin harbor feelings for one another. I can sense that Wuyin's battle is nearing its conclusion. Let us stake our very lives to buy him some precious time. Trunks, Father, as long as you retain your full strength, you shall take the lead in the assault, while Vegeta and I will provide support from the sidelines. Very well. Wukong and Vegeta supported each other as they rose to their feet, their upper garments completely torn asunder. The ghastly scars crisscrossing their chests were a terrifying sight to behold. Kakarot, Vegeta suddenly exclaimed, this decision was yours to make. I am merely assisting. Let us consider our previous grievances settled. Ah, Wukong nodded in agreement, asserting that should the Earth face annihilation, he would bear the burden. Son Goku. Bulma's eyes were red with tears, cascading down her cheeks, while the infant Trunks in her embrace began to wail loudly. You must return alive. I understand. Android 18. Cell called out, hovering in the air, come forth. I can see you. Emerge and prepare to merge with my being, to forge the greatest deity the world has ever known. Hurry. With a whoosh, a series of energy blasts engulfed the small island below, obliterating everything in their path. Android 18 could not fly, for doing so would undoubtedly alert Cell to her presence. However, 16's arm lacked sufficient energy, thus she could not venture too far. Cell was aware of this, as were Krillin and Tien, who observed with clarity. Krillin and Tien descended onto the island, their eyes falling upon the headless corpse of 16, whom they had witnessed unleash a torrent of energy, only to have his head shattered as if it were a mere watermelon. The strength of 16 was comparable to that of an ordinary Super Saiyan. To confront him was tantamount to courting disaster. Yet now, they found themselves bereft of any other options. Damn it! On a nearby island, a look of terror marred 18's exquisite visage as she anxiously gazed skyward. Her newly purchased attire was sullied with dust as she desperately concealed herself behind a stone. Cell relentlessly swept across the island, his approach imminent. But where are you, Sun Wuyuin, you scoundrel? Chapter 139. Let us merge as one. Damn it. Watching Tien's retreating figure, Krillin steeled himself and charged forward. If I sacrifice myself for the Earth now, perhaps I too can be considered a martyr. Scoundrels. The two stood resolute, facing Cell. With a disdainful snort, Cell remarked, humph. Two more insignificant creatures have arrived. Even your precious son Goku and Vegeta have fallen at my hands. What can you possibly do to challenge me? Cell's words dripped with arrogance. Do not be so self-satisfied. History and its records are crafted by the small and the insignificant. Krillin suddenly shouted, Android 18. We will hold him off. You must flee. With a resounding boom, a golden aura ignited around Krillin, his hands crackling with electric energy as a golden disc rapidly took form. On the 18th, her eyes widened as she gazed at the sky. This is futile. What can you two, Goku and Vegeta, possibly achieve alone? The golden disc in Krillin's hand suddenly swung, its fierce radiance seeming to tear the heavens asunder. However, unexpectedly, as it approached Cell, it divided into 10. Those 10 continued to splinter in the sky. And in the blink of an eye, a dense array of energy blasts filled the firmament, completely surrounding Cell. That little imp. 18's crystalline eyes widened, sensing a surge in her power. That technique. With a swift motion, Krillin clenched his fist, and all the energy blasts surged towards Cell. Ridiculous. Cell deftly evaded in midair, his hands dancing. Even when the energy blast struck him accurately, they merely left deep imprints, unable to even draw blood. Infuriating. Krillin watched in horror as his energy blasts failed to breach Cell's defenses. At that moment, Tien soared into the sky, forming a triangular shape with his hands, just able to glimpse Cell below through the gaps. Kikaho. Boom. A golden light erupted behind Cell, causing him to stumble and slowly descend from the sky. Kikaho. Tien relentlessly fired again, soon gasping for breath, his face drenched in cold sweat. Yet, he continued to draw upon the energy within his body. Each blast pinned Cell firmly beneath, rendering him immobile. Infuriating. Tien, stop. You'll lose your life doing this. You have already perished once in your battle with King Piccolo. The Dragon Balls of Earth cannot resurrect you. It matters not. When we chose to engage Cell, it was fated that one side would fall. To thwart his absorption of 18, this is the only way. Infuriating. Krillin shut his eyes tightly and shouted, Science. Hurry. We cannot hold on alone. He shaped his hands into a blossom, and a soft blue light enveloped the sky. From his palms erupted an infinite radiance. Kamehameha. Boom. Cell staggered once more, crashing heavily to the ground. The earth bored deep, violent craters as Cell was relentlessly thwarted by the overwhelming force, unable to budge an inch. 18. What are you still pondering? Hurry and flee. Hearing the voice, 18 finally reacted, flying backward without a glance. Not so fast. Cell roared, defiantly standing against the Kamehameha and Kikaho. Whoosh. With all his might, he finally struck. Bang. The formidable Tianjin fan was sent hurtling away by a single punch, his body soaring like a meteor before embedding itself into the mountain. Bang. The peak was astonishingly cleaved in half. How infuriating. A scowl marred Cell's visage. A repulsive creature akin to a reptile, how dare it humiliate me so? I shall ensure that you comprehend the essence of eternal suffering. Your retribution is imminent. How detestable. In midair, Kuririn retreated step by step, suddenly placing his hands before him, silently urging, 18, hurry and flee. I cannot conquer my inner fears as Tianjin Fan did. Solar flare. A blinding, searing radiance erupted from Kuririn's form, forcing Cell to tightly shut his eyes, rendered immobile. Seizing the moment, Kuririn swiftly ascended and dove into the ocean. Holding his breath, he vanished from sight. After a moment, the brilliance waned, and both Kuririn and 18 had disappeared. How infuriating. Cell roared to the heavens, that scoundrel. The pest of earth. Once I attain eternal power, I shall rend you limb from limb. Though 18 could not escape far either. The time required for Cell's absorption would consequently extend. What unforeseen changes might arise in the interim? Boom. He could only obliterate one small island after another. Off the coast of the southern capital, numerous small islands dotted the sea. 18 concealed herself amidst the dense foliage, rendering her nearly impossible to locate. Nevertheless, such indiscriminate bombardment would inevitably yield results. As Cell approached, 18's heart was a tumult of emotions. This time, there would be no other stroke of luck. Humanity has truly proven formidable. In the final moment, her thoughts drifted to that insufferable Son Goku, that brat, who could undoubtedly vanquish Cell with his strength. Yet, he had not appeared throughout this ordeal. Suddenly, a figure lunged from behind. Cell's brutish gaze bored down upon 18. In her previous evasion, fear had gripped her heart. But now, faced with imminent danger, she found herself strangely at ease. Humph. You've likely grown weary from hiding for so long. Cell derisively remarked, you know, 18. You were crafted from my parts. My perfect form is merely lacking the two of you. Now, let us unite completely. Let the world be shrouded beneath the visage of perfect Cell. Haha. The tail behind him unfurled ominously, casting a shadow that enveloped 18 entirely. Whoosh. Three figures reappeared with instantaneous movement. Yukong, Vegeta, Trunks. As they watched Android 18 about to be engulfed, Wukong shouted loudly, Stop, Cell. Boom. Three blazing golden beams shot into the sky, as all three transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Their powerful aura began to shake the very world. How infuriating. Cell cast a fleeting glance, realizing it was not yet over. However, Keelan had just employed quite a splendid technique. Humph. Cell smirked slightly. Solar flare. The scorching and blinding light instantly enveloped Wukong and the others. In unison, they exclaimed, "Not good." Chapter 140. The Mightiest Saiyan. The Wrathful Countenance. 16 Whoosh. Beneath the dazzling brilliance, two figures swiftly moved to stand before Cell. Aha. Following that was a cacophony of maniacal laughter. Finally within my grasp. I can transform into my perfect form. A series of green ripples began to outline Cell's figure, as a viscous green substance gradually enveloped him. Boom. A colossal aura surged forth, causing the surrounding world to erupt in tumultuous waves, as if it sought to overturn the very fabric of existence. Crack. The boundless ocean split open, and streams of molten lava gushed forth, devouring the countless islands in the vicinity. Sizzle. The lava mingled with the sea, generating billowing steam. Zzz. Endless bolts of lightning, like an inverted bowl, intertwined to envelop the entire world. What? Is this the terrifying aura of perfect Cell? The world trembles. The entire space quakes in fear. Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. Beside him, Trunks and Wukong also widened their eyes, rendered speechless. This aura continued to swell. Huh. A thunderous roar erupted from the green light, piercing the heavens like a resounding sword. Gradually, the small islands below began to collapse and fracture, merging into the ocean. Minutes later, the world finally ceased its trembling. As the swirling smoke dissipated, Cell's form emerged abruptly. Compared to his second stage, perhaps due to absorbing Android 18, his physique appeared much more refined. The tail on his back had completely regressed, condensed into his body. The surface of his green skin looked even more vibrant, fresh and vivid. Yet, the sinister visage radiated a lively vitality, while his bulging muscles brimmed with boundless energy. Has he shrunk? Wukong remarked in astonishment. Father. Though his size has diminished, the energy contained within him is utterly terrifying. Trunks trembled all over, as if every cell in his body was engulfed in fear. That being is truly terrifying. At this moment, a shadow emerged behind him, advancing step by step, gazing at Cell. He had transformed into his perfect form, signifying that Android 18 had already been absorbed. Gohan? Goten? Goku exclaimed in astonishment. When did you arrive? Just now, during the solar flare. You simply did not see us. Goten replied with a cold expression, displaying an air of indifference towards Goku. Father, why did you send both of them to confront him when Cell first appeared? That should have been more than sufficient. You should have been the one to assist me. Why has it come to this? Even Android 18 has been completely absorbed. Hee. Goku revealed his trademark goofy grin, rendered speechless. Do you think I jest with you? Goten exclaimed loudly. I can sense that Android 18 harbors some affection for me. What once seemed like a straightforward matter has devolved into this calamity. Is the lesson from Namek not enough? Must you wait until the Earth is destroyed to truly understand what fear means? The piercing radiance of Wuyin swept over Wukong and Vegeta. Upon meeting Wuyuin's gaze, they were suddenly seized by a sense of trepidation, their hearts racing. Their very cells trembled, overwhelmed by an inexorable fear. Haha, son Wuyin. Cell spread his hands and remarked softly, this is our first encounter, after all. Meeting in person is far more impactful than mere hearsay. How do you find my hospitality? The power of Android 13 is rather formidable, wouldn't you agree? Observing Cell's smug expression, Wuyin replied with a smile. I teleported you directly from the summit of the snow-capped mountain using my Rinnegan. I merely intended to eliminate you. Yet, those two imbeciles have utterly ruined my plan. Regarding Wukong, I hold no reservations. As for the matter with Cell, indeed, their actions were rather inappropriate. Moreover, I had hoped to deepen my relationship with Android 18. Yet, in the end, I was absorbed. Will there be lingering odors? Such considerations weigh heavily on my mind. Anger surged within him, a torrent of energy emanating from Wuyuin's form, coiling around him like an agile serpent. It's you? Cell exclaimed, astonished. How could you possibly be aware of my plans? This is utterly inconceivable. However, none of that mattered now. Half a minute later, Cell spread his arms wide, having transformed into his perfect form, and declared that no one could stand against him. The computer has confirmed this. He beckoned with a finger. Shall we exchange a few blows? Perfect. I too wish to test the limits of my perfect power. Wuyin narrowed his eyes, recalling that in the original story, it was son Gohan who forcefully shattered Cell with his fists, ultimately leading to his demise. He believed he could achieve the same feat. Glancing at his forehead, he recognized that the annals of time were his greatest ally. Wuyin, can you hear me? Aunt Bulma? Splendid. The communication satellite has not yet been obscured by Cell's overwhelming aura. I have witnessed Cell absorbing the androids. I am also aware of your fondness for them. Therefore, if you provide me with Cell cells, I can swiftly devise a method to inhibit their cellular activation, even utilizing Android 18 schematics. I could instill a sense of aversion in the cells, counteracting their greed. This would lead to their self-dissolution, allowing for the emergence of Android 18. It would only require a month for my research to bear fruit. Wuyin, do you trust me? Haha. Wuyin thought to himself, truly, Bulma, the Divine Maiden, is remarkable for devising such a solution. My apologies, Aunt Bulma, but I cannot afford to wait that long. I too have my own plans. Wuyin ascended step by step. Staring intently at Cell, his eyes ablaze with fury. The mere recollection of the terror and helplessness that Android 18 had endured filled him with anguish. At the most critical moment, he had failed to stand by her side. Naturally, Goku and Vegeta were complicit in this scheme. Yet the true architect of this calamity stood before him. This abomination, Cell, the android, employing a clever ruse. He had drawn Wuyin and Gohan's attention to the android atop the snowy peak while orchestrating this insidious plot in the shadows. Truly, one must not underestimate him. Too kind. Cell replied, bowing slightly, for he too bore the cells of Frisia within him, embodying the essence of a gentleman in his every gesture. Allow me to share a tidbit, that Android 13 is far superior to you in your current state, yet he fell to my might. You may have attained your perfect form, but before me, you remain utterly defenseless. Do not jest. What do you truly understand? My body, my structure. Every single cell has reached an unparalleled perfection after absorbing Android 18. Every latent power has been fully awakened. No one can vanquish me. In this world, such a human does not exist. Cell proclaimed with an air of arrogance. Humph. With a disdainful scoff, Wuyin absorbed the essence of number 18, the vile and despicable wretch. I shall not let you escape my wrath. Prepare to witness the power that belongs to a Super Saiyan. Behold the might of the strongest Saiyan in this world. Such fury. Chapter 141, Super Saiyan 2. Rampage. Witness the unparalleled strength of the mightiest Saiyan. An infinite golden radiance erupted forth from his being, piercing the void like a sharp blade. Boom. The ground trembled as a tempestuous aura caused the sea to churn, and ominous dark clouds gathered in layers, enveloping the earth. Crackle. Purple lightning wove through the heavens, striking perilously close to Wuyin. Wuyin roared towards the heavens, his golden hair standing on end. Save for a lone strand of bangs that cascaded forward, his nose jutted high, and his face was a mask of ferocity. Crackling blue sparks danced around his body. A manifestation of energy at its zenith. He had attained Super Saiyan 2. What is this? Vegeta stood transfixed, extending a hand as he gazed at Wuyin in disbelief. His lips parted slightly, words seemingly lodged in his throat, unable to escape. Wuyin, this transformation? Goku echoed, equally astonished. Trunks widened his eyes in admiration, exclaiming, truly remarkable. Wuyin brother, in just 3 short years, you have developed your body to this extent. To surpass Super Saiyan, this is what I have been striving for all along in these 3 years. Let us name this transformation Super Saiyan 2. His piercing gaze locked onto Cell, sending a chill down the latter's spine. I will not let you escape. Absolutely not. With a swift motion, he vanished, resembling a fleeting phantom that sliced through the air. Boom. With a single punch, before anyone could react, he struck Cell's abdomen with tremendous force. So fast, Vegeta exclaimed, his eyes wide in shock. The speed of that movement had been utterly imperceptible. His power had left us far behind, akin to the time on Namek when Wuyin transformed into a Super Saiyan while we remained powerless. Cell, dazed, looked down at his chest, where veins writhed like worms. Pain surging through his limbs with excruciating intensity. How is this possible? He seethed, his fists enveloped in a green aura. He lunged towards Wuyin. Boom. Another punch landed squarely on his chest, and a series of white shockwaves erupted from behind him. Cell's fist halted midair, his eyes glazed over, frozen in disbelief. Impossible. Impossible. I am the powerful perfect form. According to the computer, there should be no one in this world capable of matching me. All the fury within Wuyin was channeled into these 3 powerful punches. In an instant, Cell's abdomen caved in. his feet gripping the ground with such ferocity that they left two deep imprints. Ultimately, with a resounding crash, his entire body was embedded within the mountain, causing a majestic peak to collapse as billowing smoke surged forth. How formidable! Vegeta's pupils dilated in astonishment. That being, with just 3 iron fists, had nearly obliterated every one of Cell's cells. What so-called perfection, in the presence of Wuyin, appeared as fragile as a mere child. Wuyin floated in the air, gazing coldly through the haze. The absorption of number 18 is the gravest sin of your life. I shall never let you escape. You wretched boy, do not revel in your triumph. Amidst the smoke, Sheru suddenly surged into the sky, his hands moving with the grace of a cunning cobra, launching relentless attacks on Wuyin from every possible angle. Bang, bang, bang. The heavens transformed into a grand stage for their fierce confrontation, as waves of white shock ripples continually manifested. Below, Goku and the others were utterly unable to discern the whereabouts of Wuyin and his adversary, a wave of frustration swelling within their hearts. Whoosh! In an instant, Wuyin materialized, his body slicing through the air with remarkable agility, executing a perfect inverted maneuver. With tremendous force, his feet struck the chin of Sheru. A spray of crimson blood erupted forth. Perish! As Wuyin approached, he executed a swift sidekick with precision. The impact echoed as Cell's jaw contorted, sending him hurtling towards a nearby peak. In an instant, that mountain was reduced to ashes. The searing energy from the collision wove through the air, engulfing all debris in its wake. How infuriating! Amidst the ruins, Cell stood, yet the figure of Wuyin had already vanished from sight. The voice of heavenly power resonated ominously from behind, striking fear into Cell's heart, leaving him no time to turn around. Boom! Wuyin's knee struck forcefully against Sheru's neck. The sound of resounding collisions echoed repeatedly, as Sheru staggered forward step by step, burdened as if by 1,000 pounds. Suddenly, Wuyin launched an aerial assault, his knees bent as he forcefully struck Cell down to the ground. With a resounding crash, Cell's legs buckled, unable to withstand Wuyin's overwhelming power, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. His cruel, stark white bones were laid bare, and Cell let out a piercing scream of agony. Yet, even this could not quell the fury that surged within me. The origins of all this turmoil lie with you, and it shall end with you. Despicable! Despicable! Cell roared towards the heavens, cursing the Saiyan. Where did you emerge from? Why? Oh, why are you so formidable? Even his perfected form crumbled before him with ease. Is it possible that the words of the artificial being atop the snowy peak were all true? Whoosh! Wuyin instantaneously transported himself behind Cell, paying no heed to whether Cell was lost in contemplation or enraptured by his own formidable power. The combat of Wuyin flows like a serene stream. It seizes the opportunity to strike when one is vulnerable. Bang! Bang! Wuyin seized Shala's hands from behind. A cruel expression etched upon his face, and with a sudden force, he snapped them with a resounding crack. Ah! Shala let out a piercing scream, his body trembling violently, the intense pain coursing through him akin to the agony of slow dismemberment. Before the might of Super Saiyan 2, he appeared as vulnerable as a mere child, utterly devoid of any means to retaliate. The final strike. With a piercing sound, an excruciating pain surged through his entire being. Shala abruptly realized that all his strength was ebbing away like a receding tide, leaving him with no capacity for even the slightest resistance. He mechanically lowered his head, only to discover that a sharp, purple energy blade had pierced through his chest. What is this? Wow! With a single forceful motion, Wuyin reversed the fierce energy blade, unleashing an infinite aura that exploded within his body, obliterating his internal organs. Blinding rays of light erupted from Cell's form, rendering his once formidable physique utterly shattered. With a sudden gasp, a mouthful of fresh blood was expelled. To Cell's astonishment, a book of resplendent hues floated before him. It resembled an ancient yellow scroll, inscribed with archaic characters. As fate would have it, his blood splattered across its surface, obscuring a line of faintly visible text. What is this? Ah! Suddenly, an excruciating pain surged through his body. Cell's aura began to dissipate rapidly, his form visibly withering before his eyes. What is happening? As the beginning of the month arrives, it is once again time for allowances. Desiring to dip in brown sugar, wishing to dip in white sugar. Eating steamed buns can simply be paired with pickles. The author merely implores for a moment to share a fragment of your joy with me. Seeking donations. Seeking donations. Chapter 142. the skill of the two-tomo Rinnegan, Tsukuyami. With a sputter, a mouthful of blood splattered across the historical tome, concealing an inscription written in ancient script. Cell's body suddenly radiated an unusual glow, his aura continuously gravitating towards the tome. His eyes cracked, lips drawn tight, as his form began to visibly shrink. With a flick of the wrist, Wuyin released a hint of violet luminescence. My apologies. But the energy required to activate the Tome of Time is exceedingly vast, and you, my dear, are the root of this calamity. Let you fulfill this. I harbor no annoyance whatsoever. What is this? What is this thing? Like a hanged specter, Cell's eyes widened in disbelief, his body stretching as he yelled aloud. Do you not wish to know how I am aware of your plans? The Tome of Time marvelously records all of history. Your actions unfold before me as if broadcast live. I even know what color underwear you wore this morning. Right. I forgot. The insects that have yet to fully evolve possess no sense of shame and never don garments. Cell roared once more, a vibrant green aura enveloping him anew. His body began to swell. A robust silvery energy slowly emanated from the tome, which, upon striking Cell's form, split into two. The figure of number 18 gradually materialized beneath the spiraling crystalline light. Cell's eyes widened in horror as he observed his cells aging incrementally, his aura diminishing at an alarming rate. Finally, after mere seconds, he reverted to the visage of a rugged man once more. Wukong, Vegeta, and Trunks were momentarily taken aback. Impossible. Cell had actually been forced out of his perfect form. Was that the cellular rejection that Bulma had mentioned? What could possibly have caused this? No one understood, not even Cell himself. Suddenly, number 18 stirred, her crystalline eyes slowly fluttering open. She gazed at Wuyin, who was engaged in battle before her mouth agape in disbelief. Wasn't I supposed to be absorbed by Cell? Is this heaven? She uttered in astonishment. Rest assured, this is Earth. I have rescued you from Cell's grasp. However, do not indulge in overly optimistic thoughts. Given your history of bloodshed, you would surely descend into hell after death. Suddenly, a smile broke out on number 18's face amidst the tension. As she looked at Wuyin, an inexplicable emotion began to stir within her, causing her cheeks to flush. Meanwhile, Cell was consumed by rage at the sight of their conversation. Damn it, I don't care how you managed to extract number 18 from me. I will not let you go unpunished. This includes the Earth, the billions of humans, and all of you. Everyone shall perish. With a roar, a golden aura ignited around Cell's form, which began to swell, towering to several meters in height, resembling a grotesque mass. I have activated the self-destruct sequence within my body. All hidden energies, including the bomb within number 17, will detonate in 10 seconds. The Earth will be reduced to ashes. What? No. Goku strained to transform into a Super Saiyan, ready to attack, but Cell, in a fit of hysteria, cried out, "Do not touch me. A mere collision will trigger my explosion." Son Wuyin, aren't you the one who wishes to subject me to eternal torment? No matter how immense your power may be, the final outcome remains my victory. Wuyin gazed at him with a somber intensity, his inner fury still simmering. How dare you perish without my consent? Who has granted you the right to die? If you possess the courage, then come forth and prevent it. In 7 seconds, I shall explode. At that moment, Cell was utterly indifferent, like a pig unperturbed by boiling water. Yet, an enigmatic smile crept across Wuyin's face. You are mistaken. There remain a full 72 hours. As his Rinnegan began to whirl, the second tomo shimmered with a brilliant radiance. With a disdainful snort, Wuyin rendered Cell motionless, leaving him speechless. This is my transformation into Super Saiyan 2, and the unique skill contained within the second tomo of my Rinnegan is perfectly suited to deal with you. Tsukuyami. In an instant, Cell looked around in terror as his body reverted to its perfect form, yet he found himself bound tightly to a cross. The surroundings resembled a desolate graveyard, with tombstones littered about, each inscribed with his name, Cell. A chilling breeze swept through, thick with the scent of blood, making even this murderer feel discomfort. What is this place? Why am I here? Why have I returned to my perfect form? Wasn't I meant to self-destruct? Where are Goku and Vegeta? Fury surged within him, veins bulging on his forehead as he attempted to summon his energy, only to discover that it sank into oblivion without a trace. My power. How is this possible? Suddenly, a flock of crows appeared, slowly morphing in the air to form Wu Yan's silhouette. He wielded a purple scythe of darkness, glinting ominously in the blood-red light. "What have you done, you wretched fiend?" "Humph." Wuyin spat disdainfully. "Fear not. We have ample time for me to unleash all my wrath upon you. Just moments ago, I utilized my Rinnegan to draw you into this illusionary realm. Here, time, space, and everything else are under my dominion." As Wuyin gently waved his hand, hundreds upon thousands of cell manifestations appeared upon the cross in front of the graveyard. Each one stood before him, wielding the dark holy scythe, frozen in place. Suddenly, with a swift thrust, the sharp blade pierced through his chest, creating a wave of force that cleanly severed Cell's right arm. A piercing agony surged forth. Why? Even with a severed limb, could the pain be this excruciating? This is impossible, for you are now devoid of a robust physique to shield you. What lies exposed before me is the inherently frail and tainted spirit within. Each of my strikes assails your psyche, rendering you in a state worse than death. Ah, Cell. A mysterious light flickered in Wuyin's eyes. Had you not absorbed Android 18, I might have granted you a more agonizing demise. The moon reading may fall silent this time, yet in the end, you have succumbed to the madness of your own desires, committing sins that are utterly unforgivable in my eyes. Having spoken so much, only 71 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds remain. Relish the time slowly. Chapter 143, Ambiguous Moments. The external world fell into an inexplicable silence for a second. Soon after, Cell erupted into a furious roar. Ah! His eyes were bloodshot, his short arms clutching his head. His lips trembled, saliva dripping continuously, rendering him akin to a severely disturbed individual. What has happened to him? Vegeta inquired, perplexed. I don't know. It seems that just a peculiar glance from Wuyin transformed him into this state, Trunks remarked, his conclusion growing firmer as he observed Cell's slowly whitening eyes. The final explosion event was accompanied by the absence of Cell's frenzied roars, and the world fell into a profound silence. Wuyin, let my father resolve this greatest calamity. It is also due to my father that matters have escalated to this point. Wuyin cast a sidelong glance at him, and, utilizing the power of celestial manipulation, effortlessly transported himself before Cell. Father, do you intend to treat the King of Worlds as a bomb disposal expert? He quipped. Rest assured, when he detonates, I shall employ my celestial abilities to depart instantly. You are well aware of my agility. It is utterly impossible for me to sustain any injury from the explosion. With a swift motion, Wuyin, along with Cell, instantaneously relocated to another planet. During his wanderings through the cosmos, Wuyin's Rinnegan had meticulously recorded the peculiar auras of numerous planets. There was no need to consult the King of Worlds. A cascade of silvery light erupted from Cell's already battered form, resembling a divine sword. As his body expanded at an alarming rate, finally boom! An overwhelming intensity of explosion resonated across the planet, which, without any forewarning, was instantly reduced to mere fragments. The vibrant hues of purples and reds illuminated the cosmos, as the flames of the explosion coalesced into a breathtaking spectacle, akin to a celestial display of fireworks. In the sky, Wuyin shimmered, observing the relentless explosions below. An infinite surge of energy seemed to alter the orbits of other celestial bodies. Yet, this was of little consequence. Suddenly, his Rinnegan focused, and amid the radiant blasts, Wuyin discerned a peculiar chip. Ah, so it is. In the original narrative, Cell was vanquished by Son Goku, only to be resurrected due to that very chip, reaching an even more terrifying state. Whose scheme is this? He formed his hands into a blossom shape, and a golden light erupted forth. Kamehameha. Go. Infusing the dazzling waves of explosion with the energy of the Kamehameha, an inexhaustible surge obliterated the chip that sought to survive in hiding, leaving no trace behind. TCH. A waste of time. On Earth. Goku and Gohan exchanged glances. Where is Wuyin? That brat would be better off dead out there. Such were Vegeta's unspoken thoughts. Whoosh. Moments later, Wuyin's proud figure appeared before them, and Gohan leaped forward. Brother, did I not tell you not to worry? The power of the heavens will shield me from any harm. Haha. Beside him, Goku laughed heartily. Splendid. The crisis posed by the androids, as mentioned by Trunks, has finally come to an end. Yet, their joyous expressions soon fell. Piccolo, Tien, Android 17, and many who had been drained of life energy by Cell were now dead. With Piccolo's demise, the Dragon Balls ceased to exist, rendering resurrection impossible for all. Upon hearing the news of Piccolo's death, Gohan trembled, engulfed in sorrow. Tears filled his eyes as he fixed a desperate gaze upon Wuyin. Brother, you must have a way, right? Of course. I possess several techniques capable of reviving individuals. However, the Rinnegan's innate skill requires an immense amount of energy. I would not employ it unless absolutely necessary. Furthermore, does Dad know the location of Namek? By using the Dragon Balls of Namek to wish for Uncle Piccolo's revival, we could simultaneously seek a new Kaioshin to rejuvenate the Earth's Dragon Balls. This way, wouldn't it be possible to bring everyone back to life? Tien has already died once. Let him be revived with the Dragon Balls of Namek. As for the final wish, you can decide. I hold no interest in using the Dragon Balls to augment my own strength. Whoosh. Wuyin soared into the sky, heading towards the direction of the western capital. Beside him, number 18 seemed to follow suit, much like a dutiful spouse, leaving the place as well. Upon hearing Wu Yan's explanation, Wukong's face instantly lit up with joy. Ah, there exists such a method. Haha, I shall set forth at once. With his index and middle fingers pressed against his forehead, he mumbled excitedly, Namek, Namek, where could you possibly be? Suddenly, he exclaimed, Ah, found it. Whoosh. He instantly vanished from sight. In the sky, number 18 called out to Wu Yan, Hey, where do you intend to go? At least let me know. To the western capital. To the hotel. In our current state, we must deepen our understanding of one another. Wu Yuan spoke lightly. Go to hell. Be serious. Number 18 gave Wu Yuan's shoulder a firm pat, causing him to stumble and crash heavily to the ground. Wu Yuan, number 18 exclaimed anxiously as she rushed down, finding him rolling on the ground, clutching his legs. Oh no, I can't take it. My legs are broken. I can't even fly. I need someone to carry me, preferably in their arms. This is unbearable. I'm in agony. With a chuckle, number 18 watched Wu Yuan's antics and smirked. During battle, you act like a stalwart man. But now, your true self is revealed. She sighed, tch. Gently, she placed Wu Yuan on her back. Where to? West City. Be serious. Just fly forward. Stop when I say. Don't worry, the earth is round. One day, I will reach the place I desire. As they soared through the sky, Wu Yuan leaned closer to number 18's ear. Fortunately, the scent I adore has not been overshadowed by that foul stench from that guy. Cell, it's all thanks to you. Indeed, that is your merit, number 18 replied. Haha. So your body is this sensitive. Haha. Nothing can escape my Rinnegan. I knew it all along. Idiot. Number 18 retorted, exasperated. The beginning of the month. Children's Day. The book has already reached 300,000 words. It has grown ample. It can be harvested now. Seeking flowers, seeking subscriptions. Most importantly, take out your pocket money and offer me a reward. Chapter 144. A Wish. Disappointment. 56. West City. At the home of the world's richest, Bulma. For some reason, the air felt suffused with a peculiar hormone. Wu Yin stood before Bulma and gently inquired, Aunt Bulma, how are you? Is it possible for Android 18 to revert to her original form? Bulma exhaled a cloud of smoke, her hands continuously massaging her temples, while dark circles under her eyes revealed the toll of prolonged sleeplessness. I apologize, Wu Yin. Although Android 18's body largely retains its human shape, the combat enhancements have fortified every cell. Most critically, her heart has been transformed into a power reactor. Should any misfortune occur during retrieval, 18 would face absolute demise. Furthermore, heart transplantation is deemed an impossibility in the annals of human medicine. Rising from her seat, she activated her computer. The cells of Android 18 are consuming vast amounts of energy. If the power reactor ceases to supply it, she will perish instantly. There can be no exceptions. What else is there? Wu Yin asked anxiously. Within that body lies a bomb, a terrifying neutron device developed by Jero, secured with 99 mechanical locks and a password, rendering it utterly indestructible. Upon hearing this, Wu Yin felt a pang of disappointment. He had hoped that the prodigious Bulma would unveil some miraculous solution. Nevertheless, it was still better than nothing. Even the Eternal Dragon could not accomplish what was now proving to be a formidable challenge for Bulma. Wu Yin gently nodded. Ascending to the skies aboard the 18th ticket, we are headed to the temple. Father has returned from Namek. Indeed, the 18th seems like a dutiful girl. Closely following Wu Yin's side, the smoke that Bulma spoke of has fallen to the ground, and Wu Yin, only 10 years old, has somehow won the affections of the goddess. The 18th. By the way, the 18th suddenly declared, before I was transformed into an android, I was known as Lazuli, and from this day forth, I shall reclaim that name. I understand. With a swift motion, the two teleported to the temple, hand in hand, approaching Goku. Beside them, Krillin gritted his teeth, his heart bleeding. Why do all the beauties congregate around Goku? The world's wealthiest, Bulma. The nurturing beauty of a family, Chi-Chi. And now, the intelligent 18th, who has also become Wuyin's possession. Why can't I have one for myself? Boo-hoo. What is wrong? Gohan inquired. Seeing the 18th together with Wuyin fills my heart with excitement. I am truly happy for her. As Gohan pondered thoughtfully, he nodded and dashed over. Hello. My name is Son Gohan. I am the younger brother of Wuyin. Greetings. Lazili replied, slowly bowing. I sincerely apologize for the crisis I have caused. However, please refrain from calling me Android 18. From this day forth, I shall be known as Lazili. Indeed, I comprehend. Vegeta and Goku also slightly inclined their bodies, indicating their understanding. Ahead, a diminutive Namekian sat upright, a model of Shinran crafted by Bobo placed before him, resembling the celestial dragon of the heavenly kingdom. Wuyin, greetings. Dandy exclaimed loudly. From today onward, I shall be the deity of Earth. I look forward to your guidance. With a flurry of activity, beams of light emerged from Dandy's hands, and golden threads swayed gracefully upon Shinran's form. Go forth. With a swift motion, the dragon within the glass dome soared into the sky, transforming into 7 radiant beams that plunged into the earth below. Now with this, the Dragon Balls on Earth have been revived. I have eliminated the previous constraints set by the former deity, allowing an individual to be resurrected multiple times, with no limit on the number of individuals. Furthermore, the number of wishes has been increased to 2. Very well. Wukong and Gohan, armed with the Dragon Ball radar, plunged directly into the depths below. Lazili, perplexed, inquired, Are you not joining them? Newlyweds, what purpose would that serve? Moreover, with 2 Super Saiyans gathering the Dragon Balls, my intervention is unnecessary. The two settled gracefully at the edge of the temple. Below, swirling vortices danced with fervor, intermingled with a resplendent blue glow, evoking a sense of vibrant beauty reminiscent of a riot of colors. Indeed, Earth is the most exquisite planet in the cosmos. 7 parts ocean, 3 parts land. A gentle breeze caressed the air, imbued with a sea-like humidity. The tranquility following the fierce battle enveloped Wuyin and Lazili, leaving them both in awe. How breathtaking! Why had I not noticed this before? Yet, it is not too late. Life has only just begun. Behind them, Hirurin clenched his garment tightly, sobbing uncontrollably. His eyes reddened as he gazed at Wuyin, his body trembling incessantly. Do you not realize the emotional toll this display of affection takes on me? This place is steeped in sorrow. I can bear it no longer. Wuyin sensed the aura below. Within half an hour, Gohan and Goku had gathered all 6 Dragon Balls. In a moment of reflection, Wuyin pondered, why does time pass so swiftly? Meanwhile, behind him, Kulun felt the anguish of time dragging on. Why does it move so slowly? Moments later, with a burst of excitement, Wukong soared into the sky and exclaimed, the Dragon Balls have reverted to their original form. Well done, Dandy. Hee. The young Dandy, scratching his head, chuckled softly. Suddenly, Wukong's expression shifted as he recalled, you didn't inadvertently alter the wording of the wish into the Namekian language, did you? No. Dandy quickly waved his hands, speaking with urgency. Hee. Just a little reminder. No need to be so concerned. Ha. Wukong chuckled and said, Father, please refrain from jesting with Dandy in such a manner. Come forth, divine dragon. Grant my wish. With a crackle, the golden Dragon Ball unfurled with electric brilliance. As ominous clouds gathered in the sky, their dark forms resembling an inverted bowl, enveloping the heavens entirely. Suddenly, a radiant beam surged upwards, and the verdant divine dragon writhed amidst the stormy clouds, roaring with great intensity. The fearsome dragon's head gradually lifted, its blood-red eyes emanating waves of unfathomable terror. State your wish. I can grant any, but only 2. Indeed, it has truly become 2 wishes. Well done, Dandy. Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. Revive all the humans who perished during the android incident, excluding those of the utmost evil. A hint of disdain flickered in the dragon's eyes. Is that all? A crimson light glimmered within its gaze, and in but a fleeting moment, your wish has been fulfilled. Now, please articulate your next wish. Wukong keenly sensed it. Yes. Piccolo and Tien had been completely revived. Even those who had met death twice could be resurrected. Dandy, you are truly remarkable. He laughed, gently patting his own head. You have aided the Namekians in evading a calamity, As a token of gratitude, I too must exert my utmost power. Now, declare your second wish. The divine dragon's voice resonated like a mighty bell, echoing powerfully through the skies. Wuyin tentatively inquired, "Hey, Shenlong, can you restore Android 17 and Android 18 to their original human forms?" This time, Shenlong's silence lingered longer than usual. "I apologize, but that is beyond my capabilities. This wish exceeds the limits of my power. With my current divine strength, it is unattainable." Lazili stepped forward, gazing at the disappointed Wuyin, and reassured him, "It's all right. I feel quite content as I am. There is no necessity to revert to our former human selves. If I were to regain a flesh and blood body, I fear my power would vanish entirely. In that case, I would possess even less strength to speak in your presence. It sounds rather daunting, doesn't it?" Lazili continued, "What if you were to become abusive towards me? I would be left powerless to resist, which would be quite unfortunate." "Well then," Wuyin conceded, "Shenlong, please remove the bombs from our bodies. Consider it a trivial matter." Shenlong affirmed, forming an OK gesture with his hand, his eyes glowing a fierce crimson. Lazili felt a fleeting emptiness in her body, yet ultimately, nothing remained. "Thus, all your wishes have been fulfilled. Farewell." With a whoosh, the 7 Dragon Balls transformed into stone and ascended into the heavens. The once overcast world gradually returned to its former state. Crunch, crunch. Wukong stretched languidly and declared, "All right. It's time to return and indulge in a good night's sleep. The ordeal with the androids has finally come to an end. Say, Trunks, when do you intend to head back?" Trunks, now capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan at the 2nd level, felt a surge of his own power. He cast a wary glance at Wuyin. It was once said by Wuyin, upon departing from the future world, that if Trunks could not withstand his 2 strikes, he would come to understand the true meaning of love from a brother. With a gentle smile, Wuyin remarked, "When I initially said that, it was merely to prevent you from becoming complacent. Trunks, in the future, you will be all alone. In times of crisis, it is only you who possesses the strength to safeguard everyone. From this moment onward, even though the threat of the androids has vanished, you must not allow your training to stagnate. Who knows, perhaps one day I will venture into the future to seek you out." "Haha, I understand, brother Wuyin." With a gentle smile, Wuyin remarked, "Let us linger here for a couple of days before returning to the future. Surely, being alone would be dreadfully monotonous." "Indeed." Trunks nodded emphatically. Beside them, Lazili interjected, "I have heard from Wuyin that the artificial beings of the future are merciless killers. We must eliminate them without any moral hesitation. Those dark beings who have transformed Earth into a graveyard deserve to perish." After her declaration, Lazili departed with Wuyin. As they soared through the sky, Lazili inquired, "Where do you intend to go now?" "First, I must resolve my brother's affairs." Instantly, they materialized before Android 17, who was staring blankly at his own form. He had been absorbed by Cell, his soul condemned to hell, yet for reasons unknown, he had been resurrected. How peculiar. "Hey, Lapis." Android 17 gazed up at the sky, and Android 16, too, looked on in astonishment. He should have perished as well. Lazili landed gracefully, exclaiming, "Wuyin used the power of the Dragon Balls to bring you back. What are your plans now? Have you reclaimed your former name?" "Yes, Lapis, or Android 17. Reflected on the once rare names he hadn't heard in ages. As for what comes next, I'm unsure. Perhaps a journey around the world? 16, do you have any thoughts?" "No." Android 16 slowly shook his head. "I was created solely to eliminate Sun Wukong, but that is no longer feasible. An artificial being like myself has lost its purpose. My chip lacks the skills for a normal existence. I find myself rather lost." He gazed at the birds soaring in the sky and proclaimed, "I do have a suggestion." "What is it?" Both Lapis and Android 16 responded in unison. "You could become forest rangers on a small island near South City. Don't you both cherish nature? Yet, many humans, driven by their desires, recklessly slaughter the innocent, endangering countless animals, some even facing extinction. This, too, is a grave sin. Only those with formidable strength can thwart such actions. This is the most fitting role for you." "Oh." Excitement sparked in Lapis's eyes. 16, what do you think?" "Well, it seems agreeable." Lapis joyfully declared, "All right, I shall take on this responsibility." "Understood. I will inform Bulma to arrange this for you. As the world's wealthiest individual, securing such a position will be effortless." They took to the skies once more, when suddenly Lapis shouted, "Sun Wuyin. I know I am no match for you. But if you dare to mistreat Lazili, even if it costs me my life, I shall ensure we meet our fates together." I vow it. Wuyin was momentarily taken aback. Ah, I understand now. The two gradually soared towards Dumpling Mountain, and Wuyin let out a sigh of relief in the sky. At last, all matters concerning the androids have been resolved. I must admit, I am somewhat fatigued. From the onset of battling with Lazili to the final confrontation with Super 13, followed by the relentless thrashing of Cell, transforming into Super Saiyan 2 twice. The energy within me surged exponentially, creating a tempestuous aura, yet my heart began to feel weary. After all, taking lives is an abhorrent act. Once they departed, the battlefield where the struggle against Cell had transpired lay desolate. A figure stealthily approached, carrying a briefcase in hand. His visage was rugged, his physique muscular, with curly hair and slightly squinted eyes. His unkempt beard suggested that he was not of noble character. Wasn't there a monster that required my attention? Yet, there appears to be nothing in sight. Behind him trailed a photographer, closely following his every move. Could it be? Haha. He suddenly erupted in laughter. Addressing the camera loudly, "Did you witness that?" The moment Cell heard my name, he fled in terror. I, Mr. Satan, am the savior of the world. He struck a ludicrous pose, arms outstretched in a V shape, exuding a semblance of grandeur. The two lecherous disciples behind him shouted in unison, "Mr. Satan is indeed the strongest man in the world." Chapter 146. I have loved you since the day I was born. Dumpling Mountain. Wisps of smoke gently ascended. Having just triumphed over Cell, it should have been a time of familial bliss. Alas, at the dining table, Chi-Chi and Lazili exchanged fierce glances. Listen, I must tell you about this woman. Although Wuyin has affection for you, that does not imply I will accept you. Wuyin is such an extraordinary child. The strongest in the universe, his wife should be the wealthiest in the cosmos, not someone as impoverished as you. Chi-Chi, predictably, began her incessant chatter. Lazili merely glanced at her a few times before turning her attention to her meal with Wuyin. Did you hear that? You must earn more money. Lazili endured what felt like a mother-in-law's interrogation, prattling on for nearly 2 hours. Finally, it came to an end. Wuyin and Lazili sat above, gently extracting the cotton from their ears. Indeed, as you mentioned, that woman possesses quite the personality. The lush greenery, dripping with vitality, is enveloped by endless trees that exude a delightful fragrance under the sun's warm rays. The low hum of pests intertwines harmoniously, gradually calming the restless heart. A crystalline stream, resembling a jade ribbon, cascades down, meandering gracefully amidst the trees, the soothing sound of flowing water resonating endlessly. A water wheel creaks and turns, revealing houses nestled within the woods, wisps of smoke rising gently into the air. This is undoubtedly one of the most breathtaking scenes in the world. On the mountaintop, Wuyin and number 18 sat in the air, gazing at the surrounding landscape, softly remarking, "How tranquil it is. I never imagined that artificial beings could live so harmoniously." Despite some minor discontent along the way, such as Chi-Chi feeling disgruntled over her lack of funds, which led to Wuyin's retreat, one would think that a formidable artificial being like herself would not be insulted by a middle-aged woman, had it not been for Bulma's intervention. A confrontation might have occurred yesterday. The battlefield between women is a realm even Wuyin cannot navigate. Have you ever envisioned how you would live in the future? With the controller in Dr. Gero's hands, perhaps one could only ever remain his accomplice, aiding him in vanquishing the world's strongest, becoming a ruthless executioner. When deemed useless, one might find themselves discarded in a landfill or eternally frozen in a cryogenic chamber, never to experience the life of a normal person. How bleak indeed. Wuyin remarked, however. Even without me, you wouldn't have turned out this way. At most, you would have married a sleazy bald man, dwelling in Kame House. Continually subjected to that old man's advances, is that your speculation? Lazili looked at him curiously. What was that bald man's name again? A person devoid of strength like him. Can you truly envision yourself with him? Do not jest. Wuyin gently caressed Lazili's silky hair, savoring a moment of tranquil serenity. Lazili softly remarked, "Allow me to share something with you. Within my chip lies an abundance of information concerning you. Dr. Gero, you represent the greatest obstacle in the quest to vanquish Sun Wukong. Furthermore, he harbors a profound greed for your Rinnegan. The boundless energy you possess is a source of envy for him. Consequently, the extent of his research into you far surpasses that of any other Saiyan. The chip embodies my innermost feelings. From the very beginning, I have held no animosity towards you. Perhaps it would be more accurate to express that from the moment of my creation, Android 18, Lazili, my thoughts have been filled with you. From the moment of my inception, I have loved you. Wuyin fell silent for a moment, and then remarked, I must say, I feel rather honored. The two reclined upon the soft, verdant moss, savoring the moist air and relishing the tranquility of the moment. As evening descended, Wuyin and Lotzi Li gradually made their way back to their room nestled within the Baozi Mountain. Seated in the principal position, Wukong was met with a curious gaze from Chi-Chi, who looked at Razali with evident displeasure. After all, a figure as formidable as Wuyin, the most powerful Saiyan in the universe, ought to be paired with the wealthiest woman on earth. Even if Bulma had been won over by Wukong, there remained ties. A science fiction writer possessing fortunes from her capsule company. These were the aspirations that filled Chi-Chi's mind. It now appeared that Wuyuan's prospects were dim. Gradually, Chi-Chi shifted her scrutinizing gaze toward Gohan. Gohan, you ought to prepare for your lifelong commitment, just like your brother. A mouthful of rice was promptly expelled in shock. Mom, I'm only 9 years old. Your brother is merely 10. Observing Wukong, who already had 4 children, Wuyuan, Gohan, and the infant Goten. Along with Trunks from Bulma, it was evident that the Saiyans were indeed flourishing in numbers, with their family exuding an aura of happiness. Time flowed gently, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. Following the defeat of the androids, Razali had taken residence with Wuyuan. Over the span of 3 years, they had engaged in numerous intimate encounters. However, perhaps due to Wuyuan's youthful age, Razali showed no signs of pregnancy. Nevertheless, these moments were not without their significance. One evening, Wukong, Chi-Chi, Bulma, Wuyin, Razali, Gohan, Trunks, and Goten gathered around the dining table, feasting on mountains of rice. The family shared a harmonious atmosphere. During these 3 years, no adversaries had emerged, and the world basked in an exceptionally rare tranquility. However, Wuyin gazed upon the annals of time and softly remarked, Father, it appears that the adversary is on the verge of descending upon us. After several rounds of wine and an array of delicacies, Wukong and Wuyin sat together on the sofa, observing Trunks and Goten as they engaged in playful antics, their laughter filling the air. Suddenly, Chi-Chi raised her voice, Goten, you two must not disturb Brother Gohan. He is about to take an important exam, and if he cannot attend school in Satan City, it will greatly impact his future studies. Yes, we understand, the two replied nonchalantly, shrugging their shoulders. Meanwhile, Gohan, who was diligently studying, sighed, in truth, I also wish to train alongside Father. As they took in this heartwarming scene, Wukong remarked, while I do revel in battle, I must admit that this tranquil moment, devoid of enemies and crises, is rather pleasant. He immersed himself in the serenity for a few moments before turning to Wuyin. What was it you mentioned just now? Wuyin nodded. According to the records of history, remnants of Frisia's army seem to have begun their operations once more within the cosmos. They are scouring the universe in search of formidable beings, preparing to wage war against Earth, particularly targeting the Saiyans inhabiting it. Remnants of Frisia's army? Goku remained unconcerned, believing those individuals should have faded into obscurity. Even if they were to return, what could they possibly achieve? After all, Frisia himself perished beneath the might of a Super Saiyan, not to mention that our own powers have significantly surged since then. Wuyin shook his head, expressing the necessity for meticulous monitoring. Otherwise, some issues might indeed arise. This matter shall be entrusted to you, uttered Wukong, exhibiting minimal perturbation regarding the mobilization of Frisia's army. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, a diminutive figure with a short, mushroom-like head and a visage of deep azure appeared somewhat aged. Another individual, bearing a face of a deep yellow hue with 2 wisps of mustache at the corners of his mouth, inquired, Bilibulu, have any formidable beings reported to us in recent days? The yellow-skinned human replied in a hushed tone, only remnants of scavengers seeking refuge under our banner. Their combat prowess scarcely exceeds 100, rendering them utterly ineffectual. Infuriating. After the demise of King Frisia, has the once thriving Frisia army truly fallen to such depths? Bilibulu exclaimed, veins bulging on his forehead. TCH, even the powerful in the universe dare not confront the Saiyans, given the existence of Super Saiyans. Furthermore, the Galactic Patrol, despite their losses, remains resilient like a centipede that, though wounded, does not perish. They rely on the Saiyans for their extensive reconnaissance capabilities. We cannot afford to act recklessly. It seems we must bide our time. In the distant starry sky, a shimmering galaxy cascaded downwards, gradually merging into the heart of the divine fall sea. A spider-shaped spacecraft traversed swiftly, piloted by a brown figure, accompanied by a woman with white hair and pale green skin, who chattered incessantly. Lemon, how fares your life within Frisia's army? Your status must be quite elevated. Have you encountered the legendary Cosmic Emperor? TCH. The brown figure scoffed. I am not a combat-oriented human. I merely caught a distant glimpse of Frisia while transporting goods. What of the Cosmic Emperor? Was he not ultimately slain by the Saiyans? And you, Lychee, why did you align yourself with this increasingly feeble Frisia army? Humph. The woman raised her head with pride, declaring, Is it not because I pilfered a spacecraft from the Galactic Patrol? The only faction capable of opposing them now is Frisia's army. TCH. Look at the current state of Frisia's army. What right do they possess? They merely cling to life under the facade of the Ice Demon's might. Once their facade of strength is unveiled, the treacherous cosmic humans will surely descend upon them like vultures, devouring them whole. How is it that we continue to search for powerful humans in the periphery of the universe? Lychee, your decision to join now is undoubtedly a grave mistake. Lemon gently remarked. Well, who knows? Suddenly, as they passed a pale yellow planet, the spacecraft began to emit alarms. What is happening? Lemon pondered for a moment. Could it be? The spacecraft has received a distress signal. However, this signal transmitter should have ceased operations 30 years ago. Could it be that someone has been left behind on this planet for such an extended period? Lychee exclaimed, Let me take a look. She activated the holographic star map. According to the records, this should be the desolate outskirts of the universe on a planet named Wampa. Yet, there are no signs of human life. In fact, there are colossal monsters, devoid of water and nourishing sustenance. Any human who may have been stranded here would have surely perished from starvation long ago. How peculiar. Enough of this. Let us descend and investigate. Perhaps we might encounter a formidable individual. The spacecraft transformed into a beam of light, heading towards the planet Wampa. A few minutes later, observing the rugged craters below, the planet was shrouded in pale yellow soil, with the gentle breeze stirring up clouds of dust. In the midst of it all, there appeared to be some faint greenish depressions. Let us find a suitable place to land, Lychee gently suggested, pointing ahead. The spaceship gradually descended onto a towering stone pillar. Lemon and the others cautiously emerged, clutching their weapons. As they inhaled the fresh air, they were immediately choked by the dust. Ugh, the air is filled with particles. If I were to live here for a day, I'd probably develop lung cancer, Lychee complained. Suddenly, a deafening rumble shook the world violently, and hundreds of spiders surged towards them from all directions. What kind of planet is this? Why did it emit a distress signal? The two hurriedly ascended into the sky. They were not combatants and had no means to confront these spiders. Damn it, let us get out of here quickly. I don't want to stay even a minute longer. Just then, Lychee noticed Lemon staring blankly at a particular spot. Over there? That must be a person. Chapter 148. Broly. Help. Help me. A frail old man, clad in the traditional battle attire of the Saiyans, his once vibrant hair now gray, with one eye blinded due to injury, was struggling to move. Upon seeing Lemon and Lychee, he appeared visibly excited. In that uniform, you must be from Frisia's army, right? Huh. After 30 years, I have finally awaited the arrival of humans. Quickly, take me away from here, and let me meet Lord Frisia. Lychee scrutinized him carefully. Are you a Saiyan? The battle power detector began to beep, finally displaying a reading of 2,000. Quite formidable indeed. Lemon, take him to Balibru. This bounty will be ours. Lemon's body trembled slightly as he asked, Lychee, have you forgotten something? What? Lychee replied, there are formidable enemies outside. Whoosh. An infinite stream of energy beams erupted from the pistol, yet they were utterly ineffective against the spider, which was as resilient as iron and copper. Thud. The spider's web was about to envelop Lychee. The Scion's fierce gaze pierced through the air as he shouted, Broly. Boom. Suddenly, a figure flickered, delivering a devastating punch that shattered the spider's forehead. Splatter. Streams of green blood rained down from the sky. Lychee was momentarily stunned, his eyes sparkling with disbelief, as he beheld the terrifying energy concealed within the sinewy muscles of the figure before him. Bare-chested, the scars etched across his torso told tales of hardship. He was adorned with peculiar furs around his waist, towering at nearly 2 meters. Beneath his black hair lay a pair of naive eyes, curiously fixed on the ground where Lemon stood. Aside from the elderly Scion, he had never encountered any living human beings. Broly, hurry down. Our days of suffering are over. You must take us to meet King Frisia. I seek to fulfill my vengeance. Beep. The power level scouter in front of Lychee inexplicably displayed several bars. How strange. The device could not register the power level? Could this man truly be that formidable? We are destined for fortune, Lychee exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Whoosh. The spaceship soared into the sky, whisking away the two humans who had spent 30 years on planet Wampa. 2 days later, aboard Frisia's colossal spaceship, Lychee and Lemon encountered the current leader of Frisia's army, Biliblu. Haha, well done. Biliblu circled around Broly, observing his naive eyes, and proclaimed loudly, good. Bring them the energy rods. Indeed, Broly's combat power had already surpassed the limits of the scouter. This would surely lead to the extermination of those Saiyans. Bastard. A sinister glint flickered in Biliblu's eyes, using Saiyans to combat Saiyans. This is the most exquisite plan. Prepare to embrace your demise. Minutes later, Lemon, Lychee, and Broly sat at the dining table. After donning the attire of Frisia's army, Broly appeared even more valiant. However, he gazed enviously at the water others were drinking, having never encountered such delightful delicacies. Throughout the 30 years on planet Wampa, his heart had never embraced the freshness of new experiences. Growing up like a wild man in isolation, before the chocolate energy bar, one could not help but salivate. Broly? Asked Lychee, what is that iron ring around your neck? This. Broly replied with confusion, it was crafted by my father. When I lose control, it emits a powerful current to bring me back to my senses. A current? Lychee remarked, that seems rather cruel. Do not speak ill of my father, Broly retorted. He traveled great distances to impart upon me invaluable combat knowledge when I was exiled to planet Wampa. This pain is nothing. Unbeknownst to Broly, his father merely feared that, in moments of uncontrolled rage, Broly would unleash all his pent-up fury. Indeed, it would be an unfathomable wrath. Broly, enough of your ramblings. Our objective is simply revenge. Paragus, Broly's father, stated with cold intensity, referring to the aged Saiyan with white hair. What? Do you dare defy my orders? Paragus withdrew a remote control from his waist pouch, causing Broly's pupils to dilate in fear as he instinctively recoiled. ZZZZT. A frenzied current surged through his neck, encasing him in a furious blue light. Broly screamed in agony, roaring like a primordial beast, his eyes seemingly radiating the essence of a colossal ape. The cries continued for several minutes until Broly, utterly drained of strength, collapsed heavily to the ground, his body convulsing as he gasped for breath. Humph! How tedious! Broly trembled as he sat aside, his demeanor visibly restrained. How cruel of you! You treat Broly as nothing more than a machine, controlling him with electricity. Silence! Paragus snapped. Lychee approached cautiously, delicately brushing against Paragus, and with the nimbleness of a serpent, swiftly pilfered the remote from his pouch. Whoosh! The spaceship surged towards Earth, everyone engulfed in a sense of elation. Paragus and Bilibru had devised a plan to harness Broly's strength to utterly vanquish the Saiyans, while Broly remained a mere pawn in their scheme. Atop the snow-capped mountains, relentless winds and snow engulfed the realm, the world roaring in tumult. Countless snowflakes cascaded from the heavens, entombing the millennia-old glacier in an eternal embrace. On the summit of a towering mountain, Wuyin sat with a poised demeanor, the biting cold wind rustling through his garments. The moment of confrontation was imminent. The legendary Super Saiyan, Broly, was approaching. Chapter 149, Wuyin vs. Broly. In an instant, a radiant beam flickered as a spider-shaped spacecraft descended slowly. Figures emerged gradually, and upon recognizing the last two Saiyans trailing behind, Wuyin's pupils constricted. Broly. Paragus murmured softly, noting the distinctive hairstyle, descendant of Bardock. However, as a loyal servant of King Vegeta, my purpose this time is vengeance. Every surviving Saiyan shall meet their demise at the hands of Broly. There shall be no exceptions. That lamentable race, obliterated by the fall of meteors. When I heard the news, I felt as if heaven had finally opened its eyes. How infuriating it is that he indiscriminately exiled Broly, who possesses greater strength than his son, to another planet. I was left to endure 30 years of solitude on a hostile world. Do you comprehend how I have spent these years? Paragus gazed at the sky, where, through the relentless storm, he could still perceive the blue heavens, a serene aura cloaking the planet. You walk beneath the resplendent azure sky, inhaling the fresh air, while I struggle in a world akin to muck. My lofty ambitions have been utterly eroded by prolonged isolation, leaving only an abundance of suffering and hatred in my heart. The Saiyans, a sorrowful race. Their deaths were far too trivial. Paragus extended his arms to the sky, resembling a fervent cultist, exclaiming with fervor, "I cannot hear the anguished cries of Broly mercilessly tormenting them. How lamentable this is! How vexing!" For Paragus, this seemed to be the most excruciating form of torment imaginable. Truly a peculiar individual. Wuyin stood there, gazing at him in silence, utterly perplexed by Paragus's current state of mind. Broly. Now, suddenly, Broly let out a deafening roar, and a colossal ape-like figure materialized behind him. A tempestuous aura erupted around, shaking the very ground beneath them. Boom! A pale green radiance abruptly reflected throughout the world, causing the earth to shatter, with fissures rapidly spreading like a spider's web. An immense power surged forth, making the snow-capped peaks tremble. TCH. This fellow. Wuyin coldly scoffed to himself. Broly, exiled on the planet, astonishingly managed to amplify his strength purely through the instincts embedded within his very being. Indeed, he is formidable. Wuyin had no need to transform into a Super Saiyan. His eyes gleamed with a chilling intensity as he flickered with speed. With the ferocity of a dragon, his fists launched relentless assaults from every conceivable angle. The sound of impact reverberated, and Broly found himself unable to defend, being forced into a retreat with every blow. "What?" Paragus exclaimed in terror. "How is this possible? Broly is being overwhelmed. It cannot be." Beside him, Belibru merely chuckled. "Fear not. A Super Saiyan, capable of defeating King Frieza, undoubtedly possesses great power. Let us observe further." The air was filled with ominous grunts, as emerald light and white energy surged with a deafening roar. The ground began to fracture beneath their feet, and the world fell silent amidst the cacophony of explosions. That wretched being. As Wuyin engaged in combat, he pondered, "Humph, Broly possesses immense strength. Yet due to his lack of experience in battling humans, he is utterly unable to wield it effectively. However, observing Broly's clumsy maneuvers, he seems to be gradually learning to counter my attacks. How infuriating!" With a powerful strike, an overwhelming surge of white energy erupted from Wuyin's body, shattering Broly's defensive stance and sending him flying with a single, forceful blow. Boom! Heavenly hand power. In an instant, Wuyin flickered behind, his hands pressed together, and struck down with tremendous force. Boom! Broly's body plummeted like a meteor, descending rapidly. Whoosh! Whoosh! Wuyin flickered incessantly in the air, with both hands probing at Broly's chest, where a golden energy sphere suddenly materialized. What? A few muffled groans escaped Broly's trembling lips. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted, and in the sky, Broly's body staggered abruptly, once more hurtling towards the ground. Huh! Huh! Wuyin clasped his hands before his chest, and a pale blue energy began to swirl instantaneously. "Perish!" His voice, cold and stern, resonated as he shouted vehemently. Whoosh! 3 graceful beams of light surged forth from his hands, akin to homing missiles, striking Broly directly. With a grunt, blood gushed forth as Broly found himself utterly drained of power, plummeting to the ground like a fallen star. Boom! The continuous explosions tore through the snow-capped mountains, reducing several peaks to mere ashes. Broly's body crashed heavily into the midst of the chaos, a cloud of dust erupting around him. What? Broly! Broly is at a disadvantage. Paragus could scarcely believe the spectacle before his eyes, his voice rising in disbelief. Wuyin gradually descended into the snowy mountain, observing the scene below. Whoosh! In an instant, an inexhaustible array of green, oval-shaped energy surged forth from every corner, enveloping Wuyin entirely. Broly's piercing gaze fixed upon him, and with a single hand extended, he suddenly clenched his fist. Meet your demise. Boom! All the energy, akin to a howling tempest, abruptly surrounded Wuyin completely. Humph! With a cold snort, Wuyin soared into the sky. Yet, the energy relentlessly pursued him, continuously swirling behind his back. Divine law of heaven's wrath. Boom! A burst of white repulsion intertwined with black ripples suddenly erupted in all directions. Bang! Every attack from Broly was deflected, crashing violently elsewhere. The colossal energy contained within shattered a nearby peak to smithereens. An overwhelming avalanche seemed poised to engulf the entire world. Broly's body harbored pure explosive energy, and once unleashed, it was an unparalleled shockwave. Excellent! Observing Wuyin concealed amidst the snowflakes, Paragus shouted loudly. Broly, finish that fellow off. Let the remaining Scions experience my anguish. Let them feel the torment akin to being flayed alive. Whoosh! Broly suddenly burst forth from below, delivering a punch into the midst of the smoke. Bang! Wuyin merely placed his hands before his chest, and in an instant, an overwhelming power erupted forth. Suddenly, he was propelled away by a single punch. Whoosh! His body plummeted like a shooting star into the snowy mountain, embedding him deeply within. Scion, perish! Broly spoke few words. Yet his gaze was imbued with an inexplicable and boundless murderous intent. Enveloped in a verdant glow, he descended from the heavens like a thunderclap. His fist, as large as a cauldron, struck directly at the ice mountain. Boom! An infinite surge of energy exploded forth, and in a mere moment, the ice mountain was reduced to ashes, vanished without a trace. Chapter 150, The Legendary Super Saiyan. 56. Boom! Broly's nearly frenzied punch sent resounding waves rippling across the world. An ice mountain was utterly shattered. Flurries of ice blossoms sparkled with crystalline brilliance in the sky. Wuyin, concealed until now, was also revealed. Roar! Broly let out another furious roar, his body flickering as his knee suddenly descended, striking directly at Wuyin's abdomen. This fellow had become increasingly adept at wielding his combat prowess. An imbecile in matters of daily life, yet a perfect genius in the art of battle. Is this unrestrained surge of aura the legendary Super Saiyan? Truly an enviable physique. Universal attraction. With a single hand, Wuyin firmly grasped at a nearby peak, sending white ripples radiating through the world. His body surged forward, narrowly evading Broly's assault. Bang! The ground shattered beneath him, and a shockwave surged skyward like a resounding divine sword, as a soft green light began to emanate. Step, step! Wuyin traversed the icy surface with deliberate slowness, gently brushing away the faintest traces of dust clinging to his form. How amusing! Indeed. The clash between Scions evokes an exhilarating sensation, each blow resonating with palpable force. All of this has ignited the dormant flames of my inner warrior's desire, unleashing a fervent surge within me. In an instant, Wuyin let out a resounding roar towards the heavens, enveloped in a golden radiance. His hair stood on end, and his emerald green eyes brimmed with the fervor of battle. What is this? Paragus exclaimed in astonishment. Suddenly, the combat power detector in his gaze shattered, overwhelmed by its excessively high reading. According to records, this transformation was known as the Super Saiyan. It was precisely this power that enabled him to vanquish King Frieza. Super Saiyan. Paragus recalled the long-discredited legend. Broly, you can win, can't you? Meanwhile, Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, and Piccolo, engaged in combat, simultaneously turned their gazes towards the distance. What is this aura? Goku murmured, sensing a blend of desperation and fury. Is it Wuyin? Piccolo pondered. Could there be other foes emerging in this world? Suddenly, Wukong exclaimed. I remember now. A few days ago, Wuyin mentioned that remnants of Frieza's army have begun to stir once more. I had initially dismissed it. You fool. Vegeta retorted sharply. Hurry, use instant transmission to get there. Otherwise, we won't even have a drop of soup to drink. Vegeta placed his hand firmly on Wukong's shoulder. 3 years ago, Wuyin transformed into the so-called Super Saiyan 2 and obliterated Cell. And now, his power must have increased beyond measure. This is our greatest opportunity. Daddy, La Zili, who had emerged from the side, called out to Wukong. She had essentially married Wuyin, and despite the age difference, it was fitting for her to address Wukong in this manner. Understood? Bring Wuyin back safely. Rest assured, in this world, the only being capable of defeating Sun Wuyin is a deity. Whoosh! In an instant, Wukong and his companions materialized in this place, observing the golden-hued Wuyin. Alongside the figure enveloped in green amidst the sky, Vegeta's pupils constricted. A Scion? Upon hearing the sound, Paragus turned his gaze towards them, and upon witnessing Vegeta's expression, a surge of fury erupted within him. At last, I have found you. After 30 years of solitude, 30 years of despairing hatred, Vegeta, I shall surely take your life. Paragus took a few deliberate steps forward, but Bellaburu extinguished the flames of his wrath. Look at your feeble physique. How could you possibly stand against a Super Saiyan? Let us continue to observe Broly's battle. Those Scions will inevitably succumb to their fate, a demise I have meticulously prepared for them. Whoosh! Wuyin suddenly surged into the sky, a resplendent golden radiance swirling behind him, akin to a comet. His fist, enveloped in boundless, fierce energy, struck down with tremendous force. Bang! Broly was utterly unprepared. His massive form sent hurtling through the air. Bang! Wuyin ascended with remarkable speed, elevating his knee and twisting his body through sheer force as he leapt to the side. In the midst of Broly's astonished expression, he executed a sidekick. Bang! A powerful strike landed squarely upon Broly's visage, causing his cheek to swell dramatically, reminiscent of a groundhog. Broly staggered, hurtling sideways like a meteor towards the adjacent iceberg. Huh! Wuyin descended from the heavens, his hands clasped together behind him, delivering a formidable strike. With a resounding impact, Broly's body plummeted like a shattered kite, swiftly crashing down and cleaving an iceberg in twain. Celestial attraction. Crack! With both hands clasped before his chest, Wuyin suddenly struck them together. Waves of white ripples radiated outward, causing the mountains to shift and sway. What? Paragus exclaimed in terror. Suddenly, a fierce gale howled, and two adjacent icebergs pressed tightly against each other, sealing Broly's formidable figure within their icy grasp. Is this the extent of your power? The legendary Super Saiyan? Wuyin hovered in the air, arms crossed, and spoke softly. If that is the case, I must admit I find it rather tedious. Merely this ordinary Super Saiyan transformation will be enough to defeat you. I fear you are even no match for Lazuli. What a laughable fool you are. Go back to your planet Wampa. You are fit only to be a foolish outsider. Without mercy, Wuyin unleashed a scathing tirade against Broly. On the ground, Piccolo, bewildered, inquired why. In the past, Wuyin had vanquished his foes but never resorted to such language to demean them. Perhaps Wuyin intended to provoke that individual into unleashing his true power? Goku, with a smile, conjectured, I can sense it. Within that frail physique lies astonishing energy. Once fully unleashed, even Super Saiyan 2 would stand no chance. Vegeta, however, found himself absorbed in Wuyin's earlier words. The legendary Super Saiyan? Is he not referring to him? Yet, in an instant, he was captivated by Goku's remark. Kakarot, you speak so lightly. Have you already attained the transformation into Super Saiyan 2? Ah, indeed. Wukong harbored no secrets. However, I am no match for that individual. He is far too powerful. A series of three roars erupted from the converging ice mountains, a brilliant emerald light emanating from within, seemingly infused with boundless heat, melting the ice itself. Broly's hair began to float, and in his eyes, a fierce and tempestuous light flickered. He roared once more, displaying his might against the airborne Wuyin. Chapter 151, The Science Domain. The True Battle. Father, did you see that? Broly's strength has doubled in an instant. With that roar, he shed all his restraints. Remarkable. Remarkable indeed. Observing Broly in this state, with his hair afloat and his body radiating a furious glow, the scorching aura threatened to incinerate his garments. Paragus felt a twinge of fear. In this state, Broly remembered the torment he endured at his hands, every instance of electric shocks used to constrain his existence. His hatred for Paragus was nearly equal to that which he harbored for Vegeta. Broly, stop this at once. He reached for the remote at his waist, only to find his pocket utterly devoid of it. What is happening? Why is Broly transformed in this manner? Beilibilu inquired. Indeed, it seems Broly can tap into the power of the great ape even in his usual form, his energy spiraling into a frenzy, multiplying exponentially. Is this not a good thing? To defeat a Saiyan, only such energy can suffice. Yet, even Broly himself cannot control it. Perhaps, after vanquishing the Saiyans, we too shall be annihilated by him, Paragus explained helplessly. Inside the spacecraft, Lemon gazed at Broly's imposing figure. I never imagined that the once submissive Broly would possess such terrifying power. TCH. Lychee's feelings towards Broly grew increasingly complex, harboring deep resentment towards Paragus as well. That heartless father has merely used Broly as a tool for his revenge, devoid of any humanity. Crawling insect. Damn it. Roar. Broly suddenly unleashed a mighty roar, his hands surrounded by a verdant glow, unleashing an overwhelming surge of energy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hundreds of thousands of emerald oval-shaped energy blasts densely enveloped the sky, with only Sun Wuyin ensnared within. Bang, bang. As Wuyin flickered continuously, he danced through the energy blasts like a nimble butterfly, his Rinnegan trembling as it accurately captured every movement's trajectory. In an astonishing display, he evaded the nearly infinite energy entirely. Impossible! Vegeta exclaimed, his voice echoing with disbelief. Is it true that someone can evade such dense energy? Have his cells been honed to this extraordinary stage? Truly impressive, Wuyin. And Broly. Goku murmured. Die, Saiyan. Boom. In an instant, all the energy blasts in the sky were detonated by Broly, whose thirst for destruction had gained the upper hand, showing no mercy towards Wuyin. The flames surged upwards, the searing light melting the surrounding ice instantaneously. A mushroom cloud enveloped the heavens. Whoosh! Amidst the swirling smoke, a distinct green light shot upward, hands raised high. In the blink of an eye, a colossal energy sphere, several hundred meters in diameter, materialized in Broly's hands. This was the legendary output frequency of a Super Saiyan. Die? You are Sun Wuyin, aren't you? I am no mere reptile. I am a true warrior. Broly roared with a primal growl, his voice reverberating with fury. Let me show you my wrath. The immense energy in his grasp spiraled upwards, the intricate trajectory rendering Wuyin's Kamehameha defense futile. A mere trick. Behold, Shinra Tensei. As he closed in, Wuyin shouted, unleashing a tremendous repulsive force, white mixed with streaks of black erupting forth. Ziz. The clash of green energy and repulsion sent shockwaves through the sky. Both forces cried out in agony. Broly's hands bulged with veins, exerting all his strength, channeling nearly every ounce of his energy into the attack. Even the surface of the energy sphere rippled like water. Meanwhile, Wuyin's repulsion defense resembled a rubber ball, continually caving in, with slight fractures appearing in his arm. Die? The energy within him surged like a torrent, causing the emerald energy's diameter to swell once more. 600, 800, 1,000. It felt as if a small asteroid had collided with Wuyin. Do not gloat. Below, Wuyin stood like a colossal titan, his diminutive form bearing the weight of a planet. The repulsion beneath him began to condense gradually. Strength alone does not guarantee victory. Focusing within his Rinnegan, all his energy erupted in a magnificent display. The Rinnegan harnesses breath to unleash its terrifying potential, reaching a combat prowess that rivals that of the Dragon Ball universe. The emerald energy sphere above resembled a bouncy ball, propelled away with great force. Boom! The spiraling energy orb erupted upon striking the ground, unleashing an infinite surge of energy that shattered the earth, causing the ice continent to disintegrate in an instant. Gush! Streams of magma surged forth from the ground, inundating the terrain like a torrential flood. The northernmost region of the ice continent, home to millennia-old ice, was suddenly reduced by half under this assault. Whiz! Amidst the explosive energy, green tendrils seemed to proliferate, inciting a tumult in the world around them. To Goku and his companions, the landscape transformed into a riot of colors, a chaotic tapestry of space, and even ripples of time. Absurd. The second tomo of the Rinnegan radiated an intense light as Wuyin summoned silver energy with one hand, crashing it down onto the ground with force. Absolute freeze. No sooner had he spoken than the world fell into a brief silence. The land, recently engulfed by magma, was suddenly enveloped in an icy chill, restoring it to its original state. The thin layer of ice, as hard as diamond, concealed flowing magma beneath. Heat, cold, magma, ice. Under the unique power of the Saiyans, an unparalleled scene materialized. Almost unbelievable. Crackle, crackle. The ice spread across the ground, rising like thorns towards the heavens, ensnaring Broly within its grasp. Broly cried out in agony. Those icy spikes were incredibly sharp. A mere brush could leave bone-deep gashes. Furthermore, the piercing cold threatened to freeze the very blood within his veins. Infuriating. What manner of technique is this? Broly roared in the air, his hands clenched tightly. Boom. The world resonated with the clamor of metal, green light coalescing around him like a radiant shield. He grinned with a sinister gleam in his eyes. Snap. All the thorns were instantly obliterated. Like a raging bull, he charged directly at Wuyin. Wuyin paused for a moment, his face flushed with excitement. This is true combat. A cataclysmic clash befitting the Saiyans. He formed his hands into a blossom shape, murmuring softly, Kamehameha, double. Exhaustion weighs heavily. Chapter 152, Super Saiyan 2, Kamehameha, double. With a thunderous laugh, Wuyin reveled in the culmination of 3 years of relentless training, during which he had recalibrated the firing frequency of the Kamehameha wave, rendering it exponentially more potent than Goku's original technique. Broly, meet your demise, he declared triumphantly. In an instant, a torrent of golden radiance surged skyward, racing toward the soaring Broly. The brilliance erupted like a bolt of lightning, seemingly cleaving the very fabric of the world asunder. Roaring defiantly, Broly's eyes glimmered with a feral bloodlust as he howled at the heavens, embodying the essence of an ancient beast resurrected. A laughable assault, he scoffed, encircled by a verdant shield that pulsated with colossal energy, its explosive force bathing the surroundings in a golden haze that threatened to warp reality itself. With a resounding clash, the Kamehameha wave surged forth, colliding violently with Broly's formidable defenses in midair. The impact resonated with a thunderous explosion. The ground beneath Wuyin suddenly shattered, creating a deep pit with a diameter of several meters. His feet were forcefully driven into the earth by an overwhelming power. With a grunt, his veins bulged, and the sinewy muscles of his physique surged with boundless energy, coalescing into a torrential flow that was entirely infused into the Kamehameha technique. To everyone's astonishment, the Kamehameha was unexpectedly divided into 8 distinct streams, each radiating in a different direction. What? Wuyin exclaimed in astonishment. Beside him, Wukong could hardly believe this revelation. Wuyin's Kamehameha had transcended our wildest imagination. Yet, this concentrated attack was effortlessly disrupted by the mere collision of bodies. How could that individual possess such formidable fortitude? It is truly terrifying. Nearby, Vegeta trembled at the sight, having witnessed son Wuyin's immense power. Yet he never anticipated that someone could stand against him. Die! Broly roared in a frenzy, descending rapidly. Bang! The Kamehameha shattered like icy stalactites in winter, transforming into a cascade of starlight, reminiscent of fireflies emitting a subtle glow. This is bad. Boom. Broly's body crashed directly into Wuyin's abdomen, the violent impact propelling him downward with relentless force. Spurt. A mouthful of blood erupted suddenly, the overwhelming power radiating through his core, intertwining 2 forces within his chest, inflicting damage upon Wuyin's very organs. Boom. His body plummeted like a meteor, crashing heavily below. The ice shattered, and molten lava surged forth from beneath. As Wuyin's body descended, it crashed down beneath the earth. With a whoosh, a plume of smoke began to rise gently into the air. Broly, shimmering in the sky, cast a malevolent glare below. The ground lay in ruin, dense fissures sprawling out like a spider's web. At the center, a bottomless pit continuously exuded emerald smoke. TCH. A tedious battle. Is this the strength of the surviving Saiyans? If so, defeat is inevitable. My heart is entirely shrouded in hatred. Throughout 30 years of struggle, my loathing for the Saiyans has consumed my very being. When unleashing my power, I pour forth every ounce of strength. Humph. Broly hovered in the air, casting a glance at Vegeta beside him. That wild, spiky hair resembled the enemy described by Paragus in my memories far too closely. You. Broly suddenly erupted into a shout. Boom. Boom. Suddenly, dark clouds shrouded the sky for reasons unknown. Golden lightning crackled like thunder, resonating ominously. Boom. The ground began to tremble, cracks sprawling across its surface. The surrounding ice mountains shattered explosively. What? A flicker of astonishment flashed in Broly's eyes. Huh. From within those fissures, an infinite golden light erupted, forming a formation that enveloped the sky entirely. The sacred golden radiance, interwoven with hints of auspiciousness, danced across the heavens. Whoosh. A figure shot up into the sky. It was Wuyin. His attire slightly disheveled, yet his aura remained overwhelmingly powerful. Indeed, the legendary Super Saiyan's aura was continuously escalating. His robust physique was beyond anything I could compare to. At the start, one could hardly control their full energy, but now, after such prolonged practice, I am nearly there. I shall not hold back any longer. Hearing this, Paragus below was struck with terror. This is impossible. The battle power is beyond estimation. Can one truly grow stronger at this stage? Is that creature a monster? Huh. Golden light surged upward, crackling blue lightning coalescing from his aura, flickering around Wuyin. Each hair stood on end, save for a single lock that fell over his forehead. His brow arched high, and his body appeared to take on a more fearsome aspect. Huh. This is Super Saiyan 2. Broly, let my second battle commence. Whoosh. In a sudden flash, Wuyin darted through the air, a tempest brushing past Broly's ear in the blink of an eye. What? Such speed? His body instinctively twisted away in response to the imminent threat. As the brilliance faded from his vision, he discerned that the fierce light was none other than Wuyin's leg. Bang! Broly bent sharply, yet Wuyin swiftly pivoted in midair, delivering a powerful side kick. Bang! Broly's visage suffered a devastating blow, blood erupting from his mouth in an instant. One side of his cheek swelled ominously. Boom! His body streaked through the air like a meteor, ultimately embedding itself in the ice mountain. Cursed be this fate. Clenching his fists, he harnessed his energy to melt the ice around him, transforming into a streak of green light that shot skyward. His fists, as large as cooking pots, relentlessly attacked Wuyin from every conceivable angle. Bang, bang, bang. A cacophony of muffled groans erupted in the air, as golden and green lights clashed violently like two bolts of lightning. The entire sky became a grand stage for their fierce battle. From left to right, from top to bottom, an expanse of 800 miles was engulfed in swirling dust. Remarkable, Piccolo exclaimed in astonishment. As both Broly and Wuyin had reached the pinnacle of speed, their energies radiating fiercely. The residual shockwaves from their clashes blossomed like a fiery display, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Vegeta trembled with anxiety. I cannot see. Not at all. Even through the swirling snow and the Earth's eruptions, he could not discern the trajectories of Wuyin and Broly. Their powers had transcended anything I could comprehend. There was no need to mention Super Saiyan 2. Who exactly is this being named Broly? Though enveloped in green, his hair remained black. He is not even a Super Saiyan. How is this possible? Chapter 153, The Intensifying Battle. Bang, bang. Muffled groans erupted as Broly's form materialized, unleashing a punch. Bang. The ice mountain ahead was reduced to ashes. Yet, Wuyin appeared directly behind him, a single hand outstretched, a terrifying energy flickering in Broly's gaze. Bang. A tremendous force erupted, smoke billowing from Broly's face as he was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the ice mountain behind him. Cursed be this fate, Broly shouted in desperation, directing his ire toward the flickering Wuyin in the sky. Mouth agape. Energy cannon. Whoosh. A beam of light surged into the sky, hurtling towards Wuyin with furious intensity. Swish. Swish. Wuyin zigzagged through the air, shimmering with rapid motion. Demonic light annihilation cannon. His index and middle fingers converged, as crackling lightning surged forth, howling at his brow. With a single outstretched hand, Wuyin unleashed a tremendous surge of energy that collided instantaneously with Broly's own power. A deafening explosion erupted in the sky, sending shockwaves of chaos throughout the atmosphere. Thick plumes of smoke rapidly enveloped the two warriors, obscuring them from view. The violent shockwave forced Wuyin to stagger back a couple of steps, while Broly fared even worse, retreating clumsily amidst the icy terrain. With a series of thunderous crashes, 3 towering icebergs were obliterated in an instant, ultimately crashing down like a meteorite, embedding itself into the ground, and releasing wisps of smoke into the air. The ground trembled beneath the force of the earth-shattering event. With a swift motion, Wuyin extended his hand and exerted a powerful grip. To Broly's astonishment, who had just soared into the sky with a furious roar, he discovered a black orb gradually manifesting upon his chest. Suddenly, a frenzied gravitational pulse surged from the side, intertwined with an infinite aura. Boom. The ground began to fracture, and countless shards of ice rained down upon Broly's form. In mere seconds, he was enveloped in a colossal sphere of ice. Crack. With a sudden gesture, Wuyin brought his hands together in a prayer-like formation, and instantly, towering icebergs were drawn into the sky. The colossal ice sphere continuously coalesced in the heavens, expanding in an astonishing manner. In mere seconds, this icy orb transformed into a planet with a diameter of several kilometers, floating majestically above. Below, the gentle cascade of shattered ice continued to descend. Yet Broly was already completely ensnared within. What a magnificent display of power. With a resounding voice, Wukong declared that he had conjured an iceberg using gravitational forces, completely encasing Broly within its icy confines. How utterly terrifying. Look, Piccolo exclaimed, pointing skyward. The surface of the iceberg was adorned with pulsating black patterns, reminiscent of energy signatures, which served to reinforce the seal of the iceberg. Thuds echoed from above as the iceberg trembled, with Broly undoubtedly thrashing violently within. Yet, regardless of the immense power he wielded, the unyielding planet remained steadfast. After a series of thunderous booms, the trembling gradually subsided. TCH. Wuyin let out a cold snort and proclaimed loudly, "To conceal your malevolent self beneath a feeble exterior is to be unable to command your own energy. Even so, you are no match for me. Broly, your temperament is limited to this. This earth-shattering star will entrap you here. A fate far more terrifying than that of the planet Vampa. Reflect on your actions here." Suddenly, a roar erupted, and the asteroid-like ice sphere began to tremble violently. A flow of energy, reminiscent of molten lava, coursed through it, accompanied by the incessant sound of sizzling as it melted. With a resounding boom, a single punch caused the ice mountain to shatter. Broly's frenzied form emerged once more from within. His pupils appeared almost ethereal, his hair began to stand on end, and a greenish luminescence gradually enveloped him. What? Wuyin, too, retreated a few steps in panic. Below, Paragus, having experienced the tumult of extreme highs and lows, let out a thunderous laugh. Did you see? Broly is the mightiest Saiyan in this realm. He will plunge all Saiyans into a terrifying abyss from which they can never escape. Haha. In the sky, Broly trembled incessantly, his hair shifting erratically between green and its original hue. His aura fluctuated wildly, with the radiance surrounding his body flickering in and out of visibility. Bilibulu inquired, Paragus, what is happening? Broly had reached the zenith of his limits. The fury within him swelled, yet his power could not reach its explosive pinnacle. I am uncertain what to do next, he murmured. Is that so? Bilibulu replied softly. Suddenly, a beam of light erupted from the ring in his hand, piercing Paragus's heart with deadly precision. Wah! A spurt of blood erupted forth, and disbelief etched itself across Paragus's face. Why has it come to this? Bilibulu, with a sinister glint in his eyes, proclaimed, according to our knowledge, a Super Saiyan can only unleash their power in the throes of extreme rage. You are the catalyst for this. Perhaps you viewed Broly merely as a fighting machine, yet within his innocent heart, I can sense a lingering affection for you. His father of 30 years, hatred, or perhaps fear. Paragus, his finger trembling, reached out, ultimately collapsing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth as he succumbed to death. Clap, clap. Bilibulu forcefully slapped his own face, striving to enhance the tragic scene. With wide eyes, he shouted to the heavens, Broly, look here. Your father has been slain by you due to the aftermath of battle. Quick, gaze upon this. What? Broly whispered softly. Boom. The pupils in his eyes vanished abruptly, and he roared into the sky. Boom. The chaotic energy around him shattered the surrounding icebergs into fragments, silencing the icy continent. Below, a massive pit with a diameter of several hundred meters began to churn violently. Thick green light surged forth like liquid, rapidly dispersing. His body began to grow. Muscles expanding, hair rising defiantly. The pupils in his eyes flickered out of existence. An infinite power erupted, the tempestuous waves threatening to reduce the entire world to ashes. The earth began to tremble. The world quaked under the oppressive aura, as the sky was shrouded in ominous clouds. Golden lightning rolled like a divine dragon, surging forth. Saiyan. Broly's fierce roar echoed as he unleashed a mighty bellow towards the heavens. Chapter 154, Fury. Super Saiyan 3. Ha! 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 Bilibulu exclaimed loudly. Did you see that? Did you see that? Broly's combat power has surged once more. Merely by exerting pressure on me, he has far surpassed that Saiyan. No one can rival him. No one. The Saiyans, that foolish race, ought to vanish into the annals of history. It was the former Frieza, in his weakness, that led to this current predicament. How infuriating. Vegeta and Goku staggered backward, overwhelmed by the terrifying aura that enveloped them. Impossible. Impossible. Vegeta muttered repeatedly. How could a single individual's aura grow to such an extent? The murderous intent contained within is sufficient to induce cardiac arrest. This is nothing short of absurd. Wukong gazed fearfully at the heavens. What? How can this be? Broly is astonishingly powerful. Yet, deep within him, the fervent blood of the Saiyans began to ignite. And he clenched his fists, his aura intensifying beyond that of Wuyin's Super Saiyan 2. How I wish it were I who could confront him. Broly let out a thunderous roar, his feet striking the ground with tremendous force, causing the earth to shatter violently. A deep pit emerged instantly, and his colossal form surged toward Wuyin. Whoosh whoosh. The aura of Wuyin flickered incessantly, yet Broly surged forth like a straight green lightning bolt, heading directly towards him. Bang! With a tremendous force, he delivered a powerful punch straight to his chest. Wow! As Wuyin heaved, he found himself bereft of the time to contemplate, his body suddenly veering to the side. Bam! Once again, a powerful leg, born of immense muscle, struck his face, causing half of his cheek to swell. He plummeted to the ground like a meteor. Gush! A mouthful of fresh blood was violently expelled, reminiscent of a wilting rose gasping for breath upon the earth. What incredible strength! Such a colossal physique, yet its movements were astonishingly agile. It was entirely distinct from the third transformation of a Super Saiyan. as it did not rely on the mere expansion of energy to forcibly augment combat prowess. This was the unique transformation of Broly. In an instant, speed and power erupted forth. Whoosh! Bam! A beam of green light descended with force, leaving Wuyin no choice but to roll frantically upon the ground. Thud, thud, thud. The relentless stomping, akin to the legs of a Qilin, forced Wuyin to awkwardly tumble below, desperately evading Broly's onslaught. Broly had completely lost control. His frenzied actions rendering Lemon and Lychee beside him utterly incredulous. This furious behemoth was none other than the timid individual who had previously been oblivious to even chocolate. Broly approached an icy mountain, muscles surging with raw power, effortlessly hoisting the ice mass above his head, preparing to hurl it directly at Wuyin. This was sheer brutality. Without time to be astonished, Wuyin hastily employed his celestial force to instantaneously relocate. Whoosh! As his body materialized in another location, a verdant luminescence swiftly enveloped him. Bang! A powerful blow struck his chest with tremendous force, sending him hurtling through the air. What? Blood spilled from Wuyuin's mouth as he exclaimed in shock. The celestial force, an innate spatial magic of the Rinnegan, allowed for movement devoid of any discernible trajectory. How could Broly have discerned his relocation path and delivered a punch just as he appeared? How can this be possible? The situation seemed to spiral out of control, as Broly's combat prowess began to exceed Wuyuin's wildest imaginings. Broly roared once more, echoing loudly through the skies, as Wuyin was hurled through the air amidst shattered ice. A pair of powerful hands suddenly seized his head. They tightened their grip with a fierce squeeze. This is not good. Bang! Bang! Indeed. The ferocious Broly treated Wuyin as nothing more than a punching bag, mercilessly slamming him against the ground repeatedly. The anguished cries of Wuyin echoed incessantly. The agony from the physical assaults intertwined with the overwhelming might of Broly, delivering a terror akin to the most excruciating torment. Boom! The ground shattered continuously. Sharp icicles stained with traces of blood. Could it be? Wuyin has sustained injuries? Wukong could hardly believe it. Ever since his debut, Wuyin seemed to embody the essence of the universe's mightiest. Regardless of how his adversaries transformed, he possessed an unparalleled strength to counter them. There was absolutely no instance of being bloodied in battle. That fellow Broly, too, was rather terrifying, wasn't he? Bang! Bang! In Broly's grasp, Wuyin's body appeared exceedingly fragile, repeatedly crashing against the icy surface. To the astonishment of all, Broly hoisted him aloft, delivering brutal strikes to Wuyin's abdomen. Blood gushed forth from Wuyin's mouth in torrents. He was utterly unable to retaliate. Piccolo shouted fervently, "We must prepare to intervene. It seems Wuyin cannot withstand him." Yet, Vegeta vehemently countered. A Saiyan detests interference in their battles. Wait, for Wuyin has not yet reached his limit. The true thoughts that lingered in his heart remain subject to interpretation. In truth, witnessing Wuyin's torment brings a certain satisfaction, serving as a catharsis for past fears, even though that individual was not himself. Wukong nodded slightly. Let us wait a while longer. Suddenly, Broly opened his mouth wide, and a surge of energy engulfed Wuyin entirely. With a thunderous roar, the tumultuous power erupted behind him, reducing a towering iceberg to mere ashes once more. Wuyin's feet were firmly anchored to the ground, leaving two straight marks that cleaved the icy expanse in half, extending deep for several hundred meters. At last, Broly ceased his onslaught. Wuyin stood in place, panting heavily. His eyes radiated an overwhelming intent to kill. "You accursed wretch." His breath fluctuated violently, and the golden aura surrounding him abruptly vanished, indicating his reversion from the state of a Super Saiyan. His body was marred with wounds, and streaks of crimson flowed chaotically across his form. Even the corners of his eyes bore traces of anguish. I understand that your thoughts may be uncontrollable, yet that does not grant you the right to offend me. I shall eradicate you, reducing you to mere cosmic dust. You shall be utterly annihilated. This reckless fool shall inevitably face my wrath. With the dark holy scythe, I shall cleave you into fragments and inter you deep beneath the glacier. Broly seemed to murmur softly. In the span of 3 years, I have certainly made progress. I have transcended the Super Saiyan, which I now dub Super Saiyan 2. Broly, allow me to unveil to you the realm beyond that of the Super Saiyan, a transformation known as Super Saiyan 3. Chapter 155, Unyielding. A terrifying battle. Super Saiyan 3. Within Wuyin's eyes surged an infinite intent to kill, as he gritted his teeth and spoke vehemently to Broly. Just moments ago, he had been utterly defeated, primarily due to the relentless barrage of Broly's attacks, which left him no opportunity to transform. Now, seizing the moment of vulnerability, he questioned, having transcended the Saiyan limits, can one continue to surpass further? Piccolo trembled all over. Disbelief etched across his face as he exclaimed loudly, Super Saiyan 3? Is it possible that the transformation I deemed impossible has been mastered by Wuyin? How could this be? Yukong once endeavored to amplify the energy of Super Saiyan 2 once more, yet ultimately, this effort led to the depletion of his own cells. That transformation, even if attainable, would demand an exorbitant amount of power. Perhaps even before the battle commences, his body may falter under such strain. It is indeed terrifying. Impossible. Vegeta's face turned ashen, his body trembling with agitation. Throughout these 3 years, he had been diligently exploring the path to Super Saiyan 2, yet he found not a glimmer of success. Now, Wuyin had astonishingly developed an even more profound transformation. When did the Prince of Saiyans become akin to Krillin, a mere fish out of water? Bella Buru shouted frantically, what transcendence? What Super Saiyan? Such grandiloquent claims risk the loss of one's tongue. Truly a pitiable wretch. Whoosh. Unexpectedly, Broly in the sky extended a hand, and a resplendent burst of light obliterated him. Are you implying that you can grow even stronger? Humph. Wuyin gazed at him, letting out a disdainful snort. Suddenly, crackling electricity enveloped his body once more, as he effortlessly ascended to Super Saiyan 2. What followed was, Wuyin bent his body and shouted loudly into the sky. A torrent of frenzied energy instantly erupted from within him. The entire world seemed to tremble incessantly. The aura continued to escalate. A crackling sound echoed as a golden glow flickered at the corners of his eyes, enveloping him in a dense radiance of gold, shimmering like a cascade of flowing light. It was as if a resplendent golden sun was spiraling in the heavens, rising gradually. Wuyin roared with unrestrained fury, his arms thickening and muscles expanding relentlessly. His hair, each strand retreating backward, astonishingly lengthened with each cry of defiance. Boom. The ground succumbed to the force of his aura, collapsing beneath him, while the surrounding ice mountains gradually crumbled, enveloped entirely by swirling clouds of smoke on the battlefield. Is this the Super Saiyan 3? Piccolo exclaimed in astonishment. Wukong, on the other hand, found himself in a state of disbelief, as did Vegeta. What was that transformation? What on earth was happening? Clouds began to gather around Wuyin, and the entire sky, as well as the whole planet, trembled with an uncontrollable fervor. Wuyin gradually straightened his body, the sound of cracking bones resonating continuously. A golden radiance suddenly radiated outward, piercing the earth like a multitude of resounding divine swords. Whoosh! The world finally fell silent. Even Broly took a few steps back in disbelief. His golden hair cascaded like a shimmering cloak, high-brow ridges accentuating a visage of unfathomable ferocity. Only a single lock of hair fell forward, and his pale purple eyes, reminiscent of the cycle of reincarnation, mingled with the golden glow, exuding an air of alluring malevolence. Terrifying. Invincible. Feeling the vast aura emanating from Wuyin's body, Vegeta found himself retreating in fear, as if confronted by a kingly energy that extinguished any thought of resistance. Extraordinary. Remarkable. Yet, Goku laughed heartily. I understand. I have completely discerned the path to transforming into Super Saiyan 3. His previous endeavors with Super Saiyan 3, coupled with Wuyin's guidance, have allowed Goku to transcend his former limitations. Vegeta, with a mechanical twist of his head, gazed at son Goku with resentment. Kakarot and son Wuyin, are they truly monsters? Broly snarled, his face contorting into a more menacing expression. Concealing his true self behind the facade of hypocrisy, Wuyin, to what extent can you wield your power? Sufficient. Whoosh. In an instant, Wuyin flickered in the air, and Broly's eyes widened in astonishment. Yet, Wuyin seemed to vanish into thin air, leaving no trace behind for an extended period. Impossible. Broly shook his head repeatedly, pondering within. Logically, as a person's speed increases, the frequency of their flickering should diminish. But why has he not reappeared for so long? Could it be that he is continuously utilizing his super speed to move through the air, never pausing for a moment? Suddenly, a muffled grunt echoed through the air, accompanied by a surge of excruciating pain that caused Broly's eyes to widen further. Impossible. Broly lowered his head mechanically, Astonished as he spoke, he had seen nothing, yet he had been struck by a powerful punch. With a resounding impact, another blow sent Broly's massive frame flying. Wuyin flickered rapidly, resembling a golden beam of light swirling through the air. Broly could discern nothing. Bang! 3 consecutive punches struck fiercely against Broly's chest. Broly spat out a mouthful of blood, his body hurtling backward, crashing into an ice mountain once more, sending it flying. Eternal freeze. In Wuyuan's hands. A faint silver glow shimmered, striking fiercely against the iceberg. Creak! Creak! A chilling aura surged once more, instantly freezing everything within 1,000 miles. Broly's alarmed gaze, accompanied by traces of blood, was ensnared in the icy grip. TCH. The purple comma in Wuyuan's hand gradually melted, as a 1.5-meter purple dark holy scythe abruptly materialized, coalescing crimson waves of energy within Wuyuan's grasp. Humph! Wuyin gazed coldly at the frozen Broly, his voice resonating with authority. Broly, brace yourself for the tumultuous judgment that awaits you. I shall show you no mercy. With that, he unleashed the dark holy scythe, ensnaring the very fabric of the heavens and earth, striking with unwavering resolve. Wuyin suddenly raised his hands high, exerting force as he brought them down. Whoosh! In an instant, streams of energy coalesced into a violet chessboard, directly targeting Broly below. The fierce beams of light seemed intent on tearing the very heavens apart. The world in their path was abruptly cleaved asunder. Lemon gazed anxiously at the figure below, encased in ice. In her widened pupils, a hint of panic flickered. She shouted loudly, Broly, quick dodge. Chapter 156, Victory. Sizzle. The searing waves of energy gradually melted the iceberg, while shards of ice clung to Broly's deep yellow hair. The encroaching purple energy surged forth. Broly cried out in terror, swiftly rolling away to escape this peril. Whoosh! The energy waves harmoniously etched a chessboard pattern upon the frozen surface, and even a nearby iceberg was effortlessly sliced into fragments. Cut! As Wuyin gazed upon Broly's form, he raised his hands high and suddenly descended with tremendous force. Embrace your demise. With a resounding clap, Broly found himself unable to evade the onslaught. Transformed into Super Saiyan 3, Wuyin had transcended his current might. A deep gash swiftly appeared, stretching from Broly's shoulder down to his thigh. The crimson blood that surged forth was instantaneously solidified into fragments. Broly let out a sudden, anguished cry, his eyes contorting in agony. Perish! With both hands raised high, Wuyin wielded the sacred scythe, delivering a swift horizontal strike. Whoosh! A violet wave of energy surged forth, slicing through the air towards Broly with astounding speed. This is bad. Boom! Broly propelled himself into the sky in an instant. The violet wave effortlessly cleaved all the icebergs behind him in half. Hee. Just as Broly rejoiced in narrowly escaping disaster, he was taken aback to find that Wuyin had vanished without a trace below him. What? Bang! Above. Wuyin pressed his hands together and struck down heavily upon Broly's head. The formidable legendary Super Saiyan felt his crown shatter, crimson streaks cascading from the top of his head. With a single hand extended, Wuyin slowly conjured a sphere of energy before Broly. Bang! The tumultuous energy erupted instantaneously. Broly let out a pained scream, his face marred by smoke, before being hurled backward into the icy mountain. His body was slashed by the jagged ice shards, leaving a myriad of wounds. Streams of blood cascaded down. Boom! The ground beneath him caved in. How formidable! Broly gazed in disbelief at the figure in the sky, reminiscent of a war god, as a flicker of fear crept into his once inflated heart. Whoosh! In an instant, the formidable physique of Wuyuan Ingwu shimmered under the sunlight, materializing before Broly with remarkable swiftness. With arms raised high, the dark sacred scythe descended ominously. To everyone's astonishment, Broly extended a single hand, firmly grasping the dark sacred scythe. A resounding crack echoed as a deep gash, several centimeters long, appeared on his palm, with blood cascading and evaporating almost instantaneously. The surrounding atmosphere thickened with a palpable aura of bloodlust. With a thunderous roar that echoed like the return of an ancient beast, Broly's veins bulged as he exerted his strength. With a decisive motion, the dark sacred scythe shattered into countless fragments, its crystalline brilliance twinkling like fireflies in the twilight. The astonishment within Wuyin lingered only for a fleeting moment. With a swift exchange of his feet, he executed a sudden kick. Bang! His knee struck heavily against Broly's chest, followed by a fierce blow from his right foot to Broly's face. Ziz. Broly could no longer endure, within his wide, dilated eyes. The faint outline of pupils began to emerge, his entire body flipping sideways as he skidded across the ground. A profound gash, stretching several hundred meters, abruptly appeared. The solid ice was cleaved in twain. Cursed be this fate. Broly propped himself up with trembling hands, veins bulging, yet he staggered unsteadily. Bang! His body crashed to the ground once more. His strength had been completely shattered by Wuyin, and he could no longer muster even the remnants of his standing power. Humph. It seems the outcome is clear. The legendary Super Saiyan. Allow me to escort you on your final journey. Wuyin extended his right hand, and from the golden flames emerged an ancient dragon's roar. Roar. Wuyin swiftly traversed the sky, soaring high into the heavens. At the very edge of the earth, he plunged downwards abruptly. Is this a technique descending from the heavens? Wukong spoke softly, when suddenly an immense pressure surged forth. With a resounding crack, the ground shattered and caved in. A swirling vortex forced even the most formidable beings to stagger back several paces. Whoosh! Wuyin descended like a shooting star, lunging forward with a single fist extended, proclaiming loudly, "Dragon Fist!" Roar! Amidst the golden waves of energy, a divine dragon materialized. Its fierce horns and crimson head striking a fearsome visage, adorned with a resplendent, multicolored body, an emblematic representation of the celestial dragon of the heavenly empire. With a thunderous roar, the dragon enveloped Wuyuin's fist and surged downward, enveloping Broly in its might. Boom! The explosion of energy radiated outward in a rapid, bowl-shaped expansion, consuming all in its vicinity. The ground abruptly caved in. The ice continent, caught in the tempest of Wuyin and Broly's clash, had been utterly obliterated. A thin layer of ice had once sustained the continent, a result of Wuyuin's absolute freeze, while below, molten lava surged forth, the manifestation of Broly's formidable energy. Gush! Streams of lava erupted like fountains, bursting forth with ferocity. As Wuyin gently descended beside, he stared blankly into the haze. Gradually, a figure emerged from within. Broly, in tattered clothing, was surrounded by bloodstains, and his once golden hair had reverted to its natural black state. His slightly heaving chest signified that he was still breathing. Yet his eyes were clouded, and he lay sprawled on the ground. What? Broly? Has Broly been defeated? Wuyin, atop the snow-capped mountain, felt a wave of confusion wash over him, his chest heaving violently. The energy required for the Super Saiyan 3 transformation exceeded his expectations. It was his first battle in this form, and his body had yet to fully adapt, resulting in severe after-effects. From the sleeve of his robe, a black staff emerged. This was a creation of my Rinnegan, infused with my own spirit. It is the most vital material needed to craft the 6 paths of pain. Broly, your robust physique is undeniably tempting to me, and there are still 4 vacancies to fill. No. Suddenly, a green figure dashed forward. Behind, Lemon shouted loudly, "Lychee, come back. Those people are ruthless demons." No. Lychee unexpectedly knelt before Wuyin. Please, do not kill Broly. He is a pitiable soul. Fighting is not his instinct. He was merely exploited by his father, transformed into a fighting machine. Eventually, he lost control of his own body. That battle was never what he desired. What do you wish to say? Wuyuin's eyes were filled with a chilling glare. Gazing at his prominent brow, fear welled up within Lychee. Yet, inexplicably, she felt an intense desire to save Broly. I would willingly trade my life for his. Kill me instead. Faced with the resolute young woman, Wuyin fell silent. With a swift motion, he plunged the black staff directly into Broly's body. A spurt of blood erupted. Chapter 157. Wouldn't it be a pity if you vanished? Broly. Lychee cried out. Witnessing the blood gushing from his shoulder, it pierced her heart like a dagger. No. You. She glared fiercely at Wuyin, her voice resonating with anger. Lychee. Broly's weak voice emerged. Broly, have you awakened? Yes. Do not worry. Instinctively, he glanced at the black staff before him. For some reason, with this object present, he felt the fury within his chest diminish significantly. What is this? Broly. Wuyin suddenly exclaimed, this black staff, formed through my Rinnegan, is imbued with my formidable spirit. It can assist you in overcoming the turmoil within your body. If you truly comprehend this dark rod, you will be able to thoroughly resolve the violent aftermath within yourself. Broly remained silent for a moment, his lips curling slightly as he murmured, Thank you. You are indeed a formidable adversary. I nearly unleashed all my skills against you. It was only upon transforming into Super Saiyan 3 that I could barely defeat you. Truly impressive. Broly, Your inherent strength still holds vast potential waiting to be unearthed. When you can genuinely master your own power, we shall engage in another fierce battle. Initially, I intended to turn you into a specimen. However, this individual named Lychee has altered my perspective. Allowing you to live according to your own nature may prove to be far more intriguing. Humph. Broly scoffed. The humiliation of today's defeat shall not be forgotten. One day, I will vanquish you. That is utterly impossible. Wuyin retorted with a sneer. My own power continues to ascend. He soared into the air, gliding towards Goku and Vegeta. Observing Wuyin, Goku exclaimed loudly, incredible. Wuyin has pushed his strength to its limits. Super Saiyan 3, yet you are still a step behind. Wukong's face was etched with regret. He had believed that Wuyin, who spent his days atop the mountain living in harmony with Lotzi Li, had quietly developed an even more advanced transformation. It felt as though he were merely trailing behind, inhaling the exhaust of his progress. Truly, it was quite disheartening. A sense of inexplicable agitation surged within Wukong. Hey, son Wuyin, who exactly is that Saiyan? He is named Broly, a seed left behind by King Vegeta. In the past, King Cold had entrusted his army to Frieza, and both Prince Vegeta and Broly were born simultaneously. King Vegeta had always taken pride in the immense potential of his son. However, he never anticipated that the potential of Broly, confined in the adjacent healing pod, would far surpass that of his own child. Out of caution, or perhaps jealousy, he sent Broly to the remote planet of Vampa. Paragus, disregarding King Vegeta's orders, sought to find him, but due to a mishap during the spacecraft's landing, the two became stranded on Vampa, and thus, 30 years have passed. Vegeta was taken aback. Are you suggesting that for 30 years, living in solitude, his power could swell to such an extent that he could contend with Super Saiyan 3? This is impossible. No. Wuyin gently shook his head. This is Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan. Super Saiyans, we all are. According to Saiyan lore, a formidable being emerges every 1,000 years. There is no need for excessive training, as the energy within one's body will perpetually ascend without limits, with no end in sight. In the throes of battle, one finds oneself completely engulfed in rage. Just like the previous Broly, one either succumbs entirely to fury, transforming into a murderous demon, or vanquishes all foes, their powers spiraling out of control, ultimately culminating in an explosion. The legendary Super Saiyan, Vegeta articulated each word with gravitas. The tragic fate of the Saiyans was sealed millennia ago. TCH. As he gazed at Broly beside him, a flicker of fervor ignited in Vegeta's eyes. At that moment, Lychee assisted Broly as they ascended onto the spacecraft. Disappearing with a swift whoosh, they had returned to their home planet, Vampa. There, Broly could rediscover the bonds of friendship he once cherished, perhaps finding the means to harness his power. Let us go, father. Wuyin swiftly soared towards the east, reaching Baozi Mountain in mere minutes. As he descended, Lotzi Li, filled with concern, admonished him, you must never engage in such perilous battles again. I can sense that the strength of that individual is expanding infinitely. Fear not. Wuyin reassured her, gently patting her back. No one can ever rival me, now, in the past, or in the future. Humph, such arrogance. How about I treat you today? A few days later, Wuyin bid farewell to Lotzi Li and set off for the western capital. There, he relentlessly shopped at various department stores, filling 10 universal capsules to the brim. In an instant, he teleported away from Earth. On the planet Wanpa, the environment was exceedingly harsh, devoid of any vegetation. The gentle breeze carried sand and grit. By nightfall, darkness enveloped the land, visibility reduced to less than 5 meters. Food was scarce, and water was non-existent. Inside, Lychee's countenance grew pale after just a few days. The dry air is wreaking havoc on my skin. Broly, must I remain in this desolate place? Let us seek another planet. But I am only familiar with this environment, Broly replied, his gaze sharp as he peered to the side. Lemon inquired, what's wrong? Someone approaches. It is the formidable adversary who previously bested me. With measured steps, Wuyin entered, casting a casual glance at Broly. Hey, Broly. It appears you've fared well these past few days. A beauty by your side truly enhances your prowess. Wuyin teased. Lychee, visibly on guard, retorted. What brings you here? Do not be so tense. As I have stated, worrying will not alter certain matters. I am not here to engage you in combat. Wuyin retrieved the universal capsule from his bosom. With a resounding thud, the cave was instantly filled with an abundance of water sources and even provisions. Look at you. Nearly regressing to a primitive state. Don't you dare claim to know me. This is sustenance I brought from Earth, should it run out. You can reach me via the combat power tester. I shall send more your way. However, do not mistake me for your caretaker, Broly. We have always been adversaries. And now we have merely devolved into competitors. Broly chuckled. Why do you choose to assist me? Would it not be a pity if someone like you were to vanish from this world? Farewell. Chapter 158. 4 years later. Satan City. After the battle with Broly, time flowed once more, and in the blink of an eye, 4 years had passed. During this interval, Goku would inexplicably vanish for an entire day. The following day, he would return, battered and bloodied, in a state of utter disarray. With bruises adorning his face and his bones seemingly fractured, Wuyin was rendered speechless. As he was acutely aware that Wukong had stealthily engaged in battle with Broly using instantaneous movement. In his ordinary state, Broly posed no significant threat. However, he had yet to fully process his overwhelming rage, and the Yin-Yang Dune that Wuyin had entrusted to him remained incomprehensible. Thus, when Broly succumbed to his fury, it marked the most unfortunate moment for Wukong. To his dismay, every bone in his body was shattered. Had it not been for the sins of beings, he might have perished on planet Wampa. This seemed akin to Wukong's personal sanctuary, a place he had never ventured to with Vegeta. Perhaps he harbored a fear that Vegeta's strength would surpass his own. In Wukong's heart, the individual who could motivate him to enhance his power had shifted from Vegeta to Broly. The perennial third had now fallen to the fourth position, losing favor with the second. Nevertheless, Wukong's power had indeed surged significantly. His transformation into Super Saiyan 2 granted him a strength that could even rival Wuyin. Occasionally, he would remain seated atop a mountain for an entire day, and at times, he would spend as long as 5 days and nights without moving in the presence of the King Kai. Could sense that he had successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 3 for the 257th time. However, the immense power consumed in this transformation rendered its use impractical under ordinary circumstances. A year prior, near the planet Wampa, an earth-shattering battle unfolded between Son Goku and Broly. It was once again the clash of Super Saiyan 3 against the legendary Super Saiyan. Ultimately, Broly was defeated at the hands of Goku, his raging power gradually succumbing to defeat, culminating in him being struck out of his transformation by the Kamehameha wave. This defeat instilled a sense of frustration within Broly. His solitary existence on the planet Wampa could no longer keep pace with the evolving times. Son Goku, as well as the previously formidable Son Wuyin, continued to enhance their power. Even the legendary Super Saiyan cannot afford to become complacent, lest they fall behind. Vegeta had been entirely forgotten by the masses. 4 years later, in Satan City, Wuyin stifled a yawn, gazing at the rotund teacher with an extravagant hairstyle who incessantly lectured on topics such as kinetic energy and potential energy. Was I supposed to pause mid-battle to calculate the precise amount of force required to effortlessly hurl my adversary away? How absurd. Wuyin, burdened by his circumstances, finds himself attending school in Satan City. Chi-Chi, unable to tolerate his lackadaisical attitude any longer, has compelled him to study alongside Gohan in this city. In the previous confrontation with Cell, after Cell's demise, Wuyin and his companions had already departed. Ultimately, Satan arrived at the scene, shamelessly proclaiming that Cell fled upon seeing him, declaring himself the savior of the world. The foolish inhabitants of Earth, astonishingly, accepted such baseless claims, venerating Satan as a deity. What does he possess? Merely the ability to shatter 19 bricks with a single slap. Observing the school and the city around him, Wuyin feels a deep sense of dissatisfaction. He vows that one day, he will make them understand why the flowers bloom so vividly, initiating a profound exchange of love. Beep, beep. Nearby, a girl with flowing black hair, possessing a strikingly delicate visage and sparkling, clear eyes, captivates Wuyin with her fluttering eyelashes, seemingly teasing him. With a complexion as flawless as jade and cheeks as rosy as dawn, she may not surpass Lazuli, yet she is certainly a pleasant presence. What? A bank robbery has occurred in Satan City? I shall rush over immediately. The girl is none other than Biddy, who departs with great fervor. The teacher, surprisingly, waves her hand repeatedly, dabbing her tears with a handkerchief, as if this were a final farewell. Indeed, a shrewd opportunist, Biddy proves her strength. Returning victorious in under an hour, Wuyin senses that the robbers' combat prowess has diminished from 5 to 1. Perhaps their firearms were obliterated by Biddy's might. Scoundrels. Wuyin yawned repeatedly, finding reading to be an exceedingly tedious endeavor, devoid of interest. Hey, Wuyin. Suddenly, Biddy poked her head in from behind. And as she gazed at the skin so close before him, Wuyin caught a whiff of his own natural fragrance. Wuyin, what is up with your eyes? Are they the latest in colored contact lenses? I've searched numerous stores, but found nothing. TCH. How boring. What kind of attitude is that? A beautiful girl is speaking to you, and you remain indifferent. Beautiful girl? More like an old hag. What? By Dilly's temper flared instantly. Beep. Beep. At last. The school bell rang, heralding Wu Yan's imminent liberation. However, he remained seated in the audience, dazed, holding a cheerleader's flower and yawning incessantly. As he watched the muscular athletes sweat it out on the baseball field, Wuyin felt too intimidated to step onto the stage. He feared that a single ill-fated pitch might explode like a bomb, reducing someone to mere dust. Thus, he could only remain a cheerleader. The high school in Satan City was rather conventional. With a schedule from 9 to 5, each day was meticulously regimented. Yet, there was another individual who, like Wuyin, appeared equally devoid of spirit. Wukong, driving a tractor, yawned as he gazed blankly ahead in the Baozi Mountains. It was perplexing. Despite having Bulma's financial support and Chi-Chi emerging as an eminent wealthy woman, she still insisted on having him till the land. How could she say that Wukong had never contributed a single cent to their household? Is that not a bit ungrateful? Wuyin, Gohan has already begun his schooling, and Goku, it is time for you to embark on your own endeavors. The affluent Bulma has acquired a mountain of buns, transforming it into fertile land. Even Goku finds himself musing in disbelief. The sum spent on this land, how many lifetimes would it take to repay in full? Squeak, squeak. Driving the most modern tractor upon the most opulent terrain, engaging in the labor of tilling the earth. Truly remarkable. Wukong found himself at a loss for words. The watch on his wrist finally began to vibrate, marking the end of an entire day's torment, a moment of complete liberation. What a relief. In an instant, Wukong's spirit soared, his entire being surged upwards like a tempest, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. That rascal Wukong, every time his shift concluded, would indiscriminately abandon everything and take flight. From the concealed depths of the nearby woods, Chi-Chi remarked with exasperation. Well, Bulma waved her hand dismissively, a combat genius. Yet a complete simpleton in daily life. Assigning him such tasks is truly a misallocation of his talents. Wuyin yawned as he glanced at the clock ahead of him. At long last, it has come to an end. Each day felt like an agonizing ordeal. Perhaps I should ask my mother to help me resign tomorrow. My body feels as though it is on the verge of rusting. Chapter 159. The Grand Martial Arts Tournament. 26. Whoosh. In an instant, Wuyin transformed into a radiant beam of golden light. Observing the curling azure smoke rising from Baozi Mountain, he felt a surge of vitality coursing through him. Attending class felt akin to participating in a meeting. Without a brief respite, one could hardly bear the thought of disappointing anyone. Thud, thud. Amidst the dense canopy of trees, muffled grunts echoed, revealing the fierce struggle between Wuyin and Trunks. Their bodies flickered like shadows in combat, seemingly engaged in an intense duel. Bang! With a powerful punch, the two collided, quickly retreating while leaving faint traces of wounds upon their faces. Hee. Wuyin, your combat prowess has notably increased during this time. My brother has imparted so many techniques to me. Thud, thud. They exchanged but a moment's banter before once again darting into the sky, resuming their fierce battle. Nearby, a girl with cerulean hair, styled in a single ponytail and clad in a Saiyan battle suit and form-fitting pants, gracefully perched upon a branch, gently swaying her legs. How astonishing that my brothers have grown so powerful. I must return home and persuade father to teach me even more formidable techniques. I shall surely defeat them all. Allow me to demonstrate. A golden energy sphere materialized in her hand, soaring swiftly into the air. What? Trunks was suddenly struck by the golden energy blast. His face enveloped in smoke as he staggered back several steps. Bang! Goten rushed forward, delivering a powerful punch that sent his opponent flying. Boom! Trunks' body collided with the sturdy trees behind him, causing the robust Trunks to snap cleanly in two. Hey, brah, why did you interfere in our battle? He exclaimed. I was bored. The blue-haired girl replied, spreading her hands with a sorrowful expression. You. At the sight of her sparkling eyes, Trunks instantly capitulated. All right. I won't hold it against you. Each time I gaze into those watery eyes, I find myself utterly defenseless. Bra is the daughter of Vegeta and Bulma. After Bulma successfully published her work on the planet of wandering stars, She became one of the most renowned science fiction writers in the universe. Vegeta also rose to fame, unexpectedly finding himself in a secret relationship with Bulma. Shortly after Goten's birth, Bra was born as well. Bulma's genes are indeed formidable. Even though the golden-haired Tais and the black-haired Vegeta came together, they ultimately produced the blue-haired Bra. It leaves one wondering why that is. At the dining table, Wukong, Bulma, Chi-Chi, Wuyin, Goten, and Trunks gathered around. As the mountain of rice diminished, Gohan quietly remarked, "Mother, it seems I have attracted the attention of a young lady during this period. Since childhood, she has been infatuated with superheroes, fantasizing about soaring through the skies. Unfortunately, on one occasion, while I was rescuing Dodo, she happened to witness my actions." Nearby, Wuyin, feeling quite bored, interjected, "Gohan, are you still indulging in that silly and monotonous endeavor? The Super Saiyan masked hero, and that ridiculous costume, do you not find it somewhat embarrassing?" Upon hearing Wuyin's reprimand, Gohan nervously fiddled with his fingers and softly replied, "That girl insists that I participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament, or else she will expose my true identity. If my identity is revealed, I can no longer attend school as an ordinary person. The World Martial Arts Tournament? Wasn't it discontinued years ago?" Wukong, engrossed in his meal, spoke with a mouthful. "Yes. The arena was destroyed, making it impossible to continue. However, it seems that Satan has sponsored it recently, allowing it to resume." "Oh?" Wukong scratched his head, troubled. "Our fighting prowess has far surpassed that of the current Earthlings. It is utterly unnecessary. It is merely a source of unnecessary anxiety." Bang! Chi-Chi nearly leaped up, exclaiming, "Gohan, you must go and win the championship. I hear the prize is nearly 10 million. Bulma Annie has already given us enough. What do you know? When we see money, we must pounce on it like rabid dogs. It is a matter of attitude." Chi-Chi poured out her twisted reasoning. "Gohan, go? Win first place for me." Chi-Chi's eyes sparkled with ambition. "Kiki." Bulma gently remarked, "Chi-Chi, you are quite motivated. I shall join as well," Lazili declared resolutely. "Ha! My only rival is son Gohan. His strength may be formidable, but after such a long period, even his muscles have decayed. A Saiyan who has lost their training is like a toothless tiger, utterly powerless." Hey, Gohan silently protested. "I'm right here. Must you be so direct?" "Indeed." Wukong also expressed his dissatisfaction. "Gohan, you have not trained in a long time. Your strength has not improved significantly compared to 7 years ago. This is quite concerning." "Wukong, what do you understand? Gohan is destined to become a scholar. He is to be a great figure renowned across the world. He is someone who could be featured in schools as a historical figure to be studied." Wukong fell into silence, yet fortunately Wuyin was present. "No, Lazili. You still have an opponent." "Who?" "Me." Wuyin chuckled and spoke with unwavering resolve. "What?" Everyone felt a tinge of disbelief. How could Wuyin, who looked down upon Earthlings, stoop to participate in such a juvenile duel? "Wuyin, what are you thinking?" Goku was perplexed. The hidden adversary had already begun to make their move, and this World Martial Arts Tournament was merely a pretext. Furthermore, even if my predictions fail, the chronicles of history have taken a turn. The prospect of engaging in a thrilling battle once more with Father and Broly is equally enticing. "All right," Goku exclaimed with palpable excitement. "Wuyin, do you wish to fight me? You defeated Broly 4 years ago. I wonder just how formidable you have become now. I shall partake as well. I will confront you on the battlefield using Super Saiyan 3. Within a day." News of Goku and Wu Yan's impending participation in the World Martial Arts Tournament spread across the globe. All the Z fighters were already aware. Broly, Vegeta, and Piccolo were preparing to join in, intent on avenging the humiliation suffered at the hands of Goku and his son. Meanwhile, Krillin and Tien contemplated their options and decided to withdraw. As for Lepin, who sold skewers in the desert near West City, he was blissfully unaware of the World Martial Arts Tournament's happenings. What a lamentable fate. Chapter 160. I Smell Infidelity. 36. Boom. Boom. Fireworks erupted brilliantly in the sky. On a small island to the south, the new iteration of the World Martial Arts Tournament commenced once more. Whoosh. Wuyin. The entire family of Wukong has gathered. This time, even Trunks, Goten, and Bra will participate. Due to age restrictions, they can only compete in the junior category. For the other inhabitants of Earth, this is indeed splendid news. At the registration venue, Gohan, clad in that ridiculous green outfit, left Wuyin feeling somewhat embarrassed. He could not comprehend why, despite his influence, Gohan's sense of aesthetics remained so provincial. The first phase of the competition is upon us, the strength test. Oh. Atop the grand platform, our esteemed world savior, Mr. Satan, makes his entrance. With his rugged visage, curly hair, and unkempt beard, he proudly dons his championship belt. As the crowd erupts with cheers, Mr. Satan, it is evident that he possesses an unparalleled presence. I can hardly contain my concern for the other contestants. Witnessing Satan's demeanor, even Gohan feels a tinge of embarrassment. Wuyin seemed to be secretly observing something when a long-haired girl suddenly tapped him from behind. "Wuyin, you're here too?" she exclaimed. "Humph, I've been searching for you for ages. You dropped out without any reason, and even the family address you left is incorrect. You seem almost like a spy." Biddy Lee closed her eyes, as if scrutinizing something. "I simply feel that attending school serves little purpose," she replied. Biddy Lee promptly went to see Satan. Meanwhile, Lazili sniffed delicately at the scent emanating from Wuyin. "I sense a whiff of infidelity." "What?" Wuyin exploded in indignation. "Absolutely not. You mustn't slander me." "Humph." Lazili raised her swan-like neck, speaking with an air of superiority. "Who knows?" She stepped forward, adding, "However, I do not object to it. Later tonight." Wuyin fell silent, gazing at the punch power testing device. Lazili delivered a forceful blow that resonated with a thud. To the astonishment of onlookers, her punch sent the device soaring into the air, crashing against the wall behind and causing it to collapse. The host's eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. Meanwhile, Wuyin felt a lingering fear. What on earth is happening? The anger simmering within him was becoming increasingly unbearable. "Oh no, what am I to do? I am next in line for the test." Wukong and his companions are still able to wield their powers, but as for Razili, Wuyin waited there in agony. Fortunately, behind him, Broly and Vegeta exchanged cold glances, each continually vying for an advantage. How infuriating. Just how much longer must they endure this wait? The two fierce Saiyans had already unleashed their fury. In his hands, Wuyin held the historical tome and softly remarked, "The finals of the youth division have commenced. Bra has been eliminated first, defeated by Goten." "Humph." Vegeta feigned indifference, yet a flicker of displeasure escaped his eye. Broly, who stood behind, laughed heartily. "Vegeta, your daughter has lost." "Silence. There is no need for you to reiterate. Those two wretched boys, Kakarot's offspring, undoubtedly resorted to bullying the weaker. It is inconceivable that Bra could be bested otherwise. With the genes of a Saiyan prince coursing through her veins, how could she possibly fail?" Indeed, his daughter had proven to be a delicate darling, unwittingly transforming Vegeta into a doting father. At last it has arrived. After 10 minutes, Wuyin observed as the staff finally brought forth a power testing device once more. Wuyin swiftly advanced. However, Broly subsequently sent him flying with a single punch. Thus, Vegeta found himself in a dire predicament. "Broly," he exploded in an instant. "Was this an intentional act to obstruct my view of the final match of the youth division?" "Absolutely not." Broly, with an innocent grin, spread his hands wide, appearing utterly harmless. Yet, the slight upward curve of his lips confirmed that Vegeta had indeed guessed correctly. He even urged me to silence. How ridiculous. Whoosh. The two instantly transported to the scene of the youth division finals. However, Wuyin was swiftly vanquished. Bang. In the sky, Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan and unleashed a sudden energy blast towards Goten. Wu Tian was utterly unprepared and was struck directly, collapsing to the ground amidst the haze of smoke. The elderly host bellowed, "The outcome has been determined. Those scoundrels, I truly did not see that coming." I was eager to ascertain the extent of Wu Tian's prowess, but alas, there seems to be no opportunity left. Beside him, Bulma sat quietly, her body still racked with sobs. TCH, that scoundrel, Wu Tian, showed no mercy, even transforming into a Super Saiyan. What a villain. What a rogue. Wukong's expression was one of deep indignation. "Trunks, how dare you transform into a Super Saiyan and launch a surprise attack on me? Without that, victory would have been utterly unattainable for you." His displeasure was unmistakable, etched clearly upon his countenance. The camaraderie among these three children, once forged in the fires of friendship, had been irrevocably shattered due to the World Martial Arts Tournament. 10 minutes later, Vegeta trudged wearily into the scene, only to discover that the crowd had already dispersed. He had missed the moment when Trunks was announced as the victor. "Broly," he bellowed in frustration. The adult category of the competition was about to commence, and Wuyin, Wukong, and their companions made their way to a different arena, which was undoubtedly more opulent than that of the junior division. Wuyin stepped lightly, glancing to the side. There stood two figures, their bodies shrouded in a pallid gray. Veins prominently bulging, their heads entirely bald, with a distinctive black wave-like mark adorning their foreheads. Have they already commenced their actions? With measured steps, the two approached, emanating an inexplicable aura. One, diminutive in stature and youthful in appearance, perpetually wore a smile that seemed to greet all with warmth. Sporting a rooster crest and clad in a wrinkled, earth-blue ensemble, he exuded an air of cheerfulness. The other, bearing a more aged visage, had long, flowing white hair and was draped in a crimson robe. "Greetings, Sun Wukong, Sun Wuyin. I have long anticipated this meeting," he exclaimed. In the realm of the divine, I sensed an overwhelming and majestic presence. However, due to the detection of an unusual energy, I was ultimately compelled to suspend my investigation of you. Now at last, we meet. Chapter 161, The Supreme Sovereign of the Dragon Balls. Jebbit. At this moment, the long-awaited encounter had finally arrived. The youth, whose smile remained unwavering, extended his hand toward Wukong, saying, "Hello." Wukong hastily nodded and bowed while shaking hands with him, and Wuyin merely acknowledged with a slight nod. "Let us proceed." The elder behind them hesitated, clearly too intimidated to refute the youth's words, and departed with a look of displeasure, harboring a subtle disdain for humanity, particularly for those who were formidable. The first match, Son Gohan versus Mr. Jebbit. Observing the elder and Gohan ascend to the stage, Wuyin softly remarked, "At last. It is about to commence." Piccolo gradually approached the smiling youth, his demeanor slightly awkward. "Within your being resides an indescribable and marvelous essence. In your presence, I feel the vastness of the heavens. After merging with the Supreme Kai, I instinctively attained the position of a deity. Such awareness arises only when encountering beings of a higher divine order." "Are you, perchance, the great King Kai?" Piccolo inquired, beads of sweat adorning his brow. "I am known as Asin," the youth replied gently, his words akin to a refreshing breeze amidst the sweltering May heat, invigorating all who heard. "I am the Supreme Kai of this universe." "Supreme Kai? My lord." Piccolo was engulfed in panic, his complexion paling as his body trembled uncontrollably. "I have long heard of the Supreme Kai, the highest deity above all the Kais, yet I never anticipated that one day he would grace Earth with his presence." "My lord, what brings you to our world?" Asin smiled warmly at Gohan, stating, "Soon, I may require the assistance of Son Gohan, and I kindly ask that no one resists. For the sake of this plan, he must endure a slight inconvenience, but rest assured, there will be no losses." Nearby, two pallid figures with bulging veins murmured, "Look at these individuals. They are utterly feeble. How could they possibly possess any formidable energy? It seems Lord Babbidi's orders may once again go unfulfilled." Jebbit regarded Gohan calmly, his voice gravelly as he urged, "Transform. Let me witness the powerful aura capable of shaking the very cosmos, the legendary Super Saiyan whose tales echo throughout the universe, and discern its true worth." "What?" Gohan was taken aback. To stand alongside the Lord, one must be a powerful human. As a human, you must prove your capabilities. Broly, visibly displeased, exclaimed, "That old fool dares to underestimate the Super Saiyan?" His arms bore dark marks every 3 inches. Over the past 4 years, bolstered by Wuyin's yin-yang techniques, Broly finally devised a method to manage his tumultuous emotions, ascending to become the third strongest in the world. The first two were Sun Wukong and Sun Wuyin. "Gohan, transform. Show him your true colors." "Ah, I understand." Wu Yan's face was etched with cold severity. "Throughout the interminable years, my thoughts have undergone a transformation. From being a purebred earthling, I have embraced my identity as a Saiyan. Likewise, I revel in the formidable power of the Super Saiyan. Today, the exalted deity has audaciously negated everything I have come to acknowledge. I shall not allow you to escape so easily. The Super Saiyan cannot yet fulfill your desires. Can it? Prepare to witness a transcendence beyond the realm of the Super Saiyan." Vegeta was taken aback. Even Gohan has surpassed his limits? Could Kakarot's genes truly possess such extraordinary strength? Over the course of 7 years, including the battle with Broly, Vegeta has never breached the current barriers of the Super Saiyan. The scenario seems to have reverted to his previous transformation into a Super Saiyan. Before him, Sun Wuyin loomed like an insurmountable mountain. He could only gaze upwards in awe. How infuriating. He clenched his teeth, his entire body quaking with rage. Suddenly, Gohan let out a thunderous roar, a mighty aura swirling around him. A golden cyclone continuously revolved around his body, his hair standing on end, save for a single lock that fell forward. His emerald green eyes were filled with a murderous intent. Crackling lightning flickered amidst the energy, a palpable manifestation of his power. With a whoosh, a whirlwind erupted from the arena, causing everyone nearby to stumble in surprise. Is this the Golden Warrior? The unknown superhero who rescued Satan City? The crowd gasped in astonishment, murmuring amongst themselves. What? This power? The previously boastful Jebbet was left utterly astonished, his eyes wide, as the wrinkles on his face seemed to smooth out as if he had undergone a facelift. Humph. As retribution for your slander against the Super Saiyan, I shall show you what true suffering means. Beside him, two pale-skinned individuals wore expressions of ecstasy, clutching objects resembling white teapots. Did you see that? That fellow possesses a power level of 6,000. This is beyond what any earthling could achieve. Incredible. Yamcha, hold him tight. I will rush in and absorb his energy. The slightly more formidable of the two spoke softly. Onward. Whoosh. The pair swiftly moved to flank Gohan. What? Goku exclaimed in astonishment, his expression filled with caution. King Kai, Ashen, declared loudly. Everyone, do not panic. I will not harm Son Gohan. Clear. Shimmering ripples danced in the air as he extended his hands, slowly approaching Son Gohan. Wu Fan was astonished to discover that his body was, in fact, ensnared. He could only watch helplessly as the two individuals before him drew ever closer. Meanwhile, Jebbet stood by with arms crossed, appearing utterly indifferent to the unfolding situation. How infuriating. Gohan gritted his teeth. You have gone too far. Boom. An explosive surge of energy erupted violently from his body, crackling golden lightning swirling incessantly, enveloping the entire world in a resplendent golden glow. It rose majestically like a grand sun. What? Bang. Ashen's body was inexplicably propelled backward, crashing heavily into the audience behind him. The arena behind him shattered into pieces. His face was etched with disbelief. He had actually shattered my divine power. How could this be possible? Damn it. Gohan let out a thunderous roar, his body spinning before he suddenly executed a sidekick. Bang. Spobovich was struck forcefully in the waist. As a mere earthling, how could he possibly contend with the Saiyan? Crack. The sound of breaking bones echoed as his pale body bent and caved in at the center. He resembled a drawn bow, his stark, white bones protruding grotesquely from his skin. Splurt. A fountain of blood erupted forth. Chapter 162. The Legend of Majin Buu. A piercing scream escaped his lips in an instant. Spobovich's face turned ashen, his body trembling uncontrollably. With a single devastating blow from Gohan, his body was severed at the waist. How infuriating. How infuriating. I must fulfill Lord Babbidi's mission. Crack. His bloodied hands forcefully shoved the exposed broken bones back into place. With a powerful push, his bent waist was instantly restored. A murmur of shock rippled through the crowd, as everyone stood frozen in the crimson twilight. Wasn't that Spobovich? How could his strength have surged so unexpectedly? And what was going on with his peculiar physique? Had he been cruelly altered? The crowd began to murmur in confusion. How infuriating. I will not let you escape. Let me go? The World Martial Arts Tournament prohibits killing. Do you think you could stand here unscathed otherwise? Boom. With a single, heavy punch, Gohan surged forward, sending him flying. He transformed into a speck of light against the sky, vanishing completely. TCH. Such tedious antics. Gohan's piercing gaze fell upon Jebbet, inducing a palpable sense of dread within him. The earlier entrapment must have been your doing, was it not? How utterly juvenile to resort to such underhanded tactics in pursuit of victory. With such a meager disposition, can one truly be compared to the noble and valiant warrior race of Saiyans? Just as Jebbet was about to articulate his thoughts, a sudden grunt escaped him. A sharp pain surged through his body, catching him off guard. As he mechanically turned around, he discovered Gohan's figure had already materialized behind him. A wave of excruciating agony coursed through him, enveloping his limbs and body. He was hurled violently onto the spectator platform, his eyes rolling back as he succumbed to unconsciousness. This young Gohan displays an admirable decisiveness, reminiscent of Wuyin's character, Vegeta remarked with evident approval, fully aware that Jebbet had already contemplated conceding. Had it been Kakarot, he might have truly halted the fight. A terrified cry escaped the remaining Yamcha, who promptly turned and fled. Vegeta, lost in thought, cast a brief glance at them before following Wuyin to the side. Jebbet, even the Kaishin, Ashen, was at a loss for healing, merely shaking his head in dismay. Here you go. Wukong tossed a celestial beam to him, and only then did Jebite slowly revive. I have heard that you are a Supreme Kai. Your strength must be formidable. I yearn to engage in a few exchanges with you. Apologies. However, Asin was devoid of any thoughts. His plan had encountered an unforeseen setback, one he had never anticipated. The power of a Super Saiyan was unexpectedly capable of breaking free from his supernatural abilities, which should have been utterly impossible. Supreme Kai? Wuyin remarked, there are often multiple paths to achieving a goal, that Yama should now be heading towards his lair. Indeed, what a twist of fate. I must confront this menace. Otherwise, the Earth, and perhaps even the universe, will be reduced to ashes. Fellow Z warriors from Earth, I implore you to assist me. That sounds quite intriguing. Wukong exclaimed, come on, everyone, let us proceed at once. Humph. Vegeta scoffed, I would rather face that than endure this tedious competition. Broly nodded in agreement. The Supreme Kai stated, I will provide the details on our journey. Let me emphasize, this time, we may be confronting the mightiest monster in the entire universe. Everyone, please exercise utmost caution. Whoosh. Several beams of light surged into the sky, vanishing from sight. Trunks and Goten stared vacantly in that direction. The announcer proclaimed loudly, it is truly unbelievable. The victorious Son Gohan has left the arena. I hereby announce their disqualification. Yet, one individual in the audience felt elated. Lazuli. Excellent. With Wuyin and the others gone, it seems that the 10 million is now mine. Whoosh. Several beams streaked across the sky, and Vegeta impatiently urged, Supreme Kai, do enlighten us. Millions of years ago, the world was guarded by 5 Supreme Kais, a time of unparalleled prosperity in the universe. However, the malevolent sorcerer Bibidi inadvertently created a formidable Majin Buu. The mightiest South Supreme Kai, West Supreme Kai, and the benevolent Grand Supreme Kai were all ultimately slain. This creature, Majin Buu, was cruel, even beyond the control of his creator, Bibidi. Yet, after absorbing the Grand Supreme Kai, he surprisingly became much gentler. In the end, Bibidi had no choice but to reseal him. Thus, tens of millions of years passed. The egg of Majin Buu remained securely preserved. I had believed that the turmoil in the world had subsided. Humanity in the universe was nearly obliterated by Majin Buu. The skies were filled with corpses, and the air was thick with the stench of blood. When I closed my eyes, all I could see were the souls of the deceased. That period was truly the nightmare of my existence. However, I never imagined that Bibidi had a son named Babidi, who had discovered the egg of Majin Buu and arrived on Earth. He intends to utilize the energy absorption device to siphon the energy of strong warriors to resurrect Majin Buu. My objective is to thwart the resurrection of Majin Buu at its inception and eliminate all of Bibidi's minions. Oh, I see. Goku suddenly realized, while Broly beside him felt a sense of disbelief. Is that demon truly formidable? Must we all mobilize? Perhaps not. The Supreme Kai, filled with confidence, stated that as long as you assist me from the sidelines and eliminate Bibidi's most powerful minion, the Demon Realm King Dabura, there will be no cause for concern. Dabura? Goku murmured softly. Yes, the Demon Realm King of Ur, on par with the Supreme Kai in status. He possesses immense strength. However, due to his inner greed, he fell under Bibidi's wicked magic, significantly enhancing his power. He is indeed a formidable adversary. The Supreme Kai observed the group of Saiyans surrounding him, particularly noting the immense energy of Gohan and Goku. With you by my side, I feel considerably more at ease. Fear not. This time, there shall be no unforeseen events. Whoosh. Several beams of light suddenly pierced through the air, swiftly propelling forward. Chapter 163, Super Saiyan 2. Here I come. Moments later, a spaceship resembling a rocket nose gradually revealed itself above a plane. The Supreme Kai immediately gestured, urging them to descend quickly. Dabura can sense our energy. The group promptly concealed themselves behind a rock. Do you see? Bibidi's spaceship is stationed right there. It consists of 4 levels, each occupied by Bibidi's evil schemers from the universe. The egg of Majin Buu lies on the topmost level. At this point, Vegeta boldly stepped forward on his own. Goku and Gohan, beside him, paid him no mind and followed suit. Hey, you all, truly, the pride of the Saiyans has not diminished over millennia of evolution. The Supreme Kai could only muster the courage to follow suit. Upon entering Bibidi's spaceship, he was astonished by the vastness of the interior. A voice as sharp as that of a eunuch echoed from above. Supreme Kai, you truly are an unrelenting spirit, having pursued us here? TCH. Nevertheless, it is fortuitous, here. I shall eliminate you entirely to prevent any disruption to the resurrection of Majin Buu. Do not get too smug. The Supreme Kai pointed an accusatory finger at Babidi, declaring him a scheming villain intent on chaos. Do you truly believe you can control Majin Buu? Do not indulge in delusions. Your father's magic pales in comparison to yours, does it not? Has he not also met his demise? I advise you against engaging in futile actions. Haha. Babidi chuckled, proclaiming, you are unaware. I possess the magic that grants me complete control over Buu. He shall merely serve as a pawn in my quest for dominion over the world. A sharp divine sword. I shall sever you all. Hey, Akin, dispatch them all. Suddenly, the faint sound of footsteps echoed from the side door of the spaceship. The Z-warriors turned their gaze to the side. A creature resembling a frog stood before them, with enormous eyes and a diminutive head. Its arms raised like those of a mantis. It was the light-eating beast, Akin. Who would have thought even he had fallen under Babidi's control? What? Goku inquired. From the desolate edges of the universe, where not a glimmer of light existed, Akin had been nurtured in that realm of darkness. He was innately sensitive to light sources, even subsisting by devouring them. Haha. Akin sniffed the air lightly, gazing greedily at Goku and his companions, a droplet of saliva trickling from the corner of his mouth. What exquisite radiance! You are the finest sustenance for me. Lord Babidi, I shall feast shortly. Vegeta stepped forward, resigned, for he had triumphed in rock-paper-scissors against Goku. Little did he know that far stronger adversaries awaited. Oh, are you my enemy? Akin mused. The energy within you has completely transformed into a light source. Truly an extraordinary human. Haha. Bang. Akin continued his monologue when suddenly a muffled grunt echoed. What? He trembled violently, waves of pain surging within his chest. Akin mechanically lowered his head, only to discover that his chest had been pierced by a single punch. This is impossible. My resilient body, my proud form, my indomitable spirit, so easily vanquished. All his strength ebbed away, causing him to stagger backward. Blood trickled steadily from the gaping wound in his chest. Thud. Akin collapsed to the ground, devoid of life. Boring. Vegeta remarked, arms crossed, his tone icy. What? Babidi exclaimed in astonishment. He was killed with a single punch. This. Dubra beside him explained, my lord, I can sense that human's power expanding instantaneously. His battle power is merely 5,000, yet in reality, it exceeds 50 million. Akin stood no chance. Curse it. Babidi roared angrily. At this rate, I have no other warriors capable of confronting them. The resurrection of Majin Buu will require some time. Master Babidi, allow me to proceed, Dubra stated after a brief silence. Babidi pondered for a moment, then sighed. It seems there is no other choice. To be forced to reveal our trump card so early indicates that the Supreme Kai has indeed found a formidable ally. Dubra, you must exercise caution. Should you falter, my meticulously crafted plan will be utterly doomed. Dubra proclaimed with pride, I am the king of the demon realm. No one can rival me. Second layer. Third layer. There is no defense whatsoever. The Supreme Kai remarked cautiously, it appears Babidi is aware of our current strength, opting not to send those minions to their demise. With a hiss, the door to the fourth chamber gradually creaked open, revealing a figure clad in a blue robe, with pale red skin, disheveled whiskers, and crescent-shaped pupils. His ears, pointed like those of an elf, gave him an air of aristocracy as he strode forth gracefully, exuding an aura of unparalleled pride. Oh, is this my opponent? Goku exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. Be cautious. He is Dubra, the king of the demon realm. The power within him is certainly on par with my own. Broly interjected. On par with you? Is that truly something to boast about? Dubra scrutinized Goku, finding it amusing that this fool did not seem to possess great strength. However, the fact that he dared to step forward after learning of Dubra's identity, combined with the Earthling's reputed ability to sense energy, indicated that he must be aware of Dubra's might. This individual should not be underestimated. My lord, let us relocate to an open area. We must not destroy the spaceship. Very well. With a flurry of activity, the scenery around the ship suddenly transformed, transporting them to a desolate expanse beside West City, strewn with rubble and stone pillars. It resembled the battlefield where Wuyin and Vegeta had clashed. Let the battle commence, Dubrod declared with arrogance. For the glory of Master Babidi and the resurrection of Majin Buu, I must eliminate you here and gather sufficient energy. Excellent. I too yearn for someone who can challenge me. You shall never comprehend the thrill of seeking defeat. With a playful tone, Goku remarked that during this period of living alongside Wuyin, he has acquired quite a number of witty remarks, compared to the time when he was utterly oblivious. Even needing to kick Chi-Chi to discern her gender, he has made significant progress. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light enveloped him, his hair standing on end as crackling blue electricity surged around him. The ground erupted, creating a crater several meters in diameter. Super Saiyan 2. Chapter 164, Goku vs. Dapura. Super Saiyan 2? Dapura scoffed. Saiyans are merely adept at performing ridiculous tricks. Transforming to amplify one's energy is a commonplace occurrence. What lies before you is only the path to death. In my eyes, I have already glimpsed the chariot drawn by white horses, the desolate wilderness ahead. Wukong, however, sat on the ground, engrossed in a series of physical exercises, stretching his legs, bending at the waist, and extending his limbs, reminiscent of a morning calisthenics routine. My apologies. After a prolonged period of inactivity, my body has nearly succumbed to rust. Without these preparatory movements, I would surely be at your mercy. Whoosh. In an instant, Wukong transformed into a shimmering specter, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages that soared and flickered across the sky. Such trivial skills. Dapura swiftly turned, his arms unfurling like the wings of a mighty Kunping, retreating his body. The figure of Wukong closely pursued him, a gentle smile gracing his lips. With a resounding thud, a powerful punch landed squarely on Dapura's chest, an overwhelming pain surging forth instantly. What? Dapura uttered in disbelief. TCH. Vegeta remarked in exasperation. That rascal Kakarot initially concealed his strength, only to accelerate in the final moment, launching a direct assault. Dapura was utterly caught off guard, observing the crackling lightning enveloping Wukong. A tinge of envy flickered in Vegeta's eyes. Dapura bent over in agony. Bang! Suddenly, Wukong elevated his knee, striking Dapura squarely on the chin. Blood gushed forth. In an instant, Wukong flickered and soared into the sky, launching a sudden elbow attack downwards. Dapura's head seemed to shatter like a watermelon, his body plummeting to the ground like a meteor. Bang! Cracks spread across the earth like a spider's web. Dapura's form was embedded into the ground. Thick plumes of smoke billowed forth. Indeed, my speed has significantly diminished. This statement echoed in Vegeta's ears, laden with derision. He wasn't even a Super Saiyan 2. Kakarot had the audacity to express disdain. A student who scored 99 mocking someone like me, a failure? Infuriating. Dapura charged into the sky. Behold my attack. In an instant, Wukong's form surged from the side, delivering a powerful side kick. With a resounding impact, Dapura's body soared through the air like a kite severed from its string, crashing into the mountains behind him. Boom, boom. Several stone pillars were obliterated in an instant, and billows of smoke ascended into the atmosphere. Dapura let out a thunderous roar, crimson steam swirling around him, as frenzied energy surged into the sky, shattering all nearby stones. Whoosh, whoosh. Two figures darted into the air, and with a resounding clap, their hands came together in a fierce contest of strength. Dapura's muscles bulged, his body enveloped in a sanguine glow. Yet Wukong appeared unfazed. Is this truly your power? It seems rather feeble. Suddenly, with a swift motion, he raised his knee and struck fiercely. Gush! A spray of blood erupted forth. Damn it! Dapura spat furiously, his veins pulsating and his visage twisted in rage. Spit! 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 He unleashed a series of saliva projectiles from his mouth. The Kaioshin shouted, Wukong, be cautious. Dapura's saliva is imbued with magic that can turn one to stone. What? With a swift sidestep, Wukong barely evaded the attack. Die! Dapura growled menacingly, raising his knee to deliver a crushing blow to Wukong's chest. Seizing the moment while Wukong was momentarily stunned by the pain, he launched a side kick. Bam! Wukong's body was struck and forcefully collided against the stone pillar behind him, vanishing amidst the swirling smoke. Dapla, reveling in his triumph, raised both hands and proclaimed loudly, Did you see that? This is the embodiment of my formidable prowess. As the king of the demon realm, I possess an exceedingly high sense of pride. No one shall ever be my equal. The air was filled with a cacophony, followed by a flurry of elliptical energy surging forth from the smoke. overwhelming Dapla in a dense shroud. What? Dapla exclaimed in terror. Die? Suddenly, a golden figure erupted from the haze, flashing a gentle smile at Dapla before executing a powerful grip with a single hand. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosive detonations echoed, engulfing the sky in a blazing inferno. The searing light distorted the vision of all who beheld it. 800 miles of dust and 3,000 miles of tempestuous winds enveloped the world in chaos. Dapla, amidst the explosions, resembled a small vessel, swiftly submerged within the vast sea of energy. Moments later, a disheveled figure shot backward, tattered garments clinging to him, and a trickle of purple blood staining his lips. It appeared that even he had sustained injuries from Wukong's onslaught. What? To Dapla's eyes, Wukong had completely vanished before him. Die? Wukong descended from the heavens, striking fiercely into the malevolent gaze of Depura. With a resounding crash, Depura's eye socket shattered, blood seeping forth profusely. Streams of crimson cascaded down from his crown. A pained shriek escaped his lips as his body plummeted like a shooting star, crashing heavily into the ground. How infuriating! How wretched! Depura, rising clumsily from the rubble, let out a desperate roar. Before Wukong, he resembled a frail child, utterly devoid of any power to retaliate. Wukong flickered through the sky, closing in with every step. PFF, PFF, PFF. Depura extended a hand, channeling a surge of energy that enveloped the stones, launching them into the heavens like meteors. Futile. Your speed is woefully inadequate. In my eyes, you are as feeble as a snail. Wukong, agile as a monkey, darted through the sky, deftly evading all the meteors, rapidly approaching Depura. How infuriating! Depura's face flushed crimson, nearly bursting with rage. With a swift motion, he surged into the air, crossing paths with Wukong, his hands raised high as if wielding a spirit bomb. The air began to tremble, and glimmering sparks of fire gradually manifested in his palms, followed by a blinding radiance that consumed everything in its wake. A meteor, marked with crimson streaks as if encased in molten rock, expanded with the opening of his hands. 100 meters, 200 meters. Ultimately, its diameter reached a staggering 500 meters. Saiyan, a hypocritical being who offends the divine. The world can no longer accommodate you. Not even hell shall reclaim your soul. As a symbol of ruin, may you float eternally. This is the judgment of the demon realm king upon you. Chapter 165, The Discovered Evil. Saiyan, prepare to confront my judgment. Receive it. Without a moment's hesitation, Depura's hands came crashing down. The colossal fireball surged forth, descending slowly yet ominously. You think this alone can defeat me? Wukong shouted defiantly. The demon realm king still requires 300 years. With a swift motion, he charged directly towards the meteor, as if he were a golden thunderbolt, swiftly cleaving the sky. Ah! Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. What on earth is that fool Kakarot trying to accomplish? Broly shook his head in disbelief. The energy contained within the meteor is undoubtedly formidable, even intertwined with magma. The searing heat of its energy combined is absolutely terrifying. What does Wukong truly intend to do? Suddenly, the world seemed to fall silent. A beam of golden light descended from above, as if cleaving the sky in two. With a single hand, Wukong lunged toward the meteorite with unwavering determination. What? Does he truly intend to dismantle it through sheer brute force? How is such a feat even conceivable? Ha ha! Depura cackled maniacally in the sky. You are exceedingly arrogant. Ha ha! To think you would attempt to strike with your bare hands. Such folly. Very well, Saiyan, prepare to meet your demise. Ha! To Vegeta's astonishment, the meteorite inexplicably swelled in size once more. It seems the so-called king of the demon realm is indeed living up to his title. Boom! Wukong's body collided abruptly with the meteor. A searing energy and blinding radiance abruptly erupted in the sky. The King Kai, unable to bear witness to the spectacle, instinctively closed his eyes. It was a futile endeavor, destined to result in nothing but chaos. Boom! In the heavens, flames spread in a cross-like formation, casting a crimson hue across the entire world. Gradually, the smoke began to dissipate. The onlookers finally beheld the scene within. Bang! Wukong's fist, enveloped in a delicate golden aura, effortlessly cleaved the meteor apart at the moment of impact. Thud! Thud! With two successive strikes, he delivered a powerful blow to Depura's chest. Gush! A spray of crimson erupted forth. Impossible! Impossible! His face contorted in disbelief. He vehemently shook his head. How could this be? flesh and blood. How can it contend with energy? How can your body be so resilient? My strength derives from this very body. Every cell within this familiar vessel bears the indelible marks of Earth's Son Goku's indomitable spirit. Like me, he is utterly unbreakable. Kamehameha. Thud. Thud. Streams of white energy relentlessly assailed Depura's chest, striking over 100 times in less than 10 seconds. Wow. Another spurt of blood erupted forth. Whoosh. Wukong ascended in a flash, gripping Depura's hair tightly, and with a powerful throw, sent him flying. Perish. With hands clasped together, he descended from the heavens, delivering a formidable strike to Depura's face. Bang! Depura's body plummeted to the ground like a shooting star, crashing down with great speed. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Depura lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath, staring blankly at Wukong in the sky. Impossible, just a Saiyan, though they pride themselves on being a warrior race. They are merely incomplete monkeys. How could one possess such strength? His words were faint, barely a whisper, a clear indication that he was on the brink of collapse. Huh. I have triumphed. The Super Saiyan Son Wukong leaped joyfully in the sky, as if defeating Depura were a grand celebration. Broly shook his head slightly, despite their newfound friendship. He still found it incomprehensible. A warrior who was cold as ice in battle, yet a fool in everyday life. Among them, only Vegeta felt the sting of dissatisfaction. He had yet to achieve his transformation. Super Saiyan 2 felt like an insurmountable chasm to him. At this rate, he would not stand a chance against Broly, nor against Kakarot, let alone Son Gohan. His arms crossed over his chest trembled incessantly, his fingertips tapping furiously. Kakarot, what are you dawdling for? Finish off this wretch. I know. Depura cast a deep glance at Vegeta, as if he had discovered something intriguing, a faint smile gracing his lips. Lord Babidi, summon me back. I have found a prodigious warrior, one who can buy us more time. What? Babidi, although perplexed, had no choice but to comply under the circumstances. With a puff of smoke, Wukong and his companions returned to their spaceship, but Depura had vanished. Depura, what has he discovered? The Kaishin said uneasily. It seems the plan has encountered unforeseen changes, slipping beyond his control. Since when have I ever had control? The strength of these Saiyans is rather overwhelming. The crux of the matter lies in this. The Kaishin Ashin looked towards the seemingly bored Son Gohan beside him. Those eyes, for some reason, they seem to touch the very soul. For beings of the mortal realm, that is an absolute taboo. Below, Depura gazed at the small orb before him. Lord Babidi, do you see? That fellow, that Saiyan, is brimming with untold potential. He cloaks himself beneath a facade of falsehood, yet within lies a heart steeped in malevolence. Oh. Babidi glanced slightly and was immediately overwhelmed with joy. Indeed, this individual harbors malevolence within. Allow me to entice it all out. Whispers of dark energy began to ripple through the spaceship. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances. Suddenly, Vegeta began to scream in agony, collapsing to his knees. This is dire. The Supreme Kai exclaimed urgently. Babidi has undoubtedly sensed Vegeta's wicked intentions and seeks to exploit them for control. We must prevent the chaos we once initiated. Vegeta, swiftly eradicate your darkness. Regain control over your heart. Silence. Veins throbbed on his forehead, sweat poured down his body, and he became weak, ultimately supporting himself on the ground. Let me unleash your full potential. As the bravest warrior, rise to battle. Vegeta suddenly let out a piercing scream as the energy within him surged rapidly. Yet, only the Supreme Kai displayed anxiety. Broly, Goku, and Wuyin observed coldly. Everything is about to commence. Vegeta, panting heavily, bore the dark markings of Babidi on his forehead, veins bulging, as a powerful aura began to pulsate around him. Wukong seemed to perceive everything with clarity, softly uttering, Vegeta, you are still conscious, are you not? Chapter 166, The Fateful Confrontation. Son Goku versus Vegeta. Vegeta trembled uncontrollably, his entire being engulfed in a frenzy. A golden radiance surged from his body, and the explosive whirlwind caused the spaceship to shudder momentarily. Pooh, Vegeta, you still retain your lucidity, correct? How absurd. Babidi proclaimed loudly. Those ensnared by my dark magic ultimately become my slaves. Everything will heed my command. The memories of the past have long been supplanted. At his core, he has irrevocably become mine, Babidi's. Do not jest. Goku retorted emphatically, waving his hand. I refuse to believe that the proud Saiyan prince, my rival, Son Goku, could be subjugated by you. Hee. Babidi bounced about energetically, shaking with glee. Allow me to demonstrate my magic. Vegeta, go and slay the Supreme Kai. Ah. Vegeta knelt upon the ground, clutching his head and wailing in agony. Sweat pooled upon the earth, and the bulging veins on his neck pulsed with boundless energy. Thud. Responding to the command, Vegeta gradually rose to his feet. Wukong suddenly revealed an expression of astonishment, as the veins on his forehead throbbed like worms in agitation. At the center of his brow lay the dark markings of Babidi. Vegeta, no, I refuse. Vegeta trembled all over, crimson veins bursting forth in his eyes, his head yearning to move. Yet, his body resisted his brain's commands. What? Babidi was taken aback, rushing forward to grasp the glass sphere, exclaiming loudly, Vegeta, I command you to eliminate the Supreme Kai. I have already stated, I refuse. Vegeta's voice was hoarse and strained. How can this be? Babidi was utterly bewildered. His mind has succumbed to darkness, just like yours, yet his very cells resist my orders. Impossible. He chuckled, a chilling laugh. Vegeta's entire being was engulfed in excruciating pain, yet he laughed maniacally, declaring, this body, every single cell bears the mark of Prince Vegeta of the Saiyans. Even if you seize control of my mind, my proud physique, my dignity, shall never bow to your whims. You are but a petty individual, lurking in the depths of the world, needing to manipulate others to fulfill your schemes. As a warrior race, the Saiyans, the proud prince, I shall never become your pawn. Babidi and Daburo were both left dumbfounded. It was truly astonishing that such a proud individual existed in this world. My lord Babidi, do not concern yourself. Vegeta, under your spell, will only inflict harm on others, and the energy generated will flow into the egg of Majin Buu. Whether he is compelled or not is of no consequence. Indeed, Grr, Babidi shouted, and the area around the spaceship transformed into a vast expanse. Vegeta rasped, what a humane decision. I have gone to great lengths to ensure you can fight. Gohan exclaimed fervently, Vegeta, do not fall into his trap. Babidi merely seeks to gather energy. Why should I concern myself with such matters? With a gentle squint, Wukong remarked. Vegeta, indeed, you have managed to retain your sanity. Naturally, I am the revered prince of the Saiyans. Kakarot, you must understand the reasoning behind all of this. I believe I am quite close to the truth. Hee. As expected, you must have witnessed Spabich and Yamcha, whose powers surged due to Babidi's control. Meanwhile, you have been ensnared by the threshold of Super Saiyan 2 for a full 7 years. I am certain that your heart is burdened with despair. In such a predicament, encountering a glimmer of hope would be irresistible. Yes, Kakarot, you are indeed correct. After the destruction of planet Vegeta, I began to wander through the cosmos. Initially, everything seemed so tranquil. However, upon my arrival on Earth, everything transformed into the unfamiliar. My once proud strength was utterly decimated by Wuyin, and even before me, 2 Super Saiyans emerged. I could not accept this. I trained relentlessly, hoping to compensate for my shortcomings through sheer diligence. Yet I faltered. In the vast emptiness of space, my power growth was severely limited. Drawing upon the energy from defeating Hachikage, I finally achieved transformation, catching up to your pace. But lo and behold, Sun Wuyin transformed into Super Saiyan 2, effortlessly vanquishing the cell that had once defeated me. Ultimately, he even engaged in a cataclysmic battle with Broly. What of Super Saiyan 3? I refuse to accept this. In the end, even you, Kakarot, acknowledged your own breakthrough. Yet, I still linger at the threshold of Super Saiyan. Why is this so? Why? ZZZ. A surge of electricity cascaded from the heavens, violently shattering the ground beneath. From that moment, I realized that you and Wuyin possess a more formidable talent for cultivation than I do. Thus, when Spabich's comrade spoke of his newfound strength, I had already conceived this plan. Accompanying the Kaioshin to this dreary place was solely for this purpose. Come forth, Kakarot. Let us commence our fateful duel. This battle should have occurred when I first arrived on Earth. A decade has passed. 10 years. Vegeta roared skyward, a golden cyclone swirling around him, interspersed with dark ripples. Whoosh. The ground was instantaneously thrust into a profound pit, dark and unfathomable. ZZZ. Lightning crackled around his form. Super Saiyan 2? Gohan inquired. No. Wuyin discerned that the proud prince had unleashed all his latent potential, his heart repelling this energy, yet he was compelled to wield it in order to defeat his father. Such is the tragedy of Vegeta. The inner hatred he harbored for himself has not only propelled his strength beyond its limits, but has also caused it to swell once more. He is now only a hair's breadth away from achieving the prowess of a Super Saiyan 3. Kakarot, let us commence. Goku slowly closed his eyes, seemingly in a state of tranquil meditation. With a fierce roar, he instantaneously ascended to Super Saiyan 2. Yet, he gazed blankly at Vegeta, acutely aware that this newfound power was still woefully insufficient. With a thunderous roar that reverberated through the heavens, Wukong unleashed a torrent of golden energy that surged forth from his being. The air crackled with vibrant blue lightning, wildly spiraling around him. His brow furrowed in intensity as his golden locks gradually lengthened. This aura? Gohan murmured softly. It is strikingly reminiscent of my brother S. Broly took a few stunned steps back, recalling the harrowing defeat he suffered at the hands of Son Goku. That rascal Kakarot, at the onset of their battle, was overwhelmed by the sheer force of his might, yet somehow, he managed to equalize their combat power. Ultimately, he even triumphed over me, attaining energy akin to that of Son Gohan. Wukong roared loudly, the golden aura resonating continuously in the air. Super Saiyan 3, achieved. Chapter 167, Majin Buu. The golden radiance slowly swirled in the sky, reflecting the entire world within its luminous glow. Super Saiyan 3. Kakarot, you are indeed a prodigy. However, my current strength is by no means inferior to yours, though the means by which I obtained it are far from perfect. The proud prince of the Saiyans resorting to such despicable tactics, how it tarnishes my lofty pride. As Wukong exhaled a cloud of murky breath, he remarked, my apologies. Although this is not my first transformation into this state, my body still finds it somewhat disconcerting. Vegeta, I have long desired to engage in battle with you. When I initially allowed you to depart, I experienced a twinge of regret afterwards. On Namek, you gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. And had it not been for Gohan's valiant efforts, the situation could have spiraled beyond redemption. Moreover, regarding Cell, without your intervention, matters would never have escalated to such dire circumstances. Even Lazuli fell victim to absorption. While your power has undoubtedly increased, you remain no match for me. My Super Saiyan 3 is a result of my own rigorous training, in stark contrast to your superficial energy. I shall defeat you with utmost swiftness. Vegeta erupted into boisterous laughter. What an arrogant fool. Wukong disregarded him and gently turned away. Wuyin, forgive your father for this moment of stubbornness. Wuyin nodded. I understand. I will teach him a lesson, and I shall handle everything. Whoosh. Wuyin departed with the Kaishin, leaving the battlefield to Goku and Vegeta. Gazing down at the hollow spaceship, Wuyin remarked, entering through here should lead us to Majin Buu. Suddenly, with a crackling sound, the hatch of the spaceship swung wide open. I see. Is he afraid we might destroy him? Let us proceed. As Wuyin, the Kaishin, Gohan, and Piccolo descended rapidly, they reached the final layer, where they encountered the diminutive Babidi standing beside Depura. Before them lay a dark azure egg, adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer faintly with an ethereal glow. A series of muffled thuds echoed, and the earth began to tremble violently. Goku and Vegeta had already engaged in battle, and the sheer magnitude of their energy was astonishing. Gohan, quickly destroy Majin Buu's egg, urged the Kaishin. However, no sooner had he spoken than a surge of energy erupted from the pedestal beside them. What? How can this be? Exclaimed the Kaishin and Babidi in disbelief. Just a few seconds had passed, and they gazed at the indicator in astonishment. It's full. It's full. Majin Buu's energy is at its peak. Babidi gasped. How is this possible? The Kaishin's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Goku had transformed into Super Saiyan 3, his power level nearly rivaling that of Majin Buu, while Vegeta, though slightly less powerful, was not far behind. The devastation wrought by their clash would be cataclysmic. It was no surprise that Majin Buu's energy had reached its zenith in such a short span of time. Surprising? The Kaishin shouted. Do you even comprehend Majin Buu's strength? Let us go, Babidi declared, casting a spell that transported everyone to another open space. Let us welcome the arrival of the world's most formidable being, Majin Buu. The world is on the brink of annihilation, Babidi proclaimed with the fervor of a zealous devotee. This is entirely different from my calculations. It's all over. It's all over. He lamented. Silence. Wuyin retorted. Your incessant chatter is utterly vexing. The Kaioshin was nothing but a harbinger of negativity, of no use at all. As Babidi gazed on with excitement, radiant light burst forth from the egg, suggesting that the overwhelming force within could obliterate the very world. Yet, in the end, it was merely a dud. With a resounding crash, the egg shattered, scattering debris to either side, revealing it to be empty. What? Bu, my Bu, where have you gone? Babidi cried in disbelief. Huh, the Kaioshin exclaimed, drenched in sweat. Panting with relief. It seems that after such a prolonged seal, Majin Bu has been completely eradicated. Truly lucky. But Gohan looked upward, where a swirling mass of pink energy was coalescing. A formidable presence was rapidly materializing, one that even surpassed his father's Super Saiyan 3. There was no doubt about it. Majin Bu had returned. Wuyin lifted his gaze, observing the pink aura coalescing and slowly undulating before him. Suddenly, a sound akin to a bottle cap being popped open echoed in the air, and a rotund, pink figure materialized with a comical expression, his eyes perpetually squinted in mirth. A curled antenna sprouted from his head. He donned a black vest and loose white trousers, adorned with Babidi's sinister black stripes on his belt. Was this truly Majin Bu? Gazing at the pudgy fool, Babidi could scarcely reconcile him with the world-destroying fiend. Nevertheless, the Kaioshin staggered back a few steps, his face paling, his crest standing on end, his entire being trembling with unspoken terror. Indeed, it was Majin Bu, a visage forever etched in his memory. The very being who had extinguished nearly 1/5 of the universe's life and slain other Kaioshins, regressing the cosmos by eons from its era of prosperity. How detestable. Is it really him? Gohan murmured softly, glancing at Wuyin, acutely aware that he stood no chance against Bu. To vanquish him, he would need his brother's intervention. Yet, this creature hardly resembled the harbinger of destruction. Majin Bu raised his hands, his corpulent form bouncing on the ground, reminiscent of a fool emerging from a mental institution. Lord, could it be that the resurrection has failed? Dubra remarked, observing the absurdity of Bu's demeanor, which indeed echoed that of a lunatic. Bu, with a grin, turned his gaze toward Dubra, effortlessly hearing his words from a distance. Suddenly, gas erupted from the void of his hand. With a malevolent glint in his eyes, Bu declared, Bu hates you. I will kill you. In the 168th chapter, Instant Kill, Bu's eyes opened wide, his fierce gaze juxtaposed with his chubby visage, culminating in an expression both comical and menacing. Kill me? I am the king of the demon realm. Dubra scoffed. Babidi. Allow me to witness if the legendary Majin Bu is truly as formidable as they say. Babidi, though somewhat apprehensive, could not shake the unsettling nature of the scene. TCH. Foolish creature. With that, Dubra leaped into the air, extending a hand. Boom. A barrage of meteors enveloped in magma rained down from the heavens, and before Bu could react, he was engulfed in the explosive tempest. The ground erupted with a cacophony of explosions, giving rise to hundreds of deep craters. Wisps of smoke billowed forth. Whoosh. From Dubra's right hand, a torrent of purple energy spiraled into the air, twisting and coiling. Boom. Each surge detonated amidst the haze. Dubra hovered in the air, a disdainful smirk upon his lips. What a fool. Even my ordinary attacks cannot be evaded. How utterly ridiculous. Lord Babidi, the resurrection at 950 must have failed. Allow me to dispose of the Supreme Kai. Whoosh. No sooner had he spoken than a pink beam of light burst forth from the smoke, wrapping around Dubra's neck. What is this? Tentacles? Haha. Within the fog, Bu remained unscathed. The pink tendrils ensnared Dubra. Humph. Bu's head began to spin, causing Dubra to whirl through the sky. Ah. Dubra screamed in terror, disoriented in midair. Gravity magic. Bu extended a hand and gently tapped. Dubra suddenly felt an overwhelming weight upon his body. Yet he was effortlessly spun around by Bu. Damn it. Dubra gripped the pink tendril with all his might, veins bulging in his arms, determined to tear it apart. Yet, that seemingly soft appendage was remarkably resilient. Dubra's immense strength could not budge it. He let out a sudden scream. Uffed. From his neck. His head and body were brutally wrenched apart. Arterial blood gushed forth like a fountain, staining the sky. Boom. An energy blast shot from Bu's hand, coursing up the tendril. Boom. It obliterated Dubra's body. Haha. The mute fellow, it seems, possessed little strength after all. Gurgle. Dubra's head rolled on the ground, eventually coming to rest beside Babidi. Boom. Bu leaped, his feet crushing down. His head exploded like tofu. Whoa. Bu, resembling a primate, pounded his chest and shouted loudly. Bu. Indeed, it is Bu. Marvelous. Magnificent. Babidi exclaimed with excitement. Is this the power of Bu? Gohan was utterly shocked. Even transformed into Super Saiyan 2, he would not surpass Dubra's strength. Yet, that guy was dispatched with such ease. It felt like an absurd fairy tale. Woo. Indeed. The Supreme Kai trembled all over, a tingling sensation enveloping his face. The terror brought by Majin Bu surged back to the forefront of his mind, nearly shattering him in an instant. This is Bu. This is Bu. A being of unparalleled power. There is absolutely no hope for victory. None at all. Bu. Quickly eliminate the Supreme Kai. Babidi shouted. Who are you? Bu retorted. Huh. Babidi was taken aback. I am your creator. You must obey my commands. Creator? Bu looked at him quizzically. I have been in slumber since the dawn of the universe. However, a fellow named Babidi awakened me. Even I do not know who created me. How do you know? Awakened? I am the son of Babidi. Oh, Bu. I possess the means to seal you away. If you wish to avoid returning, you must heed my words. Bu hesitated. You may attempt it. Without my power, the Supreme Kai will undoubtedly vanquish you in an instant. This rotund figure possesses an unexpected cleverness, Babidi mused. Nevertheless, I shall eliminate them. That aura of goodness is utterly discordant with me. It irks me greatly. Bu slowly approached the Supreme Kai, prompting a sigh of relief from Babidi. Dubra and the others, submissive before him, bolstered his confidence in his magic. He had never anticipated Bu would spiral out of control. Who are you? I have slumbered for such a long time that my body has grown stiff. Bu raised his hands, posturing like a gorilla in a display of bravado. Gohan, Goten, we must hasten our departure. Returning to the Supreme Kai's realm, there must be other ways to defeat Bu. No need. Wuyin stood up gently. Why, Bu? Why must you oppose us? You are not merely Babidi's slave. It is possible to coexist peacefully with the inhabitants of Earth. What are you saying? Babidi shouted. Bu's purpose is destruction. He was born to embody all the darkness in the universe. Is it not expected for him to eliminate you? Huh. Bu spat disdainfully. What he says is not entirely wrong. Yet the crux of the matter lies in the fact that our battle brings me a sense of exhilaration. Is that truly the sole reason? Wuyin contemplated. It seems that Bu had no intention of obeying Babidi's commands. That fellow is truly inviting trouble into his home. However, suddenly, Wuyin erupted into a thunderous roar, his eyes in the center of his brow crackling with vibrant purple lightning. His arms swelled with newfound strength. A magnificent energy coursing through his body, stirring once more. With a resounding boom, the ground shattered beneath him, a deep pit several hundred meters in diameter, forming almost instantaneously. His golden, silky hair began to lengthen, with only a few strands of bangs remaining in front. The purple reincarnation eyes shimmered with an unusual brilliance, flowing like water within. It has begun, Piccolo declared from behind, Super Saiyan 3. How could this Saiyan father and son achieve such a feat? Beside him, Gohan was drenched in cold sweat, recalling his father's words that his talent seemed to rival that of his brother. Indeed, through sheer ability, he had reached Super Saiyan 2. But it felt like a tremendous struggle. As for Super Saiyan 3, he hadn't even brushed against its threshold. Though your appearance is rather unappealing, there is a distinct lack of malice, Bu remarked with a chuckle. What an intriguing individual. Chapter 169. Wuyin versus Bu. Wuyin turned his gaze sideways, observing with a cold eye. Indeed, Bu was formidable, as if possessing the ability to read minds, for he discerned that there was no malice directed towards him. Truly, Majin Bu was an exceptional caretaker. His sole objective was merely to extract all malevolent thoughts. Wuyin extended his right hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together. With a swift motion, a beam of light surged forth, reminiscent of Frisia's deadly energy blast, and swiftly enveloped Bu. The impact was profound. Bu's form, akin to cotton candy, offered no resistance as he was pierced through effortlessly. A gaping hole was left in his abdomen, and a sinister energy, seemingly corrosive, began to devour the flesh surrounding him. Babidi's minuscule eyes widened in horror, nearly bursting with disbelief. How could the once mighty Bu be so easily vanquished? Yet, with a defiant huff, Bu stood back up, the gaping wound visible. He reached out curiously, as if to assess his condition. Pierced? No matter? With a mere gentle puff, he effortlessly restored himself to his original state. The Supreme Kai was drenched in cold sweat. This was Majin Bu, an entity of immortality. even if your power surpassed his. He possessed a formidable endurance that would ultimately wear you down, leading to your inevitable defeat. Gohan vehemently retorted, his face adorned with an expression of unwavering determination. It is utterly impossible for anyone to defeat my brother. I assure you. From where does this confidence emanate? Suddenly, Bu propelled himself off the ground, and with an explosive burst, his cape billowed upwards, colliding with Gohan in an instant. Bang! 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 The Super Saiyan 3 and Bu ascended into the heavens, their clashes resonating with a series of muffled grunts. In the sky, they relentlessly exchanged blows. Each strike met with a counter, creating a theatrical spectacle of their battle. Waves of white light burst forth, accompanied by intense shockwaves rippling through the air. Boom! Fragments of earth erupted from the ground, and bolts of lightning arched overhead, enveloping the sky like an inverted bowl. A magnificent energy surged through the world. And in the moment of collision, molten lava spewed forth from the earth. Boom! Pink and golden fists collided in the sky, and from the point of contact, a tempest of lightning surged forth, obliterating the ground beneath them. Crackle! Wuyin's right hand, akin to a death cobra, deftly circumvented all of Bu's defenses and seized the antennae atop his head. Bu uttered in confusion. Bang! Bang! As Wuyin exerted a powerful pull, Bu suddenly drew near, only to be struck with tremendous force by Wuyin's fist. Thereafter, Bu's body resembled a yo-yo, subjected to relentless assaults from Wuyin. For a full 3 minutes, Bu found not a single opportunity to escape. With a fierce roar, Wuyin pivoted, violently propelling Bu's body along with him. A resounding crash echoed moments later as Bu plummeted to the ground like a shooting star, creating fissures that spread like a spider's web. Wisps of smoke swirled around him. Incredible! The power of Super Saiyan 3 truly lives up to its reputation. It remains as formidable as the energy that once vanquished Broly. Piccolo exclaimed. Beside him, Broly was left speechless. Why must I be compared to him? However, judging by the strength Bu is currently exhibiting, he was undoubtedly no match for me. The legendary Super Saiyan still held some confidence. With a sudden burst, Bu executed a fish leap, regaining his stance and exhaling smoke from the void within his body. Die! Bang! Wuyin descended from the heavens, a thunderous roar capturing Bu's attention. With a resounding crash, his knee struck Bu's face fiercely, leaving a deep indentation. Bu let out a hoarse scream, yet smoke continued to emanate from his body. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted from Wuyin's knee. A blazing golden light was forcefully infused into Bu's mouth. The hollow areas of Bu's body began to emit radiant beams. At last, boom! Bu's form swelled dramatically before exploding. Thick, viscous liquid splattered onto the ground as Wuyin leapt into the air, elegantly landing back on the ground. Bu! Babiti's eyes blazed crimson, and he bellowed in despair. Bu, what has happened to you? Unleash your full power. Why has it come to this? Broly exclaimed in exhilaration. We have won. Piccolo discreetly glanced at the Supreme Kai, only to find no trace of joy upon his countenance. In terms of understanding the demon Bu, the Supreme Kai undoubtedly possessed the most profound insight. Could it be that, despite being shattered, he still lives? The shattered fragments on the ground began to writhe, gradually transforming into hundreds of Bu. Bang! At last, they all collided, and the pink light surged, revealing the form of Fat Bu once more. An immortal being. Piccolo exclaimed in disbelief. Even after being blown to pieces, he has returned to his original state. Truly, he is the ancient entity known as Majin Bu. Poof! A cloud of smoke erupted from his hollow form. His narrowed eyes finally opened once more. Bu despises you. I shall turn you into chocolate and devour you whole. Sizzle! A curved beam of light extended from his antennae, moving slowly, devoid of any lethal force. Yet the Supreme Kai shouted anxiously, Run! That is Bu's dark magic, capable of transforming individuals into other things. Wuyin leaped directly into the air, his attack lacking any semblance of concealment, rendering it incapable of inflicting harm upon himself. It is only proper to reciprocate. You possess your own magic, but that does not imply that I lack any. Heavenly force, he softly murmured, and the figure in the sky abruptly vanished. Bu inquired with confusion, noting the absence of any discernible trajectory of movement. Has that fellow truly disappeared? Bu, behind you. Babidi shouted loudly. What? He had just turned around. With a cold smile, Wuyin slightly moved his lips. Shinluo Tianjing. Boom. The overwhelming repulsive force erupted instantly. accompanied by black ripples, sending Bu flying away. ZZ. Bu's hands were firmly planted on the ground, leaving a straight trace behind. Crack. However, the immense strength caused his arms to fracture. Was he unable to release the power within his body even like this? Behold, Bu flipped in the air, extending his right hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hundreds of elliptical energy orbs swirled, completely encircling Wuyin from all directions. The purple energy surged in the air, buzzing with explosions, causing the very atmosphere to tremble. Die. Bu's eyes widened, flashing with a hint of crimson. The energy surrounding Wuyin began to fluctuate violently. You brought this upon yourself. Enjoy. Tian Sholi. Chapter 170. The Surge of Darkness. In a distant universe, on a pitch-black planet, jagged stone pillars bore countless pits, from which roars echoed. There seemed to be ominous cries of fear. Amidst this, on a castle constructed from rubble, a figure slowly walked through the dim light. The walls glimmered faintly, like fireflies. Tap, tap. The sound of high heels echoed softly, gradually moving towards the outside. This was a desolate edge of the universe, devoid of stellar illumination. There was no light here. Hidden in this dark solitude, the long years were finally nearing their conclusion. A melodious voice resonated, and she looked up towards the sky. Cell cultivation required time, and soon, the dark warrior representing the adults would emerge. He would plunge all of humanity into despair, fear, hatred. These would transform the universe into the greatest graveyard. Do not blame me. All of this is due to your own impotence. From a pocket in her chest, she slowly retrieved several blood-red glass orbs. Upon them, a steel-like golden lock shimmered with a cold glimmer. The wicked had almost gathered everything. The dark curtain of the universe must be fully drawn. However, on a crystal ball, the fierce battle between Sun Wuyin and Majin Bu was vividly displayed. That child's power had grown to an exceedingly terrifying level. The damned Frisia and King Cold were utterly useless. They couldn't even suppress the growth of a Saiyan. Let me take charge. Whoosh. She vanished in an instant. Bang bang. On Earth, the battlefield erupted as the long-haired Goku, radiant in golden locks, and the sinister, fierce Vegeta suddenly descended from the sky, crashing down with ferocious intensity. Who? The two figures stood before each other, their garments tattered, and blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. A myriad of wounds marred their bodies, each one a testament to the ferocity of their battle. Indeed, Vegeta, I never imagined you could bring me to this state. The Super Saiyan 3 form once vanquished Broly. Humph. Kakarot, you need not speak so. My heart is now brimming with hatred. My strength is immense, yet it is not solely the result of my diligent training. Nevertheless, achieving a stalemate with you is a cause for celebration. With a booming sound, the earth trembled twice beneath them. Both warriors turned their gaze to the side. That energy? It is Goku's, exclaimed Goku in astonishment. And the other presence must be Majin Bu, as foretold by the Kaishin. Indeed, without Kakarot, that energy resembles the Super Saiyan 3. With our combined might, we are more than capable of confronting it. That so-called deity is merely a worrywart. Wukong nodded slightly. It seems to be the case. However, there is an unsettling feeling within me. We must go at once. If we delay, we may not even have the chance to savor the soup. Whoosh. Wukong instantaneously departed from this place. Vegeta was utterly bewildered. Kakarot, have you forgotten something? Damn it. That fiend. Babiti's magic nearly spans the entirety of the earth, compelling me to fly over? What a scatterbrained fool. Vegeta yearned to curse. But then he glanced to the side, where a Babiti spaceship lay. Heavenly prowess. Wuyin gently spoke, and with a whoosh. It was his first time employing such a technique. Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, Wuyin and the demon Bu astonishingly exchanged positions. What? Bu exclaimed in horror. Outside, layers of terrifying, dense energy enveloped everything, leaving no possibility for defense. This was indeed a meticulously laid trap, which now had ensnared him entirely. Boom, boom. A cacophony of explosions erupted suddenly, plunging the entire world into chaos. Brilliant flames illuminated the heavens and the earth, while scorching shockwaves threatened to overturn the very planet. The fierce energy coalesced into a mushroom cloud that surged skyward. Bang, bang. A flurry of debris scattered to the side, delivering one final blow. As Wuyin gradually formed a flower bud shape with one hand before his eyes, a golden light began to swirl. Kamehameha. A tremendous force instantly enveloped all the fragments of Bu, slowly transforming them into ashes amidst the raging energy. Did it succeed? Looking at the deep pit on the ground, from which smoke billowed, Piccolo shouted loudly. Babidi was already dumbfounded. The resurrection of Majin Buu had gone rather smoothly. Why had it devolved into such a situation? He was no match for that boy, having been obliterated twice in quick succession. Buu, what is wrong with you? Get up quickly. Fight him. Otherwise, our wishes will be shattered. Observing the frantic Babidi, the Supreme Kai's eyes flickered as a sudden thought struck him. Whoosh. Uft. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted from behind, piercing through Babidi. What? When did this happen? Babidi mechanically turned around to face the source. How is this possible? Behind him, a figure with a rooster comb hairstyle emerged. Do not forget, I am the Supreme Kai, capable of traversing the corners of the universe at will. Bang! A thin blade of energy coalesced in the Supreme Kai's hand, and with a single motion, he cleaved Babidi's head in half. This scoundrel who intended to disrupt the world has finally met his end. The Supreme Kai's body softened, and he slumped to the ground. This was precisely what Majin Buu desired. Wuyin in the air remarked. What? Buu intentionally delayed his resurrection, leaving me an opening, just to use our hands to eliminate Babidi. Who could control him? Observing the pink, sludge-like masses emerging from other locations, it became evident that Buu had long prepared for his own revival. As long as a single cell of Majin Buu existed, he could form a complete body. However, he had overlooked one crucial detail. There was no need to leave an opening. He was never my opponent. Ha! The air trembled continuously as the pink sludge from all directions slowly merged together. At last, Buu regained his original form. Yet, his eyes were wide open, glaring viciously at Wuyin. Uft! A cloud of smoke suddenly erupted. Damn it! Your power is truly formidable. Chapter 171, The Fragmented Malice. 26. Universal Pull. Wuyin in the sky shouted loudly while pinching with one hand. Boom. The ground began to tremble as stone pillars erupted from the earth like thorns, intertwining wildly. Uft! One after another, he inexplicably pierced through Buu. What is this? What on earth is this technique? Buu felt his tender heart being struck. This peculiar maneuver seems to suggest that he is even more proficient in dark sorcery than I am. Babidi is dead, which is the only source of joy in this moment. However, it appears that I too am on the brink of demise. Whoosh! With a decisive motion, Wuyin extended his hand, unleashing a piercing beam of golden light that penetrated directly through Buu. A soft chuckle escaped his lips as he remarked, though outwardly your form appears to be immortal, the myriad of substances you have absorbed has rendered you excessively greedy, causing your cells to undergo varying degrees of degeneration. At present, your recovery relies upon the aid of your energy. It may seem that I have inflicted no harm, yet your combat prowess and the fervor within your heart have significantly diminished. With a vigorous effort, Wuyin was enveloped in a radiant golden light that lifted him into the air. Buu, look at your current state. This battle has truly left me unfulfilled. From beginning to end, it has been nothing short of a massacre. Come on, unleash all your strength. Or perhaps you have already given it your all. Yet you still find yourself in this pitiful condition? You. Buu was clearly infuriated. His body appeared to flow like liquid, desperately attempting to escape Wuyin's sharp golden brilliance. Suddenly, a plume of smoke erupted once more. With a piercing gaze, Wuyin exclaimed, It appears we are on the brink of fury. One more time is necessary. Buu twisted in the air, his hands converging into a flower bud shape, and shouted with fervor, Kamehameha. In an instant, a violet wave surged forth from his hands, racing toward Wuyin. What? Gohan was taken aback, with just a fleeting glance. He mastered his brother's Kamehameha. If it were Master Roshi's original technique, it would be unremarkable, as Goku could achieve that as well. However, his brother had significantly transformed the Kamehameha. This is Buu. In terms of combat, he is a true genius. Kamehameha, double the power. Wuyin demonstrated no signs of weakness, as radiant light suddenly emanated from his hands, launching a direct assault towards Buu. Boom. Upon their collision, the sky erupted in a violent explosion. Buzz. The very fabric of space quivered, and the surroundings shattered like glass, bursting forth in a dazzling array of colors. The sound of crackling explosions reverberated incessantly. Wuyin remained unfazed, for Buu's power had gradually waned. He let out a resounding shout, channeling the surging energy coursing through his sinewy muscles entirely into the Kamehameha wave. Buu's Kamehameha shattered like a shard of ice. His eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, A piercing scream echoed through the air as the Kamehameha enveloped Bu entirely. His form began to evaporate within the overwhelming energy, disappearing bit by bit. Humph. Observing the swirling smoke, Wuyin chuckled softly. Wuyin, quickly, annihilate the remnants completely. Do not allow Bu to resurrect. Why? Wuyin replied with a smile. The Supreme Kai was taken aback. What do you mean, why? Do you wish for the world to suffer? But my power is evidently greater than his. You, the demon wreaking havoc upon the world. Do not be deceived by a seemingly benign facade. In ancient times, he slaughtered 1/5 of the universe's inhabitants, with Earth alone housing 6 billion souls. And countless Earths in the universe. Think for yourself of how many he has slain. The Supreme Kai shouted. Is it he? Wuyin countered. The Supreme Kai, ready to retort, suddenly fell silent. How do you know this? There are many things in this world I remain ignorant of, as I cannot possibly finish reading that tome. However, this matter is known to me. It was the original Bu, the harbinger of slaughter. Though he may not be the strongest, he is undoubtedly the most troublesome. Buzz. Bu returned to his original form. The Supreme Kai regarded him solemnly, asking, what exactly do you intend to do? After absorbing the Grand Supreme Kai, Majin Bu suddenly found himself able to control the goodness that now resided within him. I shall expel all evil and eliminate it. That is impossible. No one absorbed by Bu has ever been expelled. Barely had he spoken when the restored Bu collapsed to the ground, clutching his head as his body trembled violently. An overwhelming pain surged through his mind. Indeed, it has begun. Driven by the desire to defeat me, the warrior spirit within him began to gain the upper hand. However, the goodness from the Grand Supreme Kai continually resisted the encroaching evil, resulting in a profound sense of repulsion. The malevolent Bu was expelled. PFF. Clouds of smoke began to emanate slowly from the top of Bu's head, yet this was unlike anything seen before. Bu, flustered, attempted to cover the voids, desperate to prevent them from emerging. His energy plummeted instantaneously. Could it be? The Supreme Kai could hardly believe that someone could force Bu to this extent. PFF. Bu could no longer contain himself. An infinite aura began to emanate. Dark clouds shrouded the sky above 953. Hissing lightning began to swirl incessantly. The energy gathered yet remained unfurling, slowly writhing. Suddenly, a figure appeared, a crab-headed entity, still in the form of Super Saiyan 3. Goku? What brings you here? Where is Vegeta? Piccolo inquired. This is bad. The malevolent Super Saiyan 3 Goku stumbled, exclaiming loudly, I left him behind. Boom. Babiti's spaceship exploded, and in an instant, the purple lightning-clad Vegeta leapt into the air. Kakarot, how despicable of you to obstruct my arrival on the battlefield in such a manner. My apologies. Wukong revealed his iconic smile, exclaiming, Indeed, I had just forgotten. Humph. Vegeta, in his typical haughty manner, turned his head aside, declaring, I shall not accept any explanations, fool. What is that? Wukong sensed a malevolent aura and gazed skyward. Bang! The Super Saiyan 3, Wuyin, descended beside him, stating, It is the evil presence I have drawn out. As long as it is eliminated, the menace of Bu will be completely resolved. This time, allow Lord Vegeta to take charge. We shall see. Buzz. The heavens trembled as the aura gradually coalesced. A tall yet emaciated figure cloaked in darkness materialized before them. Bu. Chapter 172. West Kaishin. Layla. The aura drifting through the sky slowly merged into a singular silhouette. With gray-black skin, antennae atop his head, and eyes resembling lychee pits. This entity appeared as though captured in an ancient monochrome photograph. Another Bu, his form darkened. TCH. Finally succeeded. The slender Bu scrutinized below, suddenly noticing Wuyin standing alongside Wukong. His pupils constricting in alarm. His body trembled. It was evident that he, bearing the majority of Bu's power, recalled the abysmal defeat he had suffered at Wuyin's hands. Fear overwhelmed him entirely. His hands shook, devoid of courage to launch an attack. He staggered backward step by step. TCH. Boring. Vegeta scoffed, observing the portly Bu below. Wukong felt a twinge of regret, lamenting, Had I known, I wouldn't have engaged in such a lengthy battle with you, knowing I couldn't strike with full force. I missed the chance to confront such an intriguing adversary. Kakarot. What do you mean? Not striking with full force. Who are you mocking? When I fight, I do not hold back even a fraction. If the two Bus were to unite, they might contend with Super Saiyan 3, but at present, faced with weakness, Wukong found no desire to engage in battle. Very well, let us eliminate the slender Bu, and all our troubles will be resolved. Haha. Wuyin burst into hearty laughter. Indeed, without Vegeta, everything proceeded smoothly. Suddenly, a harsh sound pierced the air, and the king of the universe exclaimed in terror, "This is bad. Wuyin, someone has just destroyed the soul purification machine in hell, and the countless malevolent thoughts have coalesced into a formidable monster. It has already been brought to your vicinity by that instigator." What? What could this ambiguous statement possibly mean? It is approaching swiftly. That demon possesses the ability to instantaneously traverse the globe. Whoosh. As the king's words fell, two figures materialized in the sky in an instant. The crowd sensed an overwhelming aura and gradually looked upward. One of them, clad in blood red, bore muscles akin to a coiled dragon, exuding an almost boundless power. What? The body was brimming with bones, and the golden, inverted triangular eyes radiated a fierce intensity. Ah, the wave of malevolence? Wuyin murmured softly. Goku, Wuyin, all Z warriors. Did you hear that? The king shouted. That being is the embodiment of all the resentments from the soul purification machine. Its strength is unparalleled. Why has it come into being, Lord King? Goku questioned, stunned. The immense aura emanating from that entity had utterly surpassed Super Saiyan 3. Broly stood there, equally astonished. It was the person beside him who forcibly released it. The king screamed hysterically. Goku had never witnessed such panic from the king before. The crowd turned to the side. With white hair and pale purple skin, both their attire and visage bore a striking resemblance to the king of the universe, Arshan. Wukong turned his gaze towards Ashen, only to witness the latter's body trembling incessantly, his lips quivering as he slowly raised his hand. Layla, did you not perish at the hands of Majin Buu? It has been an age since we last met. Ashen, you seem to have matured considerably. The woman named Layla in the sky merely shrugged and responded lightly. Do not deflect the conversation. You are aware of my inquiries. Under Buu's onslaught, all the Kaioshin should have perished, save for myself. How did you survive? Is that truly of significance? Layla retorted. Amidst the pile of corpses that constituted 1/5 of the universe, I fought for days, ultimately absorbing enough life energy from the dead to resurrect myself. Why? Why did you not return to the realm of the gods? Ashen's voice erupted in a desperate roar. You were once so enamored with the Kaioshin realm, with that tree and those flowers. I have yet to relinquish them. Why have you forsaken me? Layla's countenance suddenly twisted into a grotesque expression. Because I have discovered a higher aspiration. Above flora and fauna, above resolving human disputes. The ultimate power is what I should truly pursue. We have done so much for humanity, yet in the face of Buu's might, we possessed no means of retaliation. Do you not find that utterly unjust? Layla exclaimed, her arms wide open, her voice a frantic roar. I must grow stronger. I must seek vengeance. I aspire to become the mightiest deity in this world. My solitary form, everything about my being, is a testament to supreme glory. Aha! Roar. The dark energy beside them also bellowed loudly. Hey, Kaioshin, who is she? Vegeta inquired. She is the West Kaioshin, who once stood by my side. She should have perished under Buu's attack. Yet unexpectedly, she has quietly survived, hidden within this world, Ashen explained. He continued. You forsook the opportunity to reclaim your status as a Kaioshin, all for the sake of power? What good is being a Kaioshin? The Grand Kaioshin, so merciful, was ultimately devoured. In this world, only power is absolute. Only victory will be remembered. That is the true essence of eternity. Pressured by Layla's overwhelming presence, Ashen staggered backward in disbelief. How could this be? The once kind, dreamlike West Kaioshin. How could she develop such an obsession with power? Wuyin spoke in a deep voice. Initially, the destruction holy stone in the possession of the cosmic scavenger was controlled by your power, was it not? The destruction holy stone? Oh, is that what you refer to? Not at all. I merely touched it once, and my body nearly disintegrated. It is utterly impossible for me to wield control over them with my own strength. However, the individual behind me assisted me in achieving that. What? Wuyin was utterly astonished. When the West Kaioshin made her appearance, he believed that everything had finally reached its conclusion. Little did he anticipate that there was someone behind the West Kaioshin Layla. This, however, it seems she is unaware of the existence of the god of destruction. The figure behind her, capable of controlling the powers of destruction, must be an angel or an even more formidable being. It appears that he does not regard Layla with the significance he once imagined. Otherwise, she would not have overlooked such a minor detail. Your obsession with power has rendered you into your current state. This is not our affair at all. Chapter 173, Convergence. All demons within the Dragon Balls. 46. Asin was still attempting to salvage the situation. The Kaioshin merely governs creation. Why do you seek power? Why? Layla seemed to have touched upon a painful subject. Back then, before Bu, I felt utterly powerless. I have had enough. In this lifetime, no one shall defeat me. I shall never fail. Asin had been the Kaioshin for a considerable time, and the love for the world had consumed his heart entirely. He could not comprehend Layla's twisted soul. What could possibly be more fascinating than creation? Layla turned to Bu beside her. It is you who has transformed me into my current self. I have become a slave to the skies, a mere pawn to others. Yet today, I find it necessary to collaborate with you. How ironic fate can be. Evil thought wave. Layla shouted, and the buzzing sky began to tremble. Fiery patterns suddenly emerged on her body, gradually converging into a chain. Ultimately, all of it gathered within the heart shield. Roar. The evil thought wave let out a resounding cry. It seemed as if it was bound by that force, both body and soul enslaved. Tear. Layla suddenly ripped apart her upper garment, revealing her exquisite form, with only fragments of fabric concealing her modesty. Do you see? Similarly, chains crawled across her entire body, ultimately converging at her chest. The only difference was that her color was pure black. Bang bang. In that moment, Wuyin felt his heart quivering violently. Even his Rinnegan suddenly constricted. A surge of pain coursed through him. I have no path of retreat. Ever since the mark appeared on my body, that foolish West Kaioshin has vanished without a trace. Buzz. The space quivered, and it seemed that something dawned upon Layla. As the chains binding her suddenly glowed a fiery red. They burned like a raging inferno, etching dark patterns upon her skin. Layla let out a piercing scream. For the agony akin to that of a branding iron was a torment even the divine could not entirely evade. Even her innermost self was ensnared by the shackles of another's will. Oh, Asin, tell me, what am I now? Her entire being trembled, arms raised high as if to embrace the heavens. My lord, grant me more, just a bit more. I revel in this suffering. I cherish all that you bestow upon me. The searing chains left a trail of scars upon her body. The pain had twisted her form. Yet a smile danced upon Layla's lips. Wukong's skin prickled with goosebumps. That woman appeared to revel in her suffering. Who could she possibly be? Who knows? Wuyin remarked indifferently. Layla, resembling a devotee of a sinister cult, proclaimed to the malevolent energy, through this divine lock, I have devised a method to control others. Although it is still in its infancy, I can only rely on the asexual reproduction of the Kurdish king to gradually nurture my influence across the cosmos. Alas, that imbecile. The Kurdish king, along with Frisia, cannot even deal with a few Saiyans. Utterly useless wretches. I have begun to focus on the Saiyans. Sun Wuyin's power has escalated beyond my expectations. During his confrontation with Broly, there might surpass even that of Majin Buu. In the span of tens of thousands of years, such a phenomenon was utterly inconceivable. For the sake of the master's plan, fortuitously, the cultivation of cells has been completed. Only time is needed for them to grow. I have laid bare all my resources. This time, there is no need to obliterate every Saiyan. Come forth, my minions. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. From Layla's pocket, beams of light suddenly traversed the air, lingering in the sky. Buzz. The space trembled incessantly. Several formidable forces materialized instantaneously, transforming into blood-red luminescence, writhing continuously. Roar. A primal roar echoed as a golden insectoid figure began to expand, towering to the height of 10 stories. Its massive form glimmered in gold, with a skull-like head and deep black pupils flecked with crimson light. Its entire being exuded a skeletal presence. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce you to Rinnegan. He was once the scourge of the southern galaxy, sealed away by the valiant Tapio. However, he is merely a rusted music box, posing no challenge to the original Kaioshin. His power is not at all inferior to that of Majin Buu. Buzz. For beams of light began to writhe nearby, suddenly revealing 4 figures. One possessed sky-blue skin, a rugged demeanor, adorned with a ludicrous headscarf, his dragon-like muscles radiating explosive beauty. Beside him stood a brutish human with a pineapple-shaped head. Another was a striking beauty, her orange hair cascading over her shoulders. Lastly, a hooded figure clad in a red robe emerged from the shadows. Let me introduce them. Once, they were the solitary marauders of chaos. Bojack, sealed by the four great Kaioshins in the cosmos's central west. Nevertheless, I easily liberated them. Nearby were Zanjia, Peter, and Buchan. In ancient times, they were notorious executioners. Ah, in the distance, the North Kaioshin was taken aback. Indeed, it is Bojack. That aura, I shall never forget. The terrifying existence that once ravaged the North Galaxy. I cannot be mistaken. The towering figure of the South Realm King trembled slightly. Is it true that the valiant Tapio has perished? I never anticipated that the formidable Hildur would resurrect. With so many monsters amassed upon Earth, could the Scions alone contend with them? At last, Layla floated gracefully in the air, proclaiming, "Behold the ultimate adversary." Suddenly, a silhouette emerged slowly from the shadows, with pale eyes and a fearsome visage. Muscles rippling with explosive beauty adorned his frame, and golden gauntlets embellished his arms, each set with emeralds. A red fur belt encircled his waist, shrouding his legs in mystery. Wukong and Wuyin widened their eyes in astonishment, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. As the figure gradually came into focus, disbelief washed over them. Impossible. It cannot be. Broly. Chapter 174. Devour. The final battle. The explosive muscles of a coiling dragon, with disheveled black hair cascading over his shoulders, bore a striking resemblance to Broly's visage. Wukong exclaimed loudly, "Broly?" He hastily glanced back, and even Broly, who had been standing there, was astonished by the sight of his own reflection. It was as if he were gazing into a mirror. "What is happening?" he murmured. "What have you done?" Broly demanded frantically. "Ha!" The sky echoed with Layla's maniacal laughter. "Is it not clear? To defeat you, I have gathered numerous treasures from across the universe. Unbeknownst to you, I have even taken your cells for cultivation purposes." A realization dawned upon Wuyin. Could it be? Yes. In earthly terms, they are referred to as clones. However, the term artificial beings is equally fitting. Wuyin chastised vehemently, appalled that he had breached humanity's taboo by recklessly creating such cruel entities. "You have replicated Broly. I am a deity," Layla proclaimed, "to vanquish you, to demonstrate the supremacy of my power. There is nothing I would not do." Layla was utterly deranged, raising his hands in ecstasy. In this world, only power is eternal. Only victory, even fear, can etch itself into memory. "Ah, Asin, is this not your truth? Many remember Majin Buu, yet even you have forgotten my name, Kaioshin Layla." One could not deny the accuracy of Layla's words. However, in Wuyin's eyes, this was mere sophistry. Guardianship. Guardianship can also leave an indelible mark, though many humble guardians remain nameless. Their souls are revered in the serene embrace of the world. What use is longevity? Layla retorted loudly. Even names decay in the passage of time. What value is there in mere worship? Do you think everyone is selflessly devoted? Today marks my reemergence before the world, the inception of fear, hatred, and despair. My solitary figure, my eternal inscription, shall be forever etched in the memories of all in the cosmos. With a swift motion, Layla unleashed a crimson beam that spiraled down and ensnared the frail Buu. "Ah," the slender Buu roared. "What is this? What is happening?" A fiery red emblem seared onto him, and chains materialized around Buu and Bojack. He had been instantaneously subdued. Now, there are no worries. "Asin, do you see? Once, I was utterly defeated by Majin Buu, but today, he cannot withstand even a single blow from me. This is the absolute nature of power. This is true eternity." Fusion. Smack. Lilac clasped her hands together, invoking a prayer to the heavens with a fervent shout. Suddenly, a fragment of black flesh fell from Buu's form, consumed by the malevolent energy wave that enveloped it. "Incredible! My power is burgeoning infinitely. I can feel it," Buu exclaimed with enthusiasm. Below, the rotund Buu was drenched in perspiration. Should the lean Buu's strength become overwhelming, he would inevitably target himself in a bid to restore his original magical prowess. Only by reverting to his complete form would the immortal Buu unleash his true might. With a sudden plume of smoke, Buu was completely engulfed. "Dreadful." Goku, tense and alert, declared loudly. "Buu's aura is rapidly intensifying, surpassing that of Super Saiyan 3. Could this vast, oceanic surge of energy signify the adversary we are about to confront?" Gohan spoke earnestly, and a profound silence enveloped Piccolo, Vegeta, and Broly. This was undoubtedly the gravest crisis in history. Nearby, several adversaries lurked with predatory intent, preventing them from uniting their strengths. if no one could impede Bu's advance. The fate that awaited them all was death. In an instant, a blood-red tail sliced through the air, and a fierce, sharp wave of energy dissipated the surrounding smoke, revealing Bu's current form. His body, a dark gray, was ensconced in the formidable armor of malevolent energy with a somewhat gaunt abdomen, and a tail that swayed incessantly behind him. Such a terrifying aura. The wicked energy enveloped the earth itself. This was indeed a dire crisis. Roaring in unison, all the monsters, bound by the divine shackles, unleashed a frenzied energy that surged forth. It was evident that the Z fighters would struggle to contend with such formidable foes. On Wuyin's face, beads of cold sweat formed, and the golden radiance of Super Saiyan 3 flickered in and out. Damn it. I never anticipated that the mastermind behind the scenes would be West Kaish and Layla, who had manipulated all the demons to become his minions. Infuriating. Sensing the vast energy of Bu, it was evident that Super Saiyan 3 would stand no chance against him. The emergence of the evil energy wave into its second form was undoubtedly the work of Layla. He has gone to great lengths to eradicate all forces of resistance in the world. Father, you must confront Hildergang. His power is at the Super Saiyan 3 level, and only you can face him. Vegeta, you are tasked with defeating Bojack. That fiend possesses enough power at Super Saiyan 2. Once victorious, hasten to assist Father. Gohan, Piccolo, those 3 minions are entrusted to you. Broly, you must confront your clone. The adversary before you has been entirely cultivated from your cells. I can sense that he has inherited the genes of the legendary Super Saiyan, yet he lacks the ability to control them as you do. Thus, in battle, he is bound to succumb to madness. Broly, Wuyin cast a deep glance at him, urging, do not perish in vain. Impossible. Broly roared, a laughable notion indeed. That this pretender dared to challenge me. I shall surely sever his head, Vegeta coldly remarked. To be reduced to this state, and still be subject to your commands, is rather irksome. However, it is not entirely without merit. Ties is still awaiting my return, and I will not allow this ambitious fool to annihilate the earth. Otherwise, Bra will surely chastise me. Brother, Gohan exclaimed loudly, I too shall eliminate them. I shall not disturb you. Wukong expressed his concerns, saying, Wuyin, must you confront that monstrous entity? Its presence and energy surpass us by an insurmountable margin. It is far too perilous. Father, do you possess any alternative means? Wuyin retorted, if it were possible, I would prefer not to engage. However, he added with a gentle smile, I am indeed the strongest in the world. You have already attained the power of Super Saiyan 3. Surely, I could not have made no progress over the past 4 years. Perhaps, I shall astonish you. Just don't perish. Chapter 175, Super Saiyan 3 vs. Evil Majin Bu. Wuyin gradually ascended into the sky, gazing at the current state of Bu. I never anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner. Bu examined the armor adorning his body. I too was taken aback. When that plump Bu expelled me, I genuinely believed my demise was imminent. How the tides have turned. Bu teased Wuyin with a slight chuckle, remarking, even in your transformed state, I possess the confidence to vanquish you. It merely requires a period of preparation. Wuyin pondered within. The inscription of the vast illusion of the reincarnation requires a considerable amount of time. I hope I can endure. Suddenly, Wuyin raised his voice to the heavens, unleashing the entirety of his Super Saiyan 3 energy in an instant. The ground erupted violently, and the surrounding mountains were reduced to mere fragments by the sheer force of his aura. Bu spread his arms wide, his previous jesting about my power now appearing utterly feeble and insignificant. Do not jest. With a swift push of his feet, Wuyin shattered the earth beneath him, launching himself into the sky like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Bu. Bam! A heavy punch struck down. Yet, where their energies intertwined, a resonant clang of metal reverberated. Wuyin's fist trembled with intensity. Bu regarded him with an air of indifference. Bang! 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 With relentless ferocity, Wuyin unleashed a barrage of powerful strikes upon Bu's chest. Boom! Boom! In the air, it seemed as though 2 profound marks were etched into the very fabric of space. Bu's feet clung tenaciously to the void, yet Wuyin audaciously shook the very essence of it. Perish! As Wuyin approached from the side, he executed a swift sidekick. With a resounding thud, his knee struck Bu's neck forcefully, causing Bu to stagger, his body bending awkwardly as he nearly toppled to the ground. TCH. Bu trembled, bracing against Wuyin's might, slowly turning his head back. With all your strength, Bu uttered softly. What? Wuyin's fury ignited instantly. How dare he underestimate me? With a thunderous impact, his knee descended from above, delivering a crushing blow to Bu's neck, sending him careening sideways. Boom. The explosive force of Bu's body shattered a mountain into fragments, billowing plumes of smoke rising from the wreckage. Hee. Bu dusted off the faint remnants of dirt from his body and remarked gently, I can hardly believe my own strength has become so formidable. Ha ha. He erupted into a maniacal laughter. Die. A blood-red lightning bolt streaked across the sky, seemingly cleaving heaven and earth in twain. How infuriating. Wuyin was drenched in sweat, his Rinnegan continually scrutinizing the scene. At last, he detected a trace amidst the shifting paths. This speed, according to the calculations of the Rinnegan, still allowed for a chance. Wuyin immediately charged forward, crossing his hands, intending to block Bu's assault. With a resounding thud, a powerful fist struck his cheek, causing droplets of blood to trickle down slowly. Wuyin's feet were firmly planted on the ground, leaving 2 straight traces upon the surface. What? Impossible. My Rinnegan has clearly perceived it. Though I uttered these words, I halted abruptly. Could it be that what I witnessed was merely an afterimage of the attack? Are you deceiving my Rinnegan with your own might? Bu momentarily paused. And indeed, the genius of battle. He instantly discerned the crux of the issue. Tap, tap. Before Wuyin, Bu smiled faintly, as if he were a stack of blocks that had completely disassembled, vanishing from Wuyin's sight. This is bad. Just as the thought emerged, an excruciating pain erupted from behind. Boom. An immense force manifested instantaneously behind him, the agony spreading through his limbs and bones, as if Wuyin's strength had dissipated, sending his body plummeting downwards. Damn it! As Wuyin's 4 limbs touched the ground, the earth beneath him caved in. Sensing an unusual aura behind him, Wuyin swiftly rolled over. His hands converged into a flower bud shape as he shouted loudly, Skyrocket! Crackling purple lightning surged and spread from his hands, the violet energy accumulating instantaneously before erupting skyward. With a resounding thud, the energy engulfed Bu's form. Boom! A golden explosion resonated abruptly, obliterating half of Bu's body. Yet, Bu merely chuckled lightly, swiftly reverting to his original state. Despite being struck head-on by the skyrocket, he emerged virtually unscathed. Truly remarkable. At this moment, Wuyin finally comprehended the terrifying nature of an immortal existence when faced with adversity. In a flash, he transformed into a beam of light, soaring into the heavens. Observing Wuyin's rapid approach, Bu dove down with ferocity. The air resonated with thunderous booms as golden lightning crackled and surged wildly at their point of intersection. The ground erupted, fissures spreading like a spider's web. An immense force surged forth from these cracks, reducing half of the earth to mere ruins. Gradually, crimson streaks began to mar Wuyin's cheek. He realized that he was utterly incapable of defending against Bu's onslaught. He was overwhelmed and flustered. His Rinnegan had significantly enhanced his visual acuity, yet today, he felt utterly oblivious. Just then, while lost in thought, Bu's knee struck him directly. Blood erupted from his mouth in an instant. Cursed be it! Wuyin cursed under his breath, propelling his head toward Bu in retaliation. The 2 clashed midair, sparks flying as Wuyin refused to yield, delivering a knee strike from the side. A tremendous force erupted from his waist, bending Bu's body as if it were a taut bow. Suddenly, Bu's tail ensnared Wuyin's neck, and they began to sway in the sky. A sinister smile spreading across Bu's face. The speed intensified, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion. Wuyin descended like a meteor, crashing to the ground with a resounding impact. The vast distance was enveloped in a cloud of dust. Prepare to meet your demise. With the strength you possess at this moment, you are utterly no match for me. The puppet was raised high with one hand, and suddenly, a surge of energy erupted from its palm, soaring into the sky like a dazzling firework. Not far away, it transformed into countless streams, seemingly endowed with the ability to track, simultaneously racing towards Wuyin amidst the haze. This is not good. With his pupils narrowing, Wuyin shouted loudly. Boom, boom. An unprecedented explosion resonated across the heavens and the earth, as a colossal force engulfed Wuyin entirely. The nanoscopic energy was utterly indefensible. Bang! A mushroom cloud slowly ascended. Chapter 176, Exhaustion. 16. Once more. Bu's body spun through the air, and with a sweeping motion of his hand, 3 beams of energy streaked across the sky like meteors. Whoosh! With immeasurable penetrative power, they detonated upon impact with the ground. Boom! Flames erupted instantly, painting the entire sky a vivid crimson. The world seemed to be engulfed in a fiery inferno. Haha, did you see that? My formidable power is enough to make you lose all hope. This force reflects my majestic and heroic figure. No one can rival me. Meanwhile, the battle between Wukong and Hilder was far from smooth. His spatial displacement transformed him into a streak of fire, causing Wukong much distress. Due to the divine lock, Vegeta was also unable to defeat Bojack in a short span. The clash between the two Brolys had already descended into madness. It was utterly impossible to determine a victor in such a short time. The battle seemed to be unfolding just as Layla had anticipated. Whoosh! Amidst the smoke, Wuyin surged into the sky, surrounded by a swirling aura of white and black light. Divine retribution. He repelled Buu's assault with a forceful push. Wuyin clasped his hands together, forming a blossom-like shape, and gently positioned them at his waist. Golden energy surged forth, radiating brilliance that enveloped him, reminiscent of a great sun slowly ascending. Kamehameha. Quadruple power. Wuyin once again intensified the frequency of the Kamehameha wave. A brilliant golden light seemingly cleaving the sky in two. Haha. Bu appeared to emit a peculiar chuckle, extending a hand, only to be taken aback as Wuyin suddenly materialized before him, unleashing the energy wave. Boom. The Kamehameha struck Wuyin directly. Wow. A mouthful of fresh blood was instantly expelled. Enveloped in flames, the full force of the Kamehameha assaulting Wuyin was a testament to the immense pressure he faced. Whoosh! A radiant flash flickered, and the disheveled Wuyin returned to his original position. Exhaling a few rings of black smoke, Wuyin softly inquired, "Are you a magician?" How infuriating! The Super Saiyan 3 form is truly draining on energy. Bang! Bu descended from the heavens, landing heavily on one foot. Thud! Buu's foot pierced through the ground before Wuyin. Bang! It landed a devastating kick squarely on Wuyin's chin. As Wuyin swiftly retreated, Bu, reminiscent of a disassembled toy, rapidly maneuvered behind him. A sinister expression loomed on his diminutive face. With a thunderous impact, a fist struck Wuyin's spine. The sound of shattering vertebrae echoed, and Wuyin let out a pained scream, immediately rolling sideways to evade further assault. Transform, transform. Turn me into chocolate. A surge of pink light erupted from Buu's antennae, resembling a bolt of lightning as it surged towards Wuyin. Alarmed, his body trembled with dread. He exerted all his strength to roll away quickly. Transform, transform. Everything along the path, including stones, was transmuted by Bu into various other forms. Look at your pitiful state. Aren't you a Super Saiyan 3? Aren't you the mightiest of all? You previously reduced me to such a state, and now you resemble a lifeless dog. Ah, ha ha. How infuriating. Wuyin sprang to his feet, and with a resounding hum, 2 beams of golden light emanated from his hands, crackling as if they sought to cleave the very world in twain. Chi Yuan slash. Instantly, 2 discs surged forth, howling as they tore through the air, cleaving Bu directly in half. At last, Wuyin seized a moment of respite, swiftly retreating from the range of his assailant's attacks. Heh, Bu sneered malevolently, merely stirring his body, and the 2 jagged fissures had already reverted to their original state, inflicting no damage whatsoever. TCH. Whoosh. His index finger darted through the air, each flick unleashing a torrent of piercing light beams. Is this Frisia's death beam? Though the energy was limited, its destructive power was extraordinarily immense. Wuyin now finds it exceedingly challenging to maintain his Super Saiyan 3 form, daring not to engage in a direct confrontation. Swiftly darting through the air, he occasionally evades by rolling to the side. It appears that Bu is toying with him, relentlessly firing at the afterimages left in his wake. The explosions reverberate behind him, plunging the entire battlefield into a frenzy. Every stone pillar has been shattered into fragments, and the once towering mountains have been reduced to a flat expanse. Remarkably, this place has transformed into a vast plain, altering the very landscape. Wuyin arrived breathlessly beside a stone, seeking temporary refuge from Buu's relentless onslaught. How infuriating! Has the inscription of the illusion not yet concluded? I am truly on the brink of collapse. That scoundrel Bu possesses boundless strength, and he is toying with me, recklessly displaying his power before me, intent on depleting my energy. It is a game of cat and mouse. When did I become the mouse in this scenario? Wuyin cast a furious gaze towards Layla in the sky. It is solely because of her that matters have escalated to this extent. That scoundrel has, during this time, gathered so many formidable warriors, dispersing the power of the Z-fighters. What can mere earthlings accomplish? How could those who grovel before Satan hope to save the world? Infuriating. I have found you. Bu exclaimed loudly. You have finally fallen into my trap. What? Suddenly, the stone behind Wuyin began to writhe, transforming instantaneously into a piece of Bu's flesh. Like a cloak, it sought to envelop Wuyin entirely. When did this occur? Bu had astonishingly converted a portion of his own flesh into stone, relentlessly compelling himself to draw closer with a deadly beam of light. The objective was to absorb the immense power that resided within him. Gazing at the gradually darkening sky, not a glimmer of light was to be found. Wuyin gritted his teeth, enduring the anguish of his reincarnation eye. Heavenly hand power. Aha! Wuo's boisterous laughter resonated. As a piece of flesh he had expelled instantaneously returned to his body. After the absorption was complete, however, he felt no surge of power. He glanced to the side. Sensing the lingering aura, TCH, did he escape using teleportation at the last moment? How infuriating. Beside him, bang, Wuyin fell directly to the ground. Although he barely managed to escape using the heavenly hand technique, his Rinnegan was already aching with fatigue. The secretive inscription of illusionary arts was exceedingly taxing. Utilizing the heavenly hand technique in such a state of exhaustion had severely drained his Rinnegan. Whoosh! The golden radiance abruptly receded into his being, and his hair gradually shortened. The Super Saiyan 3 form could no longer be sustained. How infuriating! Wuyin roared loudly. In the sky, Bu observed him with a calm demeanor. I have found you. It appears that the battle has concluded. Your strength has been entirely expended. The victor and the vanquished are now clear. Chapter 177, The Restricted Tsukuyomi. 26. This is bad. Goku stood in the sky, his gaze fixed intently on Rinnegan, only to suddenly realize that Wuyin had reverted from his Super Saiyan form, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Wuyin, he was about to rush over. But Rinnegan transformed into a swirling mist, obstructing Goku's path. With a massive body inverted, it delivered a crushing kick that sent Goku flying. Damn it! Goku exclaimed amidst the shattered rubble. I am utterly immobilized and unable to assist Wuyin. That detestable fiend has blocked my every move. That Kaishin of the West, In Goku's heart, the significance of Wuyin was irrefutable. The child had always possessed peculiarities since birth, without any apparent utility. Witnessing him in peril while feeling powerless was a torment. The root of all this misfortune was that cursed Kaishin of the West. Meanwhile, Asin hovered in the sky, facing Layla. Layla appeared invigorated, arms crossed, while Asin trembled uncontrollably. After all this time, you have shown no change. My patience and desire for revenge have far surpassed yours. This is undoubtedly due to your complacency in the glory of the Kaishin. I have stated before that only strength is of paramount importance. It is the only legacy that endures. Layla, everything you stand for is misguided. The birth of the Kaishin was meant for the advancement of the world, not for the sake of power. That is not our duty. Your stubbornness is why you quiver before me. Asin, I shall not lay a hand on you. You are unworthy of such action. You must witness the grandeur of the world succumbing to the depths of my power, living in terror under my formidable might. Observing behind him, Bu had expelled Wuyin from his transformed state. It seemed the battle was nearing its conclusion. Bu would eliminate Sun Wuyin, and no one could thwart his advance. My plan is about to succeed. The mission entrusted to me by my master shall be fulfilled. Asin, disregarding Layla's insinuations, sped towards Wuyin. If I can help Wuyin recover, we still have a chance at victory. Suddenly, a heavy blow struck from behind, causing Asin to crash to the ground. Spitting blood, Layla floated above, coldly asserting, do not overstep your bounds. I command you to stay put, or I shall end your life. Wuyin on the ground coughed up more blood, gasping heavily. Veins bulged on his arms as he slowly rose, meeting Bu's gaze with calm determination. This is hopeless. Wuyin. Victory seems unattainable now. The world is destined to fall into Layla's clutches. Kaishin, please, do not speak like that. I have yet to reach the point of utter despair. Wuyin broke into a smile, his pale lips parting ever so slightly. What are you laughing at? Wuo asked, momentarily taken aback. I cannot believe that a mere skeleton, after absorbing the waves of malevolent thoughts, has grown so formidable. Even Super Saiyan 3 cannot contend with you. Alas, you have miscalculated. Buo spat disdainfully. At this juncture, you still cling to bravado. Just look at your feeble strength. Do you truly believe you have a chance to turn the tide? Allow me to show you the source of my confidence. Wuyin extracted a glass orb from his bosom, seemingly crafted from crystal, shimmering with an extraordinary radiance under the sunlight. It appeared ethereal and captivating. A buzzing sound filled the air as a white light danced around Wu Yan's left hand. Suddenly, it was hurled into the sky. Haha, what kind of trick is this? It doesn't he possess even the slightest hint of lethality. Has your mind been impaired? Aha, you laughed maniacally. Meanwhile, Vegeta, engaged in battle nearby, paused momentarily. What is that? An artificial moon? Could it be that Wuyin intends to harness the power of the great ape? Yet, the transformation into a Super Saiyan has already reached a magnitude of 50 times. What could a mere tenfold great ape possibly achieve? As the white light ascended into the heavens, it instantly expanded, casting a radiant white glow akin to moonlight. Wuyin stared intently, his heart pounding violently within his chest. A ferocious roar erupted from his lips, causing his garments to shred apart, his body covered in fur. His jaws elongated with sharp teeth, and his eyes transformed into a vivid crimson. In an instant, a towering giant ape, soaring dozens of meters high, materialized. The crystalline orb in his hand gradually rolled onto the ground with a soft tinkling sound. Wuyin, a descendant of lower-tier warriors, too succumbs to the self-loss when exposed to the moonlit rays of Bruce. However, the glass orb upon the ground slowly ascends into the sky, obstructing the moonlight and radiating a spectrum of colors. The frenzied giant ape, upon catching a glimpse of that faint glimmer, suddenly finds tranquility enveloping its form. What transformation is this? Huh, such feeble power cannot withstand even a single blow from me. Son Wuyin, I shall swiftly send you to the depths of hell. Roaring, the giant ape unexpectedly calms down, tears welling in its eyes, as its brown fur gradually transforms into a resplendent golden hue. Sparks of electricity flicker around it, and with a thunderous boom, the ground shatters under the immense energy, halting all combat as everyone senses this unprecedented force. Is that Wuyin, brother? What does this form signify? Has Son Wuyin discovered another transformation over the past 4 years? Vegeta muses, while Bu stands frozen in disbelief. The giant ape's aura expands beyond measure, surpassing anything he has encountered. Do not jest. How could anyone in this world be more powerful than I? Just a frenzied monkey, incapable of harnessing the energy within its body. I can reduce you to scrap in an instant. The giant ape roars, its golden light emanating from its feet, gradually contracting. Purple lightning descends from the heavens, enveloping the battlefield in its embrace. With a resounding explosion, the earth erupts, several meters of land upheaved. Amidst the smoke, a figure slowly emerges. Black hair completely conceals the back of its head, a visage marked by determination. Its crimson eyes blink rhythmically, while the gold and black pupils fixate on the sky. A dragon-like upper body is cloaked beneath a mantle of red fur, paired with fluffy black trousers and layered cloth shoes. A robust tail sways in rhythm with the flickering moonlight behind it. Indeed, it has succeeded. The crimson figure, eyes blinking, proclaims in a deep, magnetic voice that dances through the air, evoking a sense of spring's gentle caress. Strangely, despite the immense power emanating from this being, there is no hint of malice. Even Bu, standing nearby, feels no threat. Who are you? Bu inquires. Just a moment ago, you reduced me to that state. And now you fail to recognize me after a mere transformation? Majin Bu, you truly exhibit the essence of folly. What? You are Son Wuyin? It is inconceivable. How could you have transformed into your current state? Bu gasped in astonishment. What on earth has happened to you? Pray enlighten me. Wuyin spread his arms wide, gazing at the crimson fur adorning his body, meticulously scrutinizing it bit by bit. Is this truly the epitome of the mightiest Super Saiyan 4? With a thunderous roar, Wuyin unleashed the tempestuous energy that resided within him. The Rinnegan glimmered with foretomo, and his innate abilities surged forth. Yet, they proved to be of little consequence. Absorbing energy at a staggering rate of 460, he released it back into the atmosphere with doubled intensity. A fierce gust swept across the land, slicing through the distant mountains with a smooth precision. All combat ceased as onlookers gaped in astonishment at Wuyin. What is this? Super Saiyan 4? Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief. Even the usual golden aura had vanished, marking a profound transformation. It was as if his essence had no resemblance to the previous forms. Impressive, Wuyin. Over these 4 years, you have indeed perfected a more potent transformation. But why did you not unveil it from the beginning? It would have spared me from this constant anxiety. With a sigh, Wukong lamented, I too desire this. Alas, transforming into Super Saiyan 4 requires an extensive period of preparation. As a mere lower-tier warrior, I have spent the past 4 years embedding the entirety of my life with Razali into the reincarnation eye, utilizing that crystal orb. Alongside the restricted Tsukuyami of the reincarnation eye, I inscribed every detail within it. When I undergo the transformation into the great ape, the restricted Tsukuyami will automatically activate, infusing my mind with all of Razali's experiences. Ultimately, this will awaken me, granting me the ability to harness immense power and successfully transform into Super Saiyan 4. Due to the time required for the inscription of the illusion, I can only engage in battle with you as Super Saiyan 3. In the end, if you find it unsatisfactory, I too shall be left in a state of despair. Bu. Now we may commence the second round. Super Saiyan 4. Truly remarkable, brother. With sparkling eyes, Wu Fan exclaimed, I share the same sentiment. Piccolo's gaze was filled with admiration. All eyes were fixed upon Wuyin in the battlefield, now understanding that his confrontation with Bu was of paramount importance. The lesser minions were utterly incapable of partaking in this earth-shattering conflict. In unison, everyone came to a halt. Whoosh! Wuyin lightly tapped his feet on the ground, and suddenly, the earth behind him erupted. In an instant, he resembled an arrow released from its bow, vanishing into thin air. Bu was just filled with confusion. Bang! A tremendous blow struck his face. A colossal force unleashed, causing Bu's head to spin incessantly upon his neck. Moments later, boom! Half of his cheek exploded. What? Such speed? Vegeta trembled, astonished as he spoke. Wukong's face was a picture of astonishment as he exclaimed, I saw nothing at all. Meanwhile, Bu's head began to swell gradually, instantly reverting to its original form. With a fierce expression, he bellowed, How infuriating! How could this be? Your power? Just as he was about to unleash a powerful punch, a resounding impact echoed through the air. Suddenly, Wuyin raised his knee, striking directly at the abdomen. With a gasp, after absorbing the waves of malevolence, Bu had acquired numerous traits from various individuals, and immediately blood spurted from his mouth. Just a single blow, merely one strike. How could this be possible? My body has suffered such a grievous injury. Gush! Blood flowed profusely from my lips, and I staggered backward unsteadily. Each step left traces in the air, resembling shattered glass, which abruptly fragmented. Whoosh! Wuyin has vanished once more, and Bu's eyes flicker back and forth in confusion. Where could he be? Where is he? How infuriating! I truly see nothing at all. How could that scoundrel's power have suddenly surged to such an extent? This is the might of Super Saiyan 4. Suddenly, Wuyin appeared from the side, delivering a powerful strike to Bu's waist with his knee. The resounding roar that followed was earth-shattering, as Bu's midsection snapped like a bent bow, emitting agonizing cries. Well done, you little brat. With just one move, you've reduced me to this state. However, much like a balloon, his form gradually reinflated, restoring itself within mere seconds. I am capable of instantaneous recovery. Just as he uttered these words, he noticed Wuyin's hand, adorned with crimson fur, reaching toward him. A bead of sweat trickled down his cheek. Swallowing hard, the world seemed to momentarily hush. Shinra Tensei. In an instant, a tremendous repulsive force, resembling a white sphere interwoven with black patterns, erupted explosively. Bu cried out in agony, his body suspended in midair as he desperately braced against the repulsion. Wuyin, astonished, remarked, The repulsive force is ethereal, yet you are the first to manage to restrain it. However, it is futile. With a thunderous crash, the repulsive ring in Bu's grasp expanded wildly, akin to a ticking time bomb, before ultimately detonating. Bu's form was instantly rendered ragged, with half of his body vanishing while the other half, shrouded in smoke, crashed to the ground with a thud. A surge of lava erupted from the remnants. Wuyin lightly descended upon a mountain peak, surveying from a lofty height. This is the magnificent power of Super Saiyan 4. Speed, strength. His overall prowess has been comprehensively enhanced beyond Super Saiyan 3. The situation appears to have entirely reversed. Once, you loomed above me, and now you have become akin to a lifeless dog. Bu, how do you feel about the present moment? Chapter 179. I am utterly enraged. Suddenly, the ground trembled twice, fissures extending like spider webs, as purple light surged forth from the cracks. Bu leapt into the air, having completely reverted to his original form. After absorbing human cells, you are no longer the malevolent Bu of yore. Your aura is no longer boundless, and even your regenerative abilities have their limits. The once formidable you is now left gasping for breath. Observing the beads of sweat on Bu's forehead, Wuyin gently remarked. His complex pupils seemed to encompass all of existence. Perceiving everything. Haha. Bu sneered, swiftly disassembling like blocks, silently advancing towards Wuyin. Can you keep up with my speed? As Wuyin quietly organized his thoughts behind him, BM. A punch struck firmly against Bu's cheek, shattering his visage. What? Bu exclaimed in disbelief, gazing at the menacing countenance of Wuyin, drenched in cold sweat. Impossible. I moved without any aura. No need for an aura. Wuyin explained with a smile. Your malevolent energy is akin to opium, tainting the air. That filthy body. As long as it is in my vicinity, I can instantly sense. It is crucial to know that Super Saiyan 4 possesses a remarkable sensitivity to malevolent auras. Haha. With a joyful exclamation, Wuyin leaped exuberantly through the sky. How infuriating. Zing. Bu incessantly fragmented and reappeared in another location. Bang. A heavy fist struck down once more. How maddening. Bu's eyes glinted with rage as he roared in the heavens. His ultimate technique had been thwarted, plunging him into a frenzy. I cannot believe this. Subsequently, in the celestial expanse, Wuyin completely deciphered Bu's fragmented movements, while Bu, in a fit of hysteria, continued to stomp about. Impossible. How could this be? Why has your speed increased so dramatically? Whoosh. Wuyin reappeared, swinging down with an inverted golden hook, striking Bu's head with tremendous force, causing him to retract like a turtle, his head sinking into his shell. TCH. In this era, who lacks spatial abilities? Fool. Bu had completely lost his sanity, erupting mid-air like a purple thunderbolt, hurtling toward Wuyin with ferocity. His fists enveloped in a fierce aura aimed directly at Wuyin's face. Bang. All the force was directed upwards, leaving Bu in a state of exhaustion as he leapt in the air. Every attack missed its mark. Wuyin seemed to be toying with him, constantly flickering in the air. How infuriating. With both hands clenched around the energy orbs, he swung them with a flourish, reminiscent of an afterimage. Whoosh whoosh. In an instant, hundreds of elliptical streams of energy enveloped Wuyin completely. A fierce glint flickered in Bu's eyes as he bellowed, Die? Ha! With a single hand clenched, all the energy orbs detonated towards the center. Boom. The purple radiance nearly drowned the sky, and the world ascended amidst the flames, as if the very earth itself were ablaze. Ha! Did you see that? Bu shouted, his eyes widening in excitement. The sky is shrouded in a cloud of smoke. Hey, what are you chattering about? That croaky laughter was truly detestable. Bu halted, slowly turning to find Wuyin had already positioned himself behind him. He hurriedly leaped back, escaping from Wuyin's vicinity. Ah, you possess spatial abilities. It seems such tactics hold no sway over you. Bu finally grasped the situation, ascending slowly into the sky. However, the others were not so fortunate. He raised his hands high, and within his palms, a crystalline orb resembling a thick ball of flame gradually materialized. Finally, with a rush, it expanded. Ah! Bu howled, the overwhelming energy swirling in the sky, resembling a golden sun, slowly rising. This is Frisia's supernova of death. If you evade, the earth will shatter into fragments. The Saiyans, the 60 billion inhabitants of Earth, and your beloved, can you forsake them? Die? The mighty energy descended slowly, as if granting Wuyin a moment of reconsideration. The entire sky was enveloped in flames. The scorching air began to distort, and the world's temperature surged drastically. The supernova of death continued its descent, and indeed, Wuyin showed no signs of evasion. A faint smirk appeared at the corner of Bu's mouth. As the supernova began to engulf Wuyin, he erupted into a hysterical laughter. Haha, what a foolish Super Saiyan 4, ultimately meeting his end at my hands. How naive. The bonds that Earthlings cherish so dearly become your greatest weakness. Because you cannot abandon Earth, you cannot escape. How tragic. The disparity in power had already sealed this fate. Whoosh. An elliptical energy orb surged forward, and all the gathered energy erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. Boom. The ground exploded instantly, cracks extending outward, as if the earth were fracturing. Beneath the dozens of meters-wide fissures, the molten lava was clearly visible, rolling ominously. A mushroom cloud gradually ascends. Wuyin. Piccolo expressed his concern. Wufan softly murmured, "Brother." Just now, the energy emanating from Bu instilled a sense of terror. Had they been the ones to confront it, they would likely be reduced to mere dust in an instant. With a cold chuckle, Wukong remarked, "Do not be hasty. While Bu is undeniably formidable, the Super Saiyan 4 transcends him by leaps and bounds. Wuyin is merely allowing Bu to taste the anguish of despair. What a pity it is, witnessing such a breathtaking battle, yet I find myself relegated to the role of a mere spectator. It fills me with a sense of discontent. What truly lies behind the transformation into Super Saiyan 4? I must unravel this mystery." Such were the thoughts swirling in Wukong's mind. Meanwhile, Vegeta trembled, casting a glance at the artificial moon in the sky, lost in contemplation. As the smoke gradually dissipated, it unveiled a seemingly bottomless pit. Below, ominous flashes of electricity flickered in the darkness, indicating that the Earth's core had also sustained significant damage. At the very center, a slender stone pillar stood defiantly. Towering above all, Wuyin stood lightly above, his complex pupils fixated on Bu. "What? In the face of such a close-range explosion of energy, you remain unscathed. How can this be possible? Bu, the one who seeks to destroy Earth. Even if you plead for mercy now, I shall not forgive you. I am utterly enraged." Chapter 180, Layla's Hidden Strategy. I am utterly enraged. Whoosh. Wuyin soared directly into the sky, leaving Bu completely unprepared. A powerful punch landed squarely on his chest. Wow. Bu immediately coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. An overwhelming force surged through his body, violently impacting his limbs and internal organs. The formidable strength within him seemed to shatter entirely. Bang! In a swift motion, Wuyin executed a side kick, shattering Bu's face into fragments. The residual force propelled his body sideways, crashing into a mountain peak with tremendous impact. The sound echoed like a balloon bursting, and Bu's head rapidly regenerated. Yet, his eyes widened in shock as Wuyin had already positioned himself behind him. Damn it! Just as Bu attempted to turn, he sensed a whirlwind of energy surging in the air before him. Bang! 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 Hundreds of energy blasts surged from all directions, relentlessly assaulting Bu. Ah! 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 Bu's frantic screams filled the air as he roared in agony. The onslaught from all four sides seemed unending, lasting a full minute. Tens of thousands of attacks rained down upon him, leaving what was once a flawless physique marred and battered. "What is this?" Amidst his cries of despair, he exclaimed. "The speed of your energy cannot match my movement. It appears as though I am motionless behind you, but in truth, I am continuously swirling around you, unleashing relentless fury." Zzz. As Wuyin spoke, a hint of revelation flickered like a mosaic, dazzling and elusive. "How infuriating!" Bu exclaimed loudly. Suddenly, a radiant purple light enveloped him entirely, forming a protective barrier. What is this? Has it been conjured by the divine celestial technique? This time, it was Wuyin who was taken aback. "Bu, you truly are a genius. Even without the Rinnegan, you have independently devised a method to learn techniques. I must admit, I am somewhat impressed. However, hiding within your shell will prove utterly futile." With a swift motion, he instantly ascended into the sky, his hands sweeping through the air. Countless illusions of punches materialized, surrounding Bu in an overwhelming onslaught. The sound of metal clashing reverberated from all directions, akin to the resounding toll of a great bell. As the relentless barrage nearly engulfed Bu. Creak, creak. Within less than a minute, the protective barrier began to fracture. In Bu's trembling gaze, it shattered with a thunderous crash. Boom. As Wuyin descended from the heavens, he harnessed the velocity of his flight to unleash an overwhelming force. With a single punch, he pierced through Bu's very core. Ah! Bu staggered back, spewing blood into the air as he trembled. His body's regenerative capabilities seemed to have reached their limit, failing to initiate automatic recovery. The cells of proliferation were devouring his essence. Were the regenerative energies within his cells completely depleted? Buzzing. At that moment, the space around them began to tremble. Bu, with a hollow chest, slowly turned, only to find himself engulfed in crimson. All that remained visible was Wuyin's smirking visage. Kamehameha. Tenfold. Huh. In an instant, a scarlet brilliance surged skyward, utterly consuming Bu. His cells evaporated within the Kamehameha, resembling thick sludge. Ultimately, his furious form crashed into a distant peak. The howling energy collided with the ground, erupting in a cacophony of explosions. A mushroom cloud gradually ascended. Gasping for breath, Boo writhed on the ground. Akin to a worm, his lower half had entirely vanished, and his upper body lay in tatters. His entire being was riddled with hollowness, exuding an aura of desolation. Boo struggled to summon his essence, his body slowly regaining form. Yet the antennae atop his head, his tail, and fingers only vaguely returned to shape. Lacking the once formidable essence, his body bore too many wounds to recover. What? Boo, trembling with fear, beheld Wuyin before him, staggering backward step by step. Bang! In his distraction, he clumsily fell to the ground, resembling a child in his folly. His fighting spirit had been utterly dismantled by Wuyin. His pupils were filled with the image of Super Saiyan 4, with its explosive red muscles and radiant glow, extinguishing any thought of resistance within Boo. Were it not for the divine lock binding his chest, he would have surely fled. In this world, no one could escape with greater prowess than Boo. As long as a single cell remained, he could survive. Asin and Layla fell into a stunned silence. Ha ha. Asin, reveling in the misfortune, remarked. Super Saiyan 4 possesses such formidable energy. I never imagined Wuyin had such a trump card. It truly alarms me. Beads of cold sweat adorned Asin's brow. Meanwhile, Layla stood before him, her face pale with trepidation, her body trembling uncontrollably. She inhaled deeply, forcing herself to regain composure. There were 2 sets of them. All the monsters had gathered around her, encircling her completely. Little did she realize, the wave of malevolent thoughts was formed from the collective wickedness of the underworld. The entirety of Shibu's body is shrouded in darkness. The result of such a combination should indeed render one invincible. How is it possible that you falter in such a manner? Super Saiyan 4. The Saiyans, astonishingly, have managed to develop such a transformation. You truly are a genius. Wuyin gradually descended, encircled by Wukong and Wu Fan. Wu Fan gently poked at Wuyuan's muscles. Brother, how did you conceive of this transformation? It appears to be entirely different from the previous golden aura and emerald eyes. Humph. Vegeta feigned arrogance, yet his eyes were fixed intently. It seems there are signs of ancestral regression. What on earth is happening? With great enthusiasm, Wukong inquired. Wuyuan, pray tell, how did you achieve the formidable Super Saiyan 4? Vegeta's gaze shimmered with a glimmer of hope. It was evident that the immense power of Super Saiyan 4 had already etched itself into their hearts. Invincible, powerful, unperturbed, and indifferent. Wuyin addressed Layla. You seem unconcerned about your fate. The strongest adversary has already been vanquished by me. Those surrounding you are mere insignificant pawns, easily dispatched with a single blow. Layla, your defeat is an undeniable truth. Defeat? A slight grimace flickered across Layla's exquisitely beautiful visage. The word failure does not exist in my lexicon. With such formidable allies behind me, and an environment tailored to my advantage, not to mention the monstrous Buu who wreaks havoc across the world, I am destined to prevail. With arms outstretched, Layla gently proclaimed, Now, let us commence the next round. Chapter 181. The Movement of Deification. You are indeed a stubborn one, Gohan shouted. Even if you were to charge at once, you would never be a match for my brother Wuyin. Your defeat is simply inevitable. How pretentious. Layla, unfazed by Gohan's retort, raised her hands delicately. Let me show you my ultimate technique. Wuyin's gaze was slightly piercing, and for reasons unknown to him, a sense of unease lingered within his heart. At this juncture, what means did he still possess? Wuyin, act swiftly and eliminate everyone. The figure exclaimed. That individual must be intent on having Buu absorb all the monsters. What? Wugahin responded in astonishment. Whoosh, whoosh. Without uttering a word, Wuyin shimmered through the air. However, he soon discovered that Buu had staggered to a halt right before him. Hands raised before his eyes, grinning mischievously. This is not good. Solar flare. In an instant, a blinding light surged into Wuyin's eyes, forcing him to shut them tightly. All sensations vanished in an instant. Curse you, Tien. What purpose does such a technique serve? His hands converged into a blossom-like formation, and a brilliant blue light soared skyward. Kamehameha. The energy wave was unleashed towards the location etched in his memory. As for whether it would hit its mark, that was a matter left to fate. A minute later, the dazzling light began to dissipate slowly. The air was devoid of Layla's presence, and everyone had retreated several hundred meters away. Buu's ability to disassemble and teleport. With a thunderous voice, Wuyin exclaimed, At this distance, it is futile. For my flicker, it is but a fleeting moment. Yet for Bu's absorption, it is merely an instant as well. In Wuyin's astonished gaze, several masses of flesh consumed Bojack, Zhangya, Bujin, Peter, Hildegard, and the android Broly entirely. Yu soared into the heavens, bursting into laughter. Observing the entirety of the grotesque masses merging with his form, he cast a menacing glare at Wuyin. Hiki. The situation has shifted indeed. Ha! Bu writhed through the air like liquid, gradually revealing his new visage. With emerald green hair, he embodied Broly. His golden, inverted triangular pupils and gaunt facial structure were reminiscent of the malevolent energy wave. Adorning his back were golden insect-like wings, a testament to Hildegard's essence. Finally, clad in white trousers, he bore Bojack's legs. The entirety of Bu had transformed, losing all semblance of his former self, now a grotesque amalgamation of all the monsters. Nevertheless, his aura was undeniably terrifying beyond measure. Wuyin was left utterly astonished. The malevolent energies intertwined, and due to the divine lock, the power surged exponentially. It had now surpassed Wuyin's Super Saiyan 4. How could the situation have become so convoluted? Transitioning from Super Saiyan 3 to Super Saiyan 4. He had not anticipated that Bu's transformation would be even more drastic. Curse be it, Wuyin muttered under his breath, clearly frustrated. This complexity was non-existent in the original text. The root of it all lay with the Western Realm King, Lyra, and the menacing figure that loomed behind her. Wuyin truly wished to remain silent. He retreated step by step until he stood beside Wukong. Hehe, son Wuyin, it appears that the situation has once again shifted. With an abundance of energy, Bu had long since returned to his original form. His elongated figure undulated like sludge, gracefully writhing as if engaged in a dance. TCH. Wukong exhaled a sigh of frustration. Now, Wuyin, what shall we do? Super Saiyan 4 is no match for him. We are utterly powerless to assist. Father, I possess another approach. Can you sense the presence of Goten and Trunks? Indeed. Utilize instant transmission to bring one of them here without delay. Hurry. Yu is still merely observing. This is our final opportunity. Understood. Whoosh. In an instant, Wukong vanished from sight. Oh, even now. Do you still believe you have a chance of victory? Bu gazed curiously. The power I possess now is unprecedentedly formidable. Almost all the dark energy in the universe has converged upon me. You are opposing the darkness of the entire cosmos. Like moths to a flame, you seek your own demise. I am indeed curious to see, at this juncture, in the face of such overwhelming strength, what you can possibly do. In less than 30 seconds, Wu Tian and Wukong appeared here. Trunks was compelled by Chi-Chi to attend a tutoring class and was not at home. Thus, I brought Wu Tian along. Is that acceptable? No problem. Thank you, Dad. Hey, Wuyin, what are you planning to do? Vegeta shouted. Everyone, join hands and form a circle, placing your hands upon my shoulders. Heeding Wuyin's instructions, Broly, Vegeta, Wukong, Gohan, and Wu Tian joined hands in a circle. With Gohan and Wukong placing their hands on Wuyin's back, Wuyin gradually closed his eyes, continuously adjusting his breathing. According to legend, infusing the essence of 5 Super Saiyans into the last remaining Saiyan would give birth to the most formidable deity of the Saiyans, the Super Saiyan God. As Wuyin recounted the tale, the golden radiance of the 5 Super Saiyans slowly condensed within him, transforming into a blue glow that enveloped Wuyin entirely. In 290, the Saiyans experienced a schism, with the malevolent Saiyans gaining the upper hand. The benevolent Saiyans, inadvertently, infused all their brilliance into the body of the last individual, thus birthing the true deity. However, due to the temporal limitations of the Super Saiyan God's power, the evil Saiyans ultimately triumphed. Nevertheless, the legend of the Saiyan God has persisted through the ages, reaching me through the annals of time. If the tales are indeed true, this could be our final straw in defeating Bu. This, too, is our ultimate recourse. The blue light was entirely infused into Wuyin's body, causing him to gently float into the air. To the astonishment of Goku and the others, he became completely enveloped in a pink aura. The blood-red glow of Super Saiyan 4 gradually merged into Wuyin's form. Slowly, his physique began to shrink, his arms grew frail, and his hair, now a vibrant red, floated and swayed as if stirred by an unseen wind. All traces of energy within him vanished in an instant. What is this? Asin and Layla's expressions shifted dramatically. A god? Is this the energy of a god? Layla and Asin simultaneously stood frozen in disbelief. It was inconceivable. Even if Bu had absorbed so many malevolent beings, condensing the vast majority of the universe's wickedness, he still remained within the realm of humanity. How could this be possible? The chasm separating mortals from deities was an insurmountable divide. Layla, lost in her thoughts, began to sway, appearing somewhat hysterical. Meanwhile, Asin's eyes widened in astonishment. The dimensional realm has transcended my understanding. That power, combined with the universe's might, promises victory. Ha, we shall surely prevail. In that moment, over half of the universe's malevolence was eradicated instantaneously. The cosmos could enjoy a prolonged period of peace. Who would have thought that a mere Majin Bu would bring forth such extraordinary surprises? He finally grasped the true meaning of descending from heaven to hell, and then back to heaven. Wuyin is no match for the malevolent Broly, yet he transforms into Super Saiyan 4. As half of the dark thoughts converge, unexpectedly, Wuyin instantaneously ascends to divinity. Ha. Axion cackles unabashedly. Wukong. Vegeta has been utterly astonished. With a perplexed expression, Wu Tian inquired, "What is this? Why can I not sense my brother's presence?" "I cannot feel it either," Wukong replied, shaking his head solemnly. "What on earth is happening?" In the air, Wuyin kept his eyes tightly shut, still in the form of Super Saiyan 4. However, his physique appeared considerably frail, and his once black hair had transformed into a vibrant red, gently billowing in the wind. Suddenly, with a hum, a minuscule book burst forth from his forehead, emanating a resonant sound akin to a grand bell, enveloping the atmosphere. "I never anticipated you would ascend to such divine heights in such a brief span. Allow me to assist you once more." The tome appeared to writhe slowly, and a brilliant, pale red light surged forth from within. Layla let out a piercing scream as the radiant beams enveloped her, corroding her body as if it were a lethal poison. What? Her fingers and hair disintegrated into a putrid substance and vanished instantly. With a swift motion, she transformed into a beam of light, retreating into the void to evade the blinding radiance, cautiously peeking out to assess. Is that the divine essence of the God of Light? How infuriating! How can a Saiyan possess such a thing? The crimson glow illuminated Asin, yet it bestowed upon him an unparalleled sense of comfort. My power is gradually increasing. What could this possibly mean? He felt as though he were adrift in a vast ocean, the rolling waves caressing his body. All his energy points were being surged with vibrations. In an instant, the red tome radiated a blinding light, transforming into a hexagonal crystalline prism, which slowly merged into Wuyuin's forehead. In an instant, Wuyin let out a piercing scream as shimmering specks of light enveloped his body. A crimson aura gradually spread, engulfing the entire sky as if it were wrapped in a torrent of raging flames, beginning to scorch everything in its vicinity. What is this? Is this the manifestation of Wuyin's energy? It seems to have encased the heavens entirely. Wukong was rendered speechless by shock. Before him, Bu gazed into the sky, drenched in cold sweat, utterly forgetting to attack. Whoosh! The air began to tremble, and a magnificent white halo materialized behind Wuyin. Concentric circles floated behind him, surrounded by a slowly shifting crimson glow that turned into a vivid purplish hue. A divine and serene atmosphere radiated instantly from his being. God embodies justice. God embodies greatness. I, with this noble countenance, this boundless brilliance, and this invincible essence, am the solitary embodiment of divine justice. Suddenly, soft murmurs escaped Wuyuin's lips. Bu roared suddenly, his massive form charging toward Wuyin, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. The current presence of Wuyuin instilled fear within him. There was no time to waste. I am doomed. Dreadful. That fiend intends to thwart Wuyuin's transformation. Let's go. Wukong shouted loudly. Damn it. Whoosh. Vegeta darted forward in a zigzag pattern, leaving trails of light in the air. The final flash. In an instant, it appeared above Bu, golden energy mingling with lightning, striking directly at Bu's head. Get away. Bu bellowed fiercely, swinging his hand. Bang. Vegeta's flash was unexpectedly repelled back along its original path. What? Vegeta screamed in agony. His Super Saiyan form fading, his body engulfed in smoke as he crashed backward. Die. Piccolo shouted from behind, delivering a powerful punch. Bang. Bu abruptly raised his knee, unleashing immense force that exploded against Piccolo's chest. Boom. Half of his body was obliterated into fragments. Piccolo. Wukong cried out in horror. Had Wuyin been battling such a monster all along? He soared down rapidly, his Super Saiyan 3 form radiating infinite light. Wukong screamed in desperation. Hiss all the power in his fist was unleashed upon the ground. What? Instant transmission? Behind him, Bu transformed into wisps of smoke. This is a technique of Rinnegan. Bang! With a mighty hand, he smashed Wukong into the rubble below, the Super Saiyan 3 form completely vanishing. Dreadful. The burden of Super Saiyan 3 on the body is overwhelming. Wuyin, hurry. We cannot hold on for long. Hee hee. Bu sneered sinisterly, eyeing the closed-eyed Wuyin in the sky. Bastard. Whoosh. Gohan appeared before me, exclaiming, I will never allow you to disrupt my brother's transformation. All the energy within my body erupted forth, transforming into a radiant light, reminiscent of the solar flare, yet even more resplendent. Bu's advance was momentarily hindered. Get out of my way. A hoarse voice echoed, as the energy from Gohan grew increasingly immense above. If this continued, I would surely perish. Damn you, vile creature, do not obstruct my path. A formidable wave of energy surged forth from my hand, and in comparison, Gohan seemed but a mere speck in the vast ocean, incapable of stirring any waves. My body collided with a nearby peak like a tattered rag, shattering into fragments that vanished amidst the smoke. Haha, with this, no one shall disturb me. Transformation? Divine beings? I will not allow you to succeed. Whoosh. Bu disassembled and began to gather ominously above Gohan's head. Wukong, Gohan, Vegeta, and Piccolo were all covered in scars, their eyes filled with despair. No. Bang. A heavy fist struck the top of Wuyin's head. It was a bit delayed. Waking up so early on a Sunday is truly a monumental challenge for me. Considering my dedication, wouldn't you consider making a generous donation? Chapter 183. The initial appearance of Kid Bu. The Madman. 26. Bang. Bu's fist landed heavily on Wuyin's head. He grinned wickedly, his eyes brimming with malevolence as he laughed maniacally. However, gradually, his laughter faded into silence, for Wuyin stood before him, utterly motionless. He withdrew his fist and met Wuyin's mocking gaze. Impossible, Bu shouted, his fists surging like dragons emerging from the sea, relentlessly closing in on Wuyin from every angle. Swish swish. Wuyin remained utterly still, merely swaying gently from side to side, effortlessly evading all of Bu's assaults. To inflict harm upon another, one must act thus. Bang. No sooner had the words left his lips than Bu, caught off guard, received a devastating punch directly to his neck. Bu let out a wretched cry as his body plummeted downward. A cracking sound echoed, and a mouthful of blood spewed forth. Previously devoid of any understanding of blood or tissue, having absorbed so many beings, he now bore the characteristics of humanity within him. His strength had augmented, yet his vulnerabilities had undoubtedly multiplied as well. With a teasing tone, Wuyin remarked, how infuriating. Bu stirred his body, transforming back to his original form. Useless. It has no effect whatsoever. Despite the beads of cold sweat adorning his forehead, he continued to speak such words. Wuyin was acutely aware of the immense force he had exerted in that recent punch. For 20, so stubborn. Just who are you? It is inconceivable that someone like you could ever exist on Earth, or indeed, anywhere in the cosmos. Wuyin, elevated and imposing, was shrouded in a radiant halo of divine light. I am the son of Sun Wukong, a scion of Earth, the destined child who has inherited the Rinnegan. Furthermore, I have been acknowledged as the god of Super Saiyans. Wuyin spread his hands, feeling an inexplicable resonance in his words. The mightiest being in the universe. The mightiest? Do not jest. I embody the malevolent thoughts of the vast majority of the universe. What can you possibly achieve on your own? The answer is evident. Wuyin gently waved his hand, and in an instant, 2 bolts of lightning erupted from the divine ring behind him, surging through the air towards Bu. This is not good. Sensing the immense power contained within, Bu was engulfed in sheer terror, retreating rapidly as his form flickered incessantly, leaving behind countless afterimages. Afterimages? Alas, the judgment thunder relies on sensing your aura. No matter how many afterimages you conjure, it will not alter your fate. The 2 bolts of lightning seemed to traverse the void, directly ensnaring Bu. Crackle. In an instant, an overwhelming force erupted from within his body. Boom. Within mere seconds, he was reduced to mere fragments. This is the extent of my power, Bu. What do you think? Do you still believe you are impervious to harm? Come now. Do not feign death. I know you will not succumb to such trivial attacks. With a resounding voice, Wuyin exclaimed. Yet, several minutes passed, and Bu remained unresponsive. What is happening? Below, the swirling darkness gradually coalesced, resembling a black hole, as an immense force threatened to engulf the earth entirely. What is this? The shattered fragments of Bu began to gather, all the darkness converging into one. This. Asen was taken aback. I understand now. Wuyin, listen to me. Your lightning has completely shattered all the goodwill within Bu's being. What stands before us now is the most malevolent form of Bu, the original incarnation, devoid of emotion, devoid of language. His entire being pulsates with violence. To vanquish enemies, he will spare no means. Gurgling. The pink luminescence in the sky began to writhe once more, and slowly, Bu reemerged. Indeed, his stature had diminished significantly. However, the malevolent aura within him swelled immensely. What is happening? Lord Kaishin? Goku stumbled, clutching his wound, and inquired. Originally, this was Bu's true form. Even the creator Bibidi could not control him. However, as he absorbed more and more humans, Bu selectively assimilated a portion of their memories. This granted him the ability to communicate. After absorbing the great Kaishin, the goodness within him prevailed, allowing him to gain control. This was the fat Bu we saw earlier. Although his power had increased considerably, his overall strength diminished due to the inability to fully harness his malevolence. Because of Wuyin's lightning, Bu expelled all goodwill. He reverted to his former self. Infinite stamina. Infinite regenerative ability. In a sense, he is truly immortal. Oh. Bu began to frantically pound his chest, and upon witnessing this, Layla fell into silence once more. Just like that, he would kill me effortlessly. I do not wish to relive that torment. Therefore, I shall become a true powerhouse. Let the universe, let this world, not confine my existence. Layla, do you not comprehend? The current Bu is devoid of emotion, devoid of thought. Your divine seal can no longer control him. Asen shouted emphatically. Impossible. The divine seal was entrusted to me by a revered master. How could it possibly fail? Layla frantically waved her hands, her hair disheveled, consumed by madness. Bu, kill them for me. Hee. Little Bu glanced at her, completely ignoring her. How infuriating. Layla clasped her hands together, attempting to activate the divine seal. Yet, after a long while, she discovered that the power binding Bu seemed to have sunk into oblivion, yielding no response whatsoever. All her warriors had been devoured, yet Bu remained beyond her control. This signifies that she has once again become the powerless Supreme Kai of the West. No, she screamed in madness. Bu soared into the sky, his features that absorbed humanity completely vanishing, revealing his primordial form. Yet, he retained the ability to wield everyone's powers. It can be said that Bu, in this moment, embodies his most formidable state, resorting to any means necessary to vanquish his opponent. He stood coldly atop a mountain peak, gazing indifferently at the earth. Whoosh! A surge of energy shot forth, racing towards the planet. Bang! Wuyin suddenly struck it away, leaving Bu momentarily stunned as he turned to gaze at Wuyin. How infuriating! Wukong exclaimed in disbelief. That fellow, to reach such a transformation, has taken the first step of annihilating Earth. This is Bu. We must conclude this battle with utmost haste. He possesses infinite regenerative capabilities, showing no concern for his appearance. In simpler terms, the one battling you is a madman, just infinitely enhancing his opponent. And it's done. After eliminating him, turn him into a specimen. The Bu saga will soon come to an end. Followed by the God of Destruction arc. Chapter 184, The Grave of Wheels. The Edge of Hell. 36. A being who intended to obliterate Earth from the outset is undeniably a lunatic of battle. Wukong's eyes brimmed with fighting spirit. Yet he understood that the only one capable of saving the world was the Wuyin standing before him. How had their power disparity grown so vast? 7 years of Bu. 3 years of Cell, 1 year prior, Trunks, and even earlier, Frieza. Indeed, in the beginning, he could still hold his ground in battle. Yet, 11 years later, he could no longer catch a glimpse of Wuyin's figure. Super Saiyan 4, achieving 2 breakthroughs in such a brief span. Wuyin is undoubtedly a prodigy of combat. Wukong staggered to the side and seized Wuyuin's glass orb in his hand. It remains uncertain whether that so-called limited Tsukuyomi can still be utilized. This time, he may truly have to rely on the power of the Dragon Balls. It is indeed ironic that he must resort to such means to catch up with Wuyin. Wuyin floated in the air, confronting the formidable Kid Bu. This creature posed an immense threat to Earth and must be eradicated decisively, without affording him any opportunity for resistance. Perfect. He touched his Rinnegan, within which 5 Tomo had already materialized. Having ascended to divinity, the 5th ability had awakened, no longer a mere novelty. This technique could amplify his combat prowess twofold. Wuyin gazed at Bu, who resembled a colossal gorilla, furiously pounding its chest. Oh, oh, it continued to roar incessantly. Bang! Wuyin narrowed his eyes slightly, an eerie aura seemingly swirling in the void, and Majin Bu sensed something amiss. Suddenly, a violent impact caused his chest to cave in, propelling his body into the mountainside. He let out a perplexed sound, glancing towards the adjacent space. Vegeta stood in astonishment. Hey, Kakarot, did you witness Wuyin's recent movement? No. He definitely didn't move just now. The movement of a person must evoke ripples in the world, no matter how swift their speed. Goku exclaimed in disbelief. I seem to sense a peculiar presence. I cannot see it. Yet, it undeniably exists. Bang! Majin Bu surged into the sky, a series of muffled groans echoing continuously. He flailed about like a comical jester, attempting to block the onslaught. Yet countless fist marks landed upon his body. Bu's fury ignited, and with a sudden punch, he unleashed all his strength into the void. But it was futile. Thuds of muffled sounds resonated throughout the space, rendering even his defenses ineffective. Wuyin merely observed the unfolding chaos from below, akin to a spectator at a fierce duel. Bu's body began to collapse inward from his chest, each punch transforming him into a mere heap of mud, a disheveled pile suspended in midair. Die! Wuyin shouted from below. Suddenly, Bu's form began to concave inwards, and he astonishingly erupted in midair, as if his body were being torn apart, floating in a fragmented manner. Bu howled in confusion. He could not comprehend what was relentlessly assaulting him. Kakarot, do you understand? No. Even if I possessed Bu's power, I would likely be utterly defeated. Perhaps it is yet another bizarre ability of the Rinnegan. If it were mere strength, we could perceive the disparity between ourselves and Wuyin. However, once that pair of eyes comes into play, Wukong trembled all over. The enhancement of the Rinnegan's combat prowess was truly terrifying. Bu gradually regained his composure, his eyes fixed ahead, when a surge of crimson light erupted forth. He exclaimed in surprise. Kamehameha, times 10. The blood-red radiance instantly engulfed Bu, incinerating most of the fragments with its concentrated energy. The air seemed to split asunder like a thunderbolt. Wow, how powerful! Gohan remarked with delight. Is that the strength of my brother now? Below, Goten witnessed the might of Gohan for the first time, finally understanding why everyone proclaimed his brother as the world's strongest warrior. Bu's cellular structure was nearly annihilated. However, from the debris below, a mass of pink tissue slowly emerged, writhing incessantly, ultimately restoring itself to its original form. Indeed, Bu had been scattered countless times before, and beneath lay his very cells. Little Bu possessed an infinite capacity for regeneration. It seemed a fierce battle awaited. Bu's elongated body writhed continuously, seemingly mocking Gohan. An immortal body. What a bothersome entity. In the realm of Dragon Ball, the foes he loathed the most were Bu and Zamasu, as they were exceedingly challenging to combat. His favorite was Broly, whose every blow was visceral and exhilarating. Bu swiftly reverted to his original state. Suddenly, with a swift motion, his sharp hand plunged directly into his own chest. The air seemed to tremble. Gradually, a razor-sharp divine sword was drawn forth. What is that? A technique of the evil containment wave? The violet radiance in Wuyuin's grasp swiftly converged, and the ominous black scythe re-emerged, measuring a length of 1.5 meters. Old companion, it has been quite a while since I last called upon you. With a swift motion, both combatants propelled themselves forward, their feet barely touching the ground. The air was suddenly filled with a cacophony of muffled groans as the divine sword and the dark scythe clashed with fervor. A crackling sound resonated as golden lightning enveloped the battlefield like an inverted bowl. The fabric of Wuyuin's robe stirred, conjuring a whirlwind. As he abruptly retreated from the fray, dark scythe, heaven's net, flash. In an instant, a wave of violet energy sliced through the void, hurtling towards Bu. A thunderous collision ensued, reverberating through the air, where the clash of metal echoed, leaving behind 2 distinct trails etched upon the ground. With his hands raised high, Wuyin descended from the heavens. The dark holy scythe swung down with a sudden force. A wave of violet energy erupted instantaneously, crackling gold lightning intertwining in the air. transforming the surrounding world into a hue of purple, as if it had been cleaved asunder by the sacred scythe. Whoosh! The divine sword was severed effortlessly, as though it were mere tofu, split cleanly in two. Subsequently, Majin Buu's form was also smoothly divided. Now, this is the opportune moment. Majin Buu, meet your demise. Wuyin gently caressed his Rinnegan, as an extraordinary aura manifested once more. It has returned. That very essence again. It seemed to have vanished for a brief interlude. Wukong had been attentively observing, harboring the hope of unraveling all of Wuyin's Rinnegan abilities within his lifetime. Some could be deciphered, yet others remained elusive. For instance, Tsukuyomi, which left one pondering endlessly, perhaps without ever discovering a means of countering it. Wuyin softly intoned, Wheel of the Grave, Border of the Abyss. The abilities of the Reincarnation Eye are exceedingly formidable, especially when coupled with the Dragon Balls, resulting in devastating power. When I initially conceived this idea, my thoughts centered around the Wheel of the Grave. However, I am not adept at crafting narratives of invincibility, and had I pursued the Wheel of the Grave, I fear I would have long since faltered. Thus, it was reduced to the Heavenly Hand power. This technique is overwhelmingly powerful, amplifying Wuyin's strength without bounds, doubling it in intensity. I shall say no more. Wuyin softly spoke, and with a swift motion, a peculiar aura seemed to circulate endlessly within the space. Buu's body was cleaved in twain, still unable to recover from the shock. Bang! One half of his form was forcefully flung away, crashing heavily into the mountain behind him. Boom! In an instant, a sprawling range of mountains was reduced to mere ashes. What a splendid opportunity! Observing the remaining half of Buu's body, Wuyin shouted, Chi Strike. Instantly, a pure essence erupted from his being, enveloping the diminutive Buu in a barrage of concentrated attacks. Buu let out a couple of anguished cries before vanishing completely. What? Layla exclaimed in astonishment. What is happening? Why is Buu's body not regenerated? It appears that Mr. Wuyin has eradicated Buu's cells with his essence. While energy Buu could withstand, he had no means to counter the fundamental assault of the essence itself. Whoosh! Little Buu reappeared before them. Yet one half of his body had been utterly obliterated, leaving him somewhat overwhelmed. His form began to writhe slowly, and in the blink of an eye, he reverted to his original state. Wuyin gazed at him with an odd expression. It appears that my actions have profoundly affected you. Your body's self-repair mechanisms have proven inadequate. Buu uttered a perplexed sound, only to suddenly realize that the gaping wound in his chest had not healed. With a deep breath, he attempted to restore himself, yet his vitality diminished significantly. It seems that even you possess your own limitations. The unexpected blow has rendered your body incapable of returning to its former state. To regain your strength, you must expend your own energy. Aha! A bead of sweat trickled down Buu's face. Even a being of pure malevolence like him found himself ensnared in fear when faced with Wuyin. Moreover, he encountered perplexing techniques that he could not comprehend at all. He was unable to even mount a defense. Buu glanced around, seemingly searching for something. Wuyin chuckled and said, What sudden assault do you intend to employ to absorb me? Since your body has already reached its limits in recovery, those stray remnants are of no use any longer. Wuyin took a deep breath, his belly swelling like a balloon, and suddenly exhaled with great force. Boom, boom, boom. The surrounding world erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, engulfed by roaring flames that nearly consumed the entire battlefield. Buu could feel his concealed cells being slowly incinerated, vanishing without a trace in an instant. Is this the end? If I eliminate you before me, then it should all conclude, right? Wuyin said softly, cradling his hands. Little Buu, taken aback, stumbled back 2 steps, teetering precariously as if he might fall to the ground. Within his once fearless heart, a flicker of trepidation unexpectedly emerged. Whoosh! Bang! With a heavy thrust of his knee, Wuyin struck directly at his chin, the force of the attack contorting Buu's face into an extremely grotesque expression. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the celestial force surged from behind, causing his body to plummet downward. A tremendous impact ensued as Buu was forcefully pinned to the ground. The air was shattered by a deafening explosion, and the earth itself crumbled beneath them, fissures spreading relentlessly. A potent energy erupted from the cracks, beams of light shooting forth into the cosmos. Buu's head nearly detonated from the intensity. Cursed! Cursed! A faint whisper escaped his lips, while his dark pupils dilated and twisted in bewilderment. In a swift motion, a purple laser burst forth, carving deep gashes across Wuyin's face, blood gushing forth instantly. This marked the first time he had sustained an injury since transforming into a deity. Can your body truly still mend itself, Bu? With his right hand raised high, Wuyin bellowed, dragon fist. Roar. Like a colossal beast resurrected from the depths of antiquity, a roar erupted, resonating with the force of a mighty bell. Golden light intertwined in the heavens, gradually transforming into a majestic celestial dragon. Perish. The fierce dragon plunged headfirst, causing the ground to erupt in an explosion. An infinite surge of power gushed forth from the fissures, as though the very earth had been pierced. Molten lava surged forth, engulfing the shattered remains of Bu. The essence of Wuyin transformed into wisps of azure smoke, gradually reassembling in the air. This land was plunged into the depths by Wuyin's dragon fist, causing all the mountains to collapse. From the sides, the waters of the four great oceans cascaded in torrents, and slowly, what was once a plain morphed into a vast expanse of marshlands. How formidable! In the sky, Wukong expressed his admiration, declaring that such a technique was undoubtedly the most potent single-target attack. It surpassed even the tenfold Kamehameha by a significant margin. Bubbling sounds emerged from the deep sea as Bu surged into the sky. Although his face had healed, the myriad tiny scars on his body remained visible, and the substantial wound on his chest was beyond his remedy. It seemed that Bu had indeed reached his limit. It was time to unleash the final strike to vanquish him. The immortal cells must be obliterated by stellar annihilation, while that malevolent power could simply be countered by the forces of righteousness. Excellent! Wuyin exclaimed, Luin Mu. With a sudden surge, a figure burst forth from the void, colliding with Bu. Once again, this peculiar technique. What in the world is this move? Even Bu appeared perplexed. He could only endure the onslaught, having pinpointed the location and even locked onto the energy signature. Yet, he continued to strike at empty space. Bang! Bang! The frustrating existence of being unable to retaliate began anew, and within mere seconds, Bu was left battered and bruised. His inadequate recovery abilities caused his energy to dwindle gradually. Layla's face reflected sheer terror. Bu's defeat seemed inevitable. However, Exine joyfully proclaimed, Excellent! Excellent! Wuyin, hurry up and finish Bu off. This will bring everything to an end. Wu Yan's essence surged into the sky, extending a solitary hand towards the sun. Universal heaven's call. The eye of reincarnation finally unleashed its terrifying power. Waves of gravitational force seemed to coalesce into a colossal hand, gradually drawing the sun closer to Earth. How excruciatingly hot! Wuyin shouted loudly, We must conclude this swiftly, or else the Earth shall perish by my hand. The Rinnegan flickered once more, and the five-dimensional Wultum received the message. His body sank, delivering a heavy punch to Bu's chin. His form, already battered and torn, left him utterly defenseless. With a swift motion, he propelled himself toward the stars. Bu screamed in agony before the relentless heat of the eternal sun. Even Wuyin found himself powerless, especially in the face of the current Bu. His body gradually began to dissolve, fading away bit by bit. Unable to contain the immense dark power any longer, it surged forth from his eyes, nose, and mouth in a violent torrent. Wuyin raised his hands high. The efficacy of the spirit bomb remains insufficient, requiring the consent of humanity. The new generation of deities, command all beings to eradicate Bu and to vanquish the darkness. Bestow upon me half of your strength. Chapter 186. The conclusion of all of humanity on earth. Submit your power to me. This is the decree of the new deity. Wuyin raised his hands high and shouted loudly. Suddenly, a blue and white energy sphere materialized, expanding rapidly. From the earth, streams of energy surged forth, gradually converging. Whoosh! Wukong and Gohan are panting heavily. How remarkable! With a single command, he commands the world. We possess no capacity for resistance. Our energy has been utterly siphoned away by Wuyin. Wukong spoke softly, his body brimming with weakness. Meanwhile, the majority of the Earth's inhabitants lay prostrate on the ground. This time, the spirit bomb he conjured was entirely different. It was a forcible reclamation of a significant portion of his own strength. To gather the energy necessary to eradicate Bu was no trivial task. Let us proceed. As Wuyin continued to float, the energy sphere he held aloft grew ever larger, its cerulean radiance caressing all like a gentle spring breeze. From its core emanated a pure white energy, as fervent as the sun itself. Humph! Wuyin scoffed. Indeed swift. Perish. Bu. With a decisive kick, he propelled Bu into the heart of a star. In an instant, Wuyin's energy orb surged forth, celestial annihilation. A torrent of energy relentlessly consumed the dark aura exuded by the diminutive Bu. The azure light soared, reminiscent of fireflies, dispelling the shadows that lingered. Who? Like ethereal flames dancing before the searing sun, the resilient blue radiance blazed fiercely. Ah! A pain cry escaped from little Bu as his cells gradually disintegrated. While the darkness was obliterated by the collective righteous energy of humanity, he was cast into the sun, and after 2 relentless assaults, survival was utterly impossible. Moreover, the remnants of Bu's other cells had already been annihilated. Wukong spoke softly. Bu continuously shrieked, his body disintegrating into ash. It took several minutes for all the dark energy to dissipate completely. Boom! The stellar destruction bomb collided with the sun. A muffled thud echoed as the sun effortlessly withstood the assault of the destruction bomb. It was filled with pure energy of righteousness, rendering it utterly harmless to the celestial body. Whoosh! Wuyin let out a sigh of relief. Bu's presence has completely vanished. That troublesome fellow is no more. Wuyin never anticipated that what initially seemed to be a smooth journey would devolve into the present chaos. The Super Saiyan 3 was indeed capable of vanquishing the formidable Majin Bu, and events unfolded in accordance with his expectations. Yet, he was blindsided by Layla's intervention, which culminated in the aggregation of all malevolence within the universe. Ultimately, this madness led to Bu absorbing it all, spiraling the situation into irretrievable disarray. Even the Super Saiyan 4 could not stand against him. He found himself reliant on the strength of others to ascend to godhood. For Wuyin, this was undeniably a slight against his pride. To triumph over Bu through the aid of external forces, particularly the ambiguous power of the divine, was a path contrary to his Saiyan belief in innate strength. Nevertheless, he found himself compelled to proceed along this alternate course. What he did not foresee was the annals of time transforming into a complete divine essence of the God of Light, seamlessly integrating into his being, continuously bestowing divine power upon him. His current form was starkly different from Goku's half-hearted divinity. In essence, he embodied a true god akin to Beerus. However, this transformation would require a period of training. Wuyin, wielding the dark holy scythe, slowly descended before Layla, his eyes filled with icy malevolence. King of the West, do you have any final words? Consider them your last testament. Wuyin's companion, Xian, gradually extended his hand, seemingly attempting to plead for mercy. However, Wuyin paid no heed. You must understand, King of the Gods, the woman before us has caused us immense trouble. If it weren't for her sudden breakthrough, she would surely have perished here. Should she emerge victorious, perched atop her throne, do you truly believe she would spare me? She has strayed into darkness, and her obsession with power, fueled by her battle with Bu, renders her vulnerable to exploitation. King Cooled, Frisia, and Gula are all intricately linked to her. The foes we face now are nearly all connected to her. Do you still intend to plead for her? How absurd, Saiyan! Layla suddenly exclaimed in a frenzied manner. Spare me your pretense. There is no possibility for coexistence between us. The tainted air surrounding us, the perfect world sullied by your presence, is no longer fit for my existence. It is a pity, however, that I have not fulfilled the task assigned to me by my master. But, do you think this is the end? A mere human daring to intrude upon the realm of the divine shall ultimately meet with a gruesome fate. There are no surprises here. I shall await your arrival in hell. Let me assure you, there are even more formidable humans being cultivated, and when they are born, the world will tremble. Ha ha! Layla shouted hysterically. Wuyin gazed at him helplessly and demanded, Speak. Who is the shadowy figure behind you? The monstrous entity intent on undermining the strength of the universe? How pitiable you are, lacking even a fundamental understanding of the divine hierarchy. How could you possibly comprehend the magnificent existence that stands behind me? In the face of such power, you stand no chance whatsoever. Which esteemed being would choose to entomb you at the very edge of time and space, subjecting you to endless suffering? In a flash, a beam of violet light flickered, abruptly silencing Layla's clucking voice, as a crimson line slowly manifested upon her neck. You, the esteemed one, shall not spare you, 080. And as for you, Jaiko. Suddenly, Wuyin flickered behind and whispered a name. Is it him? To everyone's astonishment, Layla's fractured neck appeared to revive with a flicker of life as she mechanically turned her head. Her eyes, wide with shock, were filled with an ocean of fear. Due to the severing of her throat, she could utter no words. It seems my conjecture was nearly accurate. Ha ha. With her final moments of bewilderment, a jet of blood erupted like a fountain, soaring into the sky. Blood stained the heavens, a crimson ribbon across the expanse. As Wuyin gazed upon her convulsing form, life gradually ebbed away from her. At last, this torment had come to an end. He let out a deep sigh, while behind him, Ashen seemed enveloped in a bittersweet melancholy. Slowly descending to the ground, he extended his hands, enveloping Layla in a gentle stream of divine energy. Defeated by the demon Bu, his relentless pursuit of power, a quest not befitting a Kai, ultimately led to a repulsion with the divine essence within him, plunging him into madness. However, being a deity, he was destined to return to the realm of the Kai, to be laid to rest in eternal peace. With a tinge of sorrow, Ashen carefully gathered Layla's lifeless body and suddenly inquired, Mr. Wuyin, what were your final words to Layla? No, I had nothing to say. Wuyin gently shook his head. Chapter 187. The Opportunity for Ryukon's Breakthrough. No, there is nothing. Axi nodded thoughtfully. I understand now. Thank you for your help during the incident with Majin Bu. I never anticipated that the Kaioshin would complicate matters so much. I have been of little assistance. Earth, initially a mere low-level planet in the universe, has been saved because of him. As a Kaioshin, I feel quite ashamed. Axion slightly shook his head. I must take my leave now. The fear of Bu has completely dissipated, and I need to delve deeper into this universe. I must contemplate how to foster his development. Farewell. Just as Axion was about to depart, Gohan suddenly interjected, Please wait a moment. What is it, Mr. Gohan? Since you hold the esteemed title of Kaioshin, you must possess knowledge of which places in this world are more conducive to training. I wish for you to share that with me. My strength has lagged far behind my brother. If this continues, I will have no right to stand beside him. Gohan spoke resolutely, leaving Piccolo momentarily stunned. This child had always been swayed by his mother, lacking his own convictions. His lifelong aspiration had been to become a scholar, not a martial artist. In that moment, Piccolo inquired, Gohan, what do you mean? Gohan, I have come to realize that despite my reluctance, I am a Saiyan living on Earth. Accepting this bloodline entails shouldering its responsibilities. The world remains far from stable. When my mother promised me to learn martial arts, it was to keep me by my brother's side, to ensure he would not walk alone. Yet now, my brother has far surpassed me. Piccolo nodded in understanding. Asen interjected. Training is essential. The King Kai's realm is an excellent place for that. There lies a divine sword. Legend has it that whoever can draw it will gain immense power. Perhaps even become the strongest in the world. However, upon seeing Gohan, Asen shook his head. The tales may be somewhat exaggerated. For the current Mr. Gohan, it is still a favorable location for training. I understand. Gohan exclaimed, rushing to the King Kai's side, resting his hand on his shoulder. Father, please tell Mother I'm sorry. I will return shortly. Very well. Goku waved his hand. Gohan, make sure to train diligently. That child has finally decided to reclaim what he once contemplated relinquishing. It is truly wonderful. His innate talent rivals that of Gohan, and should it be fully realized, it will undoubtedly yield tremendous power. King Kai, do you intend to lead humanity to that sacred domain? Jebbit queried. Do you believe I still possess any divine authority before the Saiyans? If I have set aside my pride, why do you cling to yours? Have you forgotten the humiliation of being knocked unconscious by Gohan? It seems you two should enhance your combat training. My apologies. Jebbit nodded meekly. In an instant, Gohan and Asen vanished from sight. As Gohan departed, Gohan experienced a sense of maturity washing over him, and then the group turned their attention to the portly Bu behind them. Gohan, how should we handle this fellow? After all, he has harbored a devilish past and cannot be overlooked. Piccolo remarked. Uncle Piccolo, the malevolent aura within him has been entirely expelled by me. What remains is merely the benevolent aspect fused with the Grand Kai. Let him stay. He may prove to be of great assistance in the future. Very well. As you say, though Bu may appear somewhat foolish, he can still comprehend human speech. Moments ago, this formidable being made a decision regarding his fate with just a single phrase. He nodded vigorously. I will absolutely not harm the Earth. I pose no threat to you. With that, laughter erupted from everyone. Let us go. In an instant, Wuyin vanished with a swift whoosh. Thus, the fierce battle with Majin Bu came to a definitive close, culminating in the birth of a new deity. With a sudden whoosh, the onlookers opened their eyes, and Piccolo curiously inquired, How did you arrive in the other world? Having just ascended to divinity, my divine essence remains somewhat unstable. I require time to fully comprehend it. I understand. The hyperbolic time chamber, right? Wuyin replied with a smile. Hey, Wuyin. Dandy, now grown, rushed over, exclaiming, you are truly remarkable. Once again, you've saved the Earth. Alongside Broly and the androids, this has happened so many times. Dandy animatedly gestured with his hands, his excitement palpable. Goku felt a twinge of embarrassment, as his own strength often rendered him unable to contribute significantly. Now, I shall commence my training. A deep voice interjected. It was Vegeta, his temples flushed with a hint of shyness. About Super Saiyan 4. I wish to understand its principle. His words came out haltingly, yet when discerned his intent, Vegeta simply struggled to articulate his thoughts. Super Saiyan 4 is a phenomenon of ancestral regression among the Saiyans, amplifying power 100-fold beyond that of Super Saiyan 3, as it is derived entirely from one's lineage. Its burden on the body is minimal, making it the most perfect state a Saiyan can achieve. Vegeta, your foundational combat power still falls slightly short. Once you reach 100 million, mimic my movements, and you shall grasp it. For you, Super Saiyan 4 presents no formidable challenge. To elaborate further would likely be an affront to your pride. Thank you. Vegeta's face turned crimson, and after a brief moment, he awkwardly took to the skies. Wait, Wuyin. I lack such pride. Please share everything with me. With a grin on his face, Yukong exclaimed, really? Wuyin narrowed his eyes slightly and replied, it will still take some time for my father to attain Super Saiyan 4. However, did you not take away my limited monthly reading? With that, Wuyin turned without a glance and entered the hyperbolic time chamber. Piccolo, somewhat puzzled, inquired, Yukong, what did Wuyin mean by that? He revealed the method to me. This glass orb is the finest treasure. Whoosh. In a flash, Yukong vanished from the scene, reappearing at Baozi Mountain. The endless verdant hills were imbued with a lush vitality, and the air was fragrant with the scent of leaves. There was no pollution. This place was undoubtedly the most suitable for human existence. Lazuli, Yukong called out, gazing at a figure in the distance. Father? Lazuli responded, has the battle concluded? Where is Wuyin? Why did he not return with you? Even Gohan is not here. What? A furious roar akin to that of a dinosaur erupted from within the house. Gohan did not come back. Yukong, you better explain yourself. Chi-Chi shattered the wall and charged out. It's fine. Gohan has gone to train with the King of the Worlds. He will return shortly. Wuyin is training in the hyperbolic time chamber. By the way, Lazuli, do you know how to use this? Yukong produced a glass orb from his pocket. What is this? Lazuli pondered for a moment. Ah, I remember. This seems to be Wuyuin's illusion technique, capable of inscribing our cherished moments within it. Do you know of the limited moon reading? Yes. The limited moon reading is a powerful illusion that can draw humans into a preformed environment. Wuyin filled the orb with our memories. Upon encountering a specific scenario, it activates the limited moon reading, drawing his thoughts inside. That's the reason, Lazuli recalled. Thank you. I understand now. Yukong exclaimed joyfully. What Wuyin meant is that this glass orb is my path to breakthrough. It proves that the limited moon reading can still be utilized. With a swift motion, he vanished again, aiming to avoid any mishap that might destroy Earth. TCH. At Capsule Corporation, Vegeta paused in the gravity chamber. Kakarot has left Earth. Yukong is treading the path of Super Saiyan 4. Vegeta is on the path of Super Blue. Broly follows the path of Super. Wuyin, on the other hand, walks the path of True God form, yet can still transform into a Super Saiyan. Chapter 188, Super Saiyan 4. Son Goku. TCH. That bastard Kakarot has left Earth again. Has he perhaps acquired the transformation method for Super Saiyan 4 from Son Wuyin? Damn it. Vegeta's face was etched with resentment, his eyes swirling with an uncontainable ferocity. That bastard has already transformed into Super Saiyan 3. He is merely a step away. TCH. His combat talent indeed surpasses mine by a considerable margin. In the gravity chamber, a blood-red hue illuminated the space, displaying a staggering 400. Training under 400 times the gravity was already beyond Vegeta's limits. Yet, for the sake of surpassing Son Goku, he was willing to endure it all. Lazuli gazed at the departing Yukong, exclaiming with irritation, what a whirlwind. It seems that Wuyin won't be returning anytime soon. She glanced towards the corner nearby and called out, hey, since Wuyin won't be back for a while, shouldn't you head home? To her surprise, from the shadows of the corner emerged a figure with long black hair elegantly tied in a ponytail, cascading softly by her temples. Her skin, as smooth and delicate as jade, radiated an ethereal beauty. Her gentle and poised demeanor was accentuated by her sparkling eyes, reminiscent of clear crystals. Dressed in a white t-shirt and black trousers, she exuded a carefree elegance. "Hey, daughter of Satan, Bidalai, I still remember you. How long do you intend to wait here?" Lazili's voice rang out assertively. "Let me make it clear, do not entertain any misguided thoughts. Though this man is remarkable, he belongs to me, Lazili." "I wasn't thinking anything of the sort," Bidalai stammered, her voice rising defensively. "Huh, I find that hard to believe," Lazili retorted. "Then what are you doing standing at my doorstep, gazing longingly like a stone waiting for its husband? Your little schemes cannot escape my notice." "You." Bidalai pointed her index fingers at her, speaking softly. "I merely asked Wuyin to teach me how to fly." I could hardly contain my excitement. Flying is such an exhilarating pursuit. "Excuses. This is all mere pretext." Lazili's expression revealed her understanding of the truth, leaving Bidalai somewhat embarrassed. "I will teach you how to fly. If within a day you cannot master it, I shall unceremoniously toss you out. I refuse to have an incompetent individual as my companion. Not a chance." Bidalai retorted fiercely, her lips pouting. "I assure you, I possess great talent." "Well, we shall see about that." Lazili's heart held little resistance towards accepting Bidalai, considering that son Wukong himself had taken 2 wives, one of whom was the world's wealthiest individual. In comparison to Wukong, Wuyin possesses an extraordinary genius, and it is only natural for him to take 2 wives. However, it is somewhat disconcerting to reflect upon. They had vowed to share life and death together, yet he had the foresight to procure a safety helmet beforehand. Piccolo and Dondi gazed gently at the hyperbolic time chamber. The Super Saiyan 4, even the divine power, has allowed Wuyin to grow stronger than ever, unbeknownst to them. He is yet to step inside the time chamber. After 2 full years, one can only wonder what formidable being he has become. A look of gratification crossed Piccolo's face. "I must admit, I am rather looking forward to it," Dondi remarked. Wuyin had completely vanquished Frisia on Namek, saving a race on the brink of extinction. At that moment, he ascended to the status of the universe's most powerful warrior. This position has been upheld for a decade. He chuckled, somewhat bashfully rubbing the back of his head. "Ah, to be a deity in such a realm is indeed a bit overwhelming." Piccolo laughed heartily, stating that if it weren't for Wuyin, he would likely still be the despised Demon King. Fate, indeed, has shifted because of him. 2 days later, Wuyin had yet to emerge. Even Wukong had ventured off to another planet, leaving everyone in a state of panic. "Piccolo," Chi-Chi shouted vehemently, "what does this mean? Why did you have to explore such perilous realms? What is Wuyin's current condition inside?" In Chi-Chi's presence, all of Piccolo's skills faltered, leaving him to stumble backward helplessly. "Piccolo," Lazuli inquired, "what has happened to Wuyin?" "Well, one can only enter the hyperbolic time chamber twice in a lifetime, for a maximum of 2 days. Beyond that, the door vanishes, and it becomes an alternate dimension, drifting in a virtual space. There is no way to return." Now, everyone stared at the imposing door, and Piccolo suddenly clenched his fist. Zzz. A surge of lightning struck his hand, casting him away with overwhelming force. Blood spewed forth as he crashed against the wall, shattering it into rubble. "Is this it? The door is completely sealed. We cannot enter that realm at all." "What?" Upon hearing this dire news, Chi-Chi rolled her eyes in despair. How infuriating. She charged forward, taking 2 steps at a time, and gripped tightly. Zzz. Frenzied currents enveloped her entire being. Black smoke billowed from her form, her eyes turned white, and she ultimately crashed against the wall. She fell unconscious. "Mama!" Lazuli rushed forward. Feeling lost without Goku, and with Wuyin trapped in the time chamber, "What are we to do now?" "Do not worry." Behind him, the resolute Vegeta exclaimed loudly. Everyone gazed at him in confusion. Son Wuyin, the mightiest warrior in the universe, could not possibly be confined by a mere alternate dimension. Perhaps he had lost track of time in his training, or perhaps he was deliberately prolonging it. Such trivial matters would never lead him to falter. Indeed, Dandy chimed in excitedly. "We have been needlessly anxious. We know Wuyuin's character all too well. Razali, you should remain in the temple to care for Chi-Chi. It is likely that Wuyin will emerge soon." 1 day, 2 days, a full 5 days passed without any news. And even Vegeta began to feel a twinge of anxiety. Could it be? Was he truly trapped inside? That should not be possible. A newly appointed deity, the guardian of the skies. How could he possibly fail over something so insignificant? Son Wuyin. Vegeta unleashed his full aura. If you can hear me, just utter a single word. Ah! A surge of chaotic energy instantly enveloped the temple. The very world began to tremble. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure materialized behind him, clad in orange trousers, with red fur, black hair, and intricate pupils. A red tail swayed incessantly behind him. Who are you? Vegeta stared at the figure before him, stunned. His eyes widened, bloodshot with disbelief. Kakarot? I'm feeling a bit under the weather today. I'll do my best to update 6 times. Such dedication. Yet no one offers a tip. Chapter 189, 10 Days. The True God. Wukong's essence has changed profoundly. Even he cannot believe that the volatile figure before him is both his arch-nemesis and a dear friend. What is it? Do you no longer recognize me? The person before him exudes an aura of menace, yet his face bears a comical grin. My apologies. I have just mastered this transformation and am still unable to fully control the energy of my body. Did I frighten you? Super Saiyan 4. Vegeta trembles all over. His eyes filled with resentment, and deeper still, with fear. Have you truly succeeded in your transformation? Wukong gently acquiesces, having obliterated 2 planets. Had it not been for the intervention of the Supreme Kai and Wuyin's limited Tsukuyomi, he would have surely been lost in the overwhelming tide of power. However, Goku gazed at his hands, and with a gentle squeeze, the immense energy coalesced into flickering bolts of lightning. Wuyin was indeed correct. Super Saiyan 4 is undoubtedly the most perfect transformation for a Saiyan. The constraints of the body and the pressures imposed upon it had been minimized to the utmost due to the ancestral resurgence of his bloodline. Such tremendous power could be sustained for an eternity far surpassing that of Super Saiyan 3. After a lengthy discourse, Goku found himself parched and remarked, where is Wuyin? Why have I not seen him? Bulma anxiously replied, due to time constraints, Wuyin has been sealed within the hyperbolic time chamber. Is that so? Wukong closed his eyes, a slight smile gracing his lips. Do not fret, he shall emerge shortly. I could sense the fragile space before me, one that I could easily rend asunder. For Wuyin, it was an effortless task. Dandy, awaken Chi-Chi, there is no need for concern. I am aware. Observing the nonchalant demeanor of the crimson figure before him, Vegeta proclaimed loudly. Kakarot, do not take pride. I shall soon attain a breakthrough as well. Even if you have grown this formidable, I shall never concede defeat. In the past, my endeavors stemmed from a desire for self-respect, a thirst for destruction, and the pursuit of upholding the noble status of a Saiyan prince. Yet you fight to challenge the mighty. You would never forsake the chance to save every single life, even sparing my own. It seems you have glimpsed the brilliance of my humanity, foreseeing my evolution into the being I am today. On Earth, I have found a wife and children, and I am astounded by how comfortable this life feels. Gradually, my mindset has transformed. The pride within me has vanished, all thanks to Bab Edi. What remains is a profound love for Earth and a desire to protect ties. Kakarot, that which you can achieve, I too shall undoubtedly attain. It is merely a matter of time. Vegeta, somewhat agitated and flushed, roared loudly, uncertain whether it was due to acknowledging his inferiority to Wukong or the embarrassment of uttering such sentimental words aloud. With a serious nod, Wukong exclaimed, I understand. Currently, you and Wuyin may surpass me, but who can say what the future holds? I refuse to linger in your shadow, absorbing your residual energy. I shall undoubtedly carve out my own path. Whoosh! With that, he transformed into a brilliant beam of light and plunged into the ground. It was astonishing that guy Vegeta would utter such words. Krillin found it hard to believe that the proud prince of the Saiyans had set aside his dignity. Yet, Wukong suddenly burst into laughter. I await your arrival. Soon, very soon. As time gradually slipped away, even with Wukong's assurance, Chi-Chi remained resolute in her decision to stay in the heavenly realm. 5 days, 6 days, 10 days. A full decade had passed within the hyperbolic time chamber. Wuyin has astonishingly been cultivating within for such an extended duration. Wukong could scarcely believe it, for the provisions within were scarcely enough to last 2 years. The food should have long since been depleted. Moreover, the climate inside is utterly inhospitable for human existence. 10 years is ample time to drive any individual to madness. My poor child. Yet, he has still not emerged. Chi-Chi weeps inconsolably, her tears resembling delicate pear blossoms. Beside her, Bulma offers her constant comfort. Wukong sat beside her, appearing to Chi-Chi as carefree and endlessly indulging in food. Meanwhile, Goten and Trunks, under the guidance of their tutor in the temple, diligently pursued their studies. Even in the heavens, one cannot escape this reality. Such is the essence of Chi-Chi's character. Gohan has become utterly ineffective. The so-called scholarly dream has transformed into an impossible path. However, Goten and Trunks no longer need to train like their older brothers. There must be someone destined to become a scholar. Even if one turns into a dandy, they must never become a martial artist. Just look at the current state of Gohan and Goku. It is indeed perilous. What is this? Goku, in a fit of ravenous consumption, suddenly froze. His body trembled uncontrollably, and in his excitement, he inadvertently crushed the bun in his hand. What's wrong? Piccolo inquired. It's happening. Gohan is about to emerge. Whoosh. Bang. The temple abruptly began to quake, the ground swayed, and the entire earth seemed to be enveloped in a frenzied silence. A resounding howl erupted from within the temple. Crack. A portal to another dimension opened, towering at the height of a person. Thud, thud. The sound of footsteps echoed as Gohan slowly made his entrance. His crab-like visage bore no trace of its former hue, with a sharply defined jaw and bronze skin that exuded formidable strength. His purple reincarnation eyes sparkled with an extraordinary brilliance. Although he appeared to be in an ordinary state, the crimson hue of his crab-like head was now vividly flushed. Swaying in the absence of wind, the ground beneath him began to tremble, while a cascade of red energy within him surged like molten lava. Wukong was astonished to discover that he could not sense Wuyin's presence at all. Wuyin, clad in a crimson coat and a black jacket, at this moment. Wuyin resembled a member of a time patrol team traversing through the fabric of space-time. How is it that you possess no aura whatsoever? Wukong's face was a portrait of astonishment. Logically speaking, only the deceased could achieve such a feat. Father, it has been an eternity since we last met. A full decade has passed. During this time, I have harnessed the annals of time to transform every essence within my body into a more formidable divine power. Ethereal and elusive, you would naturally be oblivious to it. Nevertheless, it has indeed been a considerable waste of time. It has taken me a decade to truly succeed. Now, in a certain sense, I have become a true deity. Wuyin. Wukong murmured softly, gazing intently at Wuyin. Truly remarkable. Truly remarkable. Wuyin, let us engage in a battle. I yearn to witness the extent of your current prowess. Chapter 190. Son Wukong versus Son Wuyin. Wuyin, let us engage in a battle. I wish to comprehend the heights you have achieved. After a brief moment of silence, Wuyin gazed at the intense battle spirit etched on Wukong's face, and a faint smile graced his lips. I understand. Let us venture to the Kaioshin realm. It is the only place that can withstand the force of our combined attacks. Indeed, Piccolo exclaimed, hastily rushing forward. We shall accompany you. I am eager to discover just how formidable you have become after 10 years of training. Wuyin. In an instant, they vanished with a swift movement. In the distance lay the Kaioshin realm, situated in the highest dimension of the underworld, majestically suspended in the sky, surrounded by a multitude of stars orbiting around it. A lush expanse of green grass enveloped the divine realm, while a gentle breeze carried the melodies of birds and the fragrance of blossoms. What a serene and tranquil scene it was. With another swift movement, the group arrived, disrupting the serenity of the divine realm. Wuyin, is it truly you? How have you come to this place? Asin exclaimed in astonishment, for the divine realm resided in the underworld, a realm not easily perceived by ordinary mortals. The reason why Wukong is able to traverse the King's planet is solely due to his profound familiarity with the North Kaioshin. I humbly request your permission to engage in a battle with my father. The confrontation between Wuyin and Wukong? Ashen exclaimed in astonishment. Your powers have ascended to the pinnacle of the universe, and every move you make reverberates with immense consequence. Indeed, only the divine realm can sustain the magnitude of your strength. Suddenly, Wukong was taken aback. Was that Gohan's presence nearby? And what about that faint energy? What could it be? As the group approached, they beheld a figure with an aged visage, bags under his eyes nearly protruding, adorned with the distinctive beard of the Biscuit Kingdom. Yet, his twinkling eyes hinted at a man with a plethora of stories to tell. Who is this? I've never encountered such a person before, Wukong remarked with curiosity. Baka, the old man exclaimed, jumping to his feet. Who are you? How did you suddenly appear in the realm of the Supreme Kai? I am the Supreme Kai from 15 generations ago. I ruled the universe long before your ancestors even made their appearance. With that, he playfully stuck out his tongue. Directly opposite him, Gohan sat upright, his eyes tightly shut. What are you doing? I am unlocking the full potential of that Saiyan. I shall surely surpass you in the end, Gohan confidently declared. The old Supreme Kai scoffed. Yet he merely extended his hands forward, continuing to gaze at a childish comic book on the ground. It all felt rather unreliable. Heaven help us, Gohan thought similarly. The old Supreme Kai's peculiar antics were juvenile, truly instilling no sense of security. TCH. Whatever. Wuyin and Wukong soared to another realm. Standing tall amidst the howling winds that whipped their garments, while the crab-headed figure danced in the turbulent air. Wuyin, transform. No need. Wukong responded with a hint of perplexity. Despite being his son, Wuyin's nonchalant demeanor left him utterly confounded. Upon transforming into Super Saiyan 4, Wukong experienced a resurgence of ancestral power, which subtly altered his mindset. The pride that Vegeta had painstakingly set aside was unexpectedly reclaimed by Wukong. Father, I have converted my entire aura into divine energy. This state of being can more accurately be described as Super Saiyan God. However, over the past decade, I have honed it into a more ordinary form. Building upon the Super Saiyan God foundation, I can further undergo divine transformations, including Super Saiyan 2, 3, and even 4. Yet, given the immense strain on my body, I prefer to reserve such transformations for critical moments. Wukong queried curiously. Didn't you already ascend to divine status while defeating Bu, starting from Super Saiyan 4? No. Wu Yan's eyes sparkled with vitality, as the power within him shifted into divine energy, amplifying his destructive capability manifold. Now, my ordinary state rivals your Super Saiyan 4, not to mention the even more formidable transformations. Father, let us begin. I am eager to discover which is mightier, Super Saiyan God or Super Saiyan 4. He chuckled with excitement. Wukong let out a cold laugh, then suddenly erupted into loud, boisterous laughter. A majestic aura surged forth, enveloping the world in radiant golden light. Akin to a grand sun ascending in the sky, filled with a sense of exhilaration. The transformation into Super Saiyan 4, with its crimson hair, was complete. Humph. Gazing at Wukong, Wuyin merely scoffed. Whoosh. Red flames blazed upon his body like molten lava, illuminating the heavens and the earth. Yet, despite the boundless energy shimmering on the surface of his form, there was no trace of destructive intent. From Wuyin's body, no discernible aura could be felt. He had indeed achieved it. Dreadful, in the heat of battle, I will inherently find myself at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, Wukong sensed the fervor coursing through his veins. Indeed, only by clashing with a Saiyan could one truly experience such a sensation. The old Kaioshin stood frozen, gazing at Wuyin, his body trembling, as long-buried fears crept back into his bones. Is this the energy of a deity? The intensity of this power rivals that of the god of destruction, Beerus. Not in the slightest. How is this possible? How can a mere human achieve such feats? The old Kaioshin was utterly bewildered. Awakening to discover a human of boundless potential was already astonishing. Yet, he found that another Saiyan had ascended to godhood, while another's strength had also reached divine levels, albeit lacking the requisite realm. Truly, the Saiyans are a terrifying race. Impressive. Asen watched in wide-eyed wonder. When will I possess such power? Indeed, the esteemed Kaioshin is remarkable. Asen chuckled wryly. Now, it seems I can comprehend Layla's actions. A god must possess power commensurate with their status, yet it must be attained through righteous means. Only thus can one become a worthy ruler of the cosmos. Nearby, Gohan stirred from his daze, gazing at the two figures in the sky, feeling that overwhelming aura. Is that brother and father? Super Saiyan 4? In just a few days, father has attained such strength? Truly, I misjudged. Asen exclaimed in shock. Having initially thought that son Wuyin was the sole combat genius, while Wukong was merely an accompaniment, it now appeared that Wuyin's battle prowess was almost entirely inherited from Wukong. That fellow, he too is a prodigious combat talent. The two stood in the air, sharing a similar smile. Poof poof. Suddenly, the two individuals lightly tapped in midair, and an explosion erupted behind them, resembling two bolts of lightning surging directly towards one another. Bang! Their fists collided abruptly in the air. Wuyin and Wukong simultaneously exerted their strength, transforming their fists into palms, and directly grasped their opponent. Intense waves of energy ignited on both their bodies as they began to wrestle in the air. Whoosh! The frenzied energy surged outward, causing the very ground of the divine realm to collapse instantaneously. The veins on Wuyin's hands throbbed, pulsating with energy that surged like molten lava through his serpentine muscles. Gradually, he subdued Wukong. Whoosh! Wukong gritted his teeth, his body slipping down like a worm, suddenly plummeting as he sank, his feet propelling upward. He delivered a powerful kick to Wuyuan's chest. With the flow of energy, his body spun in midair, executing a stunning reverse hook, his toes striking Wuyuan's chin. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted, and Wuyuan was sent flying backward. Whoosh! In an instant, Wukong teleported behind Wuyin, his eyes shimmering with a fierce intensity. With a powerful elbow strike, he struck Wuyin's neck. A resounding crash echoed as their forces collided at that point. Wuyin's body plummeted like a meteor towards the ground. Boom! The earth, spanning several meters in diameter, caved in dramatically, releasing a cloud of smoke. Ki blast! With both hands outstretched, Wukong summoned a radiant golden light that swirled within his grasp. In an instant, a massive energy sphere, several meters in diameter, surged into the swirling smoke, detonating explosively. The brilliant flames ascended skyward, enveloping the battlefield entirely, leaving a colossal crater hundreds of meters wide in the celestial realm. Wukong soared through the sky, a cold smile gracing his lips as he gazed downwards. Wuyuan, I am fully aware that such feeble attacks could never inflict any harm upon you. Amidst the swirling smoke, Wuyuan gradually ascended, apologetically remarking, I regret to say that I have not engaged in a worthy battle for a full decade. My stiffened body now feels somewhat embarrassed. However, I am ready now. As Wuyuan extended his single hand, Wukong instantly adopted a defensive stance. Feudal, celestial attraction of all things. Between Wukong and Wuyuan, there appears to be an invisible wave that intertwines them. Whoosh! In an instant, Wuyuan exerted his strength, causing Wukong to be flung into the air as if by an unseen force. Bang! 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 With a series of 3 or 4 thunderous impacts, he crashed heavily to the ground, sending clouds of dust swirling upward. Wuyuan harbored no intention of relenting, determined to return all of Wukong's prior assaults in kind. Father, if you cannot extricate yourself from the celestial attraction, this battlefield shall swiftly reach its conclusion. With 2 or 3 successive strikes, the ground yielded several deep craters. Wukong's head hung downward, devoid of any strength to resist. Come forth, celestial attraction. With a powerful single-handed motion, Wuyuan summoned strands of gravitational force that transformed into white waves, drawing the beleaguered Wukong closer. A peculiar glimmer flickered in his fierce eyes as Wuyuan's left hand resonated with a humming energy sphere. Go, he commanded, unleashing the force along the undulating gravitational waves, striking towards Wukong with sudden intensity. Oh no, Wukong thought, gazing at the impending torrent of energy. If struck by that, even Super Saiyan 4 would likely suffer damage. Yet, the battle had only just commenced, and he was not ready for it to conclude so swiftly. Solar Fist. With his hands clasped together, Wukong proclaimed loudly. A radiant beam, reminiscent of the sun, illuminated the entire sky in an instant. Without a moment's contemplation, Wuyuan swiftly retreated, causing the bindings that restrained Wukong to gently unravel. The divine law of heaven's conquest. Sensing the energy before him, Wuyuan immediately fell back. Regardless of whether Wukong had arrived, a surge of the divine law of heaven's conquest erupted forth. This ultimate offensive skill could also be transformed into an impenetrable defense. Competing with Wukong under the radiant sun fist was an inequitable challenge for him. Moments later, the sunlight dispersed. Wukong stood in the air, vigorously brushing off the dust from his body. Truly remarkable. Unintentionally, he shattered my universal attraction with the solar fist. Unintentional? Wukong gently shook his head. A decade ago, I pondered how to counter your reincarnation eye technique. However, those methods could only be employed unexpectedly in the heat of battle. You possess the solar fist as well. If you were to comprehend its intricacies, it would likely lose its previous efficacy. What a pity. Your reincarnation eye resembles a glitch in the system. Wukong sighed in resignation, stating that even without the use of the reincarnation eye, the disparity between us remains insurmountable. Wukong had yet to comprehend the situation when the figure of Wuyin suddenly vanished before him. A searing pain erupted in his chest. An illusion? A speaking illusion? Have you been deceiving me all along? The excruciating agony spread relentlessly throughout his limbs. This devastating blow inflicted immense harm upon Wukong. Bang! Wuyin soared into the air, executing a sudden sidekick that struck fiercely against Wukong's neck. In an instant, he charged forward, unleashing a flurry of rapid blows upon Wukong's chest. Due to his previous defeat, Wukong found himself unable to mount any counterattack. Blood gushed forth from his mouth, while Wu Yan's eyes gleamed with a fierce intensity. With a powerful straight punch, he delivered a devastating blow, shattering Wukong's defenses completely. Wu Yan soared into the sky in an instant, descending from above with a mighty hand pressing firmly against Wukong's face, exerting a powerful force. With a resounding crash, it resembled a meteor streaking through the heavens, intertwined with frenzied flames, as the two figures plummeted downwards. Wukong let out a frantic scream as searing flames and surging energy relentlessly assaulted him from within and without. With a resounding crash, the two collided with the ground, creating a deep pit hundreds of meters wide. The earth was overturned, and a mouthful of blood spewed forth. "You cannot sense my presence. Thus you cannot keep up with my speed. Father, in the heat of battle, you have naturally fallen into a disadvantage." The air began to tremble as Wuyin placed a hand upon Wukong's head, unleashing a wave of energy that flickered with intensity. "This is bad." The ground shattered explosively, fissures extending dozens of meters outward. Beams of light shot upwards from the earth, causing the entire realm of the gods to tremble. Even the cosmos experienced a slight quiver. "What?" Hurin exclaimed in terror. "Wuyin seems to be too ruthless." At such close range, Wukong could hardly evade. This is the nature of a Saiyan. Perhaps Wukong is even feeling exhilarated at this moment. Piccolo remarked solemnly. Suddenly, 3 surges erupted from the ground. 3 energy waves piercing through the earth and shooting towards Wuyin in the sky. Boredom. With just 3 punches, they were all sent flying. He turned in confusion to look behind him, where a brilliance akin to a star flickered incessantly. A crimson power seemed poised to envelop the sky entirely. Tenfold. Kamehameha. The resounding roar of Wukong gradually approached from afar. Humph. Wuyin let out a cold snort, his hands converging into the shape of a flower bud. As a blood-red radiance ignited, the Kamehameha wave. Like 2 bolts of lightning splitting the sky, the Kamehameha wave collided in midair. Boom. The realm of the gods suddenly collapsed, as violent shockwaves shattered countless mountains into fragments. Golden lightning began to shimmer in the heavens, enveloping the world in a tempestuous energy. Damn it. The old Supreme Kai was still attempting to harness Gohan's power, only to be blown away by the energy, shouting loudly, "What on earth are you doing? Why engage in such a battle in the realm of the gods?" Bang! A nearly bald head crashed into a mountain peak, embedding itself deeply. Cursed be it. Son Gohan. Do not remain idle. It is impossible to gather strength amidst such a storm. Let the 2 combatants finish their clash first. Boom. The soil surrounding the divine realm was abruptly transformed, as enormous craters hundreds of meters deep materialized. Whoosh. As Wuyin and Wukong drew ever closer from both sides, the energy of the turtle school's Kamehameha merged and was astonishingly compressed into an elliptical form. Crackling. Inverted lightning flickered incessantly from the point where their energies intertwined, shattering the peaks of the ground beneath them into fragments. Wuyin, truly, you are remarkable. Even in a state of normalcy, you can stand shoulder to shoulder with Super Saiyan 4. Such power is indeed terrifying. Boom. The compressed energy finally erupted in full force, engulfing both Wuyin and Wukong, launching them away with a ferocious blast. Heavenly hand power. In the blink of an eye, Wuyin found himself behind Wukong. However, the sight before him left him momentarily stunned. His clenched fist slowly relaxed, and the gathered energy dissipated into nothingness. Son Wukong had vanished. HM? As Wuyin gradually turned around, he felt a pair of hands resting on the back of his head. Faced with the energy so close at hand, his previous composure vanished. The movement of heavenly hand power should leave no trace. "Father, how could you possibly detect me?" "No, I had no idea," Wukong explained with a smile. "My intuition told me you would appear there, so I simply teleported." Is this the brilliance of a combat genius?" Wuyin remarked with a grin. Bang! The energy in Wukong's hands erupted abruptly, sending Wuyin soaring through the air. A thick plume of smoke billowed forth, crashing heavily into a mountain peak. Boom! The mountain shattered into countless fragments, and a cloud of dust rose before gradually dissipating. Whoosh! From within the smoke, Wuyin swiftly emerged, engaging Wukong in fierce combat. Grunts of exertion echoed as white waves rippled across the sky, transforming the heavens into a grand stage of battle. The old Kai, stroking his sparse beard, observed the two Saiyans above, who had nearly reached the zenith of their respective paths, one ascending to divinity, while the other had honed his power to its utmost limit. The destructive potential of these two forces was evenly matched. Should the confrontation persist, the inevitable outcome would be mutual devastation. "No way that will happen," exclaimed Piccolo, his cape billowing with pride. Ever since the onset of the clash, Wuyin had refrained from utilizing the energy of his Rinnegan, a pair of enigmatic eyes possessing overwhelming power. Bang! At long last, Wukong discerned a flaw in Wuyuin's defense and landed a punch squarely on his face. Damn it! Wuyin charged forward directly, his head colliding with that of Wukong, sending him flying. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With both hands clasped together, Wukong unleashed 4 dazzling beams of light in rapid succession. Wuyin, taken by surprise, did not anticipate that 2 of these energies would deftly maneuver behind him, launching a coordinated assault from both sides. A thunderous explosion ensued, engulfing the sky in a tumultuous cloud of smoke and flames. Haha! From within the haze, Wuyin descended with a hearty laugh, colliding headfirst into Wukong, causing stars to dance before his eyes and the world to spin around him, as though he had indulged a bit too much. Bang! Wuyin grasped his calf tightly, exerting immense force. Whoosh! In the skies, he began to spiral, sending Wukong into a dizzying spin. It truly felt overwhelming. Bang! His body crashed heavily to the ground. A shadow descended from above, and Wukong barely had time to react, unable to evade. Bang! A pair of feet came crashing down, embedding Wukong into the earth. Wow! A mouthful of fresh blood gushed forth, and a flicker of confusion clouded Wukong's eyes. However, an elliptical burst of energy erupted from his hand, sending Wuyin flying. Plumes of smoke ignited around him, and Wuyin's tattered garments flapped as he was propelled backward, leaving 2 straight marks etched into the ground. Humph! Whoosh! The two simultaneously teleported, soaring into the heavens. Standing in opposition. How formidable! How formidable! Gohan exclaimed in astonishment, never anticipating that his father's power would surge so dramatically. Was this the Super Saiyan 4? Even more terrifying was the fact that his brother could contend with their father while in a mere ordinary state. This was utterly frightening. The clash between Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan God. Who would prevail, strength or divinity? I yearn to know. The old Kaioshin squinted his eyes, murmuring continuously. TCH. Jebbet was drenched in cold sweat. Earlier, Wukong had barely triumphed against Hildert, employing all his cunning. Now, his current energy seemed as though a single blow would suffice. The once solid realm of the gods lay pockmarked and battered. It was truly, gazing at the ravaged ground, Jebbet felt an overwhelming urge to weep. For the burden of restoration would inevitably fall upon him. Wuyin remarked, in the present circumstances, the Super Saiyan 4 and the Super Saiyan God are nearly equal in power. And due to the minimal burden on the body, they are capable of sustaining their forms for extended durations. This is the most suitable state for a Saiyan in battle. Goku nodded in agreement. The previous skirmish appeared fierce, yet the energy that surged through the skies could not penetrate to their very marrow. Thus, all the wounds sustained were merely superficial. However, Wuyin smirked, for with the Rinnegan, the situation transforms entirely. It resembled a viscous purple liquid swirling within the intricate pupils. As Six Tomo began to rotate slowly, in a symmetrical arrangement, the Rinnegan appeared even more resplendent. Rinnegan. Chapter 193. The Abnormal Rinnegan. Soon enough, the battle will reach its conclusion. Rinnegan. A peculiar vision seemed to flow slowly, and Goku was utterly unprepared. Bang! His chest caved in deeply. A sudden surge of excruciating pain radiated throughout his limbs. It resembled that strange power during his confrontation with Bu. How infuriating. It was indeed a technique of the Rinnegan. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and was abruptly sent flying. Damn it. No matter how fiercely he unleashed his energy, his body could not come to a halt. From where would that attack originate? Bang! His body crashed heavily to the ground, causing the earth within a radius of several dozen meters to collapse. The soil that had been upheaved vanished into thin air under the influence of that strange power. Kamehameha. Tenfold. From within the deep crater, Goku shouted. A blood-red lightning bolt surged forth, illuminating the sky with its brilliance. Wuyin made no attempt to evade. Instead, he extended a single hand. Hungry Ghost Path. Absorb. The frenzied energy collided with Wuyin's palm, and to Wukong's astonishment, The Kamehameha gradually diminished. Like a crystalline beam of light, it slowly faded from existence. What is this? Wukong was rendered speechless with astonishment. Wasn't this skill bestowed upon Gula by him? However, Frisia and Gula had not made an appearance for quite some time. The energy surged forth. Whoosh! A brilliant crimson light erupted, a boundless radiance exploding instantaneously, as a straight blood-red energy wave surged back towards Wukong. This was a technique of the Tsutsuki clan, capable of completely absorbing an aura and doubling its release. Father, what is happening? What is this nonsense? Wukong exclaimed, cursing vehemently. After such a long period, when did your Rinnegan become so monstrous? All aura attacks would be returned with double the force, and should one attempt to engage in close combat. There was also the heavenly hand power along with that peculiar skill. Attacks against Wuyin were utterly futile. He was essentially in an invincible position from the very beginning. This was rather outrageous. Even the old Supreme Kai exclaimed loudly. Those strange eyes, entwined with the forces of yin and yang, seemed nearly impossible to decipher, unless one could suppress him with overwhelming energy. Boom! The tenfold Kamehameha was entirely rebounded, as Wukong clasped his hands together, veins bulging, desperately resisting. Damn it! I will never lose. His body was pushed back by the tremendous force, leaving deep grooves in the ground. Boom! The mountains, lakes, and even the hills behind him were cleaved in twain. Wukong's energy began to wane. He suddenly bellowed, raising his hands high, fiercely compressing the tenfold Kamehameha into a sphere and hurled it into the sky. Boom! Moments later, a magnificent explosion unfolded beyond the realms of the divine, as a planet was reduced to ashes beneath the sheer power. How dangerous! Wukong exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Panting heavily, he knelt upon the ground, the golden light flickering, as he shockingly fell from the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 4. Truly, formidable. Wukong's face was drenched in sweat as he exclaimed, the techniques of the Rinnegan are utterly flawed. I shall never battle you again. Wuyin. He found himself at a loss for words to articulate his feelings. With the Rinnegan in play, the tide of battle had turned decisively. It was evident that the true power of the Rinnegan had finally revealed itself. Wukong inquired, Wuyin, what is that sudden attack technique of yours? The Wheel of Burial. He replied, my shadow resides in a realm known as the Wheel of Burial within the Reincarnation Eye. It remains imperceptible to the naked eye as it exists outside the physical world. However, the Wheel of Burial can launch an assault on you, while tangible attacks cannot reach it, rendering you defenseless. Isn't that excessively overpowered? This technique allows one to be struck without the means to retaliate. Surely, there must be some flaw? Indeed, Wuyin innocently spread his hands. The shadow returns to its original form periodically, and only after charging can it reappear. You merely need to defeat me during this interval. With that, everyone behind him collapsed. The old Kaioshin chuckled. Oh dear. The once stalwart divine realm has been reduced to this state due to the clash of just two individuals. What a ferocious battle. Jebet, restore the divine realm at once. Additionally, son Gohan, cease your observations. We must proceed. Prolonged delays will regress our progress. The old Kaioshin seated himself on the ground, while Gohan sat upright beside him, gazing at him intently. Hee. A sly chuckle echoed, leaving one to ponder what the old Kaioshin was truly fixated upon. Let us wait a moment longer, and then return with Gohan. Very well. However, observing the old Kaioshin's comical antics raised questions in everyone's minds. Could such trivial actions genuinely awaken Gohan's latent power? Thus, they waited for 10 long hours. Wukong and Wuyin had already succumbed to slumber nearby, their sweet snores rendering Gohan, who sat there, utterly drowsy. However, the old Kaioshin was indeed no ordinary being. Despite his evident drooling, he could accurately discern Gohan's slumber and offer a timely reminder. After 10 long hours, it finally concluded. I have comprehended the principles of your Super Saiyan transformation. It merely requires operating in the reverse direction. I understand. Gohan exclaimed loudly. In an instant, an overwhelmingly fierce and tumultuous energy erupted from his body, striking the verdant King Kai's planet with a terrifying force once more. The crackling golden lightning left the ground riddled with wounds, and a resplendent radiance suddenly emerged. Remarkable! Wukong exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that Gohan had, in an instant, surpassed his Super Saiyan 3 transformation, a feat he had never anticipated, within merely a day. Wufan still felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. He had yet to attain the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 4, unable to surpass even his father, let alone his brother. No worries. The old Kai waved his hand. The latent potential within you has been thoroughly awakened. With diligent training, you shall progress by leaps and bounds. All right, Jebbit. Restore the Kai's realm. Brew some fine tea. I am in need of rest. Poor Jebbit, drenched in cold sweat, gazed at the uneven ground. The battle between Wukong and Wuyin has yet to reach its conclusion, and to his dismay, another challenge has emerged. Chapter 194, The Self-Sacrificing Bidalai. Baozi Mountain, situated in the eastern expanse of Earth, stretches like a magnificent dragon, lush and vibrant. The verdant glow sparkles under the sun, radiating a crystalline brilliance, while a gentle breeze carries with it a whisper of fragrant allure. The cicadas sing, and countless creatures thrive contentedly within the embrace of the forest. In stark contrast to the bustling human existence, their lives resemble a paradise. As Gohan operated the tractor, tirelessly plowing the field before him, he stifled yet another yawn. He called out loudly to the youth beside him, whose long black hair cascaded over his shoulders. Hey, Trunks, it's your turn now? This is utterly tedious. Gohan retorted. You should keep going a bit longer. I did it before. He longed for the opportunity to train himself. It was then that he comprehended why his father despised working. Driving a tractor was indeed a monotonous task. After all, Aunt Bulma was the wealthiest person in the world. Why must they engage in such laborious activities daily? How could they possibly grasp Chi-Chi's perspective? As another woman and the wife of Son Goku, she certainly did not wish to be overshadowed by Bulma. She needed to establish her own source of livelihood. This was a silent war among women, far more intense than the one between Gohan and Goku, yet devoid of casualties and death. Nevertheless, it was equally fierce. Hey, your progress is inadequate. You could float within a day and now can fly. But look at your feeble strength. I refuse to acknowledge your efforts. Lazuli shouted emphatically. Opposite her, Videl was already breathless, merely an earthling. Her capabilities were dwarfed by the androids who surpassed Super Saiyans. Yet, with unwavering determination, she gazed at Lazuli and declared, I will never concede. With a swift motion, she propelled herself upward, her fist striking out like a dragon emerging from the sea, aiming fiercely at Lazuli. Your attempts are futile. Lazuli effortlessly evaded every blow. Your punches lack focus. Who did you train with? Quite useless. Oh, your father is Satan, the so-called world champion. Surely you didn't learn from him. Videl fell silent. Once proud of her father, she now realized, after witnessing Gohan and Lazuli, that he was merely a man of hollow reputation, devoid of any substantial power. Such strength could never save the earth from Cell's grasp. With a sudden surge, Lazuli launched a powerful punch, which she deftly avoided, directing all her might into the stone instead. The sound of crunching bones echoed as her hand fractured. Nevertheless, Videl, suppressing her pain, fixed her gaze on Lazuli with unwavering resolve. All right, that will be all for today. We shall continue tomorrow. You're sleeping outside tonight. You're not allowed back. After an extended period of training in the hyperbolic time chamber, Gohan had been honing his skills, while Videl endured Lazuli's rigorous training, forced to sleep outside. This was a harrowing punishment for a child accustomed to a life of luxury. Lazuli intended to compel her to relent. Yet she had not anticipated that Videl would persist through it all. With a habitual nod, Videl affirmed her resolve. A group of shadows instantaneously materialized at Baozi Mountain. It was none other than Wuyin and Wukong. Upon seeing Lazuli and Bidalai, Wuyin's heart sank, and he immediately contemplated a hasty retreat. Lazuli, moving with unprecedented swiftness, seized Wuyin's garment and exclaimed, Where do you think you're going? Her expression darkened, and an unusual glimmer ignited in her eyes. Oh, it appears there are still matters I must attend to. I shall return shortly. You know my nature. Throughout my life, I have known neither infidelity nor betrayal, only the grief of loss. Wuyin immediately hung his head, exclaiming, Lazuli, please don't act this way. I, had no prior relationship with Bidalai. I merely mentioned teaching her the art of aerial dance, never anticipating she would take it seriously. Do you really expect me to believe that? In the midst of the chaotic scene before him, Wukong found himself momentarily stunned. The current atmosphere bore an uncanny resemblance to that fateful moment when Hachikyu descended, reminiscent of the tension between Chi-Chi and Bulma. Wuyin, I am powerless in this situation. You must handle it yourself. With that, he swiftly departed. Truly, Wukong's experience set him apart. Kuririn stammered, his voice trembling. I too must take my leave. The King of the Universe has proclaimed that this battle will eradicate the darkness enveloping the world, and for the foreseeable future, there should be no significant upheaval. I shall cultivate in the temple, entering the time chamber like you, ensuring the exit remains sealed. If I do not attain the power of a Super Saiyan at level 3, I shall be trapped within. This is my resolution. Uncle Piccolo, Wuyin murmured softly. I entrust the Kaioken to you. For someone as composed as Uncle Piccolo, it is the most effective means to enhance combat prowess. Rest assured, I'm no cause for concern. I have fallen far behind you in Wukong. Wuyin placed his hand upon Piccolo's forehead, and a torrent of information surged into him. Oh, splendid. It is the very technique that Goku employs, the one that the celestial god once mastered. Wuyin, you are indeed formidable. After uttering these words, Piccolo's face flushed momentarily before he transformed into a beam of light, vanishing into the void. Krillin and Tien Shinhan also disappeared without a trace. In the face of the hellish battlefield, Piccolo could still contend with Lazuli, while the others were but insignificant ants, utterly helpless. Observing everyone's departure, Wuyin awkwardly scratched his head and muttered, "Do not be anxious. I shall take my leave." Wuyin found himself at a loss for words, and could only gently usher Lotzi Li into the room. As the saying goes, there is nothing in this world that cannot be resolved. If there is, then it merely requires a second attempt. Compared to the hardships endured by Dilly, Lotzi Li had experienced a life of hardship and exposure to the elements. Yet, in contrast to previous times, last night proved to be particularly arduous. Amidst the multitude of individuals inhabiting the room, Lotzi Li remained unchanged. It truly baffles him how she manages it. The world's wealthiest individual, Bulma. Will he, too, find himself residing here in the future? Although Wuyin managed to persuade Lazuli, she remained resolute in her insistence on comparing her training with Dilly's. She would not permit anyone of inferior strength to approach her threshold. This was Lazuli's pride. Ultimately, the matter was resolved satisfactorily, and Wuyin let out a sigh of relief. Time swiftly slipped away, and in the blink of an eye, for years had passed. Chapter 195. For years later. Time, akin to a delicate ribbon, is incredibly soft, winding endlessly around the fingertips of individuals. It mischievously eludes detection. Yet in an instant, for years have elapsed. Following the demise of the West Realm King God Layla, the darkness within the universe has indeed diminished significantly. For an extended period, no formidable monsters have emerged. Bowsy Mountain. Wukong and Vegeta are engaged in a swift and intense battle. For reasons unknown, Wukong seamlessly transforms, while Vegeta seems to lag far behind, with the Super Saiyan 3 and Super Saiyan 4 forms appearing as distant dreams to him. Initially, he had only broken through to Super Saiyan 2 through Babiti's magic, and it appears that Vegeta has resigned himself to his fate, relinquishing the pursuit of Super Saiyan 4. Perhaps, the very cells within his body are simply ill-suited for this transformation. Bang, bang. The two continue their relentless combat. Meanwhile, Goten and Trunks are being reprimanded by their bespectacled, rotund teacher, who punishes them with a ruler on their palms. It seems they failed to submit their homework yesterday. This should have been a trivial matter for them, yet each strike of the ruler elicits cries of distress. Such a scenario is utterly absent during battles with others. Saiyans, a peculiar race, truly incomprehensible. Gohan's true identity was uncovered by his classmate Pergasha, who has a penchant for superheroes. Subsequently, he was compelled to participate in the prestigious World Martial Arts Tournament, held last year under the auspices of Wuyin. At long last, the two were united in matrimony. Bulma was exceedingly generous, adding yet another magnificent structure beside the Grand Palace, which became their new abode. On the surface, Gohan appears oblivious to everything, yet at night, he emits faint cries of anguish, a true embodiment of a man who is disingenuous. Chi-Chi and Bulma continue to stand by Goku's side. Tights has wed Vegeta, and Bra is gradually maturing, blossoming like a daughter of noble lineage, albeit with an air of ferocity. She relentlessly pursues Trunks, engaging him in a series of confrontations. Goten proves no match for her, and Trunks barely manages to hold his ground. It is truly astonishing, having endured humiliation at Goku's hands. It seems Bra has entirely reclaimed her dignity. However, as time passes, Trunks and Bra appear to have developed mutual affections, leaving Goten as the solitary bachelor. Videl secretly marries Gohan, much to Mr. Satan's dismay, as he never anticipated that his charming partner would be taken by another, and even more so, by someone in a secondary position. Nevertheless, Gohan's strength is overwhelmingly formidable, leaving Mr. Satan with no opportunity for resistance. Videl, on the other hand, is willingly complicit in this union. Although Mr. Satan puts on a facade, portraying himself as the world's savior, he is not wholly virtuous. Yet he undeniably excels as a father. Despite harboring some resentment, he must concede. After all, it is within the household of the universe's mightiest champion. Meanwhile, Gohan is not on Earth at this moment. He resides in the realm of the Supreme Kai. Cheers! Wuyin and Ashin raise their large ceramic bowls, each taking hearty gulps of the exquisite drink. Wuyin licked his lips, astonished that Ashin could discover such fine wine amidst the cosmos. Indeed, a faint blush adorned Ashin's cheeks as he proclaimed, "This is crafted by the most esteemed winemaker in the universe. I merely acquired a small amount due to my elevated status. It is a pure brew, aged for a full 40 years. Entirely produced from ancient 1,000-year-old trees in the East, combined with a unique recipe. Now, let us indulge in the delicacies." Observing the somewhat disheveled tableware below, Ashin continued, "The cuisine on Earth is undeniably among the finest in the world. However, when it comes to winemaking, Earth pales in comparison to certain races. Upon obtaining cosmic dominion from my esteemed ancestors, I discovered a plethora of fascinating things throughout the universe. Initially, in order to fight in the divine realm, Wuyin had to offer his treasured wine as a bribe to the old Kaioshin, who, to his surprise, exhibited no interest whatsoever and instead turned Ashin into a connoisseur of spirits. Each time the wine was presented, Ashin was eager to oblige, unwavering in his commitments, even more so than the law itself. Hey, interjected the old Kaioshin coldly. "I entrusted you with the control of the universe to enhance its development, not to seek out trivial amusements. Oh, esteemed ancestor, do not take it to heart. The universe has indeed progressed significantly during this time. What harm is there in a little relaxation now and then?" Ashin dared to retort, tipsy. "You are correct. A dignified Kaioshin enjoying a bit of wine is nothing to be concerned about. Pay him no mind. Let us continue." Wuyin, under the enchanting influence of a Saiyan, indulged in several more cups. The exquisite delicacies of Earth and the fine wines of Biolang planet are indeed the rarest treasures of the cosmos. A Saiyan's face was flushed with excitement as he exclaimed, "Do you recall our first encounter? Back then, I harbored the proud arrogance of the Supreme Kai, believing that Saiyans were merely insignificant creatures. However, shortly thereafter, Gohan's remarkable performance delivered a resounding slap to my presumptions." A Saiyan eagerly downed another bowl, his spirits soaring high. Wuyin retorted, "Not at all. At that time, the one who performed best should have been Jebet. He was undoubtedly the supreme powerhouse in the world. However, afterward, he was knocked unconscious by a single punch from Gohan. The disparity is truly unfathomable." Indeed, as Asin's spirits began to rise, I recalled Jebet's haughty demeanor, one that regarded humanity with disdain, and his acknowledgement of the divine was even more intense than mine. Beside him, Jebet was utterly mortified. The elder Kai, sipping his tea, remarked gently, "What is so delightful about that bitter concoction? It pales in comparison to the richness of tea. The myriad flavors of life, sour, sweet, bitter, and spicy, can all be encapsulated in a single bowl of tea. It far surpasses wine in countless ways." Jebet secretly scoffed at the notion, pondering the utility of such things. Convinced that his own choices were superior, his aged visage and towering frame turned towards the remnants of his block play, akin to a child in a kindergarten playground. How childish! Jebet scolded himself inwardly. At last, observing that Asin had lost consciousness, Wuyin spoke softly. "Asin, I have a favor to ask of you. Speak. What is our relationship? There is no need for formality. I wish for you to constantly monitor the universe, and should any formidable human or deity appear, you must notify me at once." "No problem," Asin replied, belching contentedly. "I cannot fathom anyone stronger than you in this world." Suddenly, the elder Kai trembled with trepidation, interjecting, "Are you planning to seek Lord Beerus, the god of destruction?" Chapter 196, Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. In the pitch-black universe, vast and boundless, colossal planets twinkled like fireflies, casting faint glimmers of starlight. The resplendent Milky Way poured into the sea of divine fall from 4 directions, resembling a pristine white jade belt, clear and translucent. Like a naturally sculpted gemstone, it hummed through the cosmos, radiating a gentle glow. At the highest point of the universe, a solitary planet floated in tranquility. The immense celestial body, shaped like a diamond funnel, was entirely purple, exuding an air of noble grandeur. Towering above it stood a magnificent divine tree, soaring tens of thousands of miles high, with temples emerging from its depths, as if bathed in ethereal light. Serene and sacred, this was the most revered place in the universe, the residence of Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. Suddenly, the harmonious realm of the divine was shattered by the thunderous sound of explosions. A figure with a skyward white hairdo, blue skin, lifeless eyes, and clad in a red-black divine robe, emanated waves of harmonious energy as he ascended the dim staircase slowly. A cascade of rubble continuously descends, and this edifice appears remarkably towering. The heavy stones below emit only faint groans. How rude! Creaking. A magnificent golden gate, soaring dozens of meters high, slowly creaks open, revealing floating hourglasses in the air, resembling the rings of celestial bodies. In the center, a few fragments of stone hover, alongside a feline creature of deep violet hue, clad in white pajamas, soundly asleep. Boom. The hourglasses explode incessantly, rendering the chamber a scene of utter chaos within mere seconds. Lord Beerus should be awakening now. The cat-like entity, the god of destruction Beerus, lightly twitches his ears, yet resumes his slumber. This simply will not do. He must not fall into a 30-year nap again. Wasn't this hourglass bomb of your own design? You always seem unable to awaken at critical moments. In that case, a figure with an extravagant hairstyle smiles with glee. Allow me to rouse you from your slumber with a delightful wake-up tune. Upon hearing this, Beerus jolts awake, his body bristling with goosebumps as he sways. I know. Whis, you always do this with your music. Beerus's eyes still carry a hint of drowsiness as he smacks his lips. His robust legs propel him forward, tumbling over the rubble and crashing to the ground with a thud. Rolling, he finally arrives before the individual named Whis. Lord Beerus should be awake. I know. This time I've only slept for 39 years. Well, it feels akin to a brief afternoon nap. I'm still rather fatigued. I possess no strength at all. He licks his arm, grooming himself like a cat. Lord Beerus, Whis gently announces, I have prepared your meal. It will be ready shortly. Oh? Beerus shows no anticipation whatsoever. The development of Universe 7 is dreadfully sluggish. I recall the last time, the most delectable delicacy turned out to be whale tears and dinosaur dung. This. Whis. A dangerous glint ignites within the triangular golden pupils of Beerus. This. Whis feels somewhat embarrassed, scratching his head. I knew it. Those Kais should indeed be reprimanded, the scoundrels. After a while, Beerus luxuriates in a hot spring, gazing skyward as a colossal fish swims past from the aquarium behind him, its gaping maw seemingly intent on devouring Beerus. TCH. How is the temperature, Lord Beerus? Just right. Beerus replies contentedly. After a slumber, soaking in a hot spring, his arms and muscles begin to relax. What a delightful experience. I wonder what the state of the universe is now. Whis, was the Saiyan race annihilated while I slumbered? That miserly King Vegeta. I requested from him the most comfortable pillow in the universe, yet he took countless lives to procure it from one individual, ultimately presenting me with the second most comfortable pillow. For 39 years, it has gnawed at my heart like a piece of food lodged between my teeth, akin to the choking sensation of cold water down my throat. How infuriating. Is everything all right? Whis, deftly manipulating a frying pan, continued to cook. The Saiyan homeworld, planet Vegeta, has been obliterated, reduced to splinters by a single energy blast from Frieza. How satisfying. Beerus's eyes glinted with a dangerous light as he proclaimed loudly, moreover, that Frieza fellow is no paragon of virtue. Let us also dispose of him. The havoc he has wreaked across the cosmos far exceeds any contributions he might have made. Do not trouble yourself with that, Lord Beerus. Frieza has already been slain. Slain? Beerus leapt forth, exclaiming, in the 7th universe, there exists a human capable of vanquishing Frieza. This is nothing short of absurd. While that fellow is certainly odious, one must concede he possesses considerable strength. Boom. A divine staff appeared in Whis's hand as he struck the ground with vigor. Frieza met his demise at the hands of the Saiyans. It seems those warriors have mastered an ancient transformation, amplifying their battle power through the fury of their emotions, culminating in a rapid surge in strength. The Super Saiyan. Beerus gritted his teeth. Super Saiyan? What a rather convoluted name. Saiyan. Saiyan. The fighters who once battled me at the center of the universe were truly memorable. Beerus reminisced. By the way, did the Oracle Fish not prophesy that my formidable rival would emerge in 39 years? Named. Beerus shook his head, struggling to recall. Though he is a cat, prolonged slumber has caused some cognitive decline, and given the multitude of events in the universe, only the most earth-shattering occurrences could penetrate Beerus's thoughts. The Super Saiyan God. Beerus's eyes sparkled with dangerous excitement as he bellowed. That name is indeed extravagant. Whis teased. However, Lord Beerus, I am unsure what you mean by Super Saiyan God. Yet, the Saiyan who defeated Frieza has transformed his essence into divinity. In other words, he has truly become a god through his own cultivation. Ding ding. The staff struck the ground, producing a crisp sound. Beerus gazed upon Goku in his Super Saiyan 4 form, with his crimson hair ablaze, and exclaimed loudly, This is it. After 39 years, my formidable rival has indeed emerged. Whis remarked with a smile, Lord Beerus. It seems that the god who battled you previously has chosen the Saiyan named Sun Wukong as his successor. He has entrusted him with the tome of time itself. Beerus fell silent for a moment. Whis, hurry up. After we finish our meal, we shall proceed to Earth. Chapter 197. This is truly intriguing. Earth. Bulma has chartered a magnificent cruise ship to host her birthday celebration. A woman's age is undoubtedly the greatest secret in the world. They would prefer to appear younger. Yet here is Bulma, boldly proclaiming on the cruise that she has aged another year. This is indeed a rare occurrence. What? Bulma exclaimed, glancing at Tais. You say Vegeta refuses to come because he has training. How can he be my brother-in-law if he doesn't even make time for a friend like Goku? With those connections, can he not spare even a single day? Sister, you must summon him, or else, Bulma playfully threatened Tais. Yet her words proved remarkably effective. Tais turned and declared, Vegeta, if you do not come, I shall throw Bra into the sea. Silence enveloped them all. Bra, bewildered, wondered why she had been dragged into this and what it had to do with her. Moments later, Lazuli peeked in, having dressed splendidly today, adorned with a pearl necklace and exuding an enchanting fragrance. Her exquisite beauty overshadowed everyone present. I heard that the prize for the upcoming bingo game is a castle and a sports car. Moreover, one could use the Dragon Balls to fulfill a wish directly. Bulma nodded proudly. For her, anything that could be resolved with money was not of significant concern. Truly a wealthy individual. Isn't everything I possess also yours, Lazuli? Lazuli retorted, It's not money earned by oneself. It always feels a tad insecure. Nearby, Goten and Trunks lay eagerly on the table, gazing longingly at Bu. Drool trickling from their mouths. Hey, Bu, could you spare me a bit of pudding? You've taken everything. No way. Come on, don't be stingy. I can trade you something else. Absolutely not. Bu was resolute. All of this belonged solely to him. He would not share a morsel. With his long tongue, he devoured the pudding, and Goten and Trunks were on the verge of despair as they beheld the saliva atop it. Must you be so resolute? How infuriating. Hee. Whatever enters Bu's mouth will absolutely not be shared with you, for Bu is far stronger than you. Suddenly, a radiant beam of multicolored light descended from the heavens, and Beerus and Whis appeared in an instant. Their overwhelming speed caused the cruise ship to tremble as they landed. What is happening? Bulma exclaimed. Yet, she remained unperturbed. Her adopted son is the strongest in the universe, and her husband is the second strongest. She approached Beerus with a graceful stride and softly greeted, Hello. Oh, hello? Beerus promptly nodded. In terms of temperament, Beerus is rather amiable for a deity. However, there exists one thing he cannot abide: the disregard for others' feelings and disrespectful behavior. As long as he is not provoked, all is well. Are you humans from the universe? Just in time, my birthday party is in a few days, and there are numerous delectable treats awaiting you. Is that so? Beerus sniffed the air inquisitively. Whis, what is this? His face darkened as he spoke in a deep tone. Indeed, this is undoubtedly the culinary star of the universe. Master Beerus, can you not detect that subtle fragrance mingling with the air and ocean waves? It offers such exquisite enjoyment. Let us take a look. Before them lay baskets of dumplings, and with a gentle squeeze, succulent broth surged forth from within. What is this? Just ordinary flour, yet it transforms into such fragrant and tender delights. Are these earthlings? They must be the deities of gastronomy. Beerus could scarcely believe that such a planet existed in the universe. How had he previously overlooked it? Whis, this is your negligence. Master Beerus, the last time we passed by, this place was a desolate wilderness, populated only by those unreasonable creatures known as dinosaurs, which you eventually obliterated, did you not? Is that so? Beerus tilted his head, as if recalling a memory. That may indeed have been the wisest decision of my life. After the extinction of the dinosaurs, Earthlings emerged, capable of creating such delectable cuisine. Truly impressive. Master Beerus, look at this. Whis held aloft a plate adorned with golden grains shimmering in the sunlight. This. After simple processing of rice, it can be transformed into such a creation. Why did we not think of this before? The entire seventh universe, trillions upon trillions. Each one akin to a gluttonous sack of rice. Let us begin. Beerus and Whis, resembling famished spirits, swept through the nearby food stalls with insatiable fervor. Almost half of the food on the cruise was devoured. Comparatively, any Saiyan or competitive eater pales in comparison to these two. Truly, the excitement radiated from their slightly flushed cheeks and gleaming dark pupils. Delicious, exclaimed Whis with delight, resembling a charming figure. Meanwhile, Tien Shinhan shivered for reasons unbeknownst to him. Suddenly, a flash of blue attire materialized, none other than Vegeta. TCH, that rascal Ties dares to threaten me with bra. It's merely a birthday celebration. What's the fuss about? As he glanced around, his eyes fell upon a purple figure and a human adorned in a striking red and black robe. Who could that be? Vegeta's pupils constricted. He could never forget the humiliation from 39 years ago on planet Vegeta, where the proud King Vegeta was trampled and left to wail in agony, reduced to a mere shadow of himself. Indeed, it was the god of destruction, Beerus. Why had he come to Earth? At that moment, Beerus, with his rotund belly swaying, made his way toward the food table. Apologies, Whis courteously remarked. We've consumed quite a bit, as Mrs. Bulma recommended that pudding is an excellent dessert. We inquired and discovered that you've taken everything. Could you possibly share with us? In response, Bew reenacted the scene with Goten and Trunks. How amusing. Chapter 198, Fury. Invincible. Powerful. Beerus's expression darkened, purple waves of energy erupting around him. The entire ocean and the planet began to tremble. How delightful. What I cannot tolerate is the disregard for others and disrespect. Unfortunately, you have both committed those offenses. He slowly floated into the sky, softly declaring, let me teach you one more thing. An unperturbed god of destruction is akin to an ordinary person. However, when angered, he becomes exceedingly fearsome. What? Vegeta stared at Beerus, fear creeping into his voice. Despite his immense power, the shadows of his childhood lingered, refusing to dissipate. Bulma exclaimed loudly, what on earth is happening? In a flash, Beerus teleported before Bew and grasped his antennae. With a swift yank, Bew began to bounce like a yo-yo. Bam! Beerus relentlessly attacked, delivering blow after blow to Bew's face. Subsequently, with a forceful motion of his hands, a sudden whirlwind commenced. Bang! Releasing one hand, Bew exhibited no resistance, his body hurtling towards the ocean depths. A colossal wave engulfing the surroundings. Humph! An aura of purple energy surged from Beerus's right hand, erupting instantaneously within the water. Bew's energy plummeted to its nadir. How infuriating! Bew, with narrowed eyes, abruptly opened them, expelling searing gas from the void of his body, his energy rapidly expanding as it surged directly towards Beerus. Halt! Vegeta suddenly shouted, imploring, do not provoke him. Whoosh! In a swift flicker, his body darted like a dragon emerging from the sea, launching relentless attacks at Beerus from every conceivable angle. Beerus, as nimble as a butterfly, evaded every assault with grace. Although Bew had previously lost 80% of his strength, for years of training had restored him to the power of a Super Saiyan 3. Vegeta's pupils constricted, Beerus effortlessly dodged all attacks. Even Kakarot may not achieve such a feat. Pooh! From Bew's void, energy erupted once more as he roared, charging forward again. Bang! However, Beerus extended his elbow suddenly, striking Bew's head with tremendous force, rendering it utterly transparent. Pooh! An energy burst forth, and all of Bew's injuries healed instantaneously. Oh, Beerus remarked. Perplexed, such a peculiar life form has emerged in the universe? Whis interjected, Lord Beerus. It was this creature that nearly ended your life. What? Beerus was taken aback. You mean he almost killed me? Impossible. In ancient times, The fiend Bu wreaked havoc across the world, resulting in the demise of 4 out of 5 Supreme Kais. Had it not been for the Science upon his return, you would have surely perished. Humph. In that case, slaying him poses no challenge. Beerus grasped Bu's antenna, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches, each strike leaving Bu battered and bruised. It seems the outcome is inevitable. Gradually, he positioned his hand before Bu's eyes. The violet light beginning to shimmer. Perish. Bang. An inexhaustible wave of energy pierced Bu, instantly reducing him to ashes. Humph. Observing the fragments floating in the air, Beerus inhaled deeply, blowing them away. Thus, the world shall attain a semblance of tranquility. Vegeta stood dumbfounded, his eyes wide, to think he could so effortlessly defeat Bu. The power of a god of destruction is indeed monumental. With Kakarot, no, with Wuyin, there is hardly any difference. He trembles all over, unable to suppress the fear surging within him, his fists clenched tightly, yet he is unwilling to charge forward. Truly, who are you? Piccolo declared loudly while hovering in the air. Me? The glint of murderous intent shone in Beerus's eyes. I despise it most when others point their fingers at me and question. It seems I must teach you what respect truly means. How infuriating. Piccolo gritted his teeth, and a surge of energy erupted forth, transforming into waves that surged towards Beerus. A punch attack. Bang. All his strength was unleashed into the air. The space itself trembled violently. What? Piccolo exclaimed in shock. What? What did I not see? Behind him, Beerus stood calmly, raising his hand with a gentle motion. Bang. What seemed like a casual strike was something Piccolo could not evade. Boom. An overwhelming force exploded above him. Piccolo let out a cry, his body hurtling backward. A plume of smoke igniting above him, ultimately crashing heavily into the sea. Boom. Above, a tremendous force erupted like a watermelon, violently bursting forth. Piccolo! Vegeta shouted. For over the years, the Z fighters had forged a bond of friendship, and Vegeta had developed a measure of concern for Piccolo. Yet, with a mere flick of his hand, the god of destruction obliterated Piccolo's head. This, fusion. Goten and Trunks moved symmetrically below. Resembling crabs as they assumed peculiar postures, their fingertips aligned with precision. Suddenly, a radiant golden light flickered, and the two swiftly merged into one. Gradually, amidst the black hair, hints of gray emerged, revealing a being that was half Goten and half Trunks. Behold, Gotenks has reappeared. Vegeta was taken aback. Is that the technique that Kakarot taught to these two youngsters? Proceed. Gotenks bellowed with great intensity. Super Saiyan 3. A magnificent golden light erupted from his body, and an infinite radiance began to shimmer within him. His hair gradually lengthened, and his brow slightly arched. Purple lightning flickered rapidly around him, emanating a tremendous power. Is it truly necessary to go to such lengths for mere pudding? Pudding? Just that? Beerus's expression darkened instantly. Perhaps you Earthlings have grown accustomed to it, but for me, it is a rare delicacy. Do you have any idea what that velvety sensation tastes like in one's mouth? Is it sweet, or salty, or perhaps something entirely different? How is the texture? Do you understand how intensely curious I am? Those so-called Earthlings have no appreciation for what they have and shamelessly utter such words. Let me tell you, I am furious. The consequences will be dire. There is no pudding, nor is there a Super Saiyan God. This earth has become utterly futile. Let it be destroyed. Chapter 199. Vegeta's Unique Transformation. There is no pudding, nor is there a Super Saiyan God. This earth has become utterly futile. Let it be destroyed. Gotenks stood frozen, exclaiming, Is it truly for a mere pudding that you would seek to annihilate the earth? How utterly bizarre. Frustrated, he added, I detest your nonchalant demeanor. Beerus retorted fiercely. Prepare yourself. Gotenks struck an unusual pose, his energy surging dramatically. What? That little brat, in such a short span after fusion, has transformed into Super Saiyan 3? This is truly terrifying. Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. A swirling mass of milky white energy emanated from Gotenks, who unleashed an overwhelming force. Hee. Suddenly, 10 identical replicas of Gotenks appeared, floating in midair as if they were ethereal beings without legs. Super Ghost Kamikaze Attack. Engage. Vegeta's eyes sparkled with intrigue. What impact could such an attack possibly have? How dull. Don't underestimate it. Gotenks replied, his nose almost lifting in pride. My ghostly minions, upon contact, will unleash tremendous explosions, rivaling the full power of the Kamehameha. Hey, attack from both sides and feign an assault. Let us teach this guy a lesson. The ghosts darted to the left and right, moving with speed that matched Super Saiyan 3, an undeniable formidable assault. Did you not witness Majin Buu acknowledging this during his battle with Vegito? Ridiculous. It's as trivial as dessert. Who knows if it's even palatable? With a sudden exhale, 10 little ghosts erupted in mid-air. What? Gotenks was nearly beside himself. Suspended in shock. Such a method of attack exists? Merely childish play. It lacks any lethal force. Beerus's voice floated from behind Gotenks, speaking softly. Bang! A fist struck heavily against his spine. Whoosh! Golden light writhed in the sky as Gotenks disintegrated mid-air, plummeting into the sea. What say you, Prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta? You've lingered there for so long. Why do you not strike? Beerus taunted. Is the fear born from my past assaults rendering you paralyzed with trepidation? He scoffed. Over the ages, it seems the Saiyans have considerably regressed. Their strength remains feeble, and their courage has waned. The bloodlust of battles past has cooled before an enemy. You lack even the will to throw a punch. Whis. Beerus stated calmly, prepare to depart. This planet holds no further significance. Indeed, Whis replied, his eyes betraying no emotion. In the eyes of the destroyer, it was merely an act of equal obliteration, not the demise of humanity. Huh. Vegeta suddenly bellowed. An infinite surge of power erupting from within him, causing the ground to tremble as the colossal cruise ship swayed like a mere leaf upon the ocean. Towering waves obscured the sky, enveloping the entire world in darkness. Crackling. Golden lightning erupted in Vegeta's eyes, his emerald irises brimming with indignation, his golden hair standing erect. The intensity of his strength rivaled that of Super Saiyan 3. This, Vegeta murmured, is a state I have cultivated over the years. Achieving power that matches Super Saiyan 3, yet lasting twice as long. With this strength, whoosh, as his feet struck the ground, the cruise ship rocked violently. Vegeta shot into the sky, launching relentless punches towards Beerus. Bam! A series of muffled grunts echoed as the sky became enveloped in golden lightning, nearly drowning the world in its brilliance. The heavens transformed into the stage of battle, an endless torrent of energy swirling around. Boom! Beerus extended his fist, gently intercepting Vegeta's assault. Just a couple more hits. The Saiyans who dwell on Earth have indeed undergone significant transformation. However, bang! A sharp jolt reverberated through him. And with a resounding thud, Vegeta felt an overwhelming force surge within him, threatening to shatter his very skull. Drops of blood streamed down, his eyes turning crimson, filled with veins of fury. Damn it! He clasped his hands together, energy coalescing before him, a faint purple aura beginning to oscillate. The crackling lightning coursed across his body. The final flash. Whoosh! Like a thunderclap, energy cleaved through the sky, hurtling towards Beerus. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted, enveloping Beerus in a blaze of fire. As if the very air itself had ignited. Humph! Vegeta scoffed, but soon his eyes widened in terror, his entire being trembling in fear. There it was. Beerus extended a single hand, the energy dancing in his grasp like a spirited child attempting to escape, yet utterly devoid of the strength to do so. Crack! Like a delicate glass orb, Beerus squeezed tightly, shattering it effortlessly. It seems your energy is rather limited, Beerus remarked nonchalantly. I had initially intended to seek out the Super Saiyan God for a duel, but instead discovered an unexpected delight. The cuisine on Earth is rather exquisite. Alas! In the end, no pudding and no Super Saiyan God. With both vanished, such is the outcome. I must admit, I am somewhat displeased. Whoosh! As Beerus flickered, he extended a hand, slowly placing it before Vegeta. Die! With a resounding boom, a surge of violet light erupted, causing Vegeta's mind to teeter on the brink of explosion. His body was suddenly propelled backward, crashing heavily into the sea. The water was effortlessly cleaved in two, splitting the continental shelf and even the oceanic trench asunder. Vegeta's form was deeply embedded within the earth, as molten lava erupted, gradually engulfing him. His aura plummeted to its lowest ebb. Vegeta! Tais cried out. Her eyes filled with crimson veins. Damn it! The earth is about to seal your fate. Farewell, Mrs. Bulma. I find myself rather pleased today. The purple glow in his hand slowly dimmed. Stop! A voice resonated powerfully. Stop! The commanding voice echoed, reverberating through the world like a mighty bell. In the distance, a red-haired Saiyan approached, draped in a deep crimson robe and a black jacket adorned with the emblem of the Universal Capsule Corporation. His boots were layered, exuding a dignified and imposing presence. You finally made your entrance? I thought you would hide away for much longer, Beerus scoffed. The purple Rinnegan shimmered like flowing light, radiating a unique brilliance. Those eyes, Beerus murmured, licking his lips. Lord Beerus. Whis appeared beside him. As I understand it, that eye is known as the Rinnegan. It possesses the ability to control souls and significantly enhances combat prowess. While his divine power may not match yours in quality or quantity, the Rinnegan can entirely bridge that gap. Control souls? Beerus's pupils constricted. The ability to communicate between realms requires the acknowledgement of the gods, much like the fortune tellers on Earth. They operate within the confines of their own authority. Your power, however, has completely strayed beyond the divine, acting as a smuggler of sorts. I intend to see if you possess the right to wield such strength. Furthermore, Beerus paused lightly. I am curious if you have the power to inherit that tome of time. You are already aware. Wuyin replied in a low voice. Of course. I am the supreme god. Nothing within the universe escapes my gaze. Should any transgressions arise, it would be my moment to display my might. For instance, you? Beerus's eyes gleamed with ferocity, his entire being brimming with murderous intent as he declared loudly. Humph. Wuyin remained noncommittal. Well then, we shall see the extent of your abilities. Haha. Beerus laughed heartily, declaring, in all this time, you are the first human to speak to me in such a manner. How amusing. I have always detested those who show a lack of respect for others and remain oblivious to their actions. What a pity that you embody both. Aren't you guilty of the same? Wuyin gently remarked. When you wield your destructive power, have you ever considered the feelings of others? Ultimately, it all boils down to mere strength. Indeed, Beerus replied solemnly. Whoosh. A figure suddenly appeared, a crab-headed being with innocent eyes, none other than Sun Wukong. Yaha. Wukong shouted. Scratching his head, I still arrived a bit too late. Such a formidable opponent, and Wuyin has already taken the lead. It seems I have no opportunity to make my entrance. Whoosh. In an instant, Wuyin teleported before Beerus. The two stood face to face, enveloped in silence, with only the gentle whisper of the breeze filling the air. Suddenly, a surge of golden lightning erupted between them, unleashing a torrent of energy that surged skyward, accompanied by a sudden, muffled grunt that seemed to materialize from thin air. Ha! With a sudden roar, Wuyin unleashed a resounding surge of crimson divine power that enveloped him like molten lava. In a swift motion, he gently tapped his foot in the air, causing the very void to collapse beneath him. In an instant, his form flickered, and his fist, aglow with fiery brilliance, surged forth in a sudden assault. The moment their fists collided, an overwhelming force erupted, causing all energy to vanish in an instant. Within the battlefield, the fabric of space and time appeared to distort. A deafening explosion followed, as the power imploded into a singular point, only to erupt violently moments later. As Wuyin and Beerus simultaneously took 2 steps back, a flicker of astonishment crossed Beerus's eyes. Well done. After all this time, you are the first human to force me to retreat. For this alone, you have earned the right to utter my name. I shall remember you, Sun Wuyin. Ha ha. Boom. Boom. 2 afterimages surged from either side, colliding fiercely in the sky, unleashing white ripples that threatened to shatter the very fabric of the world. An infinite power erupted instantaneously. Celestial force. In a fleeting moment, Wuyin swiftly grasped Beerus's tail. With a sudden exertion of strength, the sky began to tremble violently. Ha! Wuyin shouted loudly, his right hand launching a sudden attack. As an energy sphere exploded directly above Beerus's head. Whoosh! He immediately released his grip, and Beerus's body was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the ocean. Whoosh whoosh. Instantly, an endless stream of energy spheres surged from the surface of the sea, completely encircling Wuyin. Ridiculous, Wuyin remarked lightly, retreating gracefully with a gentle touch of his feet. Whoosh. Suddenly, a surge of energy roiled beneath the ocean's surface, leaping into the air and sealing off Wuyin's escape route entirely. Boom. Wuyin was unable to evade in time and was catapulted into the air. His body crashed heavily upon the surface of the sea, unleashing boundless energy that stirred up colossal waves. A veil of smoke enveloped the battlefield entirely. Suddenly, 2 resounding sounds pierced through the haze, clashing relentlessly within the mist. Transforming their fists into palms, they locked in a fierce grip. Ha! Ha! The 2 warriors suddenly let out a mighty roar, engaging in a fierce struggle amidst the skies. Wuyin's hands were bulging with veins, sweat cascading down his body. Yet Beerus appeared unfazed by the exertion. Though you have ascended to godhood, your strength remains rather immature. Before me, you stand no chance of resistance. Humph. Wuyin spat disdainfully, his strained hands slowly bending under pressure. Suddenly, the world trembled, and a faint purple light flickered within the Rinnegan. Beerus was startled to discover that Wuyin had vanished before him. A blood moon hung ominously above, the surroundings resembling a chaotic burial ground, with countless tombstones erected, each inscribed with Beerus's name. What is this? A realm conjured by the mind? How peculiar. Come forth. I know you are here. Caw. A multitude of crows in the sky reformed into the likeness of Wuyin. This is the ocular technique of my Rinnegan, Tsukuyami. Here, time, space, and all things are under my dominion, including you, Wuyin declared resolutely. Including me? Beerus scoffed derisively. Is this the seventh universe? If so, it falls under my jurisdiction. Chapter 201, Six Paths. Earth exploding star. A blood moon loomed overhead, its ethereal glow casting an endless sense of shadow. Suddenly, a cross appeared, binding Beerus directly to it. The product of a world forged by mental energy. Such feats cannot be accomplished without those eyes. The harm I inflict is psychological. Beerus surveyed the world around him. But you are mistaken. As long as I am within the seventh universe, everything lies beneath my loss. Humph. Such audacity. Wuyin had demonstrated the power of Tsukuyami numerous times, and while he acknowledged Beerus's formidable strength, he believed it could not withstand the relentless assault on his psyche. Under the attack of Tsukuyami, it is impossible to emerge unscathed. Uft. The dark holy scythe pierced directly into Beerus's chest. Humph. Within Wuyin's piercing gaze flickered a chilling intensity, bending the very fabric of reality. A blinding radiance erupted from his being, shattering the internal organs of Beerus into a mere pulp. Yet, in the midst of such agony, one would expect terror to seize the hearts of all present. Strangely, Beerus, suspended upon the cross, whistled nonchalantly, unfazed by the assault. What a trivial attack, he scoffed. For an ordinary human, this would indeed be devastating. However, let me be frank with you. The entire universe is intertwined with my existence. I can harness the vast energies of the cosmos, rendering your efforts merely a drizzle upon me. I have seen enough of the reincarnation eye's capabilities. It is nothing extraordinary. Suddenly, a surge of purple energy erupted from Beerus's form, causing the blood moon to shatter like fragile glass. This illusory realm of the mind crumbled under the force of Beerus's fierce onslaught. Wuyin suddenly staggered backward, covering his eyes, as crimson veins densely filled his purple reincarnation eyes. How infuriating! Such deceitful tactics, shattering the world of Tsukuyami with sheer mental force. Even I have suffered the backlash. Drops of blood trickled down. Whoosh! Wuyin charged forward with unyielding determination, his knee crashing forcefully against Beerus. As his body twisted midair, he executed a flawless maneuver, striking directly at Beerus's chin with precision. Whoosh! As Wuyin flickered, the divine force of the heavens struck from behind, delivering a heavy blow to his neck. Bang! Although Beerus feigned bravado, he could not ignore the considerable toll on his mental energy when shattering the Tsukuyami realm. Otherwise, he would not have remained momentarily dazed. Bang! A tremendous force propelled him into the depths of the ocean, where a plume of mist ascended. Whoosh! Beerus soared upward, colliding with Wuyin. Bang! A kick landed squarely on Wuyuin's chest, and his tail swayed, sending him soaring away. An eye for an eye, as the god of destruction. To be relentlessly attacked under your hand is a profound humiliation for me, Beerus proclaimed with a smile. Extending a single hand, a cascade of purple light emanated, gradually coalescing into a celestial sphere, ultimately merging to form a nebula. 3 purple elliptical rings slowly materialized. Within this diminutive energy orb lay the very essence of cosmic formation. The cold, fierce light radiated from Beerus's inverted triangular pupils as he raised his hand high, causing the diminutive energy to expand instantaneously to several hundred meters in size. With a swift motion of both hands, the energy sphere hurtled towards Wuyin with great speed. Destruction, Beerus murmured softly. Cursed be it. Wuyin, propelled backward, gazed at the dazzling brilliance, gritting his teeth defiantly. Dark sacred scythe. The purple comma swirled in his palm, as a viscous liquid slowly condensed. Flash! Wuyin swung directly, the holy sickle colliding head-on with the destructive energy sphere. Futile, Beerus spoke with a chilling tone. My energy is shaped by the laws of the universe. As long as it exists within the cosmos, everything will be utterly obliterated. Wuyin shouted loudly, as crackling lightning erupted at the intersection of the two forces. Wuyin was gradually overwhelmed by an immense force, causing the tumultuous sea beneath to part under the onslaught of chaotic energy. How dare you underestimate me? The holy scythe began to bend slowly, as a fierce and unyielding aura suddenly radiated into the air, merging with the destructive energy. With a crack, both entities vanished without a trace mere seconds later. What? Why? Witnessing this phenomenon, even Beerus was momentarily taken aback. Why does your feeble energy annihilate the destructive force? This should be nothing short of a fantastical tale. Heh. Wuyuin's gaze was fixed intently on Beerus. I have told you before, do not underestimate the Saiyans. With a resounding crack, in an instant, Wuyin executed a teleportation, appearing beside Beerus with a swift flicker, his hands firmly gripping either side of him. 6 paths. The earth-shattering star. Suddenly, the air began to vibrate with a low, resonant hum. To Beerus's astonishment, a small black orb gradually materialized at his chest. Boom. In an instant, stones surged around him, encasing Beerus within. Wuyin gripped tightly with one hand, as loose stones rapidly fused together, continually absorbing the surrounding debris, gradually expanding. Whoosh. The earth-shattering star ascended into the cosmos, astonishingly attracting all nearby meteors to its surface. An infinite reservoir of energy surged forth as the seal expanded, ultimately resembling Earth itself. Humph. With the augmentation of my power, the final earth-shattering star could indeed match the size of the Earth. Boom. The planet trembled. Beerus struggled incessantly. Bang. A fragment of stone suddenly exploded nearby. Vegeta gazed at the sky, momentarily frozen in awe. To create a planet solely for the purpose of sealing a formidable adversary is a feat achievable only by Sun Wuyin. Although their power could easily obliterate a planet, the act of conjuring one was a task akin to scaling the heavens. He turned to Whis and remarked, "You don't seem overly concerned." This individual appeared to be Beerus' attendant, yet was continuously indulging in delectable morsels, seemingly lost in a culinary reverie. "No worries," Whis replied, his temples flushed, his eyes sparkling with delight. If that Saiyan could indeed forge a universe, it might give Lord Beerus a few more headaches. Yet a realm merely the size of Earth would still hold no significant consequence. Wuyin softly remarked, "I shall not allow you to break the seal of the earth-shattering star." With a forceful kick upon the celestial body, the immense planet soared backward. There, a swirling black hole loomed ominously, devouring streams of light as everything in its vicinity vanished without a trace. Perish. The black hole engulfed the planet entirely within its depths. In an instant, the world fell into a profound stillness. Wuyin gently exhaled the stale air from his lungs, gazing quietly at the sky. Chapter 202, The Unraveled Wheel Tomb. Oh. Vizzy observed the Scion in the air with intrigue. It seemed he was rather competent. This time, seizing the opportunity during Lord Beerus's battle, he could indulge himself. Ah. Vizzy, with a look of sheer ecstasy, brought a skewer of lamb to his lips, continuously savoring the delectable morsels. Humph. As Wuyin gazed at the indifferent black hole, his body gradually relaxed. It appeared that the dual seals of the earth-shattering star and the black hole had ensnared Beerus in a predicament. Suddenly, his heart thudded violently twice, as if the very fabric of the world trembled in response. What is this? Wuyin pondered with curiosity. Is this your limit? A shadowy voice echoed unexpectedly. Logically, a black hole should absorb all things. Even light cannot escape its grasp. How could a voice possibly emerge? That fellow Beerus. I have long warned you that attempting to harness the power of the cosmos to eradicate me is fundamentally flawed. I am eternal. I am the universe. My essence is the supreme existence. The so-called logic is merely under my dominion. Every aspect of your life unfolds beneath my thoughts. There is no escape. Destruction. In an instant, a chilling voice resonated, and waves of energy pierced the heavens, gradually dissolving the black hole. The universe returned to its original state, and Beerus reappeared before Wuyin. My divine power can decompose everything within the cosmos, including your divine might. Beerus remarked gently, his hands crossed. However, the battle with you has not been devoid of interest. At the very least, compelling me to unleash my god of destruction power places you rightfully as the second in the universe. The second in the universe? With a teasing smile, Wuyin remarked. I am far from satisfied with this title. Humph. Beerus let out a cold snort, dismissing the so-called skills as mere frivolities crafted from the energies of the universe. Utterly useless. To launch an attack, that is the correct approach. As his words fell, Beerus remained rooted in place, while Wuyin suddenly trembled all over. With a jolt, he was forcefully sent flying. Gazing at Beerus, who stood unmoved, he incredulously exclaimed, "How is this possible?" The Rinnegan failed to detect any fluctuations in space. Did he deceive my eyes with speed? No. In an instant, Wuyin realized that he was using divine power to mislead my perception. I instinctively relied on my aura, and he merely mimicked that sensation, leading me to naturally arrive at a false judgment. Therefore, Wuyin closed his left eye, meticulously scrutinizing the surroundings with his Rinnegan. Whoosh! Shadows darted through the space with incredible speed. He could only catch a glimpse by squinting tightly. Yet, even if he disowned them, what would it matter? Bang! A powerful fist struck directly at Wuyuin's chest. With so many phantoms present, could you truly distinguish the real me? Beerus's voice resonated like a thunderous bell, echoing from all directions. Boom, boom, boom. 3 successive punches forcefully hammered into Wuyuin's chest. A surge of agony coursed through his limbs, as all the strength within him crumbled under the onslaught of the god of destruction. Wretch! A mouthful of fresh blood was violently expelled, sending Wuyin hurtling away. His feet firmly planted in the void. Crack! Crack! The sound of shattering glass echoed, and 2 straight trails materialized, rendering the space astonishingly beautiful like a riot of colors. Your body is surprisingly resilient. I wonder how many more blows you can endure. Beerus continued to dart around, while Wuyin gritted his teeth, his Rinnegan suddenly flaring open. Rinnegan's grave. In midair, Beerus's advancing figure abruptly veered aside, narrowly evading the lethal strike of Rinnegan's grave. That sensation just now? It was certainly no mistake. It seems an unseen entity is intent on attacking me. Is that also a skill of your Rinnegan? What incredible luck! Beerus floated in the air, arms crossed, speaking nonchalantly. Wuyin was utterly astonished. He managed to evade my Rinnegan's grave? Such an interdimensional assault, hidden to the utmost degree, can still be perceived? Behind him, the shadow of Rinnegan's grave swiftly returned, launching a punch toward Beerus. Boom! All the force was unleashed into the air, as Beerus pivoted, delivering a sudden kick. Crack! A section of space shattered into fragments. Feeling the futility of his attack, a slight smile crept onto Beerus's lips. Indeed, I sensed something was amiss. That attack was concealed within the space created by the Rinnegan. Hence, I could not see it. It could strike me, yet I was unable to retaliate. Such a grotesque skill could only emerge from that peculiar eye. If faced with an equally formidable foe, the advantage you wield is undeniably immense. Whoosh! Failing to connect. Wuyuin's celestial force shifted abruptly, his fist shimmering with crimson light as he charged toward Beerus. Oh, a solitary warrior? However, observing Wuyin before him, he mused, that sensation has returned. A pincer maneuver? To use oneself as a feint? How ruthless! Beerus instantly retreated in the air, as Wuyuin's attack unexpectedly reversed direction. Launching a punch. Bang! Bang! As Beerus spread his arms apart, a surge of bruising energy erupted forth. He resolutely shielded Goku from the outside world, along with the shadow of Romu. Sensing the overwhelming power, Beerus bellowed, "Do not be so reckless." In that moment of distraction, Romu unleashed a powerful punch that struck Beerus squarely in the chest. Wuyin, undeterred, pivoted with determination, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at the tip of his opponent's nose. Bang! Beerus was struck by the force of the attack, sent hurtling away. With a thunderous roar, Wuyin summoned a torrent of power that surged through his muscled frame like a mighty dragon. His hands spread wide as a golden energy sphere materialized in an instant. Crackling lightning surged forth, radiating outward. Behold, the straight beam of energy, akin to golden thunder, struck fiercely against Beerus's chest. At last, he sustained some injury, a trickle of crimson staining the corner of his mouth. His body was propelled by the violent force, causing several nearby planets to be obliterated into dust. Beerus cried out in anguish, his form embedded within the fabric of space itself. With his hands converging into a blossom-like formation, Wuyin summoned forth a shimmering crimson light, causing the very world to tremble. Amidst the fog, a vivid blood-red hue emerged. Kamehameha, tenfold, perish. Chapter 203, The Power of Time. In an instant, the blood-red radiance pierced through the void like a thunderbolt, cleaving the world in twain. The searing energy enveloped the surroundings, gradually expanding into a tumultuous ocean. Boom! Dozens of planets were instantaneously reduced to dust. had Wuyin not lured Beerus away from Earth. Their reckless assault would have surely obliterated the planet. The red glow reflected in Beerus's pupils slowly encircled him. Quite impressive. I find myself somewhat acknowledging you. He extended his finger towards the energy and softly intoned. Destruction. Crack. The sound was akin to shattering glass, as the mighty energy instantaneously solidified, transforming into crystal before disintegrating entirely, akin to fireflies, emitting a gentle luminescence, quietly floating in the air before vanishing in the blink of an eye. Whis mused, astonished that a mere Saiyan could compel Lord Beerus to unleash his full divine power. Nearby, Goku inquired, who do you think will ultimately triumph? Do you wish to witness the emergence of another god of destruction? Whis retorted, what does that mean? The battles among deities do not swiftly dissipate in the air, rather, they gradually leave behind lingering divine energy. In the past, when Lord Beerus battled another deity in the cosmos, it was a true life-and-death struggle. At that time, an entire galaxy was rendered into its current state. The destructive power of the gods wreaked havoc, wholly unsuitable for human existence. Humanity's greatest flaw lies in measuring worth by sheer combat prowess. If Lord Beerus truly sought to determine a victor, the entire North Galaxy would likely be reduced to ruins. Wuyin was acutely aware of this reality. Wukong gazed at him in astonishment. Are you implying that the two individuals are currently holding back their full strength, restraining their desire to engage in battle? Indeed, Whis gently nodded. It has been quite a while since I have witnessed Lord Beerus exhibiting such leniency towards a human. It is truly remarkable. He, too, has not encountered an evenly matched opponent in ages. In the past, had he been subjected to such an assault, he would have undoubtedly flown into a rage. In his heart, Wukong pondered, I once believed that achieving Super Saiyan 4 would allow me to surpass Wuyin. It seems I have overestimated myself. In these 10 years, his power has undoubtedly multiplied beyond measure. Our battle is likely nothing more than a mere game. Suddenly, Wuyuin's voice resonated in the air, a crystalline radiance and a soft, warm divine halo swiftly materialized, floating behind him. I never anticipated that a mere human could manifest such a divine halo. It is a manifestation of divine power at its zenith. Truly remarkable, truly remarkable. Beerus roared with laughter, his enthusiasm evidently ignited to its fullest. Judgment thunder. Instantly, two purple bolts of lightning, resembling cobras, coiled around Beerus's form. Crackle. The purple current surged from the divine halo, relentlessly assaulting Beerus. Come forth. The sky darkened with ominous clouds, and streaks of lightning seemed to respond to Wuyuin's judgment thunder, launching a furious onslaught against Beerus. Crack, crack. An infinite array of lightning converged into an energy net, completely enveloping the heavens. The cosmos itself appeared to descend into chaos. Beerus let out a cry of agony. His golden, inverted triangular pupils were now laced with blood. What is this? It is an attack from the divine, targeting the very soul of a god. I never imagined such energy could be birthed from that divine halo. He suddenly exerted himself, enduring the excruciating pain, and shattered the ethereal lightning with sheer force. Crack. The residual glow writhed like worms in the world, each flicker of energy nearly distorting the very fabric of space. Beerus raised one hand high, the crimson energy resembling molten lava, a magnificent flame swirling beside him. In the cosmos, where no fixed gravity exists, the erupting blaze resembled a splendid spectacle of fire and brilliance. Beerus swung both hands, that colossal energy surging forth towards Wuyin. Witness my power. With a resounding shout, Wuyin gathered his hands into a blossom-like formation, and a deep crimson radiance surged forth once more. Turtle School energy wave. Tenfold. The blood-red and fiery hues clashed violently in the heavens. Crash. The surrounding space fractured as if shattered glass, fragments floating ominously nearby. Two boundless energies collided in the air, producing an endless echo of muffled groans. The entire star domain was engulfed in a cataclysmic inferno, hundreds of celestial bodies mercilessly reduced to ashes. The Rinnegan captured the souls descending into the abyss. They possessed no power to resist, all eradicated without a trace. Boom. An unprecedented explosion reverberated through the cosmos, the fabric of space fracturing once more, as Wuyin and Beerus were forced back several paces by the torrent of energy. For the final time, Beerus transformed into countless phantoms, swirling through the air, and in the blink of an eye, appeared before Wuyin. Prepare for enlightenment, he declared coldly. Tiny violet sparks shimmered in his palm. as if innumerable chains descended from the sky, binding Wuyin in place. In the forthcoming move, escape would be utterly impossible. Should he fail to defend against it, his life would be forfeit. Destruction. Divine power surged within his grasp as planets, nebulae, and violet divine rings rapidly manifested. Everything within harbored the majestic laws of the universe. Suddenly, Wuyin let out a piercing scream, feeling an overwhelming emptiness engulf his being, his soul trembling in disarray. His body felt as heavy as steel, yet his thoughts became exceedingly nebulous. This is dire. Beerus has finally found the opportunity to unleash destruction upon my form. If this continues, I shall inevitably be reduced to mere dust, vanishing completely from existence. Is he enraged? Very well. With a flourish of his hand, a crystalline force surged within him, and with a deft motion, he cast it forth. It seemed as though a river descended from the heavens, swirling around Wuyin. The sound of gentle droplets emerged, composing a perfect symphony of tinkling notes that entranced all who listened. With a resounding clash, the divine energy of destruction collided with the torrential river, producing an unprecedented cacophony akin to diamonds skidding across iron. The piercing sound compelled both Beerus and Wuyin to grit their teeth in response. In an astonishing turn of events, both energies shattered simultaneously. The world fell into an eerie silence. Gradually, Beerus began to withdraw, retreating step by step. The power of time. You have indeed mastered it. Chapter 204. Secrets of Antiquity. Indeed, you have grasped the power of time within the annals of history, and astonishingly, you can wield it in ordinary combat. Beerus spread his hands, revealing a hint of envy. To have achieved such prowess in less than a decade since acquiring the historical texts, truly, you are a genius. The god of Super Saiyans, he declared emphatically, truly, you are my lifelong rival. The prophecy of the oracle fish was indeed accurate. Wuyin inquired curiously, Beerus, could you enlighten me about the origins of that mysterious deity? Beerus, with a grave expression, replied, yet soon sighed in resignation, your strength has reached a level comparable to mine. Although there are slight deficiencies in the essence, quality, and quantity of divine power, that Rinnegan of yours can bridge any gap. You are worthy of uttering my name. As for that deity, he is the first human god in the universe, having ascended to divinity through his own cultivation. He is also the first opponent I acknowledge. Beerus licked his lips. Seemingly reminiscing, in the past, my relationship with him was quite remarkable. But wait, Wuyin retorted, clearly. The two of you engaged in a life and death duel in the Sea of Divine Fall, ultimately transforming an entire star domain into ruins. With the lingering divine power still not fully dissipated, is this what you call friendship? Beerus spread his hands in resignation, replying, my relationship with him will not alter simply because I have taken his life. I trust he feels the same way. He continued, initially, he succumbed to an unknown madness, wreaking havoc across the universe. It was for that reason I was compelled to slay him. Ordinary battles, like ours, are mere sparring. The mortal combats among deities are not initiated lightly. Madness? Wuyin inquired, puzzled. What was the cause? I do not comprehend it. Despite knowing all, Beerus gently shook his head, and even Wisp beside him expressed ignorance. His power surged uncontrollably in an instant, affecting the very fabric of the universe. Beerus gazed intently at the heavens, stating, I can sense a hidden hand stirring turmoil within the cosmos. Much like the Kaioshin of the West, Lyra, whom you vanquished. Only, it is Lyra under his control. A fierce killing intent radiated from Beerus's eyes. Once we locate that individual, all the mysteries, all the tales, and every issue left over from ancient times will be illuminated. Have you not discerned this for so long? That person, capable of manipulating the Kaioshin of the West and driving a deity into madness, possesses an unfathomably terrifying power. He has erased all traces, rendering even Whiss's time reversal ineffective. Beerus felt a twinge of discomfort. The lurking threat within the universe left him restless, yet ultimately, he could do nothing. This was the first time since becoming a god of destruction that he felt so powerless. Saiyans know? Son Wuyin. Beerus solemnly called his name. Hurry and grow stronger. That fellow's power may surpass even Whiss's. Eventually, we shall confront him.